You were once a rare CEO executive in the Magic City, but you were forced to resign and choose to return to your hometown to fish, just because you had to wear a suit to work, and when you put it on, you looked like a gangster in a suit. As a result, all the girls in the company were infatuated with you. Even the beautiful female boss pursued you relentlessly, starting to find various opportunities to confess to you, even calling you husband in front of the whole company. You had enough of being entangled by beautiful women every day and decisively resigned. At this moment, you have just completed the procedures and feel relaxed. You plan to surprise your family by secretly buying a plane ticket back to your hometown, which is a poor island in the South China Sea. The next morning, you packed your bags and set off. By the time you arrived in the town, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. As soon as you entered the courtyard, you shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Both parents came out of the house. Your mother hugged you and said, "You naughty child, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming back?" Although your father didn't say anything, he had a smile on his face. He took the bag from your hand and said, "I wanted to surprise you. I've been on the road all day and I'm starving." Upon hearing this, your mother asked your father to get some bowls and chopsticks. She then asked how long you would be staying and offered to tidy up your room. You explained that you quit your job and planned to take a break for a while before returning after the new year. Your father was happy with your decision, while your mother was concerned if you had been mistreated at work. To ease her worries, you lied and said that the company you worked for had gone bankrupt. Your mother was relieved as long as you were not mistreated. Being back home made you feel much more relaxed. After a quiet night, the next morning after breakfast, you headed towards your grandparents' old house. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang are now in the yard sorting out the newly repaired fishing net. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back." The two old people were overjoyed to see their beloved grandson back. "It's good that you're back. Otherwise, your grandma would be grumbling every day about when her precious grandson would come back. How come only this old man misses you?" "Xiao Zhou, you don't know. Some time ago, your aunt sent over some spare ribs, and your grandpa said he wouldn't let anyone eat them until you came back to eat them." Grandpa Jiang felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Didn't your dad say you can only come back during the new year? Why did you come back now?" You repeated the same excuses to Grandpa and Grandma got up and went back to the room, then handed you something. You were puzzled and asked, "Grandma, what is this?" "It's wrapped so thickly. When you opened it, you found it was a bank book." Seeing the number on it, you were speechless for a long time. It was a whole 200,000. How long would it take for the elderly to save this amount? "Xiao Zhou, this money was originally intended to be given to you when you get married, but Grandma gave it to you early. If you are not happy outside, come back home and use this money for some small business." Listening to Grandma's words, your eyes gradually turned red. "Grandma, I don't want this money. I have saved some money myself over the years. You and Grandpa keep this bank book." Grandma Jiang said solemnly, "Your grandpa and I have money to spend now. Your dad and aunt give us money for holidays. If you don't take it, I'll be angry. Hurry up and take it." Grandpa Jiang also advised, "I sold over 300 fish the other day. Put the passbook in your pocket." Grandma and Grandpa Jiang finally smiled. "Dear, take out the ribs to thaw. We'll have stewed ribs for lunch." Grandpa Jiang walked out with the fishing net. You quickly said, "Grandpa, I'll go too. You set the net. I'll go fishing." Before long, the grandfather and grandson set off to showdown in a small old boat. You greatly admire your grandfather. Despite being over 70 years old, he is clear-headed and clear-eyed, still able to operate the boat for fishing. Since you were young, you have always enjoyed going out to sea with your grandfather, harboring a longing for the ocean. If fishing didn't pay well now, you wouldn't have stayed working in the big city. Soon, you arrived at your destination and found a flat spot to start fishing. Before long, you felt a fish on the line and pulled up an old wooden box onto the shore. Seeing the wooden box in front of you, you remembered that octopuses like to hide in holes, so you emptied the water from the box. Although you didn't find an octopus, you discovered a blue gem inside, which excited you as you thought it might be worth a lot of money. As you picked up the gem, it suddenly disappeared as if by magic. Suddenly, a mechanical sound was heard. Chapter 189, Knocking Out His Dog Teeth. After Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei changed their clothes, they were brought to the restaurant by the inn said to them, "Eat more, all of you, so that you don't have the strength for the evening. It's all free in here, so you can eat as much as you want." Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei looked at those things laid out were shocked. This food is also too good. What black gold abalone, caviar, and top quality Wagyu beef, everything. When they had finished eating, they looked at his watch and said, "Let's go. It's about time." They took them straight to a place that resembled a gladiatorial arena and gave them each an open-bladed dagger. There were quite a few people in the audience now. At the front and in the outermost circle were people dressed like them. Sitting in the center jam were men in suits and exquisitely dressed women. They all wore masks, and on the side of each were scantily clad nanhai or girls who were doll-like and looked especially small. There was even a perverted old woman who had a little boy in her arms, and the boy was only 6 or 7 years old. The boy wore a delicate little tuxedo, like a little prince, and the old woman's wrinkled hands were still roaming over that child's body. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei both clenched their teeth when they saw these people. Jiang Bei really wanted to take a gun and shoot these beasts. There's the host still warming up the room, and the one who led off earlier asked, "One of you first." Jiang Nanzhou was now full of anger and said directly, "I'll do it." He was in desperate need of venting right now. Jiang Bei originally wanted to say that he came first, but looking at Jiang Nanzhou's state he didn't say anything and just said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Be careful. Use all your strength." Jiang Nanzhou nodded and walked up to the stage with the man while his opponents were all on the stage now. It was a guy from a small day country. Looking at Jiang Nanzhou with a rampant face, a few dirty words still came out of his mouth from time to time, but Jiang Nanzhou pressed him. "What a dog just barking here." A moment first of all to knock his dog's teeth off. It was until after their bets were over. But the number of people betting on Jiang Nanzhou to win was a bit low, basically betting on that little day to win. That said to Jiang Bei, "That little runt from the land of small days has defeated several people. He hits hard. Luckily, I came early." Jiang Bei said, "Then you'll see how he gets knocked down in a minute." The chuckled when he heard this. "I didn't look at that little runt well either, so I bet on your companion to win, and I hope he doesn't let me down." The had long looked at that little country of the day guy, although later than he came to the island, but the value of force is indeed quite high, higher than him anyway, so all day long special pretentious, and sometimes let him wash stinky socks and scorched yellow pants. A whistle sounded, and Jiang Nanzhou and that small day country's one person had a sharp knife, while both rushing towards each other at the same time. But Jiang Nanzhou's figure is a little faster. Jiang Nanzhou's hand rose up to give that small day country mercenary's mouth up hand speed. Directly saw blood. Instantly the entire arena erupted in cheers. But most of them were cheers for the guy from that little day country. The mercenary from the small day country wiped the blood coming out of his mouth and rushed over after making a provocative expression at Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou directly jumped up and quickly threw out a kick. Straight to the face. Instantly that small day country spit out several teeth. The one from the small day country directly fell to the ground. Just now was how arrogant. Now is how much of a mess. Some of the yokels even stood up and cheered and said, "Chinese Kung Fu. Awesome." Jiang Nanzhou, this is still not with all its strength, which if used with all its strength that small day country's dog head have to explode. He originally wanted to leave this kid a dog life, but that host read the end of the second that small day country still did not get up. The host directly pulled out a pistol at the small day country's fired a few shots. Jiang Nanzhou was able to see that there is no one normal person here. It's all a crazy lot. That host directly took off the codename from the chest of that little day that was taken out and pasted it on Jiang Nanzhou's chest. Speaking to Jiang Nanzhou, "Welcome to successfully passing the test." The next game to Jiang Bei when he was and a Curry Country San brother opponent. Jiang Bei down can be more ruthless than Jiang Nanzhou. A few rounds down, that San brother's whole body there is no good place. He ended up bleeding right out and laying down. And he had the same consequences as the one in the land of small days. Jiang Nanzhou had never seen such a heavy killing aura on Jiang Bei. Guess he was venting too. What they're seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. That took one of them to get an ID card, magnetic card, which also had numbers that corresponded to their chests. The said to them, "There are no names with us." They all use code names. And this card also contains the various bonuses they have received over here as well as commissions, which you all inherit together. The one sent to the south of the riverboat was a 00226 and the one to the north of the river was 00227. The said enviously when he handed Jiang Nanzhou S00226 that card to Jiang Nanzhou, "You have earned it. This guy has only been here for a few short months, but he hasn't been making a lot of money. Later on you guys are also going to have bonuses that will be credited to this card. I hope you guys can stay on the island all the time. Good luck to you guys." Jiang Bei asked "Can we go out and spend the money we make on the island too?" The chuckled. "When the 3 years are up you can leave the island. When that time comes the numbers in your cards will be transferred directly to your personal accounts. I still have a month to go before I can leave the island for a quickie. I'm really looking forward to it. But if you guys are willing to give it up you can spend some money on the island as well. It's just very expensive." The finished the sentence with an intriguing smirk on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something. Jiang Bei asked, "Can we spend money on the island even with our status? How much would that cost?" The chuckled. "If it's a new arrival to the island you can forget about it. It's all sky high, but you can buy the ones that just turned 18. Even if we don't consume them they're about to be processed." An incredulous expression appeared on Jiang Nanzhou's face as he asked the black ghost in a low voice, "Over 18 you say the treatment is?" The said indifferently, It's just throwing them straight into the sea. Those don't bring any profit for the islander anymore. So it's just cheaper for us. Chapter 190, Getting Lost. Jiang Nanzhou was not expecting the island is still like this, that no one to buy adult girls or boys will be directly thrown into the sea. He also did not know for them in the end is relief or misfortune. Their dormitories were also all of the bunk bed variety, 10 to a room, and the S felt that they were not bad people, so they put them in their dormitories. After all, they hadn't made him much money today. It was only the next day that the leading captain gave them work to guard the pregnant girls. It's kind of an easy job over here, but no one likes it because it's kind of boring over here, and there's surveillance everywhere, and they can't even smoke a cigarette if they want to. Jiang Nanzhou had thought that those who were being held in the wards would want to escape and be in a bad state, but when they saw it, they realized that these young girls were like puppets on strings, without any reaction. The men in white coats who examined them and drew their blood were unresponsive and at their mercy. It wasn't until a group of nurses started to give them medication that Jiang Nanzhou discovered the end. They should be using drugs to control these people. Jiang Nanzhou felt that the methods of these people were too scary and cruel. He had also heard once that there were people who would use drugs to control traffic people so that they would do as they were told and lose their self-consciousness. But this tactic is not common because these medicines are very hard to come by. They work in shifts and can move around in their regular positions during breaks. So Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei could only find a chance to explore here. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I'll go, for a second to the bathroom." Jiang Nanzhou just nodded and didn't say anything because he knew that Jiang Bei should be looking for an opportunity to explore the road. After Jiang Bei followed the corridor into the bathroom, he went in and made a false start. After coming out of the bathroom, Jiang Bei walked in the opposite direction he came from. Over there are all like a laboratory. From the glass window to look inside are some machines and equipment. And turned a few corners. Jiang Bei also did not see any people. All the way to the end of the innermost corridor, Jiang Bei saw the entrance to the basement that was locked by a large iron door. Looking in through the cracks in the bars of the big iron gate, it was all pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. Until Jiang Bei heard the sound of footsteps, he turned back to find a guy in a white coat with glasses looking at him with a bad face and said, "What are you doing over here? Don't you know you're not allowed to just come over here?" Jiang Bei said with a selfish embarrassment on his face, "I'm new here and I got lost going to the bathroom." The man frowned. "Get the hell out of here or I'll tell your captain to dock your commission." Jiang Bei was busy saying, "Don't ever tell the captain. I'm leaving. Jiang Bei hurriedly left the place after saying this. Jiang Bei was halfway there when he saw the coming this way. The said when he saw him, "Dude, what are you doing? You'll get a fine if you wander off during your watch." Jiang Bei smiled and said, "I just came out of the bathroom. I got lost. The first time I walked on this side. A little bit did not understand. The next time will be better." Said, "But you guys have to be careful. There are some places that are not for us to go. Later I'll give you a rundown of what's allowed and what's not." After they took Jiang Bei back, he spoke to the two of them about the forbidden areas of the place, as well as a map for each of them to familiarize themselves with. Then this said to them, "The places that are read up there are places we can't go unless the leader takes us there. If anyone finds out, you'll be in big trouble. This time I'll talk to you since you're new. If you go the wrong way next time you'll be fined. And if it's more serious you'll have to feed the sharks in the sea." Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei both listened attentively and also both nodded their heads repeatedly and said, "Don't worry, we're quasi-decided not to go to those places. We just want to make more money and I don't want to be docked. I'll be sure not to wander off." They looked at them as being more honest and didn't think much of it, and with that said he went back to his post. Jiang Nanzhou looked at no one in the four corners, found a place where the surveillance was dead, and asked Jiang Bei in a low voice, "Anything?" Jiang Bei said, "There's an underground passage in the place I just went to, and there's no telling what's down there. It's locked with an iron gate, and I suspect that down there are people being held, too." Jiang Nanzhou frowned when he heard this and said, "Still have to get a chance to check it out." Although there were a lot of doctors and nurses coming in and out of their side of the room, they didn't communicate too much and they couldn't inquire about the inside. In the evening, Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei were both there with a map each to study. The map shows that they only have 3 floors underground and 3 above ground, and there's only 1 elevator in the entire building. And yesterday they were assessed on the -2 floors. Today they are on duty on the -3rd floor, but the map doesn't show where that underground passage leads to, and what exactly is underneath that one isn't drawn on the map either. Their sleeping quarters and dining hall are on the -2 floors. The -3 floors they were basically sure were filled with some labs, and doctors and nurses, and the rest were the pregnant girls. The negative floor shown on the map is where their leaders' offices and residences are located. On the first floor is a banquet hall and a restaurant for VIP guests. The second floor above ground, and the third floor are some of the finer suites. That S post today was patrolling the guest house side. but Elisa's letter of distress mentions the girls being held, and the boys must add up to more than 1,000. So Zhang Nanzhou and Zhang Bei guessed that underneath that underground passageway must be some imprisoned boys and girls. After they got off work in the evening, he saw that Zhang Nanzhou and the others had already returned, so he complained to them about it. There are a few VIPs here today, one by one. They look down on people when they have a little bit of stinking money, and they're all big shots. I think they're all. Zhang Nanzhou asked curiously, what's going on? What's gotten into you like that? Did you say they were some big shots you knew? He is mouthing off at the head of his anger right now. Isn't it just the governor of a state? What's so godly about it? If he didn't do so many unseemly deeds, how could he have the ability to come over here and spend money? Looking down on me even if I'm not, but also looking down on my skin color. Even the little stick countries have tips, but not for me. And letting my old man carry his luggage. It's really bad luck. Zhang Bei asked, is there even a governor coming over from our side? What state is it that can make you so angry? Chapter 191, Don't take too much medicine. The was pissed off at the mention of this, and huffed and puffed. It's that governor of Elbia state. Aprilia, a father of 3, usually looks like a good man, but I didn't realize that he is a big pervert. He comes to stay for a few days every month. If this were to hokey on my children, I would have shot him in the head long ago, Zhang Bei said. And you take it easy. Find a chance to finish him off when you get off the island later. The chuckled. I'm going to finish him off in my dreams tonight. I don't want to take any more risks after I leave the island. My 3 wives and 8 children are still waiting for me to go back. And when I go back with the money, I'll be able to take 2 more wives. After he said this, Zhang Nanzhou and Zhang Bei both gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Nanzhou thought in his heart, you have the life to go back and say it. After the finished speaking, he took his change of clothes and went to the bathroom. Zhang Bei whispered to Zhang Nanzhou, we seem to be the only 3 of us in our dorm room at night. Everyone else is off on night duty. Gotta figure out a way to put this down. Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile, leave this to me, I've got it covered. With those words he took just that backpack he had brought with him and reached into it. Pretending to take something from the bag, he actually took out the powder from the space, a powder that he had dispensed in advance. Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang Bei, this medicine face was given to me by Fan Hongtao before he came. Everything Zhang Bei just saw through it and didn't say anything. After all, when they went to the island, their belongings had already been searched. The electronics were taken, along with their handguns. Zhang Bei hadn't brought his own cell phone at all, and Zhang Nanzhou had hidden his own cell phone in the space, and the ones they had turned in were the ones of the 2 foreigners still tied up on top of South Bay 1. After all, Zhang Bei still clearly remembered Zhang Nanzhou taking out a potion out of thin air and pouring it into his mouth. Zhang Bei said to Zhang Nanzhou, don't overdose, so as not to arouse suspicion, just enough to make him sleep peacefully. When they came back from dinner, it was already dark. Zhang Nanzhou secretly poured the medicinal noodles into the water cup while they went to the bathroom. They came out and said, the food that old geezer made today is also too bad. Even if it's spicy, it's also extra salty. Zhang Nanzhou hurriedly handed his glass of water and said, then you should hurry up and drink more water. Just drink more water if you eat salty food. They also said to Zhang Nanzhou after receiving the cup of water. Thanks bro, and kinda thanks for not discriminating against my skin color. So many years outside often be discriminated against because of the color of the skin. But he in the eyes of Zhang Nanzhou and also Zhang Bei did not have the slightest discrimination. He still quite liked to be friends with this kind of people. No sooner had they clamored that he was sleepy and wanted to go to bed first. Zhang Nanzhou originally wanted to turn off the light to cooperate with him. But before he could turn off the light, there was a snore over there. Zhang Nanzhou came to the side of gently pushed with his hand and shouted at him twice. But that side was still snoring and completely slumbering. Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang Bei, Uncle 4, you go to the -3 floors. I'll take a look at the -1. Zhang Bei nodded at Zhang Nanzhou and said, you must be safe and never take risks. Zhang Bei left the door of their dormitory after saying this. Zhang Nanzhou also followed him out the door. Zhang Nanzhou went out and went directly to the -1 floor. He realized that there weren't that many guards at night, and as they were coming out, they passed by the doors of some of the dormitories, and there were a lot of people gathered in the dormitories playing cards. That could make it easier for him to move. Zhang Nanzhou hadn't seen any of the leading figures here since he arrived. They didn't even know if that island leader was a man or a woman now. He also asked the something about the island owner, but they said he hadn't seen the island owner either, and that the island owner's identity was very secretive. Anything that needs to be stepped up, it's their side manager, Ms. Maria. From the mouth, he learned that this Miss Maria is the adopted daughter of the island owner, and she is just in her early 20s this year. But Miss Maria's tactics are very poisonous, and her hands are also very good. Jiang Nanzhou avoided surveillance along the way and easily entered the office area on the negative floor. But Jiang Nanzhou didn't act rashly because there were some offices with doors facing the surveillance equipment. His main priority right now still had to be finding out where those kids were first. But Jiang Nanzhou found a place similar to a storehouse. And although the door over there was locked, there was no surveillance equipment at the entrance. And that lock was the old-fashioned kind. Jiang Nanzhou pulled hard and didn't expect that lock to open. He dashed into that storage room. And after closing the door behind him, Jiang Nanzhou saw that the storage room was filled with some information, some books and such, and some draft paper. There are a lot of them that are discarded draft subs with some formulas and stuff on them, and Jiang Nanzhou can't read them. But Gangnam Boat found the reservation list in a box, a very thick stack with dates from last year. Jiang Nanzhou flipped through a few pages and felt shocked, all of which were the appointment records of some famous people, some academic experts, and some dignitaries. He took them all directly into space. He carefully rummaged around again. And surprisingly, he also saw the profile of an internationally renowned movie star, which also recorded the purpose of his coming over here every time. Good lord, it wasn't about that side of things, it was totally about that stem cell, the information in that box. Jiang Nanzhou was looking at it with some scalp numbness. Jiang Nanzhou remembered the girl they saved before, except for the fact that she had just given birth, but all the organs in her body were still there. Turns out their side doesn't even look at being in the organ business. Some know Jiang Nanzhou feel incomparable anger after watching it. He really hopes that God will directly come to a huge heavenly thunder and split this island directly, but only if he and Jiang Bei and the kids trapped here get out of the island. Jiang Nanzhou put away all the important information and just wanted to go out when he heard the sound of high heels and the voice of a woman talking. Jiang Nanzhou held his own breath and listened carefully to what the woman was saying, until that side hung up the phone and the woman walked away. Only then did Jiang Nanzhou come out of that storehouse. Luckily the woman hadn't noticed the lock on the depot door. Jiang Nanzhou didn't realize that the woman just now was the same Miss Maria that was talking about. He was also identifying himself from the conversation Maria had on the phone, where Miss Maria was talking to this mysterious islander. The general idea was that the mysterious islander would be present at this banquet they were preparing. Chapter 192, The Islander's Room. Jiang Nanzhou in the negative layer after hiding the surveillance equipment around a big circle, is passing by the door of those management's room. With Jiang Nanzhou's ear power, can hear some sickening lewd laughter sound inside. Jiang Nanzhou didn't stay over here for much longer and went straight back to his dormitory. He was seen when he went back, but he was wearing a uniform and didn't draw attention to himself, because they can't tell whose class it really is today. Jiang Nanzhou went back when Jiang Bei had already returned. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "The other side is all wards. There are boys and girls living in there. Some of the children have injuries all over their bodies. There is a duty over there. And I just look at it from a distance. I don't dare to get close. There are quite a lot of guards over there." Jiang Nanzhou said, "There must be some other secret over there. Otherwise why would there be so many people guarding it?" Jiang Bei said, "Yes, there are more doctors and nurses over there. And I found a secret door in one of the utility rooms, which is also behind an iron door locked with a large chain, similar to the one I found earlier." After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he picked up a pen and drew on the map that they had sent them earlier, including the location of the surveillance. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei marked it out for easier action in the future. They was woken up by Jiang Nanzhou early the next morning. Bro, wake up. If you don't get up you won't make it to breakfast," the said as he opened his eyes in a daze. "My God, I haven't slept this well in a long time," Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. "Feel it," because he was snoring a little too loudly. Jiang Bei was more accustomed to sleeping in all sorts of harsh environments, and it wasn't much of a problem for him. But Jiang Nanzhou was different. He didn't sleep at all this night, and kept his eyes open until dawn. Luckily, he had sneakily filled a bottle of nutrient solution while Jiang Bei was washing up. Otherwise he was afraid that he wouldn't have any spirit today. Today, Jiang Bei was assigned to the hidden post outside, while Jiang Nanzhou was assigned to patrol the guest room. Today Jiang Nanzhou was with they received their weapons, and they all went to their posts. Yesterday their weapons were claimed for them by and today was the first time they had ever been to the weapons store on the first floor. Jiang Nanzhou is the first time to see this kind of scene. There are comparable to a small arsenal, all types of guns and ammunition. There are some grenades and bombs and so on. These are on the surface. There are also some large boxes filled with what Jiang Nanzhou they do not know. Jiang Nanzhou asked the in a low voice, "Dude, do we have to get all our weapons here on this side? Or do we have a storehouse of sorts?" The whispered to Jiang Nanzhou, "How much stuff is here only? I also heard someone mention that we have a storage room over here that is specialized for some weapons." Jiang Nanzhou said, "I didn't realize there were so many weapons on the island." "What? Are you afraid a pirate will come and rob us?" said, "In the past, There were really those pirates who didn't look good over here. They were directly beaten back by us. And I don't know how they all found this place. And then the island master stepped in and everything was peaceful. And they didn't dare to come over. Jiang Nanzhou said. The island master is really powerful. I just don't know exactly what kind of character he is. The whispered. You don't want to ask anyone about these things. If it gets to our captain's ears, you'll be docked for sure. Or you'll lose your life. As they passed the governor's room, they could hear a scream coming from inside. The cursed in a whisper. This inhuman bad guy likes to play with boys who don't give their pills. If they did they wouldn't be in so much pain. Jiang Nanzhou heard this and asked in a small voice. What kind of medicine are you talking about? Is it a drug that you can make them take to do what you want? The whispered to Jiang Nanzhou. That's right. It was researched by a doctor on our island. When given to a person it's like a puppet. He'll listen to you. He'll do whatever you tell him to do. He has no emotions. No pain. Jiang Nanzhou muttered in a small voice. I didn't realize there was such a terrible drug. They finished patrolling this floor, took Jiang Nanzhou to a surveillance viewpoint to ask Jiang Nanzhou while smoking. Where did you guys hang out before? Jiang Nanzhou said with a sigh. We used to be in the wire fraud business. Just in that area of the triangle. And when we were terminated we ran abroad. They heard this and said to Gangnam Chow. So none of you are professional mercenaries. Ha! Jiang Nanzhou said with an evil smile on his face. Although we are not professionals, our hands are no worse than those of professionals. The chuckled. Then I can see. Is really powerful are your hands. Is it the so-called Chinese Kung Fu ah? The finished the sentence with a classic Hong Kong star's signature move and an off-light coming out of his mouth. Jiang Nanzhou said. Yes, it's all pretty much the same. After extinguishing his cigarette, they took Jiang Nanzhou to the third floor's superior guest room. They said to Gangnam Chow. The first and second floors are ordinary guest rooms. Only the third floor is the highest level, hosting exceptionally powerful characters. Our island master's room is in the innermost part of the third floor. Wait a while, brother will take you to visit it. Jiang Nanzhou said in surprise. Can we still go to the islander's room? They whispered to Kong Namju. The third floor is not inhabited now. The sanitation over there is all cleaned up. There is no one else but us two patrolling. The part of the islander's room is not monitored. We can go in and rest for a while. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. I'm kind of looking forward to it. And I'd like to see what the islander's room looks like. When they got to the third floor, it was indeed like they said. There was no one on the third floor. Even the lights in the corridor were exceptionally dim. Jiang Nanzhou also counted the surveillance equipment on the third floor. And there were only 2 in total. There are also very few rooms on the third floor. Counting the islander's room there are only 5 rooms in total. And the door to the islander's room wasn't locked. Jiang Nanzhou asked curiously. Why is the door to the islander's room unlocked? Said. The islander's room has not been occupied for years in order to make it easier to clean. So the door has been left unlocked. They turned the TV on as soon as he sat on the couch. Negroes in Gangnam Island. How dare you watch TV? Aren't you afraid that, in a moment, they won't see us on the monitor and send someone to find us? They chuckled. Their monitoring room of the gang of guys simply did not seriously look at the monitoring. All should be secretly playing cards. Anyway, our side of the hidden. Basically nothing. The gang of pirates do not dare to come to make trouble. Chapter 193, Don't Take Risks. When Jiang Nanzhou wandered into the study, he saw that there was still a computer inside. Jiang Nanzhou had the bright idea to say to they, what's so good about TV? Why don't we go online and watch a movie? This computer should work, right? They was instantly aroused by Jiang Nanzhou's words. I watched him play that gun game when I was here with someone earlier, but I don't know how to get it. I think it's pretty fun. Can you help me with it? When Jiang Nanzhou heard this, he knew that this computer was definitely able to access the internet. He said to they, come on, I'll get it for you. Jiang Nanzhou turned the computer on and saw the icon of that game on the desktop. Just as well he doesn't have to download it yet. There are several other folders on the computer desktop, but several of them are empty, and only one keeps the Wi-Fi account and password inside. Jiang Nanzhou had memorized this account number and password in his mind. Jiang Nanzhou turned the game on and found that the previous person's game account had not logged out. So Jiang Nanzhou directly logged this account on for the to play. He was also very sweet about teaching us how to play. They said to Jiang Nanzhou after playing a game. This game is so much fun too. It's just a little confusing to look at the screen. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. You'll get used to it when you get used to playing. But shouldn't we get on with our patrol now? They said with a sigh. Let's go. Come back from a patrol and play again. Or we'll get caught. When they went back in the evening, they happened to be off playing cards in another room. And they were the only 2 in the dormitory. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei. In the islander's room, there's a computer with internet access. And I've found some key evidence that I want to send out. The north of the river asks the south of the river for a boat. Do you have proof of that information? Jiang Nanzhou reached into his pocket when he heard this and took out his cell phone. Jiang Bei saw Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone with a burst of joy followed by a feeling of loss. It doesn't help that you have a cell phone, and there's no data cable to transfer things to the computer. And cell phones don't get a signal in here. Jiang Nanzhou unlocked his phone and gave Jiang Bei a look. Jiang Bei took a look at Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone was actually connected to the wireless network, and his heart burst with joy. Jiang Nanzhou today took advantage of to play the game. He went to the bathroom, connected his cell phone to the internet, and in the bathroom, he took a picture of all those materials to choose some important ones. Jiang Nanzhou gave Jiang Bei a look at the information that was taken today, and Jiang Bei asked Jiang Nanzhou to take a picture of that map. After taking the picture, Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I'll give you an email account. You'll send all this stuff to that email address in a few minutes, and give them an explanation of what's going on here." After all these things were done, Jiang Bei used Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone to make a voice call to Fan Hongtao and the others. I did not expect that Sai just connected to pass over a familiar voice of Jiang Bei. "Hello, I'm Black Eagle, the instructor of the Augmented Dragon Special Warfare Team. What's the situation on your side now?" Jiang Bei didn't expect to send out his old partner, Black Eagle. "Black Hawk, it's me. Everything is safe on our side. How many men did you send over there?" Black Hawk heard Jiang Bei's words and said, "A total of 20 people have come from our side. Although the number of people is a bit small, but the big forces are all behind. They have all gotten in touch with the various countries, and it's estimated that in a couple of days, all the people they sent will be here." Jiang Bei said, "Wait a moment, I will send you the map of this side. It has been labeled with the location of the probe, and the location of each room, but those children who are being held in custody have not yet determined the location. Only the sick and the pregnant ones are locked up in the -3 floors. Don't act rashly for now on your side, and listen to my message. Make sure that you get all of the people out of the house before the banquet." Blackhawk said in a serious tone. "Okay, then please also make sure you keep yourselves safe and don't take any chances." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Bei asked Jiang Nanzhou to send the map over. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I'm going to the bathroom. Make sure you hide your cell phone. It's the only communication device we have to reach them." Jiang Bei turned around and went into the bathroom after saying this. Jiang Nanzhou directly hid his cell phone in space. That didn't come back until midnight, and Jiang Nanzhou still used the same method to directly let the have a good night's sleep. Tonight Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei were acting together. According to Jiang Bei's observation, the location of the iron door behind the dark door was not monitored, so they wanted to go over and take a look tonight. This time Jiang Bei purposely brought a small knife. Their weapons were required to be turned in at the end of the night, but there was a small fruit knife in their dormitory, which Jiang Bei was planning to keep for lock-picking. When they reached that small utility room and opened the secret door, Jiang Nanzhou directly and roughly pulled the lock. Jiang Bei glanced at the small fruit knife in his hand and put it back into his pocket. "I thought to myself that this kid is really strong." Jiang Nanzhou opened the iron door, first looked around to see if there was any monitoring equipment. After all, he had night vision eyes. He could see all around, but Jiang Bei didn't. So he took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight to illuminate Jiang Bei. Going down the steps, it was surprisingly full of explosives down there. Just detonate this place and it's expected that the island will simply collapse. After Jiang Bei saw these things, he used Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone to take pictures of everything here. Jiang Bei looked at the explosives. This island owner is really not simple. And they looked at these explosives with no ash on them. They should be newly moved here recently. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "This is not going to be good. If we really fight then, if someone detonates the explosives here, as long as they are on the island, I guess none of them will be able to run away." Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself, if he really fights at that time, is he the first one to come here first and receive all these explosives into the space? Jiang Nanzhou was still thinking about how to move all these explosives out. He suddenly heard Jiang Bei say, "I'll leave this side to you when the time comes. I'm sure you'll have a solution." Jiang Nanzhou sighed in his heart. His fourth uncle deserved to be his fourth uncle, but he also knew that Jiang Bei would definitely keep this secret for him. Jiang Nanzhou said after a moment of contemplation, "Okay, I'll figure it out then." Jiang Bei brought Jiang Nanzhou to another place. This place was discovered by Jiang Bei during the daytime. During the daytime Jiang Bei was on duty in this neighborhood. This access is the kitchen's special access for taking out the trash. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "You can go out this way and jump straight into the sea. You won't be noticed at night, and there are only 2 people on duty this way, and the duty can't see this place from where they are." 194. Full arsenal. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself that if the official side came, would they be able to come up from this place as well? When they went back to the room after Jiang Nanzhou, he took his cell phone out to transmit this location message. Good news had also come to them over there that people secretly sent from various countries had also set out toward this place. Tell them to find an opportunity to retreat and leave the rest to them. But Jiang Bei still wanted to go to the underground passage at the end of that corridor to take a look. But Chief Bai didn't agree, saying that he was afraid of spooking the snakes and told them to wait for the notice and that they would retreat before the operation. Don't let them spook them again before their side of the family makes a move. The next day Jiang Bei was sent to help take out the garbage in the kitchen, while Jiang Nanzhou went to stand guard. But this is a great job for Jiang Bei, who just happens to be able to map out the roadmap of the back room. During the night break Jiang Nanzhou contacted there to ask about the situation on their side and see when they were going to act. That side replied that the action was booked for the early hours of tomorrow morning. But Jiang Nanzhou communicated with that side and said that he wanted them to move ahead, and that he wanted to drug the food in the cafeteria. The officials were pretty excited to hear that. It would have been a lot easier for them if the drugging had worked. After all, they are not Iron Men. They are also afraid of bullets when the real fight starts, and they also have to ensure the safety of those children, which is also very difficult. Jiang Nanzhou told them to listen to the news tomorrow, and after saying that, Jiang Nanzhou turned off his cell phone. His cell phone was about to run out of power, and that was only saved by turning it off every time he used it. The main thing is that Jiang Nanzhou came with a cell phone, but didn't take a charger. There is one in the islander's room, but the ones that are prepared over there are all fruit brands. Jiang Nanzhou's domestic machine is really not usable. The next day, because 2 of the cooks had diarrhea, there was an urgent need for 2 people who could cook to go over and help. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei both volunteered. As for the 2 cooks with bad tummies, it was Jiang Nanzhou who purposely gave them down. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to come and help in the kitchen. But Jiang Nanzhou was also not expecting to blend in so smoothly. While in the kitchen, Jiang Nanzhou whispered to Jiang Bei, "Fourth uncle, don't drink the water in that thermos cup of yours. Both of our cups are filled with water with medicated face." Actually, you could accurately say it wasn't water. It was like batter. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "You didn't tell me. I just picked it up and was about to drink it, but I didn't feel right before I looked at it." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Didn't I see that was coming back then? And in a bit of a hurry I forgot to tell you." In fact, Jiang Nanzhou just saw Jiang Bei to drink water when he was washing vegetables and was frightened. Fortunately, Jiang Bei was in time to find out that something was wrong and did not drink it. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself, "It is that amount of medicine Jiang Bei, if he really drank it, is estimated to be able to send him away. This Fan Hongtao is really powerful. The power of this medicine is really powerful." Because Jiang Nanzhou has tasted out these days when he gave the medicine. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei took advantage of the fact that no one else was paying attention, pretended to drink water, and then poured the medicine in the thermos into the pot, as well as inside the rice. Among the nearly 100 dishes, Jiang Nanzhou was not letting go of any of them. He was afraid of which picky eater didn't eat in place. After that, Jiang Nanzhou asked Jiang Bei to cover for him. He sneaked to the underground warehouse where he put the explosives, and he put all those explosives into the space. He then went to the armory room where the latest discovery had been made. Although the door was guarded, the 2 mercenaries had deserted and were hiding where no one else was smoking. Jiang Nan boat directly behind the raid to put down. These 2 people are fixed to guard this armory room. This side of the basic no one over. They also did not expect to smoke a cigarette time to be put down. This time, Jiang Nanzhou started quite hard, directly sent people away, and he was afraid that he would wake up in a while, so it would be better to go directly to the place in one step. Jiang Nanzhou took the identity card of one of them and entered the armory. Fortunately, those 2 people were heavily armed, with helmets and masks on their heads, which Jiang Nanzhou and their ordinary mercenaries were all without. This made it easy for Jiang Nanzhou to enter the armory room, and he couldn't mind if that guy was dirty now. Let's keep the big picture in mind. But Jiang Nanzhou always felt that there was a smell, and he was holding back. Those things inside the storehouse really shocked Jiang Nanzhou. All of them were extremely lethal weapons, guns and shells or anything and everything, and all in very large quantities. He took everything straight into space, not leaving even a tiny bullet behind. Jiang Nanzhou threw away that broken mask when he came out. It really disgusted him enough. He took out his cell phone and sent a message over there for them to move in an hour. By the time he got back, everyone else just assumed he had just gone to the bathroom. One chef even teased, "Are you constipated? Do I need to give you some honey?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "I'll take some of that too. My legs are numb from squatting." Waiting for the meal to start, Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei said to them, "Finally, we're done. Let's go out for a smoke." They said this and walked out down the passage where they usually threw out their trash. It was dark outside now, and the 2 of them followed that path straight down to the sea. Jiang Nanzhou followed Jiang Bei's back. Just when they didn't swim out far, Jiang Nanzhou saw the egg. Jiang Nanzhou also didn't expect the egg to find him so quickly. He had previously had Fan Hongtao and the others put a speedboat there in the hidden location he had found earlier. Save it for when he and Jiang Bei both retreat. Jiang Nanzhou pulled Jiang Bei and swam towards the egg, which brought them quickly to the side of the speedboat. After boarding the speedboat, Jiang Bei asked Jiang Nanboat, "Did you get rid of all that stuff?" Jiang Nanzhou said, "Just relax. It's all been taken care of. The rest is up to them." Jiang Bei said, "Let's go back then." Jiang Nanzhou said with some doubt, "Aren't we going to look over here?" Jiang Bei said, "What's there to see? Some of this stuff is brutal. Let's just go back." Jiang Nanbo thought about it. Is really so. Some things do not know can still feel better. They are also only all some ordinary people. In some things above also just cannot do nothing to do nothing to do. Jiang Nanzhou just hoped that they can all be safe and sound to save those children on the good. It was only when Fan Hongtao and the others saw Jiang Bei and Jiang Nanzhou that they had returned that they all put their hearts at ease. Black Eagle and the others sent by a few other countries had already begun to move, but they didn't meet up with Jiang Nanzhou and the others. Chapter 195 Homecoming. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei and Fan Hongtao they now can only wait in silence until the dawn of the day. The head of the white notification so that they can return to the ship. All the children have been rescued. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Bei couldn't help but want to cheer out. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Bei hurriedly went to share the good news. Boat, they made it. They saved all those kids. Fan Hongtao, Lin Weiye, Zhang Wei, Zhang Tianfu and the rest of them cheered out after him. Jiang Nanzhou was completely relieved to know that the children had been rescued. Luckily it was in time for their party. Or I wonder how many more children would have been scourged. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei and them, "Let us go back to the island." Although he didn't return on the original planned date and didn't catch the beams on their family's new house, he didn't know how to express the kind of emotion Jiang Nanzhou felt when he heard that the mission was accomplished. It should be release and ease. If he chose to go straight home this time and didn't bother with the distress letter in that drift bottle and didn't go to the island to explore it, then he felt like he should feel guilty for the rest of his life. He didn't think about any of these things now. Since the mission was accomplished and those children were saved, he could go home in peace. These days Lichu also often sent messages to him. Jiang Nanzhou every time said that she should not worry. He will soon go back. By the time Jiang Nanzhou and their fishing boat was almost at the pier of Jiangjia village, Jiang Nanzhou stood on the deck and saw that all the people of their family were there waiting for him. Jiang Bei also saw Dudu and Su Yaowei, who was holding Dudu. In the crowd, Su Yaowei stood in the middle of the crowd wearing sunglasses and a hat. Jiang Bei couldn't see her expression, but inwardly he felt incredibly nervous. He didn't even know how he should face the two of them now, or how he should explain this to his family. When his second brother left, he made a point of telling him never to talk to his old man and mother about this. He still wished to listen to Su Yaowei's opinion first. If he didn't want Dudu to recognize him as his father, then he'd better not say anything to his old man and mother, so as to save their old man from unbearable excitement at that time. Dudu saw Jiang Bei standing on the deck in Su Yaowei's arms, his little hand waving in Jiang Bei's direction, his mouth screaming "Poa Pa" in a loud voice. Su Yaowei's hands felt like they were trembling as she hugged Dudu. The man she thought was all but dead was alive and well in front of her. After Jiang Bei disembarked, he walked directly to Su Yaowei. Dudu struggled in Su Yaowei's arms wanting Jiang Bei to cuddle. Jiang Bei picked up Dudu and said gently to Dudu, "Did Tootsie behave herself and listen to mommy?" Dudu was now able to understand the meaning of Jiang Bei's words. Dodo's little mouth muttered, "Mommy, mommy." Jiang Bei said to Su Yaowei, "I'm back. After all these years of hard work, bringing up Dodo all by yourself." Su Yaowei jumped directly into Jiang Bei's arms with tears in her eyes. There are 1,000 words, but it's all in the air. Su Yaowei's thoughts about him were far more than what Jiang Bei had imagined. Jiang Bei said as he wrapped his arms around Suavi and hugged Dudu, "We're going home." Su Yaowei whispered, "Good." What Su Yaowei thought before she came was that she would just come and bring Dudu to meet Jiang Bei, and then they would leave the place. But the moment she saw Jiang Bei, all the emotions inside her could not be suppressed, especially when he heard Jiang Bei say the word home. Jiang Bei felt happy from the bottom of his heart when he heard these words. Is that a sign that she's willing to go home with him? And Jiang Nanzhou's great-grandparents, when they saw this scene, they had completely all been shocked. They thought at first they were just tourists coming over to watch the fun. No wonder their penis was so enthusiastic about that mother and son today. It seems that their penis knows something about it. Su Bei hugged the child as well as held Su Yaowei's hand and walked to his old father and mother and said, "Father, mother, this is Su Yaowei, my son's mother." He then introduced them to Tootsie. "This is my son Dodo." The old couple were so happy to hear this that they turned red. They had always thought that the oldest was going to die alone in this life. By now the older couple's eyes had been drawn to the child. They were just about to open their mouths to say something when Uncle Jiang Er said, "Father, mother, Lao Si will talk about it at home." Great-grandma Jiang was busy saying at this time, Yeah, we'll talk about it at home." And Jiang Nanzhou had long been ignored, except for Lichu of course. When Jiang father and mother saw that they had all left, They walked over to Jiang Nanzhou's side and asked, "What the hell is going on here? How come your fourth uncle has a whole son?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "You'd better ask my fourth uncle about the specifics, but I reckon you should be able to have a seat and wedding candies in a few days." Jiang father gave Jiang Nanzhou a blank look and said, "Just say it, what's the riddle?" Jiang Nanzhou said, "I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. You'd better ask my fourth uncle then." After Jiang Nanzhou said this, he held in Li Chu's hand and went home with Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang. Not long after Jiang Nanzhou arrived home, he received a call from Jiang Bei, saying that he wanted them all to go to their family's old courtyard for dinner in the evening. Jiang Nanzhou knew that Jiang Bei's side was about to make a good announcement when he heard this, and Li Chu hadn't slept well during this recent period of time and had been worried about Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanhai brought Daiyu all back early in the afternoon as well. They knew that Li Chu was at Jiang Nanzhou's house, so they came directly to Jiang Nanzhou's house. Daiyu had spoken to Jiang Nanhai before, and the child he picked up was Jiang Bei's. The matter of going to pick up Su Yaowei was still arranged by Jiang Bei for him to personally go over to pick up, but at that time he only knew that that was the kid's mom, but he didn't know it was his fourth uncle's kid, his little brother. When the second uncle Jiang came back, Jiang Nanhai chased after him one by one and asked what the situation was. Second uncle Jiang was asked by Jiang Nanhai and had a headache, so he simply told him those things, but told him to keep it a secret and not to let others know. Uncle Jiang thought that some things still needed to be said by Jiang Bei himself. Jiang Nanhai was all shocked, not realizing that his fourth uncle was so powerful that he had a baby. That's why Jiang Nanhai came back with a lot of children's toys. After Jiang Nanzhou saw it, he took a few of the toys he bought from Jiang Nanhai and said, "How much for these? I'll transfer them to you and consider them brought here for me." Jiang Nanhai said jokingly, "I'm giving this as a token of my appreciation. What are you doing taking it from me?" Chapter 196, Too Good to Be True. Jiang Nanzhou said, "I'm not thinking that much. Who knows you even bought so many small toys? I only prepared red envelopes for." Daiyu chuckled. "You're a reminder that we really do have to prepare a red packet." Well, Nanhai followed suit. "It's still true, even though they're equals. A brother this much younger should still be given." Ani Koro said, "Good thing I was prepared." After saying this, and Li Chu took the car keys and opened the trunk of her car. 2 large bags of snacks came out of it. Jiang Nanzhou gave Li Chu a thumbs up and said, "Nice work, so you all prepared something." Jiang Nanhai said with a smile, "For your family, there's no difference between what pair prepared and what you prepared." Daiyu followed suit, laughing and coaxing. That's it, you two really have a tacit understanding. One prepares red envelopes, one prepares a bunch of delicious food." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "You're wrong about that, and now there are 2 more toys." He even shook the toy in his hand after saying this. Jiang Nanhai said with a smile, "Then share some of your snacks with us." Exactly 2 big bags. Today even Jiang San uncle family Jiang Bei also notified. Only Jiang Bei's big sister, who married far away to transfer 1,000 over, said it is for the child. In the evening Jiang Nanzhou and the others were early, and Li Chu and also Daiyu all gathered around Dudu to play with him. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai gathered around Jiang Bei and started gossiping. Jiang Nanhai asked Jiang Bei, "Uncle 4, tell us properly what's going on with you and Dodo's mom right now?" Jiang Nanzhou was also looking at Jiang Bei with bated breath. Jiang Bei said with a smile, "Don't say anything about Tootsie's mom from now on. You guys call Auntie 4. After Jiang Bei brought Su Yaowei home today, taking advantage of the fact that his old man and mother were all around this little grandchild, Jiang Bei had a good talk with her. Jiang Bei said to Su Yaowei, "What do you mean you just agreed to go home with me?" Su Yaowei said in a bit of a panic when she heard this. "There's no point. This Jiang Bei is also really still the same as before. Talking straight, she can't say that she wants to take the child to stay by his side. In fact, in Su Yaowei's heart is also some resentment Jiang Bei, although from the beginning to the end is her wishful thinking, but complaining about him is why alive he did not go to her." Jiang Bei said seriously to Su Yaowei, "I know it's not easy for you all these years, especially Dudu is still a special child. I would be on a mission. I can't go with you. I have my mission on me. It's me who's sorry for you. I would like to ask you, are you willing to forgive me? Be with me in the future. Marry me." Su Yaowei was a bit incredulous when she heard this. She looked at Dudu, who was playing with her grandparents in the yard, and opened her mouth to ask Jiang Bei, "You want to marry me because of the baby?" Jiang Bei said hastily, "Of course not. I don't think I'll ever get married in my life if I don't meet you. I just want to marry you. I'll give you time to think about it, and you can put me to the test, as long as you don't mind that I'm so much older than you." Su Yaowei said directly, "Let's get married then. It just so happens that I have my account that I always carry with me. We'll go get a license tomorrow. I want to give Tootsie a whole family, and because that person is you." Jiang Bei directly took Su Yaowei in his arms and said, "Trust me, I will never let you down this time." I will be a good husband and father. Su Yaowei hurriedly pushed Jiang Bei away and said, your parents are still here. What are you doing? Jiang Bei said with a smile, they only have eyes for Dodo now, who they can't see now. Jiang Bei simply said to Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai, and saw Jiang Nanhai skimming his lips and said, fourth uncle, this proposal of yours is too hasty. No flowers or ring, not romantic at all. Jiang Nanzhou followed suit. That's right, don't you have to make up a marriage proposal for me? The little fourth aunt, who also gave you a cute baby. Jiang Bei thought in his heart, that marriage proposal is indeed hasty. After all, people are still so much younger than him. The former Su Yaowei is a person who likes romance more. So Jiang Bei secretly decided in his heart that he'd better find an opportunity to propose to Su Yaowei again when a few days passed. Even though they have children, they have not been in a serious relationship, and he does not want Su Yaowei to be aggravated. After all, she was still young enough to be a little girl in his mind. Even Auntie Jiang and Auntie Jiang came over, and they also brought a bunch of toys and snacks. And, of course, the big bonus. Dudu and Su Yaowei were the main characters today, and both of them received a lot of big red packets. Su Yaowei was still a little embarrassed to accept the red packet at first, but Jiang Bei said that if she didn't accept it, she would have a problem with their family and wasn't satisfied with them. She really didn't know that there was this custom over here. And in Lichu and Dai you also said, we were like that when we came here. Don't be embarrassed, little aunt. The bigger the red envelope is, the more satisfied you are. Jiang Bei, who was on the sidelines, got up and went back to his room when he heard this and took out his payroll card. All his savings were on this card. He took the card and handed it to Su Yaowei and said, this is all the money I've saved over the years. It's all yours to spend as you wish. And this card is also my paycheck card. Su Yaowei also graciously took this bank card from Jiang Bei and said, aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? How will you live then? An old man with a son. Jiang Bei said with a smile, I can't stop you if you're willing to run, so I'll just have to try again to make a good life for my son. Su Yaowei also really did not expect Jiang Bei will give her all the savings, but give her that she wants. After all, she did not want to run away. Money or earn in her hands have a sense of security. If Jiang Bei want to go out to find women have no money. Some girls are so realistic nowadays. It wouldn't do to have no money. Su Yaowei said to Jiang Bei, then I'll give you some pocket money every month from now on, and you can talk to me if you need money somewhere. Jiang Bei said with a smile, well, if I use the money I'll call in a report. It turned out that Jiang Bei still kinda hated people minding him, but now he kinda enjoyed the feeling of being minded. And Lichu and Dai Yu had their arms crossed, both looking at Jiang Bei and Su Yaowei with starry eyes. Dai Yu whispered to Nichu, good knock, this is the first time I've knocked a real person, little auntie is too good too. And Nichu smiled, that's too good a knock for Uncle 4 to be taken. Chapter 197, take your time. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai looked at each other helplessly and smiled. Do you know what they mean by that? Jiang Nanhai said with a smile, I don't really get it. It's just supposed to be like a little fangirl, right? Dai Yu laughed out loud when she heard Jiang Nanhai's words. That's right, that's right. We don't follow stars. Now Auntie Xiaoxi is our idol. Ha 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 ha. The evening meal Jiang second aunt and Jiang third aunt and Jiang mother to do. Although not as good as Jiang Nanzhou to do, but the craft is also good. Dudu is much more lively now than when she was on the ship. Su Yaowei used to take Dudu to see a lot of authoritative doctors both at home and abroad. But nothing got better. Su Yaowei looked at Dudu who was chasing Jiang Nanzhou to play and thought to herself, maybe by staying in this place Dudu will get better little by little. It felt like the sky was falling when Su Yaowei realized that her child was different from a normal small child. But she never gave up on treating Tootsie. In her heart, Dodo would be fine. Dudu was especially clinging to Jiang Nanzhou right now. Or maybe it was because Jiang Nanzhou was always teasing him with that puppy milk. When Dudu just came back, Su Yaowei gave him milk powder. He pushed the bottle straight. Su Yaowei was overjoyed at the time because Dudu would express himself now. And in the end he was coaxed to drink it in. Or to go to the supermarket when Dudu saw that puppy milk and hugged and did not let go. Su Yaowei also wondered it. How did he know this thing? Today Jiang Nanzhou came to buy a box of puppy milk. Dudu saw when the eyes are bright. It was then that she realized the reason. It must be that Jiang Nanzhou had given him a drink when he was on the boat. Moreover, when Dudu saw this brother, he had to be more affectionate than when he saw other people. So it was probably because Jiang Nanzhou didn't feed Dudu a lot. Jiang Bei said as he saw Su Yaowei's eyes keep falling on Dudu's body. Don't worry about it. Dodo will never be lost on our side. Su Yaowei had a psychological shadow. Now it was that she was nervous when she couldn't see Dudu. She was always afraid that Dudu would get lost again. She was also uneasy about letting someone else take Dodo now. Even though she knew she wouldn't lose him here, she just couldn't help it with her eyes, and would get especially nervous if she couldn't see. I know, but I can't help myself right now. Jiang Bei is also aware of how much of a blow Dudu lost and was taken away from Su Yaowei. Take your time. time is the best medicine. Jiang Nanhai looked at Jiang Nanzhou, who was playing with Dudu, with some envy, probably because Dudu was relatively unfamiliar with him, and when he saw him approaching Dudu, he hid behind Jiang Nanzhou's legs, pressing on not wanting to play with him. Jiang Nanhai whispered to Daiyu, "Let's wait until we have a son and a daughter later, and then I'll play with them." Daiyu blankly glanced at Jiang Nanzhou and said, "You think it's possible to have a son if you want to have a son, and a daughter if you want to have a daughter?" Jiang Nanhai said thoughtfully, "It would be fine if there were 2 daughters, but I don't want 2 sons. Daiyu chuckled. "What? If 2 sons, you'll strangle one then," Jiang Nanhai said as he reached out and took Daiyu's hand. "How can it be? If 2 sons, I'll send them both to Nanzhou's house. How about letting him raise them all then, and we'll go traveling around the world?" And Richu happened to come over and heard this statement from Jiang Nanhai. "Brother Nanhai, you're a real calculator. We're not bringing it to you. We can't let you be that dashing." Today especially happy there is also Jiang Air grandfather, who did not expect that he also secretly prepared a red envelope. "Give Dudu a bulging big red bag." Jiang Bei opened the red bag to look at the inside of $500. How big the denomination of the bills have. Look, also quite a lot of money. Jiang Nanzhou went over to talk to Jiang Er grandfather. "Second grandpa, you give Dodo so much money. Why don't I ever see you give me any? I want it too." Jiang Bashan patted Jiang Nanzhou's outstretched hand and said, "That money is for the little baby. You're so old. No. I'm broke. Don't ask me for it." Dudu saw that Jiang Bashan surprisingly didn't dodge and even took out the candy that Enlichu had packed for him earlier from his own pocket and handed it to Jiang Bashan. Jiang Nanhai was even sadder when he saw this scene. This Dodo was not treating everyone the same. How can you make a difference at such a young age? At the evening meal, Jiang Bei once again grandly introduced Su Yawei and Dudu to the big guys. Jiang de Grandpa and Jiang de Grandma were both in tears. This youngest son was the one they loved the most and the one that worried them the most. They finally feel complete now. After dinner, Jiang Nanzhou took Enlichu back to live on the South Bay 1. The 2 people intermission. Jiang Nanzhou saw the news reported before a narcotics police family was killed in the incident. There are some officials down. The main members of the crime have been brought to justice. Enlichu leaned in Jiang Nanzhou's arms and looked at the netizens' comments with him and said, "It's a great relief. I hope that family of 3 will rest in peace. Those people are really bad. It's scary to think about it when it's real. Luckily we didn't need people like that." Jiang Nanzhou stroked an Nichu's head and said, "Our country is all about fighting those dark forces now. The future is getting better. Don't be afraid." Although Jiang Nanzhou's mouth was saying this to Enlichu, in his heart, as long as he thought of Zhang Wei's big brother, he still sighed at the injustice of fate. Some people still drift too much. The next day Jiang Nanzhou took Enlichu home early for breakfast. On the way home he saw many tourists carrying small buckets to the beach. They should all be there to catch the sea. And today it happens to be high tide. Today they got up so early was Enlichu and Daiyu. Su Yawei, they all made an appointment to take Dudu to the beach together to catch the sea. They all gathered at Jiang Bei's house after breakfast. Dudu also got up a long time ago. Su Yawei brought Dudu to play in the yard, and then saw Jiang Nanzhou brought Enlichu over with something in his hand and said, "You don't have to buy so many toys for Dodo. Daiyu gave him quite a few yesterday." Jiang Nanzhou also deliberately went to the second aunt of Jiang's supermarket to buy a small shovel for children to play in, a small bucket, and so on. When Dudu saw them coming, he put down the toys in his hands and ran over to hug Jiang Nanzhou's thigh. Anayachu said with a smile as she stroked Tootsie's little curls, "Other children go to the beach with those toys for him to play at home. Dudu, eat breakfast yet? Bought you a small bucket. Later let your brother Nanzhou take you to catch octopus." With those words he handed Toots the small shovel and the small bucket. Dudu didn't make herself polite with them, and directly took the small bucket and shovel from Enlichu's hands and held them in her hands to play with. Chapter 198, Going to the City on Business. Dodo is now familiar with both Enlichu and also Daiyu, and can play along with their asses as well. The tide had just begun to go out when they arrived at the beach, and the beach on this side of Jiangjia village was now very clean, with golden-colored sand and very fine sand. It's not like some beaches where there's a lot of glass sludge and all sorts of household trash. Their side is now full of tourists, and the village has made so many special rest areas for them, with lounge chairs and some awnings, and all of them are free. There is also a special barbecue area. Tourists can grill their own meat, bring their own stove. Ingredients can be. They can also rent barbecue with a small stove on this side of the place to sell ingredients, drinks and alcohol. That side is the area of the charge, but when as long as $20 is a health fee. And Lichu said to Daiyu and Su Yawei, "Let's come over here to join in the fun at night. I heard the second aunt say that this side of the night is now very lively. There are also fireworks, and there are also people live singing and so on. Let's come here at night to have a whole meal of a small barbecue," Daiyu said excitedly when she heard an Nichu's proposal. Yeah, I agree," Sujavi also said. "I don't have a problem with that either. I haven't been to many of these events since I had Tootsie. Jiang Bei was holding Dudu on the side and was a little distressed when he heard Su Yue's words. Jiang Nanzhou, who was standing aside, whispered to Jiang Bei, "Fourth uncle, didn't you want to propose to my little fourth aunt? Isn't this opportunity coming?" Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I'm going to make a trip to the city in a little while to stay with the girls over here, and I want to go buy her a proposal ring." Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei suspiciously, "You don't need to report to my little auntie 4 about buying a ring, do you? Do you need me to transfer some money to you?" Jiang Bei waved his hand and said, "No, I have that card tied to my WeChat and my cell phone number tied to my card. She won't find out." Jiang Nanzhou snickered. "Fourth uncle, you're too cunning. My little fourth aunt can't be angry when she finds out." Jiang Bei said with great confidence, "Don't worry, she won't be angry. When tomorrow I'll take her to the bank to change her cell phone number to hers and have her change her password." For Jiang Bei, he doesn't have any spending money, just buy some cigarettes and so on. Even clothes he doesn't buy much, but I guess there are people who buy clothes for him in the future. It's beautiful to think about. Jiang Bei was a man of action, putting Dudu towards Jiang Nanzhou's arms and finding an excuse to say to Su Yue, "There's an accessory on the fishing boat that's arrived and I have to go to the city to pick it up. So you guys have fun over here first and I'll be back early as soon as I can." Su Yue was also familiar with all of them now, and it was not good to be more relaxed over here than abroad. "Fine, go about your business as you should." And Nichu also said, "Fourth uncle, just don't worry, we'll stay over here with little auntie 4, just go about your business." After Jiang Bei left, Jiang Nanzhou watched the tide go out almost. He put Dudu on the beach and said to Enlichu and them, "Come on, let's head inside and see what we can catch today." Wearing the moon and asking for a boat south of the river. "Don't you have that drone with you? You put it on live, we'll just play with Dodo." Jiang Nanzhou thought about it. He hadn't gone live for a few days. Today was the day he should go live. He said to Su Yue, "Auntie 4, do you mind? The camera, I'm afraid it'll shine on you and Dodo." Su Yue said with a smile, "It's not like we're a big deal. Dodo and I aren't afraid. I even post videos of Dodo's pictures on my own account sometimes." Jiang Nanzhou was relieved when he heard this. He directly took the drone live broadcasting equipment out of his backpack, connected his cell phone and turned on the live broadcast. Drift bottle letter of help. That thing online is now basically know that news. But that has been concerned about this matter to help translate the college students to Jiang Nanzhou sent a number of private letters. Jiang Nanzhou only gave a reply of a few words. "Has been saved," after a while to see the news. But there are also netizens who ask in Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast, but Jiang Nanzhou directly pretends to be invisible, because there is no way for him to respond to these things. But none of the recorded videos from his live streaming session are visible online. Jiang Nanzhou greeted the live streaming camera and the live streaming netizens. "Good morning everyone, it's been a long time, and today is just in time for the low tide, so I've brought you to catch the sea today." The live streamers then saw a number of people on the beach, squatting on the ground with small buckets, digging for something, live on the public screen. "So many people, I'd like to go, too. I'm begging for a location. Upstairs, just navigate and search for South Bay Island. I want to go too. I still have to wait for vacation time. I'm really afraid of the crowds at that time. Brother Fisherman hasn't been live for a long time. Will there be a lucky bag today? I've been living in Jiangjia village for half a month now, and I'm now thinking of renting a house to live over here permanently." Dudu originally followed Su Yue and Enlichu and stood to the side to play, but when he saw Jiang Nanzhou talking to a drone, he felt new and strange, so he directly ran over and reached out to Jiang Nanzhou for a hug. Jiang Nanzhou looked at the cute appearance of this little guy and directly picked him up, and the doe little finger pointed to the drone live broadcasting equipment. Jiang Nanzhou said to Dudu, "Dudu likes this one that can fly, then brother will buy you one tomorrow. Buy a big airplane for Dudu to play." Dudu happily hugged Jiang Nanzhou's neck when he heard this and gave his favorite brother a love boop. The hearts of the netizens on the air melted the moment they saw Dodo. "What's going on here? Where did Brother Fisherman abduct a baby doll? I'd like to go and abduct one too. I just heard Brother Fisherman say brother. Such a big brother? Could it be Brother Fisherman's child? Wow, this is too cute, isn't it? It's so pretty looking. Is it a brother or a sister? Is the anchor bringing his own son? Afraid of female fans off the fan, only to say that it is the boy's brother. Upstairs, don't talk nonsense. Fisherman brother is a bright and open anchor. Just pay attention to Fisherman brother when he is still single, and then have a girlfriend also directly open. Is there a possibility that it was scripted with that beautiful woman as well?" Jiang Nanzhou saw the netizens said those are dying of laughter said, "Ha ha 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 ha, just don't even think about it guys. This is my fourth uncle's son, my little brother. My girlfriend is still playing over there." And Nicho asked when she heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, "What did the netizens say? Why am I even mentioned?" and Lichu then appeared on the screen of the live broadcast, putting her head in front of Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone and looking at the statements of the netizens on the public screen. Chapter 199, dig, dig, dig. He then followed suit with a ha ha and laughed at Jiang Nanzhou. This is outrageous. So don't make up your minds. Live on the public screen. What? My handsome fourth uncle actually has a son? Didn't brother fisherman still say he was single at that meeting? Why is the anchor's brother soft and cuddly? My brother, I just want to beat him to death. Brother fisherman's girlfriend is really good looking. And her skin is too good. Right. Envious. I guess the future child of brother fisherman and sister beauty will have to be super good looking too. You guys hurry up and have one too. I'm so looking forward to the little fisherman. And Nietzsche threw down a sentence with some embarrassment after seeing it. I'm going over to Aunt Junior's. With that, he ran off. Jiang Nanzhou hugged Dudu and said, my marriage has not yet been proposed. All don't be in a hurry before we go off the air today to give you benefits. Send some of our newly developed small dried fish. I will first open the hanging mode. Jiang Nanzhou put his cell phone into his pocket after saying this. He carried Tootsie inside, whose big, grape-like eyes were fixed on the drone's live streaming equipment the whole time. Jiang Nanzhou set the automatic follow mode. They went forward, the drone also followed forward. Dudu saw the drone has been following them, then happy to see the drone clapped his little hands. The netizens in the live broadcasting room also managed to be enamored by Dudu. And this little look is too cute. Su Yawei was also relieved when she looked at Dudu's current appearance. Jiang Nanzhou took them to dig clams and big cat's eye conch. Dudu's luck is really good In the almost to the beach he picked up several big conch. It all went into its own little bucket. Jiang Nanzhou had been accompanying him, but Su Yawei's eyes had never left Dudu either. And Lichu and Daiyu were also thoroughly having fun and weren't afraid of getting a tan. The two of them were also barefooted and playing around on the beach. Jiang Nanzhou also gave Dudu a whole octopus to put into Dudu's small bucket, and Nietzsche said to Jiang Nanzhou, you don't want to keep putting things in Tootsie's little bucket one after the other. It's too heavy and he should struggle to hold it. Dudu's temperament seems to be that of their old Jiang family, quite stubborn, their own little bucket to carry their own. Su Yawei saw that the little curls on Tootsie's forehead were soaked with sweat, and she wanted to take him back to rest, but Tootsie just wouldn't go with her. Jiang Nanzhou saw a breathing hole by Dudu's feet, and he looked to the side again, densely packed with many breathing holes. He said to the live camera, did you guys see these breathing holes? There's some good stuff down here. When Dudu heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, he took the small plastic shovel in his hand and started digging at that breathing hole. Jiang Nanzhou was now amused by him. Now he really understands everything. There are also a lot of tourists to see the fisherman brother in the live broadcast on all with the camera cannot be captured in the place to see them catching the sea. But heard the fisherman brother said breathing hole, they also all lowered their heads in their own surroundings or looking up. One young dad with his kids made a point of getting closer to take a look at the breathing hole that brother fisherman was talking about. Jiang Nanzhou said to the young father, dude, that piece by you too. You can take the kids and dig there. Jiang Nanzhou also gave him a finger after saying this. That young man said smilingly to Jiang Nanzhou, brother fisherman, I'm a fan of yours. It's because I watched your live broadcast that I brought my kids here to travel. Jiang Nanzhou also responded warmly with a smile. It's good to take the kids out for a walk. Otherwise they're at home watching TV and looking at their cell phones a lot. The young dad said, that's right. This is not yet in kindergarten. Just know to look at the phone every day. I am afraid that his eyes look bad. So bring him out to travel, a tour out to play a little. Your side first live. I will not bother you. I go to take the child to dig a hole. This father led his child and excitedly took the small shovel and went to the place Jiang Nanzhou had just pointed out to him. The boy even made a point of running back and taking a small crab out of his little bucket and giving it to Tootsie. Tootsie also took a small conch out of her little bucket and gave it to the little kid. The little kid said thank you and ran back to his dad. Jiang Nanzhou saw Dudu start all over again, digging and digging there with his own little shovel. So he asked Dudu, Dodo, do you want to go play with that little kid? Dudu raised his head and looked at Jiang Nanzhou again, pointing at the hole on the ground with a small shovel, and twice at Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou instantly comprehended his meaning. He's not trying to have fun. He just wants to dig holes. Jiang Nanzhou could only smile helplessly and picked up his own shovel and started digging as well. After digging what could be about 15 centimeters, Jiang Nanzhou saw the chubby guy. It's a pretty big weevil. Jiang Nanzhou picked up this elephant clam and said to the camera, this guy is not small. This thing is called elephant mussels. That's what you can see on a lot of restaurant menus. Some of them are made directly into sashimi with elephant mussels, and there are also some kind of steamed elephant mussels with garlic and vermicelli, which are all very delicious. The messages on the public screen in the live room scrolled faster when they saw this thing on the public screen. Should I say no? This thing looks quite a bit like my dick thing. I looked down and, well, it was bigger than mine. So sad. Why does this thing look so filthy? I just want to know what to put in my mouth when I eat this. What's this? A mussel? Is it immodest to eat? Fortunately, John Nanjo is now not looking at his cell phone. He does not even know that his live room is now not clean. Dudu tilted his cute little head upwards and stretched out his little hand towards John Nanjo. John Nanjo directly put the elephant trunk clam into Dudu's little hand. Unfortunately, Tootsie's hands were too small and the elephant clam fell straight to the ground. This time Tootsie picked the elephant clam up off the ground with her two little hands and put it straight into her little bucket. After putting it away, Tootsie took the little shovel and started digging again and again. Su Yawei, on the other hand, was holding her cell phone to take a video of Tootsie's cute little look. She emailed the video to the doctor Tootsie had been seeing before. Who let that doctor say that there was no way for Tootsie to improve? She just wanted to punch that doctor in the face. That little shovel of Tootsie's didn't really work very well at all. It couldn't dig very deep, and Tootsie's strength was small. So this time, when John Nanjo dug up the elephant muscles, he directly asked Dudu to reach for them. Tootsie put this elephant clam back into her little bucket of water, which made Tootsie very happy, because Tootsie's little bucket was full. Dodo is happy and spinning straight around here too. Chapter 200 Netroots Snacking Spots. After John Nanjo dug out all the elephant muscles in this area, his bucket was also full. Suave brought them their buckets as well. Dudu acted as a little assistant to him. John Nanjo dug over there, and when he dug it out, he put it on the beach, and Dudu was there to carry it inside the little bucket. John Nanjo took out his cell phone and looked at the time. Now the tide is even just receding. From the time of high tide there is still a whilet. Just as Dudu were all collecting the elephant clams into a bucket, John Nanjo shouted to an older woman in the village, "Auntie, come to my side. There's a big patch of weevils over here." The aunt who was still looking for a breathing hole came directly over with a bucket of water when she heard John Nanjo's words and smiled at John Nanjo. "Why don't you get straightened out and go back?" John Nanjo pointed to a large bucket of elephant muscles and said, "We've got quite a bit whole, enough to eat, and I've got to take them somewhere else to play. So you can dig over here. I see there's quite a bit left." The aunt said happily. "Then Auntie will thank you and dig more by your light." John Nanjo was planning to take Dudu to play in the water for a while, and when he passed by that father and son's place, he saw that father happily showing off their master's trophy with the child's mother. And Lichu and Dai Yu just couldn't take it anymore. It was getting hotter and hotter now. They wanted to go back first, and they even pulled Su Yawei away when they left. And Lichu pulled Su Yawei's arm and said, "Aunt shall see. Let's go back. Just let Nanjo take Dudu to play. Look at your face red from the sun." Su Yawei said uneasily, "It's a bit crowded over here, so it's better if you two go back and I'll follow them over here." Dai Yu said to Su Yawei, "Auntie Junior, do you have Duyo on your cell phone too?" Sujavi replied, "Yeah, I still post videos of doodads on it sometimes." "And going to volunteer work?" Dai Yu said, "You take your phone out and search for Brother Fisherman directly on Douyin. He's watching the live broadcast on his side. Won't you be able to see Tootsie as well?" In the end, Su Yawei was still pulled back by them. Sitting under the pergola of Jiang Aran's house they drank cold drinks and chatted. But Su Yawei's eyes also fell on the live broadcast screen on her cell phone from time to time. John Nanjo was taking Dudu to tread water and play on the beach, and John Nanjo's hand was tightly pulling Dudu's small hand. Tootsie was having a great time stomping her little feet and splashing around when Tootsie saw the big guy in the ocean, and Tootsie danced around happily, also waving towards the sea. John Nanjo looked into the sea and saw that Egg was rapidly swimming this way. John Nanjo was afraid that Egg would rush straight over and scare Dudu again, so he directly picked up Dudu, but Dodo's little hand was still pointing at Egg, who thankfully was now the smarter one, and slowed right down as he neared their side. Slowly crawling to Jiang Nanjo's side, he affectionately arched his head over Jiang Nanjo's hand. Jiang Nanjo touched the Egg's big head. Dudu stretched her small hand and also wanted to touch the Egg. Jiang Nanjo lowered her body and let Dudu touch the Egg as she wanted. Su Yawei, who had been watching Dudu, couldn't help but ask Lichu with wide eyes, "Isn't this the same big turtle that sent Tootsie on the south boat?" And Lichu smiled. "That's right. This is that big sea turtle. Nanjo said it was often mischievous, so he named it Egg." Su Yawei stood up and addressed them. "I still need to go over there once. I feel that this big sea turtle is particularly spiritual, and I want to go over there to say thank you in person." After she said this, she took her cell phone and headed over to the beach, and both Lichu and Dai Yu followed. Live on the public screen. "Ah, I can't believe it's eggs. It's been a while since I've seen eggs. My goodness, is this the big green sea turtle that Brother Fisherman saved at that meeting? How did it grow so big? Did it eat feed? This image is so harmonious too. It's so good. My hands are itching again. I'm going to paint the scene all over." Upstairs, please remember to share it when you're done painting. "I just got to the B&B and I was going to take a nap. No, I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to go see eggs. In just a short period of time, Jiang Nanzhou and their side have surrounded a lot of people, also enviously looking at Jiang Nanzhou and Dudu. Some asked Jiang Nanzhou, "Brother fisherman, can we touch the balls?" Jiang Nanzhou said to them, "After all, the egg is a wild protected animal, and it's exceptionally strong, and I can't guarantee that it will obediently allow touching, so I won't be responsible if anything happens to it." Some people give up touching it when they hear this, or just look at it. It would be bad if something really happened. But a middle-aged man quietly reached out and touched the egg shell, and the egg didn't react. The others were relieved to see that there was nothing wrong with touching the shell of the turtle, and they all reached out and touched egg shell as well. There were also some bold ones who wanted to touch the egg's big head like Jiang Nanzhou, but before their hands touched the egg's head, the egg dodged away. Eggs thought to himself, "You two-legged beasts want to touch this turtle without a bit of delicious food. Think beautifully." Jiang Nanzhou said to the crowd of onlookers, "As you can see, Egg doesn't like to have his head touched by you, but it's still okay to touch the turtle shell." Instantly the egg has become a Netflix hit on their beach in Jiangjia village, and the quality of the tourists were quite high. They even lined up consciously to take pictures with their balls. Dudu saw the scene and pulled Jiang Nanzhou's hand to go to the line as well. The netizens in the live stream were amused by Tootsie's actions, live on the public screen. Ha 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 ha. Brother fisherman didn't think he'd have to stand in line to take pictures with his balls one day. It's so funny. This little guy is called Tootsie and the big turtle is called Eggs. Their names are so cute. The old man's teenage heart is melting. This little curly hair is too cute. Back to slapping my brother who was being naughty and wanted to team up to steal the doodads. I'm about to book my flight. I don't want to stay home. I want to go to that place at Brother Fisherman's house and stay there. The public screen in the live room has been buzzing with discussion, and the gifts are even more. Needless to say, Brother Fisherman's live room has never lacked gifts. It hasn't been long since the show started and he's already at #1 on the popularity charts. Su Yawei arrived just as Jiang Nanzhou was holding Dudu and Egg in a group photo. She pulled out her cell phone to take their picture as well. After they finished taking pictures, Su Yawei walked over and spoke seriously to Egg. "Big Turtle, thank you. Thank you for saving Dodo." Chapter 201, Running Away. It was also possible that the Egg understood Su Yawei's words. He also rubbed his big head against Su Yawei's hand. Jiang Nanzhou saw that there were still people coming this way and had to line up to take pictures, so he said to the people who came later, "Don't even bother lining up. The tide is starting to rise now, so all grab your ass and head back." Jiang Nanzhou said this and then shouted like the crowd that was digging nearby as well. "Stop digging altogether and put your tools away. The tide is rising pretty fast today, I see." Jiang Nanzhou was about to carry Dudu away after saying this. Dudu struggled hard in Jiang Nanzhou's arms. He didn't want to go back now. He still wanted to play with the egg. When Egg saw Jiang Nanzhou carrying Dudu, he also slowly followed behind Jiang Nanzhou. A few other people who had wanted to take pictures there followed them back. Jiang Nanzhou watched as Dudu tried to struggle down one by one, and her little mouth was still shouting. Su Yawei said to Dodo from the sidelines, "Dudu good boy Dudu let brother hold. Just that little short legs of yours. By the time you walk to the beach if you have long been drowned by the sea." Dudu was now unable to listen to anything and was still struggling desperately there. As far as Jiang Nanzhou felt like hugging a big fish. Jiang Nanzhou said helplessly to Dudu, "Then brother put it on Egg's back for you. Will you be good and sit on Egg's back?" Jiang Nanzhou placed Dudu on Egg's large turtle shell after he finished speaking. Dodo sat down on the big turtle shell and didn't feel scared, clapping her hands in excitement. Su Yawei was afraid that Dudu would not be able to sit still, so she said to Dudu, "Dodo, you get down. You get down on the shell of your balls." Dodo didn't pretend not to understand this time, and just followed his mom's instructions and plopped down on the turtle shell. Egg's now 2-meter-long turtle shell is quite stable when lying on a small doodad, and Lichu and Dayu and the girls just took their cell phones and recorded little videos for them one by one. Tootsie's adorable little look will literally melt hearts. It was adorable, and the young dad with his kids looked at Tootsie with envy. It was also a little boy, able to be a little older than Dodo, but with an exceptionally quiet personality. Unlike other little boys who were like little leather monkeys by this age, Jiang Nanzhou felt the envy in the little boy's eyes and said directly to the young father, "Why don't you put your kid up there too? It's still quite a distance to walk. How tiring it is to carry." That young father said directly to Jiang Nanzhou when he heard this, "Thank you, brother fisherman." Then, after saying that, the dad placed his son on the turtle shell of the egg, and both kids were lying side by side. That young father is also envious of his own son not to mention children, even adults he would like to get on the back of the egg to feel. It was like the mounted spirit pets of some fictional worldly masters, but this he was just thinking about in his mind. After all, eggs can be considered a state-protected animal. Jiang Nanzhou was found. The egg is very tolerant of small children. This is if the adult estimates that the egg has long been scattered and run away. Su Yaoi holding the cell phone is always on the turtle shell of the two children to clap clap clap. Dai Yu is on the egg clap clap clap. And Li Chu well, that is to Jiang Nanzhou took a lot of handsome photos. Jiang Nanzhou said to Li Chu when he saw it, "Don't just take a picture of me, give me your cell phone. I'll hold it. Let's have a group shot." The tourists walking on the side of them heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, and directly all coaxed and laughed out loud, and a girl said to Li Chu, "Fisherman's sister-in-law, don't be shy. Hurry up and take a group photo with brother fisherman, or I'll take it for you guys, no charge and free." And Nichu was a little embarrassed to hear that and smiled. "No more shots. No more shots. I'm not even wearing any makeup and it doesn't come out looking good." The girl exclaimed. "What? You're not wearing makeup? There I go. That's too good for your skin. I was going to ask what brand of makeup you use. Maybe it's just women's nature." It didn't take long for the two of them to talk about skincare from their original photo shoot. Jiang Nanzhou was originally waiting to take pictures, but now it seems that taking pictures is not possible. The netizens in the live broadcast room were amused by that girl's flirty maneuvers. Live on the public screen. "Brother fisherman, quickly give me the camera on both of them. I also want to hear what kind of makeup they use. I also want to learn. You see the skin of the fisherman's wife. White and soft. I really love it. Brother fisherman, listen to them. Your camera should follow your little sister-in-law. We all love to see beautiful women." Laughing to death personally, the fisherman brother now hangs up. Press cannot see what is said on the public screen. Miss the small assistant. I still only love to see cute kids and fierce guys. He. Egg was sending them back and then scampering off because this side of the world was getting crowded and Egg didn't like to be touched. It didn't even feel clean anymore. Dodo was a little upset to see Eggs run off, but she didn't cry. That young dad went back to lunch with his kids too. Jiang Nanzhou took out his cell phone and said to the live camera, "Let me give you guys a lucky bag. A total of 100 spots. 2 packs of dried small fish for each person. 1 spicy and 1 non-spicy. I'll get off the air after I draw for you." After saying this, Jiang Nanzhou directly sent out all the lucky bags. When it was time for the lucky bag to open, Jiang Nanzhou sat on a bench on the beach and looked at the public screen of the live broadcast, and Dudu also put his little head over, crawling towards Jiang Nanzhou's arms by himself. Su Yue saw this scene is really very happy, said to Li Chu and also Dai Yu. "I feel like Tootie has changed so much since this accident. It's all for the better. More and more like a normal little kid." And Nichu said reassuringly, "Auntie Little 4, I feel that Tootsie's thinking and mobility are getting better now, so I guess it won't take long for Tootsie to get better." Dai Yu suddenly thought of an incident from her previous volunteer work and said, "I've heard it said before that like children with this aspect, they were like dolls before, but after being stimulated, it's as if their brains were activated. So don't worry, Auntie shall see. Dudu's great suffering will be a blessing." Jiang Nanzhou read to Duo some statements about Duo on the public screen. "Dodo, look, this sister said that Dodo looked very cute, and she asked how old Dodo was, and did Dodo know how old she was?" Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Dudu thought for a while and stretched out her little hand twice, using her other little hand to also count her fingers. Chapter 202, Jiang Bei wants a surprise. Jiang Nanzhou pressed Dudu's thumb as well as his pinky into Dudu's hand and pressed his thumb onto his pinky, leaving 3 fingers, and said to Dudu, "Yes, we toots are 3. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Dudu happily shook her little hand at Su Yaoi's side of the girls. Suave said to Dodo, "Tootsie is great. Yes, Tootsie is 3. And Lichu and Dai Yu also followed and praised Dudu. Dudu was a little embarrassed by the praise and directly put her little head into Jiang Nanzhou's arms. On the public screen of the live broadcast room, Zhang Yuan and Ukraine didn't have enough to eat, and the two of them have not been able to stop their gifts today. After drawing the lucky bags, Jiang Nanzhou thanked the fans on the gift list and said goodbye to the netizens in the live broadcast room before they all went off the air. Jiang Nanzhou put away the live drone equipment and took them directly to Aunt Jiang Air's supermarket. Now that the size of the supermarket has been expanded a bit, and there are more goods on display, Auntie Jiang has also hired 2 stockists, so it's much easier for Great-Grandma Jiang and Auntie Jiang as well. Great-Grandma Jiang was sitting in the pergola and chatting with a few old sisters there when she saw Jiang Nanzhou and the others coming back. "I told them when I left this morning to come back to the grocery store for dinner after the playdate." Great-Grandma Jiang asked Jiang Nanzhou while getting them sodas. "Where's your 4th uncle? Why haven't we seen him?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. "He's gone to the city to pick up something. He'll be back by mid-afternoon, I guess." Grandma Jiang also brought a bottle of puppy milk to Dudu, inserted a straw and put it into Dudu's hand and said, "Look at Tootsie's little sunburned face. It looks like she's having fun." Su Yaoi said with a smile, "Tootsie's made a lot of progress today. Tootsie, tell Grandma how old are you?" When Dudu heard this, she put the puppy milk in her hand on the table and ran to Jiang Nanzhou's side. stretching out her small hand to Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou knew what he meant when he looked at Dudu's open little hand. After arranging Tootsie's fingers, Tootsie held up her little hand to show Grandma. Dodo amused them all with this act. Jiang Erant brought out all the dishes from their side of the kitchenette. Su Yawei saw it and was about to get up to help. Grandma Jiang pulled Su Yawei back and said, "Yawei, none of you need to move. I'll go. The dishes are done. You've been playing all morning. I'll rest here." Great-Grandma Jiang went into the kitchen after saying this. Jiang Nanzhou said as he placed Dudu on the side of an Nichu. "Dodo, sit here with your sisters-in-law. I'll just go." Jiang Nanzhou finished speaking and went to help serve the food and dishes. They had just sat down when Jiang Baoshan arrived, and Great-Grandma Jiang was busy asking, "Baoshan, have you eaten yet?" Jiang Baoshan said smilingly, "I haven't eaten yet. I've come to deliver something to Tootsie." Jiang Nanzhou directly got up and said, "Second Grandpa, sit with me while I bring another chair over." Jiang Baoshan then sat in Jiang Nanzhou's seat, and Ni asked curiously, "What's second Grandpa getting, Dodo?" At the mention of this, Jiang Baoshan took out a plastic turtle toy from his own jacket pocket and handed it to Dudu. Dodo's eyes lit up when she saw that little toy. The little turtle that second Grandpa bought for her looked like an egg. Jiang Baoshan see Dudu like this toy, he is also very happy. Today he went to the elementary school side of the collection of waste. See the school door on the stalls selling a variety of small toys. He took a glance at this. Directly spent $20 to buy. Although Jiang Baoshan was still quite distressed by the $20, he instantly felt better once he thought that it was for Dudu to play with. Dudu got straight out of his own chair when he got the little turtle, went to his little book bag and got a bottle of puppy milk, and a straw, and gave it to Jiang Baoshan. Jiang Baoshan also happily took it. After dinner, Su Yawei took Dudu back for a nap, while Jiang Nanzhou went to their construction site with Enlichu and Daiyu. He hasn't been there yet, and the workers there are all from Jiang Tianxiang's engineering team on their side, and now Jiang Tianxiang is making a big deal out of it. It is also getting formalized by renting a storeroom in town and registering a company. The island now have to build houses come to Jiang Tianxiang's company. Their company's business is now all lined up for a long time, and Lichu this or Jiang Tianxiang specially arranged for the workers. Now that the foundations are almost done on this side, the design drawings ended up using the same college students, and Nichu also added money for him to follow personally. All of the design concepts Anrichu and Daiyu are still favorites. Jiang Nanzhou and the girls over here were visiting the construction site when they received a call from Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei on the other end of the phone said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Xiao Zhou, go buy some fireworks for me and come back. I still have some things to do over here. I'll be a bit late getting back." Jiang Nanzhou said, "Okay, I'll go in a minute." Jiang Bei purposely urged, "Everything has to be kept secret. Don't let Yawei know or there will be no surprise." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Fourth uncle, don't worry. Auntie Little Four is at home taking a nap with Dudu. Jiang Bei is now ordering a cake. This brand is Su Yawei's former favorite, but he has to wait 2 hours for it to be ready. He hoped to give Su Yawei a big surprise today. After all, he felt that he owed them both his mother after all these years. It is useless to say more. Everything can only be expressed by actions. And Lichu and Daiyu have some things to communicate with them on this side. So Jiang Nanzhou drove in Lichu's car directly to the town by himself. He'd pick them up when he got back from shopping later. It was just as well that he went to town to buy some more ingredients for the evening barbecue, seafood and all. Then just wait for Jiang Nanhai to come back and bring them back. Their barbecue is all set, just waiting for the evening when everyone arrives to get straight to the grill. The elders of the family also stayed away for the evening, so they let them youngsters have a good time. Jiang Nanzhou also made a point of asking Jiang Er Grandpa if he was going during lunch. Jiang Baoshan shook his head as soon as he heard it was a barbecue. If it was okay to eat hot pot, he really didn't like to eat barbecue, because some things he couldn't even bite anymore, and he always felt laborious to eat grilled meat. Eating that would be better than eating instant noodles at home. Jiang Nanzhou went to town and bought a bunch of fireworks and some small fireworks that could be held in his hands. This time he really didn't buy much. Jiang Nanzhou thought that girls should like to play with that kind of thing like a fairy wand. Also bought Tootsie some little kids' playthings, one of which was a rooster laying an egg. It's when the fireworks are bared and a balloon comes out where the chicken's butt is. This one was highly recommended by the owner of the fireworks store, who said kids love to play with it. Chapter 203 Dodo has a puppy. Jiang Nanzhou then bought several for them as well. The fireworks and all that stuff alone have filled up the trunk. There was some in the back seat too, and he went and got a bunch of beef and lamb, and chicken and stuff. All that meat was fresh, and he planned to go home and marinate it in his own ingredients and skewer some kebabs then. There are also vegetables like peppers, mushrooms, and kidney beans that can be roasted. He also bought a little bit of some barbecue sausages that children eat. He felt that Dudu should be able to enjoy them. Who let Dudu be a snacker? I also buy a variety of barbecue ingredients and mix them myself. After buying such a large amount of stuff, his backseat was completely piled up. So Jiang Nanzhou directly sent the things home first before going to pick up Lichu and Daiyu, just in time for them to come back and help with the skewering as well. Jiang Nanzhou first cut all the meat into small pieces, and some into slices. Small pieces of meat is reserved for a while skewers with. He also deliberately fat and lean meat separate open. Skewers, or a piece of fat meat, a piece of lean meat that tastes better. He was also afraid that there would be those who don't eat fatty meat, so he purposely asked them to wear some lean kebabs. They were in the middle of wearing meat skewers when Lichu received a call from Su Yawei. It is Dudu woke up from sleep. Do not want to stay at home, pulling Su Yawei to go out, presumably want to find Jiang Nanzhou, so make a phone call to ask where they are? And Richu told them to wait at home for her to go over and pick them up. After all, Su Yawei hadn't come to Jiang Nanzhou's house yet and wasn't very familiar with this side. Daiyu took the initiative and went to pick up Su Yawei. It didn't take long for them to return. Dudu's hand was holding the little turtle toy that Jiang Bashan had given him, and in his other hand he was holding a puppy, which he brought to Jiang Nanzhou as soon as he entered the yard. Jiang Nanzhou took a look or a small border herd. The body's fur was black and there was a white scarf. The tiny puppy and the tiny Dodo were so cute together. Jiang Nanzhou asked Dodo with a smile, "Where did this puppy come from?" Dudu didn't say anything, just squatted down to pet the puppy, and pushed the puppy towards Jiang Nanzhou's feet. It meant to also let Jiang Nanzhou touch it. Jiang Nanzhou, who understood what Dudu meant, also squatted down and touched the puppy. The puppies are also good and don't bark or run around. Su Yawei said with a smile, "It's a baby born to Tootsie's grandpa's friend's dog, and he asked for one back specially for Tootsie today." After Dudu woke up from his nap and drank a little milk, he wanted to go out to find brother Nanzhou to play. And before he could leave the courtyard door, Grandpa Jiang came back. He was still holding a carton box in his arms. And when he saw Dudu, Jiang de Grandpa put the carton box on the ground and said to Dudu, "Dodo, come and see. This is a gift from Grandpa for Dodo." Grandpa Jiang de used to hear when he watched TV that little kids with mental illnesses had puppy therapy classes when they went to therapy. Although he didn't know if the disease they talked about on TV was the same as Tootsie's, he wanted to give Tootsie a whole puppy to keep him company. 2. It just so happens that his old buddy's family's border herdsman asked him if he wanted them before they gave birth, but he didn't want to raise them, so he refused. Today he went and even bought 2 bottles of good wine before carrying back a cub. Dudu looked at the little puppy as happy straight clap. Jiang Big Grandpa also found a rope tied to the neck of the puppy. Let Dudu hold play. Su Yawei sent Jiang Bei a Weibo message asking him to buy some puppy supplies and come back. After all, the puppy came with nothing. Jiang Bei even made a special effort to call her back when he received this Weibo message from Su Yawei to ask what was going on. Dudu sometimes doesn't like to walk after a few steps and likes to let Su Yawei hold him. But today with the puppy, Su Yawei is afraid that he is tired of walking and wants to hold him for a while. He won't even do it. He led the puppy by himself all the way to Jiang Nanzhou's house. Jiang Nanzhou also did not expect his great-grandfather is now so spoiled this little grandson, because in the past, Jiang great-grandfather said that he hates the most with hair wheezing. Of course, in addition to people Jiang Bei just went to the military. That will be the first time to come back on leave, with a retired old military dog. But Jiang de Grandpa, dead or alive, just did not allow a raise. And finally Jiang Bei gave that military dog to one of his buddies. But when it came to the generation of Jiang Bei's children, Jiang de Grandpa even took the initiative to bring the dog pups back to the previous family. Dudu then played with the little pups in the yard, and Jiang Nanzhou and the others continued to skewer around the large table in the yard. Jiang Nanbo also tuned some spicy marinade sauce, has been rushed to the sea this morning to catch those things to marinate on, but also left some material juice left to marinate for a while. Jiang Nancy brought back small seafood. He'd also tossed in some special gazpacho to save for the evening's drinks. And Richa looked at wearing so many strings and said, "Can we eat all this?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Just don't worry, I'm so crafty, I'll definitely make you guys want to eat more, and you'll be able to eliminate all of these." Daiyu said, "I feel like we could all eat it too, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since I last had it." Su Yawei said with a smile, "I haven't had Chef John's handiwork yet, I'll have to try it today." Jiang Nanzhou was not the least bit modest, and Su Yawei said, "And Junior, make sure that if you eat my kebabs today, you won't be able to eat anyone else's kebabs in the future." And Nichu was amused and said, "Chef Jiang, are you really not embarrassed at all? What if you can't bake well tonight?" Jiang Nanzhou packed his bags. "Tonight if you all say it's not good, I'll do whatever I'm told." Daiyu snickered. "Alas, how can that be? Even if the few of us say it's not delicious, your families and damsel has to say it's delicious." Jiang Nanhai carried 2 bags of seafood into the courtyard and heard them laughing and asking, "What are you guys talking about? It's so lively." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "We were asking Daiyu when you guys are going to get married and have a baby." Daiyu was busy saying, Not at all. We're talking about his cooking. Don't listen to him. Jiang Nanhai said with a smile. There's nothing to it. We'll get married with Nanzhou and Shaoli then. How lively it will be. Su Yawei listened to them say these a little envious. Last night when Zhang Bei asked her if she wanted to do a wedding, she said the child is so big, or not better not to do it. Zhang Bei directly said, that's fine. She wouldn't have felt anything then, but now that she was watching them talk about the wedding she was still a little envious. She still had to talk to Zhang Bei in the evening, or else she should go and take a set of wedding photos. Consider it a remembrance. When Zhang Bei came back, he purposely parked his car on the beachside, because there was still a surprise he prepared for Su Yawei in the car. Chapter 204, Jerking Off. At the end of the night these things are just driven and pulled over. The temperature was just right on the beach this evening, and it was cozy with a little ocean breeze. Jiang Nanhai and Dayu even made a special trip to Auntie Zhang's supermarket to carry several cases of beer over. After all, jerking off with a beer is a good idea. And Nietzsche said as she looked at so of the beer. Can you drink all this wine? Dayu said as he set out all the beer. Just move it back if you can't drink it all. I feel good about being able to drink these. The awning also has a variety of nice little starlights hanging from it, and the ambience is pulled right through. Inside, that big table in the center can grill meat, but in order to grill kebabs, Zhang Nanzhou also went to rent a kebab oven. Burning charcoal is also the key to grilling skewers. Zhang Nanzhou himself took a small fan to burn charcoal there, and Dudu was on the side without smoke to play with the puppy digging in the sand, and Rishu and the girls were right there with the meat all laid out. The dishes you bring are also disposable. All very convenient and you don't have to go home and scrub the dishes when the time comes. Anyway, it's as convenient as it gets. Zhang Nanzhou watched the charcoal burn almost, so he let Jiang Nanhai bring the lamb skewers over. He first grilled a handful without chili noodles for Dudu to eat. The meat skewers were placed on the stove, and when Jiang Nanzhou had just flipped a few sides, the aroma had already wafted out. Dodo put down the small spatula in her hand and crouched down by the skewer's stove with the little border collie. Every now and then he even gulped. The little look was adorable. Su Yawei and Enlichu both held their cell phones there and took a shot at Dudu. Jiang Nanzhou also grilled a few skewers without seasoning, which were prepared for little Bien Mu. It's really true that no matter what the pups are, they are adorable. After Jiang Nanzhou's handful of skewers were cooked, Jiang Nanzhou handed that one to Zhang Bei and said, the ones without seasoning are for the little Bien Mu, and the rest of those are for Dodo. So let Dodo eat them first and see if they're any good. Zhang Bei took the skewer handed over by Jiang Nanzhou, and both Dudu and little Bien Mu's gazes kept falling on the skewer in Zhang Bei's hand. Whichever way Zhang Bei went they went like little followers. Dudu also kept shouting Baba Baba, and after shouting, he also stretched his little finger and pointed at the skewer in Zhang Bei's hand. This action made Zhang Bei laugh and cry. Since he came back, Dudu seldom called his dad. This is good. For the sake of some meat skewers, Dad even called all the time. Zhang Bei gently said to Dudu, Dudu, be good. It's too hot now. Let it dry for a while and then I'll give it to you. Good thing the wind was blowing. It didn't take long for the temperature of the kebabs to come down. Zhang Bei started out by jerking it all off for Dudu and putting it in a small bowl and feeding it to Dudu with chopsticks. Su Yawei also gave the little side of the herd that did not put seasoning skewers or also jerked down on a small plate. The little side of the herd ate devouring. Dudu wouldn't let Zhang Bei jerk it off after he finished the skewer, wanting to take the stick and eat it himself. Zhang Bei had to break the pointy head off and let Dudu eat it herself. Tootsie, who had eaten a skewer by herself, had jerk marks directly on her little white face. Zhang Bei still wanted to take wet wipes to wipe Dudu's face. Su Yawei directly stopped, said, don't you rub it on him yet. He'll be all done eating it later, or he'll have to rub it all over his face again later. Jiangnan both side of the second batch of chili noodles also good. And Lichu they simply do not go to the table side to eat. Directly on the side of the stove one person divided into two skewers directly open to eat. In there not far away from another table barbecue smell Jiangnan both their side wafted over the aroma cannot help but gulp. The smell was literally too good to be true. And instantly the grilled meat in their hands stopped smelling good. And Lichu also fed Jiangnan Zhou a skewer of mutton. Otherwise according to Jiangnan Zhou this skewer speed, it is estimated that he cannot eat. Jiang Nanzhou said to them, why don't you all stop surrounding me here and go over there and grill some slices of meat, or the charcoal will burn out over there in a few minutes. Su Yawei said with a smile, it's really worthy of being Chef Jiang. This meat skewer is grilled really flavorful. Dai Yu followed suit. Shaoli's life is really good You're whole whatever you can. Just your skill can open a barbecue restaurant. Jiang Nanzhou sprinkled the seasoning and said with a smile, my brother's craft training is also possible, so let him show you his hand then. Jiang Nanhai waved his hand and said, don't you dare dig a hole for me. I can poison anyone with my handiwork. When working in Kyoto, Jiang Nanhai also tried to open fire and cook by himself. Good guy. directly sent him to the hospital by himself. Fortunately it was a slight food poisoning. After that, Jang Nanhai had only cooked instant noodles. He's afraid he'll cook and give himself away again. Dayu said to Jang Nanhai while jerking off the skewers. It's okay, we'll go to their house and eat whatever we want then. Jang Nanjo felt something pulling on his clothes. He turned around to see that it was actually Dudu who had come over with an unroasted grilled sausage. Jang Nanjo took the grilled sausage in Tootsie's hand and said to Tootsie, Dodo, go sit in the little chair. Brother will call you when you're done with the test. There's too much smoke over here. Dodo obediently went to the side of the small chair, but he laboriously pulled the small chair to sit not far from Jang Nanjo's side, and knew to go to the side without smoke. Just keep looking at Jang Nanjo grilling skewers over there. Su Yawei grilled a few slices of beef and called Dudu over to eat them, and Dudu pretended not to hear. Not a single glance was given to her, and Su Yawei had no choice but to carry the bowl over and feed 2 pieces. Dudu ate 2 pieces and stopped eating, pointing his finger at the kebab oven in front of Jang Nanjo. Su Yawei hadn't realized before that Dudu turned out to be a snacker. Tootie used to be like a little robot, eating whatever she was given and being extra obedient. But still, now Tootie is good, with life, not like a doll at the mercy of others. Jang Nanjo was grilling all those skewered skewers before he went over to grill slices of meat with them around the stove on the table. Jang Nanjo left it alone after all the charcoal fire over there went out, and he also specifically urged Dudu to never touch it. Tootsie ate her fill and then dug in the sand and played on their side. Su Yawei hadn't been this relaxed since the accident at home, drinking more today too. Jiang Bei went over from time to time to take a look at what Dudu was doing. This look was not to be missed. Their little Dudu piled up a barbecue grill with sand. Dudu also took a few finished bamboo sticks and set them on the top of the grill, and from time to time they also gave it a flip. Jiang Bei said to Jang Nanjo, my son is fixing a barbecue. It seems the boy is interested in fixing food. Jang Nanjo said with a smile, my brother shall not follow his father to become a soldier king later. Jiang Bei said with a bitter smile, it depends on Dudu's wishes, whether he wants to be a cook or join the army in the future. I support it, but I still want him to be a cook. Joining the army is too hard and dangerous. Chapter 205, Trembling Hands. Jiang Bei, as long as the thought of the gang of children in the army and even some of the children who have not gone back home is even more heartbreaking. Anyone's child is a treasure, but someone has to do the job of defending the country, right? So if Dudu wants to join the army in the future, Jiang Bei won't stop it, but it will be followed by fear every day, the same way he would be proud of his son. Jiang Bei looked at the time, gave a wink to Jang Nanjo and said, I'm going to use the restroom. Are you coming? Jang Nanjo said in a second. Go, together, just when I want to go to the bathroom. Jiangnan Maritime didn't even know that Jiang Bei had prepared a surprise for him and teased, you 2 grown men go to the bathroom in pairs. Isn't that what little girls do? Just keep the 3 big beauties company. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up and drink. Jang Nanjo left with Jiang Bei after saying this. When he arrived at the parking lot, Jiang Bei asked Jang Nanjo, how are the fireworks and stuff coming along? Jang Nanjo opened his trunk and said, look, this isn't enough. Jiang Bei then saw the trunk in a mess, piled up a lot of things. Into his eyes are all fairy wand what? When Jiang Bei's eyes a black, unbelievable said, my own nephew, don't tell me you bought all this stuff, then you might as well have bought me a couple of 2 kickers. Jang Nanjo took out the fairy wands and big bared flowers and stuff piled on top of the fireworks, revealing the 2 big fireworks underneath and said with a smile, I'm not stupid, this is for them to play with for a while. Jiang Bei then feel right well. He hid in the car a large bouquet of roses out of the hug in the arms, and the big, once-in-a-lifetime diamond ring held in his hand. Jang Nanjo did not expect that this big straight man 4th uncle of his is really romantic without a life. That woman can hold her own. Another paycheck card turned in. Another whole fireworks and roses. Jiang Bei said to Jang Nanjo, you go over there later and take the girls to set off the fireworks. I'll be there later. Jang Nanjo is aware of what Jiang Bei means. He wants to give a surprise attack. He directly held all these fireworks, and Jiang Bei hid in the dark. Jang Nanjo set up the fireworks and shouted at them, come here and play with fireworks for you. Jang Nanhai put his glass down when they heard this. Su Yawei said as she went over to hold up Dudu's hand, Dodo, let's go watch your brother set off fireworks. They walked over to Jang Nanjo. Su Yawei did not see Jiang Bei and asked Jang Nanjo, what's your 4th uncle up to? Jang Nanjo said, my 4th uncle is on the big one, and he's too slow to wait for him. The moment they lit the fireworks, their eyes were drawn to the brilliant fireworks in the sky. Except for Jang Nanjo who didn't see the man holding a large bouquet of roses coming from behind them. Tootsie was also clapping her little hands and watching the fireworks. Jiang Bei was now nervous. It felt like he had never been this nervous on his first mission. He quietly walked behind Su Yawei, and Dayu originally wanted Jiang Nanhai to take a few pictures of her, As soon as he turned around, he saw Jiang Bei holding a large bouquet of roses, instantly exclaiming in shock. Auntie Xiaoxi quickly turned back. Hearing Daiyu's words, Su Yue looked back and froze in place. Jiang Bei held the rose and sent it to Su Yue's arms. Su Yue mechanically hugged the large bouquet of roses. Jiang Bei knelt down on one knee, took out the large diamond ring he had prepared, and said loudly to Su Yue, "Yavi, will you marry me?" Su Yue's tears fell in big drops as if they didn't want money, nodding her head as she said, I do. Jiang Bei's hands were trembling as he held the diamond ring, and beads of sweat broke out on his head. Jiang Nanhai said with a smile, "Fourth uncle, little Auntie Four has said she's willing, so hurry up and put the ring on her." A few of the others were up in arms and laughing. Even Dodo clapped and laughed along. Jiang Bei nervously shook his hand and put the ring on Su Yue, and Li Chu also gave them a full video. The fireworks in the sky and the beautiful, and now there is no beauty in the heart of Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei said in Su Yue's ear after he finished putting on the ring and came with a big hug. I, Jiang Bei, swear that in the days to come I will walk with Su Yue until I reach my white head. I will be good to you, although I owe you a sweet love, but I will make it up to you with the rest of my future life, and have a lifelong love affair with you, and won't let you down again. Su Yue's tears simply couldn't be stopped. Nodding her head vigorously in Jiang Bei's arms, Jiang Nanzhou secretly stuffed a tissue in Jiang Bei's hand. Jiang Bei took a tissue and wiped Su Yue's tears and coaxed in a small voice. Du, who was watching from the sidelines, saw Mama crying like this, and he followed suit with a wow. Jiang Nanzhou held Du coaxing. This will be better for him to coax the child. Let his fourth uncle to coax his little fourth aunt. Played a rooster laying an egg for Dudu before Dudu stopped his tears. And Jiang Nanzhou took his few small children to play with them and let them go. And Li Chu and Daiyu, on the other hand, were both interested in the fairy wands, the two of them, one for the other to play with, as they disliked Jiang Nanhai's photo-taking skills, so it's just the two of them switching shifts and taking pictures. Jiang Bei looked at Su Yue and stopped crying, so he pulled her hand to get a fairy wand. The two went off to the side to play. Su Yue knew that Jiang Nanzhou had brought Dudu, and it wasn't far away, and she was able to see Dudu, before she and Jiang Bei played with that fairy wand for a while. Tonight, probably because of the wine, they were all pretty excited and had a great time. Still, they broke up because Dodo was sleepy. In the evening Jiang Nanhai took Daiyu also went to the South Bay No. 1. Today they both drank, and could not go back to the town, cannot drive a car. The next day was, not surprisingly, all up late. Today Jiang Nanzhou and Li Chu were trying to have a good day's rest, but Jiang Nanhai and Daiyu were both busy today. They greeted Jiang Nanzhou and the others and left. Jiang Nanzhou also greeted Jiang Mother, and the two of them didn't go back for dinner today, so they all settled on the boat. The two people have been on the internet all afternoon, and have been choosing furniture, and Jiang Nanzhou has even chosen the furniture for the children's room. On the other hand, and Li Chu thought that Jiang Nanzhou had chosen too early. Jiang Nanzhou then gave Li Chu a generalization, selected not at all early, although it is said that there is no formaldehyde, environmentally friendly materials, but more or less unsafe. Now buy. When the time comes to do more than a few formaldehyde testing and treatment, that I am not assured it. And Nichu smiled. As far as that goes? Jiang Nanzhou said seriously. Very much so. Look how many children have gotten leukemia from formaldehyde. How poor and suffering. Chapter 206, the newly appointed village secretary. And Li Chu couldn't refute Jiang Nanzhou's words when she heard them. After all, this kind of situation was still quite common. The two chatted about the foundation and Li Chu said to Jiang Nanzhou, when I was chatting with Aunt Xiaoxi today, I heard that she knew quite a bit about the foundation, so I asked a bit more at the time, and I didn't realize that Aunt Xiaoxi used to work for the foundation, so it's no wonder that Daiyu's group of their volunteers had so much forwarding of information about finding Dudu. Jiang Nan both this period of time is also because of this matter headache. Jiang Bei side has also been urging him. Jiang Nan's side has not been able to find a suitable candidate. It seemed he still needed to nag his little auntie for, and it would be nice if she could take over. After all, it is a family member. Jiang Nanzhou can also be a little bit of peace of mind. Even though the two were taking the day off and planning to have a good day of rest, they had exhausted and Li Chu, after having breakfast at Jiang Nanzhou's house early the next morning, and Li Chu went to the construction site of their resort hotel with her appointment with Daiyu. Jiang Nanzhou, on the other hand, went to the fish farm site to skulk around, and he quietly poured a lot of marine life nutrient solution into the fish farming pond Dao. Another training meeting was given to that side, and the site of the production and processing plant didn't need Jiang Nanzhou to worry about at all. Jiang Nanhai had already given a clear arrangement, the old mansion side of the newly built house, although Jiang Nanzhou did not catch the beam ceremony, but Jiang Mother also gave him a lot of small video. He also saw several tourists who had sent small videos to the Douyin platform, and they all said that it was quite lively that day, but unfortunately, he didn't catch it. His new house was built pretty fast, and now all the windows are starting to be put in already over there. I guess it won't be long before they can move there. It just so happens that while there is time today, Jiang Nanzhou intends to go to the village office. He wants to bag all of that mountain behind their house. That back of the mountain is actually not big, but Jiang Nanzhou intends to put their own family piece, including the foot of the back of the mountain of that a large piece of open space to be a good build. He wanted to hole out of the world of the feeling of the paradise, but just rely on their family pack down the place of those who stayed to raise chickens is simply not enough. When the time comes, he also wants to raise a little more chickens, ducks and geese and so on. Now the earth eggs, earth goose eggs, earth duck eggs are quite valuable, and the nutritional value is also particularly high. Anyway, his mom and dad are pretty good at breeding chickens, ducks and geese, so let them expand the scale a bit when the time comes. And it's quite a struggle for people in big cities to get good, authentic, rural eggs. When the time comes to sell all these eggs and duck eggs and goose eggs from their house to the tourists, it is expected that they will not be worried about selling them at that time. Jiang Nanzhou arrived at the village department when there was a meeting there. Then he sat in the hall and waited for a while. The uncle who was watching the gate and Jiang Nanzhou said, "The old village chief officially stepped down from his post today, and the village secretary of our village has been transferred to the town." Jiang Nanzhou asked curiously, "So has a new village secretary been sent from above? Who took over as village chief?" The uncle who was watching the door said, "The village chief is your uncle Jiang Lu. This is also the first time the guy's elected to estimate the time you are not at home. The village secretary is sent down from the top of a freshly graduated female college students. Just came today. I have not yet seen what it looks like." They went to the meeting. "I heard before this girl family is the city. I do not know if it is good to get along with the people how to do so." Jiang Nanzhou was not expecting that their city would naturally send down a freshly graduated college student. After all, now their Jiangjia village is still at an important juncture in the reform. "I hope that the new village secretary will be a good official who looks out for the villagers." Jiang Nanzhou took a cigarette for the uncle who opened the door, and the two of them went over to the gate. "I don't know how long they're going to be in this meeting. I'll wait a little longer, and if they don't finish, I'll come back tomorrow." The watchman uncle smoked the cigarette Jiang Nanzhou gave him and smiled. "They should be just about there. This meeting has been going on for hours. It's almost lunchtime, and it's quasi sure to be over in a little while." Jiang Nanzhou looked at the time. Indeed, it was almost time for lunch. He then wanted to go home first and wait for the afternoon to ask his great-grandfather. As a result, before he could leave, several people came out of the village hall. Next to his great-grandfather was a young girl, white and clean-looking, though not the kind of girl who looked particularly good at first glance, but it's one of those durable types that has a neighborhood feel to it. Jiang de Grandpa saw that Jiang Nanzhou was standing at the gate and called him over to introduce them. "Little Secretary Li, to introduce you to this is our village's outstanding young man Jiang Nanzhou. Those two big fishing boats are all his, and that fish farm by the sea, and the processing plant are also all his, as well as the construction of our village. He also invested a lot of money." Little Secretary Li stretched out her small white hand to Jiang Nanzhou and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I've long heard of Boss Jiang's great name. I'm Li Yujia, the new village secretary of our village. Please teach me more in the future." Jiang Nanzhou shook hands with Secretary Shaoli and smiled. "I wouldn't dare to instruct me. I hope that little Secretary Li will lead our Jiangjia village to become rich and all live a well-off life." Grandpa Jiang said with a smile, Go to my house for dinner together. The family meals are all ready." Welcome Little Secretary Li at the same time, but also to celebrate the lower Jian Lu officially served as the village head of our Jiangjia village. This old village head can finally rest," Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. "Then you guys hurry back to dinner and I'll come back this afternoon." Grandpa Jiang, who heard this, said, "You hurry up, also go together. Otherwise are we a group of old things on the small Li Zhishua young man, she has to be more boring. Or I also want to call you to come." Jiang Nanzhou couldn't refuse anymore when he heard this and smiled. "Then I'll dawdle after you too." Jiang Nanzhou then went home with great-grandpa Jiang and the others. Today, Jiang Bei had originally planned to take Su Yawei and Dudu to go to the city to sneak around, but when he heard his old man say that he would be stepping down as village chief today during the morning meal, they didn't go out. I didn't realize that in the morning his old man called and said that he wanted them to prepare some meals at home and invite people from the village department to come to the house for dinner at noon. Jiang Bei and great-grandma Jiang had been busy coming. Su Yawei also wanted to help, but Jiang Bei knew that she was not able to do anything, so he arranged for her to watch Dudu's work. Their side of the meal had just finished preparing. His old man brought all the people from the village department, not realizing that Jiang Nanzhou was mixed in with them. Dudu, originally in the small side of the pasture in the yard to play in the sand, suddenly saw so many people came in some fear, trotted and hid behind Su Yawei. Chapter 207 Women's friendship is so inexplicable. The sand was still pulled back from the beach by two people, Grandpa Jiang and Jiang Bei, and an awning was built. But when he saw Jiang Nanzhou who was in the crowd, Dudu took the small shovel in his hand and ran towards Jiang Nanzhou. As soon as he passed through the crowd, he hugged Jiang Nanzhou's thigh, and Jiang Nanzhou also directly reached out and held Dudu in his arms. Grandpa Jiang Dai also introduced the new little secretary Li to the family. Su Yawei saw that Dudu had gone to find Jiang Nanzhou also went to the kitchen to help serve the food. Seeing how cute Tootsie was, Secretary Li took out a lollipop out of his own carry-on backpack and said to Tootsie, "Your name is Little Dodo, isn't it? If you call your sister, she'll give you a lollipop." Dudu ignored this little Secretary Li and directly rested her little head on Jiang Nanzhou's shoulder. Li Yujiao was a little disappointed. Usually her children's edge is still good. She did not expect this little guy, so do not give her face, especially in front of Jiang Nanzhou. She usually do not watch the live broadcast, so she did not know that Jiang Nanzhou is still a netizen, and has a girlfriend. In the face of such a handsome and capable man with manners, it is a lie to say that you are not moved. Seeing that Dodo was ignoring her, she got a little embarrassed. Su Yawei just happened to put the dishes on the table and heard this sentence from Secretary Shaoli. She purposely explained, hoping that she wouldn't mind. Li Yujia is less embarrassed when she realizes that Tootsie is a child who is sick. She started teasing Tootsie again, but Tootsie pressed on, not wanting to pay any attention to this weird sister. But Su Yawei discovered that although this little Secretary Li was teasing Dudu, her eyes were all over Jiang Nanzhou. Although she had also just met Enlichu, she had already formed a deep friendship, and she truly considered Enlichu and Dayu as friends. So Su Yawei said directly to Jiang Nanzhou for Enlichou's sake, "Why did you come over by yourself today? Where's Shaoli?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Pear and Dayu went to that scene of theirs, and she said so, and that she would come and play with Dodo during the afternoon, and that the little dress she had bought for Dodo had arrived." Sujavi said. She also said she brought back a couple sets of skincare products, and it just so happens that I was in a hurry when I got back and didn't have any of those with me, and she's going to give me a set, so I'll save myself the trouble of having to go shopping. Li Yujia, who was sitting on the side of Jiangnan boat, finally heard a sentence that she could interject and asked Su Yawei, "Sister-in-law, I see you have pretty good skin. What kind of lotion do you usually use?" Su Yawei said with a smile, "I usually use the divine water, and it just so happens that Nanzhou's girlfriend has an unopened set there." Li Yujia's heart was greatly shocked, but on her face, she was still the same gentle and softly speaking to Jiang Nanzhou just now. "Jiang Nanzhou, I didn't realize that you even have a girlfriend." "Ha?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a hint of softness unconsciously on his face when he mentioned Enlichou. "What's not to expect? I'm almost 30, and in our village kids my age are all over the place." Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Li Yujia laughed twice and said, "I really didn't expect it. You're almost 30. I thought you were about the same as me. I'm 25 and I'm still the mother of all single dogs. How long have you and your girlfriend been together?" Jiang Nanzhou said, "We weren't together long ago. I'm going to help move the chairs." Jiang Nanzhou happened to see Great-Grandpa Jiang struggling to carry a few large chairs over. He placed Dudu on the floor and quickly walked over to help. Li Yujia sat there and lowered her head to play with her cell phone after seeing Jiang Nanzhou leave, because she didn't have much to talk about with those old-timers. Su Yawei secretly laughed in her heart. This little Secretary Li can be really interesting. Just now asked her about skincare products, and turned her head to be interested in Jiang Nanzhou's girlfriend. It really made her guess right. Let's hope that this little Secretary Li is a man who knows what he's doing and doesn't go making a fool of himself. During the meal, Grandpa Jiang was letting Secretary Shaoli sit in the center, but Secretary Shaoli refused, and she sat directly beside Jiang Nanzhou and said, "I'm just a late bloomer. Just sit over here." Su Yawei wanted to take Dudu to the hall to eat when she saw this table, but Dudu just wanted to stick to Jiang Nanzhou. No matter how much Su Yawei coaxed, it was useless. It just wouldn't come out in Jiang Nanzhou's arms. Jiang Nanzhou said to Su Yawei, "And Junior, you can eat here too. I'll take care of feeding Dudu." I didn't expect Dudu to give a response this time, and even gave a hard nod towards Su Yawei when Jiang Nanzhou finished that sentence. Su Yawei was also helpless. Jiang Bei said to Su Yawei, "Yawei, why don't you sit down and eat too? Just let Xiao Zhou feed you." Who made him Dudu's favorite brother? Li Yujia, who was sitting on the side of Jiang Nanzhou, heard their conversation and asked Jiang Nanzhou curiously, "What's your relationship with the old village chief?" Jiang Nanzhou said as he gave Dudu rice into his little bowl, "My grandfather, and he was the blood brother of the old village chief, who was my great-grandfather. So that's what happened. So did you go to the village office today for something? Or did you go to see your great-grandfather? On a serious note, I'd like to bag this hill in our Jiangjia village. What are you trying to do by bagging this mountain? Tell me." Jiang Nanzhou then said his thoughts, but Li Yujiao said, "Your idea is good. Although there are tourists over here, but after all, This is a small village and there are only so many tourists. It's easy for you to invest so much to lose your money. Hearing Li Yujia's words, Jiang Nanzhou knew that she had taken office without properly understanding this village, so Jiang Nanzhou didn't want to talk to her so much. Well, let's eat first. The food will get cold in a while. Since there was a meeting at the village office in the afternoon, everyone stayed away from alcohol. Dudu was also obedient in Jiang Nanzhou's arms and ate whatever Jiang Nanzhou fed him. Su Yaowei really didn't know what to say because she saw Jiang Nanzhou give Dudu several pieces of carrots and Dudu ate them all without the slightest reluctant expression. Just this morning, she fed Dodo vegetables. See carrots Dodo or dead not open mouth, as if afraid of her to give poison. Jiang Bei is also even coaxed to feed 2 pieces. Their son now loved to eat meat. Vegetables also eat some, but especially hate carrots and broccoli. But in order to health considerations all kinds of green vegetables have to eat cannot hit a small fall a picky eater. Jiang Bei also saw this scene and said to Su Yaowei, it's as if Boat had put a compulsion on Tootsie, eating everything she was given, and being especially obedient when she was in someone's arms. Su Yaowei said with a smile, why? You as a father are still jealous Dudu that is especially like his brother Nanzhou, if he grows up and his brother like how good, do not let people worry. Chapter 208 Contracting for 100 years. Jiang Bei said as he drank his water, I can't wait to be happy. What's there to be jealous of? Besides Boat is really good to Dudu Jiang Nanzhou didn't know if it was because he wanted to be a father or Dudu was too obedient and cute. He was really special. But his aunt's younger siblings were not obedient at all when they were small. In addition to crying, that would Jiang Nanzhou see them both run. The key point is that neither Hu Mingho nor Hu Mingyue were good looking when they were small, but fortunately grew out of it. Hu Mingho and Hu Mingyue fortunately did not know that Jiang Nanzhou used to dislike them so much. If they knew, they would have to be crying in the toilet right now. But it's really rare to see a doll as good looking and well behaved as Tootsie, so I really hope his future children are also so obedient. Jiang Nanzhou was really looking forward to it. He wanted a soft and sticky little girl, the kind that would sweetly call her mom and dad. They sat and chatted for a while they finished their meal, and then they all went to the village office. Jiang Big Grandpa will not need to go in the afternoon. Anyway, all the handover is over. Those broken meeting he is not at all love to open, or at home with grandchildren good Jiang Nanzhou, who watched the people in the village department go away, said the idea of wanting to pack the mountain and his great-grandfather. Grandpa Jiang smoked a cigarette and said to Jiang Nanzhou, this idea of your kid is good Anyway, the back of the mountain is idle. Now the price cannot be expensive. If you pack, contract signing time to sign no longer. Jiang Nanzhou did understand this reasoning. He also thought so. After all, if you want to develop a little better, then the money in the investment will not be less. Well, I'd like to see what's the longest I can sign for, and if I can get a 100-year package that would be best. Great-grandpa Jiang laughed when he heard this. Your kid's ambition isn't small. You still want a contract for 100 years, so you really plan to stay on this island in the future. In great-grandpa Jiang's heart, they all wanted to go outside when they were young. After all, the outside world could be so much better than this island. But now he is older. Looking at the island is less and less people. Sometimes in the heart cannot help but lament, afraid of 100 years after I guess this side will become a deserted island. Since Jiang Nanzhou came back, the island is more and more lively. The income of families is also more. The change in their village is also more and more big. The island outside the work of the young people are also back. Some time ago, I even heard his old buddy say that their grandchildren still want to come back to live on the island, saying that life in the big city is too stressful. A mortgage and a car loan is a lot of money, and especially when you have children, the pressure is even greater. Some time ago, I came back to visit my family, and when I saw the changes on the island, they all wanted to come back, and wanted to do a small business or something on the beach. Great-grandpa Jiang was more than pleased that his eldest grandson had also returned, and Jiang Bei had also returned, and now their house was all much more lively. He was also of the opinion that Jiang Nanzhou's future was more than that. Quasi-definitely there would be greater deeds, and he looked at Jiang Nanzhou with even more kind eyes. Jiang Nanzhou thought about it. Contracting for 100 years should also work, as long as his money was in place. Great-grandpa, I'm going to go to the village office first to see if the 100-year package can be signed or not. Jiang Nanzhou was about to turn around and leave after saying this, but didn't make it. Dudu hugged Jiang Nanzhou's leg and wouldn't let go. Jiang Nanzhou touched the little one's head and said, Dodo, play at home. Brother is going out for a while. When I come back I will take you to play. But Tootsie shook her little head and just wouldn't let go. And Su Yaowei said to Tootsie, behave yourself, Dodo. Let your brother go ahead and do his business, and when he comes back he'll take you to play. Su Yaowei picked up Tootsie, who was pouting with an unhappy look on her face. Great-grandpa Jiang watched his grandson get upset. So what the heck? And said to Dudu, Grandpa will take you there. And in a moment your brother Nanjo will go in to do his business. And we'll play in the small square at the entrance. When Tootsie heard that from Grandpa, she reached out to him for a hug. Su Yaoi helplessly gave the child to Great-Grandpa Jiang. Jiang Bei heard this from his old man and said, "You old man is also too spoiled for the child. How can he be in the future after this?" Great-Grandpa Jiang hugged Dudu and said to Jiang Bei, "It's not a big deal. And it's just as well that Tootsie is done eating. After dinner go out for a walk and move around a bit, and then I'll bring him back to bed when he gets sleepy." Sujavi also said, "It's okay to let him slip around. He didn't eat much at lunch and his little tummy is still bulging." Su Yaoi said this then turned to Dudu. "If you want to go, you'll have to come down and walk on your own. Grandpa's old. How heavy it is to carry you." Dodo struggled to get off the floor when she heard this from her mom. It was on the way out the door that Toots remembered his little sidekick, and he pulled him along with them dutifully. Grandpa Jiangda said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I'll take him slowly. If you're in a hurry go ahead. Today Jiangnan boat also has nothing to do, and none of them are in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Just walk slowly. It's nice to take a walk, especially now that the green stone road is so much better than the old sand road." Grandpa Jiangda said smilingly, "This road is half of your credit. You don't know. Now those two villages on the side are how envious of our village. They paved the concrete road. That one doesn't look as good as our village." Speaking of this when Jiang Big Grandfather's face is not to mention how proud. Every time to go to the town meeting, other villages are envious of him, envious of their village has a Jiangnan boat. But these were things they couldn't envy. Who made their village descendants unable? When they arrived at the village headquarters, they all happened to be resting over there. And Great-Grandpa Jiang didn't want to get involved in anything right now, so he didn't even enter the gates of the village headquarters, and directly took Dudu to play in the small square. Jiang Nanzhou went in and directly explained the intention. Their side decided to charge 50,000 a year. That is the lowest price. That is still looking at Jiang Nanzhou's contribution to the Jiang family village. Another point is, that mountain is also deserted. Package to Jiangnan boat villagers can also share some money. Jiang Nanzhou was directly saying that he wanted to charter 100 years, but according to the regulations this mountain on their side can only be chartered for a maximum of 70 years. The expiration of the contract can also be extended. And Jiang Nanzhou deliberately pointed out that after the expiration of his descendants at priority contracting qualifications, the village ministry side also agreed, which is also the first big thing that the small Li village branch secretary took office to do. Jiang Nanzhou also did not expect to be able to so smoothly pack down this mountain, and still so cheap. This but in other places are not likely to be this price. So Jiang Nanzhou did not dilly-dally, directly let them up contract. He was quick to sign the contract to pay. Chapter 209, What's a Sister-in-Law? Li Yujia also wanted to say, "You can pay the money once every 10 years. This has not been said yet." Jiang Nanzhou directly transferred 5 million. This Jiangnan boat is really rich and generous. So much money said to spend. Did not discuss with the family. In addition to little Li's secretary being surprised, the people in their village department were not much surprised at all. After all, in their eyes, it seems that now Jiang Nanzhou and their family are all Jiang Nanzhou's masters. This amount of money in the eyes of others is also considered a small money. In the town there is such a large store. They have heard that Jiangnan boat a live broadcast down to earn a few million it. When Jiang Nanzhou came out of the village office, the gatekeeper uncle said that both Great-Grandpa Jiang and Dudu had already gone home. Now the sunset has just come out. Jiang Nanzhou thought that this time Enlichu's side should also be busy. He took out his cell phone to give Enlichu a call over. And Enlichu picked up the phone and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I'm going out now. I'll be there in a while. Let's go to Big Grandpa's house first to deliver something to little Auntie 4. That's fine. I happen to be walking to their house soon, so you can just go straight here." The two chatted some more before hanging up. After hanging up the phone Jiang Nanzhou also arrived at his great-grandfather's house. When they arrived at their house, Jiang Bei was watching cartoons in the parlor with his child, and the rest of the people were in the yard making dumplings. Great-Grandpa Jiang saw Jiang Nanzhou come and asked, "How's the talk going?" Jiang Nanzhou raised the file bag in his hand and shook it twice and said, "It's all taken care of. Straight away I'll sign the contract." Grandpa Jiang said with a smile, "How much for a yearly package? Did you succeed in signing for that 100 years? Jiang Nanzhou also washed his hands at the well in the yard and said, "It's a shame. There's a new rule stated over there that you can only sign for a maximum of 70 years. Dudu, who was watching TV in the parlor, heard Jiang Bei's voice. The cartoon also stopped watching, so he ran out and played with toys on the side of Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Bei brought Dudu out just in time to hear Jiang Nanzhou's remark with a smile. "That's not a short time for you to sign up for 70 years. So when this backwoods expires, you'll just hinky where you'll be buried?" Jiang Nanzhou said over there while wrapping the dumplings. "That's not necessarily true. In case I just live to be over 100. Su Yaoi heard this and said, It's not impossible. There are quite a few long-lived old people in this village of ours that I've seen in the few days I've been here. Grandma Jiang also said. No, the old people in our village are the only ones on our island who live longer. There used to be people who said it was the good feng shui on our side. Grandpa Jiang looked at his old partner and said, you cannot talk nonsense. This is in the past, have to pull you in to criticize. What era? Who still believe in feng shui now? When he mentioned this, Zhang Nanzhou asked his great-grandfather. What? Don't you believe it, great-grandpa? I thought you knew quite a bit about this. You and my grandfather both read the old calendar to choose the day. Grandpa Jiang said with a smile. Is it hard to read that thing? It's just that you young people don't like to turn it over. Why don't you go over there and take a look at it? Isn't it written in the old calendar? What is appropriate to do today? What to avoid doing? You can read it yourself. When Zhang Nanzhou heard this, he put down the dumpling skins in his hands and went to look at the old yellow calendar hanging in the hall. I didn't realize that it was just like his great-grandfather said, and it was really written all over it. He used to think that his grandpa and his great-grandpa were the kind of people who could read, who knew something about feng shui. I didn't realize this thing was literacy only. According to this, then in the future he himself can also read the day. Just do not know the village always come to his grandfather and his great-grandfather to read the day of those people. Know that they do not know that this is how they read. That's too much bluffing. Zhang Bei is also the first time to know that the original his father is such a person to choose the day. Zhang Bei said to his father, then you are not fooling people? Why are they still looking for you? It's better to look up old calendars at home. Grandpa Jiang said unhappily when he heard this. How dare you call your old man a liar? What am I bluffing about? I'm helping them look at it for free, and I'm not charging for anything, so how am I bluffing? Zhang Bei touched his nose and said, then why did they come to you when they could have watched it themselves at home? That's when Grandma Jiang spoke. Then this thing you can wrong your father. Now every family which still buy the old calendar. On some of our older people love to see that kind of old calendar. Now a little younger. All look at the cell phone. There is that kind of good-looking wall calendar. Zhang Bei was about to say something else when he was interrupted by Su Yaoi's voice. Pear is here. Why are you taking so many things? And Li Chu entered the courtyard with a large bag, and greeted everyone before answering Su Yaoi's words with a smile. I've got a skincare set for you, and I brought over some face masks, and unopened makeup, and in the other big bag, the clothes for Dodo. Tootsie heard her name and ran to Anayachu's side, and Li Chu placed the several large bags on the floor, reached out and stroked Dodo's small curly hair and smiled. Just in time for Dodo to try these clothes on. If they don't fit so I can take them back and transfer them. Su Yaoi washed her hands and walked over to Enlichu's side, and saw that Enlichu had also taken out 2 pairs of children's shoes from her large bag. There was a pair of sandals that were still puppies, and they would sparkle when he walked, and Toots was curious about these shoes, because he had never even seen shoes that glowed before. Seeing how much Tootie liked it, Enlichu changed Tootie into her newly purchased little sandals. The sizing was just right. But Toots couldn't stand up straight when she put the shoes on, bending over one by one to look at the shoes on her feet. Suave said to Dodo, Dodo, quickly thank your sister-in-law. Although Toots didn't understand what his sister-in-law meant, he caught his mom saying thank you. Dodo then went up to give Anri Chu, who was crouching in front of him, a kiss, and Li Chu's face was a little hot. He and Zhang Nanzhou had not yet gotten engaged, and now he was still being called sister-in-law. Wasn't it a little early? She took out a few more small clothes from her bag to hide her shyness and helped Tootsie try them on along with Su Yaoi. These several sets of clothes all look good and the size is also quite suitable. Zhang Big Grandma also appraised in Li Chu's good eye. Will choose things. And Li Chu bought all of these for Tootsie online for next day delivery. And although none of them are big brands, the quality of the fabrics are all very good. Especially suitable for small children to wear. Especially soft. And Li Chu bought all with color. Wherein the Doodle's body. Look Doodle a little more lively. Chapter 210, there are countless people who want to flatter you. Tootsie knows how to look pretty even in his new clothes. And he knows how to compare a yeah when Enri Chu takes his picture. Cooperating with them to take pictures. She also wore a cute smile on her face, also showing the same dimples as Su Yaoi. Zhang Nanzhou looked at the time and said to them, Little Pear and I will go back first. My mom tweeted me that all the food is ready at home, just waiting for us to go back and eat. Great-Grandma Jiang said to Zhang Nanzhou, tell your mom to go back a little later. And I'll bring you back some dumplings, just so there's a pot that'll be ready soon. Zhang de Grandma went into the kitchen after saying that. If Zhang Nanzhou hadn't received his mom's WeChat, he and Enlichu would have really decided to eat dumplings over here at night. After all, Great-Grandma Zhang's dumpling making skills were famous. Great-Grandma Zhang directly filled this pot of dumplings with a big pot full of dumplings for Zhang Nanzhou. After all, Zhang Nanzhou and his family were quite large. Zhang Nanzhou looked at the large pot of dumplings and said to Great-Grandma Jiang, Great-Grandma, this is too much. I'll just take half. I can't even eat it if I take it back. Grandma Jiang made some extra dumplings this time, and put the rest in the freezer to be boiled and steamed whenever she wanted to eat them. If you can't eat it all, just freeze it, and whenever you want to eat it thaw and heat it up. Anyway, it doesn't allow Jiang Nanzhou to take the dumplings out to the outside. Jiang Nanzhou had no choice but to go home with Enlichu, bringing a large pot of dumplings. After Enlichu parked the car, Jiang Nanzhou came down from the passenger seat with a large pot of dumplings. Jiang mother said as she watched Jiang Nanzhou bring back so many dumplings. Your grandma's family made dumplings. Why did you bring so many? Do they have enough for their family? Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. If you hadn't weighed me, Shaoli and I would be eating dumplings over there today. Jiang mother said as she took the pot of dumplings in Jiang Nanzhou's hands. I sent Shaoli WeChat she said today to come over. That Shaoli come to our home I have to give some hard food Jiang Nanzhou asked with a smile. Tell me about it, and I'll see what kind of hard food we're having today. Grandma Jiang happened to come out with a big bowl of stewed pork ribs and said, tonight we're having goose stew in an iron pot and short ribs with potatoes. And Richu also went to help excitedly. Grandma and Auntie are so nice. They're all my favorites. Grandma Jiang heard this from Enlichu and said, if you want to eat anything just tell Grandma and she'll make it all for you. Enlichu was a bit touched to hear this from Grandma Jiang. She had never seen her grandparents, and her grandma's side was even more of a non-walker already. Her mom, not to mention, has only contacted her this year after divorcing her dad, but she has a feeling it's not good to contact her. That's why when he called an Nichu now, and Nichu didn't answer at all. Though her dad and her eldest uncle had always spoiled her extraordinarily, she was still abroad with her dad most of the time, and father's work is also busy, more or less will not be able to take care of Enlichu. That's why Enlichu especially liked the family atmosphere of Jiang Nanzhou's house. The people in their family were also especially kind to her, and when Jiang Nanzhou was not on the island, Jiang mother often made her delicious food and asked her to come to the house for dinner. Just raise her like a daughter. She also treated this place as another home and treated Jiang Nanzhou's family as if they were family as well. After dinner Enlichu also drove home. After all, if this is every day in Jiangnan boat together fooling around, that is also a little too bad. They had arranged to meet at the store in town in the morning. Tomorrow noon Jiangnan boat is set up a banquet, not open to the public, and just on the island over the tourists are also can go. Jiang Nanzhou also invited the whole village to go to the town for dinner, all free of charge without gifts. And tomorrow their store catering official business. There are dozens of dining tables on the third floor, perfectly capable of accommodating the entire village. Jiang Nanzhou even made a point of sending out an invitation to their village group when he finished dinner. He also purposely asked Jiang Nanhai to send invitations to all of Boss Wang and the others. After all, he had promised to do so before. The third floor of the private rooms Jiang Nanzhou are reserved for invited friends and family members, but most of them are some of the contacts that Jiang Nanhai invited. So tomorrow Jiang Nanzhou would also go over early to help with the reception. At night Jiang Nanzhou was still wondering if there were any more people to invite when he received a call from Zhang Yuan. Jiang Nanzhou picked up the phone and heard Zhang Yuan say excitedly, Brother Fisherman, I don't know if you have time tomorrow. My grandfather would like to invite you to dinner. Jiang Nanzhou knew that Zhang Yuanshan was also his fan, but he also did not expect that Elder Zhang would want to invite him to dinner. Jiang Nanzhou asked directly, You guys came to the island? Zhang Yuan said with a smile, I'll be able to get there in the morning hours and would like to take you to dinner tomorrow night. This is really a coincidence. Jiang Nanzhou said, Tomorrow my store's catering department over there is officially open for business. At noon I'll set up wine and treats. If you guys don't mind coming over to have a seat together, so you can taste our store's specialties. Zhang Yuan said in surprise, I thought you had opened long ago over there. I didn't think we'd make it. I'll be there tomorrow. Jiang Nanzhou thought of the accommodation issue and asked Zhang Yuan, Have you decided where you're staying yet? I'll arrange it for you if you haven't. Zhang Yuan said, It's all arranged. I bought a house in your village. It's all been renovated, but I just can't get through. Jiang Nanzhou thought in their old house not far from the house, decorated quite good. They also said it is the city rich people to buy. That estimate is Zhang Yuan bought. That's fine. Just make sure you're all set up. Call me tomorrow when you arrive and I'll pick you up at the dock. Zhang Yuan said, Let's leave it at that for now. We'll see you tomorrow. Zhang Yuanshan and Zhang Yuan were also considered to be the heaviest weights among the people Jiang Nanzhou would invite tomorrow. Jiang Nanzhou hung up the phone after hurrying to Jiang Nanhai made a phone call. I did not expect Jiang Nanhai at this point is still working overtime. Alas, really hard. Luckily Jiang Nanhai decided to stay here. If he went back to Kyoto, it would be him who would be busy there. Early the next morning Jiang Nanzhou went straight to town after breakfast. Anyway, Jiang mother could drive now, so they could just drive there by themselves. Jiang Nanzhou to the store when Jiang Nanhai has been in the store. While directing the staff to work, a hand still holding a donut in that eat. Jiang Nanhai quickly ate all the donuts when he saw Jiang Nanzhou come and said, "You're finally here. You hurry up and go up with me to see if the private room arranged for Elder Zhang's side of them is set up okay." I didn't expect Jiang Nanhai to even set up the private room. It's also true. After all, Elder Zhang is a big man, and there are countless people who want to flatter him. Chapter 211, The flower basket is at the pier. Elder Zhang and the others were able to come over. That also gave Jiang Nanzhou enough face, so when they were over here, Jiang Nanzhou would definitely treat them well. When he was live streaming, Zhang Yuan and Elder Zhang did not give him few rewards. If Jiang Nanzhou did not receive that money from Zhang Yuan's father, he might have felt that it was right for them to give him rewards in his live streaming. After all, it was saving Zhang Yuan's life. Jiang Nanzhou went to the upstairs private room to look. Everything has been prepared quite properly. The table is also set on the fruit plate. And Li Chu also came over early today. Today she wore a professional suit, also deliberately put on a makeup, wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes. Yesterday Jiang Nanzhou also let her come over to help with the reception. Today she also deliberately dressed up properly. After all, today Jiang Nanzhou's family, there are many relatives to come over. She cannot give Jiang Nanzhou lost face. And Nai Hatsu instantly attracted everyone's attention when she walked into the store. Jiang Nanhai's little assistant shouted knowingly, "The boss's wife is here, ah. The boss is upstairs." And Li Chu heard this and was a little embarrassed. Some time ago he and Dai Yu were often over here. Once Jiang Nanhai joked and said to the little assistant that when he saw Li Chu in the future, he called her the boss's wife. This time the little assistant can sort of remember. And Michu said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "Don't you dare make fun of me by calling me a boss's wife." Jiang Nanzhou happened to come out of the elevator and heard the words, walked over and took Li Chu's hand and said, "Isn't it proper to call your boss's wife? What's the matter, you don't want to be my boss's wife?" When Li Chu saw that there were so many other people over here, she drew her hand back and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Don't you dare talk nonsense, in case you get another boss's wife in the future." Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, said with a smile, "What kind of boss lady am I changing? If you don't become the boss lady in the future, then we don't have a boss lady in this store." Although some of the employees were doing their work, they were also paying attention to the side in real time, and when they heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, they all followed the coaxing. "Boss lady, you don't have to be embarrassed. We're just all waiting for the wedding candies." That's right. We recognize you as a boss lady." Jiang Nanzhou saw that Li Chao's face was a bit scarlet and cleared his throat before speaking to the big guys. "Y'all just stop poking fun at your boss's wife. I've already informed the chef that your staff meal and the seafood will be the same today, so all of you guys should eat a little bit more." These employees were also very knowledgeable and all said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Then thank you, boss. We will definitely eat more today." "That's great. I haven't seen anyone's boss as generous as our boss." Just then, Jiang Nanzhou's store stopped several trucks in front of the door. The driver master down from the car said, "Boss Jiang, congratulations. Where do you keep all these flower baskets in your house?" The young assistant heard this and was busy saying, "Just set it up on either side of the store entrance." The delivery guy chuckled, "This is a few of your own order. The rest are other people to your family ordered. I just happened to pull together. And we have a few cars. A trip is not enough. It is estimated that you have to send 2 or 3 trips. Your door this side cannot be placed so many flower baskets." Jiang Nanzhou heard this and knew that there should be some relatives and friends who ordered it. He directly said to the delivery driver master, "Then let's set it up from our side of the door all the way to the docks, on both sides of the road." The 3 drivers unloaded together to help set up. Jiang Nanhai gave a shout out to a few more people to help. After Jiang Nan looked at the doorway side put as the shipyard's Wang boss to send. Just Wang boss himself alone sent 10 groups of flower baskets. In the back there are also baskets of flowers sent by Yang, the manager of the Guanhai Pavilion's private dining room, Fatty, and others. These people are also really, even one person hold 10 groups. This road directly full. They hadn't even finished arranging the flower baskets on their side when a few more cars came by with other florist signs printed on them. The little assistant also rushed over and arranged for them to arrange the flower baskets. Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly sent a message in their village group, as well as their cruise group, and his family group, asking them to never order a flower basket. They can't put it on their side. The key is that Jiang Nanzhou also do not want to let them break the bank. After all, it is a flower basket. This thing there are a few placed their meaning can be. After all, this stuff can't be sold for recycling either. But not to mention, looking at these flowers arranged quite nice, quite festive. Someone from their village group is still trolling. "We'd like to order baskets, but the florists are all busy right now and none of them are taking jobs." That's right. They all say so many of them were booked last night. I just called my relative's florist to ask him to make me a whole pair of flower baskets, but he said that there were simply no more extras, and that all the baskets in their store had been overpriced and wrapped up. and were also given to the South Boat Boys store. Jiang Nanzhou also replied to them. You all just come and have a good time for dinner. You don't need to send anything. The fact that people are coming is the greatest face I've ever been given. One after another. People from their village and relatives from the Zhou family in Jiangnan also arrived. The gang of relatives from Jiang Nanzhou's grandmother's house were also full of praise when they saw Enlichu. Jiang's father and mother also did not expect to come so many people today. The row is so big. It is the flower basket in front of the Jiangnan boat store has been placed over the pier. Grandpa Jiang and the others stayed upstairs with the guests when they arrived. Dudu came and saw that Jiang Nanzhou and the others were not going upstairs. Su Yaowei had no choice but to take Dudu to play in front of the store. Fatty was the first of them to arrive at that moment, and also brought Jiang Nanzhou a pendulum over. A jade cabbage ornament still has the best sandalwood base underneath. Jiang Nanzhou looked at this jade cabbage on his. A layman can feel that this is not a mortal product. He arranged for it to be set up directly on the bar on the third floor. Fatty also followed him at the door to help receive. After all, Fatty is also considered to be a dignified figure over here, and those who can let him come over to help receive. It is definitely not an ordinary relationship. Jiang Nanzhou said to Fatty. Fortunately there are you here to help. There are a lot of people I do not know. If not you can be embarrassed. South Sea brother is also busy enough today. Some other day I have to treat you to rub a meal, because some of them were invited by Jiang Nanhai. Some of Jiang Nanzhou had never even heard of them. Fatty waved his hand and smiled. You and I are brothers. It's out of place to say this. Our whole family is still waiting to go up to your house to dine. Have a good taste of your handiwork. You've had a pretty busy day, and I've always wanted to come to the door to say thank you. If it wasn't for you, your fat brother's grave would have to grow grass on mine. Chapter 212. Fatty was truly grateful to Jiang Nanzhou, and from that day on he treated Jiang Nanzhou as his own brother. Boss Wang came along with manager Yang and the others, and when he saw Jiang Nanzhou he also handed over the gifts he had brought. Older brother. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're making me wait. Finally opened. Boss Wang brought 2 bottles of wine over to Jiang Nanzhou, both of which he treasured, and manager Yang didn't come over empty-handed, bringing a few large boxes of top-quality good tea. They were also planning to run a card here to give Jiang Nanzhou a shout-out. They were still chatting over here when they saw 2 limited edition Rolls Royces, parked in front of Jiang Nanzhou's store. Zhang Yuan opened the car door and got out of the car, so he waved his hand at Jiang Nanzhou and said, Brother fisherman, we're not late, are we? Are we still in time for the banquet? Jiang Nanzhou saw that Zhang Yuan had arrived and took the initiative to go forward to greet him. Fatty and the others were no strangers to Zhang Yuan. Although they didn't know each other and hadn't dealt with him, they had seen him on the news and knew who he was, so they all followed suit and greeted them. There was also a middle-aged man who got out of the passenger side, opened the backseat door, and helped down an elderly man. This old man was none other than Elder Zhang Yuanshan. Fatty and the others were already surprised enough when they saw Zhang Yuan. They didn't expect that all the great heads of the Zhang family had come over. Speaking of which, they were all still in the same fan group as Elder Zhang, all in Jiang Nanzhou's group of fans. It's kind of a network, too, and a beautiful woman got out of the other car still with a bodyguard. Those of you who watch food anchors regularly should know that this is Barry not getting enough to eat. Jiang Nanzhou respectfully said to Elder Zhang, I didn't expect you to come over in person, old master. I was planning to go over and pay you a visit this afternoon after I finished my work. Master Zhang looks kind and looks especially approachable. And Master Zhang always has a smile on his face, so Jiang Nanzhou doesn't have much nervousness when facing him. Zhang Yuanshan said smilingly to Jiang Nanzhou, I'm just an old man who loves to get together, just in time for your boy's opening, so I can't help but come and have a good time. Fatty and the others also came over to greet Elder Zhang, and Fatty smiled and said to Elder Zhang, Hello old master. I am the one who plays Antique Fat Brother in our fan group. Before also had the honor to see that Vasu posted in the group. We talked a few words at that time. Elder Zhang did not expect that this was also someone Jiang Nanzhou knew in real life and smiled at this fat man. I can remember you you kid review can be spot on. When I next want to buy what vase, look bad, then you help me look. Fatty patted his chest when he heard this. I'm not good at anything else, but I've loved these things since I was a kid, so if there's anything you can't see you'll call me. Barry didn't eat enough and came over to Jiang Nanzhou's side and said, Hello brother fisherman, I'm Berry Unfulfilled. My real name is Plum Berry, but my last name is Plum as in plum blossom. Jiang Nanzhou said to Barry, I've seen your live stream, my girlfriend loves it too, so don't call me brother fisherman, my name is Jiang Nanzhou, just call me by my real name. After Jiang Nanzhou said this, he introduced Berry to Enlichu who was standing beside him. This is my girlfriend, Enrichu, and Nichu also graciously said hello. Barry said playfully to Enrichu, Fisherman's sister-in-law is so much better looking than in the video. Brother fisherman, you are so lucky. Sister-in-law will be in your hands for this period of time. You have to recommend me what places on the island are fun. And Nietzsche said to Barry with a smile. Okay, wait until tomorrow when we take you to the beach for a barbecue and fireworks. It'll be fun. Barry smiled and chuckled at Anri-chu. Then I'll call you Sister Xiaoli. You have to keep your word. I haven't put on the fireworks yet. It's all standing far away and watching. It's not interesting at all. Zhang Nanzhou directly arranged them to that private room prepared on the 3rd floor. Master Zhang was still talking when he entered the private room. Your store decoration design is really good. It's much better than those places that shake people's eyes with gold as soon as they go in. Look at how atmospheric your design is. Zhang Yuan followed suit. Brother Nanzhou, you're going to be a big hit. Just now I saw quite a few people taking pictures at that aquarium on the 1st floor. Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile. It's probably because I met a good designer. Gramps, you guys sit over here, I'm going to go downstairs and work on something first. Elder Zhang waved his hand and smiled. Go about your business. I don't need your hospitality on my side. There's no need to treat me, the old man, as an outsider. Zhang Nanzhou added to Fatty and the others. Brother Fatty, Brother Wang, I'll trouble you guys to help entertain on Brother Yang's side. I'll go downstairs to take a look. They smiled and said to Zhang Nanzhou. You can rest assured to go busy. The old man's side we give you must accompany well. Although Manager Yang was wearing a smile on his face, he was actually particularly nervous. This was his idol's old man. Zhang Yuan's father is Manager Yang's idol. That's the richest man. Just the door of this private room. There are several bodyguards standing guard. How many people are trying to come in to climb the relationship? But unfortunately they are all blocked back. And Jiang Nanhai's side was surrounded by some bosses. Mr. Jiang, what kind of character is this boss Jiang of yours? Even the richest man's old man and son can be invited. That's right, Mr. Jiang. You don't say hello in advance and this character. I guess the people who didn't come over today's intestines are repenting. Jiang Nanhai pushed his glasses without changing his face. At a glance, you guys usually don't watch live broadcasts much. Master Zhang, this is the top one big brother in our boss Jiang's live broadcast room. A fan of our boss Jiang. Some people heard this and directly took out their cell phones to ask Jiang Nanhai. What's the name of boss Jiang's live account? I'm going to take a look too. I'll pay attention too and swipe gifts for boss Jiang when he goes live. Jiang Nanhai said. You guys just search for Brother Fisherman. And the first one that pops up with the most followers is the one. No sooner had Jiang Nanhai finished saying this than someone exclaimed in shock. Ma, this boss Jiang has more than 20 million followers? I just keep hearing that 1 million anchors is pretty impressive. I didn't realize that our boss Jiang is so powerful that he has more fans than a star. One of them had also followed Zhang Nanzhou's Douyin account before and smiled. Once I went to boss Jiang's live broadcasting room. I also saw a star brushing gifts in boss Jiang's live broadcasting room. If not for boss Jiang, can there be so many tourists on this island now? Jiang Nanhai said with a smile. Go, let's all go upstairs. I've arranged your private rooms. You guys chat while you drink your tea. I'll go entertain the other guests first. Chapter 213, Delivery of Cards. After Jiang Nanhai said this, he let his little assistant lead them to the private room. Seeing them all leave, Jiang Nanhai breathed a sigh of relief. The words he said today almost caught up with the amount he had said this year. Today, the second floor side is very lively. The second Uncle Jiang did not go to the 3rd floor of the private room. He and Jiang Bei, 2 people in the 2nd floor, to help entertain. People in the village have come over here to buy seafood before, but none of them have ever been on the 2nd floor. They thought the 1st floor was decorated well enough, but they didn't realize that the 2nd floor was better. Then imagine that the private rooms on the 3rd floor must be fitted out better than the 2nd floor, especially when they saw the menu and price list at the bar. They didn't realize that some of the dishes were still cheap. That is, they were all acceptable. Of course, if you order lobster or abalone, it's going to be expensive. But if a family member or friend or whatever comes out for a meal, they will definitely prefer to be over here. After all, with this environment and this class, it's more dignified to treat yourself. At noon, Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai, 2 people from table to toast, but fortunately Jiang Nanhai's small assistant to pour them wine or white water. Jiang Nanzhou quietly said to Jiang Nanhai, this little assistant knows her stuff. You should give a raise. Jiang Nanhai also didn't expect the little assistant to replace all the wine in the bottle with white water, and kept following them around, specifically pouring wine for the 2 of them. It's really time for a raise. He's pretty good in every aspect of his abilities and he's pretty good at dealing with people. On the 3rd floor is the need for the 2 of them to go from room to toast. The 2nd floor is the 2nd Uncle Jiang and Jiang Bei, 2 people in the hospitality, but Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai also went over to drink a cup with them. After all the toasts on the 3rd floor, Jiang Nanzhou took Jiang Nanhai to the private room where Elder Zhang and the others were. When Elder Zhang saw Jiang Nanzhou and the others coming over, he hurriedly said to Jiang Nanhai's little assistant. Hurry up and go and serve them both some rice. We don't need you to honor us at this table. No need to make up all that nonsense. Seeing as you've all been busy all morning, hurry up and all eat a little more. Fatty and a few of them coaxed Elder Zhang and Zhang Yuan to be happy, and a few of them didn't drink any alcohol either. They accompanied Elder Zhang to drink tea. Zhang Nanzhou ate a mouthful of food and asked Elder Zhang, Master, are the flavors of our dishes over here still to your liking? Elder Zhang put down his teacup and said, Not bad, your side of the chef's skill is really quite good. Anyway, I have not eaten in Kyoto is so delicious food. Wait for nothing, later I will come to your side to eat. Zhang Nanzhou knew when he heard this that Elder Zhang was going to stay over here for a little while this time. I'll open a card for you later, so when the time comes, you can just call and have them send you whatever you want. When Jiang Nanhai heard this, he directly took out a black card from his arms, with the 4 big words South Bay Merchant Bank printed in gold on it. Jiang Nanhai said to Jiang Nanzhou, I'm all ready to give this card to Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang was not polite and directly gave a wink to the butler. The butler took the card with both hands. Then I thank you, and I'll take this card. Jiang Nanzhou didn't even know that they still had this kind of card in their store, and he didn't know when Jiang Nanhai had prepared it. After sending Elder Zhang and the others away after dinner, Jiang Nanzhou asked Jiang Nanhai, when was that card you just sent prepared? Jiang Nanhai said with a smile, that card was a sample card from when we had a stored value card before, and I picked one out of that pile that looked more high-end, or else all the other cards in our family had card numbers on them, and giving that kind of card was like rushing people to save money, and I felt bad about it. So I gave a sample card. Jiang Nanzhou said as he gave a thumbs up to Jiang Nanhai. That's awesome. I'll have them change it from the store's system in a few minutes. Set that card as a free card, and then if there's a purchase it'll just go straight to my account. Alright, I'll go make arrangements in a while. Didn't Xiao Li's side of the family come too? You hurry over to keep them company. Don't let them pick on you when the time comes. Today, Uncle An, as well as Minghui and his fiancée came over. Jiang Nanzhou directly arranged them all in the same private room of his parents, which is also considered the first meeting of both parents. The only regret is that Anne's father was not present. When Jiang Nanzhou pushed open the door of the private room that his family was in, he heard the sounds of lively chatter inside. It seemed that they were all getting along quite happily, and Li Chu saw Jiang Nanzhou push the door in and asked busily, How much did you drink? Do I need to order you a sobering soup? And did you get to eat? Hearing the concern of his own girlfriend, his heart was all warmed up. Jiang Nanzhou sat down next to Li Chu and smiled. I press not drink. The South China Sea brothers assistant to the wine are replaced with white water. That thing is how to drink, not much is to run. The toilet ran several times, and Li Chu took a set of cutlery for Jiang Nanzhou and had to put it in his hand. You should hurry up and eat something. It's almost afternoon. Jiang Nanzhou was not pretending to be fake at all in Master Zhang's private room before, and dazzled a big bowl of rice. And now he can't eat it. I ate just now. I'm full. How did you all eat? Uncle, is the food still palatable? Amber said as she took a sip of her wine. Good. Especially good. You make the best food in the whole town. No other restaurant can compare to you. Jiang Nanzhou laughed. Then you can come over and eat as often as you like from now on if you're not doing anything, and put it all on my tab. Uncle An said. How can that work? I have to be a normal consumer. I can still take advantage of your juniors. Jiang Nanzhou said. Then how can we say that you are taking advantage of us? Isn't it proper for us juniors to honor you? Father Jiang also said at this time. That's right. You come here still spend what money? Just as come to their own home turf to eat. Their juniors' filial piety you should be. When you have time to eat on our home, let Xiaozhou give you to do. He can do then this restaurant chef can be too delicious. Then we too can also drink some more. Jiang mother laughed. Yes, go to our home to eat some other day. Our own home-raised earth rooster that stew is only fragrant. My craftsmanship is average. When the time comes, let Xiaozhou make it for you. Uncle An smiled when he heard this. Then I must go and try Xiaozhou's handiwork some other day. I haven't heard that girl Xiaoli recite that Xiaozhou's cooking is good. Today, Jiang father and Uncle An were both happy to drink, and both drank a little too much. Before leaving, the two men even made plans to drink again in a couple of days. They can kind of all take a break when they send people away in the afternoon. Chapter 214, Tea Tasting. There are a lot of people have done the card. Like the fat man directly did $100,000 card. Jiang Nanzhou do not know when he did it. If you know, he cannot let him do just this $100,000 card. He had to eat until when? Besides, they all live in the city. Come to his side of the meal is also more trouble. Jiang Nanzhou also when they are all set, tomorrow night to invite them to eat in Jiangjia village. Today when they go back to the accommodation must also be arranged. He also made a point of talking to Fatty and telling him to bring the family with him. Jiang Nanzhou also sent a WeChat to Zhang Yuan when he left the store, saying that he would go to visit Elder Zhang in the afternoon and wondered if it was convenient. Zhang Yuan said to just let him pass directly. Zhang Nanzhou also deliberately took 2 high-grade seafood gift boxes from the store and some small snacks. Those little snacks were for Barry. And he didn't know how Barry and Zhang Yuan got mixed up. He is treating his fans more generously all the time anyway. Zhang Nanzhou drove straight to Elder Zhang's house. He only knew that this side of the renovation. But I did not expect that the style of decoration and his new house looked similar, and especially high grade. This look is not less money. Zhang Yuan personally came out to receive it and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "Brother Nanzhou, you see that this side is well decorated. My grandfather said that if there was nothing he would have stayed over here all the time. Anyway, it's more comfortable than living in a big villa at home." Zhang Nanzhou thought to himself, "Your house is called a villa? Shouldn't that be a manor? The kind that can also park helicopters. The climate over here is better for retirement. And when the old man is not doing anything he can still go out for a walk and go to a game of chess with the grandfathers at the entrance to the village." Elder Zhang saw Zhang Nanzhou come over and said to the housekeeper, "Old Lu, go and brew some of that tea I brought over for Xiao Zhou, so he can taste the tea from our tea garden." Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile, "I didn't realize that your family still has a tea garden, old master? That's something I haven't heard of, your family still doing tea business." Elder Zhang said with a kind smile on his face when he heard this. "Our family's tea garden's tea is not for sale. To relatives and friends are not enough to share it. Every year staring at my small tea garden of more people. This SharePoint will not be left anything." Listening to Elder Zhang's Versailles speech, Zhang Nanzhou still felt that this was the gap between people. He was still too poor. "I'll have to taste it then. Although I don't know how to taste tea. Good tea should be different." Zhang Yuan said with a poof of laughter when he heard this. "What can I say about this tea? My grandfather, they all say it's good. But let me drink it, might as well be mineral water. Give them a drink of that tea, they all say it's good anyway." Zhang Nanzhou is forced to hold back a smile, do not know what to say. He still likes to drink milk tea, sweet kind. He is really do not know why all those old people like to drink tea. He also does not know what is a good tea. Elder Zhang, who heard Zhang Yuan's words, glared at Zhang Yuan and said, "What do you know? Drinking that Coke every day. The internet has said that drinking that kills sperm and makes it easy to have a child. You also drink less of that stuff." Zhang Yuan did not dare to refute his grandfather now. After all, his grandfather's face was also a face. Barry handed Zhang Yuan a packet of small fishies that Zhang Nanzhou had just brought and said to Zhang Yuan, "Just don't be old and angry at Grandpa Zhang. Eat something to gag you up." Zhang Nanzhou looked at the two people, moved some ambiguous then asked, "What's going on with you two now?" Barry took Zhang Yuan's hand and shook it at Zhang Nanzhou and said, "We're in love." Zhang Yuan was a little embarrassed by Barry's actions. After all, his grandfather was still here. Zhang Nanzhou was not expecting the two of them to develop so quickly. After all, Barry also just came to his live room not long ago. "Did you guys know each other before, or did you meet on my live feed?" Elder Zhang is quite vocal about this matter now. If he didn't put in a good word from him, Zhang Yuan wouldn't have been able to catch up with Barry so quickly. "They are in your live room to know Although the Barry is also a net red, but looks can be better than other female net red. This is the first time Zhang Yuan visioned so good over Barry's too. I was surprised when he said he wanted to be in a relationship with me. I'm not his type either. All the little internet stars he's talked to before are plastic faces. I thought he was teasing me at first." Zhang Yuan was sweating a bit and said in a weak voice, "I used to just have fun with them. Don't you dare talk nonsense. What with all the plastic surgery faces? I like you now, can't I?" Zhang Yuanshan said to Zhang Yuan, "What kind of attitude is that? I'm telling you, you have to treat Barry well. I recognize this granddaughter-in-law. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll sweep you out of the house, disown you as a grandson, and let Barry be my granddaughter." Zhang Yuan is really aggrieved. Barry patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and said, "Did you hear what Grandpa Zhang said? If you get involved with any more internet starlets when you're in a relationship with me, I'll directly chop you up." Zhang Yuan took Barry's hand and said, "My WeChat and address book you have not given clean. I quasi certainly cannot bowl ***********. Barry's impression of Zhang Yuan at first wasn't very good. It felt like a second-generation ancestor who relied on his family, a playboy. But after contact, she felt that he was not bad, and his looks were also her favorite type. Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said, "Good for you guys then. I feel it's very hard to meet someone who likes each other. Cherish it." He wanted to laugh as he finished the sentence himself, remembering an ancient morning emoji. It's a laugh to see how the internet is a thread. So cherish the bond. Zhang Nanzhou drank the tea that Lu Butler poured for him. TSK. He is really a vulgar person. This thing is really not good. But Zhang Nanzhou did not show it, and his mouth still said, "This good tea is just different, better than the others." Zhang Yuanshan said with a few laughs, "You kid This tea is notoriously bitter. It's to remove fire. Old Lu, you'd better get him a bottle of juice. Jiang Nanzhou scratched his head and smiled. I'm still good for juice. I'm really not used to this tea. Before leaving, Jiang Nanzhou invited them to dine on his Manhwa no. 1 in the evening. He personally cooked, and also made it a point to explain that there are a few friends who are accompanying him today. Zhang Yuanshan said with a smile. That's a good feeling. I haven't even had a drink today, so I'll have a good one tomorrow night, or I'll crave your handiwork. Barry said to Jiang Nanzhou. Brother Nanzhou, then can I start a live broadcast tomorrow? I'll only take pictures of dishes and not people. Jiang Nanzhou said jokingly. Just turn it on. It's okay to film me, and remember to turn on my beauty face. Chapter 215, Being a son is tiring. Being an old man is even more tiring. When he arrived home, the family was preparing dinner, so Jiang mother asked him, I heard from your great-grandfather that you bagged the hill behind our house? Yeah, didn't I say that when I got back yesterday? Jiang father rubbed his head and wobbled out of the room and said, You didn't even mention it. You didn't know to talk to the family about something that big. Jiang mother said while pouring water for Jiang father. That is, you at least say ah. If not, your big grandfather said I do not know. You with the package down. Some other day to our family chicken side of the circle of the net to expand a little further out. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang mother. There's no rush on that one. I'll draw up a plan when the time comes, and then I'll recruit 2 people and expand then. Jiang mother clapped her hands and said. That's not bad. I heard your aunt say today that raising pigs is also quite profitable now. When the time comes we will also raise a few more pigs. It's still stupid pork that tastes good, and we'll kill the pigs in our own home during the new year. Jiang mother and Jiang Nanzhou are researching what all to raise. Only Jiang father is alone there to worry. Good reason to pack what mountain but also to expand the scale of breeding. This day by day he is either picking up eggs or on the way to pick up eggs. It was all enough to keep him busy, and he could only find time to read a novel in the evening. To really expand the scale of farming, he shall not be more busy he is now just want to swing Anyway, now earn these money are enough to spend, but also so tired why But he only dared to think about these words in his mind, and didn't dare to say them at all. His old man would have to cut him if he really said it. Alas, being a son is tiring and being an old man is even more so. After dinner Jiang Nanzhou contacted Li Hao and asked him to come over when he had time to see how to plan this side well. He talked to Li Hao all over again to give him a rough idea of what he was thinking. After finishing the call with Li Hao, Jiang Nanzhou went to Great-Grandpa Zhang's house and took Dudu for a walk around the village. He hadn't had a good sneak around since all the B&Bs in the village had opened up. Dudu and Jiang Nanzhou didn't need to be carried when they went out and walked by Jiang Nanzhou's side with their own short legs holding the little Bianmu. No matter what Jiang Nanzhou said to him there was a response. There were times when he nodded his head, shook his head, or else a few times. But now Jiang Nanzhou and Dudu are completely barrier-free communication. Dudu is also obedient. Jiang Nanzhou said which way to go he has no opinion. Has been obediently followed Jiang Nanzhou. This if someone else said to bring Dudu out, Su Yaowei would definitely be uneasy and she would follow. But now she had complete trust in Jiang Nanzhou. Then there's the fact that Fan Hongtao, Jiang Bei's youngest apprentice, gave Dudu a locator watch, so they can check out Dudu's location on their cell phones. And it's an Iron Man dial, which Toots also loved and went to show it off to her grandparents when she wore it. And second grandpa had a locator handy, and they both showed each other off when they met today. This evening Su Yaowei also put on a thin little jacket for Tootsie, and Tootsie made a point of showing off her little hands. Jiang Nanzhou even made a point of giving him a wiggle of his little hand to show off when he arrived. He took Dudu around the village, also counted Jiang Tianxiang's family's B&B as good. Also do not know whether there are empty rooms. He directly took Dudu to Jiang Tianxiang's family's B&B. There were still a few tourists playing cards in the yard, and a young man directly exclaimed in shock when he saw Jiang Nanzhou. Ah, fisherman brother. It's really you. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. Of course I am. The other girl said. See, I told you that it was brother fisherman who walked by the door earlier, and you guys said I was wrong. The young man who spoke before held up his cell phone and walked over to Jiang Nanzhou's side and said, Brother fisherman, I'm a fan of yours. Can I take a picture with you? Jiang Nanzhou saw that his cell phone had turned on the photo function. What else could he say but, could be. Jiang Tianxiang had just come out and wanted to call their family's visitors to go in for dinner when he saw Jiang Nanzhou bringing little Dudu. When they finished taking pictures Jiang Tianxiang said, the dishes you ordered are ready. Hurry up and eat, or they'll all get cold later. After they all went in, Jiang Tianxiang gave Jiang Nanzhou a cigarette and said, Why are you free to come over today? Jiang Nanzhou lit a cigarette and said, Brother Tin Chung, do you have a room here tomorrow? Jiang Tianxiang said with a smile, That has to be there. It just so happens that these college students are leaving tomorrow. Jiang Nanzhou said, That's fine. Then I'll settle your bill together when my guests leave, and I'll put all the spending on my tab. Jiang Tianxiang said. That's fine. I'll give you all the credit when the time comes. Your family's old mansion side of the house is now finished. There are just a few finishing touches left. And there are still bricks in the yard that aren't paved. Have you gotten in touch with the horticulturist side yet? Or I will contact you. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Tianxiang. You can contact me tomorrow. And design it that way according to that drawing Li Hao gave me earlier. Jiang Tianxiang extinguished his cigarette and said. That's fine. I'll contact you tonight and try to get him in place tomorrow so that your family can live in a new house as soon as possible. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. Okay, but your work is not finished yet. After this side is finished, I also want to give our family now live over there stripped. The back of the mountain I've already chartered. When the time comes, I want to do a small manor-style healing bed and breakfast. Jiang Tianxiang frowned when he heard Jiang Nanzhou's words. Right now there are already several BNBS in our village. I've heard that other villages are getting BNBS. And there are several new hotels in town. And isn't your girlfriend getting a high-end hotel-style B&B as well? Will it not be profitable for you to invest so much by then? Jiang Nanzhou said. What I want to do is different from your kind. I want to do something that has kind of like a nursing home feel to it. And it's all annual fees or quarterly fees. And it doesn't conflict with a hotel B&B. Jiang Tianxiang had heard of sanatoriums before. There were a few of them in their city. And they all charged quite high fees. I know the kind of thing you're talking about. But can you do it on our side? Jiang Nanzhou said. Don't you have to try it to find out if it works? Jiang Tianxiang thought about it as also. No matter what to do business not to do. Never know whether to earn money. And he felt that Jiang Nanzhou was the one who would not lose money in anything he did. That's fine. I guess by the time you move, your girlfriend's side of the project will be finished. So I'll put more people on your side then. Jiang Nanzhou smiled when he heard this. Brother Tianxiang, when the time comes, just watch the arrangements. I don't worry about leaving it to you. After talking with Jiang Tianxiang, Jiang Nanzhou looked at the sky also darkened, took Dudu to the beach. Now the night there can be lively. There are a lot of tourists, specially bought fireworks over to put. Chapter 216, I'll buy you a yacht when I make money. He looked to see if there were any fireworks tonight. Although Dudu cannot speak now, see the crowd, or hide behind Jiang Nanzhou. But the little man is quite a hobbyist. Dodo is a little tired of walking and lollygagging. Jiang Nanzhou then picked up Dudu and let him ride on his shoulders. Dudu let out a small gasp of surprise when Jiang Nanzhou racked him onto his shoulders, and then he realized that his vision had opened up even more, and he liked this feeling. Jiang Nanzhou looked at Dudu without fear, so he said to Dudu to let him hold him up. Just skipped along the newly built trestle on the beach with Tootsie, and the little border collie who was holding Tootsie. Seeing that there are fireworks, Jiang Nanzhou took Dudu to stop and look over there for a while. Jiang Nanzhou also found that the quality of the tourists who come here to play is also quite high. They all packed up the finished fireworks and threw them over the edge of the trash can. It's also easier for those sanitation workers who are cleaning to clean up a bit easier. Anyway, currently Jiangnan Boat hadn't heard of any extreme tourists. After watching the fireworks, Jiang Nanzhou sent Dudu home, really wishing that his proposal ring would have been made earlier. Jiang Nanzhou sent a video with Enlichu when he arrived home, wanting to discuss with Enlichu to discuss the menu for tomorrow night. When he talked about giving the B&B are booked, Enlichu asked Jiang Nanzhou, it's not like we can't live on the ship, so why book a B&B? The rooms on the ship now are all assigned to the crew. There are still some rooms used to pile up things. It's quite troublesome to tidy up now. The sweet side has reserved one for brother Nanhai and Daiyu. Let everyone else go to the B&B to live when the time comes. That's also a bit more convenient. That's fine. I'll go over early tomorrow to help you and set up the deck then. That's fine. I'll leave all that to you then. I'll just prepare and cook the food. Do you still want to eat kebabs? If you want to eat kebabs, I'll buy some more beef and mutton tomorrow. And Lichu couldn't help but gulp when she heard the meat skewer. Even though she had just finished eating it not too long ago, she still kind of wanted to eat it. Hey, then you buy more, and I'll get Daiyu to go with me tomorrow, so she can skewer with me then. They definitely have to come over early. Brother Nanhai still has to help me with the hospitality. It would be nice if there was a yacht here. Then we could even go out to sea, blowing a little wind and eating barbecue, drinking a little wine. How cool it would be. Jiang Nanzhou thought that in the future, or have to organize a yacht, just stay out of the sea to play, his fishing boat to go out to play. That can burn money. And Ni Hatsumi said with a smile when she heard this from Jiang Nanzhou, then don't be in a hurry. When my sister's hotel makes money in the future, I'll buy you a yacht, just for you to save for the sea. Jiang Nanzhou managed to be amused by Enlichu. That's fine. Then I'll wait for my brother to buy a big yacht for sister Sholi. And Lichu hearing Jiang Nanzhou call her sister was really cool. Well, brother, you're done waiting. The two bantered for a while before getting down to business, finally settling on a lamb chop stew for tomorrow. Get some more seafood and arrange for all the chickens. ducks and geese in the house. The galley on the boat is big anyway. And so are those pots and pans. Jiang Nanhai would basically be staying in town now. So Jiang Nanzhou directly sent him the vegetables he needed to buy and asked him to bring them back tomorrow. The next day Li Chu came early, and Grandma Jiang made them sea oyster cakes to eat at noon. It wasn't long after they finished lunch that Jiang Nanhai and Dayu came over, and they drove straight to the pier they were on. Jiang Nanhai also do not know where to put a whole small camper, with this thing to move goods just right. Drinks and beverages what Jiangnan boat also give the preparedness of the full. Zhang Yuan and Barry also came over early to help. Jiang Nanzhou said to Barry, "Aren't you going to start a live broadcast today? Then why don't you start it now? Just so they can see your skewers, and you can film while I cook." Barry asked for a boat south of the river. "Brother Nanzhou, why don't we open your live room as well? You haven't been live for a few days." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "I won't be broadcasting today, and I don't have any benefits for the fans today, and without them, they don't love to watch." Zhang Yuan said, "Then brother Nanzhou, you have wronged us fans. Even if you sleep and give us a live broadcast, we love to watch." Jiang Nanhai said with a smile, "If he opened a live broadcast for you guys when he was sleeping, I guess the live room would be banned in minutes. Now he has to be coaxed to sleep. It's too juvenile." Hearing Jiang Nanhai's jibe, Jiang Nanzhou chuckled. "Are you sure you're talking about me and not yourself?" Dayu watched as they talked more and more without any boundaries and opened her mouth. "You guys don't talk nonsense. Barry, you open the live broadcast. Remember to turn on the beauty face, yo. Shoot beautifully for sister." Barry chuckled. "That's for sure. You have to turn on your beauty face." Barry finished the sentence and took the cell phone holder out of her bag and set it up on the table. And Nietzsche said to Barry when she saw it, "Do you need to move a light over here for you? I see that they don't always have a big light shining on them live. It says that the shot will come out better that way." Barry said playfully to Anri Chu. "Little pair's sister, I live never use those." Said open beauty are joking? "I usually live beauty is not open. Directly is to let the netizens see the most real scene." After Barry finished saying this, and Li Chu and Dayu both gave her a comparison. They usually watched live broadcasts and didn't like to watch the kind that was all about beauty and filters. And Nichu smiled. "I've seen you live before. It's that buffet restaurant that you went to in Magic City. And I just managed to get planted by you. When I go to Magic City, I'm going to go to that restaurant and eat there too." Barry was more interested at the mention of food, and said to Nichu, "That buffet restaurant is really worth a visit. Let me know when you're going. I have a card over there. Their food is made by Michelin chefs, and although the price point is high, it tastes exceptionally good." And Lichu and the girls had finished their preparations. All that was left was to start threading the skewers, and the other big dishes were left to Jiang Nanzhou. Barry also supported the phone. Opened the live broadcast. Barry live before the live broadcast in her fan group issued a live broadcast announcement, and also said to them that today's live broadcast has a surprise. So as soon as Barry's live stream opened, it was flooded with people straight away. "Live home people, everyone, good afternoon. Today to show you I come to rub the big meal. When. As she said this, Barry held up those meats in the tray in front of her and showed them to her friends in the broadcast room. "Live skewering for you guys today. Guess where I am? Chapter 217, are you trying to murder me, Dad?" Live on the public screen. Brothers and sisters, why do I look a little familiar with the background behind Barry? Isn't this Brother Fisherman's boat? I'm a big fan of Brother Fisherman. It must be Brother Fisherman's boat. I like the two big anchors dream link up. Barry, you do not just skewer meat there. Pick up the phone to walk around to give us a shot. See who are. Good lord. Is this the surprise Barry was talking about? I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to come to our Barry's live room. He came in and started to swipe a bunch of gifts. Brothers, hurry up and gift brush up. We can't lose our momentum. Upstairs. I can't afford it. It's the son of the richest man in the world. Just on the public screen of the Barry live broadcast, are discussing whether it is Zhang Gongzi looked at the Barry. It was seen that Barry's side of a man took a bottle of mineral water, or unscrewed the cap of the bottle on the side of the mold. From the exposed hand, a particularly expensive watch that the man was wearing could still be seen, and the public screen of the live broadcast exploded again. What's the situation? Who is that man? Is Barry in love? Don't. My goddess weeps. Mom, I'm going to lose it. Don't think too much about it, guys. Maybe it's just Barry's friend. What the hell is going on? If Barry has a boyfriend, does that mean she can get away with this from Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yuan had originally continued to brush the gifts there after getting water for Barry, but he didn't expect to see the words from the netizens. What do you mean Barry is in love and escaped me? What's wrong with me? Isn't it just that you've talked to a couple of small internet friends? Although often photographed by some marketing numbers, some of them are really just friends, or girlfriends brought by friends. But it is not so bad that falling in love with him is a robbery. Zhang Yuan's heart is hard to bear, and he especially wants to cry out, "My concubine is wronged." Barry didn't notice Zhang Yuan's change in mood, and because the pop-ups floated so quickly, Barry hadn't even seen that comment. Zhang Yuan sat on the side of Barry like an aggravated little daughter-in-law, breathlessly swiping gifts for Barry. Zhang Nanzhou happened to come out to deliver something and saw Zhang Yuan like that and said, "You hurry up and help with the skewers too, so you don't run out of food for the night." Zhang Nanhai happened to receive a call from Boss Wang saying that they had now entered the village, and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "Brother Fatty and Boss Wang and the others have arrived. I'll get off the boat first to pick them up." When Zhang Nanhai received Fatty and Boss Wang and their party, he also said to them that the ship is open for live broadcasting, so if you mind, remember to avoid the live broadcasting equipment. Fatty said with a grin, "You say that, old man, but we've all brought our original pairings with us. What's there to see?" Fat brother's wife is also relatively rich looking. Fat sister-in-law character is particularly bright, a big sister in the north. She also said with a smile, "It's just that I'll go to see how all live broadcasts, and then I'll learn. And when my plus-size women's clothing city opens, I'll also have a live broadcast." Fatty said to his daughter-in-law, "That you learn not here what? They are living live. People live are for entertainment and recreation, not to sell goods. If you want to learn to sell goods, I will take you to other media companies to see someday." Zhao Meiling, Boss Wan's daughter-in-law, said, "My son also recently got a media company. They are selling goods. I'll also sell clothing. By then I will take you to their company to slip around. Let him find you 2 people to teach your anchor." Manager Yang's daughter-in-law said, "You don't say. I've been to the live room of that company of your little Wangs, and I've bought a lot of cosmetics, whether it's really that cheap or not." Zhao Meiling said with a smile, "Genuine, my son can say. If the fake you buy after going to the counter to check the goods, he fake one for 10. Boss Wang got angry when he heard them discussing this and said helplessly to Zhang Nanhai, "Older brother, you say he a good economic management graduated. Do not come to help me manage the shipyard field even if, day after day hold that what broken live company. Also do not know can earn a few money." Before Zhang Nanhai could say anything, the little fat kid from Fatty's family said, "Uncle Wang, your little brother Wang's live broadcast will definitely be very profitable, because I see those live broadcasts are so lucrative. All they have to do is to call their brother, and their dad will give them a brush." Woo! Little fat baby words had not finished it. His mouth was covered by the fat brother. Fat brother rushed to look. In front of them are hot chatting a few women. Fortunately his wife did not hear, which if heard, he went home to be served by the family law. A few of them were amused. Don't look at the fat boy's kids as small, but they know everything. Fat brother's child just started kindergarten this year. Chubby, especially cute, just like the big fat doll in the yearbook, and very festive looking, with a small pot head, tiger head. The little chubby baby was wondering why his dad was covering his mouth and peeled off his dad's hand with force and said, "Dad, are you trying to murder me?" He managed to make the guys laugh again with that comment. Boss Yang touched the little fat baby's head and said, "How do you know that's a gift? Does your dad watch a lot of live broadcasts?" Fatty said to little Fatty just as he was about to speak, "You go quickly, don't talk nonsense. You see that big boat in front of you? There's a lot of good food on that boat." When he heard this, the little chubby boy hurriedly took his father's hand and said, Okay, let's go. Let's go to the boat and get some good food." After saying this, little fat baby rushed forward, not forgetting to pull his dad. Zhang Nanhai said to Boss Wang, "Young people, want to start a business is a good thing. You do not always worry about this matter. And now live industry is quite hot, especially they bring goods live room. People to live down are quite a lot to earn." Manager Young also said, "That's right, your family Wang's so smart he is now young, willing to do what you want to do. What? You are anxious to retire? Boss Wang sighed and said, "What's the use of me being anxious? People don't come to take over. I'll just do it, until when I can't do it anymore, then I won't do it." After they got on the boat, these people had all met before and there was no need for further introductions, especially since Zhang Gongzi was here. They all took the initiative to go and chat with him. Zhang Nanhai then introduced several ladies to each other. The first thing the fat man did on board was to take his son to the kitchen, and as soon as he entered the kitchen, the two men's expressions were identical. Both came into the kitchen and inhaled the scent in the air twice. The little chubby baby said to his dad, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Chapter 218, I like pretty sisters. Fatty said to Zhang Nanzhou, "What are you making that smells so good, old buddy?" Zhang Nanzhou smiled when he saw them coming. "Where's the lamb chop stew? Your kids are so cute." Fatty said to the little fat baby, "This is your Uncle Nanzhou. He can cook a lot of delicious food." The little fat baby took a few steps forward and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "Hello Uncle Nanzhou." the lamb chops you made smell so good? How long before we can eat it? John Nanjo used a plate to fill the little fat baby with some fried meatballs and prawns with fries and said to the little fat baby, "Good for you too, little fat baby. This is specially prepared for you and saved for you to eat as a snack." The little fat baby took the plate John Nanjo handed over and said to John Nanjo, "Thank you, Uncle Nanjo." With those words the little fat baby put the plate into the fat man's hands. He freed his hands and grabbed a meatball to eat straight away. After taking a bite the little fat baby said to John Nanjo, "Uncle Nanjo, your cooking is also too delicious. It's even better than the ones we make in kindergarten." Fatty also wanted to eat, but always felt that robbing his son's food was a bit degrading. After all, it was still in front of John Nanjo, and people still specially prepared for his son. Fatty could only say with a sneaky gulp, "Then you're busy, old man. I'll take him out to make and eat first. Fat boy, we'll go out to eat." Fatty had just left the kitchen door with his child, and seeing that no one was paying attention to the side, he directly picked up a dry-fried prawn and put it into his mouth. The little fat kid was not happy to see this scene and said loudly to his old man, "Daddy, how can you eat the delicious food that Uncle Nanjo prepared for me? These I still want to share with my pretty sisters." The fat man heard this and was busy saying to the little fat boy, "Keep your voice down. Daddy is just helping you taste the saltiness. It's just the right amount of saltiness. So hurry up and take it out and share it with those pretty young ladies." Fat brother thought, "This is really worthy of being my son. Hobby is exactly the same as his father. See, the beautiful young lady cannot walk. That is, even if he likes the delicious food, he is willing to share with the beautiful young lady." The little chubby baby sat directly in the middle of Berry and Enlichu with those delicious food. Sweetly to them, "Mrs., try this, meatballs are especially delicious. Uncle Nanjo made them especially for me. Only the cute little kids have them." This meatballs and Enlichu had already eaten them when they were just coming out of the pot and said to the little fat baby, "Then the sisters are adults, so they can't eat it, but leave it for the cute little kids." The little fat baby blinked his little eyes and added, "The pretty young lady will always be growing up little children, is to be spoiled by the manly man, because forever 18 years old, 18 years old, the pretty young lady is also considered a little child." The little fat baby's words managed to make a few people around him laugh. Barry asked curiously, "Who told you that 18 is also a child?" The little chubby baby jumped out of his chair and twisted his chubby little body to give them a live rendition, twisting and turning as he did so. "Just turned 18 today, I'm still a kid." Fatty, who saw this scene, wanted to find a hole in the ground. The fat man's wife said sternly directly to the little fat baby, "Sure, how yen? Are you stealing and playing with your cell phone again?" The little fat baby heard his mom's words and hid directly behind Barry, not making a sound. Fat sister-in-law spoke directly to fat brother. "Just one day I told you to watch a little less live those short videos, and look at that. Your son has been brought down by you." The fat man muttered in a small voice, "Can you blame me? He can go to heaven if I don't show him my cell phone when I take him." Fat sister-in-law also knew that it was inconvenient to clean him up here with so many people, glaring at fat brother and said, "You wait to go home. Fat brother is now bitter. Really? This side of so many people, do not know to give him some face." The Barry live streamers were amused. "Oh my god. I'm laughing through my tears. This little chubby guy is so cute too. I can just imagine how desperate that kid's dad is right now. This kid is learning to look like a real laugh. Just turned 18 today, ha 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 ha. Barry, give us a good look at this fat little man. He should still have talent." Little fat man see Barry with gloves and that wearing lamb kebabs. Little fat man but is particularly insightful, holding a meatballs to the Barry. "Beautiful sister. I'll feed you." Barry felt that the little chubby baby was too cute. She just couldn't resist it or the scent that wafted over from time to time from this meatball. It was so delicious. She was looking forward to this evening meal even more. Tonight our fisherman brother himself is cooking. We're going to finish skewering the skewers on our side. So let me show you the progress on the fisherman brother's side. After saying this, Barry took off his disposable gloves, picked up his cell phone and took the live streamers to the kitchen. Zhang Yuan, because Barry Live are afraid to speak loudly. Afraid of Barry Live, netizens know they are together and start attacking him again. Although he said he does not matter, but he does not want to affect the good mood of Barry. So he was all chatting with Boss Wang and the others from quite a distance. But Barry still accidentally captured Zhang Yuan when he entered the kitchen with his cell phone. The netizens in the live broadcast room all started a heated discussion when they saw Zhang Yuan. "What is this? Young Master Yuan Bao is even on Brother Fisherman's boat. Could this be a fan party for their big fans?" Barry didn't miss out on swiping gifts at Brother Fisherman's live broadcast. "No way. I'm right in the middle of Brother Fisherman's fanbase and I haven't even heard a whisper of said party. No way. Barry is really with Mr. Zhang? My goodness. Please, Mr. Zhang, let our Barry go. Malagogic. I didn't realize that Barry is also a gold-digging woman. Swiped several hundred of my gifts for nothing. It's disgusting. Upstairs, the mouth cannot put clean point. Berry itself is rich second generation, okay? Simply do not lack of money. Berry was originally excited to be giving them a live broadcast, but seeing those words from the netizens on the public screen of the broadcast room was a bit emotionally draining. She's just in a relationship and it's not public yet, but I didn't realize that some netizens were so malicious. Berry had all agreed with Zhang Yuan before, not to make it public first, and to be careful with everything. She didn't want to be on the headline hit list, but she was a bit angry now that she saw some people's statements, because during the time she spent with Zhang Yuan, she felt that he was still quite serious about his relationship, and it wasn't like what the marketing numbers said. Some marketing numbers say that Zhang Yuan has no one in his sight, that he has a good fate, that he will be reincarnated, that he has a rich father, and that he would be nothing without his father. Chapter 219, Fans' Blessings. But Berry found that Zhang Yuan treats people not as the internet said. Zhang Yuan although looks hangdog, but treats his family and friends very well, but also humble and polite, although sometimes will also float. But it was not the kind that had no one in sight, and Zhang Yuan knew a lot of things in particular. As could be seen from the time he gave his employees a network meeting, he was definitely not a straw man. Some said that Berry wanted to marry into a rich family. Berry didn't get angry at all, though she didn't care at all. Zhang Nanzhou saw Berry came and also made a special effort to organize his clothes, and he also made a special expression management. As it turned out, Berry didn't even go over there, and just walked out again with her cell phone. Berry stood on the edge of the railing and shouted at Zhang Yuan, "Zhang Yuan, come over here for a moment." Hearing that Berry was calling out for him, Zhang Yuan froze for a moment, then said to Boss Wang and the others, "Brothers talk first, my girlfriend is calling me." Zhang Yuan walked towards Berry's side while observing Berry's expression, and found that she was not happy. Zhang Yuan was a little worried. Was it that some netizen said something bad when he swiped a gift in her live room? The netizens in the live broadcast room saw Zhang Yuan enter the screen of the live broadcast, and then Berry turned the lens of the live cell phone to the front camera. Berry's pretty little face appeared right in front of the net. Zhang Yuan asked Berry in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Why are you upset?" Berry pulled over Zhang Yuan's arm so that he also appeared in the live broadcast, and Berry said directly to the live broadcast camera, "Some netizens were right that Zhang Yuan and I were together, but I didn't expect some netizens to be so malicious. For the record, live streaming is my personal hobby, not a tool I rely on, and I'm not with him to get traffic. Zhang Yuan isn't as bad as you guys make him out to be. Just look at his previous girlfriends. There isn't a single one that said he had character issues after breaking up with him." Zhang Yuan said to Berry as he saw Berry getting angrier and angrier. Okay, not angry. They love to say what they say. It's like some marketing number often blindly right. I cannot control people day after day. We will be good together. Hit them in the face on the end. Zhang Yuan finished and then said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, "You do not need to target Berry. Want to scold me to go to my neck below scold. I this person protect short. The previous even. If some marketing number blindly right Berry, don't come to the time to blame me nonchalant." Previously, Zhang Yuan wouldn't even pay attention to what those marketing numbers said blindly, but if there were some scribbling Berries, he would really get angry. Berry live on the public screen. "Boss, I'm shaking people. Sister-in-law live room will be your love security. Berry, don't pay attention to what those people are talking nonsense about. Mr. Zhang just now was so manly. Actually, that what? I want to see what exactly Brother Fisherman is cooking." Black fans retreat quickly. Brother Fisherman fans support Berry and also Mr. Zhang. I'm in a fan group with Mr. Zhang and Berry. They're usually quite nice. And Mr. Zhang isn't like what the marketing numbers say. He's usually quite a jokester. After Zhang Nanzhou's fans as well as Zhang Yuan's fans arrived, there was much more harmony on the public screen of Berry Live. There were also many netizens who were swiping their blessings. Zhang Yuan took out his cell phone and sent 52,000 red envelopes directly in the live broadcast of Berry, and after sending the red envelopes Zhang Yuan said to the netizens in the live broadcast, "Thank you for your well wishes, they are much appreciated. In a moment let Berry take you to the kitchen to see what goodies Brother Fisherman is preparing. He has been preparing them since lunch." Zhang Yuan finished his sentence and said to Berry, "Alright, be happy, even the most beautiful girl doesn't look good when she's angry. Look at the public screen, they all say it doesn't look good when you're angry. Smile." Zhang Yuan also gave Berry a quirky expression to make her laugh, and Berry could be considered to have a smile on her face and said, "Get out of the way and don't interfere with my live broadcast. Shade your highness, you go live. I'll be excused." Zhang Yuan also paid his respects to the netizens when he exited the live screen. Berry adjusted her emotions and took her cell phone before re-entering the kitchen again. It smells so good. Guess what brother fisherman is cooking? The public screen on the live stream said it was doing everything, with some outrageous netizens saying brother fisherman was making cannons. Jang Nanjo greeted the live camera. Hello everyone, have you all eaten? Jang Nanjo opened the lid of the large iron pot after saying this, and Berry took his cell phone and pointed the camera into the iron pot. Berry asked for a boat south of the river. Brother fisherman, what's stewing in this pot? Why does it smell so good? It's kind of like the iron pot stew in the north. Jang Nanjo said with a smile. It's just iron pot stew. The cake will be posted later. Fat sister-in-law is a northerner, so I thought to make a northern dish. You all guess what is stewed in here? Live on the public screen. I just saw ribs and I think there was chicken. SSHHHHHH. What a craving. Isn't it an iron pot of goose stew? Y'all step aside. I'm going to stand in the front row and smell it. What the hell is it? Chickens, ducks and geese? Berry guessed along. Isn't that chicken ribs in there? I remember you had sloppy joes at your house. Jang Nanjo said as he took a spatula and grilled the vegetables in the pot. There are chickens, geese, and ribs in here, and some potatoes and broad noodles and kidney beans that aren't even in the pot. Wow, I guess I'll have to eat 2 pounds fatter tonight. Berry said to the netizens in the live broadcast in order not to delay Jang Nanjo working. I'll take you out on the deck to watch the sunset and leave brother fisherman to his cooking. I'll give you a good look later when the food is served. After saying this she held up her cell phone and went out. Zhang Yuan and Fatty were there building a stove to burn charcoal. All smoky. Berry whispered to the live streamers. I'll take you to see the now wretched Mr. Zhang. Fatty was over there blocking the wind with his huge body, and Zhang Yuan was there blowing on the sparks. Zhang Yuan said, Fatty, I'm getting hypoxic. Why don't we ask brother Nanjo where the alcohol block is? Fatty said to the little chubby baby standing by. Son, go ask your uncle Nanjo where he put the alcohol block. The little fat baby heard his dad say okay and ran away. He doesn't like to do other jobs, but he loves to run to the kitchen and inhale its scent a few more times. But the little chubby baby they didn't expect was a goner. He had just entered the kitchen. Zhang Nanjo happened to serve a piece of lamb chop from the pot. He tasted the flavor, only to turn around and see the little fat baby there looking at him blearily. Zhang Nanjo then served another piece of lamb chop from the pot and asked little fatty baby, Are you hungry? The little fat baby is full of good fragrance and good aroma. Pressed to forget what he came to do. Heard the words of Uncle Nanjo mechanical nodded. Chapter 220, Did you beat the salt cellar to death? Zhang Nanjo tore off a piece of mutton and put it directly to the little fat baby's mouth after blowing it cool. The little fat baby opened his little mouth and owed a bite, squinting his little eyes with an expression of enjoyment as he chewed the mutton in his mouth. After eating a mouthful in his mouth, the little fat baby opened his mouth again. Zhang Nanjo tore another piece of mutton for him and put it in his mouth, and the little fat baby chewed quickly this time. After eating this piece of mutton, the little fat baby squinted his little eyes and smiled at Zhang Nanjo. Uncle Nanjo, this is too delicious. I love eating meat. Zhang Nanjo looked at the temperature of the lamb chops also dropped, directly handed to the little fat baby said, Take yourself out to eat. I'm going to start on the spicy fried mixed scallops. That one smells a little choked. Receiving the lamb chops handed over by Zhang Nanjo, the little fat baby was eating as he walked. Fatty really cannot wait. How come his son went for such a long time? It is better for him to go and see for himself. He went to the kitchen after talking to Zhang Yuan, and when he just walked to the doorway of the kitchen, he saw his son holding a piece of lamb chop in his hand while walking and gnawing on it. The fat man was really speechless and said to the little fat baby, Where is that thing? Did your Uncle Nanjo say anything about it? The little fat baby said with a confused look on his face. What's that? Don't know. Fatty really wanted to snatch the lamb chops out of his hands and teach him a lesson said. Grow a mind to eat in a day. Go find a chair and eat before you eat. How dangerous to eat while walking. It's better for him to ask himself. Fat brother entered the kitchen and smelled the aroma of spicy fried mixed shells. It is really fragrant. Almost eat and then endure. He said to Zhang Nanjo. Nanjo, do you have any alcohol blocks here? I'll burn the charcoal first. Zhang Nanjo turned on Fatty. It's in that cabinet right next to you. With the door open, Zhang Yuan was still struggling to burn the newspaper when Fatty went out with the alcohol block. Zhang Yuan was smothered in tears and said to Berry, Your Highness, get the little one a tissue. I'm choking on my big snot. Berry was amused by him and said to Zhang Yuan after getting him a tissue, Why don't you just give up and let brother Nanjo get it later when he's done cooking? That's when the fat man came over with 2 alcohol blocks and turned to them. Here comes the charcoal generating artifact. It'll burn in a moment with this. Zhang Yuan said to Berry. Just don't worry. Fatty and I can definitely do it. Berry said to the live streamers. Let's watch Mr. Zhang punch his face together. Live on the public screen. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Zhang Quasi must be feeling amused. I guess he's never gotten it himself. Go for it, Mr. Zhang. You can definitely do it. I finally have something that's better than Mr. Zhang, because I'm a griller at a barbecue restaurant, and I'm a professional at burning charcoal. I've had the pleasure of watching Zhang Gongzi and his friends go out for a barbecue before, at the same campsite, and they all had specialized chefs, so they didn't need to do it themselves at all. To be honest, Barry didn't believe that just two people with two clothes on their backs could cook charcoal, because she'd been out camping with her classmates before, and they'd brought electric grills just because it was too much of a hassle to burn charcoal. They don't have any of the people who go there who would do that job either. While Barry was chatting with the netizens, he didn't realize that Zhang Yuan and Fatty had really set the charcoal on fire. Zhang Yuan said excitedly, "Here's Chef Zhang and Chef Sure grilling skewers for you to eat. So just wait." The little fat baby finished gnawing on the lamb chops and watched the fun from their side, and when he heard Zhang Yuan's words, he directly raised his hand in support and said, "Chef Zhang, I want lamb kebabs." Zhang Yuan smiled and said to the little fat baby, "Fine, fine, just a kebab for you to eat first." After saying this, Zhang Yuan directly took a handful of lamb kebabs and placed them on the stove, and also very confidently brushed a layer of oil, and Fatty was right there fanning the fan in his hand, trying to make the charcoal in the stove burn a little bit more vigorously. Barry's cell phone camera kept coming at them, and the netizens in the broadcast room were having a great time watching, laughing my ass off. Mr. Zhang is blindly confident. I'm a little griller looking at a head of sweat. Grilled lamb kebabs do not need to brush the oil. Itself has fat. A layman like me knows that they haven't burned the charcoal for the kebabs yet. I feel like they've done a pretty good job. It's decent. I just don't know what the flavor can be. Quickly stop. Quickly stop. That fat man, you stop fanning for a while. In a while the meat skewer burns. Barry saw that the netizen said to stop fanning herself, and just as she was about to open her mouth, she saw a fire break out on the kebabs. Zhang Yuan hurriedly took the lamb skewers off the stove and said, Fortunately, it's with an iron stick. This would have been all burnt out if it was bamboo." Zhang Nanzhou happened to come out with a large tray of spicy fried mixed scallops and saw Zhang Yuan holding up a handful of skewered meat that was blackened on the outside but not yet cooked now on the side of the stove. And Li Chu packed up everything on the table and took the tray from Zhang Nanzhou. Zhang Nanzhou looked at Zhang Yuan's meat skewers and said, "The coals are just right now for skewers. You or me?" Zhang Yuan said. Zhang Nanzhou saw Zhang Yuan insisted. He went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. This will all come to help serve the dishes. Not a moment before the table was full. Zhang Nanzhou's one iron pot stew filled 2 large pots. He also brined a lot of small seafood. Stewed lamb chops are also very soft. There's also spicy fried octopus, steamed grouper, and a variety of small mixed vegetables. There are even plenty of snacks and treats for the chubby little baby. There were also various alcoholic beverages. Everything was almost ready. Zhang Yuan's handful of meat skewers were also finished grilling. He left a few skewers for the little fat baby to dry on the side, and the rest were placed in the tray on the table. Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan, "Why don't you call the old man and ask him to come over for dinner?" Zhang Yuan gave an okay and went to make the call. Fatty said as he ate a skewer grilled by Zhang Yuan, "It's better to let Nanzhou grill skewers later." When Barry heard this, he still gave Zhang Yuan a face and spat it out after taking a taste. Blah 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 blah. Zhang Yuan has beaten the salt cellar to death. Right. So salty. Fat brother, you really give him face. You ate all the bunches. Awesome. Fatty put down the mineral water in his hand very facetiously. Cooked is good for those who have never cooked. The little fat kid asked his dad, Daddy, can I eat my kebabs now? They should be cold by now. Fatty said to his son, "It's better for you not to eat it. Eat the skewers your Uncle Nanzhou grilled later." The little fat child directly quit. Riley said, "I want to eat Chef Chang's baked, which he baked especially for me." Fat sister-in-law was on the sidelines, and when she heard her son's words she directly brought him a bunch of them and said, "Here, don't you dare rub it in here. Don't ruin my good mood." Chapter 221. Calm down. Let me do it. Fatty's wife usually doesn't like to take her kids out to parties for fear of slapping them in front of people. Zhang Yuan called back and said, "My grandfather isn't coming over. He's got a date with someone to play chess at the entrance to the village later." Zhang Yuan really admired his grandfather's social skills, being able to make a chess date with someone just after arriving over here. In fact, it's quite good that his old man isn't coming, or else he'd be uncomfortable here for all of us. Zhang Nanzhou said, "Then since the old man isn't coming over, you guys can start eating and I'll go grill some skewers for you." Zhang Yuan was just about to say that it would be fine for him to bake, when he heard the little fat baby say, "Chef Chang's craftsmanship is not good enough to give him a bad review." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan said, "How is Chef Chang's craftsmanship not good? It's just that the meat skewers are a bit dark to sell." The others covered their mouths and snickered as Barry took a skewer of Chef Chang's meat and said, "Eat a skewer yourself." then talk. Zhang Yuan did not believe in evil. He also deliberately watched the tutorial before he baked. People are put what seasoning. He is in accordance with the tutorial to put the seasoning. Taking the skewers of meat from Barry, he went straight for the jugular. It turned out to be tragic how it could be so salty. Zhang Yuan forced himself to eat all of the bunch. The fat man directly handed him a bottle of freshly unscrewed mineral water and said, "Drink some water. Don't choke." Zhang Yuan took the mineral water and took a big gulp. It seems he really doesn't have the talent to be a chef. Brother Nanzhou, it's better for you to grill skewers in a while. I'll be waiting to eat. Everyone laughed out loud, and Barry couldn't hold her cell phone with laughter. The netizens of Barry Live were also bursting with laughter. Oh my god. Barry, stop shaking. I'm going to puke from laughing. Look guys, our Mr. Zhang's ears red. Ha 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 ha. It's the first time I found young Master Yuanbao so cute. It makes me laugh. I'm just wondering if we're going to be on TV tomorrow. The marketing numbers quasi won't let go of this big hit. Suddenly I realized that Mr. Zhang is kind of cute. Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile. You guys go ahead and eat. Ah. A little while the sea breeze blows, the food is cold. It's better to eat while it's hot. Zhang Nanhai said as he set out all the wine. Let's have a bottle together first, and then we'll grill skewers later. And you can take a break. They all sat down and Zhang Nanzhou raised his glass to everyone. Welcome to our Jiangjia village. I won't say anything too seen. Anyway, they are all my friends. You won't pick on me. Come on, all raise your glasses. Let's drink together. After Zhang Nanzhou said this, they all raised their glasses. Even the little fat baby raised the juice in front of him and said, "Cheers, cheers, cheers." Barry's cell phone had long since been placed on its holder, which would be drinking and eating, and for the first time she didn't want to go live when she was having so much fun. Fat sister-in-law said as she ate the iron pot stew made by Zhang Nanzhou, "This flavor is truly authentic. Old brother's craftsmanship is really good." Fatty said, "This dish, but old brother heard me say that you are a northerner specially made. You have to eat more. Then give me some more pocket money, I can treat old brother to dinner." Fat sister-in-law said to fat brother, "Don't talk like I'm so hard on you. I give you a lot every month. Who knows where you spend it all." Fat sister-in-law said to Zhang Nanzhou as she picked up her wine glass after finishing her fat brother. "Older brother. Sister-in-law, toast to you. If there is no you, your fat brother and I may be separated forever. The little fat baby also has no father. Sister-in-law is a vulgar person. Will not say anything. In the future, your fat brother and I will treat you as a brother. Sister-in-law, this cup of wine dry. Older brother, you feel free." The fat sister-in-law finished the sentence with reddened eyes, and then a glass of wine went straight down her throat. Zhang Nanzhou also directly picked up the wine glass and dried it. The wine glass was just filled. The little fat baby picked up his own juice and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "Uncle Nanzhou, I'll toast you too. I'll drink." After saying that, the little chubby baby drained the leftover sip of juice. The crowd, which had all been quite moved, was instantly amused. Fatty said to Zhang Nanzhou, "Look at your nephew, how open he is. You hurry up and do it too." "Die you." Zhang Yuan, Barry and the others all followed suit and said, "Hurry up. Brother Nanzhou is not an errand boy. Just do it and be done with it. Dry up, dry up." Zhang Nanzhou helplessly said to the little fat baby, "What a good nephew of uncle. Next time you come, uncle will make you good food." After saying that, Zhang Nanzhou dried another cup. After finishing the glass of wine, Zhang Nanzhou said to them, "You guys drink while I grill some skewers." The rest of these people are usually gregarious and were soon all drinking. Zhang Nanzhou was there grilling skewers, and Li Chu was at his side to help with the hands, not forgetting to command Zhang Nanzhou to say, "In a moment you'll set aside a couple of lamb kebabs for me with extra spice. I love spicy food. Give me a kiss and I'll set you up." And Li Chu directly and generously kissed Zhang Nanzhou's face. This scene happened to be seen by Barry, who came over. And of course, there were also the 100,000 or so netizens in the live broadcast room. "You two need to stop being so sweet, but I just accidentally live-streamed this sweet scene." And Li Chu was a little embarrassed. Zhang Nanzhou said greatly, "What's up with that? Why don't we show you a deep French kiss?" And Nietzsche said with a blank look, "Hurry up and grill your skewers, and remember to put extra spice on a few of them." And Nietzsche went back to her seat and sat down after saying that. Zhang Nanzhou whispered to Barry, "Hey, hey, she's embarrassed." Barry said with a straight-up laugh, "Brother Nanzhou, remember to put more spice on the ones for Sister Xiaoli, live on the public screen. Should I say no? The fisherman's wife is really good looking. No wonder the fisherman's brother is so in love. Fisherman brother, more put spicy. Don't forget, ha 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 ha. We want to see a French deep kiss. Really, we can't, we can pay. Sister-in-law, come back. You guys also take a look at the skewers grilled by brother fisherman. I'm drooling just looking at them. I'm going to order takeout." Is there anyone who wants to share the order together? Brother Fisherman is good at this kebab. It looks really professional. Jung Nanjo's kebabs on the table as soon as the little fat baby cannot resist. Fat sister-in-law took him a skewer without chili. Little fat baby, this will not be afraid of hot. Needing to blow a little bit to eat a bite. This flavor is really too delicious. As he ate, he looked at the skewers of meat in the tray. And he finished his last bite just in time to be left with a skewer of lamb without chili. The little fat boy said to his fat sister-in-law, Mommy, Mommy, I want more. And Li Chu, who was sitting beside the little fat baby, directly gave the non-spicy one to the little fat baby after hearing that. The little fat baby said to Jung Nanjo as he took the meat skewer into his hands, Uncle Nanjo, can I be a son to you? When the time comes, I'll live in your house and let my mom and dad give me to your family. Chapter 222. The little fat baby's words immediately gave all the people present another laugh, and the fat brother pressed his daughter-in-law's hand and said, calm down, let me do it. Fatty said to the little chubby baby, you can't just throw your mom and dad away for some food, can you? The little fat baby said very seriously to his fat brother and sister-in-law, don't worry mom and dad, I'll be back to see you often. Zhang Yuan teased the little fat baby and said, so much for that, why don't you be my son? The little fat baby said in a straightforward refusal, I don't want it, Chef Zhang, your cooking is too awful. Zhang Nanzhou said to the little fat baby, you're going to be my son, so I can't have you going back to see your mom and dad again. The little fat baby deflated and said to Zhang Nanzhou, that's no good, I still want to see my mom and dad, I can't be a son to you then. The little fat baby said directly after the wow cry out, they do not know he is so sad. He's giving up good food for his mom and dad, so hopefully they'll go easy on him when they get their hands on him again in the future. Zhang Nanzhou saw that the little fat baby was so sad, so he said to the little fat baby, then when your auntie Shaoli and I get married, you'll be our godson, and then you can talk to me about whatever you want. The little fat baby was originally crying sadly, but when he heard Zhang Nanzhou's words, he immediately stopped his tears. Uncle Nanzhou, why don't you marry Auntie Shaoli tomorrow, just so we can still have the banquet? They were already amused by the little fat baby, but now they are even more amused and can't catch their breath. Zhang Nanzhou said seriously to the little fat baby, getting married isn't that simple. Uncle Nanzhou is still missing a proposal from your Auntie Shaoli, so you can wait a little longer. The little fat baby who ate a prawn thought about it and said, alright then, I'll wait a little longer then. Don't you guys forget to call me for a seat then. The netizens in the live stream were amused by the snacker. This little fatty is too cute too. Why don't you come to Auntie's house? Auntie will order takeout for you. Please pass on to the parents of the child, but keep a close eye on the child. Beware of being tricked away with goodies. Laugh and cry. Why is it that the little kids that appear in their live broadcasts are so obedient and cute? A contrast to my family's is a mixer. Whether it's due to who appeared in Zhang Nanzhou's live broadcast or this little chubby baby in Barry's live broadcast, both are very cute. Barry watched as the time was almost up and turned off the live stream. Thankfully they wouldn't all be uncomfortable with her being on live, or she would have turned it off a long time ago. After the live feed shut down, Barry filled the wine glasses of an Nichu and Dayu and a few of her sisters-in-law. Come on, let's drink. The little fat baby followed suit and drank the juice as Boss Wang teased him. You drank so much juice today. Aren't you afraid you'll wet the bed at night? The little fat kid said with a smug wave of his hand. What's there to be afraid of? I wear diapers all the time at night. That way, I don't have to worry about wetting the bed, no matter how I want to sleep or how long I sleep. Ha. Boss Wang gave the little fat kid a thumbs up. Fat brother and fat sister-in-law now really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Proud to wear a diaper to bed at night with kids who are almost in elementary school. Nearly 10 o'clock when the little fat baby a little sleepy, and Li Chu first fat sister-in-law and the little fat baby sent to Zhang Tianxiang's home BNB to go. Everyone else was still continuing to drink, and Zhang Nanzhou even brought out the movable jukebox on South Bay 1. They were playing even higher, singing one song after another. And anyway, on this side of the pier they weren't afraid of disturbing the people, and the village couldn't hear them. Zhang Nanzhou also gave them a show of his killer singing voice. Zhang Yuan usually sings out of tune because he sings out of tune, so he goes out to play, he watches others sing. But he didn't expect Zhang Nanzhou to sing more hilariously than him. Now he was confident that at least someone was singing as hard as he was. So when Zhang Nanzhou and Zhang Yuan sang about my good brother together, everyone's stomach hurt from laughing. Dayu and Barry both took their cell phones and filmed both of them getting high on themselves. The two felt like they had found their soulmates after the song. Zhang Yuan said to Zhang Nanzhou, Brother Nanzhou, look, the two of us singing together isn't particularly in tune. I don't even feel out of tune. Zhang Nanzhou lit a cigarette and smiled. I don't feel out of tune either, and I feel like we're all singing pretty well. Jiang Nanhai smiled with his glasses crooked as he pushed them up and said, "Not bad, not bad. You guys didn't run out of tune. Not at all. You sang very well." Jiang Nanhai gave them a round of applause when he said that. Everyone else started clapping along when they saw it. Seeing that they were all applauded, they were now singing with more confidence. Zhang Yuan directly ordered several songs and said to them, "I'll order it first so I don't forget it later. If you guys have anything you want to sing, just top it." Barry was really laughing by his confident look. If this was known by the marketing number, Zhang Dazhong would definitely be on the hotspot for singing too hard. Zhang Yuan sang over there to cheer them up, and they started drinking and boxing. They hadn't had much wine before because they'd eaten so much, and now that they'd digested it after a few hours, their drinking game was just getting started. Jiang Nanzhou came to Fatty's side and said, "Fat brother, I have previously found quite a lot of old objects at the bottom of the sea. Not many vases and porcelain, quite a lot of gold and silver jewelry, and some gold and silver coins. I don't know if all those things are good for sale." Fatty asked, more interested in hearing this. "How are those holding up? Have they been corroded by the sea?" Jiang Nanzhou thought about the ones he had and said, "It's all held up very well. There aren't many corroded objects." Fatty said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Gold, silver, jewelry and jewelry items. I'll take a look tomorrow, because if these things don't have a collector's value, they can only be sold at a gold price and silver price, and they can't be sold for big money. And the vases and porcelains, then I'll still have to look at them with my own eyes before I can estimate the price." Jiang Nanzhou said to Fatty, "Then I'll bring my stuff to your store tomorrow, and you can look at it all for me then." Fatty put his hand on Jiang Nanzhou's shoulder and whispered worriedly, "Older brother, are you in some kind of difficulty? If you use money you just talk to brother directly." Jiang Nanzhou poured a glass of wine for Fatty and said, "No, I just figured it wouldn't do any good to have all that stuff piled up in my hands, so it would be better to exchange it for money." Hearing this, Fatty dropped his heart and said, "It's fine then. I'll get you a couple of professionals to look at it when you get it to the store tomorrow." Chapter 223, The Layman Knows Nothing. Jiang Nanzhou and Fatty made an appointment to go over tomorrow afternoon. After all, Fatty said he didn't know what time he'd be awake tomorrow morning, so it was just as well they went back together tomorrow afternoon. They drank and then chatted until about 1 o'clock in the morning, and Jiang Nanzhou sent them all to the B&B. Now it's him who is in good shape. After all, he cheated today. While going to the kitchen to get something, he drank a bottle of nutrient liquid. He was really surprised that their group is all so capable of drinking. Those few sisters-in-law are also very much in volume, really worthy of all businessmen. Usually meals are constantly. If he did not cheat, probably have to be drunk down. The next day they all slept until noon, and Jiang Nanzhou directly asked Zhang Tianxiang's side to arrange the meal, and Li Chu Dai left without having time to eat lunch, waiting for them to choose the floor over there. Jiang Nanzhou took out 4 large boxes from his space in advance and put them in the trunk of his car. These several big boxes are Jiangnan boat sorted in advance. There is a big box as calligraphy and painting. There are 2 boxes of vases, porcelain ornaments. Jiangnan boat are deliberately packed with newspaper, for fear of then again knocked bad. The rest of a big box is put in the jewelry and a few large pieces of jade. Realize a small portion first, and keep the rest of those in space for later. Everyone else was picked up by their own family drivers, and fat brother and fat sister-in-law got into Jiang Nanzhou's car after saying a word. They went straight to Fatty's auction house when they arrived at the city docks. It was the first time for Jiang Nanzhou to come to Fatty's auction house, and he didn't expect that there would be such a formal auction house in their city. It is not smaller than the one that Jiang Nanzhou knows of in Mordor, and the decoration is many times better than the one in Mordor, and the auction house is decorated in an antique style, and the atmosphere is not too elegant. No sooner had their car parked than a beautiful woman in an executive suit came through with a couple of them and greeted them. "Good afternoon, Mr. Sure, Mr. Jiang. The several teachers from appreciation have already come over." Jiang Nanzhou directly opened the trunk and said, "Just these in the trunk, 4 big boxes in all." Fatty said to the guys, "You guys hold it gently and take it to the VIP appreciation room." Those few people were especially careful when they heard Fatty's command, afraid that the box would bump into something. Fatty then introduced Jiang Nanzhou to the lady. "This is our Longxia Auction House's general manager, Manhwa, a great beauty who is well known in our industry and has excellent working abilities." Jiang Nanzhou held out his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Meng, I'm Jiang Nanzhou." Manhwa stretched out her small white hand to hold Jiang Nanzhou's hand and said, "I've long heard of Mr. Jiang's great name, and I'm also a small fan of Mr. Jiang's live broadcast." Fatty said, "Come on, let's go inside and talk." Jiang Nanzhou walked to the lobby of the Dragon Summer Auction House and saw the golden plaque hanging in front of the bar with the words Dragon Summer Auction House written on it. And their welcome etiquette ladies are very good looking even, each with headlights on their chests. No wonder Fatty's sister-in-law looks at Fatty so closely. Fatty and Meng Huizhu took Jiang Nanzhou in the elevator and went directly to the VIP appreciation room on the top floor. By the time they arrived, the large crates had been brought up and placed on a place setting in the center of the appreciation room. There were 3 other old gentlemen, all with magnifying glasses looking into this box. Fatty voiced, "Are a couple of teachers interested in these boxes?" One of them, an old man with a ducktail hat and a long beard, said, "Where did you kid get these big boxes? These are old things." The other 2 old men also looked at the fat man, wondering where on earth he had gotten it from. Fatty held out his finger to Jiang Nanzhou and said, "All these things belong to this brother of mine, Jiang Nanzhou." Fatty then introduced the 3 old men to Jiang Nanzhou, wearing a duck-tongued cap, with a white beard. Old man is Lu Conda Lu, professor, specializing in the study of some old objects, antiques and paintings and so on. There is also an old man wearing a green suit, with long hair, tied in a low ponytail, dressed in a rather strange way, by professor, who mainly researches some porcelain and so on. That dry, dark, skinny old man, Master Hu Baolin Hu. He is more knowledgeable about some antique jewelry. This Master Hu Baolin Hu was specially invited by Fatty because he heard Jiang Nanzhou say that he had a lot of gold jewelry. If you sell it at the gold price, it won't sell for much, so he purposely asked a professional Hu master to give a valuation. This would be a different story if it were sold as antique gold jewelry. Fatty was now completely looking out for Jiang Nanzhou. Meng Huizhu arranged for a few more pots of tea to be brought to them. Several teachers, "You guys are busy over here first. I have guests over there. I'll go over and entertain them first." Fatty said to Meng Huizhu, "Go ahead and get busy. I'll be over here." Jiang Nanzhou looked at the several teachers who had been studying these 4 boxes nor opening them. He directly opened his mouth. "Teachers, is there anything special about this box? Do you need to open it and I'll take out everything inside so you guys can study it again?" It was only when those 3 old men heard Jiang Nanzhou's words that they remembered that their primary purpose of coming over today was not to study this chest. Professor Lu stroked his beard and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Oh little Jiang, are you going to open the box yourself, or are we just going to do it?" Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to a few people, "Come on you guys, I'm just a layman who doesn't know anything." Hearing this, Bai Lai directly wanted to open the lid of the box. Professor Lu immediately opened his voice to stop. "Old White, why did you forget your gloves again? I've told you several times before." Bai Lai scoffed at old Lu's words. "I really don't know who the hell came up with all these messed up rules. In the old days you could see who wore gloves, and could you feel it in your hand? You guys are useless all day long." "Prof," Lu said without a trace of anger, "mustn't we get with the times now? That's what the Chinese Connoisseurs Association decided." Professor White became even more angry when he heard this. "You do not do a day of work on the whole of those useless. Last time I wore that broken gloves, hand slip, broke a bottle, lost more than 2 million. How do you not say to me reimbursement? I do not wear that broken association. I want to quit. Every day meeting, open a fart." Jiang Nanzhou listened to the 2 old professors' fireworks getting thicker and thicker and spoke directly. "You don't have to wear gloves, and I don't have anything expensive here. Some of the stuff I wrap in newspaper." Master Hu himself was not in the same circle as them, and that association had invited him before, but he had refused outright, thinking to himself that it was fortunate that he had not entered that ragtag association. Chapter 224, Dragon Bottle. He is usually dealing with some gold. If you wear gloves, if you appreciate an antique gold flower or something, the gloves are not good quality if it is easy to hang line. The gold jewelry itself are relatively soft. Gold flowers and other petals are thin piece. It is easy to give scratch deformation. Then he will have to lose money like that weird costume fetish. Master Hu, this person is usually silent, do not like to deal with people, like and customer communication are his son too. Today his son has something to do before he came himself. When Professor Lu opened that first box, Master Hu was a little heartbroken when he saw that pile of gold jewelry inside just piled there in a mess. There were also a few ornaments that were all tangled together, and he went right to work, taking all those tangled ornaments and laying them out on the velvet-lined tray on the setting table. And he looked at the craftsmanship of these gold jewelry can be seen are some old objects. His eyes complex looked to the fat brother and drink tea their Jiangnan boat. Professor Lu and Professor Bai were not interested in seeing what was in that box. Professor Lu said to Master Hu, "Old Hu, I'll leave all this to you." Master Hu withdrew his gaze at Jiang Nanzhou and nodded without saying anything. Professor Lu opened a few other boxes. Bai Lai saw a few boxes of newspapers and spoke to Jiang Nanzhou. "Xiao Jiang, you are really know how to pass wrapping the porcelain you use a layer of newspaper. And there are not even wrapped." Bai Lai took out a bottle out and carefully removed all the newspapers. Surprisingly, it is a beige bottle. The top of the bottle is enamel-colored colorful depiction of gold. In the top of the bottle belly is also coiled with 2 golden dragons. Bai Lai look at the eyes are straight. You guys come over and take a look. This is surprisingly the same length as that enameled gold depiction of the Fukushuyanian pattern coiled phoenix turned mouth vase in the foreign pavilion. Except that this one has a dragon on it. Hearing this, Professor Lu, who was still moving the scrolls out of the large box, hurriedly put down everything in his hands and came to by Lilai's side. With gloves, Professor Lu wanted to pick up the bottle to the light to take a closer look. The hand has not yet touched it. I heard Bai Lilai said in a salty tone. I say, you'd better take off your gloves. Don't slip your hands when the time comes. If this is that dragon bottle recorded in the ancient books, even if you empty your family's bottom you can't afford to pay for it. Oh. Hearing this, Professor Lu heard this is also some fear. This if in his hands broken, not to mention the matter of how much money to pay, then he can be 1,000 years of sinners. After all, the dragon and phoenix vases recorded in ancient texts were a pair, but both were unique. Jiang Nanzhou, who heard their conversation, and Fatty both put down their teacups and came over. Professor Lu and Professor Bai each held a magnifying glass to carefully look at the enameled colorful gold trace stripes on the bottle. The fat brother saw the flask also came to Xing quality. He also took out a magnifying glass to look up. They were really looking at it while marveling there. It's true. I've been to see that phoenix bottle I don't know how many times, and I don't know when I'll be able to bring it home. Professor White sighed as he said. Professor Lu said to Jiang Nanzhou, I know there are some things you shouldn't ask in this business, but I'd still like to know where you got this stuff from. And you can keep it to yourself. That's fine. Professor who heard this in his heart said an old green tea. Know that you should not ask, you still ask. There is an unwritten rule in their industry, is not to ask the origin of the connoisseurship. Now that the country is open to gold panning squads, whatever you get in the tombs or wherever belongs to the individual now, because the country has pretty much panned out what it can. Jiang Nanzhou heard Professor Lu's words directly. It was just found on a deserted island. The rest Jiang Nanzhou was not saying anything. After all, saying that much would not do him any good. Professor Lu also heard that Jiang Nanzhou was not willing to say more, so he began to study the flask again. Fatty's hands were shaking as he put down the magnifying glass and he said to Jiang Nanzhou, Brother, this one bottle of yours would have to fetch a sky-high price if it was auctioned. Professor Lu said seriously to Jiang Nanzhou, it would be a shame for something so meaningful to be privatized. Would you like to? He hadn't even finished his sentence before Fatty interrupted and said, Professor Lu, we're just all mundane people. I think when I opened this auction house I was just trying to make money. Prof. White also said, Old Lu I really do not want to say you what, is not money and what have misunderstanding is not you think who are the same as you and money have worry the country love can be there, but the premise must not be their own to live a good life? You should not open this mouth. Jiang Nanzhou spoke at this time. Since this item is so rare, I won't sell it, but I won't donate it either. I want to display it in our Jiangjia village, so anyone who likes it can come over to take a look as well. Professor Lu's eyes lit up when he heard the first half of Jiang Nanzhou's sentence, and then the sentence Jiang Nanzhou said made his heart half cold. It would have been great if it could have been sold to the National Museum at a low price, but he didn't expect Jiang Nanzhou to want to get an exhibition hall on his own. Professor Lu snorted. Xiao Jiang, this is something you have to think about. Just now you want to say that you exhibit in the village. That rural village is only how many people are, even if you sell tickets. I guess you cannot sell the money of the electricity bill. And there is also a security problem. At that time, if there is any failure, is not it more than worth the loss? Master who hadn't said anything, heard this and directly disliked it. You people can be really interesting. What's wrong with the countryside? Some of that rural areas are richer than your city. Just like that John's village in South Bay Island which is more hot during this time. Isn't that village also developed? In case Xiaojiang has a whole museum in their village. Their village is on fire. What's wrong with the countryside? Who doesn't have rural ancestors? Master who used to be looked down upon when he was an apprentice because he was from the countryside. So what he hates the most is that those in the city can't see the rural areas. Especially now that the country is developing a new countryside. And what is there in the countryside is quite good. He still lives in the countryside, but only comes to the city when he has a job. And the countryside has a house with a yard, which is more comfortable than that shabby building. Jiang Nanzhou smiled when he heard Master who mentioned the Jiang family village. Master who was right, but I am from Jiangjia village. I just want to make a pavilion in our Jiangjia village. And the security problem, if any, can be solved by then. Moreover, our Jiangjia village is still in the beginning of tourism. If the pavilion is in Jiangjia village I believe that there will definitely be tourists who will also pay for tickets to go in and visit. Chapter 225 Omitting the auction. After hearing Jiang Nanzhou say that he was the person from Jiangjia village, Professor Bai was surprised. I didn't realize that you're that Jiangjia village guy. In a while my grandson still wants me to take him over there to play. Can we see that big sea turtle then? Jiang Nanzhou said. That one is all by fate. depending on whether it wants to come up or not, but it's been staying around. Eggs comes up to play now and then, and one time when he was playing with Toots, Toots actually gave him a quail egg. He figured the egg had evolved and it wanted to eat and try everything, but the egg won't try to grab it, it will just follow you and look at you with its bean-sized eyes. Prof. Lou heard their conversation and said, I don't discriminate against rural areas, and since your village has that development, you can also try it out, and if you want to make a move in the future, you can also contact me. Fat Brother said in his heart, you put my old man in what place? Still need to contact you, I will give him a solution. Until the evening, Jiangnanzhou received a thick pile of appreciation reports. Only the dragon vase that Professor White had taken out in the beginning was the most expensive and the rarest. There are also several famous paintings and calligraphy, which are the more expensive ones, worth more than $10 million, and the rest of the other small items range from 100,000 to a million. Although Jiangnanzhou's gold jewelry can't be sold for a big price, that big box is also worth about 20 million. After all, the weight and quantity is there, as well as some long-lost craftsmanship, a part of master who bought it straight away and gave a very reasonable price. There were also a few remaining pieces of jade and jade jewelry that Prof. I particularly liked, and Prof. I kept them for himself. They are all direct transfers, eliminating the need for an auction. Maybe the auction price will be higher, but there is also the possibility of a flop. Jiangnanzhou didn't care that much, since the two teachers liked it, he might as well just sell it to them. Prof. Lou was also particularly interested in those paintings of calligraphy, but the value of those calligraphy and paintings he was looking at was a bit high. Only in the end did he choose one and transferred $3 million directly to Jiangnanzhou. The rest of those were kept for auction at Fatty's auction house, and normally Fatty would charge a fee on their side, but they were all Jiangnanzhou's, so he decided not to charge for them to save his oldest brother a fortune. The things that several teachers had chosen, Fatty had arranged for them to be packed, and the rest of those had been packed and put into storage. They have a specialized vault and a very sophisticated security system. Not just anyone can get in there. The remaining 4 large boxes were also of more interest to Professor Lou, but he's already spent so much money. If he spends any more, his wife this has to know that he doesn't have enough money in the kitty. Professor Lou said to Jiangnanzhou, can you keep those boxes for me? I'll give you 1 million for one box, but you'll have to wait for a while for me to give you this money, and I'm not going to move the boxes. I'll just put them on Mr. Sure's side first. Do you think it's okay? The 4 large box is made of good descending yellow sandalwood, and some of the carving above the auspicious pattern, and the carver's craftsmanship is very good at first glance. In the interior of the box also has a drop, but now it was no longer visible. So Prof. Lou wanted to take it back and study it. He thought that these big boxes must have an origin, and the price given by Prof. Lou is not low. The price of descending yellow sandalwood itself is not low, but these boxes are worn out more seriously. Even if there are some collection enthusiasts, they will not spend such an expensive price to buy these boxes. So Jiangnanzhou said directly, alright, since you like it Professor Lou, then these boxes will be sold to you. You can also move back first. Prof. Lou quickly waved his hand and said, I'd better put these boxes over here for now. I'll come back and pick them up when I've got my little treasury together. As he sent the 3 teachers away, Fatty said to Jiangnanzhou, do you really want to make a pavilion in your Jiangjia village? Jiangnanzhou said seriously to Fatty, that's right. I don't just want a whole pavilion. I want to get a shipwreck museum, and I want to build a hospital in our Jiangjia village. And yes, a kindergarten. Fatty chuckled. Doesn't your Jiangjia village have an elementary school and a kindergarten? I saw it yesterday when I was passing by. It's in that school. Jiangnanzhou said. That one is the preschool, for children who are going to elementary school. Last time some of the children in the village had to be sent to town. It was too much trouble. Fatty snickered. You don't want to see the kindergarten. You don't want to have a baby for the future of your family, do you? Fatty's words were exactly what Jiangnanzhou wanted. That's right, I'm just for my kids. I can always brush the video lately to brush some kindergarten teachers treating children badly, or put under my eyes. I feel relieved. Fatty chuckled. Older brother. It's not that my brother is talking about you. Isn't it a bit early for you to be thinking about it? Jiangnanzhou said. Early what early? I proposed this year in small pair. In fact, I want to hold a wedding at the end of the year. Just do not know small pair cannot agree. By then if agreed, the marriage shall not be children. Fatty thought about it. This talk of getting married and having children is actually fast. Their children are almost in elementary school. In the evening Jiangnanzhou caught the last ferry back to South Bay Island. He didn't even have time to eat dinner, and it just so happened that Enlichu and Daiyu were in town now, so he directly called the 2 of them to come to the store to eat. Jiangnanzhou first went to the 2nd floor of the store to see if any customers were dining. Little did he realize that he had just reached the second floor when he heard the receptionist speaking to a middle-aged man and woman. "I'm very sorry, ma'am and sir. We don't have room in our house anymore. I'll get you a number plate. You can wait over in the lounge area for a while, and I'll just call for a number if the spot comes down then," that middle-aged man said to the receptionist in a somewhat unpleasant tone. "Can you give us a cue? We didn't eat at noon. It's hard to find a great restaurant, but there is no place. I just saw that there is empty space over there. Why do your family want to play hunger marketing? Ah?" That receptionist was still smiling and gentle. "I'm really sorry, sir, I can't cut you in line. There are still 2 tables in front of you. Those empty seats are all reserved. This will be time soon. You can also make a reservation in advance next time you come over." The middle-aged man was interrupted by the middle-aged woman when he tried to say something else. Chapter 226, Zhang Yuan delivers a surprise. "Don't you dawdle. We'll just go over there and wait for a while. Pretty girl, remember to call out to me when it's our turn in a while." After saying that, the middle-aged woman dragged the man to the rest area. The receptionist saw Jiang Nanzhou coming over and hurriedly greeted him. "Boss, you came over." Jiang Nanzhou nodded ahead and said, "Quite a crowd today. How about over on the 3rd floor?" The receptionist said as she pulled out her cell phone and looked at the back office of the store. "All 3 floors are full as well, and there are reservations that haven't arrived yet." Jiang Nanzhou was not expecting their business to be so good that there was a wait for a seat. When he returned to the office floor, Jiang Nanhai happened to come out of the office and said to Jiang Nanzhou when he saw Jiang Nanzhou coming, "You got here pretty fast. I just sent the menu to the kitchen." Jiang Nanzhou said, "Come on then, let's go wait in the booth." On the 3rd floor, Jiang Nanzhou left a private room, specifically for his family, not open to the public. He also directly sent a Weibo message to Enlichu, telling them to go directly to the 3rd floor private room when they arrived. The 2nd and 3rd floors were 2 kitchens, but they were both quite busy right now. So Jiang Nanhai ordered 4 dishes, all of which were still particularly frugal. Enlichu and Daiyu had just entered the private room when the waiter had already brought over the food. Jiang Nanhai said to Jiang Nanzhou, "All I ordered today was a stir-fry, so let's make do with a bite. The back room is too busy." Jiang Nanzhou poured them tea and said, "Just deal with a bite, or if I'm going home now, I'm all done at home too, so I'll make up my mind to come over and eat with you guys." During dinner they discussed the foundation a little more. Jiang Nanhai said as he took a sip of tea, "You don't need to worry about the foundation. When the time comes, you just pay for it. I've already communicated with Aunt Xiaoxi. She said she can take over. It just so happens that they want to send Dudu to the kindergarten these days. When Dudu goes to the kindergarten, she'll be idle." Jiang Nanzhou asked a little uneasily when he heard that Dudu was going to kindergarten. "Why are you sending Dudu to kindergarten so soon? Is it okay for Dudu to be in that situation?" Jiang Nanhai said, "I heard Uncle Four say that Tutsi is a lot livelier than before in terms of personality, except for some problems with communication now, and the doctor's advice is also to get in touch with some more children. In fact, this is good. Otherwise Dudu every day at home contact with adults, has been playing by himself. More contact with children is also very good, conducive to his recovery." Jiang Nanbot asks Jiang Nansi, "Do we still have unused office space on this side of the building? So when the time comes, let the foundation work on this side first. We've only used half of the space on the 4th floor for the office area, and the rest of that half is still all unused, so it's just right for them when the time comes. But it is the registration of this foundation that is more troublesome. The legal person of the foundation has to provide proof of assets, and there is also the issue of the original fund of registration." Jiang Nanzhou said directly when he heard this, "So what all materials are needed? You let me know when the time comes and I'll prepare them out for you. Or do I have to run this thing myself?" Jiang Nanhai said, "I'll just delegate this when the time comes." Jiang Nanzhou said directly, "Okay, when the time comes, you look at the arrangement. Must all choose some reliable people to do it. When the time comes, you go to do another card. I transfer a sum of money over to the foundations." Jiang Nanhai said, "Personnel, you can rest assured. I will certainly find some reliable and trustworthy people. The original is worried about the manager. I did not think that Auntie Xiaoxi came. This is not to lift my heart." Dai, you heard them say, "When the time comes, Per and I can volunteer at your foundation or participate in some charity events." And Li Chu had also gone to this kind of public welfare activities with Dai Yu a few times before, and she felt that it was all about doing good deeds, and she kinda liked to take part in it. However, there have been various news reports that there are some shady foundations that launder money or embezzle money in the name of fundraising. There are also those that simply don't use the money for those who really need it. Jiang Nanzhou also intends to find Fatty after the foundation is established, and Boss Wang and the others all join in. After all, being rich wasn't even close to being that bad, and he'd heard before that they were all doing charity work as well, and the accounts they gave over there were not transparent. Fatty had complained to him about it before when he heard him talking about getting a funding session. They had just finished eating when Zhang Nanzhou received a call from Zhang Yuan. Brother Nanzhou, are you in the village yet? No, I'm in town. Is something wrong? Oh, nothing, just wanted to surprise you. So are you coming back tonight? Zhang Nanzhou heard this and glanced at the time and said, I just finished dinner over here, so I guess I'll be home in about half an hour too. Zhang Yuan said excitedly when he heard this. Then brother Nanzhou, I'll wait for you at the pier in Jiangjia village. Just go straight to the pier when you come back. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone after saying that. Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to them. Zhang Yuan even made it mysterious, saying that he had a surprise for me, telling me to go straight to the pier when I returned, and that he would wait for me there. Jiang Nanhai said, I didn't realize that Zhang the Duke is quite good at getting along. What kind of surprise is he going to give you? I'll go back to see the fun. Xiao Yu, are you going? Dai Yu said. It just so happens that I still have to talk to you about it. Pear is staying at our house tonight. We're staying up late at night to do some online shopping. It just so happens that the two of you will be going back together. Jiang Nanhai and Jiang Nanzhou home as one person to drive a car or straight to Jiangjia village pier. After they parked their car in the parking lot, they saw quite a few tourists all gathered around a luxury yacht by the dock taking pictures. Zhang Yuan and Barry were both there too. Jiang Nanzhou took a closer look before realizing that this luxury yacht was actually the one they drove when Zhang Yuan was kidnapped. Zhang Yuan saw Jiang Nanzhou coming over and said, Brother Nanzhou, this yacht is for you. Thank you for saving my dog's life in the first place. Jiang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan, there is no need for this the remuneration your father has already given me. Besides, you in my live room every day quite a lot of reward, but also send me what yacht this I cannot accept. Zhang Yuan heard Jiang Nanzhou's words and said, those are nothing. You save me back when I have this intention. I let people well go to this yacht remodeling refurbishment maintenance, only recently got good. I let them hurry to send over. You do not accept also have to accept this is my heart. Zhang Yuan then gave Jiang Nanzhou all the formalities as well as the keys to the yacht. Jiang Nanzhou saw Zhang Yuan in this position, you can't even accept it if you don't. There wasn't much pushback. Since he had received someone's yacht, he would make it up to Zhang Yuan somewhere else in the future. Chapter 227, Father Zhang was shot. After all, Zhang Yuan had given him such a big gift, and the onlookers at the side were all very much shocked by the big gesture of Zhang the Duke. The crowd of onlookers cannot help but sigh. This people than people have to die, goods than goods throw. Worth more than 20 million luxury yacht said to send on send. Jiang Nanhai all froze. Zhang the Duke really ruthless a shot is to send such a big gift. He directly took a small video and sent it to Dai Yu. When Dai Yu and Enlichu saw it they were both surprised. They didn't expect Duke Zhang to be so atmospheric. The next day Zhang father and mother still look at their village group to realize that someone actually gave their family's southern boat a yacht. Zhang father thought they were joking when he watched them discussing it, and he almost didn't get excited when he realized it was the real thing. I didn't realize the richest man's son was giving his son a yacht. That's incredible. This is like the kind of brainless cool novels he reads. So big yacht. Worth so old much money big yacht said to give away. Really rich people's world he doesn't understand. Zhang's father directly told everyone in their family about wanting this. In Grandpa and Grandma Zhang's eyes their eldest grandson was the best. Since that what's his name's richest man's son gave their grandson a big yacht, it means that it's still their eldest grandson who's doing well. Grandpa Jiang also specially instructed Grandma Zhang and also Mother Zhang to make Jiang Nanzhou some of his favorite food for breakfast. Jiang Nanzhou was sleeping today. Usually he woke up at 6 o'clock. Today he slept until 8:30. In the past, at this time all the people in their family basically went to the back of the mountain to feed and collect eggs. But today when he woke up Jiang father alone was not at home, and the other people were waiting for Jiang Nanzhou to eat breakfast, and what they were doing was also what he loved to eat. Jiang Nanzhou was shocked. When did he have this treatment? Grandpa Jiang also peeled an egg for Jiang Nanzhou at dinner today. Thinking back to the last time Grandpa Jiang did this was still the day of Jiang Nanzhou's college entrance exam. Jiang Nanzhou felt that there was something odd about the atmosphere in their house today. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, what's wrong with you guys? Is there something big going on today? How come none of you went to the back of the mountain to work on it? Jiang mother said, your dad will be fine on his own over there in the back mountains. We'll go to the back mountains when you're done eating. Jiang Nanzhou said after eating the eggs that Grandpa Jiang peeled for him. Why are you guys being weird today? Grandpa Jiang said, your father said that the son of the richest man in the world gave you a yacht? Is that true? Jiang Nanzhou smiled when he heard this. It's true. Why are you all so surprised? The last time the country gave me such a big fishing boat, I didn't see you guys so surprised? Grandma Jiang suddenly spoke. How can that be the same? That time it was the state rewarded you. You deserve it. But why is this what the son of the richest man giving a yacht? Don't badger you then. Grandma Jiang hadn't voiced the concerns in her mind before, as she had watched everyone in the family being quite happy, but now she really can't help it. If this is really bad for her eldest grandson, not to mention the son of the richest man, even the third prince, the son of the Dragon King. Jiang mother heard what grandmother Jiang said and felt that there was some truth in it. She was really overwhelmed by joy just now. Xiao Zhou, I feel that what your grandmother said is a bit reasonable. I feel that it's just a bit of a problem for a friend to give such a big gift. Do you think that he won't be the kind of person who likes boys like what your aunt said before? Jiang Nanzhou hadn't even opened his mouth when he heard his grandmother say, Jesus Christ? It's really possible when you put it that way. I've seen it on TV that those rich guys look favorably on anyone with money first, either for a house or a car. Jiang Nanzhou really couldn't listen anymore. If he didn't open his mouth, his grandmother might be able to say something in a while. Grandma, Mom, don't be so blind. It's just that I saved his life when I was at sea in the past. He knows how to be thankful. And he didn't brush a lot of gifts in my live broadcasting room. And it's not like he even gave me a special yacht. John Nan boat before, and his second uncle and the people on board said, those things are confidential. Go back and do not talk nonsense, so as not to let the family worry. So John Nanzhou didn't mention that much to his family. Hearing this, John's grandmother and John's mother were all relieved. If this was the case, it was still justifiable. Grandpa Jiang didn't have the good sense to say to Grandma Jiang, you're just a woman's man, aren't you? Your hair is long and your eyes are short. Do you think your eldest grandson is a simple man? And that he can still be fooled? He's not his father. John's father, who wasn't at home, was shot again. And when he went out today, the family meal wasn't ready yet. So his daughter-in-law brought him 4 eggs to eat while he walked. He realized that his position in the family was getting lower and lower. Jiang Nanbo does now also feel his Father Day quite wronged. People are not at home. Knife from the sky. After dinner, Grandpa Jiang and the others went to the back of the mountain. Jiang Nanzhou asked Li Hao to come over today. After all, Jiang Nanzhou is very fond of the drawings designed by Li Hao. He and Li Hao had made an appointment to go to the back of the mountain today, just to see how to plan appropriately, and if the two of them were together, they could still communicate their design ideas. Jiang Nanzhou also told him about the style he wanted. Li Hao arrived at Jiang Nanzhou's house at 9:30. The two of them went together from the backyard of Jiang Nanzhou's house to the back mountain. Although the back of the mountain on their side of the house was all circled, there was a place where Jiang's father had purposely left a path. Jiang's mother used to love to go to the back of the mountain to dig some wild vegetables home to eat buns, and there are quite a few fruit trees on the back of the hill, all of which are unowned, and people come to the hill to pick the fruit for dinner when it's ripe. But during normal times there are basically no people on the back of the mountain. Even if the scenery is beautiful, the Aborigines are used to seeing it. Jiang Nanzhou took Li Hao directly to the top of the mountain from this road directly behind their house. Standing at the top of the hill you can see the whole of Jiangjia village, and you can also see the pier of Jiangjia village and the fishing boats anchored at the sea. Li Hao said to Jiang Nanzhou, I've been to your Jiangjia village several times, and I didn't realize there was this nice place. Jiang Nanzhou said, I'd like to make an observation deck out of this place and put a couple of telescopes on it, and I feel like it would be nice to look at the stars over here at night. Li Hao took out his cell phone, opened the memo, and made a note in it about the observatory, the astronomical telescope. Jiang Nanzhou thought of something and added, one of the most important points is to have more basic restrooms and mother and baby rooms along the way and also at the top of the mountain. When I used to go hiking, I almost didn't die of exhaustion looking for a restroom. Li Hao made a note of this as well and said, that's a pretty important point you're making. Some attractions these days have really few bathrooms and basically no mother and baby rooms. Chapter 228 Preparation for Moving. The two discussed the rest of the trivial details for a long time. Li Hao listened very attentively, especially for those words Jiang Nanzhou said were of extra concern and importance. And this was exactly why Jiang Nanzhou valued Li Hao very highly. After all, compared to some rigid and stubborn old designers, Li Hao is obviously more open-minded and easy to communicate. When they descended the mountain together, Jiang Nanzhou wanted to let Li Hao go to his house to have lunch before leaving, but Li Hao politely refused this kind offer and said, I'm suddenly flooded with many inspirations right now, and I'm afraid I'll soon forget them if I don't record them in time. Therefore, I'm going to rush back to the studio first, and try to draw a preliminary sketch for you to see. As for dinner, let's wait until later, because currently all the creative ideas are already swirling around in my mind. It's fleeting. After saying this, Li Hao said goodbye to Jiang Nanzhou. Sent away Li Hao, Jiang Nanzhou went to his new house over there. Over there now the courtyard brick are paved. Jiang Tianxiang just happened to be over there. Jiang Nanzhou asked Jiang Tianxiang and said, Brother Tianxiang, how many more days will it take to finish everything over here? Jiang Tianxiang said with a smile, it'll all be done tomorrow. They'll have the sanitation cleaned up by the end of the day today. And tomorrow I've got an appointment for formaldehyde testing and treatment. so it won't take more than a couple of days to move in. Jiang Nanzhou counted on the furniture and appliances he ordered tomorrow to also arrive, as well as some curtains and ornaments and so on have all arrived, just piled up in the hall. You see, tomorrow afternoon time to come to the test treatment, okay? Just as my furniture tomorrow are also arrived. I but read the internet that furniture and curtains and so on are also formaldehyde. Jiang Tianxiang nodded and said, no problem. I'll touch base with that side in a few minutes, and if it doesn't work this afternoon have him come back the day after tomorrow. By the time they got home they happened to be eating, and John's father said as he ate, I've been hungry for a long time, and those 4 eggs aren't exactly filling. Grandpa Jiang glared at the son in front of him, who was burying his head in his hands and eating with a big mouthful of food, and said in a furious voice, no matter how much food you're given, you never seem to be able to fill your stomach. Still thinking of eating eggs like you used to? Don't dream of it. You were lucky to grab some bark to feed yourself back then. Nowadays, John's father had learned the trick of dealing with his father's criticism. No matter what the old man said, he would obediently nod his head in agreement. Just then, Jiang mother saw Jiang Nanzhou coming home and hurriedly greeted him. Come and eat. The food is already served for you. Jiang Nanzhou walked to the dining table and sat down, glancing at the clock before saying, why are you eating so late today? It's already 1:30. I originally thought you guys had finished eating a long time ago. Before the words left his mouth, he only saw John's father quickly swallow the last bite of rice in the bowl like a windstorm, and then muttered, everyone says they ate late in the morning and weren't even hungry by noon. That's why today's lunch is at this point. They're not hungry, but it's making me hungry. Jiang father drank water when he was hungry today, but his old man still said that he was going to the toilet one after another because he wanted to be lazy. He really had no big words. Wasn't it the time he and his old man went to work together and he pretended to say he had a stomach ache to go over to the restroom to smoke and slack off and read a novel, and his old man caught him in the act? What a wary old man. Doesn't know how to feel for his son? Jiang Nanzhou said to them as he finished eating, I have good news for you. The new room in our house will be finished this evening, and the sanitation over there will be cleaned up during the night. So let's go and put up all the curtains then. The design of this new house is very good, although it is all in a yard. Looking at the house is connected. But actually there are 3 houses. There were quite a lot of rooms in each building, and Jiang Nanzhou had assigned the houses before. His grandparents lived in the middle one, on the main floor, and he and his parents lived on either side of the main floor. The design of each building is pretty much the same, but they choose all the curtains and ornaments and stuff inside. Moreover, the furniture that Jiang Nanzhou chose were all chosen together with Enlichu, because this place will be their wedding room in the future. Jiang Nanzhou also asked Enlichu's meaning. If they do not like to live with their families after marriage, they can also rebuy land infrastructure to build a house. But Enrishu still prefers a more lively home, feeling that a large family living together has a sense of family atmosphere. After dinner in the evening, Jiang Nanzhou received a call from Jiang Tianxiang, saying that it had all been cleaned up over there. Jiang Nanzhou, when they went over Jiang Tianxiang, they had all wrapped up and left. Jiang mother looked at the new house and felt that her life is really good. I did not expect that I can still live in such a good house one day. Grandpa Jiang would come over here when he had nothing to do, and he was raising water in that pond in their yard, just waiting to buy some koi to put in the house on moving day. Jiang mother had bought a lot of things online before. That is, some pots and pans were bought online. Grandma Jiang and Mother Jiang were in the living room unpacking the courier, and Grandpa Jiang was at the side unpacking and bundling all those carton boxes that had been unpacked. We'll have Jiang Bashan come over tomorrow to take it and sell it. The family was working most of the night to get it all packed up. They are also all very happy. We'll soon be able to move to a new house to live. The next morning Jiang Nanzhou got up early. He said yesterday and the furniture delivery workers today rushed to deliver the furniture early. Jiang Nanzhou also made a special effort to call Jiang Bei. I didn't realize that even if Jiang Bei's family of 3 came over, Jiang Erjuan also came over to help. Dudu looked for Jiang Nanzhou for a hug when he saw him. Jiang Nanzhou picked up Dudu and asked Jiang Bei, "Fourth uncle, I heard from my Nanhai brother that you guys are sending Dudu to kindergarten." "Ha?" Jiang Bei said with a smile. "Well, I took Tootsie to a specialist and had some tests done, and they said that Tootsie is all pretty much fine now, except that he's not very talkative, and the doctor suggested that he should be exposed to other children." Su Yawei said as she looked at Dudu, who was sticking it out there with Jiang Nanzhou. "And our Dudu is improving very fast these days. Dudu, you call out to your brother." Dudu heard his mom's words a little embarrassed and buried his face in Jiang Nanzhou's neck whispering, "Brother, those 2 toot bites are very clear." Jiang Nanzhou felt pleasantly surprised and said to Dudu, Our little Dudu can even call out to her brother. Awesome. Brother has to give Dudu a reward. Later brother will take Dudu to buy puppy milk to drink." Dudu happily clapped her hands when she heard this from Jiang Nanzhou and shouted several more times for her brother. Chapter 229, Jiang Nanhai's Call. Jiang Nanzhou didn't expect Dudu's progress to be so great. He planned to secretly give Dudu another nutrient solution today. Let's get this little guy better soon. Delivery to their house came straight from 2 big trucks. Some neighbors saw it and came forward to help. When they first started moving, they didn't even think about it that much. But they heard the workers say it was tens of thousands of dollars for one cabinet. They moved even more carefully for fear of scratching and touching someone's new furniture. Jiang Nanzhou didn't think about it so much and said directly to them, "Don't pay too much attention to the furniture. All of you. It's just a dead weight. Just don't ever hurt yourselves." Has been busy until noon. When the furniture are arranged, Jiang Tianxian drove his minivan. With the formaldehyde treatment workers came over. Jiang mother and Jiang grandmother both went back to cook first. Jiang Nanzhou let all these helpers go to their house for lunch. Some of them had originally shrugged it off. After all, they were just giving a hand, doing a bit of manual labor. And it was a bit not very nice to go to someone's dinner after doing a bit of work. Grandpa Jiang came right out and said, "And really, if any of you don't go at noon today, I'll come up to your house and invite you myself." Those who helped were not in a good position to refuse anymore. After the formaldehyde test, that worker little brother said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Jiang boss, your home materials and furniture quality are quite good. Formaldehyde exceeds the standard not much. Today to your home, after the treatment of your home 3 days later you can move in." Grandpa Jiang is actually a little distrustful of these things. After all, so many people used to build a house, and I have not heard who is still the whole of this thing. But Jiang Nanzhou, and he said, "If you do not treat formaldehyde, easy to get that what leukemia. Adults don't mind, but it's not good if you have children with low immunity." Grandpa Jiang didn't retort when he heard this at the time. After all, his little great-grandson was what mattered. He just didn't know when he would get to hold it. The courtyard of Jiang Nanzhou's house was particularly large, so Dudu had been running around and playing in the courtyard. Running was sweaty. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself, isn't this an opportunity? Speaking to Dudu, "Dudu, let's go wash your face and hands. Brother will give you some water. You must be thirsty from running for so long." Su Yaowei quite liked the design of Jiang Nanzhou's house, and when she heard that Jiang Nanzhou wanted to take Dudu to drink water, she said, "Then take Tootsie to the water. I'll have a good visit at your house. Net watching him for fear he'll make a mess. I'm here, I haven't been inside for a visit yet." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "And shall see you just all go around and look at it when the time comes for your family to build one almost like this." Jiang Bei said to Su Yaowei, "I'll accompany you to take a look, just so the two of us can think about what kind of house we'll build for our family when the time comes." Jiang Nanzhou secretly poured a bottle of nutrient solution into Dudu's water glass. To be honest, Jiang Nanzhou poured a bottle of nutrient solution. He felt that he gave a little too much, and he estimated that after this little guy drank it, he would definitely be energetic today, and he wouldn't sleep at night. But pour it all. Just give it all to him to drink. There's no harm in it anyway. Dudu was also very obedient and directly dried half a cup of water. After Dudu finished drinking the water, he pulled Jiang Nanzhou's hand and was about to go out. While pulling Jiang Nanzhou, his little mouth was still muttering, "Brother, brother." Jiang Bei and Su Yaowei also both finished visiting, heard Dudu's mouth keep calling for his brother, saw them all as if they didn't see, pulled Jiang Nanzhou to the edge of the small pond. Jiang Bei whispered to Su Yaowei, "Look at our son. Since he learned to call his brother, Mom and Dad don't even call him anymore. He now plays with his toys at home sometimes and mumbles brother." Su Yaowei laughed at Jiang Bei's somewhat jealous voice. "Why are you still jealous of Nanzhou? Isn't this good? Our Dudu can even call his brother. I guess he'll call his grandparents soon." Jiang Bei really hoped that day come quickly, otherwise every day listening to his parents, in front of the Dudu muttering grandparents. Jiang Nanzhou accompanied Dudu to play for a while before receiving a call from Jiang mother asking them to go back for dinner. Jiang Nanzhou said to a few construction boys, "Why don't you all take a rest? We've got dinner ready at home. Let's go over and have some." That lead little brother smiled at Jiang Nanzhou. "Thank you for the goodwill of the boss Jiang. We came with a meal, which at noon to not eat the evening put bad. Our side grabbed dry finished the afternoon also and other customers about formaldehyde testing." Jiang Nanzhou didn't say anything more when he heard this, and they all went home for dinner. They had a total of 3 tables set up in their yard, and it was a very busy day. "Today I made some quick dishes, some stir fries and a big potpourri." But all these young and old people in the yard had a particularly good time eating, too. In their village, no matter whose family had something to do, anyone in the village who didn't have work or was idle at home would go over to help. Then the main family would prepare the meal, which was kind of a tradition on their side of the village. Jiang Nanzhou's side was eating a meal when he received a call from Jiang Nanhai. Jiang Nanhai's tone on the other end of the phone said in a more anxious manner, "Nanzhou, I just received a call from the police station, saying that the second grandfather was in a car accident, and is now in the town hospital. saying that he is in resuscitation. I'm going over there. Don't say anything to your grandparents first. I'm afraid that they can't stand the excitement. Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said directly, I'm on my way. With those words he simply hung up. Jiang Bei, who was standing beside him, sensed that Jiang Nandu was a little off, busy asking, what's going on? What happened? Jiang Nanzhou attached himself over and said in Jiang Bei's ear, Brother Nanhai just called me to say that second grandpa had a car accident and is now being rescued in the town hospital. Don't tell anyone else. I'll go over first. Jiang Bei directly got up when he heard this and said, we'll go over there together. Su Yaowei, who was sitting beside them, also heard their conversation. Jiang Bei said to Su Yaowei, don't say anything about this to anyone else for now. Boat and I will go over and take a look. The two of them drove straight off after that. Jiang father and mother asked Su Yaowei with some confusion, what are the two of them doing in a hurry without eating? Su Yaowei said to them with a smile, I heard there were some important guests at the hotel and they went over there. In fact, Su Yaowei's heart was in a batch of panic when she said this. Luckily, John's father and mother didn't get suspicious, so they went back to entertaining the guests. On this journey Jiang Nanzhou drove the car as fast as he could and arrived at the town's hospital in more than 10 minutes. Chapter 230, The Flavor of Beer. Jiang Nanzhou called Jiang Nanhai. We're at the hospital. Where are you? Jiang Nanhai said directly. You come straight to the third floor. It's still in resuscitation. Jiang Nan boat to the third floor when he saw a few uniformed public officials. Next to them there is a wearing an administrative jacket, combed with a large oil-head face but looks extremely impatient, a middle-aged man. Jiang Nanhai's face carried some anger as he said to the middle-aged man, I don't care what your status is, or how big your backstage is. This matter must not go private today. One of the uniformed public officials said to Jiang Nanhai, young man, you also calm down. That section of the road monitoring equipment is broken. What exactly happened no one knows. Whose section chief also pity this old man, only to say to pay all the medical expenses, and then give some compensation. Although Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei had just arrived and only heard these two sentences, they also realized that something was wrong. It's only been a short time since the accident, and they're saying that the surveillance equipment is broken, and that the person just now was quite polite and called the at-fault driver chief who. It seems this is not so simple. Jiang Nanzhou simply ignored those few people and directly asked Jiang Nanhai, what's the condition of my second grandfather now? What did the doctor say? Jiang Nanhai said to Jiang Nanzhou, I asked the nurse when she came out just now, and she said it wasn't life-threatening anymore, but there were broken legs and ribs, and she's in surgery now. Jiang Bei and Jiang Nanzhou couldn't help but feel heartbroken when they heard this. Don't look at Jiang Baoshan's age this year is not small, but in their hearts it is just an elder of 7 or 8 years old, so they usually like to tease him. That Huko chief heard this and said, look guys, his life isn't in danger anymore, and I have a meeting in a few minutes, so just tell me how much you want. Just as chief who opened his mouth, Jiang Nanzhou smelled a whiff of beer. The smell was not big, but his nose was particularly sensitive. Jiang Nanzhou felt very sure that this person was drinking. Jiang Nanzhou said to the few staff members, I think he was DUI. I smell beer? The one who heard this, Chief Hu, said with a somewhat uncomfortable expression on his face, young man, you're accusing people wrongly. What am I drinking in this broad daylight? A middle-aged man in an official uniform said. Just now who branch chief did not say? How much do you want to privatize and be done with it? Here grinding. What do you want? If you continue to grind, all with me back to the bureau to talk. Jiang Nanzhou look at this situation. Is not even give him a breathalyzer test or not measured Jiang Nanzhou sent a Weibo message to Fatty. And of course, there was a recording of their conversation just now. Fatty, his older brother, happened to have the day off, so the family returned to their old yard to have dinner with their parents. It just so happened that just as he was finishing his meal he received a Weibo message from Jiang Nanzhou. Fatty watched as Jiang Nanzhou passed him an audio over, and he directly clicked on it to listen to it. When he heard the conversation inside, Fatty's face changed. The older brother sitting next to him asked him, "This is coming to you for help?" Fatty said in a somewhat anxious tone to his big brother, "Brother, this is the Jiangnan boat I told you about before. The old brother who saved my life at sea. I'll go over first." Fatty's older brother spoke directly to him. "I'll have Lee go with you." After saying this, his big brother picked up the phone and made a call to his secretary. And after he finished his explanation, he said to the fat brother, "Yun Qian, this section chief who, if I remember correctly, should be the brother-in-law of the municipal party secretary. That municipal party secretary has always been at odds with Fatty's big brother. If it's going to be really his brother-in-law, then this time, even if it's caught his pigtail, the bigger the mess, the better." Fatty chuckled at his big brother's remark. If it's that Yakuza's brother-in-law, then this will be a good thing. Fat brother wanted to press the need to give no mercy. Before leaving the door, he also deliberately gave Jiang Nanzhou back a WeChat. Let him find a way to not let the Who section chief go. The two of them, Fatty and Secretary Li, went directly to the South Bay Island Town Hospital. Jiang Nanzhou received Fatty's WeChat and said directly to Chief Hu, "My second grandfather is still in the operating room. Not out. Anyway, you can't leave now. You'll have to wait until my second grandfather wakes up anyhow and see what he thinks." Chief Hu said with a disdainful smile, "If you can accept a private settlement, we'll talk about it. It's also considered that I'm giving you face. If you want to mess around, then I won't be polite. Then who will suffer in the end? You have to think clearly." Who said this threatening words? Those public officials also did not block in the slightest and did not hear the same. There was a public official who said to Jiang Nanzhou and the others, "A rag picker old man. Especially people are not dead. Just a surgery. You do not Leoneize, do not know good and bad. In case the time to make a big mess. Perhaps also have to compensate people to repair the car money. Who knows if it is intentionally bumper cars." When Jiang Bei heard this, he directly opened his mouth to curse. "On your virtue or public officials you listen to you say that is a human language." The people hit not to say, but also bit back and said, "Porcelain child. Really the world's crows are generally black. You do not give him a breathalyzer test today. I'm going to go to the top of the report you." That public official heard Jiang Bei's words and directly said to his two men, "Abusing a public official. Take him back to the station and educate him." Those two little follower-like public officials went up and were about to come and pull Jiang Bei. "Cuss out our director and come back to the station with us." Jiang Nanzhou said to them, "Really today the knife cuts the ass and opens the eyes. If you guys dare to casually arrest someone today, just see if I dare to make a big deal out of this and be done with it." Jiang Nanzhou's words were not said in a low voice. It instantly drew stares from the nurses and doctors still in the hallway. Some of the junior nurses tried to go up and stop them and tell them to keep their voices down in the hospital. But then there was some trepidation at the sight of the men in uniform, some of whom kept looking this way. There were even a few people with cell phones aimed this way. They heckled, "No pictures or videos. Put away all your cell phones, and if you don't cooperate, I'll take them all back to the station." In fact, those few lapdogs don't dare to really make a big deal out of it. Their leaders are connected. They are not. And they all know that the power of internet communication is pretty strong these days too. Just then the door to the operating room opened and the doctor was the first to come out and said to them for the family to come over and get off. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai, "I'll just go over there." Chapter 231, Caught in the Crossfire. After saying this, Jiang Bei went to the office with the doctor. The nurses pushed Jiang Baoshan all the way to the ward. Although Jiang Baoshan's body was covered with a quilt, it revealed that there were wounds on his brain, head and face. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai both felt a pang of heartache. Jiang Baoshan was knocked into this state. That what who section chief even want to engage in the ability of money? What a joke. Not even a word of apology. Come up to pose, if possible. Jiang Nanzhou would like to let him experience the feeling of being hit by a car for a while. Jiang Nanzhou received a call from Fatty just as they arrived at the hospital room, asking them where they were in the hospital. Jiang Nanzhou hung up after telling him the room number. It didn't take long for Fatty to come over with a couple of guys. The original one in uniform tensed at the sight of one of them. He said as he walked quickly to the man's side, "What brings you here, Chief?" Jiang Nanzhou also felt a bit familiar with the person called the director, and he suddenly remembered that they had met before. It was still on his South Bay one, and it seems that this is the same chief who took over that basic police case at the time. But he was wearing civilian clothes today. This director of the city council is quite close to Fatty's big brother, and Fatty called him directly to bring him here. That Who section chief saw these characters coming a little scared. He did not expect the original family actually has such a hard relationship. Fatty introduced them all to each other and said, "How is the old man now? What did the doctors say?" It just so happened that Jiang Bei also came back from the doctor's office, heard the fat brother ask this sentence directly. Fractured calf as well as ribs, just out of surgery, and a concussion, multiple bruises on his body, and the doctors are saying he's lucky to be alive. That director said, "Why is the perpetrator in this place? Shouldn't he normally be in the accident section by now?" That's when Secretary Li spoke up. "In or out of the accident can now does not matter. The primary question is it possible that Who section chief's car is not insured? Why the insurance company did not come over?" Secretary Li was watching when he came in, but he didn't notice any staff that looked like insurance company workers. Who section chief's head has now begun to cold sweat. At first he did not recognize the Secretary Li. Then a closer look. It turns out that this is in the mayor's side of the big red man. This time he was really in the gun's mouth. His brother-in-law and Secretary Li's master do not agree. Chief Hu wiped the cold sweat from his head and said, "I'm going to go out and make a phone call to set up some work first." After saying this, he took his cell phone and tried to get out of the door of the hospital room. The director said directly, Take it back to the city hall. The two men following the chief directly snatched his cell phone off, and one of them said to Chief Hu please. Chief Hu didn't struggle this time, and directly cooperated with you and left first. But life walking legs have been soft. Those two city comrades directly help him away. The city commissioner's cell phone came with a message at this time, speaking to Secretary Lee and also Fatty. Surveillance video in hand. I'll send it to you when I get back. I'm going to go back and arrange for someone to handle this. After that he left. The few public servants still left were now sweating in gray. They all blamed themselves internally now. I should have known to be more businesslike. Secretary Lee said to Fatty. I have a dinner party tonight, so I'll head back. Fatty said to Secretary Lee. Trouble Lee to make this trip with me. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai they all thanked Secretary Lee as well. It was only after sending Secretary Lee away that Fatty began to explode. TMD. This surnamed who can really not people. Did not expect your old man hurt so seriously. Old brother, you rest assured. This matter must be done for you clearly. Jiang Nanzhou gratefully said to Fatty. If it weren't for you, I guess we'd all be taken away in a while. This fact is troubling you. Isn't it still alarming your big brother? Fatty said to Jiang Nanzhou. We two brothers still need to say those Besides, my big brother is your big brother from now on. I have told him. It wasn't until dark that Fatty's cell phone received that surveillance video. Fatty sent a copy of the video to Jiang Nanzhou as well. Jiang Bei and Jiang Nanhai both gathered around Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone to look at it together. Just look at the video. At the beginning of the time is Jiang Nan boat his second grandfather on the roadside of a garbage can that pick up the cart in it. Just see who could Jian open the Audi A8 suddenly malfunction. On the river too grandpa crashed over. A passerby saw it and called the police. And also called 120. Jiang Bei was furious. He really wanted to unload that big piece. The boat in the south of the river asked the north of the river. Fourth uncle. What should I tell the family about this? Jiang Bei said with a sigh. Honestly, what else? To be honest, none of them were willing to make this call. And in the end, Jiang Bei notified his second brother. And Jiang Nanzhou made a call to his dad. It didn't take long for them all to arrive. Grandma Jiang and Grandma Jiang looked at Jiang Baoshan, who was lying on the hospital bed and had not yet awakened, and wiped their tears. Great-Grandma Jiang scolded. Which goddamned one is it? It's a great offense to hit our Baoshan like this. Grandma Jiang asked Jiang Nanzhou. Who really hit it? Do you know? And did the police station arrest him? Jiang Nanzhou said while handing them tissues. Caught and taken away now. So don't feel too bad for all of you. My second grandpa is all done with his surgery. And the doctor said it's just going to be a matter of taking your time to get well. Great-Grandma Jiang. And Grandma Jiang had always treated Jiang Baoshan like a child. That's why it's all especially heartbreaking to see this now. Both gents were also terrified, but were relieved to learn that neither had life-threatening injuries. Auntie Jiang also came straight over when she received the news and brought them dinner. During the nighttime Grandpa Jiang Air woke up as well, but he grunted in pain and it scared him, and he used to be just particularly afraid of hospitals. Mouth agape. Big brother, I want to go home. Four old men surrounded Jiang Baoshan and coaxed him. Great-Grandpa Jiang coaxed this younger brother of his in a coaxing doodle tone. Baoshan, wait a few days, big brother will take you home. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here with you. This ward of theirs was a double room, and Fatty contacted someone to get them a single room so that they could live comfortably. The single room had a separate bathroom and a companion bed and a couple of wooden chairs. But that's about the condition of the hospital in town. Jiang Baoshan can't eat or drink without exhaustion now. Jiang Nanzhou planned to give Jiang Baoshan a nutrient solution after he exhausts. Now that the anesthetic strength has not passed, he can still be a little better. If the anesthesia wears off, it might hurt anyhow. Chapter 232, Wanting to go home. In the evening when the two old men do not want to go, they want to stay here with the nurse. Jiang Nanzhou had no choice but to find a nurse to add a bed for the nurse. Jiang Nanzhou wanted to stay here during the evening, but Jiang Bei said that he was here. And Jiang Nanzhou went back with his family after sending Fatty away. He had just arrived home when he received a call from Enrichu. I heard from Dayu that second grandpa was in a car accident. How is he doing now? Jiang Nanzhou plugged the cell phone charger in and said, it's a little more stable now, and the surgery is done, the rest is just a matter of slow recovery. And Nietzsche said with some concern, is it at the hospital in town? Then I'll go see second grandpa tomorrow. Can he eat now? Jiang Nanzhou said, it just so happens that I'm using the morning to go over there tomorrow, so we'll be together then. Ani Koro said, okay then, let's go over there together tomorrow. After the two hung up, Jiang Nanzhou went to sleep. He wanted to go over early tomorrow for his shift. Don't let his second grandpa not get well. His grandpa and his big grandpa will be in bad shape again. It's already enough to be angry about this. The next morning when Jiang Nanzhou's alarm clock hadn't even gone off yet, he woke up. It was only 5:30. He directly turned off the alarm clock. I didn't expect their family to wake up quite early today. By the time he washed up, Jiang Mother's breakfast was ready. Jiang Mother said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Your grandma got up early in the morning to stew a big bone soup for your second grandpa, and I don't know if it's drinkable or not, so ask the doctor when you go later, and if it's not drinkable, give it to your grandpa and your great-grandpa." Jiang Nanzhou said, "Okay, I'll ask when the time comes." Jiang Nanzhou, when he was leaving, Jiang grandmother loaded him with a lot of things. Yesterday when he went, a lot of things are not prepared, and breakfast for his grandpa and his great-grandpa in Jiangbei. Jiang Nanzhou felt that he had come early enough, but he didn't expect that Uncle Jiang Er and Jiang Nanhai and the others had already arrived, and they all brought breakfast, too. Jiang Er grandpa was lying on the hospital bed, still playing a little tantrum, complaining with Jiang Nanzhou the moment he saw him coming. "Boat, take me home. I want to go home. I don't want to stay over here." Jiang Nanzhou listened to the breathless voice of Jiang Er grandpa. Also heartbroken, coaxed Jiang Er grandpa said, "Second grandpa, I'll take you home in a few days, and then I'll pick you up and take you to live in our family's new house. And I've even reserved a big room for you, and I've even got a big TV in that room for you." Grandpa Jiang Er, who heard this, said, "I'm not going. I just want to go back to our own house and live there." Jiang Bashan still likes to live in his home, although his parents are gone, but the bedding and pillows his mother made for him are still in the house. The table where their family used to eat together is also in the house. Although he is the only one who eats now, he always feels that his parents are still there with him. Grandpa Jiang said to Jiang Bashan, "Why did you even change your mind? Didn't you agree before when I said I wanted you to come live with me at home?" Jiang Bashan, thinking about it, said, "Then I can only stay for a while, and when I've lived in your new house for a few days, I'll go back home to live there. So let's go back to live there now." After saying that, Jiang Bashan wanted to struggle to get up, but when he moved, his body hurt so much that he grunted there and said, "I'm in too much pain to move. Why don't you guys carry me back?" Great-grandpa Jiang glared at Jiang Bashan and said sternly. Jiang Bashan was a bit intimidated by his big brother's tone and whispered, "With my legs, I can't walk back by myself." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "When the doctor says you're ready to be discharged, I'll get you a wheelchair, so you can be pushed around then, without lifting." When the nurse came over to give him the injection, Grandpa Jiang Er started to get scared again. "I don't needles. I'll be fine in a couple days," Jiang Nanzhou said. "The doctor won't even let you out of the hospital when it's time if you don't get your stitches." In the end, it was Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei who pressed to give the needle. When Enli first came here, he also brought a big bag. There are some supplements, and fruits, and there is also a bag with the snacks that Grandpa Jiang Er likes to eat, but now the doctor won't let him eat. Let him eat some liquid food. Jiang Bashan was especially sad when he heard that he was not allowed to eat, and Lichu said to second Grandpa Jiang, "Although we can't eat it now, we'll be able to eat it in a few days." After saying this, Lichu took out another tablet from her bag, along with a set of tablet stands, and said to Jiang Er grandpa, "Don't you like to watch dramas that beat the small days? I downloaded a number of them for you, so when you're bored, you can watch dramas here." His eyes lit up when he heard that. "Then play me one quickly." Jiang Nanzhou set the tablet stand in place and put the tablet on it, and Enlichu tuned him into a TV show that hit the small days. Grandpa Jiang said to Enlichu, "Still you girl have a way, finally we can get him to stop for a while." Jiang Nanzhou said to them, "Alright, if I'm here you can all go back and get some rest. I'll stay here with my second grandfather today." And Nietzsche said that she didn't have much to do today. "I'll stay here with you, and Dai you will come over later." After they all left, Jiang Er grandpa started to say that he was hungry. And when the doctor came over today he said that he could eat, and that bone broth was available. Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly poured the bone broth from the thermos into a small bowl for him when he heard this, feeding him in small bites with a spoon, and Richu also peeled an egg for him. But Grandpa Jiang Er only eats egg whites, not yolks. That egg yolk was still eaten by Jiang Nanzhou. Dai came when it was almost noon, and also brought the two of them a meal, to the south, and saw the hospital cabinets are placed on the food, said, "Let's settle here for the night too, so we don't waste all this." A few of them stayed a bit bored in the afternoon, so Jiang Nanzhou suggested that the three of them fight the landlord. The result of a play on the play to the evening. Jiang Nanzi work finished went over to see Good Guy, his second grandfather, there to watch the TV series. Jiang Nanzhou, three of them in that fight landlords also fight the joyful. Jiang Nanhai said to Jiang Nanzhou, "There's not much left of those great goods in the storehouse. When are you going to sail?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "You guys are selling that fast, huh? I remember last time it might have come back quite a bit." Jiang Nanhai pushed his glasses up when he heard this and said, "It's quite a lot, but there are a lot of aquatic supermarkets in the city that take goods from our side, and there are quite a few for sale on the internet, and right now there are enough king crabs. And those lobsters that are collected outside are not big enough to reach the level of fine products. Chapter 233 Typhoon Nara. Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said, "When the move's done, my grandpa picked the day after tomorrow and said it would be a good day." Jiang Nanhai said, "That's fine. Sell what you have anyway." In the evening, second Uncle Jiang and Father Jiang came over. "They're both over here tonight." Auntie Jiang also came in the evening time and brought some wine and food. A few of them were whispering in the hospital room, drinking a little wine, but they didn't drink much for fear that Jiang Bashan would shout at night that they couldn't hear him. The next morning when Jiang Nanzhou got up, he found that the sky was frighteningly cloudy, and the wind was particularly strong. Jiang Nanzhou took out his cell phone and looked at the weather forecast. The last few days have seen heavy rainstorms and warnings of typhoons. By the time Jiang Nanzhou finished his breakfast, several typhoon messages were pushed on his phone, and the name of the typhoon that was released was called Nala, coming from the Kimchi countryside. It just so happened that it would pass their way, and the morning news ones made a point of reporting on it. Their village groups are also discussing this matter, and it is said that the center of the typhoon has actually reached Typhoon Force 17, and according to the current trend of the typhoon, their side is easily that center, and the typhoon is moving very fast. It started raining around 8:30 and the village loudspeaker went off. "Hey, hey, attention all villagers and all fellow tourists. Typhoon Nala will probably make landfall on our South Bay Island around 7:30 this evening. So everyone stay home today, never go to the beach, and always be safe." This broadcast was repeated 3 times, and it was posted on their village group for their various BNBs to notify tourists not to go out, and the rain was getting heavier and heavier. Jiang Nanzhou was just about to go out with the car keys when Jiang Mother stopped him. "What are you going to do in all this rain?" Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Mother. "I'll go to the hospital. I'll change back for my dad and my second uncle." Jiang Mother said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Your dad just called to say he won't let you go, saying that a typhoon is coming, so you and I will go to the back of the mountain later to drive all those chickens, ducks, and geese back to the house." Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said, "That's fine. Let's go over there now while the wind isn't so strong." When they put on their raincoats and went out, Grandma Jiang was also going to go, was stopped by Jiang Nanzhou said, "Grandma, you're fine at home, just the 2 of us. My mom and I are enough. That road in the backcountry is too slippery, so you shouldn't go." Grandma Jiang worried, "You guys be safe then, and watch where you're walking." Though they often have typhoons in the morning, none of them are as severe as this one reported on the news. There is only one simple tin house at the back of their house, and that one is specially prepared for typhoons. So every time there is a typhoon or a heavy rainstorm, they will put their chickens, ducks and geese inside. Jiang Mother prayed in her heart, hoping that this was a typhoon detour. Go live a small life. Don't come this way. She was really especially afraid that his chickens and ducks and geese wouldn't be able to carry it. By noon, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. The wind is also getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Nanzhou along the window to look out the face. The tree in front of their house had been scraped, almost folded. Jiang Nanzhou's heart couldn't help but feel a little worried. The disasters brought about by this typhoon should be much greater than in the past. Jiang Nanzhou also sent messages to all of them in their work groups, telling them to never go out. Luckily the plant and the depot on the fishery side of the house were built later. If it was a tin house like the one I ordered in the beginning, I don't think it would be able to carry such a strong wind, especially since that one is still on the beach. By the afternoon, the group governing their village began to have new notifications, saying that everyone should get their things ready, and that their village would all be evacuated to the town. The town will send a car to pick them up and tell them all not to be in a hurry. They will all wait at home. Don't bring too much stuff either, just bring the important stuff from home. But the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. The sky was cloudy and already dark, and the tree in front of their house was completely scraped off. That newly appointed Little Lee secretary posted another notice in the group, saying that several cars were stuck halfway down the road and telling the villagers not to be anxious. But not long after Secretary Lee Jr. posted this message, the communication in their village was cut off. No electricity, no signal. Luckily, they have pure water and pure food in every rural home, and they basically keep some solar or rechargeable lights and candles in their island homes. But these things will be saved because there's no telling when the power and signal will be restored. Jiang Nanzhou had realized from the last time he looked at that typhoon's chart before the signal was cut off that the typhoon was going very fast and was coming towards them in a straight line. And now outside the crackling, Jiang Nanzhou took a flashlight and shone it outside to see that it was actually hail, and they were all as big as eggs. The water in the yard was getting deeper and deeper. Jiang Nanzhou couldn't help but worry about some of the old people living alone in the village with broken houses. Not far from their home there is an eccentric old man. Is a foreign surname? Listen to the old generation said. This Meng grandfather is the former countryside when the time to come to their village, and then in this side of the marriage of a daughter-in-law. But not long, that daughter-in-law died of illness. He then didn't remarry either. He's always been alone. And he's never been off the island. He is usually not willing to contact with people too much. The occasional can chat with Grandpa Jiang. Hale can have half an hour of time. The rain also see small. Jiang Nanzhou put on his clothes and said to Jiang Mother, I'll go to Grandpa Lu's house to check it out. Jiang Mother said to Jiang Nanzhou, then you can be careful. Why don't you take him to our house? That shabby house of theirs probably won't hold up at all when the typhoon comes. Jiang Nanzhou said, okay, I'm going to go pick him up at our house. After saying this, Jiang Nanzhou wore his raincoat and took his flashlight and left. He tripped through the water and went directly to Grandpa Lu's house. And when he arrived at the gate, Jiang Nanzhou saw that the gate and the courtyard wall of their house had been blown down. Jiang Nanzhou stepped on the bricks and entered the yard and saw that half of their house had been blown down. Old Lu too was holding a hand towel there to wipe the water on his face. Seeing Jiang Nanzhou come, he was still relatively surprised to ask, you kid don't want to die. You still run outside in this day. Jiang Nanzhou said to old Lu too, it's raining less now. So hurry up and pack your things and go up to our house first. Old Lu had also did not dawdle directly with a plastic bag will be important items are loaded and Jiang Nan boat went to their home. Because their home is really impossible to live. He was worried about whether to go to the village department in the dark. But he did not expect Jiang Nanzhou to come over. When he arrived at Jiang Nanzhou's house, old Lu too said, it's still you kid who has a good heart. Grandpa Lu thanks you. Jiang Nanzhou wiped his face there and waved his hand to old Lu too. We all live in the same village. Grandpa Lu you're out of line to say that. They hadn't been home long before both the wind and the rain outside were getting worse. Chapter 234, Living in a New House in Advance. Jiang Mother said as she listened to the wind outside. This wind is so scary. Alas. I wonder if the tin house in the back of the hill can carry it. Jiang Nanzhou comforted Jiang Mother and said, Mom, just don't worry. The back side of the mountain is leeward. There shouldn't be much of a problem carrying it over. Grandma Jiang also sighed and said, the last time I had a typhoon of this magnitude was when your grandfather and I first got married. And a lot of houses were blown down then. And a lot of people were lost then. So I hope everyone made it through safely this time. Hearing these words, Jiang Nanzhou's heart was a little sad. Humans seem too small in the case of natural hazards. Now it's either earthquakes or floods or typhoons. And I don't know why there are so many disasters in times of peace and prosperity. The threshold of their home was already high. But now water is starting to seep through as well. Jiang Nanzhou is a little uneasy about his great-grandmother and them. The ground on their side of the house is a little low. Jiang Nanzhou's side is already considered to be on the high ground. But now they have all started to enter the water. Couldn't even block it. Jiang Mother saw the seeping water cup sighing. Ugh. I don't know what's going on over at the new house. Jiang Nanzhou said. There shouldn't be anything going on over there. The ground there is considered the highest in their village. Because that side is quite close to the sea. Now when the old house was built in the earliest past, that side was specially filled with earth. And Jiang Nanzhou this is building a new house. The yard are left in the drainage system. Should not be able to have anything big. It was a wild storm that lasted until the latter part of the night. But Jiang Nan boat home this high ground. The water in the house has reached the calf's stomach. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Mother, as well as Grandpa Jiang, Grandma Jiang and old Lu head. Let's take the stuff over to the new house. There's a generator over there. They all wore slippers and rolled up their pants legs and took their big bags and tripped through the water to the new house side. Jiang Nanzhou sent them to the new house and went to Great-Grandma Jiang's house. The further he went that way, the deeper the water got. By the time he got to Great-Grandma Jiang's house, the water was almost up to his thighs. Jiang Bei and the rest of them had already taken their stuff to the sunbed on the roof, where their family was, and Su Yue was holding Dudu in her arms and coaxing him to sleep there. Dodo suddenly saw a flashlight light and started calling out for his brother. Jiang Bei fixed his eyes to see that it was really his brother who had come. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said, it's the middle of the night. What are you doing running around blind? Jiang Nanzhou said to them, hurry up and follow me over to the new house. There's a generator over there. Jiang Bei didn't treat him politely either and directly addressed their family. Get your stuff and go to his house first. Grandpa Jiang De said to Jiang Bei, we'll go with boat. Your second sister-in-law should be at the supermarket by now. You go to the supermarket and pick her up. Jiang Nanzhou, who took over Dudu, who was held by Shu Yue, spoke to them. You guys follow behind me. The road is filled with everything, so be careful not to trip. Jiang Nan boat to give them a head start. They walked all the way this way also did not see people estimated to be at home to hide it. Especially now more than 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. When he arrived at Jiang Nanzhou's new house, Grandpa Jiang said with some surprise, how come you don't have any standing water in this yard? Jiang Nanzhou said, I have a drainage system in my yard. All the water drains out automatically. You guys quickly go inside and take a shower and change your clothes first. It's cool outside now. Don't catch a cold later. They use groundwater on their side of the house. and as long as they have electricity there is no shortage of water. Jiang Nanzhou had bought a few generators before and kept them for backup, but he didn't expect to really use them. Jiang Bei put Jiang Errant over when she also brought a lot of food, bread and milk, as well as snacks for Duda to take the same a lot. Jiang Errant said to Jiang Nanzhou, "It's still a good house you have. When the water recedes, I'll talk to your brother and we'll build a similar one." Jiang Bei also said, "Yahweh and I also have this plan, but the foundation of our house is small. Let's just build one a little smaller than what they have here. That's enough to live in. He's too big here." Auntie Jiang Er said, "He is again after buying a piece of homestead. Originally their family's old house. This piece of homestead is big enough. Two big homestead together this is not even bigger." Great-Grandma Jiang and Mother Jiang said to them as they put the covers on, "Hurry up and all go get some sleep first. Don't all stay up here." When they all went to rest Jiang Nanzhou cut off the electricity. After all, they still have to save a little because they don't know when the power outage will stop. Jiang Nanzhou lay on the bed and couldn't sleep at all, and he didn't know how Lichu and their side was doing now, but there shouldn't be much going on in their side of the family, which was itself some distance from the sea, plus the terrain there was much higher than in their village. Jiang Nanzhou this night is pressed as not sleeping at all. He got up in the morning and drank a nutritional liquid. After drinking it instantly the body is relaxed. In the morning after breakfast, old Lutu sat at the door smoking a dry cigarette and said, "Alas, our village's side is a little better. That Nyoto village doesn't know what it's like." Grandpa Jiang followed suit and sighed. "The deepest water on our side of the river is in our part of the house, so deep that it's down to our waists, and I guess the water on the Nyoto village side of the river goes to the eaves of the house." Jiang Nanzhou said, "There may be some property lost over there, but the people should be alright, and the first to evacuate should be Bullhead village." Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Let's both go out for a walk and see what's going on." Even if Jiang Bei didn't say this, Jiang Nanzhou also had this intention. The two of them had been walking from the beginning of the village to the end of the village, and there were some families whose houses had collapsed. Like the other homes there was nothing major and the visitors were more emotionally stable. Some actually playing poker in groups. There were no casualties in their village either, and most of the houses that were more dilapidated had been evacuated long ago. Jiang Nanzhou also gave a nod to this new village head. This new village head went from house to house asking, "What is the situation? Lack of food, lack of water, has not been idle." Moreover, Jiang Nanzhou realized that the folklore in their village was really good. Some people even send food and foodstuffs to the village office. Grandpa Jiang asked when Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei arrived home, "What's the status of all of them now? Is anyone hurt or anything?" Jiang Nanzhou said to them, "There were no casualties, so you're all relieved here. We're just waiting for the water to recede now, and then we can get back to normal life." Grandpa Jiang sighed and said, "This hasn't been paved for long. I hope it doesn't get soaked." Hearing this, Jiang Bei said to his old man, "Your old man can rest assured. Don't follow the day blindly worry. The green stone plate which is so easy to soak bad." Chapter 235 Catching the Sea After a Typhoon. It wasn't until the next day that the water completely went away. During that time their town was also sending people over to come and deliver some supply items to them from house to house. The next afternoon the village's power and communications were restored. He received a number of messages just as his cell phone got a signal. Zhang Yuan alone had sent him more than a dozen, as well as Fatty and the others. Jiang Nanzhou all replied one by one to report peace. Zhang Yuan and the others were really lucky. They had taken the old man to the city to soak in the hot springs and planned to play there for a few days. Turns out they got a typhoon warning just as they got there. The city is quite a bit better than their side. Yesterday Jiang Nan boat also went to the beach to see his boat. His two fishing boats are also resistant to manufacturing. Nothing happened. Is the beach some awnings and benches for tourists to rest washed out? All of these will have to be replaced in the village by then as well as the houses of those in need in their village will have to be rebuilt. This is also a large amount of not small expenses. Their village also organized a donation. Basically the family conditions are similar to donate some. Jiang Nanzhou donated $1 million to the village in the name of their company, and this money included money for repairing and rebuilding houses for the people in the village. Little Lee secretary of the recent 2 days are anxious mouth full of blisters to apply for some money from the top of the effort, but also have to wait for various approvals. The results of the above to first give the disaster of large villages to approve the money for the reason that the money on the account is not enough, and has not been approved for their village. Their village didn't have much money on the books, or she couldn't have come up with the idea of getting this donation. I didn't expect Jiang Nanzhou to be so open. Directly donated $1 million. Directly solved her urgent problem. It's a pity. How come such a nice guy has a date? Well, he's not married yet. Then she still has a chance. Jiang Nanzhou didn't know that he was even missed. When Enli first came, he also picked up Zhang's father and Zhang's second uncle, and today Jiang Nanhai is in the south. Young father in the town of these days is not eaten well. Sleep is not good. All want to go home. Go home to see his chickens, ducks and geese. It's a good thing those chickens, ducks, and geese of his are all fine, or he'd have a hard time. Young father asked his old man when he saw that they had all moved into the new house. So does the moving ceremony not have to be a whole thing? Just move all that stuff from the house when you get here and be done with it? Grandpa John didn't have the good sense to say, what is the whole hole? Directly over to live on the line. Besides, what is there to move? Your good son said. In addition to the clothes and so on, nothing to let this side to take. This side of what he has bought. Young father whispered. He didn't let you take it. It's not like I didn't let you. What are you doing this to me? Grandpa Jiang said even less favorably when he heard this. What do I have to say? I still have to smile at you. Do I have to say it without me bowing down to you again? After saying this, Grandpa Jiang took the bucket and went out. Young father thought, this old man really, what attitude? Cannot afford Grandma Jiang said to Enlichu, Pear, I'll take you to the beach to catch the sea. It's all good stuff at the beach now. Jiang Nanzhou also said, I'm going to go too, just so I have internet now. I'm going to start a live stream. When they got to the beach they didn't realize there were quite a few people on the beach, tourists and some aboriginals. Moreover, Jiang Nanzhou caught a glimpse of the little man who was digging in the sand not far away. Jiang Nanzhou shouted, Dodo, what are you doing? When Dudu heard Jiang Nanzhou's voice he ran towards Jiang Nanzhou with his small plastic shovel in one hand and a large shell in the other. Brother. Running to Jiang Nanzhou's side he even showed Jiang Nanzhou the shell in his hand. Sujavi then followed Tutsi and held the small bucket for him. Su Yaowei said to Jiang Nanzhou, are you alright? If not, let Dodo follow you over here to play. I'll go back and help clean up the house. The boy demon just wants to come to the beach. Jiang Nanzhou said to Su Yaowei. And Junior, then go back to your work and leave Duda to me today. Jiang grandmother has long gone away. Jiang Nanzhou said to Enlichu, this side is crowded. We go to the reef beach side. And Nichu said with some uneasiness, why don't you go by yourself? I'll play with Toots over here. It's very unfriendly to Toots over there. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, just feel free to come with me. There's a sandy beach underneath that reef. We'll walk underneath it. Hearing this Enrichu chuckled. Alright then, let's go. That's when Tootie raised her little hand and said, go. Hearing Duda say the new word, Jiang Nanzhou and Enlichu were both happy. And Nietzsche took out a piece of candy from her own pocket and put it in Tootsie's mouth, and said to Tootsie, Tootsie needs to talk more. Here's a reward for Tootsie. They headed over to the side of the fishing grounds, and the farther they went the fewer people there were, and when they got to the place there was no one on this side. Jiang Nanzhou connected the drone live broadcast device to his cell phone and turned on the live broadcast. A lot of people came into his live room just after it started. Jiang Nanzhou said to the camera of the live broadcast, hello everyone, today I'm going to show you all the goodies you can catch on the beach after the typhoon. And Nietzsche took Dudu's little hand and also gave a greeting to the netizens in the live broadcast room. Live on the public screen. This really looks like a family of three. The picture is so beautiful and harmonious. Brother Fisherman, is everything okay on your side of the house? I saw on the news that there are places on that island of yours where the water is up to the eaves. I knew their section should be okay when I saw Brother Fisherman live. I was worried sick. I don't know what's going on this year. There was an earthquake on our old side of the family a while ago and a typhoon on the fisherman's brother's side of the family. It's really scary. It's good to see that the fisherman's brother's side of the family is okay. It's been an eventful year. Gangnam Boat saw what someone said about the typhoon and said, our village of Jiangjia is a little better, but our neighboring village over there is on low ground, and the water over there hasn't subsided yet. Jiang Nanzhou turned on hang-up mode after saying this, and Lichu and Dudu were picking up the small spicy snail on the scorched rock. Don't look at that snail as small, but it was quite tasty. Jiang Nanzhou said as he turned the live broadcast camera towards an Nichu and the others. To show you they are picking up is the spicy snail. Some markets are also sold. Do not look at this spicy snail, small, but very tasty, and very nutritious. Its shell also has a certain medicinal value, can clear heat and detoxification. After introducing everyone to Gangnam Boat and adjusting the camera to let them look a little more closely, and there were piles and piles of spicy snails on the reef, but they all pick the big ones to pick up, and basically no one picks up the small ones. Jiang Nanzhou also saw a large cargo in a gap in a scorched rock. Chapter 236 Red Plastic Bag on the Head. Have you seen this reef crevice? There's a big abalone. Not small. We can eat braised abalone tonight. And Lichu and Dudu both came over when they heard this from Jiang Nanzhou. And when they saw that abalone, and Lichu said, just this one abalone at night, still want to eat braised abalone? Ah, Jiang Nanzhou said, if I pick up just this one today, I'll have abalone noodles for dinner. And if I pick up more, I'll have braised abalone. You see how that works. Dodo was more curious to see that abalone and reached out his little hand over to get it. Dudu tried several times but couldn't take it down and anxiously said to Jung Nanjo, Brother. Ani Koro said, you get it down for Tootsie. Jung Nanjo said to them, it's too much work to hold it by hand. And the abalone gets tighter and tighter as it sucks. He separated the large clamps he used to catch the sea and used one side to warp the abalone straight down to Tootsie. Dodo, take it this time. Toots took the abalone out and put it in the little bucket, clapping her hands happily. Jung Nanjo said with a smile, come on, let's go further. Tootsie's little milky voice said the same. Go. Not a few steps ahead. And Lichu pointed at a small puddle and yelled, ah, Nanjo, look, what's this thing? It's like a snake. Jung Nanjo went over to take a look. It was actually an eel inside, or a red eel, smaller than the oil eel that Jung Nanjo had picked up before, but it was not bad. Jung Nanjo said to the live camera, this red eel is also a good thing. The older generation says that eating red eel is a great tonic. Jung Nanjo said to an Nichu, you take Dodo and stand away. It's the bites that hurt. Jung Nanjo took the big clip that had just warped the abalone and quickly and accurately clamped the neck of this red eel. And instantly the body of that red eel was balled up into a roll. It was wrapped around that big clamp. But no matter how much it struggled, it was useless. It couldn't break free at all. Jung Nanjo put the red eel in that big bucket of his and said to an Nichu, your eyes are still pretty good, so I'll reward you with a big eel tonight. And Nietzsche heard this and said, then make me eel rice. I'm craving that. Jung Nanjo directly nodded his head in agreement. But the public screen of Jung Nanjo's live broadcast was all about this color. What the hell? Is this the eel that Brother Fisherman was talking about? Brother Fisherman, I suspect you're up to no good, talking about this eel and not that eel. Laughing my ass off. You're all kinky geniuses. It's just around the corner for Brother Fisherman's live room to be blocked because of his color. Can't you guys see the bad grin on Brother Fisherman's face? Love it. Jung Nanjo was unaware that the so normal sentence he said was misinterpreted by the netizens in the live broadcast. And Lichu and Dudu also picked up several large conchs, and a lot of fish. Shrimp and crabs were blown up by the typhoon, but they were basically all dead. Dudu saw a big crab and directly wanted to get on it, and was directly pulled by Jung Nanjo and said, Dudu, you cannot pick up this thing. This thing clip you down can have you suffer. Really, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, ah. And Nichu smiled. I didn't realize Dodo had the guts to grab anything. Jung Nanjo said with a smile, this nature should follow my fourth uncle. This big crab can't escape Gangnam Boat's big clip. Just in front of them was also blown up quite a lot of garbage, all piled up under the reef. Jungnan Station took out the big bag and said, you guys go ahead and hang out for a while I load up all this junk. And Nichu smiled. I was going to ask you what you were doing with the big bag, but it turns out it's reserved for garbage. Jung Nanjo said while picking up the garbage. It's not everyone's responsibility to take care of the marine environment. And Lichu also reached out to help Jung Nanjo pick up the garbage. And after Dudu saw it, she also picked up the mineral water bottle by her feet and put it in the bag that Jung Nanjo was holding. Anayachu smiled at Tootsie. Tootsie is awesome. Let's protect the marine environment together. Dudu heard and Lichu praising him and picked up even more vigorously. The netizens in the live stream were also sighing. That's how kids are. They follow what they learn. Dodo is great. I just feel that children should be like this. Otherwise every day at home looking at the phone eyes are bad. Tomorrow I will take our children to do charity. Brother Fisherman positive energy patriotic. Love the environment. I quite admire him. Brother Fisherman has done more than that. Their village wouldn't have developed without him now. This anchor's gesture is really touching. I'm the president of our China Marine Environmental Protection Association. Now I want to invite this anchor into our association. Do you know how should we contact him? Li Dapeng has been squatting in the Jiangnan boat from the start of his live broadcast. See, the president of this Huaxia Marine Environmental Protection Association said that he would like to invite the fisherman brother into this association. He clicked into the home page of this individual to take a look at it. It is really the president. He sent a private message directly backstage to this president, saying that he was the operating officer of Brother Fisherman's live broadcast, and also sent his own work card, identifying himself, and told him that he would relay the message to Brother Fisherman. Jung Nanjo's side filled a total of 2 big bags of garbage before the piece was cleaned up. He said to Anri Chu and Tootsie, up this way is my fishery, so I'm going to throw these 2 bags of trash in the fishery while you guys go live for me. Ani Koro said, okay, then we're moving forward. Jung Nanjo set the drone's autofollow target to Anli Chu now. Then he took the 2 large bags and left. Su Yawei took Dudu and walked forward slowly, and the 2 of them even picked up quite a few conchs. Just when Anri Chu saw an abalone and just wanted to make a move, Dudu pulled Anri Chu's coat and pointed like aside, and Li Chu's eyes followed Dudu's finger, and there was actually a little guy in front of them. It would have been a seal pup, chubby and dying on the beach. The baby seal also has a red plastic bag on its head and a green fishing net on its body. If it wasn't for the still heaving body, and Richu would have thought it was hanging. And Lichu pulled Tootsie and walked over to the baby seal side. She quickly took the plastic bag off of his head. The baby seal looked at Lichu with big round eyes and started struggling again. Should be scared. And Lichu looked around again. After all, seals are pack animals. It would be bad if the big seals misunderstood and attacked them. But there's no sign of seals in the neighborhood. Tootsie just watched this baby seal from a short distance away. And Nichu was also wondering how to untie the fishing net on the baby seal. Some of the nets were scraping the baby seals, and the baby seals were showing flesh in places on their bodies. Chapter 237, another one who has fallen for Jungnan boat. The two of them, and Lichu and Tootsie, didn't know what to do. Live on the public screen. My goodness, this baby seal is so pathetic too. Every time I see something like this I feel a special discomfort in my heart. For the first time, I found the color red to be so blinding. Brother Fisherman, come back soon. I can feel the panic of Mrs. Fisherman's wife. Anchor, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and untie the little seal net. Just as Enrishu was hesitant to make a move, Zhang Nanzhou came back, and Lichu shouted at Zhang Nanzhou as if she had seen a savior. Come here quickly, there's a baby seal here. Maybe Nietzsche's voice was a bit too loud, and the baby seal became even more scared. Dudu also shouted when he saw Zhang Nanzhou come back. Brother. Zhang Nanzhou walked over quickly when he heard Lichu's words. That's quite a baby seal. I'll get the fishing net off him first. He went straight up and removed the nets from the baby seal, but some of the nets had sunk into the flesh of the baby seal. But it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Seals are so thick-skinned that this is all skin damage to them. Zhang Nanzhou felt that the baby seal's stamina was getting weaker and weaker as he said to Enlichu, "Why don't you take Dodo's little bucket and go get him some water?" Obediently, Enrichu took the small bucket and headed for the beach. In fact, Zhang Nanzhou just wanted to support Enlichu away. And by the way, he also took away the live drone broadcasting equipment that was broadcasting live. He turned his back to Dodo and took out a marine life nutrient solution from space and poured it into the baby seal's mouth. After Enlichu fetched the water back, Zhang Nanzhou gave the baby seal some to drink and poured the rest on its body. The baby seal felt so much more recovered after drinking the marine bionutrient solution. It also rubbed its head against Zhang Nanzhou's hand. Zhang Nanzhou felt that this out of it was a bit similar to Eggco. Dudu walked to Zhang Nanzhou's side. He was also a little scared, nestled in Zhang Nanzhou's arms. A small hand was still trying to touch the baby seal. Zhang Nanzhou took Dudu's small hand and stroked it on the baby seal's head. And the baby seal didn't reject it. Yazunari first asked Zhang Nanboat, "Is there nothing wrong with it?" Zhang Nanzhou said, "Let's watch it here for a while, and then we'll go when it's nothing." Live on the public screen. Brother Fisherman has saved another little life. This baby seal should have been blown over by the typhoon too, right? This little seal is recovering quite quickly. Look guys, the two pups are sizing each other up over there. It's adorable. No, I was going to say, do I need to make a rescue call? Don't fight upstairs. If you do, maybe the baby seals will be taken in by the zoo. Zhang Nanzhou was still thinking about whether or not to give the baby seal something to eat when he saw Egg coming up from the sea. Tootie happily waved at Egg when she saw him. Eggs and Toots posted and then posted with Gangnam Boat and Enri Koru, but when it came to the baby seal, the egg head arched over the baby seal's head one by one, then looking at Zhang Nanzhou with an accusing gaze. This negative two-legged beast director even gave this meat roller a magical little drink. Eggs are not happy. Ani Koro said, "You guys keep an eye on the baby seals over here. I'm going to get that abalone down." Zhang Nanzhou thought to himself, "Just right otherwise the eggs will be sure to make a mess today." Zhang Nanzhou took advantage of Enlichu's walk. Zhang Nanzhou took a marine life nutrient solution for the egg and poured it into its mouth. Just as Zhang Nanzhou wanted to pet Egg's head, Dudu made a sound. Brother. Zhang Nanzhou's body shook. Forgetting this little guy. Dudu saw that Zhang Nanzhou didn't react, he just opened his mouth. Zhang Nanzhou was figuring out what this little guy meant. He pretended to dig into his pockets and took a nutrient solution out of his space and poured it into the little one's mouth. The little guy is happy too. Just then, Enlichu came back with a large abalone and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "See if this abalone I found is the biggest of these." Zhang Nanzhou said as he gave a thumbs up to Enlichu. "That's awesome. You got the biggest one." Enrichu also took a small fish from the small bucket that was still alive and said, "I found this in a small puddle. Can a baby seal eat it?" Zhang Nanzhou took the small fish and said, "It's edible. Seals are weaned early, and for the size of this little seal it should have been weaned for quite a while." With these words he took the tail of this little fish and brought it towards the mouth of the young seal. The baby seal opened its mouth directly to bite the head of the fish. Zhang Nanzhou directly loosened his hand. Since the little seal could eat, it should be nothing. Zhang Nanzhou said to them, "Let's go and leave the little guy on his own over here." And Nietzsche said worriedly, Would it be okay to just leave it here by itself? Should we call the police or something? Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. No need to call the police. It's not life-threatening. It's happened before and it's perfectly capable of finding its own food when it's as big as it is. I just don't know if it'll be able to find a seal colony. And Li Chu was quite relieved when she heard Jiang Nanzhou's words. Dodo also gave Seal a bye on his way out. Egg naturally followed Jiang Nanzhou and the others. The baby seal watched them all go, and followed suit with his ass. Jiang Nanzhou's head hurt a little when he saw the scene. This cargo wouldn't be relying on him like Egg. It's deja vu all over again for the live streamers. This baby seal isn't looking for a long-term meal ticket too, is he? This little seal is so cute too. Just like a little kid. Let's go steal a seal together. I wanna bring it home so bad. Upstairs, I see torture. Real torture. Brother Fisherman loves the sea, and all these animals in the sea love him too. In the end, Jiang Nanzhou said goodbye to the netizens in the live broadcast room as he looked at the day getting late. There wasn't much left to pick up because the tide was about to come in. Jiang Nanzhou said to Egg after the live broadcast closed, "We're going home. You take the baby seal back to the sea." Jiang Nanzhou is found. The little seal has to learn everything with the egg. The egg rubs him with his head. The little seal will also rub him with his head. The egg arched its head over the baby seal after hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words. It then took the baby seal down to the sea. Eggs are tired of being tired. But who made him the big brother of this meat roller? When they went home and Li Chu called Su Yawei and said that Dudu would eat at Jiang Nanzhou's house in the evening, and that he would send him back when he finished dinner. When they arrived home in the evening they realized that only Grandma Jiang and Mother Jiang were at home. Grandpa Jiang and Father Jiang were not at home. Chapter 238 Tired. Jiang Nanzhou asked Grandma Jiang, who was sitting in the living room watching TV, and said, "What did my grandpa and my dad do?" Grandma Jiang said to Jiang Nanzhou, "They've gone to town. And tonight the two of them are going to keep vigil for your second grandfather." Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said, "Well, then they won't have any mouths to feed tonight. So I'll cook for you tonight." With those words he carried the bucket to the kitchen, and Nietzsche said as she followed, "I'm going to help you and give you a hand." Jiang mother happened to come out from the kitchen and said, "Just play with Tootie in the living room. Don't get your clothes dirty, and I'll go give him a hand." Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang mother, "You and I don't need any of you. I'll just do it on my own. So you guys just wait for dinner." He even closed the kitchen door after saying this. Grandma Jiang said to Li Chu as well as Dudu, "You guys quickly come over here and sit down. Today Aunt Xiaozhou came over and also gave big strawberries and some snacks. You guys quickly come and try them." Dudu the snacker heard that there is food. Directly want to pass, but was in Rishu a hand to pull said, "Dodo, let's go wash our hands before we go over to the yummy food." Anayachu took Dodo to the bathroom and washed her hands. They just all watched TV in the living room and ate fruit and talked. Grandma Jiang smiled as she looked at Enlichu, who had been taking care of Dudu. "Little Tootsie is so cute. Do you like kids too, Pear?" And Nietzsche said with a nod of her head, "Love it, especially if it's a good-looking and obedient one like Dodo." Grandma Jiang said, "I see girls on TV saying they don't want to have kids yet, saying they're afraid they'll get out of shape and won't look good then." And Nietzsche said thoughtfully, "There are those kinds too, but most of the ones who don't want kids nowadays are supposed to feel that life is more stressful when it comes to raising kids, especially tutoring them in homework." Jiang mother heard this and said, "That's true. Aunt Xiaozhou was more worried when Mingzhu and also Mingho were small, and it wasn't until they went to college that they got a little better." Ani Koru said, "Mingzhu and Mingho are a little better. Now there are a lot of children who are rebellious, can't talk yet, their mental capacity is still low, and they still can't move without seeking death." Grandma Jiang said, "That's true. Just this afternoon when I came back from catching the ocean, I happened to be watching TV about a kid who jumped off a building just because his parents wouldn't let him look at his cell phone." Jiang mother also said, "That kid was like 13. Now that I think about it, Boat wasn't as annoying when he was little." And Nichu smiled. "He was particularly naughty when he was little. Ha!" Jiang mother and Jiang grandmother then began to tell Enlichu about Jiang Nanzhou's various black histories. They laughed every now and then, and Tootsie, who was on the sidelines, laughed and clapped her little hands along with them. When Jiang Nanzhou came out of the kitchen, he saw Enlichu laughing with tears coming out of her eyes. Said, "What are you guys talking about? So happy." Jiang mother was just about to say that she was talking about how he was naughty and mischievous when he was small. As a result, and Nichu said directly, "Didn't say anything, Auntie is telling me jokes." Jiang Nanzhou said to an Nichu, "Come and help." And Li Chu had just entered the kitchen with Jiang Nanzhou when the kitchen door was closed by Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou directly hugged Enlichu and kissed her and said, "What's the joke? Give me that too." And Nietzsche pushed Jiang Nanzhou away and said, "Auntie and Grandma are still in the living room, so tell me what to do for you." She should be embarrassed. So Jiang Nanzhou didn't tease her about it anymore. "I've got the rice. Help me bring it to the table there. Today Jung Nanjo made a total of 4 dishes in one soup. Braised abalone, eel in sauce, boiled conch, fried sea oysters with melon slices, and sea cucumber soup. Those small spicy snails were put into the spicy marinade by Jung Nanjo, saving them for tomorrow. And Lichu started drooling at the sight of all these dishes because Jung Nanjo's cooking was just fantastic, with all the colors and flavors. Dudu also took a small spoon and called out to Jung Nanjo for his brother, and couldn't wait for the meal to start. Jung mother and also Jung grandmother felt very proud every time they saw Jung Nanjo cooking. Nowadays there are quite a lot of men who can cook, but not many of them can cook as well as their boat. And Lichu ate successfully today and said to Jung Nanjo, "It's too much. Every time I eat your cooking I eat too much. Luckily you don't cook every day or I'd have to become a big fat man." Jung Nanjo stroked an Nichu's head and said, "It's not bad if you're fat. I like you no matter what you look like anyway." Dodo, who was sitting next to them, suddenly said a new vocabulary word, like brother like. Jung mother and Jung grandmother were both shocked by Dudu's sentence. Grandma Jiang said as she took Dudu's little hand, "Egu, Dodo this can say new words again. That's awesome." Jung mother said to Jung Nanjo, "Take a quick shot of your 4th uncle so they can be happy too." Jung Nanjo took out his cell phone and sent a video directly to his 4th uncle, and that side quickly picked up. "What's the matter? Does Dodo want to go home?" "No, wait a minute. I'll have Dodo rephrase it for you." After saying this Jung Nanjo said to Dudu, "Dodo, repeat what you just said." Dodo was also very facetious and said it again. "Brother likes it." Su Yahweh, who heard this from the sidelines, had tears in her eyes. Dudu's progress this time was very great. Jiang Bei thought in his heart, Dudu can say these 4 words today is probably related to Jung Nanjo again. He didn't even know how to repay Jung Nanjo. "Nanjo, thank you. I'll go over to pick up Dudu later." Jung Nanjo said, "I don't need you guys to pick him up. Let him play over here a little longer while Pear and I take him back." After hanging up the video Jung Nanjo and Lichu took Dudu to play in the yard for a while before sending Dudu back. Tootie was still full of energy when we dropped her off. She didn't take a nap in the afternoon but didn't feel sleepy at all. Jung Nanjo thought to himself, "It's fortunate that it's not them who bring the child at night. I guess his 4th uncle and his little 4th aunt will have to stay up all night with the kids tonight. Anyway, if an Nichu doesn't leave tonight, he's going to fight at night. He. The next day Jung Nanjo was awake early, but Lichu was still sleeping. This was the first time Richu had spent the night at their house. Before that it had been the 2 of them who had gone to stay on the boat. And Lichu deliberately set an alarm clock before she went to bed, just in case she got up too late in the morning not very well. As soon as the alarm clock rang and Lichu opened her eyes, she glanced at the time. She hadn't even slept for a few hours. Spending the night with Jung Nanjo was really tiring. After they finished washing up, Jung mother and their side have already made breakfast. After eating, and Lichu went to the town. Chapter 239, The Golden Pimple. Today Jung Nanjo is also busy enough. Last night he said in their crew in the group, "If any of you don't have anything to do today, go ahead and clean up the ship." The sea program he had previously worked out was also tomorrow, and it just so happened that the typhoon had also passed, so Jung Nanjo decided to travel according to the original plan. After all, he still had to earn a living. Today Jung Nanbo let them go to clean the fishing boat. He himself just go to clean up that yacht. Yacht also was wave up a lot of things. There are garbage and dead fish and shrimp and so on. The past few days has not been cleaned up. Jung Nanjo arrived at the pier when all the crew had already arrived and were cleaning up the fishing boat. After greeting them Jung Nanjo went to the yacht. Zhang Yuan and Barry happened to come out for a stroll and came over to take a look when they saw someone on their side. Seeing Jung Nanjo on the yacht, they went straight to the yacht as well. Zhang Yuan said to Jung Nanjo, "Brother Nanjo, all of your crew came over to clean up today. Are you getting ready to sail?" Zhang Nanjo did not expect Zhang Yuan and the others to come back so early, and thought that they would still play in the city for a few days. "You're back. We're going out to sea tomorrow. We came over today to clean up first. Just what we need on the fishing boat to replenish, and then fill up the fishing boat with gas," Zhang Yuan said excitedly when he heard Zhang Nanjo say that he wanted to go out to sea. "Then is it okay if I join you and us on the boat? I'll help with the work when the time comes." Zhang Nanjo directly and generously agreed to say, "What's not to like about that? When the time comes you just don't mind the hard work on the fishing boat and you're done." In fact, Zhang Nanjo is teasing Zhang Yuan to play, talking about work which can be his turn on. Clothes to stretch hands, meals to the mouth of the young master. He wanted to go to play Jiangnan boat, let him go to the end. But he had to say there was something ugly up front. "We are traveling, at least have half a month, return date undetermined. You have to see your time on the allowable. And when the time comes halfway you want to come back. I can only give you a small boat to float back on their own," Zhang Yuan said happily. "Brother Nanjo, just don't worry. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. I'll come back when you say. I'll come back when you say. Anyway, I don't have anything to do for a while, as long as you don't break the net on your ship, because Zhang Yuan has a lot of work that can be solved online. Who let him be the boss? Just move his mouth and brain. He does not want to be so tired like his old man, Barry said enviously. I'll be sure to go out on the fisherman's multi-fishing boat for a bit when I get the chance later, and join you guys on the boat. Zhang Yuan said to Barry. You'll just have to wait for your next chance. Aren't you going to go be a bridesmaid for your little sister? Business is important. Zhang Yuan and the others didn't stay here for a while before they went back because Zhang Yuan was now in a hurry to go back and pack his bags. He even made a point of showing off a bit in his Tahari little group, but everyone else was now basically involved in their family's business, and simply didn't have the time to go out and have fun so recklessly as Zhang Yuan did. They were really envious of Zhang Yuan too. Zhang Yuan, his old man now has no great requirements for him, as long as he does not cause trouble, do not do illegal hooks, he loves to do what he does. Of course, it is best not too often on the hot search. In the afternoon Zhang Wei brought his that big brother to Zhang Nanzhou. This big brother is also Zhang Wei's own family, also surnamed Zhang, called Zhang Jion, 48 years old this year, but his looks like a little old man. Hair is also white. Should be worried about it. They've been living in Zhang Wei's village since they arrived, because it's impossible to rent a house in their village now, but the rent Jiangnan boat are reimbursed. After all, met is fate, can help a hand is a hand. Zhang Nanzhou called Zhang Tianfu over and said to Zhang Tianfu, Brother Tianfu, you take care of brother Zhang first, he hasn't worked on a ship before, take care of him more. Zhang Jion came before Zhang Wei told him about this person. Zhang Tianfu also felt that this family is quite poor, so it is appropriate to say more care. Alright, you guys can rest assured that you'll leave big brother Zhang to me, I'll bring him along. Zhang Tianfu gave Zhang Jiong many more precautions on the ship, as well as some rules on the ship. Zhang Nanzhou was directly handing over the task of bringing people to Zhang Tianfu, and he went to check the various equipment on the ship. If it used to be that the inspection of the equipment was the responsibility of both Uncle Jiang Er and Jiang Bei, but today Jiang Bei had gone to town, and he had gone to change the shifts of Jiang's father and Jiang's grandfather. When they go out to sea, it will be Jiang Nanhai, and Jiang father Jiang grandpa and the three of them, change the general care. It will be easier to take care of them at home after they are discharged from the hospital after a while. Early the next morning, the dock was full of people, some tourists who had come to see the fun, and others who had come to see off the families of the crew. Dudu watched his brother and father go, and he also reached out his little hand to follow them over. Struggling hard in Suyuei's arms, he wanted to go too. All the while, when there was no sign of the boat in sight, Dodo cried aloud in aggravation. This inviting little look can make everyone's heart ache. When Zhang Yuan arrived on the ship it was to see everything relatively fresh. It didn't bother him to run upstairs and downstairs, and the night they'd come for dinner. He'd been moving around the plywood in the first floor as well, and hadn't been in the cockpit or slipped into the processing bay underneath the upper floor. He was feeling more curious about everything he looked at, especially some of the equipment in the cockpit. Ever since Uncle Jiang Er knew that it was this kid who had sent Jiang Nanzhou a yacht, he had patiently answered whatever Zhang Yuan asked him. Uncle Jiang thought, this is really a gold lump, the rich man's world he does not understand. So big a luxury yacht, said to give away, but also quite defeatist. Fortunately not his son. Uncle Jiang Er also taught Zhang Yuan how to drive a fishing boat, and Zhang Yuan learned seriously. Uncle Jiang complimented, you little young master. I didn't expect to be interested in this stuff. You young people are really fast learners. Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Uncle Jiang Er, second uncle, what are you calling me little young master? Just call me Yuan Bao. That's what the elders in our family call me. Uncle Jiang Er said with a smile, alright, I'll call you Yuan Bao. Not to mention you have a good little name. It sounds expensive. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't know how to nag on with Uncle Jiang Er. Wasn't his name Earthy? When he was in junior high school, he was often teased, saying that his nickname Earth. He at that time also particularly repulsed by other people called him a nickname. But after growing up to find that it does not matter, called whatever is the same. Zhang Yuan and Uncle Jiang Er chatted for a while and then went to find Jiang Nanzhou, who was planning to live broadcast fishing and give benefits to netizens. After all, it's been a while since he's given out benefits on his live stream. Chapter 240 Grievance. Zhang Yuan was also quite interested in fishing, but he hadn't done it a few times. So today he wanted to make a big show of rubbing Jiangnan boat the wrong way. Zhang Yuan had prepared some international big brand fishing gear before he came to the island, just waiting for one day to go fishing with Zhang Nanzhou. Zhang Nanzhou directly turned the live broadcast device on. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also waiting for Zhang Nanzhou to go out to the sea to fish, or else he wouldn't have any benefits to give them when he was on the island. Good morning everyone. Out on the water. I'm going to show you live fishing today, and then show you reeling in the trawl. After saying this, Jiang Nanzhou started to get his fishing gear. Live on the public screen. We've been waiting for the flowers to bloom, and Brother Fisherman is finally out on the water again. I watched the live replay on the days that Brother Fisherman isn't on air, so you guys just tell me how boring this day has to be for me. Will Brother Fisherman give us benefits on air today? It's really not easy. This unprofessional anchor is finally on the air. Is Brother Fisherman giving us welfare for the fish he caught today? Most of the netizens in the live broadcast room are still concerned about the welfare. Jiang Nanzhou smiled when he saw what the netizens said on the public screen after getting a sentence. It's the same old rule. I'll give you all whatever fish I catch. Hearing this, the live streamers were happy again. Zhang Yuan, carrying his own fishing gear bag, also came down and he said to Jiang Nanzhou, Brother Nanzhou, I'll fish right next to you, and what I catch, I'll also give benefits to the netizens in our live broadcast. Jiang Nanzhou looked at Zhang Yuan. The whole set of fishing gear. Cannot help but sigh. This a layman to buy such professional fishing gear. And Zhang Yuan's pile of fishing gear, less to say more than 500,000 yuan. Gee, you didn't spend a lot of money on all this fishing gear, did you? Zhang Yuan said carelessly. I don't have a lot of money, so if I'm going to play, I'm going to play professionally, and I'm going to play professionally with the fishing gear, but I don't know if I can go professionally with it. Jiang Nanzhou looked at Zhang Yuan, who was still there reading the manual, and opened his mouth. Do you want me to fix it for you? Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said, No, I've read this manual several times. I should be able to straighten it out. Jiang Nanzhou ignored him when he heard this and directly began to hang up the fish and fling the rod to fish. In Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast room, there were many fishing enthusiasts and professionals who were stunned to see Zhang Yuan hold such professional fishing gear. No, I'm just saying, just this set of rods the youngest guy took. The internet says they don't work well. How did he buy one of the most poorly rated pieces of crap and a pile of good fishing gear? It's not a great rod, but it sells for a lot of money. It's notoriously brittle, and if he gets a big fish, he's prone to sacrificing this set of rods. That's right, now our domestic fishing gear are very good. The price point is also much cheaper than those high-end brands. Young Master Zhang is a wrongdoer. I guess Mr. Zhang just looked at the price and didn't read the reviews. Zhang Yuan had managed to get the fishing gear and hang up the bait, and Jiang Nanzhou's side was already on the fish. Jiang Nan boat today the first on a pomfret. Not big, almost can have a 3 or 4 pounds. He took the fish right off the hook and put it in the live well and handed out the first fufu of the day. For the netizens, no matter how expensive the fish in this lucky bag is, they are willing to participate as long as it costs nothing and comes for nothing. Jackpot, jackpot, jackpot. I hope the old ancestors of our family bless me with a jackpot. My son especially likes this fish, and I even washed my hands before ordering the lucky bag today, hoping to win. Brother Fisherman's fishing is really special. Mr. Zhang's side is just getting ready, and Brother Fisherman is on the fish. Go for it, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang hopes to give it a go as well, so we'll have a bit more in our lucky bags by then. Upstairs I see hanging, is that Zhang Gongzi. This assembly craft looks like a little white. When Zhang Yuan saw that Jiang Nan boat caught fish so quickly, he became more confident. He could not catch the big ones, but he did not believe that he could not catch the small ones. But not to mention, Zhang Yuan's luck was really quite good. It didn't take him long to land a fish, and it was a black snapper. The size was even bigger than the one Jiang Nanzhou had caught before, and Zhang Yuan was a bit excited. Brother Nanzhou, I got on the fish. Looks like I still have strength. Zhang Yuan said to Jiang Nanzhou. Brother Nanzhou, I'll send out this fish blessing bag of mine as well. Jiang Nanzhou directly handed the cell phone to Zhang Yuan and said to him, Come on, operate yourself. Zhang Yuan took Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone and directly sent out a lucky bag. Jiang Nanzhou glanced towards the sea. Although there were no big fish in their neighborhood, there were still quite a lot of small fish. Jiang Nan boat has not seen the figure of the egg. Feel a little strange. In the past the egg will follow him out to sea. Also do not know where to run to play. According to reason. Also did not come to the season they began to reproduce. But egg was so smart. Jiang Nanzhou knew that he was definitely not in any danger. So Jiang Nanzhou did not worry about it. After all, egg's force value was there. Even if there is a ship, egg said dry doubled to dry doubled. Now the brain strength can be really powerful and very fast. Just hope it can live in peace with the baby seals. Jiang Nanzhou and Zhang Yuan, they can be considered fishing today. Zhang Yuan are feeling amazing. Did not expect him to be able to catch so many fish. Now he just wants to catch a big fish so he can take a picture and show it off to his friends. They didn't stop until lunchtime, but Zhang Yuan still hadn't caught any big fish. After dinner, Jiang Nanzhou took the netizens of the live broadcast to see the collection of the network. Zhang Yuan has not seen the collection of the network, also followed to see a little. I didn't realize that the first net they harvested was full, and when the netting was opened they saw a lot of cuttlefish, and some large yellowtail. Just this netful of yellowtail alone would fetch a lot of money. Zhang Yuan immediately felt that fishing was not enjoyable anymore. It was more enjoyable to watch the harvesting of the nets. So many fish were piled up on the deck like a small mountain. He saw that the crew was busy and he asked for a pair of gloves to go over and help. Zhang Nanzhou stopped all of them. After all, it is not very good to let people's young masters come to work on the ship. Some of the live bloggers kinda want to come and feel it too. Brother Fisherman also said open recruitment. Until now we have not received a notice. I cannot wait to go to the boat to pick up fish. When exactly is Brother Fisherman hiring? I can cook, including warming the bed and providing emotional value. I've finished applying for my severance report, and if you don't recruit again, Brother Fisherman, I'm going to have to beg for food. Even though I'm not that good at working, I want to go to Brother Fisherman's boat. I just want to realize seafood freedom. I was dreaming all last night about me getting on Brother Fisherman's boat as a crew member. Chapter 241. Zhang Nanzhou saw the netizens and what they said and said directly, "Don't be in a hurry guys, it's coming soon." Zhang Yuan picked up a rather strange-looking fish from that pile and asked Zhang Nanzhou, "Brother Nanzhou, what kind of fish is this? It looks so funny." Zhang Nanzhou fixed his eyes and did not expect that what Zhang Yuan was holding in his hand was a water droplet fish. This is a water droplet fish. His name is also called the sad fish and bobo fish. This fish has no bones and muscles on the whole body, because he looks too ugly. By some countries also rated as the world's ugliest fish. But this kind of fish used to live in the depth of 601,200 meters of the seabed in the middle of the sea. Don't know because of what. He was even trawled up. You still hurry up and put it in the sea. Don't let it die later. Although this fish is not a protected animal, but it is also endangered. Zhang Yuan took out his cell phone and took a picture of this ugly and sad-looking fish. After all, it's a species that's going to be nearly endangered, so they might as well not ho-hum it live on the public screen. This fish is also too funny. I just googled it and there was a comment that said that few people eat it because he looks too ugly. Ha 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 ha. I can't even put my mouth on this kind of fish for nothing. It just doesn't look good. I just have to ask if anyone really eats this kind of fish. I don't know about you guys, but it looks kind of gross to me. I feel sick too, especially when I heard that there's no bones and no muscles again. No matter what rare fish Zhang Yuan picked up, he would ask Zhang Nanzhou about it. Every time Zhang Nanzhou gave him a serious reply. It was also regarded as a popularization for the netizens in the live broadcast room, as well as Zhang Yuan. It was only until this off-grid was closed that Zhang Nanzhou closed the live broadcast. Zhang Yuan said to Zhang Nanzhou after washing his hands and coming out, "I feel like I should have been a fisherman in my past life, and it's so much fun to go out to sea. The whole thing makes me want to get some fishing boats." Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan, "I'll send you one of my fishing boats when they're all built." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan waved his hand repeatedly and said, "I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Just kidding. If I wanted to have fun, I would have just gotten on your boat." At nighttime Zhang Yuan went to bed early. Today could give him enough work. Zhang Nanzhou was standing on the deck blowing the sea breeze when he saw that there were surprisingly spider crab swarms not far ahead of them. Zhang Nanzhou directly lifted Zhang Bei, who was in the cockpit, by hand to stop the boat 30 meters ahead. After the boat parked, Zhang Nanzhou informed the crew to start the crab cage. Originally he wanted to go full speed ahead to the open sea tonight to catch Lobster Point. This Lobster Point, or the second Uncle Jiang saw in their group, said that the lobster in that area is particularly abundant. If you're lucky, you'll come across large lobsters, and they catch basically regular lobsters that aren't too big. It's also warmer over there and there are quite a few of the big guys. It just so happened that Zhang Nanzhou hadn't been over there yet, and he kinda wanted to take a look and see what he could get. But I didn't expect that today he would encounter a swarm of crabs first. So let's collect these crabs first. And the crab swarm they encountered today was no ordinary crab swarm. It was the famous emperor crab. Although the emperor crabs in their neighborhood weren't particularly large, each Jiangnan boat had to be more than 10 pounds by visual estimation. Zhang Nanzhou felt sure that there would be bigger emperor crabs in this neighborhood, and he would look for them again tomorrow. Luckily, his crab cage was big enough, or else the emperor crab would have had to go down and be fished out by people. But ordinary people couldn't get down because emperor crabs belong to the deep sea crabs. Zhang Nanzhou just didn't fish for these emperor crabs, and he didn't want to let their crew take the risk. While collecting the first cage of crabs, the crew was shocked to see that they were actually king crabs. This kind of good stuff are all unattainable. Zhang Tianfu said to Zhang Nanzhou as he carried a dozen or so pounds of emperor crab. "Just this one. I watched it being sold online for more than 10,000 some time ago. Boss Jiang, you're getting rich again." Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Tianfu, "Brother Tianfu, look at what you're saying. Which time I didn't give you guys a big red packet, and this time is no exception. Jiang Tianfu heard Jiang Nanzhou's words and directly yelled out, shouting over to the rest of the crew. Everyone do a good job. Boss Jiang can say, give everyone a big red packet. The first time on the boat Zhang Jiyong did not expect them to have a salary with commission even if the boss even said to give the package red envelope. He listened to Zhang Wei told him those on the boat once can catch up with him to go to the construction site to do a year's salary. He did not believe at that time. Think Zhang Wei is exaggerating. It was still when Jiang Tianfu was chatting with the others that he believed it when he heard about their paychecks that were settled last month. Zhang Jiyong is really energized now. He wants to save more money for his child's medical treatment, and he is also bent on appealing to Kyoto. He did not believe that there is still no king's law in this world. He must let that who scourged his daughter get his retribution. It is not enough to just abolish him. Jiang Nanzhou asked them to put all these big emperor crabs into the one living water warehouse, and Jiang Nanzhou also put the marine life nutrient solution there in advance. He didn't want to haul back a boatload of dead king crabs, which would also be a big price drop, but as long as the marine life nutrient solution was put in, they lasted until they got back. No problem whatsoever. It's the Jiangnan boat that he doesn't know if he can fit, because he'll have to leave 2 live wells for the big lobsters when the time comes. Some of the remaining Jiangnanzhou intends to put the ones that can be put in the freezer directly into the freezer. The crews of the 2 fishing boats also worked shifts, but they had a hard enough time. At dawn there basically wasn't much cargo left at their location, so Jiangnanzhou let them put the trawl down and then they all went to rest. Zhang Yuan had heard about the surprisingly large number of emperor crabs they had caught last night, and had gone to the live water barn to take a look, as he had not seen any live emperor crabs yet. When he finished lunch, Zhang Nanzhou stood on the deck and smoked, and Zhang Yuan asked him, not going live today? The bigwigs in your fanbase have asked me to ask you if you're going straight live today. Zhang Nanzhou looked at the sea ahead of him and his eyes lit up, directly informing to let them stop the ship 50 meters ahead of them. It was only after the notification that Zhang Nanzhou answered Zhang Yuan's question just now. Live in a while. Live diving for you guys today, taking you to the bottom of the sea to catch crabs. Zhang Yuan heard Jiang Nanzhou just said that he stopped his boat 50 meters ahead. He also followed Jiang Nanzhou's gaze forward and did not find anything. No, brother, what did you see? Chapter 242, Emperor Crab. Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Yuan, didn't see much ya, just had a hunch there would be big crabs over there. Jiang Nanzhou's words completely confused Zhang Yuan. So they rely on intuition to fight fishers? Shouldn't it be some kind of fish scout or something? Brother Nanzhou, you're not kidding, right? Jiang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan, do I look like I'm joking to you? I'm going to go upstairs and change into my wetsuit first. Jiang Nanzhou finished this sentence, leaving Zhang Yuan alone to mess up against the wind. After the fishing boat was parked, Jiang Nanboat informed them that they would be launching crab cages right over here. Jiang Nanzhou fixed the live diving equipment as well, and he was ready to go down to the sea. Jiang Nanzhou handed the cell phone directly to Zhang Yuan today and said to Zhang Yuan, just give them a goodie bag an hour. One that says Emperor Crab around 10 pounds. One spot at a time. Jiang Nanzhou went straight down to the sea after saying these words, without bringing any equipment. Previously, Zhang Yuan had only seen Jiang Nanzhou diving into the sea without wearing equipment in the live broadcast, but he was still a little shocked when he went into the sea like this in front of him, which was too anti-human. After going down to the sea, Jiang Nanzhou directly dived towards the bottom of the sea, while the netizens in the live broadcast room were more excited today, especially after hearing Jiang Nanzhou say that the lucky bag given to them today was actually an emperor crab. My goodness, what kind of godly anchor am I fanning? To say that he's going to give us emperor crab draws. Brother Fisherman is atmospheric. Brother Fisherman is mighty. Brother Fisherman is rich. Today I must offer incense to the god of wealth in our house. I hope the god of wealth blesses me to win the lottery once. What Fisherman brother just said is emperor crab, not king crab, right? Did Brother Fisherman make a mistake just now? You heard right upstairs. The fisherman's brother was talking about the emperor crab. I heard him loud and clear. I just searched the internet for the price of this emperor crab. Do not search, do not know. A search shocked a 10 pounds or so of the emperor crab have to be sold to 10,000 or so dollars. Fisherman brother today is a good fortune child? Just as Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast was all discussing the price of this emperor crab, Jiang Nanzhou had already dived to the bottom of the sea. The netizens in the live broadcast room frothed at the sight of the reddish patch of large emperor crabs on the bottom of the sea. Just as Jiang Nanzhou was about to make a move, Jiang Nanzhou heard his system beep. System mission. Catch an emperor crab of over 100 pounds. Reward fishing boat stabilizer X5 after successful mission. Host cheer up. Oh. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself. Fishing boat stabilizer is also okay, but he is now more interested. Want the fish detector. If all the fishing boats in his fleet were fitted with fish detectors in the future, then they could split up. But right now, Jiang Nanzhou wouldn't trigger the next quest if he didn't complete this one. So no matter what, Jiang Nanzhou still had to complete this task with a hard head. Why to say that hard-headedness? Because on this side of the Jiangnan boat simply did not see more than 100 pounds. Jiangnan boat before the internet really searched for this emperor crab. The internet said that the largest is just more than 70 pounds. But today the system said he should capture one over 100 pounds, which is really difficult. We can only find and meet slowly, and it's important to catch crabs and get money first. Jiang Nanzhou looked for the biggest one among this group of emperor crabs, and Jiang Nanzhou quietly swam behind this big emperor crab. If a normal person would have to be terrified just by seeing those two large clamps, but Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself that with his strength it was easy to hold. This emperor crab seems to be a bit stupid. Jiang Nanzhou has swum to the top of it and it didn't even react. The netizens in the live broadcast room now felt like they couldn't even breathe for fear of affecting brother fisherman. I go. Family people fisherman brother, if this big clip of body parts must not be missing, what it's so exciting. I'm going to take a couple of quick acting pills in a hurry. Does the anchor not want to die? This giant emperor crab has heard that the strength is great. This big emperor crab must be 50 or 60 pounds at least. The anchor dares to get his hands on it? It's really artistic. These anchors nowadays can really do anything in order to catch fire. Zhang Yuan was furious on the fishing boat. Humph. You guys are just waiting to hit your faces. Because he now had immense trust in Jiang Nanzhou. He believed that he would definitely take care of this emperor crab. Jiang Nanzhou directly pressed a large crab pincer with one hand. No matter how much that emperor crab struggled, it couldn't escape Jiang Nanzhou's poisonous hand. Jiang Nanzhou did not feel much of a strain. After all, he had a lot of strength. The public screen of the live broadcast room was clear of people saying that brother fisherman was bullish. Jiang Nanzhou grabbed this emperor crab and swam back upstream. These people on the fishing boats have been ready and waiting to take delivery for a long time. The people in the live broadcast room who were originally trolling Jiang Nanzhou and couldn't do it have also stopped moving. A few back and forth Jiangnan boat get up several big goods. And even a lot of netizens directly in his live public screen on the price. Like so big emperor crab, not good to buy. The highest price has been out of the 1.8 million. Zhang Yuan was in a hurry on the fishing boat. This is a good opportunity to enrich himself. When Jiang Nanzhou got on the boat, Zhang Yuan directly told Jiang Nanzhou about it. Brother Nanzhou, someone has opened a store in your live broadcasting room and wants to buy that biggest emperor crab. Is it for sale? Jiang Nanzhou said directly. I don't sell the goods on my live stream. I'll open an auction on our store's webpage when the time comes, and the highest bidder gets it. Zhang Yuan also felt that Jiang Nanzhou's idea was a good one. Yes, let them go to auction then. He could also quietly raise the price or something, and if no one bid on it, then he'd shoot it and give it to his old man. If he can't get a shot, he'll get a small one on the Jiangnan boat side so his old man can get a taste. The netizens who grabbed the lucky bags in the live broadcast of Jiang Nanzhou are very happy. No matter whether they sell or give them away or eat them themselves, they are very good. Jiang Nanzhou said to Zhang Wei, "We'll have this king crab for an extra meal tonight." Zhang Wei responded directly and happily upon hearing this. Okay, I'll go back and study how to make this king crab delicious. The crew were also very happy to learn this news. After all, such an expensive emperor crab for them to buy and eat. They would not be able to afford to spend that kind of money. Only the second Uncle Jiang, a person in the heart to scold Jiangnan boat. This loser child began again. So many people have to eat out of how much money? He really for Jiangnan boat heartache the young is really will not live The netizens in the live broadcast room were particularly envious of the crew on Brother Fisherman's fishing boat at this moment. But they also know it's an old tradition on the fisherman's brother's boat. And before that they ate big peeps, and tuna, and whatever tasted good. Chapter 243, Giant Emperor Crab. Zhang Yuan on the Jiangnan boat to know that the original food on their boat is really good. People canteen to improve the food are eating nearly 10,000 yuan a king crab. Instantly, Zhang Yuan felt that he was incompetent as a boss. He went straight to his staff group and sent out several large red envelopes in a row and said he was asking them to improve their meals. Zhang Yuan looked at the employees in the group who were all kissing his ass instantly and also felt that he was a good boss. The crew ate very happily in the evening, and Zhang Yuan felt for the first time that the original cafeteria food could also be very tasty. Today Jiang Nanzhou's live room is once again on the hot search. Netizens are saying that the fisherman brother is their dream boss, but some bosses can't sleep at night. And they say, no, he's sick, right? Alas, being a boss is also tiring. Just because of Jiang Nanzhou's move, some netizens found that their unit cafeteria food surprisingly changed for the better. They all have been posting staff meals under the latest video posted by Brother Fisherman. The pressure is also on the chefs in the cafeterias of the establishments to roll up. Today Jiang Nanzhou, but most of the time to stay on the deck to come. After all, he still remembered all the time that he still have a mission. Suddenly Jiang Nanzhou took a closer look into the sea and there was really a giant emperor crab, just like a small monster, quickly returned to the room to change into a diving suit. In fact, Jiang Nanzhou was also afraid that he would change his diving suit and the effort of this giant emperor crab disappeared. But without changing his clothes, he was also worried that he would be injured. After all, that giant emperor crab pincer looked particularly sharp, which if he gave him a moment that's not a joke. Jiang Bei saw Jiang Nanzhou running up and down in a hurry from the surveillance. This kid should have found some big cargo again, so he followed suit and went out to see what all the fuss was about. But he came a step too late, and when he came out Jiangnan boat had already gone down to the sea. Jiang Bei can't help but have some worries. This is the middle of the night in the dark, said to go down to the sea, and did not explain a word. Zhang Yuan happened to be holding his cell phone and Mimi in a live streaming connection, so he saw Jiang Bei standing alone on the deck constantly looking into the sea and asked curiously, "Fourth uncle, what are you looking at in the middle of the night?" Marshal Zhang followed this statement and looked downward. Or did they say that their old Zhang family had exclusive skills and had some kind of premonition just like Jiang Nanzhou? Jiang Bei said, "The canoe's gone down to the sea. I'll keep watch here for a while." This was not only heard by Zhang Yuan, even the netizens in the Berry live streaming room also heard it. All of them have been hammering away on the public screen saying, "What's a fisherman doing out at sea this late at night? It's pitch black in the middle of the night, and brother fisherman is really skillful and bold. It's good to guard Berry's live room. I can't believe I can still see brother fisherman. Mr. Zhang will stay on the boat from now on, knowing what I know about brother fisherman. I'm guessing he's found some more big stuff upstairs. That's what I thought. Anyway, it wouldn't be brother fisherman trying to swim in the middle of the night." Jiang Nanzhou quietly approached this giant big emperor crab. That big emperor crab was originally happily drying his meal when suddenly his two big clamps were under control. It struggled hard and Jiang Nanzhou's body followed it in the water, until this great emperor had no more strength. Jiang Nanzhou had the chance to pull it upstream. Jiang Nanzhou hands to control that big emperor crab just out of the water. That big guy began to be restless again. Instantly the calm sea was stirred up layers of waves. Jiang Bei and also Zhang Yuan, who were on the deck when they saw this scene, were like watching a plot in a movie. Zhang Yuan's mouth wasn't even feeling wide open. Since Zhang Yuan's phone was a front-facing camera, Berry and the netizens in her live broadcast room could only see his dumbfounded wooden chicken-like expression. Berry live on the public screen. "What's wrong with Mr. Zhang? What did you see? He. Screenshot taken. Mr. Zhang's emoticon bag has another one. This gives me anxious In the end what happened? You turned the camera off. Young Master Yuan Bao. That's not nice and proper. Solo, show me what's going on." This made Berry anxious and said to Zhang Yuan, "What the hell is going on? Why don't you show us? Turn your camera around." Zhang Yuan, who was in a daze, suddenly woke up from his shock when he heard Berry's words, before he hurriedly turned his cell phone lens around. But now the giant emperor crab had stopped struggling and was completely subdued by Jiang Nanzhou. But the netizens of Berry Live were also shocked to see this giant emperor crab. What kind of monster is this? I read online that the biggest one can only grow to over 70 pounds? This thing feels like it has to be over 100 pounds to me, right? A weak question. Is this a mutation? Is the world coming to an end? Holy crap. If it wasn't for brother fisherman, I'd have to wonder if this was a special effect. Wealthy. Fisherman brother rich. This big thing must be worth a lot of money. Mama. This one is enough for me to eat for a month. I can't finish it at all. Jiang Bei helped Jiang Nanzhou get that giant emperor crab up, and some of the crew members came over to help when they saw it. Zhang Yuan took his cell phone and took a shot at this giant emperor crab, disliking his face. A giant emperor crab this big is probably supposed to be the biggest one caught so far. Isn't it possible to apply for the World Guinness record? Zhang Yuan then took his cell phone and shot it at Jiangnan boat. "Brother fisherman, can you tell our netizens in the live broadcast room how you found this giant emperor crab?" Jiang Nanzhou, who was asked, made up a random blind story and said, "I just wanted to go scuba diving and I came across one of these. A big one that I'm not going to take lightly. After all, sparing him wouldn't complete the mission." Jiang Nanzhou after completing the system mission was not stressed at all anymore, but a bunch of sanctimonious flooded into Berry's live room. This big emperor crab. It's not easy to grow so big. The anchor or persuade the fisherman brother to release it. That's right. It's not easy to grow up so big. I can't say it's already got a spirit. Whoever eats it will get retribution. Please anchor, hurry up and persuade the release. What a big nothing. Where do you get so many saviors? What? Usually you chickens, ducks and geese eat less? It's not a protected animal, so why can't we eat it? He's right there in the recipe, but just a little bit bigger. That pig grows the fattest. And don't you all love it? Chapter 244. Even the house manager of Berry's live room couldn't control the situation on the public screen anymore. Their fans warred against the holy mother bitch, and just when the battle was burning fiercely, Berry was so angry that he directly shut down the live room. Zhang Yuan was also feeling very speechless, so he pressed on and did not talk to Zhang Nanzhou about this crap. Save time to Zhang Nanbo to add blockage. Anyway, are some insignificant things? Just a while ago the preparation of that water army studio came in handy. Zhang Yuan looked at this great emperor crab and asked Zhang Nanzhou, "Brother Nanzhou, are you going to offer this crab or are you going to keep it for yourself?" Zhang Nanzhou said thoughtfully as he looked at this giant emperor crab. "I'm not thinking about it at the moment, but I feel it would be a bit of a shame to sell it." Zhang Yuan said as he heard this from Zhang Nanzhou, "Don't you have a little aquarium in your store? Or you could just leave him there to keep him too. I just don't know if the thing will survive." Zhang Nanzhou said, "That's a good idea. I'll just drop him off at the store for now." He then made it a point to have this giant emperor crab raised separately. The next morning Zhang Nanzhou looked at this side of the emperor crab as not much more. Directly let the second Uncle Zhang to open the boat to continue to set off. The temperature was also getting hotter and hotter. Zhang Nanzhou purposely asked Zhang Wei to make some green bean soup for the crew to relieve the heat. The farther they traveled, the more fishing boats from various countries they encountered, as well as plenty of freighters, but sightseeing cruise ships were largely invisible. Zhang Nanzhou also felt strange. Then he searched the internet to understand the situation over here. He saw a lot of foreign forums say that this side often appear pirates, mainly robbed our sightseeing cruise ships and some cargo ships, but the treatment of fishing boats is relatively friendly, bracing for a little fuel robbery. After all, these seafoods don't hold much allure for them. Zhang Nanzhou also told the crew to be on guard. After all, encountering pirates is not a good thing. It was not until noon when Zhang Nanzhou found a better lobster spot, and this side are blue lobster, like we sell in the country. Most of the cum lobster is basically farmed abroad. That price is also higher than half of the bolong. The wild blue dragon is particularly rare. Zhang Nanzhou felt that this time he really pulled on the sea. Must all get rid of. Especially since this was still the very best wild blue dragon. It was just too bad to meet. Zhang Nan boat directly let's stop the boat right here. Began to put the shrimp cage. When Zhang Nanzhou woke up this morning, he saw on the internet that there was a hot search about yesterday's Berry live fans fighting against the virgin bitch. So he decided not to go live for the next 2 days to let the heat drop a little more. If other anchors would have been on top of the wind, it would have been stupid not to rub this heat. But Zhang Nanzhou especially hates the disharmony in the live broadcast room. He feels that if he is on top of the wind, his live broadcast room will definitely be attacked today, so it just might as well not be live. And Zhang Nan boat had found many rare big fish in this neighborhood, so when he stopped the boat, Zhang Nanzhou asked Zhang Ershu, Zhang Bei, Zhang Wei, and Zhang Yuan, a few of them who didn't have anything to do, to come out and fish. "I've seen a lot of big stuff around here, and it's all out of the water just now, so let's fish together and take our chances." Hearing Zhang Nanzhou's words, the few of them were like chicken blood. After all, if you come across the big stuff that one, it could be worth a lot of money. Dong Nam boat is still using one of his fancy fishing rods. Zhang Yuan looked at the thin pole and said, "Brother Nanzhou, will that pole of yours work? I have so many here, do you want to pick one?" Zhang Nanzhou said, "Don't look at him thin, but it has to work. I'm so used to it, I'm not used to using anything else." Zhang Wei smiled and said to Zhang Yuan, "You don't look at that thin rod of his, but it's probably all caught a lot of big fish. Moreover, this bucket of bait fish that Zhang Nanzhou prepared today, he had previously mixed it with marine life nutrient solution. With the marine bio nutrient plus fishing for walleye, it's a breeze to hold." The only thing that worried him was whether or not they could pull it up. Zhang Nanzhou also made it a point to have them all change into big thick fishing lines, and after they were all ready, they began to move. Gangnam boat hung up the bait and took the lead in casting the first shot of the day, because Zhang Nanzhou had already chosen a target fish. Right in front of him there was a giant grouper, or a particularly rare lobster. He found that there were quite a lot of dragon pontoons in the area, but they were very fierce, and if it was one of those small boats, it could pull the boat along. Wild lobsters like this one also sell for a very high price in the market. The weight of this target lobster of Zhang Nanzhou could probably be around 150 pounds, which was considered quite large. The smell of marine life nutrients on his bait was a fatal attraction to this lobster looking for food. Swimming quickly to the bait, he opened his mouth without hesitation and bit into it. The result is cups, zingers, and barbecues. The dragon pontoon fled around at the sharp pain in its mouth. Zhang Nanzhou fishing rod on the fish will quickly out of the line. If it is not the system out of the system, Zhang Nanzhou feel all have to whirl smoke. He started trying to reel in the line a little bit, but this dragon pontoon had a lot of strength, so the Zhang Nan boat reeled in the line, put the line several times back and forth, this dragon pontoon before surfacing. All of their gazes had long been gathered on Jiang Nanzhou's fishing line when his reel swished out. Jiang Bei also thoughtfully poured some water on Jiang Nanzhou's fish wheel, fearing that it would cut the line in a while. And Uncle Jiang Yer had already taken the hook, just waiting for a while together to get this dragon pontoon on board. Jiang Nan boat's fishing line got shorter and shorter, and soon the dragon pontoon was pulled to the side of the boat. Uncle Jiang Ershi saw the moment and went straight for the hook, but perhaps the dragon pontoon felt the pain and struggled even more. If it wasn't for Jiang Bei pulling Uncle Jiang Yer, Uncle Jiang would have to flip overboard. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei, "Uncle Four, you come and hold the rod for me while I pull the fish." Jiang Nanzhou took the hook in the hands of Uncle Jiang Yer, and soon pulled this big dragon pontoon onto the boat. The big dragon pontoon on the boat also fluttered and could not move. Zhang Yuan took out his cell phone and began to take pictures. "Brother Nanzhou, what kind of fish is this so big? You're really fierce." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "This is also a kind of grouper called lobster. It's not a big one in the wild lobster. I've seen on the internet before that a person abroad caught a 200+ pound lobster." Uncle Jiang Yer said, "This must be 150 pounds at least. It's big enough. It's big enough. This could sell for quite a lot of money. And it's still wild. It's a big one in the wild size." Zhang Yuan was shocked to hear that this was said to be called a dragon pontoon. Chapter 245. This is the dragon pontoon. Ha, so that's what he looks like. Such a big one. Zhang Wei asked Zhang Yuan curiously. "You've had this before?" Zhang Yuan answered truthfully. "I had the honor of eating it once, but I didn't see what it looked like because he was a dish by the time it was served." Zhang Wei thought to himself that he really didn't understand the world of this rich man. How he had eaten everything. Is that good? Zhang Yuan thought about it and said, "I guess it tasted okay. It's been too long for me to remember it at all." Jiang Nanzhou heard the conversation between the two and said, "Whether it's good or not, we won't know until we taste it tonight." Uncle Jiang Yer, who heard this, couldn't help but shake his head. Jiang Wei asked Jiang Nanzhou with a smile, "We're having this for dinner?" After saying this, he also pointed at the large dragon pontoon. Jiang Nanzhou said, "Want to fart to eat it? So big that shall not be kept for sale. Later you catch a small one we will eat." Jiang Wei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he heard this and muttered in a small voice, "You think we're all as lucky as you are?" Uncle Jiang Yer said to Jiang Wei, "Don't be poor. Hurry up. You come fishing too, in case you catch one." Zhang Yuan was ready a long time ago and had already started fishing on it because he also wanted to have a good time. Just when Zhang Yuan was thinking about how to sunshine the photo with what copy if he won the fish, suddenly the fishing rod in his hand was pulled by a strong force, and the fish wheel was brushed out of the line. Zhang Yuan shouted excitedly, Brother, I got a fish too. Buy now." Zhang Yuan had already pressed his body against the fishing rod and stabilized himself with great force. Jiang Nanzhou said, "Steady on. If you run out of strength, talk to me and I'll help you then." His eyes followed Zhang Yuan's fishing line, and he saw that Zhang Yuan also had a dragon pontoon hanging on his hook. But this pontoon is a bit too small. It should only be 30 or 40 pounds, and it's not comparable to the one caught by Jiang Nan boat. Just as Zhang Yuan was pulling this fish out of the water, his rod suddenly broke, suddenly unloading his force. Zhang Yuan fell down on the deck. "Hey, this fishing rod of mine is really not working. Go back and I will give him a bad review." "No, I will go to give him a bad review in a while." It just so happened that Jiang Nanzhou's fish hook hadn't hung the bait on it yet, and he quickly threw out a rod directly, and his fish hook hooked right into the eyes of that little dragon pontoon. Several of them were shocked by this tawdry maneuver of Jiang Nanzhou's. Zhang Yuan said as he gave Jiang Nanzhou a thumbs up. ******** bull. Jiang Bei teased and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "You kid, that's a good aim. You can hook it from so far away." Jiang Wei said, "When we were little we went out and shot birds with a slingshot, and he was so accurate. There really wasn't a boy in those days who didn't envy his accuracy." The little dragon pontoon scurried around in pain, but it couldn't help but Jiang Nan boat's great strength, and was directly dragged to the side of the fishing boat. This time Jiang Nanzhou didn't even use a hook. Directly he used a fishing rod to pull up. Zhang Yuan said as he looked at little dragon pontoon who was lying on the deck, "Dying. Let's eat it tonight. This one's worth a fortune." This was true what Zhang Yuan said, because this little guy he had also built a set of fishing rods. Jiang Wei gloated, "I told you, young Master Zhang, a thin rod like other people's Nanzhou's net catches big fish. Do you want to change to a thinner rod as well?" Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Jiang Wei, "Why? I don't believe it today. I don't have a good set of rods here. Just watch. High or low I'll have to come up with a big one. This little dragon pontoon in the first." Zhang Yuan is now still more confident. The first one he fished, although a little small, but at least this is not just have experience. Jiang Wei had been helping Zhang Yuan with the fishing gear to come, and just as the two of them were about to finish the whole thing, they turned around and realized that all three of them had actually hit the fish. Good lord, are there so many fish over here? I'll wait until you guys get the fish up before I fish. He had the hook in his hand early and it was up to either of them to get their fish out of the water first. Uncle Jiang Er said to Zhang Yuan who was standing beside him, Zhen Pu, you pour some water on my fish wheel, I can feel a temperature. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan hurriedly picked up a bottle of mineral water and poured it on Uncle Jiang Er's fish wheel. But Zhang Yuan didn't control the strength, and a direct bottle of water went down. Uncle Jiang Er said to Zhang Yuan, I thank you for that, and for stopping by to help me cool off too. Zhang Yuan said with some embarrassment. That what? Uncle too? Just cool off. I'm not comfortable wiping for you in that position. After Zhang Yuan said this, he ran to Jiang Nanzhou's side. Jiang Nan boat this time in the dragon pontoon is only 70 or 80 pounds, so he did not in this dragon pontoon to dilly-dally. Very violent to pull this dragon pontoon to the side of the boat. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan hurriedly shouted to Zhang Wei's side. Wei, hurry over here, this dragon pontoon is out of the water. The boss won up. When Zhang Wei heard this, he scurried over and directly hooked a hook in the eye of the dragon pontoon. He also had a hard time hauling this lobster up. Jiang Nanzhou said to Zhang Wei, you should exercise this body. It's too weak. I realized that you've been gaining weight again lately. Zhang Wei touched his stomach incredulously. I've gained weight? Can't be, right? I've just been eating more lately, but I also feel like I'm exercising just fine. Zhang Yuan said to Zhang Wei, Brother Wei, when you first appeared in Lanshao Brothers' live room, you were not so fat. I froze when I saw you in person. You are really fat. Zhang Yuan's words hit Zhang Wei even harder. After all those years in the inside, it was hard to get rid of all that fat on his body. He didn't want to put it back on again. Then I'm going to step up my exercise starting tomorrow. After cooking tomorrow morning, I'll run laps around the fishing boat. I don't believe I can't lose weight. Uncle Jiang Er was sweating profusely as he shouted at a few people. Come on, stop chatting. There's water coming out of this side. Come and help me. Hearing this, Zhang Wei hurried over with the hook. Jiang Nanzhou looked at Zhang Wei's panting appearance and followed him. I didn't realize that the first dragon pontoon that Uncle Jiang Er on was one that was about 100 pounds. Jiang Nanzhou took the hook in Zhang Wei's hand and said, It's better if I do it and you take a break. Jiang Nanzhou steadily and accurately under the hook. Not a moment to drag up this big dragon pontoon. It was a stark contrast to the one Zhang Wei had just made. Jiang Bei's side of the river was still struggling to slip the 80-plus-pound lobster. Second Uncle Jiang said excitedly to Jiang Nanzhou, Did we poke into a nest of dragon pontoons today? How can there be so many? How nice it would be if we could run into them every day. Chapter 246, A Direct Hit to the Head. Jiang Bei said to his second brother after he managed to get that dragon pontoon of his up. What do you think of beautiful things? You went to buy cabbage and carrots. After the shrimp cages were lowered on the crew side, they all took out their fishing gear and started fishing over here. All the fishing gear on their boat was specially customized by Jiang Nanzhou, which he had spent a lot of money on, but it was not as expensive as those fishing rods of Zhang Yuan. The ones ordered are some of the older national brands that are lighter and still durable, so Jiang Nanzhou that our national products are not worse than that of foreign countries, and even some of them are better than theirs do not know how many times. So he also had someone bring Zhang Yuan a set of rods from their fishing boat. Zhen Pu, try this set of poles. The one you're holding in your hand is too heavy. That'll kinda drain you. Zhang Yuan picked up the set of rods Jiang Nanzhou had given him and compared them in his hands twice, and indeed they were more comfortable to use than the set he had just taken. He simply tossed his famous pole out of his hand. Brother Nanzhou, what kind of brands do you have here? It feels better than the crap I bought. Jiang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan while hanging up the bait. I bought our old national brand, and I'll customize a set for you in a couple of days, so you can try it out then. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Zhang Yuan said happily, That's fine, but you can pick something nice for me. I'll be waiting at home. They fished until it was dark, and since all those lures that Jiang Nanzhou had put the marine life nutrient solution in were gone, they used ordinary lures, and the fish all dispersed. It's only occasionally that I can get on some rare, and still not good, fish. Just as Jiang Nanzhou had just put his fishing rod away, Zhang Yuan's side shouted, Brother Nanzhou, come and help me see. I should have gotten on a big guy, but I don't have enough strength. I'm not going to be able to hold it up. Jiang Nanzhou directly walked over when he heard Zhang Yuan's words and took the fishing rod that Zhang Yuan was holding. He glanced into the sea. He didn't realize that this kid Zhang Yuan was quite lucky. The bait on Zhang Yuan's hook was eaten up at some point, and then he unintentionally scraped this big guy when he was reeling in his rod. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei who was collecting his pole next to him, Uncle Four, bring the hook. After saying this, with Jiang Nanzhou's action of reeling in the line, the big guy in the sea had surfaced. Zhang Yuan directly exclaimed out in shock and said, asterisk 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 asterisk, am I hooking up with the beast of the deep? Hearing this, Zhang Bei also glanced curiously. What deep-sea beast? Isn't this just a giant big octopus? I thought it was some kind of mutated species that surprised you so much. When Zhang Nanzhou pulled that big octopus to the side of the boat, he didn't expect that the big octopus's suction cups were directly sucked onto the board. Zhang Bei tried to pull hard and didn't he pull it down. And Zhang Nanzhou directly did it himself. A very violent hook on the head of the octopus. Straight to the head. After violently pulling up, Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan, such a big guy. I'll take it to the factory for you later and have them seal and freeze it for you. Zhang Yuan asked Zhang Nanzhou with some confusion. What's the point of sealing it up? We'll just eat it at night. Zhang Nan both speechless. Such a big one. At least have to have more than 200 pounds. So take home to show off a bit. That much face It's not something you normally come across. Especially this big. So why don't you take it back and eat it with your family? Zhang Yuan heard this and said, that's fine. Take it back to cook octopus hot pot. Then you all go to the house to eat Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan. And the lobster you caught today. I'll bring it over to you then too. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan hurriedly said, just get me some of the small ones. You can keep the rest and sell them for money. I can't eat them if I take that much back. Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile. Or you can take it back and give it away. Zhang Yuan skimmed his lips and said, send who? I'm not sending it to anyone. And if any of them want it, let them pay for it themselves. Zhang Yuan, who was still checking the tutorials on the side with his cell phone, said to Zhang Nanzhou, this dragon pontoon, I read online that there are several ways to make it. What do you think we should do tonight? I've never made such a high-end ingredient before either. It's really a bit intimidating. Zhang Yuan said from the side, looking at Zhang Wei with this headache. Are you stupid? Isn't the chef just around the corner? What's the point of looking at tutorials online? Ask Chef Zhang directly. Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile. I'll make the dragon pontoon for the evening. And make you a braised dragon pontoon. Hearing Zhang Nanzhou cook, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wei, both of them were happy. It's not that Zhang Wei doesn't like to work. It's that he's afraid of not doing a good job and spoiling the dragon pontoon. And it's also just the right time to take advantage of the time to give Zhang Nanzhou a hand to steal a couple of tricks from him. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, was full of joy as he waited for his meal. After making the meal, the crew can smell the aroma as soon as they enter the cafeteria. Zhang Tianfu said to Zhang Wei, who was playing the meal. You can do it, bro. You're getting good at your craft. Zhang Wei said smilingly, doesn't it smell especially good? But today the dragon pontoons are limited. One piece for each person. Zhang Tianfu didn't expect to be able to eat a dragon pontoon tonight. I'm going. I haven't eaten that stuff yet. I just took another close sniff of that scent. It's wafting out from that plate of dragon pontoons. So that dragon pontoon meat smells that good. Zhang Wei didn't tease him anymore and said directly, because that plate was made by Nanzhou. And for his craftsmanship, I couldn't learn it even if I wanted to steal it. I just couldn't make it taste the way he did. Zhang Tianfu said to Zhang Wei as he was leaving after beating his meal. He is, no matter what he does, all do more decent. People 360 line of work, really God chasing defeat. When he finished dinner, Zhang Yuan also flaunted today's battle results in his circle of friends, as well as his home group. I didn't realize that many other people had approached him to ask for a wild lobster. And even his old man had transferred $1 million to him so that he could keep one for him. Zhang Nanzhou stood on the deck and smoked, looking at those blue dragons on the bottom of the sea. He thought to himself that this place had not come to the wrong place. They've been trapping all afternoon, and there are quite a few blue dragons. They collect cages on their boat, unlike other fishing boats, because he looks for precise spots every time and collects them once an hour, which is quite efficient. These blue dragons are as small as 3 pounds heavy, and the larger ones are all 6 or 7 pounds, but the big ones are still in the minority. There are also some too small. Jiangnan boat is directly released. After all, the blue dragon is relatively rare. I hope that they grow up quickly, then he will come back here to collect a wave. Also hope that they are still all here by then. Just as Zhang Nanzhou had just smoked a cigarette and wanted to return to his cabin, he saw a sailboat coming this way. Chapter 247, Pirate Ship? Zhang Nanzhou couldn't help but raise his vigilance, visually estimating that their distance had to be 700 to 800 meters away from his side, but he could see flags planted on the other ship, but he couldn't make out the designs on them. When he returned to the cockpit, Zhang Nanzhou directly informed the 2 fishing boats to start collecting shrimp cages and put the entire crew on alert. Both Uncle Jiang Er and Jiang Bei also realized that there was something wrong with the current situation, and Jiang Bei directly arranged for Fan Hongtao to go to the water cannons and wait for the notification. Fortunately, Lin Weiye had been transferred to the top of the South Bay before, and there was still a person who had participated in actual combat over there. By the time they finished collecting the shrimp cages, the 20-meter sailboat was getting closer to them. Jiang Nanzhou told all the crew to go back inside the cabin and stay there. After all, both of his fishing boats were big ships, so Jiang Nan boat had nothing to fear. Even if the other side has a guy thing in their hands, it's nothing as long as their guys don't show up. They're not that good at getting on their ships. When he was 100 meters away from their ship, Jiang Nanzhou shouted in English for them to stop their ship, or their side would have to turn on the water cannons to repel them. Their flag, Jiang Nanzhou, they also all saw it clearly. It was indeed a pirate flag. Previously Jiang Nanzhou heard that now the pirates are all in groups, and are all driving speedboats now. Jiang Nanzhou did not expect to see an ancient pirate sailing ship, and it was still very broken. But that fishing boat didn't stop and no one came out. Just as Jiang Bei just wanted to inform Fan Hantao to open the water cannon, he was stopped by Jiang Nanzhou. Fourth uncle, that boat has stopped. Let's wait. Suddenly Jiang Nanzhou saw a familiar fellow in the sea, and that guy still swam out from under that sailboat. Jiang Nanzhou aimed the light at the egg that had just come out of the water. This time, Uncle Jiang Er and Jiang Bei and Jiang Yuan also saw it clearly, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Jiang Yuan was nervous before and didn't say a word, but when he saw the egg he said, "Originally I had thought about us fighting pirates. Then when I saw what that ship looked like I thought it was a ghost ship. Scared me to death. How could I not think that it was actually the eggs that messed it up?" Jiang Nanzhou was also feeling big speechless. Egg had taken him to see the shipwreck before, and this time he directly got him a broken pirate ship. No wonder he hadn't seen it in a while. He was genuinely wondering how the guy had found him. Jiang Nanzhou said to them, "I'll wait inside the cabin first. I will first go and see what the situation is." Eggs also played in circles under the lights, and in no time the lights over there attracted a lot of small fishes and shrimps, and Eggs was in buffet mode again. After going back to his room and changing into his diving suit, Jiang Nanzhou went into the sea and swam directly to Egg's side. Eggs, who was still waiting for a reward, directly received a slap that Jiang Nan boat didn't use any force. This time the egg did not understand at all. It thought Jiang Nanzhou was playing with it. Jiang Nan boat then boarded the wretched ancient morning pirate ship. His hand just touched the wooden door on the cabin and that door fell off. Jiang Nanzhou didn't realize that the ship had become brittle to this point. Judging from the decorations and furnishings in the cabin, the ship was just a bit old, and the kerosene lamp that sat on the wooden table had long since run out of oil. Inside there was another small room with no door, just a white door curtain painted with pirate symbols. Jiang Nanzhou was shocked when he rattled the door curtain. Inside, there were gold coins piled up like small mountains, and gold dollars from our ancient times, and gold bars. There's a skeleton lying on top of that little gold hill, all dried up now. There were also a lot of wooden boxes. Jiang Nanzhou opened those boxes and looked at them all. Surprisingly, they are all antiques of our country, although some things Jiang Nan boat otherwise is, but some of them have seals on them. There was also the first large dark wooden box on the side, and he always had a feeling that there was something important in that one. Jiang Nanzhou opened that box, into the eyes of a piece of red cloth. Lifting this piece of red cloth, Jiang Nanzhou felt that his heart stopped for a few seconds. He recognized this thing. Their history teacher hadn't told them much about it when they were in school. This was taken by those foreign robbers and even they flaunted it in their country. They didn't brag about it for long before that museum was burglarized and lost a lot of stuff from every country. But how could Jiang Nanzhou not expect to be on this broken pirate ship that Egg had brought him? It's also a miracle that this pirate ship hasn't been spotted at sea for so long. Jiang Nanzhou made a decision in his mind. He planned to turn all of this over to the country. After all, this was of great significance to their country. When he came down from this fishing boat, Jiang Nanzhou fed 2 marine life nutrients to the egg as a reward for the egg. He also had Egg move this pirate ship to the middle of the South Bay and South Bay 1. After the alarm was lifted, Jiang Nanzhou told them to continue to lower the shrimp cage. Although the crew were all curious about this broken ship, but Jiang Nanzhou didn't say anything. They didn't even ask much. Jiang Nanzhou told them what he saw on that broken pirate ship when he returned to the cabin. They were all very happy when they heard it, and Jiang Bei asked Jiang Nanzhou how he wanted to solve it. Jiang Nanzhou said, "I'm planning to start a live broadcast tomorrow. These things must have a bright provenance. Otherwise those foreign media will definitely make a big fuss when they know about it and throw dirty water on our country." Jiang Yuan said, "That still needs to be devised for the plot. Can you have Egg send this ship to a safe place before you go live? And then we'll pretend we just found this ship." Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Uncle Jiang Er gave him a thumbs up and said, "It's still your boy's way. I feel good about this Jinpu way." Jiang Nanzhou also felt that this approach was good. "Then that's what we'll do tomorrow. And later I'll have Egg take me out to see if there's any safe places, and I'll have Egg guard them then. Tonight a few of them are not able to sleep, and now it is more than 3 o'clock in the second half of the night." Jiang Nanzhou went straight down to the sea to let the Egg to take him to find a safe place. "I didn't realize that Egg took him to the edge of an island. Jiang Nanzhou felt that this place was not good when he saw the island. After all, a place with an island might have people on it. But since Egg had brought him here, he might as well go up to the island and take a look. After all, it's not a big island, so you can see it all in a while. The island is full of coconut trees. Jiang Nanzhou thought that there could be coconut crabs on the island, but he didn't realize that they were all densely packed with poisonous snakes. Some of them were even dozens of snakes all entwined together, and he was suspecting that they were playing multi-snake sports, but he had no proof. These things made his scalp numb when he looked at them, and many of them were poisonous snakes. This way Jiang Nanzhou walked very carefully. Chapter 248, Acting should be done in full. That's no joke if you get bitten. There is no sign of life on this island, probably because it is full of poisonous snakes and no one survives here. Jiang Nanzhou went back when it was almost dawn. Jiang Wei's side of the breakfast has been done. After breakfast Jiang Nanzhou let them collect the shrimp cage. After collecting the shrimp cage Jiang Nanzhou started to broadcast live. He also made a point of saying hello to Li Dapeng, saying that he wanted to be on the front page today, and Li Dapeng replied to him that he would automatically be on the front page if he opened the live broadcast now. Live equipment are connected after Jiang Nanzhou directly opened the live room. He is still like the usual live as the first and live netizens greeted. Good morning, everyone. But today Jiang Nanzhou live on the public screen, but there is no previous day's harmony. The gang of Holy Mother is like an organized and disciplined in his live room to brush the screen. And Jiang Nanzhou looked at the information of a few people. Are some small numbers. Why hasn't the platform blocked such a cruel anchor? I'm going to report it. Requesting the Lord to play the large emperor crab. These sanctimonious ES are hopeless. Why don't you go to a pig farm and ask the owner of the pigs to set them all free? How cruel to eat pork. You are all so kind, why don't you go and pay attention to the children in the mountains? What are you smoking here? It's true that there is a kind of anchor that has a kind of fan. All of them are so cruel. This kind of live room with no positive energy should be blocked. It didn't take long for their ship to set off over toward that Viper Island. Right now Jiang Nanzhou was pressed to care about his comments section. Zhang Yuan was a different story, taking his cell phone and spamming all kinds of things on the public screen in the cabin's lounge. Although he was a bit tired from spraying alone, a large number of fans from Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast, as well as Zhang Yuan, that water army studio, all went down, and so begins a cyber-heated battle. Jiang Nanzhou, on the other hand, was there with a fishing rod, fishing as usual, because he didn't want to talk today, and he didn't want to watch them fight in the live room. He was afraid that if he didn't say something right, he would be sprayed again. It's still fishing that saves the day. His heart didn't settle until the broken pirate ship came into view. Jiang Nanzhou said to the camera of the live broadcast, "Look guys, there's a boat anchored at the edge of the island, but it seems to be quite old. Let's go over and take a look." He also used the hand station to inform Uncle Jiang Air, "You have to play the whole show." It was only when the netizens in the live broadcast room heard this that they took their eyes off the public screen to look at the live broadcast screen. That ship seems to be a sailboat. Brother Fisherman should not go over there. The flag on that ship seems to be a pirate ship. Brother Fisherman, run. For the sake of safety, the anchor, or don't go over there. Think people have mutts and it's over. What a brat. This is not nonsense. Take a good look guys, that looks like an abandoned ship. Feels like an antique now. Jiang Nanzhou saw what they said, but neither replied. The water is a little shallow over there, and his boat can't even get through. So he went over there in a speedboat, and he got on the boat and he took the netizens on a tour up there. He turned the live camera on the pirate's flag and said, "That's quite an old pirate ship that should be abandoned." He added as he entered the cabin, "You see, this door is falling off, and it's still a kerosene lamp sitting on this table, and not a single electrical appliance was found on the ship." Jiang Nanzhou took the camera and went to pull the curtain again. The netizens in the live broadcast room boiled over when they saw the scene inside, and even the disciplined Holy Mother mercenaries who were previously in Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast room forgot about business. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the anchor is going to be rich. My first time I see human skeleton not so scared. Money is justice, shaking my dog's eyes blind. The fisherman's brother's life is too good. I'm suspecting that brother fisherman is a son of luck. It makes me jealous. I'll go buy a lottery ticket later too. Upstairs, you might want to stop wasting money on lottery tickets. Jiang Nanzhou opened the boxes again, but also deliberately came close to the camera. The netizens of the live broadcast were clear to see, but people who know this stuff are already excited. There was an artifact restoration major whose hand trembled as he typed on the public screen when he saw the last box that had been opened by Jiang Nanzhou. That's the Buddha's head. The one that was taken by foreign robbers. I'm getting tears in my eyes. What? That's the legendary Buddha head? I even went to our national museum and saw that lower body right there. I really didn't think the Buddha's head would ever see the light of day again. I'm already in hot water. Well, It's good that it didn't fall into someone else's hands. I'm watching it right now with our professor and my classmates, and we're dying of excitement. That artifact restoration student deserted the class and watched it live with headphones, but made noises of excitement directly in the classroom when he saw these things. That professor just wanted to scold him, but the student sent his cell phone directly to the professor and said, "Professor, look, is this the same Buddha head that was lost?" The professor who heard this immediately looked at it carefully, then said excitedly, "Yes, this is a relic of our country." "What is this? Where is that?" That student gave this old professor a lecture about how this was live, and finally the old professor had him cast this onto the big screen in class, while watching and explaining to them, "You guys look, see that Ivory fan did not, that but the old Buddha that. I did not think there is a double goat Zune, blue and white Rui hold the moon vase. Goo, this kid action is not a little lighter." That old professor was looking scared, afraid that this brat would break something. In fact, Jiang Nanzhou had been careful enough, probably because all these things were too precious. The old professor also asked his students to contact this anchor. The young student cried and thought, "How can I contact people are big anchors, so he can only be in the live room of the public screen constantly brush the screen." The fat brother happens to have nothing to do today. See Jiang Nanbo open broadcasting plan to come in to brush some gifts. Did not expect him to see so shocking scene. After Jiang Nanzhou showed them around, he ignored what was said on the public screen. He carefully carried those crates directly off that broken pirate ship and placed them on the speedboat. All that gold he left untouched because he wanted to just ship the broken pirate ship back. The netizens in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded when they saw Jiang Nanzhou leave after carrying those boxes onto the yacht. Chapter 249 Donations. What's going on here? Don't you want those gold coins? Brother fisherman. If you don't want it, give it to me. You help me bring it back. Really, you can't give me a location. I want gold too. Why don't you give us a lucky draw? Brother fisherman. You all want farts to eat. I suspect Brother Fisherman is back for the sack. I'm so envious. Can I have some of Brother Fisherman's luck? After moving all those boxes to his room, Jiang Nanzhou had already told the crew to get ready. First emptying that empty field at the stern of the ship, he was going to just hoist the broken pirate ship onto their fishing boat. If he had to pull the broken pirate ship back with a tow rope, then he was afraid it would be falling apart by the time he got home. It's a little safer to ship it back on the boat. Luckily for him, this speedboat had more horsepower, and he still had no problem pulling that broken pirate ship to their ship. It took their fishing boat half a day just to hoist this pirate ship on. He also made a point of telling the crew not to go into this pirate ship, and that no one should touch anything inside. They all have surveillance on their ships too, so no one is going to take that risk. Only after everything was settled did Jiang Nanzhou look at the public screen of his live broadcast, and by the way, he also answered some netizens' questions as he spoke to the camera of the live broadcast. Netizens who want to buy these things, there is no need to brush the screen. No matter what price you open, I will not sell. I have decided to donate these things to the National Museum. This is originally our country's things, especially that Buddha head, but also to let him return to his body. If you have the contact information of the National Museum, you can send it on the public screen. The netizens in the live broadcast room all felt full of blood when they heard Jiang Nanzhou's hot words. Brother Fisherman is so righteous. This speech really brought tears to my eyes. Finally, I know why all these things are coming to Brother Fisherman. This might be the difference between people. Maybe I'm more selfish. If I were, I would have exchanged it for money. Brother Fisherman is really one of my special favorite anchors. Admire him very much. Mr. Righteousness. I wouldn't have donated it if I had. I'm going to find the contact information for the National Museum. Hello anchor, I am a staff member of the National Museum. Is it convenient for you to give us a contact information? Jiang Nanzhou saw that the man said that he was a staff member of the museum, so he clicked on his homepage to see that it was indeed officially certified. He sent him his contact info straight away and asked him to add him on WeChat. After all, he couldn't pick up the phone right now while he was on the boat. That staff member was the secretary of the director of the National Museum, and he and their director had already come to Brother Fisherman's live room when they got the news. The curator and the little secretary were worried about what to do to reach the anchor, when they heard Brother Fisherman say that he wanted to donate it to the National Museum, and they were thrilled. The little secretary directly added Jiang Nanzhou's WeChat. And Jiang Nanzhou said to the netizens in the live broadcast room when he received the WeChat, I've already gotten in touch with the staff at the National Museum, so that's it for today's broadcast. I'm going off the air. He closed the live stream directly after saying this, and the National Museum side also said directly that they were sending someone over to sign a donation agreement with him, and they would also send someone over to ship these things back. Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou was still satisfied, so he set the location of the signing of the donation ceremony in Jiangjia village. This way their Jiangjia village would be in the news once more. and it just so happened to be a free publicity for their village as well. Just as Jiang Nanzhou was planning to go straight back to his journey, he ended up discovering a whole bunch of blue dragons again, and this group of blue dragons was still relatively large in size. Jiang Nanzhou could not walk when he saw this, and directly asked Uncle Jiang to stop the boat. I've decided to spend the night here tonight, even if I'm in a hurry. When they went down to the lobster cage, Jiang Nanzhou saw underneath some corals and in the crevices of some reefs that there were many more valuable shellfish and some large sea urchins. He then went straight into the sea in his own wetsuit with a netting. He went to the bottom of the sea and realized that underneath some of the coral there were a lot of big sea cucumbers and a lot of sea urchins. And the size of the sea urchins was very big, much bigger than the ones they had seen on the other side. Jiang Nanzhou estimated that the diameter of the sea urchin must be about 15 centimeters. Of course, this is still he did not count the spines. With all those thorns it would have to be the size of a small leather ball. It's more work with the clips. So he just opens the mesh pocket and rakes it in with the clips. A large netting was soon harvested. The crew saw the harvest of the Jiangnan boat. Some can go into the water also applied to go into the water. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself that this area was still relatively safe, and there were no undercurrents or anything. This side was still relatively safe. He had the few crew members who were good swimmers get their gear on and take their tools and have them go down to the sea on safety lines. Zhang Yuan stood at the edge of the boat and jumped at the chance. Jiang Nanzhou directly splashed him with a pot of cold water and said, "For what you told me before about your doggy paddle water skills, you'd better not go into the water. When I teach you to dive someday, I'll take you to a shallower place to play with the shallows." Scholar who does not go into the water to help on the boat. Jiang's second uncle taught him to use the small crane, who was full of bags hanging directly on the hook of the small crane. He helped to transport to the deck. The few crew members who went down to the sea also got more and more addicted to picking them up, until their strength gave out and they all went aboard. Although the crew on Jiangnan boat's ship basically knew water, Jiangnan boat really didn't know what kind of level they were at when they went into the sea. It seems necessary to wait for a day off to give them a test, and if that doesn't work, then get Uncle Jiang to give them a good practice. After all, it's dangerous to be at sea if you can't swim as a crew member. Jiangnan boat on the boat after counting a total of more than 60 bags of sea urchins. There are more than 20 bags of shellfish, large sea cucumbers and 3 bags. Uncle Jiang looked at these big goods and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "It's still the open sea that's richer. You don't see sea urchins this big in the sea like we do over there." Jiang Bei asked his second brother from the side. "Rarely seen? Have you ever seen a sea urchin this big before?" Uncle Jiang said proudly, "I haven't just seen it, I've encountered it. I just bought the happiness not long ago. At that time happened to go to the whole sea urchin. The whole nearly 10,000 pounds of sea urchins, but only 2 can be about the same size as the ones over here." Zhang Yuan asked second uncle Jiang curiously. "Second uncle, doesn't a sea urchin that big have to be worth quite a bit of money? I've eaten a lot of good food, but I've never seen a sea urchin that big." Chapter 250, Justice Trials. Uncle Jiang thought back and said, "It's like $1,000 a piece. The price isn't that expensive, but it's not easy to come across. It's not just anyone who can come across a big sea urchin this big. The sea urchin thing is not usually sold on their side of the world. It's quite cheap, but I've never seen one this big on the market. 1,000 a Gangnam boat thinks it's pretty expensive too, but Zhang Yuan said with some loss, "It's only $1,000 a piece, and I was thinking 2,000 at the very least." Uncle Jiang said with a smile, "This $1,000 a piece is a big price. You 2,000 a piece to sell hua. This is really a big young man. 1,000 yuan he is too cheap. It seems that he is on the seafood market conditions. Really do not understand. Zhang Yuan did not expect the crew to work so hard to go down to the sea to catch sea urchins will be so cheap, when the fishermen are also really hard. Jiang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan, "Like these common seafood are relatively cheap, but to meet some rare that can be worth a lot of money. You've seen before there is a news of said to catch a fish. People sold 20 million, but like we as fishermen is cheap to go a lot." Jiang Bei said from the sidelines, "I watched that news, but who has that kind of life? I guess the next fish on the news that can catch something that valuable is only you." Boat. Zhang Yuan followed suit. "That would have to be my Nanzhou brother. He caught that big bluefin tuna earlier and it all sold for quite a bit of money." Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said, "You guys can stop talking nonsense. I can't compare to other people's. All of you should rest early tonight. You didn't sleep well yesterday. After all, there are still so many valuable things on the ship, which if some pirates touch up that thing can be a big deal." Jiang Nanzhou had just finished his shower and when he came out of the bathroom, he received a voice call from Fatty. Asterisk 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 dude, you're in the news again. Jiang Nanzhou asked as she rubbed her hair with a towel. "News? What am I on the news for?" Fatty didn't expect Jiang Nanzhou to be excited that he didn't know about this. Xia News. You are really marvelous. So many valuable things are donated when you say donate. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. Those things are better in the hands of the country than in the hands of individuals. And the significance of these things is still different from other things. As a Chinese citizen, I feel that the donation is appropriate. Fatty said to Jiang Nanzhou with praise. Worthy of being my brother. Today my big brother also told me that this behavior of yours above will not treat you poorly. By the way, I'll tell you a good news. Want to hear it? Jiang Nanzhou asked curiously. What's the good news? Sister-in-law is pregnant with her second child? Fatty said as he almost spewed out the mouthful of water he had just taken. If your sister-in-law really pregnant, that's not a surprise. Is a shock. There is this one is enough to suffer. And then another I have to go crazy. And you say business. The second grandfathers that matter are dealt with. That the Hu section chief and his brother-in-law also went in, because of bribery and acceptance of bribes and so on, will not be sentenced lightly. Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said to Fatty, Brother, this is really troublesome for you and Big Brother. When I go back if Big Brother has time I'll treat you guys to dinner. Old Brother will personally cook for you. Fatty said when he heard Jiang Nanzhou's words. My Big Brother can say. He also want to know you. I watched the news today when I said that the donation ceremony in your Jiangjia village. That day the Huaxia news reporter will also come over to live broadcast the donation ceremony. My Big Brother he will also be present. That day I also go over to join in the fun. And then introduce you to know each other. Jiang Nanzhou said. That's fine. Then please introduce me to Big Brother when the signing ceremony takes place. And when I go back I'll go to the city and bring you some good goods then. Fatty said as soon as he heard this. That's fine. Just wait for you to come back. When you come back Brother treats you to dinner. Jiang Nanzhou thought today can really make him happy day. All wishes are accomplished. Who section chief those calf stuff. Finally justice trial. Luckily there are still clean and honest officials. If they were all like them that would be the end of it. Jiang Nanzhou was really thanking Fatty from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Fatty this matter wouldn't have been resolved so quickly at all. Or perhaps it would have been directly suppressed and wouldn't have been resolved at all. When he gets back, he'll be sure to go and thank them in person. They chatted for a while longer before hanging up the voice call. And just after Manhwa hung up, Jiang Nanzhou received a WeChat from the National Museum's site to finalize the time of the signing donation ceremony with him. Jiang Nanzhou calculated the date they would arrive home and finally set it for the day after he arrived home. After all, these things in his hands is a little too eye-catching. If there is any failure, he cannot afford. In fact, the National Museum side hated the fact that Jiang Nanzhou had just stopped the ship and wanted to take it straight away, because they had waited too long. Also didn't think these would ever see the light of day again. They are also all very grateful to this anchor for bringing these artifacts home. The director of the National Museum had already reported it to the top when Jiang Nanzhou agreed to the donation. The Jiang Nanzhou of this move has also attracted the attention of the state. Because this is not only the cultural relics, which was robbed by those foreign robbers. These cultural relics once again back to our country. We can finally raise eyebrows. No more letting them show off the loot they took from us. And even among those things donated by Jiang Nanzhou were some of the more expensive things from other countries. This is our country finally exhaling a breath of dust that has been long in the air. After collecting the crab cages early the next morning, Jiang Nanzhou let them go full speed ahead. Jiang Nanzhou also didn't open a live broadcast in the past few days because his heat was a bit too high right now. The live feed when he said he donated the artifacts to the National Museum was cut into a video that is already at no. One on the heat list of various platforms. There were also some of the best people from all walks of life who also gave Jiang Nanzhou likes and various compliments on Weibo. Even some minor stars had retweeted Jiang Nanzhou's video in order to rub off on him. But the video of Jiang Nanzhou's fire was transmitted overseas. So it was at lunchtime when Jiang Nanzhou received a message from Enrichu. It was a screenshot of several websites. And some of the foreign media had already begun to pour dirty water on China. Especially on Jiang Nanzhou. But Jiang Nanzhou didn't care at all because he had already thought of this outcome at that time. Just let the clowns jump in there. The most hilarious thing is another screenshot that Enrichu sent him. A small star from a kimchi country actually said on a public social media platform that the porcelain and the Buddha's head belonged to their country. And asked us, the state of China, to return it. Chapter 251, Porcelain. Jiang Nanzhou was directly amused. This kimchi country really want to touch everything, but also said that these are theirs. How do they not say that this earth is theirs? He really had some trouble understanding how these clowns who couldn't get on the stage could be so shameless. But at this time, the netizens of China have already begun to spray passionately. There are even justice enthusiasts organizing cyber rednecks who have educated various countries as well. Especially the kimchi country. Our country's flag has been on the homepage of their country's official website for a day now. Let them know why the flowers are red like that. When Jiang Nanzhou and the others arrived at the town pier, The mayor of their town came over to personally greet them. There were also a lot of local media reporters, while the reporter from Wasia News had already arrived long ago. They also greeted Jiang Nanzhou in advance and wanted to give him an exclusive interview. And Jiang Nanzhou did not refuse. After the fishing boat was parked, some tabloid reporters wanted to get on board for an interview, but they were all stopped, and only the reporter from Wasia News was the one who had an appointment with Jiang Nan boat. After the interview, that reporter wanted to shoot some material on Jiang Nanzhou's boat, and Jiang Nanzhou allowed it. After all, this was a reporter from the Chinese news, which was considered the top stream in China, and Jiang Nanzhou also communicated with that side. When the time comes, let them take more pictures of the scenery of Jiangjia village, and that side also agreed. After all, there was such a good platform to publicize their village. Jiang Nanzhou would definitely not let it go. After waiting for the interview and then being polite with their town mayor, Jiang Nanzhou ran straight away. The rest of those things and arranging to entertain those reporters were left to Jiang Nanhai. Jiang Nanzhou's house was also very busy today, and everyone in their family was waiting for him to come home for lunch. Jiang de grandpa grandma and all of them went to Jiang Nanzhou's house. Even little Duda knew that today was the day that his father and brother came back, and he woke up this morning and started to rub it in that he wouldn't go to kindergarten. Su Yawei originally did not want him to take a leave of absence, but when she thought that Dudu had not seen her father for so long, she would take a day off just to take a day off. Dudu didn't even go to the koi pond in the yard to feed the fish when he arrived at Jiang Nanzhou's house today, and he and little Bianmu just kept guarding the door. And Lichu also pushed aside her work today. She received news from Jiangnan boat and waited with Daiyu at the town's pier. After Jiang Nanzhou's side got out of the way, they drove Jiang Nanzhou back to the village. Daiyu asked Jiang Nanzhou curiously, "When Pear and I watched you live, you got that broken pirate ship back as well. Was that one donated to the National Museum as well?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "I'll donate those artifacts to the National Museum, and that one I'd like to put in our village pavilion when the time comes." Jiang Nanzhou counted his hands are now considered to have a lot of good things. Today heard Jiang Nanhai said, "Above the land has been approved. Waiting for the construction to start doing the pavilion. Make an exhibition hall that belongs to their Jiangjia village, and that inside Jiang Nanzhou let the designer design drawings have said to them. This pavilion must be done with characteristics. This pavilion Jiang Nanzhou is intended to invest a lot of money. The exhibition hall is divided into a number of small pavilions, and Jiang Nanzhou also has a bold idea to make a marine underwater promenade underground. And this underwater promenade is straight to the bottom of the sea, so that visitors can feel more real underwater." In the beginning, Jiang Nanzhou actually wanted Li Hao to give the design, but after Li Hao heard Jiang Nanzhou's idea, he introduced Jiang Nanzhou to his senior brother. Jiang Nanzhou had communicated with Li Hao's senior brother a few times, and he felt that their senior brothers were truly both quite powerful. Daiyu heard Jiang Nanzhou's words and said, "When I heard Jiang Nanhai say this before, I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect it to be true." She really didn't expect the two brothers to be so bold as to want to start an exhibition hall in the village. Not to mention the large investment. It's not certain whether they can make a return on their investment. They are really crazy. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "It has to be true. The development of our village is getting better and better. So I also want to develop some more tourist attractions so that we can get more tourists to come over." And Nietzsche said as she drove, "In fact, I feel that this idea of Nanzhou is good. If you want to develop the tourism industry well, it is essential to do some tourism development, like we build a hotel here. I also heard some time ago that there are people in the city to come over, want to invest in a water park. This is not good. It will be better and better in the future, and more people on the island." The three of them just chatted and soon they were at the front door of the house, and Lichu didn't drive the car into the courtyard and parked it directly at the gate. Tootsie ran straight over when she saw their car parked, and the little border collie wagged his tail after him. After Dudu saw Jiang Nanzhou get out of the car, she stretched out her small hand and said, "Brother, hug." Jiang Nanzhou heard a new word from Tootsie's mouth again, and as soon as he did, he picked Tootsie up and said, "Tootsie is awesome, and Tootsie has improved again in the time my brother has been away." Su Yawei had been following Dudu's back and heard Jiang Nanzhou's words say this. Now he can say quite a lot of words. "It is you all are not at home. He does not like to talk. All day at home muttering brother. This little guy's hard now only brother. No one." Dodo started to say when she heard this from her mom. "Hello brother." This look on the little doodle's face amused them all. Jiang mother stood in the doorway and shouted, "Don't stand at the door chatting. All of you hurry into the courtyard. We'll have dinner when Jiang Bei, Jiang Min and the others come back later." Little Dudu suddenly heard his father's name in Jiang Nanzhou's arms and started to look around with his mouth full. "Daddy, where's Daddy?" Jiang Nanzhou said to Dudu. "Your father will be back in a little while. They come back in a big boat. It didn't take them long to go back to the house before Jiang Bei and Jiang Min returned with them. Jiang Nanzhou, on the other hand, went to second Grandpa Jiang's room with the rice first. Now Jiang Air Grandpa cannot get out of bed, so he can only listen to the movement, cannot go out with them lively. Some anxious to ask Jiang Nanzhou, when will my own leg get better? Jiang Nanzhou soothed Jiang Air Grandpa and said, it's almost done. When that wheelchair I ordered for you online arrives in a few days, I'll push you out and about then. Jiang Baoshan's recovery has been fast enough. If others would still have to stay in the hospital, this is also all the credit of the nutrient solution. Jiang Nanzhou that will be able to give Jiang Air Grandpa a lot of nutrient solution to drink. Maybe his age is too big. The recovery is not as good as Jiang Bei and Jiang Nanhai's effect. Chapter 252, more lively than when Jiang Bei came back. As you can see from the little doodle's body, this nutrient solution is absorbed better the younger you are. They opened the table only after Jiang Nanzhou had fed Jiang Baoshan. His new side of the house puts in large round dining tables, and with turntables, so they don't have to split the table for dinner now. This big table sits all the way down. It's so lively to see all these people eating around the same table. It was now known in their village that Jiang Nanbo had found particularly valuable artifacts. Grandpa Jiang even mentioned a cup during lunch. Xiaozhou said to donate the cultural relics to the National Museum of this matter. I am really particularly pleased, because he was not overwhelmed by money. Today Grandpa is really happy. Big grandson Grandpa toast you. Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly got up and picked up his wine glass and said, you old man, how can there be a grandpa toasting his grandson? To toast is also for me, the grandson. To toast Grandpa? Grandpa, I'll toast you. Jiang Nanzhou directly tilted his head back and drained the wine in his cup after saying this. Grandpa Jiang said with a smile, look at you grandparents and grandchildren honoring each other. Come on, let's have a drink as a group. Their old Jiang family also really felt honored and especially proud because of what Jiang Nanzhou did. Everyone was also very supportive of Jiang Nanzhou's approach, and Grandma Jiang had confirmed with their family's old man several times when she saw this morning's Chinese news. When he was sure that the man was really their eldest grandson, Grandpa Jiang even went to the ancestral hall to go and offer incense to the old ancestors. Let the old grandfathers be happy with it all. Originally, Jiang Nanzhou wanted to go to the city in the afternoon, wanting to go and deliver some seafood to Fatty's family. But since they've all been drinking today, and it just so happens that Fatty will be coming over tomorrow, then it's just a matter of getting them to bring it back at exactly the same time tomorrow. And that big emperor crab will be put in the town to raise first. When the time comes the village exhibition hall is built, he will put that big emperor crab in the exhibition hall to raise. This meal today went on until after 5 o'clock, and they didn't have to eat dinner. Jiang mother was afraid that they would be hungry after drinking, and also prepared soup noodles. Tootsie had wanted to wait until his brother was done eating to take him to the beach to play with his friends. But when Jiang Nanzhou and the others were still all drinking after the nap, Dudu was there all the time, until they all dispersed when Tootsie was about to start finishing her meal, and straight away she forgot all about the fact that she was going to take Jiang Nanzhou to the beach to meet new friends, because Dudu in these recent days or after eating dinner will go to accompany Jiang Baoshan to watch TV together. Jiang Baoshan also gave Dudu to find cartoons to watch. Usually Su Yawei is not to give him to see any electronic products, so Dudu to watch cartoons is also very obsessive. Since Jiang Baoshan was discharged from the hospital, Dudu has never missed a day, coming over every day just to watch a cartoon. Tootsie would want to watch TV at home sometimes, but Su Yawei said every time that the TV in their house was broken. They all got up early the next morning, and Jiang mother and Jiang grandmother also cleaned up the house inside and out early. Jiang Nanzhou also wore a long-lost suit today, and their family members were all neatly dressed today, with Grandpa Jiang putting on his dusty Zhongshan suit that had been around for years, and Li Chu also wore a formal suit today, and stood with Jiang Nanzhou as a pair of beauties. Jiang grandmother is also happy today. Jiang mother also brought all the jewelry that Jiang Nanzhou gave him before, and Li Chu also gave her a light makeup. And it wasn't just their family that was happy, even their village group was talking about it all, and they were all talking about wearing their new clothes and hoping to be on camera. In the past 2 days, the BNBS in their village have been full, with many tourists coming to see the artifacts, and some tourists who are fans of Jiang Nanzhou coming over to support him. Today their Jiangjia village is very lively. Those journalists and experts from the National Museum, as well as the staff, have arrived in Jiangjia village. They are all at the village headquarters now. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang mother and the others, they've moved the stuff to the village office now, and they're waiting for me to go over there and unpack, so I'm going over there first, or are you guys coming with me? Grandpa Jiang said, let's go together then, and show us some of those things we used to be able to see on TV. When they arrived at the village department, Jiang Nanzhou did not expect that the village department had even put up a stage. Just like the kind of opening ribbon cutting, the front desk of the courtyard was still set up with tables with the names of the leaders on them, and chairs were all set up right behind the leaders. It's reserved for villagers and tourists. And Li Chu whispered to Jiang Nanzhou, I didn't expect the village to give back the stage, which looks quite rowdy. Fortunately not like the kind of opening ribbon-cutting kind. In the village department entrance, they have seen a lot of media cars. Those media reporters are also quite polite. Did not directly come up to open the camera to dislike the face shot. They all greeted Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou also responded one by one. This is all because their village staff have greeted them and told them to shoot when they start. And there are also a lot of tourists who are now waiting at the entrance of the village gate, because they can't even get into the village department now. Just at the entrance of the village department there are even armed police. Jiang Nanzhou didn't expect this row to be so big. It seemed like those artifacts could be worth a lot more than he thought. When the gatekeeper saw Jiang Nanzhou and the others coming over, he directly let them in. And on the opposite side of the small square Jiang Nanzhou also let Jiang Wei they contact the banquet. Today Jiang Nanzhou also intends to invite the whole village and tourists to eat banquet. Villagers and tourists are also very happy when they know. So tourists who see Jiang Nan boat seems to say a word. Brother fisherman, thank you for treating me today. I wish you a great fortune. Jiang Nanzhou would also respond with a smile. You get rich too, all of you. Since the temperature is now a little high over there are also on the awning. Jiang Big Grandpa today are busy entertaining over there. The tables under the awning are full of people, both village people and tourists, whether they know each other or not. Some of them have begun to form a card game. The atmosphere in their village today was really hotter than the time when Jiang Bei came back. Dudu also came over early to play with the village children in the square. Jiang Nanzhou looked over there. Good guy. Their kindergarten leave can be quite a lot of Originally, Su Yawei wanted to send Dudu to school this morning, but Jiang Bei stopped her. Let's just give Dodo another day off today. Quite a few kids in our village have taken the day off. I see the group said so. Chapter 253, Jiang Nanzhou's contribution. Little Dodo also looked at Su Yawei with eyes full of anticipation. Mom not going. Su Yawei did understand what Dudu meant. This kid didn't want to go to kindergarten again today. It was rare to see Dudu pampered, and Su Yawei's heart softened. Then don't go or don't go. Tomorrow is Sunday, and tomorrow you can skip kindergarten too. Dodo who heard this was even happier. Yay fine brother. But Su Yawei didn't take him to Jiang Nanzhou's house because she knew that Jiang Nanzhou should be quite busy today. So she took Dudu to the small square to play with the children. By then Dodo would also be able to see Gangnam boat on stage from the stage. When Jiang Nanzhou arrived at the conference room of the village department, the staff of the National Museum had also arrived, as well as reporters from Huaxia News. The National Museum came over a lot of people this time. Even their director personally came over to sign this donation agreement with Jiang Nanzhou. There are some authoritative experts, professor-level characters. The director of the National Museum is a little old man of nearly half a century now, with a full head of white hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked literate. Xiao Jiang. This time, on behalf of our National Museum, I am very grateful to you, and thank you for your trust and recognition of us, willing to donate such a valuable cultural relic to us. Jiang Nanzhou said in a hurry. It's only right that I do this as a Chinese citizen. After all these artifacts have a very special meaning to our country. When he went to school he learned these histories. At that time he listened to their teachers to tell them that lesson are very angry. Jiang Nanbo at that time did not have much feeling, but with the age of more and more understand more and more things, grow up after he realized how great our motherland is. And this thing was originally from our country. Since God let him come across these things, he must bring them home. There is no meaning if he puts them in his own home collection. It's better to put them in the National Museum, so that the children in the future will understand this history. The old curator chatted with Jiang Nanzhou for a while and then went out to answer the phone. Jiang Nanzhou glanced at the time. There are less than 10 minutes to 9 o'clock, but Fat Brother and the mayor did not come over it. Shaoli secretary and village chief they are also anxious round and round. This outside a lot of local media. And so many tourists and villagers are waiting. They really don't know if they're waiting or not if the mayor is going to be absent when it's time. The mayor is now also anxious and sweating, although he still has the mayor's phone, but he does not dare to call. Seeing that the time was about to arrive, Jiang Nanzhou still wanted to send a Weibo message to Fatty to ask about it, when he saw them coming over. After Fatty hurriedly introduced Jiang Nanzhou and said a few words, the donation ceremony began. The host of the donation ceremony was also a beautiful host from their city's TV station. The tourists and villagers also went into the courtyard of the village office. The villagers gave up their seats to the tourists and they all just stood around and watched. Some of the younger visitors, too, gave up their places to the older villagers. Jiang Nanzhou felt more proud inside when he saw this scene. The internet says that young people nowadays think of themselves as more selfish. But Jiang Nanzhou doesn't think so. He captured the scene on his cell phone and decided to cut out a video to post on his account at night. He was touched in some ways. A while back he swiped a blogger who shared that his grandfather traveled alone on the train. Changing tickets to finding a seat on the platform was always helped. And most of them were young people. That's why that blogger posted online that she wanted her elderly family members to travel and we helped each other out. There are even netizens who say that their migrant father will call him every time he travels, so that he can help book tickets to see the tickets. But there are times when he is too busy due to the work. Did not receive the call. His father, a person covered in the train station wandering around, asking around, and he thinks about it, is very heartbreaking. When Jiang Nanzhou saw that post, he thought to himself that he would not feel comfortable letting his dad go out by himself. But on second thought, his dad never wanted to leave the island in his life because he had to take a boat to do so, and his dad still couldn't get used to it. If it was really possible to build a cross-sea bridge in the future, it would be convenient for his dad to leave the island then. Still in this nonsense, Jiang Nanzhou suddenly heard the host called his name to let him on stage. He straightened his tie and went on stage. Also together on stage were experts and professors from the National Museum. The hosts all introduced themselves first and then got down to the business of the day. The experts began to appreciate those artifacts one by one. And the tourists and villagers under the stage all picked up their cell phones and began to take pictures. After all, they could see these things before anyone else before they were officially displayed. And with the commentary from the experts, I guess they'll have to visit the National Museum the next time they want to see the real thing again. After appraising them all and confirming that they were authentic, the director of the National Museum came on stage with an agreement. Jiang Nanzhou stepped down after signing this agreement. After all, there was nothing left for him to do down there. And it was the director of this National Museum who began to speak. Jiang Nanzhou sighed in his heart. Worthy of being a learned man. This does not look at the script. Hard to speak for half an hour. After the speech was finally over, Jiang Nanzhou thought that he was finally going to end this donation ceremony today. The host directly invited Mayor Shi of Nanhai to the stage. Jiang Nanzhou froze for a moment. He did not have this out before, and they on the floor does not mean that Mayor Shi today is only present at the event. Did not say that there is also a speech on the stage. Mayor Shi took the microphone after the stage and said in a clear voice, "Hello everyone, I'm Shi Yunming, the mayor of Nanhai City. Before I left today, I received instructions from my superiors to reward Comrade Jiang Nanzhou, a villager from Jiangjia village on Nanwan Island in our city, for his donation. Comrade Jiang Nanzhou's donation of cultural relics is a sign of his attention to and contribution to the cultural heritage of the nation and the country. But his contribution is not just this. He has discovered spy equipment and has protected our country's important secret weapons, personally caught spies and so on. His patriotic spirit and selfless dedication, worthy of being praised by all. So after the organization to discuss our Jiangjia village near the Moon Island reward to Comrade Jiang Nanzhou, which is our first private island people, we congratulate Comrade Jiang Nanzhou to become the Moon Island owner. Of course, he can also be named for his guide personally. The following we have invited Comrade Jiang Nanzhou come up to the stage and accept this honor that belongs to him. At the same time, we also wish our Comrade Jiang Nanzhou's career to become more and more brilliant. Chapter 254, Becoming an Islander. After Mayor Shi finished his speech, there was thunderous applause and cheers from the stage. They were all celebrating Jiang Nanzhou, the first person to own a private island in our country. And after hearing Mayor Shi speak about Jiang Nanzhou's contribution, they all agreed that Jiang Nanzhou deserves to own the island. After all these artifacts he donated could buy several islands abroad. Jiang father said excitedly to Jiang mother, "Did I hear it right just now? Is it true that they said to reward boat with an island?" Jiang mother pinched Jiang father's arm and said, "Does it hurt?" Father Jiang said with a that really hurt, and you're too strong of a hand. Jiang mother said with a blank look at Jiang father, "Pain is right. That's really rewarding boat with an island." Jiang father rubbed his arm and smiled. "So true, my son, so true." Jiang mother also feels that his son is really outstanding. After all, just now Mayor Shi said, "This is our country's first person to own a private island." Grandpa Jiang was in tears, and tonight he had to let Xiaozhou personally go to the ancestral hall to offer incense to the old ancestors, so that he could personally go to tell the old ancestors this happy news. Jiang Nanzhou's heart was also incomparably shocked. He did not expect that one day he could really be the island owner. Really thankful to the country, to give him this honor. Mayor Shi took the document and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "The document is specially endorsed on this island. You can pass it down to future generations, but you can't sell it, transfer it, and you can't do anything illegal. Come on, hurry up and sign it. Sign this document and that island will be yours." Jiang Nanzhou carefully looked through the document and signed his big name directly on the end page of the document. There were 2 copies of the contract, one for him and one for Mayor Stone to take away. Today's donation ceremony was a perfect end to the day. I didn't realize it was such a big surprise. Everyone's eyes looked at Jiang Nanzhou with great envy. This old Jiang family's kid is really something. How life is so good. You guys really envy what's the use ah. Let you run into spies. Run faster than anyone else can still go catch ah. Yeah, well, not to mention the spies. I wouldn't turn in any of these artifacts if they fell into my hands, and I don't have the sense to do that. Isn't that right? Who let him get rich? He also gave money to the village to build roads, and bring tourists to the village, but also to those poor families and widows and orphans so good, but also donations. If not for him, we can now live this good life ah. Yes, old fellows, we are content. Fortunately this Jiang family boy is in our village. As long as it is other villages, we are watching people get rich. I can go back first. There are so many tourists. I have to go to the stall. Out of what stall ah? Not bad for a while go. Hurry to take a seat to eat the seat to go. Mayor Stone left with his secretary directly after he stepped down. He had meetings to attend in his city. Fatty, on the other hand, stayed behind. But now that Jiang Nanzhou was being interviewed, Fatty said to Jiang Nanhai, my oldest brother is too good. Today when my big brother and I were just about to go out, he got a call that this decision was made from above. And when my big brother told me about it, I almost didn't get excited. Jiang Nanhai smiled and said to Fatty, then why didn't you say hello in advance? Let us be happy first too. Fatty, who heard this, said, wasn't this meant to be a big surprise? Jiang Nanhai thought to himself that this can really still be a big surprise. He saw Jiang Nanzhou was shocked on the stage at that time. This is how many years have not seen him this expression. Today fat brother is not his own to come. Originally when he wanted to come today, to send his son to kindergarten to go, the result is that his big brother answered the phone a little long time, delayed, so he just brought his son along and took the day off. His son had been right next to Enlichu and Dayu. Seeing a pretty sister is dearer than seeing him as a father. At noon when we eat the seats, because there are too many people, so the villagers are letting the tourists eat first. The tourists are also quite embarrassed. Let them eat first. After all, the fisherman brother said that there are 2 waves of seats today. The last thing that happens is that tourists and villagers alike start to share tables. Jiang Nanzhou was also filled with a lot of wine today, and even Fatty was drunk, so he could not return today. The little chubby baby Enrico had been bringing along to let him play with Tootsie. It was rare for the little chubby boy to see a brother who was smaller than him, or so good looking. Tootie is all kinds of caring and Tootie wants to hang out with this little brother. The 2 kids play and Tootsie wants to take the chubby baby to the beach to play with his newfound friends. Seeing this, Su Yawei said to Enlichu, I see that Nanzhou has also drunk too much. You go back and take care of him. Leave this child to me. I'll take them to the beach to play for a while. The little chubby baby also said, I'm going to the beach with my brother. And Lichu was also very relieved to leave her children with Su Yawei, so she simply let her take them to have fun. When she returned to her room she saw Jiang Nanzhou lying on the bed, leaning against the bed still looking at the agreement for the island there, carrying a cup of water. He walked over to the bedside and said to Jiang Nanzhou, you're still watching. Ha, have some water. Jiang Nanzhou said as he took the cup of water handed over by Enlichu. It's so surreal. I really didn't expect it, and it's the first person in our country to own a private island. With those words he drank straight from his glass. Enlichu said as she took the empty water cup from Jiang Nanzhou's hand. I'm proud of you, Mr. Islander of ours. Jiang Nanzhou heard the words a cup and pulled Enlichu down into his arms and said, this island will be left to our child in the future, so that he can be the island's owner as well. And Nichu, who heard that, bared her teeth and burst out laughing. Your child is nowhere in sight, and besides, we'll have to see if he wants to stay on the island when the time comes. Jiang Nanzhou's hands also began to be unctuous and reached into Enlichu's clothes, stroking her smooth skin and said, how about we just have a few more and then whoever wants to stay on the island, that island will be given to them. And Lichu pressed Jiang Nanzhou's unsteady hand and said, here comes my one, don't mess with me. Instantly Jiang Nanzhou was in hysterics. Alas, this is not the right time to come. Without that mind, Jiang Nanzhou simply slept with his arms around Enlichu. This sleep has been until 6 o'clock. Jiang grandmother and Jiang mother have already made dinner. Jiang aunt and aunt father also came. Auntie Jiang had something to do today and didn't come over in the morning, but she was watching the live broadcast. It's not missing anything at all. Fatty had also woken up from his nap and was sitting on the couch in the living room watching cartoons on his tablet with his little chubby baby and Tootsie. The 2 little ones were also good. Chapter 255, Man-Eating Monster. Seeing Jiang Nanzhou sleeping and waking up, Fatty said to Jiang Nanzhou, I didn't realize you had seals on your island. Ha! Hearing Fatty's words, Jiang Nanzhou thought of that baby seal he had saved and said, I rescued a baby seal on the beach with Pear before I went to sea, and I thought it was gone. The little chubby baby who was watching the cartoon said, Uncle Nanzhou, there isn't just one baby seal there. There are 22. Oh, they are all so cute. Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou said in surprise, that much? Just in time, Su Yawei came out from the kitchen with dishes and said, "Well, there are 22 of them in total. They should be from one family. They are now moving over there behind your fishing ground every day. I guess they are planning to settle down on our island. That side is still where Dodo brought me." Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself, "I guess it was all brought over by that little seal that was rescued. I'll go over there tomorrow and take a look. It would be nice if they did make a home on the island. And we'll have to report it then. After all, there are quite a lot of tourists on our island right now, so it wouldn't be good for anything to go wrong then." In the evening Su Yawei took Dudu to eat over here. And in the evening when she saw that it was quite late, Su Yawei planned to take Dudu home to sleep. Dudu started to make a fuss. No matter how much coaxing is not to go back. Crying is torn ah. Just want to play with little brother. The little chubby baby saw Tootsie cry. He started crying too and didn't want to be separated from his little brother. He wanted to sleep with him at night. The two little ones cried invitingly. Jiang mother said to Su Yawei, "Let Dodo stay at home today. Don't make the baby cry again then." Dodo said while sobbing, "Stay here brother." Su Yawei was angry and laughed. Usually this little brat coaxed not to say some new vocabulary. This is good. To take him home to sleep, but also talk about new vocabulary. Alright then, be good at your brother's house at night. And don't cry and make you stay here. Dodo's tears stopped instantly when he heard that from his mom. But he had just cried so hard that the tears stopped and he just hiccuped there. Su Yawei was truly unaware that his son had this side. When she left the kid was not reacting at all not at all like when she first came to Jiangjia village. But she was also more than pleased that this was what normal kids should look like. And Li Chu went home to stay tonight. She had to get up early tomorrow to accompany her sister-in-law to the city to choose some things for the wedding. So at night Jiang Nanzhou took the two little ones to sleep. Perhaps the two little ones were so tired from playing during the day that they both huffed and puffed their way to sleep at night without making any noise. It was when he slept until the second half of the night that Jiang Nanzhou was pushed awake by the little fat baby. "Uncle Nanzhou, wake up. I need to pee." Just as Jiang Nanzhou was about to carry the little chubby baby to the bathroom, Dudu also woke up and reached out for a hug as well. Luckily he was strong enough to carry one in one hand to the bathroom. The two little ones finished draining the water and went back to huffing and puffing. But Jiang Nanzhou couldn't sleep. He remembered the island that was rewarded to him. The island was called Moon Island. And even though it was called Moon Island, the shape of the island was round and did not resemble the moon. When he was small Jiang Nanzhou also asked his grandfather why that island was called Moon Island. But his grandfather said, "Who knows why it's called Moon Island? The old-timers called it that." So Jiang Nanzhou wants to give that island a new name. But what name he has not thought of. He has the right to name it once, when he thought of a good report on it. That island covered only a quarter of the area of their South Bay Island. But it wasn't small among the surrounding islands. But above is has not been inhabited. Is a primitive deserted island. Even Jiang Nanzhou has not been a few times, but also did not go to the inside. Because there are rumors that there are man-eating monsters on the island. So the people on the island also do not go to that side. It would probably only take about 20 minutes or so to drive a boat there from their Jiangjia village. So Jiang Nanzhou decided to go to the island tomorrow to take a look. After all, it would be his territory from now on. Early the next morning Zhang Bei's two families came over. They were also uneasy about Dudu, afraid that he would make a mess. "By the way, I came back to dabble in breakfast, and when I ate, Zhang Bei heard Jiang Nanzhou say that he wanted to go to the island to see it, and Zhang Bei said directly, "I'll go with you. There were wild boars on that island. I don't know if there are any left." Jiang Nanzhou asked curiously when he heard this. "Fourth uncle, how do you know there are wild boars on the island? Didn't they all say there are man-eating monsters on the island?" Zhang Bei said with a smile, "When I was little didn't I hear this rumor? I went to Moon Island to explore. When I came back I told your great-grandfather that there were wild boars on that island, not man-eating monsters. But your great-grandfather didn't believe me and even chipped me." Grandpa Jiang, who heard this, said, "Anyway, you all be careful when you go to the island. When I was a kid I heard of people being eaten by the monsters on the island. So if it's really a wild boar they won't recognize it." Fatty heard them and said, "I'll go too then. I'm quite curious about that island. And nothing can happen with you two around anyway." The little fat boy who was concentrating on drying his rice heard this and said, "I'll go too. And take me and my brother with me," Fatty said with a tiger face. The little chubby baby deflated at that and said, "If you don't take me, you don't take me. It's okay for me and my brother to play over here." After dinner they were all suited up, all wearing long-sleeved dress pants. Luckily, Fatty always kept fishing equipment in his trunk, as well as sun-protective clothing and long pants and sneakers, or else Jiang Nanzhou could really find out clothes and pants suitable for Fatty's body type in their house. They were just about to set off when Zhang Yuan happened to come to their house to skulk around, and when he learned that they were going to that island of Jiang Nanzhou's, he busied himself by saying to Jiang Nanzhou, "Take me one too. I'm going home to change." Zhang Yuan ran towards home after saying this. They weren't in a hurry anyway, so they waited here for Zhang Yuan for a while, and it didn't take long for Zhang Yuan to come. Zhang Nanzhou directly drove the luxury yacht given to him by Zhang Yuan, and before he left, he also deliberately went to the South Bay One to get some food over, in case he couldn't return at noon. It's still a pretty quick drive. It's only 15 minutes from their side to Moon Island. This island is surrounded by sandy beaches and coconut groves, and it looks fine from a distance, but when they get on the island, when they look inside, they are all densely packed with trees. Fatty said to Zhang Yuan, who was walking on the side, "Don't you feel eerie in there?" Zhang Yuan rolled his sleeves up and said to Fatty, "Look, I'm sweating my ass off." Chapter 256, The Island is Clean. Zhang Bei said to them with a smile, "You're all big men afraid of nothing. Go ahead and look inside." Now Zhang Nanzhou is not think so much. He thought in his heart of the matter of the country father with him can really not thin just so many trees on the island also have to sell a lot of money It just so happened that it was almost the sea closure period and they could still make a trip out to sea. Then there would be just enough time after that for him to plan the island. He had a machete in his hand in front of him to clear the way. It was so primitive. There wasn't even a trail. The good thing was that the island wasn't very big. They could pretty much walk around in a day. There are no hills on the island, just trees, and there are many birds in the woods. But Zhang Nanzhou scared them away when they came over. Luckily, this island wasn't like the one Egg had taken him to, and they hadn't seen a single snake in over an hour of walking. Animal droppings were not seen, nor were there any tracks of wildlife surviving. Zhang Bei said to Zhang Nanzhou, "This island of yours is so clean. You haven't seen any animals yet, except birds." Now both Fatty and Zhang Yuan were not afraid. After all, they were not seeing anything. After walking for a while longer, the fat man panted and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "I can't, take a break and rest." When he finished he sat down holding onto a large tree. Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Fatty, "I say big brother, you this physical strength also cannot this is not even let you climb the mountain. Just tired like this Fatty said to Zhang Yuan, "I played much better than usual today. I haven't climbed a mountain in what must be 30 years, and I can't climb that thing." Zhang Nanzhou said to them, "You guys take a break over here. I'll take a look around." Zhang Bei lit a cigarette and said to Zhang Nanzhou, Go ahead. We'll travel less if you go and see. Keep your knife handy and be safe." Zhang Nanzhou took the wood chopper and headed to the side. Luckily, there wasn't a high density of trees over there, and there weren't a lot of weeds, so he could walk with a lot of ease. There was also a huge tree over there, the biggest one Zhang Nanzhou had seen on this island. He set the wood chopper aside, and he began to climb the tree with his bare hands. Climbing the tree was a real test of stamina, and he climbed as high as he could hold him. He stood on the branch of a tree. The whole island had a great view. This island was really clean, and he didn't see the wild boar that Zhang Bei said. I guess it's extinct now, since he didn't find fresh water on the island. For they found a dry freshwater creek not much farther in. Not a bit of water left, just a few marks. He got down from the tree and went to find Zhang Bei and the others. Zhang Bei said after seeing Zhang Nanzhou return, "Anything?" Zhang Nanzhou said, "I just climbed a tree to go. Stood above the tree the whole island to see clearly. There is no fresh water. I guess those wild boars are dead." Zhang Bei said, "I feel the same way. So let's go around the island again, we'll head back." It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they came out of the woods on the island. Fatty said, "Damn, finally out. I'm starving. Do we go back to eat or eat on the boat? Hurry up and fix me something to eat." Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Let's just eat on the boat and I'll make you seafood noodles." Seafood noodles? When they boarded the boat, they saw Zhang Nan boat bring over some noodles, and they didn't see any seafood? Zhang Yuan asked curiously, "Where's the seafood?" Zhang Bei smiled and said to Zhang Yuan, "We're on the beach, so the seafood can't be less." Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Bei, "Still, my fourth uncle is smart." Fatty said with disappointment, "I thought you really took seafood. If you catch it now, when can we eat it?" Zhang Nanzhou said to Fatty, "Just look at that little sandbag on the beach in front of you. There's seafood under that one." Fatty looked around and didn't see the small sandbag that Zhang Nanzhou said. Where is it?" Zhang Yuan was sharp-eyed. He saw Zhang Nanzhou when he finished speaking. He saw that Fatty didn't see it and walked straight over. "Here it is." After saying this, Zhang Yuan reached out and peeled away that sandbag. Just below the sandbag is a large moon shell. There were quite a few more of these sandbags in their neighborhood, and Fatty went to dig one up as well, and also dug up a moon shell, which was even bigger than the one Zhang Yuan had dug up. Fatty said smilingly to Zhang Bei and Zhang Nanzhou, who were still standing, "You also hurry to dig. This time the moon shells can be fat. More whole a while to cook noodles to eat." Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile, "You guys just dig this here, and I'll see if there's anything else." After saying this he walked along the seashore. Not far Jiang Nanzhou saw a coconut shell. He turned the coconut shell over to take a look. There is really something inside. Hidden in the coconut shell is octopus. Jiang Nanzhou gave a key out to see. A gu, or two. It is estimated to be in the relationship. Then take them all, so they can share in the good times and the bad. Jiang Nanzhou walked for a while and found 2 crabs. The size is not small. He directly took off the body sunscreen clothing, pocketing these with sun suits. Jiang Nanzhou picked up a few more large crabs before going back, and they had already dug up a small pile of moon shells on their side. Now Jiang Nanzhou seemed to know why this island was called Moon Island, but he didn't realize there was so much over here when he came to this island before. Jiang Nanzhou said to them, "Come on, stop digging. These are enough." Zhang Yuan said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Digging this stuff is a real addiction. It's so rewarding." Fatty also said, "How are you going to develop this island? When the time to get good I brought your sister-in-law to dig. She loves to organize these things. Picking mushrooms and digging wild vegetables she can be addicted to a day. I brought her to our side for the first time. Then she will be fine to pull me to catch the sea. The key to the 2 of us are not catching the sea material," and did not catch anything. Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Fatty, "How to develop I haven't thought about it yet. When sister-in-law wants to come you can bring her here and it won't be over." After the boat Jiang Nan boat began to cook noodles for them. Fortunately there is a big pot on the boat. Do not look at the 4 of them. Noodles that if you cook less than simply not enough to eat. The noodles weren't even cooked yet and Fatty was gagging hard. This craftsmanship is so good. I feel old and happy just smelling this. Zhang Yuan also said, "I'm really impressed with brother Nanzhou's craftsmanship. If he opened a noodle shop I could eat noodles for 3 meals a day." Jiang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan, "Don't be poor. If you open a noodle shop you'll probably have to run away after eating for 3 days in a row. Hurry up and find me a few small pots. Let's eat in pots. 1 for each of us." Chapter 257, to Moon Island. After the seafood pasta was cooked, they all concentrated on drying the rice and no one spoke. Fatty said after picking up that little pot of his and taking the last sip of his soup, "Oh my goodness. This is so good. I can't wait to eat it with the pot." Jiang Nanzhou said as he took a sip of water, "Is it that much of a stretch? Do you need me to teach you how to make it? By the time you want to eat it, you'll have made it yourself at home." Fatty said, shaking his head, "You just teach me. I can't learn can't do you this flavor. You taught me to do that spicy marinated small seafood last time. I went home and really tried it, and the taste that came out of it is not comparable to yours at all. Anyway, your sister-in-law and the little fat baby said that I don't taste good." Jiang Bei said, "I also made it taste different from what he taught me, and Toots didn't like it, and said that my brother made it." Zhang Yuan put down his chopsticks and said, "This cooking is also about talent. My mom has been taking recipes and cooking classes for so many years, but it's just particularly difficult to cook." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "I'll tell you what. From now on, tell me what you want to eat in advance, and I'll make it for you if I have the time." Jiang Bei heard this and said, "You're busy enough as it is in one day. Why don't you cook less from now on and save us from getting addicted to it?" Fatty said, "Ugh, I'm addicted to it now, and I don't feel good about eating anyone else's cooking anymore." After they finished eating, Jiang Nanzhou drove the yacht around the island again before they called home. This will be Tootsie and the little chubby baby playing at the beach. There are quite a few kids at the beach today on the weekend. Jiang Nanzhou when they went they all piled up a big sandcastle. Fatty looked at the time, it was getting late, and was about to leave with the little fat baby. Jiang Nan boat also took a big emperor crab and a dragon pontoon and a box of blue dragon. Fat brother did not and Jiang Nan boat polite. If other he can be polite. But this is food Fat brother simply cannot refuse. When it was time to leave, the 2 little ones, Tootsie and chubby baby, were back in the life and death drama. It took them a lot of effort to give it a rest. After Fatty and the others left, Jiang Bei and Su Yaowei took Duda back to take a bath, getting all sandy on the beach. Zhang Yuan also went home to have a video conference, and Jiang Nanzhou looked at the fact that there was still a little time before their family had dinner, so he went to the beach behind the fishery. He was trying to see how the baby seal was doing, and to get to know the family. Jiang Nanzhou saw when he walked on the beach behind the fishing ground, there were several seals lying on the beach, but Gangnam boat just watched from the sidelines as they sprawled comfortably on the beach. He's afraid he'll scare them off if he suddenly goes over there. However, there was a baby seal that had just come ashore from the sea, and its eyes lit up when it saw Jiang Nanzhou, and it ran over to Jiang Nanzhou's side. Running to Jiang Nanzhou's side, he even arched Jiang Nanzhou's hand with his head. Jiang Nanzhou could recognize this one as the rescued baby seal. Touching the baby seal's head, he replaced a bottle of marine life nutrient solution from his space and fed it to the baby seal. The baby seal barked a few times at the seal colony over there when he finished drinking the marine life nutrient solution. The seals all ran towards Jiang Nanzhou's side after hearing the baby seal's cry. to Jiang Nanzhou's side were topped with big round eyes, looking at him adorably. Jiang Nanzhou then realized what the barking of the baby seal just now meant. He smiled and took out quite a few marine life nutrients directly from his space and fed them all one. Maybe they were all particularly happy to drink the marine life nutrient solution, and they just pampered and rolled around and acted cute on the side of Jiang Nan boat. And they're all very tame, and one seal mom even pushed her pup in front of Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou didn't see this little guy just now, so he took out another bottle of marine life nutrient solution from his space and fed it to that little cub. Just then, Egg came up from the sea as well, but the seals weren't afraid of Egg. It was like they were all familiar with it. Egg pushed away the seals that surrounded Jiang Nanzhou and arched Jiang Nanzhou's hand. Jiang Nanzhou felt funny. There were times when he couldn't find the egg on the beach and called out to it and it didn't come out. But just turn on the marine biological nutrient at the beach and it's sure to show up. He only knew that a sea turtle's sense of smell, in the sea, was very sharp, but it couldn't be smelled from so far away. This is unscientific. Then Jiang Nanzhou thought for a second. Also, more unscientific things have been encountered by him. What is this? When it was already dark, Jiang Nanzhou received a call from Jiang mother asking him to come home for dinner. The food was on the table when he arrived home, and his grandfather took it to accompany his second grandfather in his room. Jiang father asked Jiang Nanzhou during the meal, "Did you guys find anything on Moon Island?" Both Grandma Jiang and Mother Jiang were also curious when this was mentioned. Jiang Nanzhou swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, "There's nothing on the island. Not even that wild boar my second uncle was talking about." Jiang mother thought of the previous rumors and said, "I don't know who rumored that there are man-eating monsters on that island. The whole thing is that no one dares to go near that island." Grandma Jiang put down her chopsticks and said, "That is several decades ago. Before the island are rumored to have man-eating monsters, but that old Lu head of his old man do not believe in evil. To go over there to pick up seafood went into the forest. There encountered a monster. The old Lu had to bring him back when the whole person is like a blood gourd. Are cool. And then later on no one has been over there." Jiang mother thought of Jiang Nanzhou as a child and said, "I'm a man who doesn't beat his children easily. Just the worst beating you got when you were an hour or the time you kids paddled out to that island." Jiang Nanzhou had an impression of this matter, because he hadn't gotten out of bed for 2 days, and he had been lying at home for 2 days. His mom was whipped with his dad's belt. That's what hurt. He hasn't been to that Moon Island since. Grandma Jiang asked Jiang Nanzhou with some concern, "You've traveled all over? You didn't find anything on the island?" Jiang Nanzhou said, "Well, there's nothing. There's no fresh water on the island. The only creek is dry. Unless a sea monster could survive there. If it was a wild animal or something it would have died of thirst." Jiang father said with a smile, "You are listening to the wind is rain. The only dead is that old Lu head of his old man. Maybe he climbed a tree to pull out a bird's nest, fell down and died, and then was gnawed by the wild boar. Sesame seed grain, small things have to pass into a watermelon so big." Grandpa Jiang, who happened to come out from second Grandpa Jiang's room, heard Jiang father's words and for once in a rare moment, agreed and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Your dad is right. And maybe it's just the rumor that it's evil, because I've been there too." Chapter 258 8 Fishing Boats. Jiang Nanzhou asked his grandfather curiously, "So did you encounter anything weird when you went to the island?" Grandpa Jiang said as he took a sip of tea, "Which is weird. It's just that there's nothing over there. There's not even a fart on that beach. And you can't even catch fish with a fishing net down near that island. So no one's been going over there for years." Jiang Nanzhou thought this is not right. He felt that there are quite a lot of seafood over there. And the fish goods over there are also quite big. It's possible that no one has been there for years because the ecology is better. We dug up a lot of moon shells there today, and they're all over the beach. Grandma Jiang heard this and said, "There are so many? Then wait until tomorrow and have your grandfather take me over in his boat to take a look. And I'll go dig up some moon shells and come back to make soup for you." "Those moon shells, they're great for cooking baby cabbage soup," Jiang Nanzhou said to Grandpa Jiang. "Grandpa, when you don't have anything to do today, I'm going to take you for a ride on that yacht and then you'll take my grandmother to the island in it." Grandpa Jiang heard this and said with a quick refusal, "I don't drive that much gas. It's not like I can't drive that little boat of mine." Grandma Jiang also said, "That's right. Your grandfather and I will drive a small boat over there. Just drive that yacht of yours over there. Can buy how many moon shells? Have that kind of money to do what is not good." Just then Jiang Nanzhou's phone rang. It was the shipyard's boss Wang who called him. Jiang Nanzhou had just picked up the phone when he heard boss Wang's middle heavy voice over there. "Older brother, 8 fishing boats have been built, and the documents have all been issued. Are you free today? Are you free today? Come and take a look? That's something to be happy about. After waiting so long, it's finally all built." "Okay brother Wang, I'll be there in a while." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nanzhou made another call to Jiang Nanhai and asked him to go over with him today. After all, the final payment has not yet been settled. The fishing boats are now understaffed. and recruitment has been completed on their island, and the staff has been finalized. Still missing those crew. Jiangnan boat intends to recruit externally. He posted a video directly to his Shake Shack account with the HR department's email address for them to submit their resumes, but it was also specifically marked that the sea would be closed soon, so their check-in dates were all 10 days before the sea opened. It's that you can't come on board until 3 months later. Leave that hiring stuff to the personnel side. When Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai arrived in the city, they went directly to Boss Wang's shipyard. Boss Wang warmly greeted them when he saw them coming. "You two got here fast. Go go go. I'll show you the boat." Jiang Nanzhou personally went up to each fishing boat and inspected it. "That's a really nice job. The ship's name and number have been sprayed on." Jiang Nanzhou is very satisfied, said to Boss Wang, "Brother Wang, you guys are really high quality. I can't pick a single fault." Boss Wang said with a smile, "It's not your ship, old brother, so it's all under my personal control, so you can all rest assured." Jiang Nanzhou said, "Must be reassuring. When can we drive off?" Boss Wang said atmospherically, "You can drive away now, and I'll arrange for someone to drive it to the Jiangjia village pier for you later." Jiang Nanzhou said, "That would be great." Jiang Nanhai smiled back, "It's still Brother Wang that your side is so efficient, so fast. I'll call you with the final payment today." Boss Wang said with a smile, "That's all, in no hurry. You guys can call whenever it's convenient on your end." Boss Wang also recognizes all of their character, so he is not in a hurry for this money. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Brother Wang, this money will come to you today. After all, your side uses money very much." Boss Wang originally wanted to invite them to dinner at noon, but Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai politely declined. After all, the new boat back to the captains of the groups have to be arranged, as well as the distribution of personnel, procurement of supplies on the fishing boat. Jiang Nanzhou was trying to make a profit before the sea was closed. After all, facing a 3-month sea closure, he had to get some more stock out. Jiangnan Boat's 8 fishing boats sailed back that scene, not to mention how grand. A total of 10 fishing boats, a yacht, were neatly parked at the dock, and at the very edge there was a small, broken boat of Grandpa Jiang, but now it was blocked by the fishing boats of Jiangnan Boat and could not be seen at all. The scene attracted a lot of tourists and villagers to take pictures. Some of the village ants said with envy, "This old Zhang's family boy is really rich." Before they all said that dry fishing boats do not work, do not earn money. I tell you, that is, they do not work. You look at others. That's it. This is really people have that earning life. I can hear every time back to get a lot of big goods. The original my family that is in the town of a fishing boat as a crew. He said, the old Zhang family that boy, this a boat fish catch can be more than the original. He worked on the boat a number of times. Hasn't my son been working abroad? This time he is also coming back to be a crew member, saying that what he earns on the Zhang family ship can be much more than what he earns from working. Look at the mix of people. It's really enviable. Grandpa Jiang and the others also came to the pier to have a look around, and many of the villagers said congratulations to them, and that their children had a future and so on. Jiang father couldn't stop smiling. His only regret was that he was seasick. Jiang Nanzhou in the afternoon directly asked Jiang's second uncle, and Jiang Bei, to go to his home, to talk about the distribution of personnel. Uncle Jiang Air also brought over a big book on purpose. In the past, no matter what Jiang Nanzhou said, he would use the book to write it down. He was afraid that he would forget if he had a bad memory at his age. The names of the captains of the various fishing boats were also finalized. The 2 fishing boats were a group, and the only 2 people who had been tentatively appointed as group leaders were Zhang Tianfu and Lin Weiye. The rest would wait for the fishing break. Jiang Nanzhou planned to have a test. Whoever was capable would be the leader of the group. The captains of the remaining 8 fishing boats were also finalized, all experienced veterans, and it was also given a co-captain, so that the 2 of them could work shifts. Tomorrow Jiang Nanzhou and also Jiang Bei, 2 people to purchase, so that Uncle Jiang, 2 uncle to the island, recruited these new crew members training. Jiangnan Boat also arranged an occupation for Jiang Wei afterward. That is, the back kitchen of these fishing boats are under his control. He needs to customize the menu on a daily basis, as well as purchase dishes and things for the back of the house. The next day they all went into action and started buying in bulk. Every time a delivery car comes, it's a van, and it's been coming for I don't know how many trips over the course of the day. Older crew members who were resting at home volunteered to help. The happiest one is the brother-in-law of the owner of the tackle store, who was the one who delivered the oil in the beginning. Chapter 259, the last trip before the sea closure. Because of the delivery of oil to the Jiangnan boat, he is now more and more work, directly to the 3 large tanker trucks. He is not less earned, and now a lot of fishing boats, hearing that he delivers oil to the Jiangnan boats, have started looking for him. That's why every time he came to Jiangjia village to deliver oil, his face smiled like a flower. Makes a lot of oil dealers envy him. That's why he also gave Jiangnan boat a lower fuel price than other fishing boats. And Jiangnan boat they now fishing boat with fishing nets, fishing gear and so on are from the city's factory side directly take goods. Like crab cages, shrimp cages, those are customized by Jiangnan boat in advance and manufacturers. This busy day has not yet finished purchasing. Jiangwei side is also in full swing. On their ship to purchase those oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar and so on, are almost to empty the stock of Auntie Zhang's house. At the end of the night Jiangwei took a bunch of tickets to the store to get reimbursed by the finance. In the past, we used to get reimbursement from Jiang Ershu, and then Jiang Ershu would take the ticket to the store in town for reimbursement. But now there are too many tickets. So Jiang Nanzhou let him take the ticket directly to the town for reimbursement, so that Jiang Ershu would be more relaxed. Grandma Jiang and also Mother Jiang, they both originally wanted to go to the ship to help, but the crew all took the work on all of them. Even cleaning didn't use them. Jiang Nanzhou let them go home. After all, they were enough for these people. It took until the next night to fully equip the 8 fishing boats. When Enlichu came over in the evening, Jiang Nanzhou and the others were still busy on the boat. It was so hard for Jiangnan boat to come back. Enlichu was about to fall asleep. After the two of them worked for a while, Jiang Nanzhou saw that Enlichu was asleep, so he put on his robe and went to the study. He started to write the plan for the sea voyage. After all, it was the last one before the sea closure period. It wasn't until late at night that Jiang Nanzhou went back to his room to sleep with his arms around Enrishu. After breakfast early the next morning, Jiang Nanzhou sent the seagoing plan to their work group. The date for sailing was set for tomorrow, and today they were told to all get ready ahead of time. The fishing moratorium is still half a month away, so the maximum length of their trip to sea this time is no more than half a month. They had to get back before the fishing moratorium. After the fishing moratorium ended, Jiang Nanzhou was going to start studying that Moon Island. After all this time, he had unlocked quite a few fry in his marine prestige store. Although his reputation value points were getting higher, he was still quite far from unlocking it. I don't draw for him anymore either lately. It's really catching on. At that time the broken pirate ship was also lent to the National Museum. Let them go to the exhibition first. Have finished communicating with that side. By the time his side of the exhibition hall is built, then give the ship back. It is also fortunate that they gave the loan away. Otherwise he would have no place to put it. After all, there is still so much gold in there. It is inevitable that there will be some people who will have crooked thoughts before borrowing before the National Museum side has given the inventory. When sent back is also convenient. Jiang Nanzhou their side inventory. Today Jiangnan boat is going to prepare some things for tomorrow's new ship sailing ceremony. The two of them, he and John's father, went to the town together to make purchases. The trunk and back seat were piled high with stuff when I got back. Jiang father said with a sigh, "It's just nice to have a big car. It can haul a lot more than my smaller tricycle can." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "My car is a lot bigger than my mom's car. And if you can learn to drive and get your license, you can have my car." Jiang father rolled his eyes and said, "I would have taken the test long ago if I could have taken it down. Just the questions your mom answered. I know some of them, but I didn't have anyone to read them to me when I got to the test, and some of the words I really didn't know." Jiang Nanzhou encouraged Jiang father and said, "I see you weren't learning to recognize words there some time ago. Don't you know quite a few words too?" Jiang father sighed and said, "Just started to recognize. Recognize, not 2 days to forget. Besides, I cannot finish a day's work. How to have time to learn? This your mother also ordered a litter of piglets with someone else. Alas, my work pressure is also quite big." Jiang Nanzhou really do not want to say his father what, because his grandfather and grandmother and his mother also helped to do the work assigned to his father. There really is not much, but his father work grinding and lazy. They all know him this, so they work at home or divided labor. Who fixed what to do? The work is done on the end of the job. Originally, it was Jiang mother and Jiang father who did the work, but this year, they caught a lot of chickens, ducks and geese, and Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang all helped out. Jiangnan boat has been trying to let them hire people to do, but they always say they can only dry over. Do not want to spend money. Wait until after the back of the mountainside are built. After Jiangnan also intends to give them to expand the scale of it, then certainly have to hire, or they really cannot do over. Early the next morning, Jiangnan boat went to worship Mazu and went to the shrine to offer incense before going to the pier. At that moment, John's father had already set up the offering table and firecrackers. Jiangnan boat was already crowded with villagers and tourists when he arrived at the pier. It was a clear day. The sun was high in the sky. Everyone had a smile on their face and it was a hilarious scene. Until Grandpa Jiang pulled up his voice and shouted, "The auspicious time has come to fire the cannon." Jiang father's side then already lit firecrackers. Jiang Nanzhou's side began to incense. The tourists and villagers on the sidelines were saying good luck words like make a fortune and be peaceful to Jiang Nanzhou. After Jiangnan boat boarded the boat, 10 fishing boats simultaneously sounded their sirens. That scene was particularly spectacular. Uncle Jiang Er looked at the little dots walking side by side on the satellite map and said to Jiang Bei, "It also feels too good. When we used to see the city's team, we were especially envious. I never thought I would one day be able to drive the lead boat." Jiang Bei said to his second brother, "You're borrowing from someone else's boat. Otherwise you'd have a lot of eyes on this position." Uncle Jiang Er said, "That's true. It's still my great-nephew who's great. If it wasn't for him I'd be on someone else's ship right now doing vigorous work. How could I live the good life I'm living now?" Jiang Bei said to Uncle Jiang Er, "That's not because you love to toss. Xiao Hai used to earn quite a bit of money. Now he earns even more. You can now retire and enjoy your happiness." Hearing this, Uncle Jiang Er said, "What retirement? How old am I? I still want to save more money for Xiao Hai. When he and Xiao Yu get married there will be a lot of places to use money. And then there will be children. That will all cost money." Jiang Bei thought about it also. After having a child can think a lot. Just want to save more for the child. After all, he is now also this idea. When his son grows up in the future if he goes to the big city development, in the marriage there to marry a daughter-in-law shall not buy a house. Now the price of housing can be really high, outrageous. It's better to work hard to earn money. Although he has some savings, he'll have to spend a lot on building a house in a while. Chapter 260, So much rubbish. Jiang Bei felt more responsible now that he was a husband and father. But he is joyful and not burdened. Jiang Bei and second uncle Jiang talked about building a house, and they were chatting when Jiang Nanzhou came over. "Uncle too, tell them to raise all the flags." Upon hearing Jiang Nanzhou's instructions Uncle Jiang Er immediately notified the captains of the ships. Jiang Nanzhou directly climbed up to the topmost deck, and his heart felt open when he saw those other 9 fishing boats with brightly colored national flags on them from the South Bay one. Suddenly he wanted to share this goodness. He hadn't been on the air for days. The very next day after signing the donation ceremony, he posted the look of the villagers interacting with the tourists, especially editing the clip, which he purposely labeled as what young people should look like nowadays. Those few college students who gave up their seats to the village elders gave them gifts when Jiang Nanzhou was leaving. After that video was sent out, Jiang Nanzhou hung on the hot search for several more days, and Manhwa.com even specifically praised Jiang Nanzhou by name. Recently, Jiang Nanzhou had really been on the hot search frequently, and his reputation value was getting higher and higher, so it was estimated that it wouldn't take much longer for him to unlock something new. There's still a part of the internet that calls him Islander now. Jiang Nanzhou took out the drone live broadcasting equipment, and after connecting it to his cell phone, he opened the live broadcasting room. The live stream flooded in the moment it opened. "You guys got here real quick. Hello everyone, haven't seen you in days. I'll show you my new boat." Jiang Nanzhou directly adjusted the lens of the live drone equipment after saying this. Let the live drone equipment fly higher and farther so that the netizens in the broadcast room can see a little more clearly. Blue sky, blue sea, white fishing boats, bright red flag. The netizens who watched the live broadcast were in a feverish state. It doesn't compare to the NRA fleet, but it's got that feel to it. It's so handsome too. It's spectacular. I don't even know what words to use. Brother fisherman, I signed up to be a crew member too. Can you give me a back door? I want to get on your boat. Brother fisherman is really you. I saw 10 points in the satellite positioning. The formation is the same as yours. I didn't think I'd run into brother fisherman by chance in the sea. He. Finally that netizen said I also send out my own sea label. And after Gangnam saw his position said, "That second Navy Maharaja brother, that location you posted should be near us." What a coincidence. Jiang Nanzhou was also amused by the name of this netizen. They fishermen are then often called the second navy. Chinese fishermen are patriotic, but also not afraid of things. So it made sense to be called the second navy. Except that as they were all unarmed and unarmed. This time Jiang Nanzhou still decided to go to the open sea. But when he met the marine police at sea for a routine inspection, that marine police said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Those of you who know you're a fishing boat. Those of you who don't think you're going out for a dry run. And this guy, the whole thing is really spectacular." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "It's a peaceful time now. What's the point of fighting? But we'll all be able to get on if it comes to a real fight." Their conversation amused the netizens on the air. That marine marshal uncle is so cute too. Don't really say. As far as brother fisherman is concerned, they go out to fight with a pretty high force value. I just watched it for real. Brother fisherman still has water cannons on his South Bay one, and that thing is no less powerful. Give me a fishing boat. I want to take an island. Why don't brother fisherman and the others go over to Shark Island? The little days have been too rampant lately, and they say that Shark Island is theirs. And there are warships over there every day. Jiang Nanzhou also recently saw that news. That gang of shameless small countries net hole those on the stage things. Day after day. You're going to do all that dirty stuff. Their current location is not far from Shark Island, but that side is not in Jiang Nanzhou's planned route. When there is an opportunity in the future he will definitely go there to sneak around. They were just coming out of the open sea just as their what-ifs were taking in their first net. The nets are closed, so I'll take you to the trusty nets, just to show you again what you can get on today, and give you a perk. When the netizens heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, the gifts were swiped even faster. The moment the mesh pocket was opened, the net was a little disappointed, because this mesh pocket is mostly junk. Jiang Nanzhou looked at the garbage and felt strange. It is reasonable to say that there cannot be so much garbage. They also came to this side before. That time there is not so much garbage. It is estimated that the typhoon brought over again. Fish and shrimp weren't plentiful today either. But the good thing is that the ones that were on today were some spot prawns, and they were pretty big. Jiang Nanzhou said to the netizens in the live broadcast, "For you guys just smoke spot prawns today. I'll send out a goodie bag in a while. 100 spots total. How about £2 a person? Live on the public screen. It's so touching that Brother Fisherman would even give us this much left. Or it's okay if you don't post it, Brother Fisherman. We'll wait until the next night for you to post it. Enough is enough. £2 is enough for our family. It's not a lot. How can I have one of the 100 slots? Brother Fisherman, when the time comes you will send me a shrimp. I just want to feel the joy of winning the lottery. I'm the same. I've been in this live room since the first day Brother Fisherman started broadcasting. I've been in this live room all the time. The key is that I haven't won a single prize. If it wasn't for the fact that my wife has won, I would have suspected that there is a shady business." Jiang Nanzhou felt that the netizens in his live room were all quite cute. He went straight to a goodie bag with 100 spots in it. £2 of spot prawns for one. It's the same old rule. It opens in 10 minutes. Each of their ships has a special garbage storage room, but according to each net on so much garbage, his storage room cannot be loaded. Just then the Jiangnan boat's watchtower came from Uncle Jiangye's voice. Also said it was the other fishing boats above the trawl are quite a lot of garbage. To be more than 2 times more than usual. More than. Their current position is where the high seas meet our waters. Jiang Nanzhou this also did not find the reason. It can only wait and see. Their trawl had just been collected and the new net had not yet gone down when Jiang Nanzhou and the others saw a boat ahead of them, which at that time was dumping garbage down the river. Jiang Nanzhou did not expect just enough for them to run into the culprit. Originally thought it was a typhoon blowing over the garbage, but did not expect it to be man-made. Angry, he ran straight to the cabin and shouted at the ship with a megaphone. "The boat that's dumping the trash in front of you, please stop what you're doing." Chapter 261, full of passion. That ship turned around and tried to run when it heard Jiangnan boat shout, and it was quite fast. Jiang Nanzhou directly took over the console and chased after him. Several other fishing boats followed suit when they saw the South Bay one in action. The netizens in the live room were dumbfounded. What the TNND is going on here? I can't believe there are people deliberately dumping garbage into the sea. Upstairs this is no longer as simple as dumping garbage in the ocean. This is dumping garbage in front of our house, just short of throwing it in the house. What country's ship is this? There doesn't seem to be a flag on board either. I have a feeling that appearing in this location would be a small day country. Give me the chase. We must catch these gangs. Isn't this deliberately destroying the marine environment? Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou. That ship seems to have been converted from a warship that was phased out in a small-time country. Jiang Nanzhou said, "It's those Yakuza. Seeing as they're about to enter the waters of the small days. Uncle Zhang's side has reported to the sea police. I did not expect the sea police to arrive quite quickly. Came a lot of sea police ships. Their boats were much faster than the fishing boats and went straight to stop the boat that was dumping garbage into the sea at that time." The moment he saw the basket, Jiang Nanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily we didn't let those grandsons get away. Kudos to our China Marine Police." Jiangnan boat stopped after the boat. The Marine Police on their boat routine inquiries. In accordance with the requirements of the Marine Police, Jiangnan boat to turn off the live broadcast. At the same time he gave the Marine Police a copy of the video they found of the boat dumping garbage at this time. It was only after the Marine Police had left that Jiang Nanzhou reopened the live broadcast. The moment his live stream opened, a large number of netizens flooded in. The scene of the Marine Police enforcing the law just now is also too handsome. Of course, our fisherman brother is also very handsome. Finally know why the country father will give the fisherman brother reward a sea island. On this awareness is really high. Not the slightest hesitation. Directly after it. That scene just now was also too hot-blooded, really envious of Brother Fisherman's life. I feel that if Brother Fisherman was in the ancient times, he would definitely be a chivalrous man. Or the kind of chivalrous man who practiced chivalry and righteousness. It's disgusting how some countries can't get along themselves and don't want others to get along. Alas, you look at their current behavior, nasty and shameless. But now there are also a lot of young people are still particularly yearning for that little country of life. Really do not know how to think. Really let the forefathers cold hard John Nanzhou also do not understand why so many young people are now to promote those foreign cultures. Their own countries have not studied to understand. Day after day, the whole of those useless. He's still living too comfortably. When collecting the second trawl, there was significantly less trash, and John Nanzhou's mood was finally relieved. This time to make up a lot of big pippin shrimp. John Nan boat directly to send another 100 places. A place 8 pippin shrimp. John Nanzhou went off the air after the lucky bag was opened, and Jiang Bei said to John Nanzhou when he finished eating, "You're on the hit list again. Your fourth aunt told me about it just now, saying that the internet is full of compliments about you." Uncle Jiang Air said as well, "Our fishing fleet is completely famous. They've pulled me down to the Chinese fishing fleet. Are you in or am I pulling you in?" John Nanzhou heard this and busily said, "Second uncle, you're fine there. You don't have to pull me into the group. Just let me know if there's any important news when the time comes." At night John Nanzhou found a disdainful point and directly left 2 fishing boats there. After all, there are only so many crabs over there. It is a waste to leave so many boats. Some of the boats now had fish detectors installed on them, so John Nanzhou told them all to go in groups. South Bay 1 also took the new fishing boats with them, and they all went their separate ways once they were all instructed to do so. They'd be more efficient if they were separated, and 2 fishing boats together would be plenty. And John Nanzhou had a target. This time his target was the red hair crab. There were some customers in the store who specifically named them and gave them a high price, so John Nanzhou wanted to take his chances and see if he could come across them. Have not yet encountered red hair crabs at John Nan boat. They encountered a lobster group, and the size is relatively large. John Nan boat, this is impossible to let go. Directly informed the second uncle John stopped the boat on this side under the shrimp cage. And John Nanzhou's target was not just these lobsters, because he looked at a few tin containers not far below. This is something that is redeemable for money in his garbage collection space. After the shrimp cage was lowered over there, John Nanzhou changed into a diving suit. When Uncle Jiang Air saw it, he said a word to John Nanzhou to be careful and said nothing else. If Uncle Jiang Air saw John Nanzhou going down to the sea at night in the past, he would have to follow and worry about it again. But now he's all used to it. The egg swam over after John Nanzhou went down to the sea, but it had been waiting for this 2-legged beast master to feed it. John Nanzhou felt that the egg had grown a little bit more, and he was wondering if he should control it and give the egg less marine life nutrient solution. On the contrary, when I saw the anxious little look of the egg, I'd better forget about it, or else the egg would have to be very sad if I didn't give it. John Nanzhou changed a marine life nutrient solution from the system and fed it to the egg. Eggs was happy again, spinning in circles. Only after the egg had finished spinning in circles did John Nanzhou lead him to dive downward. John Nanzhou also took a net pocket when he went down to the sea, because he also saw that there were quite a lot of big sea snails underneath. The conch on this side of the high seas is really big, and a lot of them can be made into sashimi. John Nanzhou swam to the edge of that container with egg. The door of the container was open and there was nothing inside. It was all empty. There was also a large container that even hid a large octopus, which was much bigger than the one Zhang Yuan had caught, completely like a deep-sea beast. John Nanzhou felt that this big octopus had to be at least 50 to 60 pounds. Unfortunately John Nanzhou did not bring a fish gun with him when he came down. The fish gun in his space was put on the boat when he ran out last time. It seems that today you can only conquer this big monster with your bare hands, which if a normal person encounters a big octopus of more than 10 pounds in the deep sea, they will not dare to try easily, because the killing power of big octopus is still quite big. Once sucked in by him, it would be very hard to escape. John Nanzhou first gripped the back of the head of this big octopus, then used his mind to receive these 2 containers into the space. The big octopus, feeling his nest suddenly gone and his head yanked, flailed his legs a bit angrily. One of them had a leg full of suction cups that directly wrapped tightly onto John Nanzhou's arm. John Nanzhou forcefully pulled his arm out, pulling an octopus's leg and flinging it all over the sea. Chapter 262, Falling in Love with the Flavor. No matter how much that big octopus struggled, it was useless and was thrown around. Just as he was dying, John Nanzhou directly dragged him upstream. Egg was shocked by John Nanzhou's maneuver. This 2-legged beast master was also too violent. Even Shan fantasized about it being the one that was just thrown around. It was very scary. John Nanzhou would not care about the big conch this time, because he wanted to eat octopus sashimi. The crews who were there sorting the fishing stock were looking at it with straight eyes. John Nanzhou said to them, "We'll all go to the cafeteria for octopus sashimi later." John Nanzhou went to the kitchen after saying this, carrying the octopus. Jiang Wei, who was still studying the recipe in the kitchen, saw John Nanzhou carrying such a big guy in and said, "You're going down to the sea again, aren't you?" John Nanzhou threw this big octopus on the shore platform and asked Jiang Wei, "Can you handle a big octopus?" "No. Sashimi later." Jiang Wei put down the pen and book in his hand and said, "I have to be able to. It's something I've just recently learned." although I haven't practiced it yet. Since Jiang Wei watched Jiang Nanzhou's hand of knife skills for making bareback, he went online to learn how to do it all, and just happened to learn how to deal with the big octopus as well. Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said to Jiang Wei, "I'll leave the big guy to you then. I'll go up and take a shower." With those words he went upstairs without looking back. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, is excited to see this big guy, holding a knife to this big octopus than half a day, can be considered the first knife. By the time Jiang Nanzhou went downstairs, Jiang Wei had already broken down that big octopus and had blanched it all. Even those who make octopus sashimi must blanch all the legs of the octopus, but it doesn't have to be too long to blanch them. And the suction cups on the legs of the octopus, Jiang Wei also removed them all. Jiang Nanzhou saw those suckers and said, "You slice it there. Remember to slice it thin. I'll toss a downer with these suckers." Jiang Wei took the knife and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Why don't you cut it? If this isn't straightened out, won't it be ruined in my hands? It will be wasted by then." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "What's the waste? If you slice it thin, you eat it thin. If you slice it thick, you eat it thick. It's all eaten that way. So feel free to go under the knife." Hearing this from Jiang Nan walking, Jiang Wei could boldly go under the knife. By the time Jiang Nanzhou mixed the octopus's suckers into a small gazpacho for drinking, Jiang Wei's side had already sliced 2 plates. Lu Mingliang, who had originally gone to rest, came down to fetch a glass of water before realizing that they were busy in the kitchen. "Do you need my help?" Jiang Wei said to Lu Mingliang. "I don't need your help. Just go ahead and serve these cut up for me. Then just wait for the food later, or I'd like to go get you." Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Wei, "I've saved a plate for you for the next drink. I'll take the rest upstairs, and I'll get another plate of sashimi on it." Jiang Nanzhou said this and put the small bowl with the material sauce on the plate of sashimi, carrying the sashimi in one hand and the small gazpacho in the other, and went upstairs. He went directly to the captain's cab with these in his hands, and at this moment, Jiang Bei and Jiang Erjuan were over here. Jiang Nanzhou said to Uncle Jiang Er, "Uncle, do you want some? I just got a big octopus in the sea. It's really fresh." Uncle Jiang Er heard this and said, "If you have this good stuff, you have to drink some of it. You've brought all the food, so I'm sorry if I don't drink it. So let's drink some beer. And don't drink that messy wine of yours." After saying this, Uncle Jiang Er went to the refrigerator and took a few bottles of beer out. Jiang Bei's side had already served chopsticks and said to his second brother, "Ergo, get me a Coke." Uncle Jiang Erjuan brought Jiang Bei another bottle of ice-cold Coke and said to Jiang Bei, "Why do you keep drinking this stuff? They say it's not good. Next time you want to drink it, you might as well drink some old soda." Jiang Bei, however, didn't like to hear that his second brother was stranded there tooting his horn. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, so you guys hurry up and drink." Second Uncle Jiang said helplessly to Jiang Nanzhou, "Look at your fourth uncle. He's so old and still has no decency, and he doesn't even like to listen when you say a few words to him." Jiang Nanzhou thought, "Who do you say who loves to listen?" But his mouth said, "Don't mind so much, second uncle. Now that my fourth uncle is a father, how much it makes him lose face to keep talking about him." Uncle Jiang Erjuan got up a bottle of beer and poured himself a glass and said, Okay, I won't say anything. I won't say anything to anyone from now on. I'm not going to be obnoxious." After Uncle Jiang Er finished speaking, he took a bite of that octopus sucker that Jiang Nanzhou mixed. He instantly fell in love with the flavor. "This is so good too. What did you put in it?" Jiang Nanzhou said, "I just put some mustard on it, and some lemon juice, and a little soy sauce, and it's gone." Jiang Bei said as he took another bite of the octopus sucker, "Second brother, you just eat it and be done with it. You don't care what he puts in it, even though that's all he puts in it. And as simple as it sounds, if you were to make it, you wouldn't be able to make it taste as good as he makes it." Uncle Jiang Er is quite agreeable to Jiang Bei's words. It's like he raises fishing boats. People also raise fishing boats, and as a result, his fishing boats didn't earn any money, and other people earned so much. There's no comparison. Tonight Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Ershu didn't drink much, and one person just both drank 2 bottles of beer. Jiang Bei had also been accompanying them with drinks, and there was nothing left on the plate anyway. Jiang Nanzhou went back to his room to wash up and lay on the bed, took his phone and swiped up the news, and saw that he was on the hot search again. It's not necessarily on again. It could be that it hasn't been coming off lately. Today's hot topic is the little day that threw garbage on our side of the river was found by our fisherman Jiangnan boat and stopped in time. In the old days, Jiangnan boat's name on the hot searches was Brother Fisherman, but now it was his big name on the hot searches, and he felt like he was running out of privacy. Jiang Nanzhou also edited the handsome scene of today's discovery of that little day throwing garbage into our nearby waters, and the timely arrival of the marine police to surround that ship. Once the clip was done, he sent it directly to his account. After all, these were all positive things, and Jiang Nanzhou was now a fan of Fatherland's father. Just a few minutes after it was sent out, Jiang Nanzhou's comments had exceeded 10,000, and his likes were already closing in on 100,000. Li Dapeng happened to have just finished dinner with Zhu Nan. He sat on the sofa and swiped the video, and then he saw that the comments on the video that Brother Fisherman had just posted for a few minutes had exceeded 10,000. After watching this video and realizing it was so positive, Li Dapeng contacted their night shift operations as well, giving Brother Fisherman another boost. An hour later, the video was already on the front page of the platform, and it already had almost 200,000 comments. The likes were already approaching 1 million, especially since the official account of Huaxia News on the Douyin platform had also retweeted Jiang Nanzhou's video. Chapter 263 Notify the nearest fishing vessel. The next morning when Jiang Nanzhou woke up from his sleep, he saw a few messages on his cell phone that were sent to him by Li Dapeng. There are a few media want to give Jiang Nanzhou to do an interview, but Jiang Nanzhou directly to Li Dapeng reply are refused. Jiang Nanzhou really didn't like being chased by others asking questions very much. He came downstairs to eat just in time to run into second Uncle Jiang. I was just about to go look for you. Did you not get the handstand? Sent you a tweet and you didn't reply. Jiang Nanzhou saw his second uncle's anxious appearance, busy asking, "What's wrong? Is something wrong with one of the fishing boats?" He'd forgotten his cell phone and handheld when he came down, and was planning to go back up after dinner to get them. Uncle Jiang heard this from Jiang Nanzhou and busily said, "Can't say if it's bad. It's that I saw what looked like tuna up ahead when I was on the deck just now, but I couldn't see it too well and it was a bit too far away for the detectors to detect." Hearing this from Uncle Jiang Nanzhou was relieved. "I'll check it out." Jiang Nanzhou went straight to the deck after saying this. Uncle Jiang was still following him, binoculars still in his hand, when he walked to the edge of the deck. Before Uncle Jiang handed Jiang Nanzhou the universal telescope, Jiang Nanzhou said to Uncle Jiang, "Second uncle, hurry up and notify the 2 fishing boats to act together to lower the seine, and lower the speedboat as well. I'll go and pull the net at the same time. Also notify the 2 fishing boats close to here to let them come over." When Uncle Jiang heard this, he knew that there was a lot of goods in front of him. Also did not think Jiangnan boat even did not take the binoculars. How can you see? As far as he took the binoculars cannot see. His mind was also full of the instructions Jiang Nanzhou had just given him and immediately went to follow them. The crew members who were eating and received the news also put down the cutlery in their hands and came out directly. Each was busy with his own post, for the crab cages that had been lowered into the sea had to be collected before their boats could sail away. All hands on deck so as not to delay things, because there were new crew members on board. They were all a bit frazzled at first. Luckily, the older crew on the boat were steadier, and the older crew had participated in the last purse seine for tuna, and they were directing and teaching the new crew how to get it. Jiang Nanzhou took advantage of the effort to collect the shrimp cage. He went upstairs to change into his diving suit. After changing into wetsuits, 2 fishing boats had already pulled in their nets. Jiang Nanzhou, on the other hand, was driving a speedboat and driving tuna in this direction. Fortunately, Jiang Nanzhou's technique was very good and didn't scare these tuna into fleeing around. This time, the net around the net is much bigger. Jiang Nanzhou felt that there may not be enough time to bleed those tuna on the gar. The tuna in the nets around today were exceptionally large and most of them were bluefin tuna. All of them fine. So much tuna that it would probably fill several freezer compartments. Collecting the fish was a little slow in the beginning. After all, the new crew had to be taught a series of processes to bleed the fish until they went into the cooler. Jiang Nanzhou also did not idle. Directly hang up and open a live broadcast, the length of this month first broadcast before saying, "After all, it is with the people signed a contract." The netizens in the live chat room realized that today, Brother Fisherman didn't even have a greeting, and he just came up and hung up, but they understood when they saw the screen full of tuna. It's nice to be so busy to be able to give them a live stream so they can watch the action. Oops, watching Brother Fisherman earn money every day. I'm haunting my eyes. Do you see any fish in that sea? That's all money. It's okay, my family has a mine. I can watch live every day and not go to work. What are you talking about upstairs? Who doesn't have mines? My house has several frames. There are window frames and door frames. Well, you guys are so nice. I'm going to go out and pick up bottles or else I can't pay the internet bill. I won't be able to watch Brother Fisherman's live broadcast. Even if Jiang Nanzhou hangs up and broadcasts live, it has no effect on his live room. After all, he usually seldom interacted with the netizens in the live stream. But it's just that the hang-ups were so thorough today that I don't even have a fufu bag anymore. Manager Yang, who was originally still there in despondency, was instantly enraptured when he saw Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast. Because when he went to Jiang Nanhai yesterday to order tuna, Jiang Nanhai said that they didn't have much stock left over there. so they would try to get him more. But the goods reported to him is simply not enough to use their side for how long. Their guests are accustomed to eating this kind of wild superb now some of the farmed and general goods they do not eat. Originally, he was still despondent that the goods were only enough to sell for more than half a month, but he did not expect to see Jiang Nanzhou live streaming today to get tuna there. He directly took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Nanhai, saying that he would let him keep more goods for him when the time came, because after all, the sea would be closed soon. Jiang Nanhai's side directly replied to him with an okay, saying that he must be kept for him, and manager Yang was relieved. Our country this side of the closed sea, if the goods are not enough, then can only be imported. Then the cost will be much higher. So this time manager Yang decided to stock up a little more. He also hoped that Jiang Nanzhou would come back more often. While Jiang Nanzhou was working feverishly there, Zhang Wei's side also came out to help. Jiang Nanzhou saw Zhang Wei coming over and said to Zhang Wei, "Ask Uncle Tu if those fishing boats are far away. If they're too far away, don't come over, but if they're close, let them speed up and hurry over." When Zhang Wei heard this, he directly shouted on his handheld station. He soon got a reply from Uncle Zhang Er, saying that the 2 fishing boats that Lin Weiye had brought with him could be half an hour away from this side, and that he would be able to arrive in a while. It didn't take long for Lin Weiye and the others to arrive, and they're all set up on their ships. It's a straight shot when you get here, and on the way here, the veteran crew on their boat taught the new crew how to bleed the tuna in a series of processes. So new crews try it a few times and it's totally smooth. Actually, you don't need to have much skill to be a crew member on a ship. Most of it is manual labor. Don't look at the wages on board so high, but it's also really quite tiring. They ship so many people. Every day eat especially good, but in addition to Zhang Wei and Lu Mingliang fat, the rest of them who did not fat, the 4 boats can work together a little faster at this point. But the tuna in the purse seine is not missing at all. So you can imagine how huge the numbers are. Jiang Nanzhou was also working while reminding the crew to all pay attention to safety. If he slipped and fell, it would be hard to save him. Lu Mingliang also finished cleaning and came out to help at this moment. He knows quite a bit now. He helps out here and there when he doesn't have anything to do all day, and he knows a little bit of everything. Zhang Wei has been praising Lu Mingliang in front of Zhang Ershu and Jiang Nanzhou. Today, Zhang Wei was also planning to do more work as a diet, so he acted as the job of carrying the fish to the conveyor belt. Chapter 264, Exhausted. Zhang Wei said there while moving the fish, "This is too good to be true. Much better than fishing." Jiang Nanzhou has just finished bleeding a bluefin tuna with his hand up and down, hearing Zhang Wei's words said. The feeling of exhilaration is different. The kind of feeling you get from fishing this kind of seine can't compare. For Zhang Wei, who had no addiction to fishing or this kind of cool, after all, it was all about money. How much work that is. If you accidentally cut the line again, pulling fish up is exhausting. I do prefer this feeling. Just as they were busy, they also encountered other fishing boats from China and thought that something had happened over here. Several fishing boats got together. I didn't expect that originally theirs came in the spirit of helping, but it turned out that they realized that they were a flotilla when they took a look at the ship's number. But this kind of behavior was also something that moved Jiang Nanzhou and the others. When that fishing boat left, Jiang Nan boat said to that boat's boat, "You guys go around this way. There seems to be a school of tuna." The captain of that fishing boat was also very touched when he heard Jiang Nanzhou's words. "Thanks bro, we'll take a look around here. After all, there are rules when they are at sea, and when they see other fishing boats they have to take the initiative to stay away from them and not get too close. But the owner of this South Bay 1 boat can say that you can go around the neighborhood. It's really atmospheric." The netizens in the live room died laughing when they heard their conversation. It was meant to be a favor, but it turned out to be Versailles. But the fishermen in our country are so harmonious. Brother Fisherman is good too. If other fishing boats saw a strange fishing boat nearby they would have shouted for them to stay away. Atmosphere. Brother Fisherman is so atmospheric. Brother Fisherman is all set to get a big shipment today. Every now and then he has to give us a lucky bag. Jiang Nanzhou had now forgotten that he was on the air and had been burying his head in his work. It wasn't until lunchtime that they all took a break, and they all switched shifts. It was only during dinner that Jiang Nanzhou looked at the public screen of his cell phone. It was only when he saw someone talking about the lucky bags that he remembered to give them out. Jiang Nanzhou said to the netizens in the live broadcast, "It's the same old rule. The whole point is to give you guys benefits. I'll go find Zhang Wei to give them to you in a while." After eating he gave his cell phone directly to Zhang Wei. "Why don't you work a little less this afternoon, and give out benefits on the air at the whole time? 20 spots at a time, 2 pounds of bluefin tuna a spot." Zhang Wei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Okay, I'll take care of this one." After Jiang Nanzhou gave Zhang Wei his cell phone he went out to continue working. Originally, he used to think that he would manage on the boat Uncle Zhang Er. The crew would work, and he would fish to find the fish, but he really couldn't be idle when he saw so many bluefin tuna. That was anxious enough, the crews were even more anxious than he was, and ate extraordinarily fast. Their 4 fishing boats had been working until most of the night, and today Jiangnan boat had the longest live broadcast in recent times. After collecting these tuna, Jiangnan Zhou directly let all 4 fishing boats rest in place, letting them all have a good night's sleep. We'll resume work at noon the next day. Before going off the air, Jiangnan Zhou also gave them a big lucky bag. 3 people were drawn and given a bluefin tuna each. Brother fisherman, I really love you. I have just been cheated by the scum tens of thousands of dollars. I am feeling unlucky to the end of the house when I was surprised that I was allowed to draw a whole tuna. Instantly my mood is much better. Go for it, miss upstairs. Go for it. You're starting to turn the corner. Break the bank. Why didn't I draw it? I even stepped in dog when I was going downstairs today. I've been on the air all day. I'm envious of the winners. I didn't get to draw once. My number didn't win, but my 88-year-old grandmother's cell phone did. And hey, let my grandmother try what bluefin tuna tastes like. Jiangnan Zhou was the last one to go upstairs in the evening, but when he passed by the second floor he saw that there were already quite a few people lined up on Fan Hontao's side. He went over to take a look. Good guy. All of them have back pain and arm pain. It seems that today is to make them all tired enough. And the ones lined up over here are new crews. Some of the new crew saw Jiangnan boat over a little embarrassed. After all, are doing the same work. The old crew are fine. It is they have a lot of things. Jiangnan Zhou sensed the uneasiness of their initiative and he spoke directly. Today was a tiring enough day. I'm a bit overwhelmed. It's normal for you guys to be like this. Some of the crew members said to the Jiangnan boat. Just now, Dr. Xiao Fan gave me a few needles. I'm feeling much better. If you're not feeling well, Boss Jiang, you should let him give me a couple of needles as well. Yeah, Boss Jiang, you go first. We're not in a hurry. Jiangnan Zhou smiled and waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I'll go back to sleep and I'll be fine. You all finish early and take an early rest. If you're particularly unwell, you can talk to your second uncle tomorrow and ask for leave. When they heard Jiangnan Zhou's words, they all nodded their heads and said yes, but they wouldn't take a vacation if they were killed. So if they took a vacation, how much less money would they earn in a day? And this will soon be closed to the sea. And after it is closed to the sea, Jiangnan Zhou will only give them a subsidy of $2,000 a month. It would be nice to have the $2,000. There are a lot of fishing boats that don't get any money after the sea is closed, and it's also insured, which is a shame if they don't take advantage of the job and get fired when the time comes. They also know that the physical pain is suddenly due, so much work is not adapted to. Long time to get used to it will also be good. There really isn't a lot of manual labor on a Gangnam boat ship, to be honest, as most of it is automated now, but it was a tiring enough day just moving the fish. Who made them all so big? Jiangnan Zhou also shuffled off to sleep after returning to his room. To be honest, he also felt quite tired today, but he didn't drink the nutrient solution in order to get a good night's sleep. This sleep Jiangnan Zhou slept until after 10 o'clock. The sun was already high in the sky outside, and he shuffled straight to the captain's bridge. Second Uncle Jiang saw Jiangnan and came over to him. Yesterday came over that time enthusiastic fishing boat. I did not expect an IR group. Is the new into the group of Chinese fishermen. He was in the group, but you appraise our South Bay fleet can really become more and more famous. That captain also added me WeChat it. Specially let me convey your thanks. They also got a lot of tuna yesterday. Jiangnan Zhou smiled and said to Uncle Jiang, how big a deal is that? It's all right for fishermen to help each other on the island. Hearing this, Uncle Jiang said, there are good guys and bad guys everywhere, and right here in this group. I saw 2 fishing boats cursing over a crab spot yesterday. Chapter 265, the official commencement of operation of the foundation. Jiangnan Zhou was not expecting to really what people have. In order to a crab point can also be scolded. When Jiangnan Zhou arrived at the cafeteria, most of the people were already eating over here, because today Jiangnan Zhou purposely asked Zhang Wei to cook later, giving them a break this morning. Originally, the new crew members slept quite well, but the older crew members were used to waking up early. So after the new crew members saw that the older crew members were up, they all got up as well. They ate their first meal early today. So this evening Jiangnan Zhou purposely asked Zhang Wei to add a late night snack for them. Today they and the 2 fishing boats that Lin Weiya brought with him are operating separately again. After all, schools of tuna aren't encountered every day. After 12 o'clock noon, Jiangnan Zhou directly let Uncle Jiang sail the boat. The crew also moved in to start lowering the trawl. Jiangnan Zhou, on the other hand, was also living the kind of life that Zhang Yuan was living. There was a video conference with Jiang Nanhai and Su Yawei. Their foundations are all registered and up and running now. And Fatty and also Boss Wang and the others had already paid the money donated into the foundation's account. Jiangnan Zhou was not expecting them to act so quickly. Su Yawei said to Jiangnan Zhou, before you set up the program is to relieve some difficult veterans and families. But recently online I saw a post about congenital heart disease in newborns. That above so many children's parents are asking for help. It's very pitiful. Some of the parents are in your comments section often brush the screen to leave a message. Is not this aspect we also need to pay attention to it? Jang Nanjo who heard this also thought of some of the comments he had also seen before in the comments section asking for help. But some of them were all scams. Purely for the purpose of scamming money. Jang Nanjo said to Su Yaoi, it can be done at the same time. But make sure you do your research. We want to spend all the money on people who really need help and not let some people take advantage of it. Su Yaoi also particularly agreed with Jang Nanjo's words. Although there are enterprises that donate money to the foundation, but no one's money is not blown by the wind, especially if they are a foundation. A good background check is basic. Their meeting went on until a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and after the meeting ended Jang Nanjo stood up from his chair and stretched. Video conferencing is also quite tiring but he is satisfied. Fortunately, did not let him sit in the office and they're meeting it. After all, it was all when there was something big to be decided that they would communicate with him. Today at this point, Jang Nanjo also did not open the live broadcast. Today he also take a vacation. But it's okay for him to be idle for a while. He can't really be idle if he's allowed to be idle all the time. The crew are all in much better shape today. And this will have just collected a wave of Toto nets. I didn't expect a lot of big cuttlefish to come on this net. This stuff is good. And eating it can also replenish chi and blood. Jiangnan boat in the past a good look at more than 4 or 5 pounds. The big one about 10 pounds is not too much. But this head are already enough can. Like their fishing boat before catch up. Most of them are 2 or 3 pounds. Today the smallest must have 4 or 5 pounds. It seems that God has been kind to him after all. Allowing him to chop good money before he goes to sea. Or he'll have a lot of money to use when the sea is closed. And he'll have a lot of money to use if he develops the island. Recently he is also thinking about how to plan over there. There is no scenery on the island over there. If the development of tourism and vacation Jiangnanzhou feels that the place is a little small. He thought about it, but he still wanted to develop farming over there. And although their side was an island, there was very little whole farming on this side. His small fishing boat will directly be a processing plant when the time comes. Expanding that small plant and moving some of the farming equipment inside to the island when the time comes. It's just a bit too much of a tosser. He hasn't even paid for the whole big one on the fish farm side yet. If his dad found out, his dad would have to tell him he was fooling around again. John Nanjo also moved a chair to sit by the deck. It wasn't until the evening that he found the red-haired crab he wanted. And they're all pretty big and delicious to look at. It was just as the crew had collected another wave of trawl nets. And before they could get off, Dongnam boat gave notice to stop the ship. After waiting to get off the crab cage, Jiang Nan walked before going upstairs. When he arrived at the captain's cab, Uncle Jiang Ershi happily said to Jiang Nanzhou, a few team leaders just reported that the fish were all pretty good today, and Jiang Tianfu and his group rounded up tuna as well. Jiang Nanzhou said, not bad, at least it didn't hit you in the face. Don't even earn your capital back by the time so many ships go out. Uncle Jiang Er said, how can that be? Just this boat of ours is now out of the capital. I've done all the math for it. So far, we still have money left from all the fishing on this boat after all the costs. Jiang Nanzhou who heard this couldn't even admire his second uncle. Second uncle, I did find out that my South Sea brother should just follow you. Jiang Bei happened to come to the captain's cab to take over his shift and heard this and said, your second uncle this brain can be good at. Before your great-grandfather village accounts cannot understand. Your second uncle also helped this counting. And then said that let that second uncle on the village as an accountant. Your second uncle did not do it. Think about the sea fishing. To your great-grandfather angry. Jiang Nanzhou also heard of this before. At that time he was still small. But feel to go to the village to work how good eat public food. Uncle Jiang Yer heard that from Jiang Bei and said, that's true. Your great-grandfather wanted to cut me off at that point. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, it's not that serious. Didn't my great-grandfather feel sorry for you then? After all, you were still working on someone else's ship then. Jiang Bei said as he took a drink. That's not true. At that time my old man is just heartache you. Before that fishing boat life which is not as good as now. That is pure bitter vigor. Pulling the net are relying on manpower to pull. If you are not careful will be prone to accidents. Which is like now all is automated. Uncle Jiang Yer couldn't help but feel emotional when he heard this. Now the technology is really developed. Really good. In fact, in our previous also have some high-tech things. But we can't afford at that time. At that time in the sea to see people who bought a new boat. Who has an electric winch and so on. Are envious of death. Jiang Nanzhou said, when there will be more advanced equipment in the future, I guess there will have to be automation in splitting and picking up the fish. Jiang Bei said, No need to wait for later. I watched the news before and said that some foreign boats have this equipment, but that kind seems to be only for one kind of fish. Like this trawl, you still have to do it manually. Uncle Jiang, who heard this, was actually a bit despondent. Alas, if all this advanced equipment is used in the future, where else can we all go to work? And how can all the fishermen live without fishing boats? Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. That kind of equipment probably won't be able to ask for things for a while. After all, most of it still requires manual labor. Chapter 266 Killer Whale Targets Baby Dolphin. Jiang Bei said to Uncle Jiang, Boat is right. That kind of equipment can't be released for a while yet. I guess there is that kind of equipment or manned a boat. Jiang Nanzhou stayed here until Uncle Jiang and Jiang Bei had finished handing over their shifts. He went back to his room. After going back to his room, he and an Hatsu visualized each other. And Li Chu on the other end of the cell phone was showing Jiang Nanzhou the clothes she had bought for him. How about this white t-shirt? I feel like it fits you pretty well, Jiang Nanzhou said as he looked at Li Chu with eyes full of tenderness. Why did you buy me clothes? For a good reason. Besides, I haven't worn the clothes you bought me last time. And Richa said as she put the clothes she had just shown the Gangnamite back into the bag. Close this thing and put not bad. When you want to wear it, when you wear it. This is still a couple's model. It. I also bought a piece. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. Wear it for me when I take you sailing when I get back. And we'll wear couples clothes together. Hearing this, an Ni Chuat asked Jiang Nanzhou. Have you decided what day you'll be back yet? My big brother is getting married on May 2nd. And my dad should be back by the end of the month. So if you can't make it back, I'll go pick him up myself. Jiang Nanzhou counted the time and said. I should be able to make it. Don't worry. I'm sure you won't be left on your own when the time comes. I'll accompany you to pick up your uncle together. And Nietzsche said with a smile on her face. Just stick to your plan. Things are more important on your end anyway. Oops. Let's not talk about it. Daiyu sent me a video. Suddenly Risha received a video from Daiyu and he just hung up on Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou, who was hung up on the video, also took out his cell phone and looked at the attractions around Nanhai City there. It was because he planned to take Li Chu's family and their family out for a vacation after Minghui finished getting married. After all, it was quite a hassle for An's father to make a trip back, so he wanted the two families to meet. As it turned out, he didn't pick out a good place until most of the night. There's really nothing interesting on their side. It's not even as good as Zhengjia village. Might as well go on a cruise together when the time comes. It's just what his dad will have to do about it when the time comes. It's really sad. His dad gets seasick. When he goes back, he'll take his dad on the boat and feel it again. I don't know if getting him some seasickness meds will work when the time comes, or giving him more nutrient solution. Looks like he'll have to take his dad to try it out when he gets back. Just in case it works then. The red hair crabs collected this night filled 2 large live water bins. Jiang Nanzhou directly poured 2 bottles of marine life nutrient solution, fearing that these things will hang up before they reach home. Early in the morning, Jiang Nan boat sleep wake up to see in their fishing boat not far away from a lot of dolphins. He began to live directly. Also for the live streamers. After all, they have to say the blessing every time they see a dolphin whale or making a wish. Jiang Nanzhou also made it a point to send his live broadcast announcement to his fanbase. After all, it was too early in the day for a live broadcast. It was just after 6 o'clock and their cafeteria hadn't even opened yet. Jiang Nanzhou saw that someone had come in, and he said to the camera of the live broadcast, "Good morning everyone, what a lucky day to show you some cuties." After Jiang Nanzhou said this, he aimed the camera of the live broadcast at the dolphins, and he purposely let the drone live broadcasting equipment fly a little bit closer, so that they could have a close look at these little dolphins. And in the middle of the group of dolphins there was a small dolphin. That little look was really cute. I don't know what happened to the small dolphin he saved when he just returned to Jiangjia village. Live on the public screen. Brother Fisherman is so early today. Wow. Open screen storm. Little dolphin. What a lucky day. I didn't expect to see dolphins, and even baby dolphins. It's rare to see Brother Fisherman open his live broadcast so early. I guess he just wants to show us the dolphins. I'm off to a job interview at a new company today, so I hope everything goes well. I hope I manage to get on. I really don't want to study anymore. Jiang Nanzhou was also completely immersed in the beautiful ones in front of him, but this beauty didn't last long, as the arrival of 2 killer whales shattered this tranquil beauty. And these 2 orcas are so big, it's targeting the baby dolphin. The netizens in the live stream had their hearts clenched when they saw the scene. What's that? I look like it's running towards the dolphins. That is a killer whale, ah brother. The natural enemy of dolphins. Or 2. That little dolphin is so dangerous. Mommy, I can't watch it. I'm scared. Let's hope God blesses those dolphins. Brother Fisherman saved the dolphins. I'm really anxious. Seeing that the 2 killer whales were about to catch up with the dolphins, Jiang Nanzhou was also very anxious. Suddenly he saw the egg that was still in front of him and asking for food. John Nanjo directly gave an order to the egg to get rid of the killer whale. Egg directly flew in the direction of the killer whale when he heard John Nanjo's command. After all, the egg knew that John Nanjo would reward it with a magical little drink every time he gave him a task to complete. Although the orcas are a bit big, the eggs are fighting for the magical little drinks. But it was still a bit far away, and just as one of the orcas was close to biting the baby dolphin, there were two large dolphins charging at the orcas. But due to the size difference, it was directly knocked up. The netizens in the live stream took a deep breath. Just as the orca tried to continue its descent, the egg finally arrived and straight away it knocked the orca out of the way. But unfortunately that orca fell right on top of one of the dolphins that had just been knocked out of the way. The egg presses on, and it goes straight back to ramming another orca. The two orcas were directly scared off by the aura of this big guy from Egg. Live on the public screen. So what? The balls are brave. But is that crushed dolphin okay? It's a good thing Egg went. Lord Egg is mighty. Just a little reckless. I don't know if that dolphin is okay. I hope it's okay. I had tears in my eyes when those two dolphins rushed up just now. Those must be the parents of that baby dolphin. The little dolphin is fine, but I have a feeling the big one isn't. Just as the netizens were all talking about how that dolphin was doing, two dolphins were seen topping that one. But that dolphin seems to be hurt a little too badly to move. Egg went over to look at it as well, and directly carried the dolphin on its turtle shell and swam over towards South Bay 1. Chapter 267, They've all come back with us. Those dolphins saw this guy running off with their little buddy, and they all got worried and caught up, trying to get their little buddy back, but their speed is no match for balls. John Nanjo directly understood what Egg meant. He didn't even have time to take off his clothes, so he directly jumped into the sea to receive it. And by the time Egg arrived at the edge of South Bay 1, John Nanjo directly picked up the injured dolphin and returned to the ship. John Nanjo looked at the live broadcast screen on his own cell phone. The dolphin was still being filmed over there. He quickly changed 2 marine life nutrient solutions from his own space and poured them into this injured dolphin. John Nanjo checked this dolphin again and found that there was nothing serious, probably because he had just been stunned by the shot. Goo, it's still a male dolphin. No wonder it's so brave. It didn't take long for this dolphin to wake up, probably because it knew that John Nanjo had just saved it, and it even rubbed its head against John Nanjo's hand. John Nanjo was relieved to see that there was nothing more to this dolphin. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded by this flirty maneuver of Egg's. What's this about balls? Why isn't the live feed following the Egg? Is it going too fast? What are Eggs going to do with this dolphin? There I go. I've never heard of turtles kidnapping dolphins either. I think Egg must have seen that this dolphin was injured and wanted to bring it to Brother Fisherman for help. The dolphins finally catch up with Egg, but their little buddy is missing. The baby dolphins were also anxiously circling the Egg, trying to find their dad on its side. John Nanjo saw that the netizens on his cell phone were all speculating in various ways on the public screen, and he directly turned the camera of the drone's live broadcasting equipment to his side of the ship. He said to the live streamers, "Don't worry all of you. The Egg didn't hurt this dolphin. It just saw that it was hurt and wanted to bring it to my side for me to save it. Look at this dolphin, it has woken up. There is nothing wrong with it. Let's put it back into the sea." John Nanjo directly released this dolphin back into the sea after saying this. On the public screen of the live broadcast room, because of John Nanjo's action, various special effects gifs floated continuously. Eggs is real smart. Once again, he was touched by Brother Fisherman's gesture. "I'm really crying. Brother Fisherman's live room is too good for crying. It's a good thing that dolphin is okay. I can't imagine that Egg can be that humane. Brothers, brush up your gifts. Brother Fisherman is so nice. Really, my heart was on a roller coaster ride this early in the morning. Thankfully it ended well." The dolphins, who had still been searching for their little friend by the side of the Egg, suddenly saw that their little friend had appeared, and they all screamed happily and kept leaping out of the water and jumping on the surface of the sea. The male dolphin also came in for a couple of big jumps and grunts. They just kept surrounding John Nanjo's South Bay 1. But at this moment, John Nanjo could feel that they were all thanking him. John Nanjo saw that they kept leaping out of the water and making grunting noises. That little dolphin from yesterday also kept leaping out of the water and making grandma calls. Even the netizens on the air felt that today should be a very lucky day to see this. Egg saw them leap out of the water and followed them up, but unfortunately he couldn't jump high enough either, and hit a big splash right out of the water, which splashed a few meters away. John Nanjo was thoroughly amused by this behavior of Egg. John Nanjo looked at the time. It was already time to start the meal, so he said to the netizens in the live broadcast, "You guys stay here and watch. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat first." John Nanjo turned around and went to the cafeteria after saying this. When he finished eating, those dolphins were surprisingly all still there. John Nanjo's heart silently prayed that they wouldn't be like Egg and the seals. After all, he had raised so many of them. His marine life nutrient solution didn't come from the wind, He was really afraid that one day he wouldn't be able to afford to raise them all. The following days Jiang Nanzhou and their harvest was also quite a lot, and on the day of the 27th, they finally returned. But that group of dolphins also came back with him, and the ecology of their side of Jiangjia village is getting better and better. The group of dolphins all kept following Egg. Jiang Nanzhou was also a little bit relieved. After all, with Egg as their big brother, they were also safe. It wasn't until late at night on the 28th that their 10 fishing boats walked to reach the town dock. This was still a day that Jiang Nanzhou had deliberately pinpointed. After all, his future old husband had returned and he wanted to go and greet him personally. If he comes back later, he won't make it. On the morning flight of the 29th, his future husband-in-law arrived, so Jiang Nanzhou only slept for 2 hours before getting up. He even drank a bottle of nutrient solution to feel better. After all, he could drive all day today. Jiang mother asked curiously when she saw the dressed upright Jiang Nanzhou. "You're going on a date today dressed like that?" Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Jiang mother, "Today Shaoli her father came back from abroad. I went with her to the airport to pick up her father." Jiang mother heard this and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "When you go pick up Ri later, take some of all the seafood, and whatever red hair crab and tuna you got back. Whatever is good you take some of whatever anyway, and I'll go catch you 2 more chickens." Hearing this from Jiang mother, Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly said, "I'm all set with the seafood. Don't catch the chicken. I'm running out of time on my end. I'll go first." Jiang Nanzhou took the car keys and went out after saying this. Jiang mother muttered as she looked at Jiang Nanzhou's back. "This kid didn't know to talk to me in advance, so I'll catch 2 chickens for you to take when the time comes." Jiang Nanzhou drove directly to Enlichu's house, and he had several large boxes of seafood in his trunk. Uncle An was already smiling when he saw him coming. "You child come how to take so many things again." Quickly into the house, Shaoli will soon finish eating. The two of them carried all the stuff into the hall, and Enlichu also happened to finish her meal, picking up the small bag and speaking to Jiang Nanzhou. Come on, we can leave now. We'd better catch a wave of ferries now. If we wait for the next wave we'll still have to wait in town." After Enlichu said this, she pulled Jiang Nanzhou away. Jiang Nanzhou walked outside while talking to Dabuan. "Uncle, we'll leave then. We'll be home by 3 p.m. Amber said as she gave them a wave of her hand. Let's go. Be careful on the road. Drive slowly." Uncle An is also very happy today. His brother last time back or the New Year's time, which has also gone for several months. If not for his son's wedding, it is estimated that also to the end of the year to come back. Chapter 268, Receiving Fatherin. Jiang Nanzhou arrived at the town pier just in time to catch this wave of ferries, and it was estimated that if they came a little later, they would have to wait for the next wave. Gangnam boat asked Ani Koru, "How long will uncle stay back this time?" And Nichu said thoughtfully, "Almost a month or so. He wants to wait until my side of the business is finished, and Lichu's side of the progress is quite fast. Now they are starting to decorate. It is estimated that another half a month will be able to wrap up." Jiang Nanzhou talked about his thoughts with Enlichu. "When brother Minghui gets married, let's go out for a trip between our 2 families for a few days then." And Nichu, who heard this, said without any hesitation at all, "That's good. It's okay to play for 2 or 3 days, but not if you play for a longer period of time. After all, we're quite busy over there." Jiang Nanzhou took Enlichu's hand and said, "Okay, let's go find a closer place then. Is there anywhere you want to go?" And Nietzsche said after half a thought, "We don't have anything particularly interesting around here. When my dad arrives then ask him. See where he wants to go then." Jiang Nanzhou said, "That's fine. Then we'll accompany uncle wherever he wants to go." Originally, Jiang Nanzhou wanted to wait until Enlichu's birthday to propose to her, but Jiang Nanzhou was a bit impatient and that was still 5 months away. That's why he wanted to take advantage of their hanging out together to propose to Enlichu in the presence of both families. When Zhang Yuan returned to Kyoto some time ago, he happened to help him bring back the customized jewelry, so Jiang Nanzhou decided he didn't want to wait any longer, and he was also a little anxious to become a father. When the time comes, he'll have to ask Dayu for more advice. After all, she's Enlichu's good best friend, and ask her to inquire about what kind of proposal ceremony Enlichu likes. They hadn't been at the airport long before Father In's plane landed, and Father saw 2 golden girls like people standing together is really incomparable comfort, or his vision is good. When he first saw Jiang Nanzhou, he felt that this young man will not be a pool of things. Standing with his daughter was a real match, and she also felt that her daughter had opened up quite a bit from this side of her return. The whole person became a bit more sunny, especially when he saw his daughter full of smiles playing with Jiang Nanzhou from a long distance. They probably wouldn't have seen him if he hadn't called out to them. "Xiaoli, Nanzhou is over here." They walked quickly to An's father when they heard him shout, and Lichu also gave a big hug to An's father. Jiang Nanzhou also took the initiative to go forward and hug An's father, As they walked towards the parking lot after picking up their luggage, Jiang Nanzhou asked father An, "Uncle, are you hungry? Let's have lunch first?" In fact, An's father had already eaten on the airplane, but looking at this time now these two children should not have eaten yet. So he said, "Alright then, let's go get a bite to eat first, and then we'll go back afterward." Jiang Nanzhou directly took them to a local specialty restaurant, which was still Jiang Nanzhou's strategy in advance, specially searched on the internet. They went back after dinner, but on the way, An Lichu's cell phone kept ringing. Each time she simply chose to hang up. Both father and Jiang Nanzhou didn't say anything because they had already guessed who the person who called An Lichu really was. There shouldn't be anyone other than An Lichu's mother who would make her that impatient. The atmosphere in the car looked a bit depressing, and Jiang Nanzhou took the initiative to find a topic. "Uncle, I heard from little pair that you'll be able to stay for a month this time you're back. So let's go out for a few days after brother Manhwa gets married in a couple of days." An's father said smilingly, "That's fine, call all your family then too, and we'll get to know each other." Hearing this from father and Jiang Nanzhou understood what he meant. Should also want to take the opportunity to meet his family on this return. "Okay, uncle, when I get home, I'll talk to my parents and them. Is there anywhere you'd like to go and play?" Father An said with a wave of his hand. "You young people can just decide. We'll go wherever we want to go and ask your parents when the time comes to see where they want to go." It was almost 5 o'clock by the time they got home, just in time for almost dinner. Uncle An, as well as Manhwa and their young couple had all the meals ready at home, just waiting for them to come back for dinner. Seeing them return, Uncle An welcomed them into the courtyard said, "Finally, you're back. Tired of flying, right? Hurry into the house and take a rest first." Uncle An said with a smile as they brought the meal to the table. An's father, "I'm not an outsider, so why the whole bounty?" Uncle An smiled and said to father An, "You must not come back to the hole of the rich. These are small boat today to bring over. He came back last night in the middle of the night. Today got up early to go pick you up, but also did not forget to give so much seafood. He used to be out of the sea back to send me seafood." And Manhwa whispered, "That's for you. That's for Xiaoli, okay?" Hearing this Uncle An said unhappily, "That's people Xiaozhou especially sent to me. Xiaoli did not come back when he sent me. Then you filial piety much. Hurry to take out that I have been put away a good wine." Hearing this, and Manhwa still thought to himself that he should just shut up. After all, how his father now looks at Jiang Nanzhou, how good he is. He is not at all comparable. Father An smiled and said to Uncle An, "Manhwa is also filial enough. Don't keep talking like that. How much it hurts the child's heart." Jiang Nanzhou does not dare to interrupt. It is not easy for his great uncle impression of him a little better. Don't come to his great uncle to give him small shoes again. And Manhwa wedding decided to do in Jiang Nanzhou's store, which is also the store Jiang Nanzhou first take over the banquet. The wedding site planning are also Jiang Nanzi to recommend people. The wedding was held on the 2nd. So the wedding site could be set up the afternoon of the 1st and they went over to the rehearsal. So Jiang Nanzhou directly let Jiang Nanhai set up the wedding site after the 2nd floor will not receive guests. After all, he was afraid of ruining the wedding setup. They had to be careful at their first reception and didn't want to mess it up, especially since it was his future great-uncle's wedding. When they dined in the evening, they also talked about the meals for the banquet, and the ones Jiang Nanzhou gave recommendations for, they were all more than satisfied with. Moreover, Jiang Nanzhou is charging the cost price, and Dabo thinks that Jiang Nanzhou is charging less, or want to give him a little more. But Jiang Nanzhou directly refused to say, "Uncle, we are all family members now. How can any family member earn money from their own family members? If you are going to give me more money here, it would be a slap in my face." Chapter 269, he doesn't want to come back early even if he spits out bile. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, An's father was more than satisfied, which proved that Nanzhou was looking at their family Xiaoli before treating them as a family. "Big brother, don't think so much. When it's time for Xiaoli and Nanzhou and the others to get married, you can give them a big red packet." Uncle An smiled when he heard this. "Okay, then I must give you guys a big red packet when the time comes." This meal has been eaten until almost midnight. Today Jiang Nanzhou is not drinking. After all, he had to drive back. If it is too late to let An Lichu send him to the time to let her own drive back, Jiang Nanzhou is not assured. After all, so late. And father came back to the first night. Jiang Nanzhou is not good to keep An Lichu in their house. When Jiang Nanzhou arrived home, Grandma Jiang and the others were still awake. Jiang Nanzhou saw that the lights were still on their side, so he went straight over to say hello, just in time to send them the gifts that father An had brought for them. "Grandma and Grandpa, Mom and Dad, you're all still up. This is a gift from little pair's father for you." The few people watching TV heard Jiang Nanzhou's voice and turned around to see him come in with a large bag. Grandma Jiang said with a smile, "This little pair's father has the good sense to bring us a gift." Jiang Nanzhou divided their gifts for them all and said, "I want to take advantage of Uncle An's return to propose to pair. Hearing Zhang Nanzhou's words, several people were not in the mood to watch TV. Grandpa Jiang took a drag on his cigarette and said, "Then let's wait for our two families to meet formally in a couple of days. We'll have to do the right thing in terms of etiquette." Zhang mother also said, "Your grandfather is right. After all, it's rare for someone's little pair's father to come back." Zhang Nanzhou told them about his thoughts. "I want our two families to go out together for 2 days after Xiaoli's her cousin's wedding is over, and then when you've officially met, I also want to propose to Xiaoli in the presence of both relatives and friends." Hearing this, Grandma Jiang said, This idea is good. When the time comes you have to be well organized. What flowers diamond ring of that cannot be less." Hearing this, Zhang Nanzhou smiled. "You know a lot, Grandma." Grandma Jiang said proudly, "That's true. You think I watch this TV every day for nothing?" Zhang Nanzhou said, "I'll prepare all those things to give Per a perfect proposal." Zhang mother said, "Don't be reluctant to spend money when you get there. Make sure you get a big diamond ring, the kind girls love." Zhang father said to Zhang mother, "It wouldn't be your son if he didn't spend money. He can't spend money fast enough for the average person to catch up." Grandpa Jiang said unhappily when he heard this, "My eldest grandson spends all the money he earns, and besides, that's not indiscriminate spending on his part. It's all spent in the right places, so don't be gloomy for a day." Zhang father heard his old man's this. Some aggrieved Zhang mother said, "Look, I didn't say anything, and you're calling me shady. I'm so aggravated." Zhang mother said to Zhang father, "Just listen and don't keep talking about what's going on." The aggrieved father of Zhang took his cell phone and began to read a novel. Pressed not to participate. Anyway, he just listened to the command. Pressed not to have the right to speak. Grandma Jiang asked Zhang Nanzhou, "Where do you think the big guys are going to go out to play together? It can't be too long. There are so many chickens, ducks and geese at home." Zhang Nanzhou thought about it and said, "We haven't decided exactly where we're going yet. Uncle An said to go anywhere and see what you guys think. Do you have a place you want to go?" Grandpa Jiang said with a smile, "It's better for you young people to decide. We go wherever we want." Hearing this, Zhang Nanzhou suddenly said to Zhang father, "Dad, I'll take you on a yacht ride tomorrow. See if you get seasick. Tomorrow I'll go back to Fan Hongtao's and get you some seasickness pills. See if it works to eat. If it works for you we'll go out on the sea to play. I want to propose to Xiaoli on the sea. I feel like that would be more romantic." Zhang father, who was originally reading a novel there, when he heard Zhang Nanzhou calling him, he put down his cell phone. What he didn't expect was that his son would want him to die, but for the sake of his son's life's work, he'd like to give it a try. After all, he used to ride in his old man's little open-air raggedy boat. "Then let's try it tomorrow. If it works I'll hang out with you guys. If not, you guys go." Grandpa Jiang, who heard this, said, "Yeah, and if it doesn't work out let your dad stay home and serve those chickens, ducks and geese." Hearing his grandfather's words, Zhang Nanzhou smiled. "If it doesn't work, we'll just play somewhere else. My dad has to be there for something that big." Hearing his son's words, Zhang father's heart was somewhat comforted. "Don't worry, boat. If I can get over it, I'll be sure to get over it. And tomorrow you'll take me for 2 more turns." But Zhang Nanzhou felt that if he arranged for his dad to have seasickness medicine and a nutritional solution, nothing should be able to happen. But he was still going to take his dad to try tomorrow. Zhang Nanzhou chatted with them for a while and went back to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang's father had originally wanted to go to the back of the mountain to do some work after breakfast, but it was directly stopped by Grandpa Jiang. "You'll go out on the sea with boat for 2 turns on the yacht today, and see if you can get over it, and you won't have to go to work today." Hearing this, Zhang father rejoiced. Finally can not have to go to work. He even give bile spit out. He had to ride 2 more rounds of the boat. He was afraid to come back early. His old man still let him go to work. Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang father, "Dad, wait for me at home for a while. I'll go to Fan Hongtao's place to get you some seasickness medicine." Zhang father said to Zhang Nanzhou, who was just about to go out, "Make something strong and effective. I'm afraid the ordinary ones won't work for me." Zhang Nanzhou said, "Just don't worry." He made all the medicines on his side. The effect can definitely be quite good. It didn't take long for Zhang Nanzhou to retrieve the medicine, but then he saw that Zhang's father had actually prepared a big bag of food, so it seemed that his dad wanted to stay on the boat for a day. Zhang Nanzhou took out a Chinese medicine pill from the small craft bag that Fan Hongtao had given him and a bottle of mineral water that he had specially added with nutrient solution and handed it to Zhang father and said, "This one pill with a bottle of mineral water is just right. You finish it and we'll head to the docks." Zhang father said with a frown as he looked at the Chinese medicine pill that looked like a sheep poop egg, "Are you sure this is seasickness medicine and not goat poop balls?" Zhang Nanzhou had no big words. He could still give his father a. Zhang mother, who was just about to go out, heard Zhang father's remark and came. "It would be nice if the sheep poop eggs could cure your seasickness, and save you money on medicine, and I'll go to the family that raises sheep and get you some." Jiang father said to Jiang mother. You can be so disgusting. I'm kind of gagging right now looking at this stuff. Chapter 270, Father Jiang on board. When Jiang mother heard this, she directly snatched the pill that looked like a sheep poop egg directly from Jiang father's hand and shoved it into his mouth. Just why are you so full of crap? Hurry up and eat it. Jiang father was directly wrinkled by the bitterness. Unscrewed the mineral water in his hand and gulped down most of the bottle. This pill is also too bitter. I still have that bitter taste of herbs all over my mouth. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself that his father's abrasive energy would have to be cured by his mother. Just drink the rest of that half bottle of water. As a result, when they had just arrived at the yacht, Jiang's father started to get scared again. Boat I've thought about it, let's not go too far. Let's just go around the neighborhood for a while. If I can get used to it we'll go farther. Jiang father was not only seasick, he was also quite afraid of water. And now he kind of wanted to go home and work. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. Okay, just don't worry. If you say you can't stand it we'll be right back. But Jiang Nanzhou felt that his dad should not be in trouble. After all, he added a whole vial of nutrient solution to a bottle of mineral water. And he had added nutrient solution to the bottles of mineral water he had brought with him. So if his dad was in any kind of discomfort, he would give him more water when the time came. Like Jiang Bei was injured so seriously, drinking the nutrient solution are saved. He did not believe that his father's little problem cannot be cured. After boarding the boat, Jiang's father's forehead was starting to sweat. This was his nervousness, the thought that in a while they would sail away. He was really afraid that he would have to vomit out all the bile by then, and hoped that Fan Hontao's nasty seasickness medicine would be good, because Jiang father himself had secretly bought seasickness pills before, but they didn't work well at all. After boarding the boat, Jiang Nanzhou took Jiang father into the cabin. The one he drove today was the one that Jiang Yuan had given him. Luxury yacht. The cabins are also all more up to date, like a cozy living room. Jiang father was much more comfortable when he entered the cabin. Jiang Nanzhou did not rush to start the boat. First let his father get used to it. Dad, give me your cell phone. I'll connect you to the Wi-Fi. You can also read some novels or watch some TV shows in a while. And when you're tired, you can lie down on the sofa or go to your room to rest. When Jiang father heard this from Jiang Nanzhou, he directly got up and visited the ship. Not to mention, this boat is also too luxurious. If he doesn't go out, he may not be able to get seasick. Jiang Nanzhou also purposely turned the TV on and found a movie for his dad. Jiang father also not to treat himself from the home to take those food he set up. Anyway, today he does not have to work to go. Then he will enjoy. Hope not seasickness. Do not fall off the chain. Jiang Nanzhou saw his father getting high on melon seeds while watching a TV series, and that relaxed look just set the boat in motion. Jiang father felt the yacht move, and his heart fluttered. But soon he relaxed because Jiang Nanzhou drove out for a while and he didn't even feel uncomfortable, so he was able to adapt now. After Jiang father paused the movie, he went to the cockpit where Jiang Nanzhou was. Jiang Nanzhou saw his dad come over and asked with a smile, "How are you feeling? Is there anything that's uncomfortable?" Jiang father said, "I'm okay now. I just don't know what I can do in a while." Jiang Nanzhou looked at his dad from the boat. Mouth has not been idle, and now also gnawed on the chicken claws. "I reckon if you're not feeling well in a few minutes, it certainly won't be seasickness. Maybe it's too much food." Jiang father said with a blank look at Jiang Nanzhou. "I'm eating little snacks. It's not like it's bread instant noodles or anything. So how much do I have to eat to last?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. "How about I park the boat in a few minutes, go catch 2 fish, and we'll have steamed fish on the boat for lunch." Hearing this from Jiang Nanzhou, Jiang father said, "That's a good feeling. I didn't expect to grow your craft. I'll go fishing with you in a little while. I haven't caught a fish in years." If before, Jiang father was not in the mood to fish at all, but today he was in a good mood. It should be that Fan Hontao's that medicine is quite good. He really did not get seasick. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself, his father is not seasick, but don't see the water for a while to be seasick. Father Jiang had fished before, but it was on the reef, but have not caught up any big goods. This time he did not get seasick. Can give Jiang Nanbo a good show of hands back? Jiang Nanzhou still used his set of advanced rods this time, and the rods he found for Jiang's father were the original ones on the boat. After hanging up the bait, the 2 men stood at the edge of the deck and began to fish. I didn't realize that Jiang's father was quite lucky, and just after he laid his rod, he won a fish. It wasn't a big one, but it was a small tiger spot, and that was pretty good, just right for steaming for lunch. Jiang father smiled and said smugly to Jiang Nanzhou, "If I wasn't seasick, I wouldn't be a match for your grandfather's fishing." Jiang Nanzhou gave his dad a thumbs up and said, "Dad, you're still good. Come on, I'll take a picture of you." Jiang father picked up the fish that he had just dropped up himself and posed to Jiang Nanzhou. "You make me look good with that beauty camera." Jiang Nanzhou was amused by his dad. not realizing that he knew about the beauty camera. I don't have a beauty camera in my phone. This original camera takes good color, so you just use the original camera. Jang Nanjo took several pictures of him in a row, and he even sent them all to the group at home in passing. I've sent them all to you in the group, so keep whichever one you see looks good to you when the time comes. Then Gangnam Boat also caught a big yellowtail and called it a day, leaving Father Jang there to fish by himself. But Jang Nanjo found that his dad this is not the case at all. It seems that this plan of his proposal at sea is feasible. He secretly sent a message to Dayu, asking her to quietly ask Enrichu what she thought. It didn't take long for Dayu to send him a message back saying that she had asked before and that Enrichu liked simple and romantic. After Jang Nanjo got this answer, he sent another big red packet over to Dayu as a favor. He also had a feeling that Enrichu would like something a little more romantic, so he felt that proposing at sea would be a good choice. He sent a message to Enrichu, saying that his father's difficulties at sea had been solved, so how about they go out to play at sea then? Enrichu went to ask Uncle and Father in for their opinions, and they all agreed to go to the sea to have fun. After receiving Enrichu's reply, Jang Nanjo directly set the date with her to leave on the 3rd and come back on the 5th. Jang Nanjo decided to call more people to play this time. After all, more people are lively. He also asked Jang Nanhai and also Jang Bei and them, even Fatty and Jang Yuan and then Jang Nanjo. Chapter 271, Telling the Truth. Apart from Boss Wang and Manager Yang who didn't have time, Fatty, Jang Yuan and the rest of them had time. Otherwise, Fat Brother is still worried about the May Day vacation with a little fat baby where to play. After all, May Day to play where there are a lot of people. The little chubby boy would have been so happy if he knew he was being taken to Tootsie on his May Day vacation. Jang Nanjo also asked Jang Anthem a bit, but their family store cannot leave people she and Aunt cannot go, but Hu Mingju and Hu Mingho 2 people can go. They just happen to be able to be home on May 1st vacation, and they usually like to get in on this kind of action. Jang Nan Boat also and Wang Boss borrowed a cruise ship. After all, driving a yacht cannot take so many people. If you drive his fishing boat to go, more or less a little unsightly, and it was a closed season, so he'd have to get checked a lot if he went out on his fishing boat. Boss Wang said to Jang Nan Boat, when you want to use the boat, just come and pick it up at any time. Jang Nanjo and he scheduled to pick it up on the afternoon of the 2nd. After all, you still have to get some of the decorations for the proposal site ready to be put on the cruise ship ahead of time. Jang Nanjo also deliberately pulled a WeChat group. In addition to Enlichu is not in. Dayu, Jang Nanhai and Zhang Yuan Fat Brother they are in it. He wants them to help him out with ideas on how to do it a little more surprisingly. They chatted until it was almost lunchtime when Berry and Dayu Suyawe, the three of them, got together to prepare the decorations. They come to prepare these things. Jang Nanjo is also more assured. After all, the girls more understand the points that girls like. In fact, Jang Nanjo was starting to get a little nervous right now, before he even laughed at Zhang Bei's nervousness when he proposed. This is good. Now when it comes to him he is also nervous. Jang Nanjo looked at the outside fishing his Hai Jiang father a glance. On his dad this state. Go out to play 2 days is a little thing cannot have. The two of them steamed a tiger spot and a braised rhubarb fish. These 2 dishes were enough for them. After Jang Nanjo was all done, he called out to Zhang's father to go in for dinner. Zhang father said to Jang Nanjo with some reluctance, this is just not the same as fishing on the sea and fishing on the shore. Fishing on the sea, this is too much. Jang Nanjo gave Zhang father a bowl of rice and said to him, aren't you overcoming that difficulty, and won't you be able to go out fishing in the future if you want to? Zhang father ate a mouthful of fish smilingly. In my condition, I can go out fishing with you. Fan, this medicine is really good. Jang Nanjo said, well, I'm all set with Pear and the others, so we'll go out to sea. Zhang's father said, okay, just set yourselves up. After dinner, Jang Nanjo wanted to go back, but his father didn't want to go back so early. He had to go back to the back of the mountain to work at this hour. You come and take me farther out, and I'll see if I get seasick while you steer the boat and I fish. Father Jiang is afraid of water and is very timid, so he wears a safety rope when he fishes. Jang Nanjo heard his father's words, and he understood what it meant. So fortunately he didn't have much to do in the afternoon, so he'd just take his dad around here. Jang Nanjo still saw that it was going to be dark before he took his dad back. Jang father carrying a live water tank in his hand to the home side of the walk. Looking at each recognized people have to let people look at it. That can be his today's booty. He'd given away a few fish along the way, and by the time he got home, there were only 2 larger yellowtail in the tank. At this moment, Grandma Jiang and Mother Jiang had already made dinner, and Grandpa Jiang was pushing second Grandpa Jiang around in the yard. Seeing them come back said, how was your day? You too? Jang Nanjo was just about to open his mouth when Zhang father spoke first. It's pretty good, Dad. What do you think of the yellowtail I caught today? Is it big? I ran into someone I know on the road and gave a couple back. Or more. Grandpa Jiang didn't have the good sense to say to Father Jiang, how come you don't get seasick on your son's yacht, but you get seasick on my tin boat? Jiang father curtly said to Grandpa Jiang, that's not that I don't get seasick. It's that seasickness medicine that boat fixed for me that's so good. If I didn't have that medicine, I would have come back a long time ago, and I should still be carried back. Grandpa Jiang now simply do not want to take care of him. Really to their old Jiang will be a disgrace. Which have heard of fisherman's offspring also seasickness it. Their island also appeared this one. Jiang Nanzhou said as he looked at second Grandpa Jiang's new wheelchair. The courier arrived today. I thought it would be 2 days late. Second Grandpa, how is this wheelchair? Is it comfortable? Jiang Baoshan said smilingly. This one's fine. It's just a little bit like that little car of Tootsie's. Jiang Nanzhou to Jiang Baoshan bought this wheelchair or electric. But he is not at home and they will not be able to hold, can only be pushed to use. Jiang Nanzhou turned the button on the electric wheelchair to his second grandfather. Second Grandpa here has a rocker on it. If you push forward he goes forward. If you push backward he goes backward. And if you want to turn a corner you push whichever way you want. This wheelchair is specially designed for the elderly. And the speed Jiang Nanzhou gave to adjust the slowest. After all, he couldn't use that much speed at home. And it was too fast for his second grandpa to crash into things if he didn't have good control. Grandpa Jiang also felt quite rare when he saw this thing and said, now this technology is really developed. I don't know how the head of the person who researched this thing grows, but also can research this thing. Really powerful. Xiaozhou, when I'm old and can't walk, you'll give me the whole thing, and then I can go out to walk a little by myself. Jiang Baoshan heard his brother's words directly and said, I'll give you this when my leg is better, and then you can take my car out for a walk. Jiang Baoshan is now playing with it. This thing is good to learn. He is now completely able to manipulate it by himself. But when he heard his brother say that he wanted one in the future too, he didn't want to give it to his brother, but he would give it to his brother, and then they would both switch. Grandpa Jiang was incomparably touched to hear this from his second brother. After all, his second brother had always been like a child in his heart, always in need of someone to take care of him. I'll have boat buy me another one when the time comes, and the two of us will go out walking together, and let the other old men in the village be envious then. Jiang Baoshan said smilingly when he heard this. Okay. They didn't all go back inside until Grandma Jiang called them to come inside for dinner. After entering the house, Jiang Baoshan also showed his motorized wheelchair to Grandma Jiang and Mother Jiang in them. After dinner, Jiang Mother mysteriously asked Jiang Father in a low voice, tell me the truth. You used to say that seasickness is faked or not. You just don't want to go out fishing. Jiang Father said helplessly, what do I have to pretend about this? It's been a joke for most of my life. What do I figure? Chapter 272, The Best Man. Jiang Mother said with a smile. What do you figure? You figure to be lazy. After Jiang Mother said this, she took the cross-stitch that had just been delivered by today's courier and began to embroider it. Returning to the room, Jiang Nanzhou washed up and went to the study. Just today there is time to try to draw a plan of the Moon Island by himself. It just so happened that he had a new idea today, because there was no farmed black gold abalone in the country, and it just so happened that the marine prestige store in his system had newly unlocked the black gold abalone seedlings. So he wanted to see if the black gold abalone that had been improved by the system and the marine biological nutrient solution could be raised on their side. If they could, they wouldn't have to spend a fortune on foreign imports. So he wanted to set aside a portion of the area specifically to try raising black and gold abalone. There was also the farming of dragon pontoons, both of which he was more interested in trying. Others couldn't do it, but he had the added benefit of marine life nutrients. So maybe he'd make it his to then do farming bases for some of the more rare seafood. I just don't know if it will be what he wants. The next morning after breakfast, Jiang Nanzhou went back to his room to continue to draw the plan. He just moved the pen not a moment before he received a phone call from Enrichu. The call was just picked up when I heard Enrichu say, Nanzhou, my brother has something to find you. Let him talk to you. Then in Minghui's voice came from the other end of the phone. Nanzhou, I wonder if you can be my best man on the second day. One of my friends over here had a temporary problem and couldn't make it. Jiang Nanzhou heard this and busily said, of course it's fine. It's just that I've never been a best man and there are some processes I don't really understand. Although I have not eaten pork, but Jiang Nanbo has seen the pig run but his friend is not this side of the people. So in the wedding process what quasi-definitive is not the same. And Minghui said, I don't understand nothing. Then do you have time to come to my house this afternoon? My friend's body type is similar to yours. Look at the dress that I ordered for him and see if it fits you. If it doesn't fit then I'll go and adjust the size for you. Jiang Nanzhou said, there's time. I'll go over after lunch. And Minghui heard this and busily said, then you come straight to my house to eat. Do you need me to pick you up? It just so happens that my dad hasn't cooked yet. I'll ask him to make something delicious for lunch. Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, could be really scared. Today in Minghui is too abnormal. It is really scary. Brother Minghui, don't bother uncle. I'll just go over after lunch at home. And Minghui, who was afraid that Jiang Nanzhou would run away, said, what's the trouble? My dad would be happy to hear you're coming over. So come on. If you don't, I'll pick you up at your house. Jiang Nanzhou said directly. Okay, brother Minghui, I'll be there in a bit. I'll just drive there myself. Both men breathed a sigh of relief when they hung up. And Minghui's side has said a total of 3 best men. But he has a limited number of young unmarried men around him. And his fiancée had specifically requested that the best man be handsome. Originally it was hard to get people together. But this friend of his had a temporary problem at home and couldn't come, because the 5C in their side is also very busy. His colleagues' side are all scheduled, and couldn't find a person who is free. He's only got a few days of vacation, and he has to go to work right after the wedding, so he doesn't even have time for a honeymoon. When he couldn't find anyone, he just asked all the unmarried men around him, either because they couldn't get away for work or something was wrong. In the end, it was Enlichu who said that he should ask Jiang Nanzhou before he remembered that there was another person here. When he called Jiang Nanzhou, he silently prayed in his heart that he would never reject him, but luckily Jiang Nanzhou agreed. He'll have to ask his dad to cook 2 more dishes. Uncle An knew that Jiang Nanzhou had specially made a few good dishes for Jiang Nanzhou when he came over to eat at noon. Jiang Nanzhou didn't come empty-handed and brought over the 2 fish that his dad had left behind. It's been kept fresh in a live tank. After dinner, and Minghui pulled Jiang Nanzhou to try on clothes. I didn't realize that Jiang Nanzhou looked much better in this gown than his friend did. The sizing is all just right too. Originally Jiang Nanzhou wanted to go home after trying on the clothes, but An's father and uncle An had to keep him for dinner before letting him go back. During the meal, An Minghui said to Jiang Nanzhou with a bottle of wine, brother, thanks to you, let's drink more tonight. Jiang Nanzhou said, no more drinks. I'm driving here and it's not easy to call a cab at night over here. And Minghui said as he put his arm around Jiang Nanzhou's shoulders, it's okay, I'll let Per send you back at night. And when tomorrow rolls around, the 2 of you will go straight to your store to rehearse together. Jiang Nanzhou heard this and looked at Jiang father and Jiang Debo, and saw that their faces were as usual. Then I'll accompany my eldest uncle and uncle to drink a little today. After all, uncle has come back and hasn't been drinking with him. And Lichu was a little shy sitting on the side of Jiang Nanzhou. Although his father and his eldest uncle and the others knew that she often stayed over at Jiang Nanzhou's house, this was the first time it had been brought out into the open. Jiang father said when he heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, you boys have to have a good drink with me today. Let's give your eldest uncle all that good wine today. Uncle An chuckled. Drink all of it and I won't be hurt to give it to you. Tonight Jiang Nanzhou could thoroughly keep father An and uncle in company. But Jiang Nanzhou didn't drink much, and he took advantage of his bathroom break to cheat again. After all, it wouldn't be good to drink too much in front of your future husband. Everyone in the house was already asleep when Enlichu and Jiang Nanzhou arrived home. The lights were off on their side of the house, and thankfully they all live separately now, 1 house each. A little bit of movement, they cannot hear. After all, Jiang Nanzhou and the design of the house have been added soundproof board. No matter how loud the 2 little ones tossed and turned at night, they couldn't hear them unless the windows were open. Jiang Nanzhou has been holding back for a long time, and this time he just came back. And he hasn't even eaten any meat yet, so he went to pick up his future old husband. The 2 of them had really fought 300 rounds tonight, and anyway, and Lichu didn't know how she slept through it. The next day Anri woke up at first feeling pain all over her body. Jiang Nanzhou said as he rubbed in Lichu's leg, you're just lacking exercise, we'll just exercise more. And Nichu, who heard this, gave Jiang Nanzhou a direct hit. That's not lack of exercise on my part, I'm over-exercising, okay. Jiang Nanzhou heard Enlichu's voice was a bit hoarse when she spoke. So she went and poured a cup of water for Enlichu, and specially added a bottle of nutrient solution to the water. After drinking the water, Enlichu instantly felt her throat much more comfortable. Chapter 273, Who's coming? Jiang mother, they will go to the back of the mountain work. Simply do not know that last night Enlichu also came over. She also sent a WeChat to Jiang Nanzhou when she left, said that there is not much left for breakfast. If he is not enough to eat, let him do something on his own. Jiang Nanzhou decided when he saw Jiang mother's message that the 2 of them would go to town to eat. They also went to see their second grandfather on their way out, and with nothing going on there they went to town. And Anicho still asked Jiang Nanzhou with some concern when she left, is it okay to leave second grandpa at home by himself? What if he wants to go to the bathroom? Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, he called my dad when something came up, and my dad was home in a few minutes on his motorized bike, and that's how it's always been before when I wasn't home. And Nichu was relieved to hear that. When they arrived at the town, Jiang Nanhai happened to have just finished the meeting and saw them coming over and flirted. It's easy not to see you two. When I see you two, you're in pairs. Why are you free to come over today? Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. Listen to your words a little sour ah. According to reason should not ah. You and Dayu two every day now putty together should be quite happy ah. Or that you two quarreled? Jiang Nanhai patted Jiang Nanzhou's arm and said. What's all this talk about bad luck? We're both doing fine now. And you won't have to sail with this sea closure. So shouldn't you come over here and work for a few days? Hearing this Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly said. I just closed the sea is not idle. I want to make that moon island hole into a breeding base. If you develop a tourist resort island cost is too high, and it will also steal the business of the village. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words Jiang Nanhai was also unable to refute them. I think that's a good idea. What do you want to farm over there on the island? Jiang Nanzhou then told him about that idea he had recently. But Jiang Nanhai felt that Jiang Nanzhou's idea was a bit risky. Farming is also something that a lot of fishermen on their side have tried before, but none of them have had a good result. There is also the Jiangnan boat like now that fish farms are bought from the field of advanced equipment. Inside and outside is also invested a lot of money, but that side has not yet begun to make a profit. Jiangnan boat and want to direct the entire breeding base. So do Jiangnan Sea is still some concern. Jiang Nanzhou said confidently. Just raise something that no one else can raise, like black gold abalone or something like that. Jiang Nanhai saw Jiang Nanzhou's confident look. He didn't say anything, other than supporting him. He couldn't help with other favors. The hall manager gave Jiang Nanzhou a call and said that the meals were all ready, and it just so happened that Jiang Nanhai hadn't eaten in the morning, so he directly went to eat with them. They had just arrived at the door of the private room. Jiang Nanzhou's phone rang. It was Hu Mingzhu calling him. Brother, we're on vacation. Where are you now? Can we come and play with you? Jiang Nanzhou said directly to them. I happen to be at the store. You guys come straight here. By the way, we're having lunch over here. When you get there send me a tweet. I'll go down and pick you guys up. And Li Chu looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock now, and what they were eating was really lunch. And Michu asked after the phone hung up. Who's coming over? Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. My aunt LW is on vacation. Come by later. And Nicho said to Jiang Nanzhou when she heard this. Let's order a few more dishes then. What do the siblings like to eat? And Li Chu wasn't a stranger to the two little ones. They even chatted on WeChat when they were fine. When the waiter came over, Jiang Nanzhou directly ordered a few more meat dishes. Their family is meatless. In fact, this is quite similar to Li Chu. Both are carnivores. It is really not a family. Hu Mingzhu and Hu Mingho even visited the aquarium there when they arrived downstairs before calling Jiang Nanzhou. When Jiang Nanzhou picked them up, all the dishes they had ordered earlier had already been served. When Hu Mingzhu and Hu Mingho saw Li Chu, their little mouths were sweet. Sister Xiaoli, I haven't seen you in a few months and you've gotten prettier again. That's right. Everyone else on the island is basically tanned. Look at you with your glowing white skin. And Richu said to Hu Mingzhu and Hu Minghao, are you two's mouths eating candy? So sweet. I'll be embarrassed if you keep on boasting. Hu Mingzhu said with a smile as she sat down on the side of Li Chu. What are you embarrassed about? We're telling the truth. Although Jiang Nanzhou thought that what they were saying was also the truth. But the food would get cold if they kept talking like this. Hurry up and eat. I've ordered quite a few of your favorite dishes for you specially. Otherwise the food will get cold in a while. Besides, your sister Xiaoli and I haven't eaten breakfast yet, and now we're all starving to death. Hu Mingho whispered to Jiang Nanzhou. You don't look like you're hungry. You're heartbroken that Persan didn't eat breakfast. Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, directly gave Hu Mingho a piece of braised pork in his bowl and said, hurry up and eat. You can't gag on food yet. After eating, Jiang Nanzhou took them back to his office. When he arrived at Jiang Nanzhou's office, Hu Mingzhu's eyes widened and said, my dear brother, your office is too luxuriously decorated. So big that you can live here as a family. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, if you want to come and stay you can. It's not as comfortable as living at home anyway. Hearing this, Hu Mingho said, brother, when you go home in the evening you think of coming to my house. Mingzhu and I have our luggage ready. This May Day we will spend it in your house. And we also want to go and live in your new house. Jiang Nanzhou said, fine, you guys remind me when you get there. There's enough room for now anyway. In fact, Jiang Nanzhou deliberately left a few more rooms when he built the house. After all, he and Li Chu have a child in the future. Relatives and friends occasionally come over to live a little, are able to live. The restaurant side is still giving the wedding set when Minghui also made a special call to Jiang Nanzhou. Fearing that Jiang Nanzhou has something also boldly deducted. He didn't feel relieved until Jiang Nanzhou was now in the store. After waiting for the wedding site to be set up over there, Jiang Nanzhou went to the restaurant with Li Chu and the two of them. And just on this level of the restaurant, there is also the dressing room lounge. At that time when this restaurant was made, Jiang Nanzhou thought of taking over the banquet in the future. But I didn't expect that the first one to hold a wedding banquet in their store would be in Minghui. By the time Minghui and the others came over, they were all very satisfied when they saw the wedding decoration site. Jiang Nanzhou's hotel was one of the most luxurious on their island. The price is also a little higher than other restaurants that host banquets, so they don't host many banquets on May 1st. Chapter 274, Wedding Rehearsal, but also set out a few days of banquet. After all, in their island to face is quite a lot of people. That's why Jiang Nanhai also gave a special meeting to their staff to make sure to do their best, both in terms of service and dishes. Since they want to make this money in the future, they want to do better. Wedding rehearsal. Jiang Nanzhou, they did not change dress. Rehearsal on, all wearing their own clothes, mainly for the bride and groom rehearsal of the wedding process. They are accompanied by the best man bridesmaids. Some of the bridesmaids were curious to see how handsome Jiang Nanzhou looked and asked if he had a girlfriend and if he was single. "You Nana, who was the bride-to-be?" said with a smile as she looked at her girlfriends. "Don't even think about that one. That's my little aunt's boyfriend. Isn't he super handsome?" Yunana's girlfriends were disappointed to hear that this handsome man was her sister-in-law's boyfriend. God is not fair. Why do all the handsome guys have girlfriends? I just heard the waitress here call him the boss. He's the legendary fisherman brother, isn't he? That's the one that's particularly hot on the internet. And I heard that there are many fishing boats. Nana, you said with a smile. That's right. I didn't think it was possible that the best man's group at my wedding would include such a character. A few of the bridesmaids were envious. After all, this fisherman's brother was really famous now. Although neither of them watched the broadcast, they had heard quite a bit about him and it would have been all over their local news. Just this character. Even the town mayor's son's wedding is not necessarily invited. After all, people are now said to be young entrepreneurs, or particularly rich kind. Yunana's best friend couldn't help but exclaim, "Your little aunt's life is really good, finding a handsome and rich boyfriend." That's right. I heard that the country has also given this Jiang boss an island, which is not properly when the island owner's wife in the future. Hey, you boss said that your little aunt looks good. Why didn't you see over today? I would like to see what kind of heavenly fairy can charm such a handsome man. In fact, just now, before these bridesmaids came, and Li Chu came, but when she came down, she forgot to take her cell phone, so she went upstairs to get it. So it just happened to be staggered with them. Yunana was just about to send a WeChat to Enri Chu to ask her where she was when she saw Enri Chu coming over. Yunana said as she gave Enri a wave, "Pair, I'm over here." And Enri heard Yunana's voice and came over to her side. Yunana's girlfriends were also completely convinced. This is really a beautiful woman with a handsome man. This is too good looking. And I don't think she's wearing makeup yet. She'll look even prettier after that. No wonder she can charm Boss Jiang. If I were an old man, I'd have to be charmed by her too. Seeing Enri walk over, Yunana introduced them all to each other. Their wedding rehearsal didn't end until it was dark in the evening. And Manhwa also deliberately ordered a table of food money is paid, just afraid of the time Jiangnan boat will give free. After all, this future brother-in-law of his was a pretty open-minded guy, and Li Chu asked Hu Mingzhu and Hu Mingho to come over for dinner as well, but she still said that she was one step too late, and that they had already eaten in the cafeteria. Jiang Nanzhou smiled knowing that they had eaten in the cafeteria. You should hurry up and eat more. You don't have to worry about either of them. They won't starve. Eating time at the dinner table, and Minghui and Jiang Nanzhou, several of their best men specially set to let them go over early tomorrow. We have to get to their house at 4 o'clock and the video will already be on by then before we go to Nanayu's house to pick up the bride. On their side of the world, marriages are done early. Basically the wedding ceremony starts at 9:18 a.m. and the dinner is served at 10:18 a.m. At night when they went home, and Li Chu went straight back to stay with Jiang Nanzhou at their house. After all of Uncle N's house is full of people today. There are relatives and also in Minghui's out-of-town friends coming over. And Li Chu took Jiang Nanzhou into the house to meet the relatives, took the clothes to wear tomorrow and left. Hu Mingzhu and Hu Mingho, two people sitting in the car waiting for them. They thought they had to wait for a while before they came out. I did not expect that they just went in a short while out. After getting in the car, Enri Chu said as she exhaled, "These relatives are really scary. Some of them I don't even recognize, giving me the whole social panic R." And the gang of relatives were asking one after another when they were getting married. In the end, it was Anne's father who said that you should go back to rest early, and that they would get up early tomorrow before they came out. Jiang Nanzhou was also filled with questions and was even asked when they were planning to have a child. It couldn't help but make him think of the scene when he went out to pay his respects at New Year's Eve. The two of them amused Hu Mingzhu and Hu Mingho by telling them about the horrors of their relatives. Hu Mingzhu said with a smile, "What are you guys doing here? Don't you have to go through it every New Year's Eve? I'm feeling used to it now." Hu Mingho said, "One thing I've read online about coping with people is that no matter what they say, you just say yes, 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 Zhang Nanzhou said to the two of them. The horror of that will be understood when you experience it for yourselves, which you will have to do sooner or later. When they arrived home, Grandma Jiang was especially happy to see Enlichu and Hu Mingzhu. Hu Mingho and the rest of them had come. The two of them, Hu Mingzhu and Hu Mingho, also brought over a lot of snacks to Zhang Baoshan. They were all furious at the time when they found out about Zhang Jiangbashan. So when they came back they also bought a lot of local specialty snacks and stuff for him to bring back. Zhang Baoshan was also especially happy to see them all come. Especially the two of them, Hu Mingzhu and Hu Mingho, also brought him delicious food. They didn't just bring delicious food for Zhang Baoshan, they also brought back delicious food for Zhang Bei's little Dudu as well. After all, that youngest brother they hadn't met yet, but they are often seen in the group putting up pictures of their little doodads, which is so extra cute. Even their dormitory mates felt that the little doll was too cute when they saw Tootsie's picture. Hu Mingzhu even promised their dormitory classmates that she would take more pictures of Dudu for them. Zhang Nanzhou and Enlichu didn't accompany them to chat and watch TV dramas tonight, and went back to their rooms early to sleep. They were scheduled to arrive at Uncle N's house at 4 o'clock, but Enlichu's alarm was set for 2:30 because he had to get up to take a shower, put on makeup, and do his hair. Zhang Nanzhou originally thought that getting up at 3 o'clock was early enough, but he didn't think that Enlichu would have to get up that early, so it seems that he can't do anything tonight. Chapter 275, A Little Disappointment. Enlichu was also on guard against Zhang Nanzhou, afraid that Zhang Nanzhou would do something to her, but luckily it didn't do much except move his hands, and he was kind of merciful to her, letting her get a good night's sleep. I slept until I was woken up by the alarm clock. Just when the alarm clock just rang Enlichu hurriedly pressed the alarm clock off, for fear of waking up Zhang Nanzhou. Just as she was about to get out of bed with her cell phone, she heard Zhang Nanzhou's voice. Why don't you take a shower and I'll go downstairs and cook you a bowl of noodles? And Nietzsche said somewhat apologetically. Still woke you up. Why don't you sleep some more? I'm not hungry. Zhang Nanzhou got up straight away. I couldn't sleep either. I woke up a long time ago afraid of disturbing you. I didn't even dare to play with my cell phone. I kept squinting. He had said this on purpose, but Enrichu felt much less guilty when she heard it. When Enlichu went to take a shower, Zhang Nanzhou cooked a bowl of noodles for her downstairs. Luckily, their side of the kitchen was still stocked with the usual ingredients. After Enlichu finished her bath, the two of them had their noodles ready, and after eating the noodles, Enlichu received a call from Minhui before she finished her makeup. He was afraid that both of them would sleep too much and get up late. After all, they still had quite a lot of things to do before they left on their side. Enlichu wore a horse-face skirt suit today, a more sharp and atmospheric kind, and it didn't overpower the main attraction, because in Minghui's wedding was a Chinese wedding. Even the best man's tuxedo was more Chinese. When they arrived, the wedding car had already formed a long queue in front of Uncle N's house. Zhang Nanzhou sent Enlichu to the door of Uncle N's house and then he parked directly at the entrance of the village before walking over. Uncle N and they were all entertaining their relatives and friends for breakfast as well, and saw them arrive and said, "Hurry up and come and eat some food. Pat it out a bit first." Enlichu said as she prepared the things to receive the bride. "Uncle, we ate. Nanzhou cooked me noodles while I was in the shower." One of the N family's relatives chuckled when they heard this from Enlichu. There aren't many boys willing to cook these days. You've got a great date. Especially when they heard Uncle N say yesterday that the hotel wherein Minghui held his wedding banquet was owned by Enlichu, the girl's subject. They all had a sigh of relief. Originally, they were still together to say it. Originally in the foreign life of the girl how to still come back to find a rural people. Her father also do not care about this child. When they saw this girl's object yesterday, they all thought it was the boy's good looks that had charmed this girl, and they even said it to Uncle N. Only later did Uncle N tell them that this kid is not simple. There are 10 fishing boats. There are stores in the town, and the state has rewarded him with an island, which is not comparable to ordinary people. Later, they also praised Zhang Nanzhou vigorously in front of Anne's father, and Anne's father also felt proud. After all, he was quite optimistic about this future son-in-law. The bride side of the family heard that Zhang Nanzhou to be the best man. They all feel face light. After all, Zhang Nanzhou in their island is now a very famous character. Just their side of the village has a lot of people are working for him. Now Zhang Nanzhou is a big boss. There are a lot of girls in the family have some ideas, but know that people now have objects on the rest, especially the object of good looking or back from abroad. For that alone, none of the girls on their island could compare. Receiving the bride side of the female side are not difficult, has been a hot and lively. Zhang Nanzhou more looking forward to their own wedding. Zhang Nanzhou's luck today is also good. He originally did not want to grab the bouquet with the bridesmaids, but the bouquet flew directly into his arms, which made him happy. Directly took the bouquet and gave it to Enlichu. That young master of ceremonies is also Zhang Nanzhou's loyal fan. That little blessing word said one said after another. And Li Chu was nervous when she saw Jiang Nanzhou give her the bouquet. Before she brushed the kind of bouquet on the internet to receive the bouquet of the best man directly holding the bouquet of marriage proposal, but did not expect Jiang Nanzhou just simply give her. Her heart still has that drop of disappointment. But the keen Jiang Nanzhou felt in Li Chu's disappointment. That can't be helped. After all, he had prepared a romantic surprise for Li Chu. There are also people who came to the wedding banquet to see Jiang Nanzhou as the best man of they have taken a lot of video posted online. Especially the video of Jiang Nanzhou giving Li Chu the bouquet after receiving it was all the rage. Many other netizens are speculating that brother and sister-in-law fisherman's good deed is near. Most of the people who came to the wedding reception today were from the island, and they had nothing but good things to say about the food and the ambience of the restaurant. After sending the guests more than 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Li Chu directly and in father they went home. She still have things in the afternoon. Jiang Nanzhou see nothing more on the change of the best man's dress. He went directly to the city, Su Yawei today to go to the proposal to decorate the things to be ready. When the cruise ship sailed back to the first to get on it to hide, the time they agreed on was to meet at Gangnam Boat's house at 9 a.m. Tomorrow, and Minghui and Yunnan still have a few days of vacation, and they can't go to faraway places, so they are going out with Jiang Nanzhou and they are just right. Jiang Nanzhou arrived in the city when Boss Wang were already waiting for him at the shipyard. Boss Wang saw Jiang Nanzhou coming over and greeted him warmly. Older brother, you can finally come. Go, I will take you to see those cruise ships to go. You feel which time is good. You drive which one to go. The cruise ship driver I have contacted with you. He also came over in a while. Jiang Nanzhou had seen before that there were cruise ships on Boss Wang's side, but he hadn't even looked at them this closely. He was taken on several cruise ships in a row before Jiang Nanzhou chose a pink one. The pink tanker stood out amongst several others and attracted attention. But Gangnam has this feeling that pink is a little better for a proposal. Especially like girls. They will definitely all like the pink color more. It's pink. And the cruise ship has an entertainment room capable of karaoke and mahjong. And 20 rooms, which are perfectly accommodating for the lot of them. The interior of this pink cruise ship is also all pink themed, which will make it easier for them to decorate when the time comes. Brother Wang, are you selling this pink cruise ship? These cruise ships in Boss Wang's shipyard were all for his rental use, but since Jiang Nanzhou wanted to buy them, then he could sell them. The pink cruise ship was still something he'd gotten for a lot of money, so it was basically brand new. If you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you. I'll just fix it then. It's just that there's not much use for you to buy it, is there? How many times a year can you drive a cruise ship? Chapter 276, Buying a Cruise Ship. Hearing Boss Wang's words, Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, isn't this what I want to propose to Xiaoli? It's more monumental. I want to give it to Xiaoli. And when her hotel opens up, then this cruise ship can also take guests out to sea, and it can also add one more piece of income for her. When Boss Wang heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, he couldn't help but think of his wife, who always complained to him that he had no love interest and was not romantic at all. The cost of this romance is too high. Older brother, do not hide from you. This cruise ship, when I received more than 7 million, I came to clean up their own cleanup, but also took a few 100,000 into it. If you want to give a capital on the line, you this wedding proposal on the delivery of an oil tanker, so that your sister-in-law knows and will have to say that I'm not romantic. It seems that he still needs to learn more from Jiang Nanzhou in the future, and tomorrow he will go to order a piece of jewelry for his wife to go. After all, he hasn't given his wife many gifts over the years, so I guess his wife should be very touched when she receives them. Jiang Nanzhou directly to the king boss transferred 8 million over. After all, the king boss before to give him a lot of concessions. How this time also have to let him earn some. Brother Wang, I've transferred $8 million over to your account, so pay attention to check and receive it when the time comes. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Boss Wan was busy saying, older brother, what are you doing? Didn't I say just give me the capital? 7.5 million will do. I'll refund you 500,000 later. Jiang Nanzhou said, Brother Wang, don't give it a spin. Just keep it. When Boss Wang heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, he knew that the money could not be returned, and he could only get it back to him later on something else. When the driver of the cruise ship arrived, Jiang Nanzhou directly let him drive the cruise ship to the pier of Jiangjia village. This driver is the whole with. Jiang Nanzhou originally wanted to arrange a bed and breakfast for him at night. That driver directly said that he lived on the ship. And when the cruise ship drove away, Boss Wang said to Jiang Nanzhou, that old Lu is just like that. A bit of an eccentric and a man of hard life. He doesn't like to talk. You don't have to mind him, but his driving skills are top-notch. People's personal affairs. Jiang Nanzhou did not ask more. Driving skills are good. After all, Wang boss will not introduce him to bad people. Their transfer procedures are also very fast. Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone and Li Chu ID card photos. Wang boss directly to find people directly wrote in Li Chu's name. When Jiang Nanzhou returned to Jiangjia village, he went directly to the home where Jiang Er grandfather used to live, and Jiang Beijia's house was now all under construction. At this time Jiang Bei's family had already finished dinner. Su Yawei brought Dudu to play with the little Bianmu in the yard. When Dudu saw Jiang Nanzhou come over, he ran straight to Jiang Nanzhou's side and reached out for a hug. Jiang Nanzhou picked up Dudu and said to Su Yawei, "Auntie 4, are those things ready?" Su Yawei said with a smile, "It's all ready. It's in the trunk of the car." Su Yawei opened the trunk when Jiang Nanzhou did not expect her to buy so many things. Full of a trunk. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Better just drive the car over there and I'll help you move the boat." Su Yawei followed with Dudu. They also wanted to take a look at the cruise ship Jiang Nanzhou had prepared. They were all shocked when they saw the pink cruise ship that Jiang Nanzhou had ordered. Su Yawei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "This is nice. This is too dreamy." Tootsie clapped her little hands together too. "Nice, nice. The north of the river asks the south of the river for a boat. This is indeed quite pretty. How much does it cost to rent it for a day? When the time comes for your fourth aunt and I to take wedding photos, we can rent it for a day." Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said to Jiang Bei, "When the time comes, you guys ask Shali how much she charges. I'll buy this cruise ship and give it to her after I propose, so don't spill the beans." Jiang Bei is feeling that Jiang Nanzhou is really luxurious. This cruise ship said to give away, but he also feels that Li Chu is worth it. "Really? Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret." Sujavi also said, "Little Pear will probably be very touched when she finds out, and then we won't have to spend money on renting a cruise ship when we take our wedding pictures, and Little Pear definitely won't charge for it." They took their stuff out of the trunk and one of them carried a large cardboard box on board, and Toots followed them very obediently. When boarding the boat or Jiang Bei to carry up, or else rely on Dudu's short legs, want to get on the boat or really quite a lot of effort. The decorations and style of the ship were of a very girly kind, and Su Yawei was truly in love. Dudu also followed Su Yawei and looked around the cruise ship curiously. Jiang Nanzhou directly let Su Yawei choose a room first, and they put all of these things into the cabinets in the room that Su Yawei had chosen. Jiang Nanzhou looked at those things and thought to himself, "It's quasi-correct to let them girls prepare these things. They are also especially careful to even have the tablecloths already prepared." Jiang Nanzhou also invited Jiang Wei. After all, Jiang Wei is also their mutual friend. And another point is that the ship cannot be without a chef. It would be easier for him and Jiang Wei to cook together then. And Jiang Wei had prepared everything he needed for the next 2 days today. After they disembarked, Master Lu simply turned off all the lights on the cruise ship. The next morning when Jiang Nanzhou finished his meal, he saw that Jiang mother had prepared several large bags. Jiang Nanzhou actually wanted to say, just 2 or 3 days with so many things cannot be used. But seeing his mom's excitement, he didn't say anything. After all, it was better to be a non-spoiler. They got temporary laborers for the work in the back of their house, the kind that gets paid by the day, and they're all experienced, so they're all more comfortable going out. Jiang Bashan was also very excited. He hadn't been out to sea yet. He'd only been on that tin boat of Grandpa Zhang's a couple of times, and even though he still had to be in a wheelchair, it didn't affect his good mood in the least. Hu Mingzhu and Hu Mingho also both woke up early in the morning and started primping themselves. Jiang Nanzhou watched them both being very happy and he followed suit. Jiang de Grandpa, Jiang de Grandma also went with Jiang Bei them. Jiang Nanzhou also invited the third uncle's family in the city, but their families all arranged the May Day trip early. Jiang Er Aunt's store cannot leave the people now, so she and Jiang Er uncle also did not go. And Li Chu, they also all arrived at Jiang Nanzhou's house early, and Dabo also brought his own fishing gear over. He was not wanting to let go of this opportunity to fish with Jiang Nanzhou. In fact, Jiang Nanzhou had already prepared them all, and had to let them all have fun. It was rare for them all to get together. Chapter 277, Family Sailing. Zhang Yuan was originally going to set off with Berry Berry, and Zhang Yuan Shan was going to follow him. So Zhang Yuan had no choice but to call Jiang Nan boat, and after knowing that there was still enough room on the boat, the housekeeper and the old man started to get busy. Jiang Nanzhou was very welcome for Elder Zhang to go over with them. After all, Elder Zhang was now familiar with his great-grandfather and his grandfather, and they even met up to play chess together if nothing else. Seeing that Fatty came by himself with the little fat baby, Jiang Nanzhou asked, "Why hasn't sister-in-law come over?" Fatty said with a grin, "Your sister-in-law had something going on in her hometown, so she went back to the northeast, and it's estimated that it'll take half a month before she can come back." As soon as Fatty's wife left, Fatty and little Fatty both let themselves go. They have been eating takeout for 2 days. If Fatty's wife was at home, they would have to be nagged again. Once everyone was there, they went straight to the dock. There's quite a few people taking pictures by that cruise ship parked at the dock. After all, a pink cruise ship is still a rare sight, especially when some girls posed in all sorts of cute poses for pictures with the cruise ship. The tourists saw them all coming and very politely moved out of the way. None of them bothered Jiang Nanzhou too much, and Jiang Nanzhou even greeted them and said, "Hello guys, are you all done shooting? No, you guys go first." The tourists heard this and all waved their hands and said that they were done shooting, especially because they also saw Master Zhang and Zhang Yuan in the Jiangnan boat's team. Although Master Zhang looked more amiable, but they were just all a little bit afraid of them. After all, what kind of status are they all in? How can they let other people's masters wait there? No need, brother fisherman. We're all done shooting. Jiang Nanzhou saw that they all stopped filming, so he led them to the boat. And Li Chu saw this cruise ship is also full of surprise, but so many people it did not show too obvious. Pulling Dai Yu's hand whispered, "That's so girly, take more pictures of me later." Dai Yu smiled and said to Enrichu, "Your Jiangnan boat looks like a pink cruise ship specially prepared for you. It's so romantic." Barry loved it and cheered outright. "This is too good to be true. It's dreamy. It's a good thing I got back early or how much I'd have to ogle you guys playing up here." Little fat baby and Dodo on the boat after the two little guys on the boat crazy running. Dodo also brought his little side of the herd also brought. Suya Wei has been followed behind them. Fat brother also directly as a shirker. There was only one suite on the cruise ship and the rest were king rooms, each with a bathroom as well, so they were all very convenient to stay in. Jiang Nanzhou directly gave that suite to Master Zhang and the housekeeper to stay. Master Zhang wanted to refuse to come, but Jiang Nanzhou directly took all their luggage in. Then he did not meet with Jiangnan boat. In the retreat will appear to be a jacket. Once their rooms were all arranged and they were settled, they were all free to go. Master Zhang also made a point of bringing his own chess set as well, and looked for someone to play chess with when he got on the boat. Jiang father and also Jiang mother they had been chatting with and father, Uncle Un. Jiang Nanzhou was also happier to see them talking to each other. After all, they got along well enough for him and Enlichu to have no worries. The two of them, and Minghui and Yunana, could be considered to have taken a good rest after the wedding, and the two of them sat underneath the parasol and looked at the scenery of the sea. And Minghui said to Yunana, "It's the first time I've been so comfortably out on the water. It's so cozy." Yunana said to Minghui with a smile, "You're long overdue for some relaxation. It feels like you're extra tight when you're working." Hearing Yunana's words, and Minghui felt that he had indeed been too tight before. "Indeed it is, and this time out I won't be thinking about work and having a good time with you guys." Saying that, he took Yunana's hand to enjoy this peaceful time together. The three of them, and Li Chu, Dai Yu and Barry, were on the boat looking for various angles to take pictures. Jiang Nanzhou stood on the deck and looked inside the sea. Not expecting Egg to come along for the ride, he decided to propose to Enrichu tonight. After all, there are quite a lot of things to prepare, and his grandfather can say that today is a good day. The news also reported that there would be a meteor shower on their side of the border this evening around 9 p.m. I just don't know if they'll be able to see it. Imagine how beautiful and romantic it would be if he proposed to Enrichu under the starry sky of a meteor shower. Zhang Wei was busy in the kitchen from the time he got on the boat. Zhang mother saw it and said to Zhang Wei, "You go play with them too. There's nothing to clean up over here. It's rare to come out and play, and auntie will cook for you at noon." Zhang Wei, who heard Zhang mother's words, hurriedly said, "Auntie, I'll cook for you at noon. You haven't tasted my handiwork yet. I'll show you what I can do at noon." Zhang mother directly pushed Zhang Wei out of the kitchen. "You go and play with them too." Zhang Yuan and Fatty both gave the mahjong machine a go. Counting Jiang Nanhai they were only 3 people. Zhang Yuan directly thought of Zhang Wei. He came to look for Zhang Wei just in time to see Zhang Wei being pushed out of the kitchen by Zhang mother. "Brother Wei, let's go. Let's play mahjong. It happens to be 3 short of 1. You're the one missing." After saying this, he tried to pull Zhang Wei away. And Zhang Wei said as he walked, "How big of a game? I'm not playing too big." After all, he still had to save up money to build a house and get a daughter-in-law. And he had read on the internet before that the rich second generation they all gambled and played quite big. Zhang Yuan said, "How about we don't play for money? Just bet on the beer, and get a book to keep track of it, and then we'll drink it at the end of the night." Hear this Zhang Wei not the slightest pressure. After all, the beer he is able to drink in. If you play money by the time to shell out money he can be heartbroken. After all, he has a few brushes of his own he still knows. He played poker has not won. No one was very hungry at noon, and they hadn't been idle with their mouths on the boat today. They had brought good food on board with any of them. The ones who had tea and snacks and fruit were full, so they all suggested an early dinner time so they could still make one less meal. All of them were very agreeable, but Jiang Nanzhou made a special effort to cook some noodles for the two of them, Dudu and little fatty baby, to eat at noon. Kids aren't like them adults. It's better to give them their meals on time. Grandpa Jiang couldn't resist that fishing heart in the afternoon. He took the fishing gear and led father and uncle and they started fishing. Jiang father also followed to join in the fun. After all, he was still in good hands last time he and Jiang Nanzhou went out to sea, and also caught a lot of fish. This time he wanted to show his hand in front of his old man's face and clear his name of being unable to do anything. Chapter 278, No Swimming Trunks. Grandpa Jiang saw that Father Jiang also took out his fishing gear to fish and said, "You're still fishing at your level, so stay away from me so you don't catch me in the act." Jiang's father, who heard this, said unhappily, "I'm at a pretty high level now. It's not like you don't know that boat and I didn't fish a lot when we went out to sea 2 days ago." Grandpa Jiang said, "I reckon. The fish that you can catch aren't too smart to be either blind or cuties." Uncle and Father were also amused by the couple's conversation, and couldn't help but sigh that their family atmosphere was really good, unlike their family which was cold and quiet with just a few people. Once everything was in place, they all kept some distance and started fishing. After all, if they were too close, their hooks and lines would tend to get tangled together. But John's father didn't hit his face this time. He was the first to land a fish, and a good-sized black snapper at that. Anne's father said to John's father with a smile, "You can do this. You're catching fish so fast." John's father said smilingly, "While I may not be great at fishing, I can still be lucky at fishing." John's father finished the sentence also carried the fish to his father in front of a circle. John's grandfather pressure simply did not give him a look. Jiang Nanzhou saw the scene of his dad suddenly felt that his dad was quite cute at times. So old, still no eyesight. Never saw that his grandfather was holding back from scolding him. I guess if Uncle and Father hadn't been here, his grandfather would have had to scold his dad high and low. After all, that was the routine. But when you go out, Grandpa Jiang still give his son some face. After all, people's little pair's father is still here. Then let people think that this in-laws are not tuned how to tidy up. Jiang Nanzhou didn't fish and stayed with them over here for a while. Then followed in Lichu, as well as Dai Yu, and they went to play poker. They had discussed it before in the WeChat group, and at night they said there would be a meteor shower, so that they would all go and change into pretty dresses, and then they would take a big picture of them. The two of them, Dai Yu and Barry, were responsible for dragging in Lichu down, and when the time came, they let her stay in the room for a little while longer so that they could give Su Yaowei and Jiang Nanzhou the time to set up the scene, so they all had something on their minds when they played poker today, and in the end, the two of them, Yunana and Minghui, were there playing poker seriously? After all, none of them knew that Jiang Nanzhou wanted to propose to Lichu tonight, and the fewer people who knew, the better. After all, in case if the words slipped out, all the surprises would have been prepared for nothing. Today's weather is really exceptionally good. Jiang Nanzhou directly let Master Lu stop the boat. He proposed, "Guys, do you want to go diving? I've been over here before. The bottom of the sea is especially beautiful, and the water is not so deep here, and there's a lot of beautiful coral down there." Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, they all became interested, and they had all brought their swimsuits with them when they came. Only Barry said with a somewhat sad face, "I brought my bathing suit, but I don't know how to swim either. I really regret not learning how to swim." Jiang Nanzhou said, "If you can't swim you put on a life preserver and float in the water for fun. Yesterday the fourth aunt even bought a particularly nice looking swimming ring, and there are many other things to play in the water." Dai Yu chimed in, "Yes, when we go down later, we'll put on a life jacket for you. You can't fall down with that thing on. Besides, there's still me with you. We don't go diving. I don't know how to dive either, we'll just play on the surface of the sea." It just so happened that Su Yaowei brought the little chubby baby and Dudu in for a drink of water, and in the meantime, let them rest for a while as well. The two little bitty ones were excited to hear that they were going to play in the water, and they both wanted to follow along. Su Yaowei saw Dudu also very excited to raise a small hand to follow the play, or relatively pleased. After all, that incident did not leave Dudu a shadow. If this were a normal person, they would probably be scared at the sight of the sea, but Dudu has also been going to the beach a lot since she came back, and hasn't shown any fear at all. Jiang Nanzhou said to the two little ones when he saw how excited they were, "Just hurry up and go up and change into your bathing suits, and I'll take you down there later for some fun." Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, the little fat baby went to find Fatty. Daddy, I need to change into my swim trunks. My brother said he was going to take us to the ocean." The little fat baby and Dudu together unconsciously learned Dudu to call Jiang Nanzhou brother. Fatty, who was playing mahjong, only remembered when he heard this from the little chubby baby that they had come to the sea to play and hadn't brought swim trunks for the little chubby baby. So Fatty went straight for the little chubby baby's tank top and shorts. "Okay, you just go right ahead and have fun in your little panties." The little chubby baby was running around the boat in a pair of little SpongeBob SquarePants underpants. He was too young to be shy anyway, and he couldn't tell the difference between swim trunks and underpants, which all looked the same anyway. They were all amused, and Zhang Yuan even unkindly took a lot of photos and small videos of the little fat baby. Zhang Yuan put away his cell phone and said to Fatty, "You're too much of a dad to come to the ocean and not bring swim trunks for your kids." Fatty said with a grin, Hurry up and come and keep playing mahjong. He used to play on the beach all naked and run around with his butt cheeks. And I've taken a lot of pictures of him too. So when he grows up put them all out for him at his wedding. Zhang Yuan said. You're a bad father. No more games. I'm going to go down and play with them too. Fatty heard this and said. That's just as well. You go and play and watch the kids for me on the way. I'm too scared to go in the water. Since the last time Fatty was pulled into the sea by a big fish, he was now not even interested in fishing for fear of catching a big fish. He did not want to experience that feeling again. Zhang Yuan said to Fatty, it's just as well you're not going down there. Take more pictures of us then. I haven't had any to post to my friends lately. Fatty said as he gave an okay to Zhang Yuan. Don't worry. Your fat brother has been trained by your sister-in-law for so many years. There's absolutely no problem taking pictures. Zhang Nanhai said to Zhang Wei. The mahjong game is yellow. Let's go play too. Zhang Wei waved his hand and said. I'm not going. You're all in pairs. I'll still go to the kitchen and prepare the food. I'll start with what I'm going to need for the evening. Zhang Nanzhou also prepared several sets of diving equipment, but it turned out that only Enlichu was the only one who used it. They all decided to play on the sea. After all, there were two other little ones. The egg had been playing in the vicinity of their cruise ship, not realizing that its two-legged master had gone down to the sea, so it couldn't let go of any chance to get a magical little drink. Swimming straight for their side. Chapter 279, Cheers. Tootsie and Chubby Boy saw Egg swimming this way, and both of their little ones waved excitedly Eggs, but Egg's eyes now only had its two-legged beast master in them, and he couldn't see anyone else at all. It swam to Zhang Nanzhou's side and even rubbed its head against his hand, but no matter how it pampered itself today, it was destined to not get the magical little drink. After all, there are so many people here. Zhang Nanzhou also understands what the egg means, but he is really not convenient to give it a marine life nutrient solution. Eggs and Jiangnan boat posting half a day. Nothing mixed. Disappointed. Turned his head and went to look for Dudu and little fat baby to play. Toots and Chubby play with two people, both with a swimming ring on them, and Eggs just pushes them around with his head. After Enlichu's equipment was put on, Zhang Nanzhou took Enlichu's hand after getting into the water and dived downward. The coral reefs down there are all exceptionally beautiful, with lots of little fish of all colors weaving in and out of them. This time he came down. Zhang Nanzhou also brought an underwater camera, just to take a few more good-looking pictures for Enlichu. After all, he also wanted to record all this beautiful moment. Especially there are some silly little fish. Has been around Enlichu. The world of the sea is really colorful, especially beautiful, and Enlichu really hate to turn her legs into a pair of fishtail. She also want to be like Jiangnan boat, can breathe freely in the sea. If that was really the case, I guess she would be soaking in the sea every day. And Enlichu also took the underwater camera in Zhang Nanzhou's hand and took some more pictures of Zhang Nanzhou. Later still, Zhang Nanzhou put his arm around Enlichu's shoulders, and the two of them took a picture together at the bottom of the sea. The two men heard Zhang Yuan say to them as they swam out to sea, if only you guys had come out earlier, you would have seen that amazing scene just now. And Nichu asked as she took off her gear after boarding the ship. What just happened? Tell me what an amazing scene it was. Zhang Yuan said excitedly. Hearing this, Zhang Nanzhou knew that the group of dolphins must be the ones that came back with him. And Nicha said with some loss when she heard this, it's a pity we came up late, or we could have seen it too. Zhang Nanzhou said to Enlichu, what's the pity in that? It's not like you can't see them anymore. They'll show up again. Zhang Nanzhou had just finished saying this, but he didn't expect the group of dolphins to all appear again. They were jumping back and forth out of the ocean not far from them. Barry said excitedly to Zhang Wei who was in the boat. Why? Hurry up and take a picture of me with the dolphins. When Zhang Wei heard Barry's words, he directly took out his cell phone and said to Barry, come on, make a cute pose. It's just the right angle to get you all in the picture. Barry changed several cute poses in a row, and Zhang Wei directly gave her a continuous shot. Dayu saw that Barry had finished filming and also called out to Zhang Wei to ask him to help take pictures. Zhang Wei was a good deal of work, and finally gave them a group photo. Grandpa Jiang pushed Jiang Bashan to also watch them play for half a day, and seeing that they were all playing very happily, they followed suit. Until the sun went down they were all on board as well. Zhang Nanzhou took a quick shower and then got busy with Zhang Wei inside the kitchen. By the time they all finished showering and came down, Zhang Nanzhou and Zhang Wei had already prepared several dishes. Zhang mother and Zhang grandmother they originally wanted to help. Zhang Wei and Zhang Nanzhou sent them out directly, and Lichu and Dayu originally wanted to go and help out as well. But it turned out that all the preparations had been done by Zhang Wei, and there wasn't much left for the two of them to do. Zhang Nanzhou, they have made a lot of wine dishes. He wants everyone to drink more. Just when the atmosphere is set in place he proposed to Enlichu, so he also wanted to secretly open a live broadcast at night. After all, there are a lot of netizens who have also been supporting him since he first started broadcasting, so he also wanted to share his important moment with them as well, so that they can also follow the fun. By the time Jiang Nanzhou and Zhang Wei had all the dishes done outside, they had already set up the table, which was put together with 2 large tables. This way they don't have to sit separately and it's a little more lively. Jiang Nanzhou gave Dudu and little fat baby their 2 little ones, also specially squeezed the juice and saved it for them to drink when they eat. When they were all seated together, Jiang Nanzhou first mentioned a glass of wine. I'll start off with a toast. Very happy for all of us guys to get together and come out on the water. Hope you all have a good time. I'll drink to that. They all cheered as Jiang Nanzhou drank all the wine in his cup. Come on, let's have a drink together. Hurry up. Zhang Yuan, your wine glass isn't even full. Hurry up and fill it up. Let's raise our glasses together and let me take a picture so I can post it to my friends. Even a few of the older people and the 2 little ones joined them in raising their glasses for the photo. Zhang Yuanshan and Grandpa Jiang and father and they all drank white wine together. And the white wine they drank was all specially brought by Zhang Yuanshan's butler. This wine can't be bought outside. It's brewed by Zhang Yuanshan's best friend himself. How many people want to spend money on it can't buy it? For Grandpa Jiang and the rest of them, who were particularly fond of white wine, they could tell that this wine was not ordinary after just one sip. Grandpa Jiang said to Zhang Yuanshan after putting down his wine glass, "Old Zhang, this wine of yours is also too good. It smells so good." Zhang Yuanshan said proudly, "That's not true. This is my oldest brother's own hand-brewed. Ordinary people can't drink it. I just don't know how many more years I can drink it. After all, his health is not as good as it was every year." Speaking of this time, Zhang Yuanshan is still a little sad. These years several of his old friends have gone below to wait for him. The remaining bones of these old people still count on his health can be a little better. Grandpa Jiang comforted. "Just don't think about it so much. God has a fixed time for you to live. The main thing we need now is to have a good mindset. Don't cause trouble for our children and grandchildren." Elder Zhang also said, "You are right. In the past they have anything I love to follow the worry. I can now think open. They love to do what they want. I do not care. I will be on this side of the good health and health so that they can rest assured on the line." Grandpa Jiang said as he took a sip of wine. "Old Zhang, you can stay in our village when you're free from work from now on. The people in our village are quite long-lived, I feel." Chapter 280, Like a Fairy. Zhang Yuanshan heard this. Once he thought of his body from coming to this island is also a lot better. Also really feel that this side is a treasure. And he can often see the old man walking in the village. Some are more than 100 years old. This side of the people are also really all quite long-lived. I also feel that this side is quite nice. I'll stay here from now on when I'm not doing anything. And when I go back I'll ask my old brothers to come and stay for a while as well. Grandpa Jiang said. "Then I'm more than welcome to invite you to my house for a drink when the time comes." Zhang Lao's is also rare to drinking so easy. Before, in addition to drinking with old brothers can be comfortable. The rest of the other people drinking is a strong compliment to him. No meaning at all. Father and an uncle and they also drank very happily. And they all had a very good impression of Jiang Nanzhou's family. They were all relatively amiable people. So they were relieved that Enlichu had married into their family. When it was completely dark, Zhang Yuan saw on the news that the meteor shower was coming at 9 o'clock or so. When Berry heard this she turned to Anayachu and Daiyu. "Sisters, let's go upstairs and change into a pretty dress and put on some makeup. We'll take more nice pictures later." Daiyu instantly understood when she heard this. Yes, pair. It just so happens that didn't I say the other day that I'd give you a beautiful fairy-style dress? I brought it here. It's in my suitcase. I'll take you up to try it on." And Lichu originally wanted to say that they could just go up and put on their makeup. She was more of a pain in the ass. But in the end, she was pulled up by Daiyu. When they went up, Jiang Nanzhou said to father and an uncle, Uncle, I've decided to propose to pair tonight, but I'd like to follow your advice." Father heard this and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "We don't have a problem with that. We just want you to be nice to pair." Uncle and also said, "Good boy. I knew this trip out wouldn't be so simple. Uncle looks out for you." After Jiang Bei and the others heard their conversation, they all started to get busy. Su Yawei this afternoon in the room by herself, but also prepared a lot of beautiful balloons, and a bunch of beautiful roses, which is still Su Yawei's own insertion, because yesterday when I bought it all in the water to raise, there were all kinds of pretty little starlights, and it didn't take long for the proposal site to be finished. Daiyu gave Enlichu a long white dress, and Enlichu's curly hair was spread out over her shoulders, as pretty as a fairy who had mistakenly entered the mortal world. Berry came to them all stunned by Enrichu's outfit. "Oh my goodness, this is so beautiful too, love. Daiyu said to them smugly. "Sister's vision how? Is not particularly good. I was at the first sight of this skirt when I felt particularly suitable for Shaoli." And Lichu also felt that Daiyu's vision was really good. She also really liked the dress. "Looks like I'll have to look to you for future shopping. You've got a real good eye." Barry, who heard this, said, "Then remember to call me the next time you guys go shopping. And I'll go with you then." Daiyu said to Barry with a smile, "Okay, we'll go shopping in the city when we get back." Anayachu said to the girls, "You guys wait for me while I go to the bathroom." While Anri-chu was in the bathroom, Barry sent a message to that proposal planning group of theirs that they were going down there soon. On the deck they had already set up the proposal scene, and Zhang Nanzhou had prepared a gift for Anli-chu and a proposal ring. Zhang Nanzhou connected to the drone live equipment. After the live room opened the cell phone to Zhang Wei. After all, Zhang Wei is also considered his live small assistant. Zhang Wei live before the live broadcast in the Jiangnan Boats fanbase or issued a live announcement. Said that this evening will open the live broadcast. There are surprises. The netizens in the live broadcast room. When they just entered Zhang Nanzhou's live broadcast room, they realized that today's brother fisherman was different from the past. He stood in the middle of the pathway holding a bouquet of flowers arranged with candles to form a heart, while everyone else held some colored egg salutes in their hands. The public screen of the live broadcast room was instantly buzzing with activity. What's going on here? Is brother fisherman trying to propose? Guys, I have a feeling this is a marriage proposal. After all, brother fisherman is wearing a suit today. I also saw some of the netizens posting today that brother fisherman and the others went out to sea and had a bunch of pink cruise ships out for a good time. I have a feeling that pink cruise ship was specially prepared for this evening. Mrs. Fisherman is so lucky. Another day of envy for the fisherman's wife. Brother Fishman is too good for her too. How come I can't meet such a good man? Although the cell phone was in Zhang Wei's hands, Zhang Wei also directly gave it a hang up. He didn't even see it when someone on the public screen of the live broadcast said that the little assistant was not dedicated. The two little ones, little Dudu and little chubby baby, were both excited as well, both holding cute balloons in their hands to give them support. After all, this was the first time they had ever seen a marriage proposal site. When Anli-chu and Barry and Daiyu came downstairs, they saw Zhang Nanzhou wearing a black suit and standing in the middle of the candles with a bouquet of fiery red roses in his hand. But at this time, Zhang Nanzhou had already been shocked by Anli-chu's beautiful outfit today. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also mesmerized by Anli-chu's appearance. Just now I was envious of the fisherman's wife, but now I'm so envious of the fisherman's brother. OMG. Open screen blitz. I just entered the live room and saw a fairy sister. What kind of live room is this? Does the fairy sister have a boyfriend? Do you think I'm okay? Don't even think about it upstairs. It's a marriage proposal from the anchor of this broadcast. In the past, I only knew that the fisherman's wife was especially pretty, but today I took a look at this, which is not pretty. This is the daughter of a fairy, not inferior to a big star at all. How lucky. Luckily I didn't go out today and get to see brother fisherman's proposal scene. And Li-chu looked at the scene in front of her and instantly understood what this meant. Her eyes were a little red. Her pace slowly walked to Zhang Nanzhou's front. The past, little by little, surfaced in front of her eyes, although they hadn't experienced any great storms, life and death between them. But the period of time with Zhang Nanzhou was the happiest time for her. She took the roses that Zhang Nanzhou sent over. And then she saw Zhang Nanzhou get down on one knee and raise the ring with pink diamonds in his hand. Zhang Nanzhou was also incredibly nervous and felt that his palms were starting to sweat. Chapter 281, The Proposal of Marriage. Xiao Li, originally I wanted to propose to you on your birthday, but there is still a long time. I'm a little anxious. Just this time I felt uncle and returned to China. I want your family and close friends in front of you to propose. I thought of a lot of words before the proposal, but I feel that those are a little powerless and pale. No matter how good the words are no use. But I Zhang Nanzhou can assure you that I regard you as important as my life. Guarantee. I regard you as important as my life. I will be good to you for the rest of my life. I hope you can agree to my proposal. Zhang Nanzhou's eyes were all red even when he said this, but at this time, Anli-chu was already in tears. She directly extended her hand and said to Zhang Nanzhou, I say yes to your proposal. Hurry up and put the ring on my finger. Anli-chu had fantasized about this scene many times since she was with Zhang Nanzhou. She had long since recognized this man and wanted to be with him for the rest of her life in the future. Zhang Nanzhou's hands were a little trembling after hearing Anli-chu's words and helped Anli-chu put the ring on. As he stood up he gave Anri-chu a hug back. Zhang Yuan coaxed from the side. Don't you guys just hug. Give us a kiss. Barry and the girls followed suit when they heard it. The netizens in the live stream were also waiting for that scene even more. Brother fisherman, hurry to kiss. Do not just hug. I'm in such a hurry. I can't wait to hold both their heads together. Even though brother fisherman wasn't proposing to me, I felt very touched. What a great honor to witness this. I'm going to propose to my girlfriend in a while. Hopefully it goes better like brother fisherman. Give me a kiss. Kiss me to death. This gives me a rush. And Manhwa originally heard Zhang Nanzhou said to propose to Anli-chu when he felt that they are now a little early to propose. But when he saw his little sister's faces full of happy smiles are all relieved. Anyway, His sister is living a happy life on the good. Married to Jiang Nanzhou is also very good. At least they are still on their side. Did not have to marry far away. If Jiang Nanzhou bullied her in the future, he would be her strong backing. After all, being so close, he could just kill their house. Anne's father was also particularly happy. After all, he has always been very optimistic about Jiang Nanzhou, his daughter from now on. In this world there are a few more people who love his daughter. Anne's father looked at the two of them with eyes full of relief. Jiang Nanzhou gently kissed the corner of Enlichu's lips. After all, there are so many elders on this side. If the kiss is too intense it is not good. They had just finished kissing when they heard Barry say in surprise, "Look guys, here comes the meteor shower." Hearing this from Barry they all looked up at the stars. Meteors were streaking by one after the other. The netizens of the live broadcast who heard this were also very anxious. "You show us too, little assistant. I haven't seen a meteor shower yet. This is too romantic. I didn't realize Brother Fisherman's proposal had a meteor shower. What's wrong with you, little assistant? Hurry up and show us, I beg you. Show it to me so I can make a wish. It's such a great day. With Brother Fisherman's successful proposal and the meteor shower. And it's equally my birthday." Zhang Wei had also seen what the netizens were saying on the public screen of the live broadcast room, but he hadn't figured out how this drone live broadcasting device switched viewpoints. In the end, he had no choice but to open up to Jiang Nanzhou. "Nanzhou, you show the netizens in the live broadcast room the meteor shower as well. I didn't know how to make it." Jiang Nanzhou took the cell phone from Zhang Wei's hand and operated it, and the drone live broadcasting equipment directly lifted off, flying high and shooting a very clear picture, and the public screen of his live broadcasting room instantly became a wishing pool. Jiang Nanzhou also made a silent wish in his heart that his family and friends would be healthy and peaceful. The meteor shower lasted just over 40 minutes, and then after that it was just an occasional meteor streaking by. Jiang Nanzhou pointed the drone's live camera at himself and spoke to the netizens in the broadcast room. "Thank you all so much for watching my proposal. I did pretty good just now, didn't I? Live on the public screen. It was very good. Brother Fisherman did very well, and it touched me to the core. Congratulations to Brother Fisherman on his successful proposal. The proposal was successful. Will he give us some little surprise? That's right. Brother Fisherman doesn't give out lucky bags anymore. There's no seafood to eat. I wish brother and sister-in-law Fisherman long love. On such a beautiful day, let's give out a lucky bag from Brother Fisherman." Jiang Nanzhou was also very happy to see the blessings on the public screen. After all, he also received so many blessings. "Let's draw 520 of our homegrown seafood snacks gift packs today. And also thank you very much for your blessings. And also wish you a double harvest of career and love." Jiang Nanzhou directly sent out a lucky bag after saying this. Or the old rule, it would be opened after 10 minutes. The netizens heard the fisherman brother said a total of 520 lucky bags were issued. They are still quite expectant. After all, so many lucky bags. The winning rate can also be higher. Worthy of being the anchor I've always supported. The outburst is just so atmospheric. I hope I can win this time. It's a seafood snack pack. I'm super in love with it. I can barely afford it. Let me win. Brother Fisherman is awesome and never lets us old fans down. Let's hope I win the lottery today. After all, there are so many goodie bags, and I haven't won one since I started. The lucky bag this time is different. I won't even eat it even if I draw it. After all, it's monumental. After opening the lucky bag on the verge of going off the air, Jiang Nanzhou said to the camera in the live broadcast room, "You just don't all keep it even if you draw it. You should still eat it." That's it for today's broadcast. We'll see you another day. Jiang Nanzhou directly went off the air after saying this. After all, he was particularly happy today, and he hadn't drank the pain yet. They're going to have to stay drunk today. Even a couple of the old men didn't have much to drink today, and they're still there with their liquor lawsuits. And father and Jiang father, they also drink especially happy. Jiang mother today did not stop Jiang father drink. After all, they get along with the pleasant on the line. She is the future in-laws of their family. Their family's attitude is also very satisfied. The next step is to hope that the two children will get married and start a family before it's too late. After all, they're not too young. This evening both families also sent word. When to get married. Two people book. They are not involved. Chapter 282, The Leader's Secretary. When the time comes, the bride price and dowry will not be small, and it will be for both their children, and neither family will want it. Tonight Jiang Nanzhou and Enlichu, two people, are completely all drunk. Because Zhang Yuan, they are all just pouring them too. They cannot run away. Another one who drank too much was Zhang Wei. After all, people were all in pairs and he was the only one who was alone. So Zhang Wei was eating dog food, not to mention that they all poured wine on him. Zhang Wei felt like he was really hard. They had a very fun and relaxing 2 days. And when Fatty had to take the little chubby baby home, it was like it was time for the two little kids to say goodbye again. And Richu and the girls have also started wrapping up their work at the BNB side. And it's been very busy lately as well. So they've all gotten busy since they got back. Jiangjia Village Museum side also began to start construction. The city for Jiangnan Boat to build this museum is also a strong support. The city also gave a sum of money to be allocated, which is also considered to save Jiangnanzhou. After all, this museum is private, so only $500,000 were allocated. But Jiangnanzhou is also very grateful to the big brother of the fat brother. After all, without this layer of relationship this project wouldn't have proceeded so quickly, much less given this $500,000. The project on the museum side had been followed up by Jiangnanhai's side, so Jiangnanzhou also had time to concentrate on the breeding base on the Moon Island side. Jiangnanzhou was given a chance to rename Moon Island once, but he now felt that the name Moon Island was also quite good, so it was better to not change the name first. The drawings of Moon Island had just been drawn. Jiangnanzhou received a strange phone call. Hello Mr. Jian, I'm Wang Sudong, the assistant of MS Zhou Tianhong, the chairman of Tianhong Group. Our chairman would like to invite you for a meal. I don't know if you have the time? Jiangnanzhou had heard of this Tianhong Group. It was very famous in their city. The resort in the city that he and Enlichu went to before was owned by Tianhong Group. Zhou Tianhong, this name Jiangnanzhou is also known. He also heard the fat brother mentioned some time ago. Said that this Zhou Tianhong is a provincial leader of a small secret. Don't look at her early 30s. She single-handedly founded the Tianhong Group, and she is out of the countryside. The original family is indeed very bad, but in just a few years of time, but became worth billions of dollars of young female entrepreneurs. This woman is not an ordinary role. And Jiangnanzhou has seen reports about this Tianhong Group chairman before. The looks are particularly voluptuous kind. A pair of fox eyes particularly seductive. But she is definitely not a vase. The media interviews with her. It can be seen that she speaks with a very high level of emotional intelligence and IQ. Jiangnanzhou still admired this woman. But he didn't want to have contact with this kind of person because most of this kind of people didn't have any sincerity to speak of. That's why Jiangnanzhou directly rebuffed in a light tone. I'm sorry, I don't know your chairman and so dinner is excused. Is there something wrong? You can talk to me directly. Wang Sudong on the other end of the phone was a little angry by Jiangnanzhou's tone. As far as Wang Sudong, is a person who is more dignified in Nanhai City, he is not only Zhou Tianhong's assistant, but also Zhou Tianhong's cousin. So no matter who it is, he will give him a few points of face. I didn't expect this kid to be so ungrateful, and he had explained that it was their chairman, MS Zhou Tianhong, who wanted to see him, which was all quite giving him face. Wang Sudong's tone cooled down and said, Mr. Jian, our chairman Zhou has long been interested in that Moon Island in your hands, and I didn't expect it to come to you first, so our chairman would like to talk to you about a business deal. Jiangnanzhou, who heard this, said, Sorry about that, Assistant Wang. I don't want to work with anyone on that island. Let's leave it at that for now. I have things on my side. Jiangnanzhou said this and directly hung up the phone. He didn't expect that their side's appetite was so big that they had their eyes on his island. Wang Sudong, who had been hung up on, threw his cell phone on his desk in anger and cursed under his breath. TND. What the hell? How dare you hang up on me? I'll fix you up sooner or later. After saying this, he lit a cigarette and called his little brothers again. He wanted to teach Jiangnanzhou a lesson. He does not believe that this kid is not soft. There is still no one that Wang Sudong cannot handle, but the early stage cannot be done too much. After all, they still want that Moon Island in the hands of Jiangnanzhou. Wang Sudong put all these things in Zhou Tianhong report. Zhou Tianhong pressure simply did not put Jiangnan Boat in the eyes. After all, they are investigated. Jiangnan Boat is not just a little bit of good relations with the white mayor's younger brother. In her eyes this is not what is very hard backstage. So she didn't open her mouth to stop Wang Sudong when she heard him say that he wanted to give Jiangnanzhou a small lesson. After all, slapping Wang Sudong's face was slapping her Zhou Tianhong's face. Jiangnanzhou hung up the phone after also thought that they will not be so kindly. After all, this period of time Jiangnanzhou received a lot of strange phone calls, said that they want to develop this island with him, and some directly want to contract. No one was interested in Moon Island when they were not well known in the South Bay, but today is different. That Moon Island is now a piece of meat and potatoes. Now even the other villages on their island have begun to do a small business. The village that was flooded before, there are a lot of people who need to rebuild their houses. Taking this opportunity, they have a lot of people directly built a bed and breakfast. Jiang Tianxiang this period of time is also busy. Originally he was going to let the workers can Jiangnan Boat side of the work. He refused a good number of to build a house. And then Jiangnan Boat said the first to the affected villages to build a house. His side and so on. So Jiang Tianxiang only took the other orders. His engineering team is now bigger and bigger. But the workers are still not enough. He also recruited some from the field. but still not enough. Just in time for the sealing of the sea, there are a lot of crew members have gone over to his side of the part-time job. These are all thanks to the blessing of Jiangnan Boda. Jiangnan Zhou has recently been in the forum of mariculture to see some manufacturers to share the latest equipment. That forum to post anything. But Jiangnan Zhou was deeply attracted by a post. It was posted by a recently retired professor. His 68th failed experiment. And this thing he's figuring out is to farm some species of seafood that are not currently farmed in this country. His posts Jiangnan Zhou read them all. What an obsessive little old man. Chapter 283 Reorganization. He had organized all of his failures. Jiangnan Zhou felt that all of these things were useful. And this little old man was innovative every time. Especially with some new equipment as well. Jiangnan Zhou quite hoped that his farming base would have this kind of truly capable people joining it. He sent several private messages to this little old man, but all of them received no reply. So I guess this little old man didn't see the message he sent. Jiangnan Zhou felt that if this little old man saw the private message he sent, he would have replied to him. After all, he asked many specialized questions. Jiangnan Zhou also contacted many manufacturers of new equipment on there, and he was chatting with the salesman when he received a call from Jiang Nanhai. Jiang Nanzhou phone just answered, and heard Jiang Nanhai's voice at the other end of the phone said with some grumpiness, "Do you have time this afternoon? Come to the store if you have time. Recently there are a lot of guests who come to our side after buying seafood. They all say that they have food poisoning after eating it, saying that our seafood is not fresh, and making trouble in our store. There have already been several of these guests in the past 2 days, and I have a feeling that this is supposed to be a way to find fault." Jiang Nanzhou said after a moment of contemplation, "I happen to have nothing to do. I'll go over there in a while. The assistant to the chairman of that Tianhong group in the city called me some time ago, saying that he was more interested in that moon island of mine, and that they wanted to collaborate, and that this matter should have something to do with them." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nanzhou directly took the car keys and went to the store in town. After all, this is not a small matter. They have just finished standing on this side. Everything has just been on the right track. If this matter has become a big deal, the impact on them is very bad. Jiang Nanzhou had heard Fatty mention it before, saying that Tianhong Group their hands were quite dirty, and their style of doing things was rather rogue, and there were already quite a few of their peers who all had very strong opinions about them. Nay, people's backstage is tougher, and then it's all over. Jiang Nanzhou arrived at the store just in time to see two young men making a scene in the store. "I tell you, today this matter is not finished. My brother is still staying in the hospital. I've already called the police now. If you don't give me a statement today, you don't want to do business either. Hurry up and call your boss to me." The manager of their seafood department on the first floor had started sweating on his forehead, but was doing his best to calm down. "Older brother, you listen to my brother. Now your brother's side of the inspection report has not yet come out it, specifically because of what food poisoning now cannot be concluded. You say right. What we have to say, let's go to the office to say." The other young man who heard this directly began to swear. "Don't TMD give me the whole set. We went into the office with you guys. We still don't know if we can come out. My brother didn't eat anything that day. He ate your family's seafood. Do you guys don't want to admit it now? I'm telling you, none of you can't run away." While they were cursing and grumbling, they also had to lift the baskets containing seafood. Jiang Nanzhou directly reached out and pulled that person down and said, "There's a problem to solve. The police will be here in a minute." The man said disdainfully as he shook off Jiang Nanzhou's hand, "Who are you? What's it got to do with you? Hurry up and spread your hands to me." Jiang Nanzhou said with a normal face after releasing his hand, "I thought you said you wanted the boss. I am the boss. How do you guys want to settle this?" Those two people directly yelled when they heard Jiang Nanzhou's words. "You boss can finally show up. My brother is still lying in the hospital. Just tell me how this can be solved." Jiang Nanzhou asked directly in return, "So what do you guys say about this? Money?" One of the men who heard this said directly and loudly, "You're insulting people by saying that. Do I look like someone who's short on money? My brother is still lying in the hospital, and you unscrupulous businessmen are still getting away with it here. In fact, this young man is trying to blackmail some money." But Wang Sudong but said to them, "Blackmail money does not mean anything. Mainly want to make their store shut down for a few days. Who let this kid offend the Rainbow Group without knowing better?" The attitude of the police and the staff of the business administration when they arrived was not as arrogant as I was just now, but they started to sell themselves short. "Comrade policeman, the unscrupulous merchants nowadays are also too pitiful. My brother is still lying in the hospital. A store like this with no conscience should be made to close down. There are also a lot of onlookers, and even some customers took their cell phones and recorded a small video and sent it to the internet." Jiang Nanzhou's heat has always been quite high on the internet, and it didn't take long for some bad phrases to hit the hot search. Business administration side directly let Jiangnan boat store suspended for 15 days. After all, Give people eat bad. This matter is not a small matter, and several people have reported the store in the last few days, so it would be a bit of a stretch not to let them shut down and reorganize. And Jiangnanzhou and their side should also take full responsibility for compensating the medical expenses of the people who ate the bad food. Fat Brother and Zhang Yuan, they were also the first to know the news. Fat Brother even gave his big brother a phone call. After all, if the business is suspended for 15 days, there is a lot of loss for Jiangnan boat. But the reply Fatty got was that his big brother's identity was also more sensitive, and it was not good to intervene in this matter. Justin Fatty said that he had offended the Sky Rainbow Group, and the public opinion on the network was now getting more and more intense. Even Zhang Yuan's side couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. Zhang Nanzhou was trying to go to the hospital to meet those who had eaten badly, but all of them over there refused to communicate and refused to meet. In fact, Zhang Nanzhou knows that those of them are nothing but a few medical reports, so it is not simple to get some evidence. But Jiangnan, both their side of the operations department directly on the internet, released their purchase when the surveillance video. The video is to show that they buy seafood are particularly fresh. There is no such thing as the internet said or dead seafood is not fresh. But now there are too many sailors on the internet. They just come up and spray. And even some netizens from out-of-town IPs have said that they have bought something not fresh in Brother Fisherman's store. But there were also quite a few netizens in the comments section of that video who were speaking in favor of Jiangnanzhou. When I traveled to the island a few days ago, I also bought seafood from the fisherman's brother's house, which was not only cheap but also exceptionally fresh. I'm from the island, and Brother Fisherman's store is very well recognized by all of us on the island, and there's never been anything like this, and I feel that Brother Fisherman can't do things that are against his conscience. Chapter 284 Key Evidence. Nowadays, people want to make money are crazy. What black money are making? I feel that the suspension and reorganization is too light. It should be directly closed and revoked business license. I trust Brother Fisherman. After all, I've been following him for so long, I still know what kind of person he is. Some of the waterbenders are too obvious. There's definitely not that much behind this one. This incident fermented so fast that even some netizens felt abnormal. Just as Jiangnanzhou and the others were still thinking of ways to deal with it, they received a WeChat from Fatty. A video that looked like it was taken secretly from the doorway. There were 3 young men smoking and drinking in the hospital's VIP's room. One of them had a bottle of beer in his hand in a hospital gown and said to the 2 men, "I don't know how that kid offended Dong. Let's make a big deal out of it. Might as well get some whole money to spend." One of the men said as he took a drag on his cigarette. "That's right, that Jiangnan boat can be rich. I can hear that he also fished quite a lot of gold and silver jewelry in the sea. Should be generous." The one who hadn't said anything said, "Dong let you do what you want. You do what you want. He will not treat you badly. You just pretend to be sick. The rest will be arranged on Dong's side. Or you act like it." The ones who went before were a bit timid. A bunch of send packets. They had let several people go over to look for trouble before. But that person was a bit timid and only dared to make a complaint call or something like that, and didn't even dare to go to the store and make a scene. Their conversation was squashed without even thinking it would be filmed. And they said everything with reckless abandon. This video was a conclusive evidence for Jiangnanzhou. After he watched the video, he directly called Fatty, and the other side quickly connected, and Fatty's smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dude, watch the video." Jiangnanzhou said, "I just finished watching it. I was trying to figure out how to see how I could get the evidence. This video of yours is just timely. Thank you so much." Fatty said, "This was sent to me by the buddy we went fishing with at the hospital. Thank him if you want, just don't say he sent you this video. It wouldn't be good for anyone to know he stole it." Jiangnanzhou instantly remembered the man in Fat Brother's mouth. The hardened brother who they had gone out fishing that time Fat Brother fell into the water. "Don't worry Fatty, I definitely won't tell anyone about this. Thank that big brother for me. I'll treat him to dinner when this is settled." Fatty and Tough Guy were good buddies, but with Jiangnanzhou they had met that one time, and there wasn't much contact between them. Today he happened to be at the hospital. Fatty asked him to help him check out the person who was staying in the VIP ward. He passed by the door of their room when he went to check the medical records, and happened to overhear their conversation. He came straight through the doorway to take a sneak peek. It just so happened that he had captured the key evidence that Jiangnanzhou needed. He directly sent it to Fatty, and then asked his iron brother to delete the surveillance video at the entrance of the ward. It just so happened that his iron brother was the head of their hospital security department, and had that authority. Jiangnanzhou and brother Tough Guy didn't add contact information that day, but they were both in that fishing group that Boss Juan pulled. Normally he and Stiffy didn't talk in the group, and he had to find Stiffy's avatar in the group members to add a friend. After all, he had to say thank you to someone for doing him a big favor. Jiangnanzhou sent the video to Jiangnan Hai and asked him to find a lawyer directly. After all, their company currently did not have a legal department. It seems that it is still necessary for them to get a team of lawyers on their own. Jang Nanhai said to Jang Nanjo after watching the video. How do you want to settle this one? Sue first or post the video online first? Jang Nanjo said after a moment of contemplation. I'll send it directly to the internet. I'll see what other means they have to deal with me. Although his backstage is hard. They don't dare to act rashly. They only dare to use some of these unorthodox small means. Jang Nanhai also agreed with Jang Nanjo's approach. After all, if he endured this time, then there might be a next time. So he might as well strike head-on. And Jang Nanhai contacted Zhang Yuan in advance to the introduction of the lawyer Yang Junjie. He is very famous in the industry. He is also very upright. Often on the network for some of the migrant workers who cannot afford to fight the lawsuit free of charge. But also for a lot of poor old people and capitalists to fight the lawsuit. Now even some people are very afraid to take on him. And some capitalists are particularly annoyed by him. Want to lay hands on him cannot. Because Yang Junjie, that guy's background is also very hard. His grandfather is the old commander. His father is still serving in the military. That family is not a good to be messed with. Yang Junjie himself knew that if it wasn't for his grandfather and his father both protecting him, he would have died many times over. When he was a child his family wanted him to become a soldier to protect his family and his country. But God was not as good as he wanted to be. His health was getting worse and worse. He also suffered from very serious asthma and was particularly picky about what he ate. Yang Junjie long is not bad, but is too thin. 1.78 m height, body weight is only 100 pounds. He also wants to eat more. But unfortunately, how he eats are not growing meat. Their family followed the fire. He didn't want to take over this matter of Zhang Nanzhou at first, and he was quite averse to the netizen category in itself. But Zhang Yuan used his future great-uncle's identity to make him come next, who asked him to fall in love with someone else's sister. But this is still only Zhang Yuan a person know. After all, on his current body which is qualified to go after people. Like is like. But at the moment, or first of all, their own body conditioning before it. Zhang Nanzhou and they had an online meeting with Jun Yang. And in the end, Zhang Nanzhou decided to start the live broadcast directly after releasing the video. After all, he hadn't been on the air for quite a while, but there were still a lot of netizens who believed in him and supported him, so he had to respond positively. At 7 o'clock in the evening Zhang Nanzhou opened a live broadcast directly in the store after posting the video on his account. Zhang Nanzhou today is not issued a live preview. After all, if he released a live preview, his live room will be more water army. In fact, what Zhang Nanzhou does not know is that the side is still staring at him with a deadly stare. And the water armies that are blacking him are on standby 24 hours a day, just waiting for him to open the live broadcast. And Gangnam Boat has already marked underneath that video that the police have been called in order to prosecute. The backstage of the Douyin platform, Li Dapeng, directly hung that video of Zhang Nanzhou on the top of the platform's homepage. There are those underneath that video who say the video is fake, and those who believe in Brother Fisherman very much. It didn't take a few minutes for the comments to break 10,000, but Zhang Nanzhou didn't reply to a single one, and he directly opened the live broadcast. The live chat room was flooded with a large number of people just a minute after it opened. I'm going, Brother Fisherman is really courageous. Now open the live broadcast. The whole network is hacking you. Want to go off the air? Like this kind of unscrupulous anchor? Unscrupulous merchants. They should be allowed to be banned from the entire network. Are eating people hospitalized surprisingly closed for a few days to rectify the situation? Too godless. Chapter 285 Tianhong Group's backer. Brother Fisherman finally made a positive response. I believe in Brother Fisherman's character. Is this going to start directing itself again? It's not easy to clear your name. It's up to the fans to buy it or not. Zhang Nanzhou also saw their statements on the public screen and responded directly. Good evening everyone. I don't know if you have seen my latest video release. Our South Bay business has always been adhering to the not earned black money, so we sell our qualified food and fresh seafood. Normal some people eat seafood occasionally have allergies and diarrhea and so on, and even eat things in seafood and seafood phases lead to poisoning. But like this time there is a premeditated frame our South Bay business or the first time I encountered. So I also hope that the relevant departments to give us a fair South Bay business firm. And our South Bay business firm has been prosecuted and the police. Some of the netizens who hadn't seen that video posted by Zhang Nanzhou also rushed to look at it when they heard Zhang Nanzhou's words. Say, those few people in the video I really know. It's that Tianhong Group's chairman's brother Wang Sudong's ponyboys. All day long they follow his ass and mix. Just all punks. It seems that Brother Fisherman is offended by the Tianhong Group. Now there will be a bitter head to eat. Those guys aren't good people at first glance. Brother Fisherman is offended. Nowadays, people are also too unethical. That ward looks like a VIP. Ordinary people can't live in it. As a nurse, I hate their kind of smoking and drinking in the ward. Since Brother Fisherman has called the police, We'll wait for official news. Upstairs, it is estimated that the final official statement will be a settlement. After all, the power of the Tianhong group is too big. If brother fisherman doesn't have some background, this is not a good thing to do. Jiang Nanzhou saw the netizens' speeches also cannot help but feel, now have a background with the background of the people is not good to rectify. They all have a protective umbrella. But he decided to fight him to the end this time. After all, this time he endured. The next time it is even more excessive. Jiang Nanzhou then answered a few more questions from netizens and went straight off the air. And Li Chu had come when Jiang Nanzhou had just started broadcasting, and she and Jiang Nanzhou's family had been concerned about this matter for the past few days and were more worried. After seeing Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast closed, and Li Chu stood behind Jiang Nanzhou and rubbed his temples for him and said, "I saw that video you posted. They've kicked ass this time. I just don't know if they'll stop." Jiang Nanzhou pulled in Li Chu's small hand and kissed it and said, "You can rest assured. Soldiers come to stop water to cover the earth. Evil does not oppress the right. In the future we are careful to prevent his." And Li Chu is still a little uneasy. She also recently inquired about that Tianhong group. In fact, there are a lot of negative news have been suppressed. She privately inquired about the Tianhong group's style of doing things is too rogue. It's just that I'm afraid there are some things that can't be prevented. Jiang Nanzhou also understood this, so he decided to take the initiative. That's what I was thinking. So I'm going to check out the city tomorrow and ask Fatty to find out who's behind that woman. And Nietzsche said with some concern, "It's fine for you to go to the city, but to catch whoever is behind that woman, you'll need someone to keep an eye on her, preferably someone unassuming." Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, instantly thought of someone in his mind. That person is Fan Hongtao. Jiang Bei's target is a bit big. After all, once he checked he knew they were related. Moreover, he had heard Jiang Bei say before that Fan Hongtao's detection ability was exceptionally strong. After all, he had been professionally trained. Jiang Nanzhou directly called Fan Hongtao and directly agreed after explaining the situation. Ever since the sea was closed, Fan Hongtao had nothing to do all day long. Apart from the necessary exercise, the rest of the day was spent playing games. But in the last few days even the game seemed to have failed to arouse his interest. Just as he was getting bored, things finally took a turn for the better now that he had finally found something to do. He thought that the next few days would no longer be so boring. Fan Hongtao, without saying a word, after packing his luggage with a few sets of change of clothes into the new but slightly worn second-hand Santana sedan, and then without hesitation towards the city sped away. To be honest, this kind of tracking and surveillance mission was a piece of cake for Fan Hongtao. To know, with his years of accumulated experience and keen insight, these subjects of surveillance are just some ordinary people. They simply cannot escape the tracking and control of Fan Hongtao's pair of eagle-like sharp eyes. Without saying a word, Jiang Nanzhou gently clicked his finger and transferred a considerable amount of money to Fan Hongtao, treating it as a reward for his help this time. In fact, at first Fan Hongtao simply did not want to accept the money. After all, he and Jiang Nanbo is also considered a friend. To help each other is a natural thing. However, what people did not expect is that Jiang Nanzhou was so quick to transfer the money directly into his account, so that Fan Hongtao was somewhat caught off guard. In the face of this sudden gift of thanks, Fan Hongtao could not help but fall into a dilemma. He wanted to return this money to Jiang Nanzhou through Jiang Bei, but Jiang Bei understood Jiang Nanzhou's character, and he would not take this money back, so he directly let Fan Hongtao take it. After receiving the money, Fan Hongtao decided that this matter must be done. He also deliberately found his hacker friend invaded the background of the Rainbow Group. Really unexpected. This view can be great. He was surprised to find that Tianhong Company's system actually hides two very different chart of accounts. This was simply unthinkable. How dare they be so bold? Not only did they deliberately falsify their books of accounts, but they also tried to evade taxes and tax evasion through this deceptive means. Such behavior is a serious violation of business ethics and laws and regulations, and one cannot help but have deep doubts about the integrity of this company. Illegal behaviors such as false accounting, tax evasion and leakage will not only harm the national interest, but also bring unfair competition to other legitimate business enterprises. This kind of bad behavior must be severely punished in order to maintain market order and social justice. At the same time, for the majority of investors and consumers, we must also be more vigilant and strengthen the understanding and supervision of the financial situation of enterprises, to avoid fraud and loss by the wrongdoers. Just this point alone, their Tianhong group would have to fall on their asses, but it was impossible to completely bring down the Tianhong group, so they still needed stronger evidence. After some in-depth investigation, the Trade and Industry Bureau and the police station to grasp the solid evidence, and quickly take action to the pony boy arrested in accordance with the law. At the same time, they made an official announcement that South Bay Mercantile could reopen its doors to customers and resume normal business operations with immediate effect. This initiative not only highlights the determination of law enforcement agencies to maintain market order and protect public interest, and the Stone Mayor side is also to line up some convenience. After all, Fat Brother's relationship is still over there. He is nothing to call his big brother Inc. this point. After all, over their delayed a day will have to lose a lot of money. So it is not good for Mayor Sher's side to have too much involvement, only to unintentionally say a few words during the meal. And it is good to see that all those old farts instantly understand what it means. John Nan both side of the business also did activities. Consumption of people not reduced but increased. It seems that this time out of the news did not have much impact on their South Bay business firm. But John Nan Joe they did not let down their guard. Directly added many more surveillance lenses, completely guaranteeing that their store has no dead ends. Even the workroom is also all dead ends. Since there is this time things happen, then Jiangnan Zhou would like to completely eliminate the aftermath. After all, there's bound to be another move there. Over the past 2 days, Fan Hongtao had consistently followed Zhou Tianhong closely, but the latter was unusually alert, accompanying Wang Sudong and his driver at almost all times. When Jiang Nanzhou traveled to the city, he specially met with Fan Hongtao. Jiang Nanzhou gazed at Fan Hongtao and said with emotion, "Brother, these 2 days have really been hard on you. I can clearly feel that you have become more and more vicissitudes." Fan Hongtao waved his hand and said, "This is nothing. In the past when we were on a mission it was common for us to go half a month without closing our eyes. This is only 2 days and it's nothing at all." At this time, Van Hongtao was wearing a black denim jacket, but Van Hongtao insisted that the jacket he was wearing was dark blue. Due to the long-term exposure to the sea, Fan Hongtao's skin color is slightly darker, and his beard has begun to emerge, but fortunately he keeps an inch. If his hair is a little longer, I am afraid that when Jiangnan boat passes by him, he will mistakenly think that he is a tramp and give him a few coins. But Fan Hongtao feels that he is not bad in this way. At first glance, it is a person with a story. After all, the identity of going out is given by himself. He deliberately gave himself a more tragic persona. Relying on this persona and Zhou Tianhong their villa area security chief Old Wang mixed well. The security chief more pity him, but also gave him a part-time job. That is, in the property as a maintenance worker. The work is still relatively free. Today he is also the first day of work, but a job has not yet been received it. The villa area where Zhou Tianhong lives is secluded and tree-lined, but there is an unknown side to the property. Although on the surface they appear to be very professional, in reality many of the staff members are part-time or working as temporary workers in order to save on labor costs. Take maintenance workers for example. They are not full-time employees but are billed on a per-visit basis and only come to work every time someone needs maintenance services and get paid for the amount of work done. If a maintenance worker is unavailable on a particular day, the property owner will immediately look for another maintenance worker to fill in and ensure that the facilities in the area are maintained in a timely manner. Just as Fan Hongtao and Jiang Nanzhou were spitting on Zhou Tianhong, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller number, Fan Hongtao picked up the phone without even thinking. As expected, the one who called was the security chief Old Wang. It turns out is Zhou Tianhong's villa sewer clogged? Need to find someone to help unclog it. As for the security chief, Lao Wang, he took the job over to Fan Hongtao without saying a word. After hanging up the phone, Fan Hongtao turned to Jiang Nanzhou and said, "Hey, there's work to be done, and it's still Zhou Tianhong's house. I guess she didn't go out today. She must be at home at this moment." After saying that, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he was looking forward to what was going to happen next. After all, this was a way to get closer to Zhou Tianhong. Jiang Nanzhou simply opened 2 rooms in the hotel in this neighborhood. One is for Fan Hongtao. Let him come directly to the hotel after returning to rest and relax. Fan Hongtao, on the other hand, drove his broken used car directly to the park of the villa, but his car was so broken that he could only park it outside the park. Luckily, he had bought a full set of tools at the second-hand market before, and he pulled a cart directly to Zhou Tianhong's home. Before he and the security chief Old Wang chat, I heard him say, "Tianhong Group's chairman Zhou Tianhong people are more strange. She has a very serious cleanliness. But the home is not a nanny will occasionally have a housekeeping company to go over the cleaning, but also have to be under her nose. Even her cousin and the others couldn't get into the house when they dropped her off. They just gave her a ride to the door." Fan Hongtao had always felt that this woman had an ulterior motive in her home. Such a big villa would take half a day just to scrub the floor. Luckily their house is just for her to live alone. When Fan Hongtao arrived in front of Zhou Tianhong's family villa, he stopped and scrutinized the magnificent building that stood in front of him. This was the famous Tianhong Villa area, and this villa area was developed by Tianhong Group. According to common sense, as Zhou Tianhong, the boss of the group, her family's location should be a bit more favorable. After all, this would highlight the special nature of her identity and status. However, The villa standing in front of Fan Hongtao at the moment did not give him that expected sense of shock. But the villa that Zhou Tianhong left for himself was at the very end. And the design of this side of the villa was very interesting. It was back-to-back two villas connected together. The distance to the villa on the left is a little far away. And it is the first time that Fan Hongtao has seen this kind of. He straightened his overalls. The overalls he had been given by old Wang when he entered the gate, so that he would have to return them after the job. This is Jiangnan Zhou did not see Fan Hongtao in overalls. If he saw the Fan Hongtao at this moment he would definitely be very surprised. Just see Fan Hongtao wearing a set of blue overalls. Compared with the previous simply a different person. The original somewhat disheveled image disappeared, replaced by a neat, fresh look. Especially noteworthy, the old king specifically instructed him to go to the janitor to shave. This move was as magical as the finishing touch, making Fan Hongtao look instantly younger by several years. Not only that, the overall image also became extraordinarily clean and sharp up. He kept a spirited inch hair, giving people a kind of naive and honest feeling, but at the same time revealing a hint of imperceptible handsome. Fan Hongtao gently pressed the electronic doorbell of Zhou Tianhong's house, and after a few rings, a pleasant and gentle female voice came. Chapter 286 A Blushing Picture. Is it the property owner who brought in the sewer repairman? Don't say. Just this Zhou Tianhong's voice is really good. Listen to the warm and soft. Not the kind of cold feeling she said in the interview. Fan Hongtao said as he waved the temporary work permit given to him by the security chief old Wang in front of the lens of the electronic doorbell. Hello Ms. Zhou. Excuse me. I'm here to repair the sewer. Zhou Tianhong heard the words of Fan Hongtao directly pressed the door button. Into the villa courtyard Fan Hongtao is not to miss any opportunity to look around. The courtyard wall is much higher than other people's homes. Privacy is particularly good. The courtyard of the flowers and grasses are also very well taken care of. At first glance, this Zhou Tianhong was an exquisite woman. Fan Hongtao walked to the entrance of the entrance door when he saw that the door had opened. That Zhou Tianhong leaned against the door, wearing a set of silk color robe. Chestnut curly hair also fell casually in front of the chest. The whole person looks charming and seductive. This would be a different person's eyes would probably go straight. After all, he had received professional training, but in order to disguise himself like an honest man, he still had to rely on his acting skills. He pretended not to dare to look at Zhou Tianhong eyes hiding and said, hello Ms. Zhou. Zhou Tianhong looked at the appearance of Fan Hongtao thought, really sultry. Did not expect the property to find a maintenance worker looks good. The old lady is still charming Come on in. Remember to put your shoe covers on. And be careful when you're working later. Don't get it all over everywhere. And be clean. After saying this Zhou Tianhong gave Fan Hongtao a look and looked towards the shoe covers she had prepared. Fan Hongtao said with a direct understanding and put on his shoe covers. It's the bathroom on several floors. Please lead the way. Miss Zhou. Zhou Tianhong directly brought Fan Hongtao to the master bedroom's bathroom on the second floor. Fan Hongtao walked behind Zhou Tianhong, but he didn't forget to look around. When he entered the bathroom Fan Hongtao looked at Zhou Tianhong still looking at him at the door, pressed the meaning of not wanting to leave and said, Miss Zhou should go and rest first, so as not to stain your eyes. Zhou Tianhong didn't expect this man who looked relatively naive to be relatively understanding. That's fine. Don't move things around. Just do your part. The bathroom door is open. I'm going to go lie down on the bed for a while. I don't know if it is Fan Hongtao's illusion. He always felt that this Zhou Tianhong is a bit bold. No matter how to say that he is also an old man this is said is not a bit ambiguous. In fact, this is not Fan Hongtao think too much. Is really Zhou Tianhong on Fan Hongtao is more interested in, because she found to do a man's body is also good. She every day and the pot-bellied old man engaged in together is really a little tired. Especially that the dead old man tube she is more strict, but in that area simply cannot meet her. Every time there are any interviews are in female reporters. Even if some of the men on the dinner party she did not dare to have more contact, because her driver is the old man sent to watch her. The driver heart felt ruthless, every time he finished the report that the dead old man had to punish her a bit, but she still really didn't dare to do something. After all, she had today was all thanks to the old man, and the old man's means of punishing people was very cruel. She didn't want to experience it again. Fan Hongtao quickly opened the sewer, which was full of hair. He looked at the hair and felt that this Zhou Tianhong did not go bald but it was really powerful. He was just about to go and call Zhou Tianhong after he cleaned up the mess he made when he heard Zhou Tianhong answering the phone. Hey honey, are you coming back for dinner tonight? This voice was really gentle like it was going to melt into water, crisping to the bone. But although Fan Hongtao was pretending to pack things in his hands, in reality he was listening intently to Zhou Tianhong on the phone, without knowing what that person over there said. Only Zhou Tianhong could be heard saying after letting out a petulant laugh, okay then honey, I'll cook for you myself tonight. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Tianhong came to the door of the bathroom. When this side of the Fan Hongtao has cleaned up all the health, their own tools are also loaded. Fan Hongtao saw Zhou Tianhong said, "Ms. Zhou, this sewer is fixed. Do you need to check it?" Zhou Tianhong waved his hand and said, "No. I'll have the property get back to you if it gets clogged up again." Fan Hongtao said with a smile, "Okay. I don't just know how to unclog sewers. I'll do any job. If there's anything in Miss Zhou's house, feel free to look for me." Fan Hongtao didn't follow the original path back after coming out of Zhou Tianhong's villa, but directly circled around to the door of the set of villas behind Zhou Tianhong's house. But he didn't make much of a stop and simply looked around. Without looking, he knew with a simple glance that these two villas were not simple. They should be described as a set of villas. He had a feeling before that the hanging picture in Zhou Tianhong's room looked like a mechanism door, because he had encountered the same one before, and that one should have been designed by a more famous company. And there was a small mechanism on the frame of that hanging picture, which he couldn't find out if he didn't pay attention to it, and it was the fingerprint button. So he was guessing where that place led to, and by the time he finished looking at the back-to-back villas he got it. No wonder he never saw only Zhou Tianhong going in and out when he was on stakeout before. So it turned out that there was another door to their house. Seeing that the sky is about to darken, Fan Hongtao returned to his car when he directly gave Jiang Nanzhou a phone call to his discovery. He hung up the phone directly after changing clothes with a hat, directly mixed into the villa park. The villa's park is dotted with surveillance probes. Fan Hongtao has long been mapped out, as well as the time of the security team patrol. He also knows in what place can hide people see clearly. He also purposely brought a camera with him just so that he could capture the most favorable evidence against Jiang Nanzhou. And today he also did a small trick in Zhou Tianhong's bathroom. In the ventilation fan put several angles of the pinhole lens in wiretap. Over there he directly let Jiang Nan boat into his computer management background. These small devices were the latest ones his hacker friend had worked out, and he had just received them today, just in time to put them to use. I just don't know if I can get some strong evidence on camera. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock that Fan Hongtao saw an executive sedan parked in front of the villa. The passenger car came down a middle-aged man wearing a black suit. After he got off the car, he first looked around and didn't see anyone before pulling open the door of the back seat. From the back seat down is a small, dry and thin old man wearing a formal dress. His hair looked to have been gray. He got off the car directly into the villa. The middle-aged man who had opened the door for him after he entered got back into the passenger side of the car and left in it. From the time they appeared after Fan Hongtao's hand on the camera shutter has not stopped. Fortunately the street lamps over there is relatively bright. Even if it is not open, flash is also a clearer shot. After taking the pictures he wanted, he left directly with the camera and went to the hotel to meet up with Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou had already ordered a meal at the hotel when he received Fan Hongtao's words that he was now on his way back, and asked them to bring it to his room after they were done. Fan Hongtao left that laptop on the surveillance screen also has a man in the bathroom shower figure. The lens is very high definition. The shooting is also very clear, especially when that man was soaking in the bathtub when Zhou Tianhong also came in to serve. That scene was comparable to a small movie made in the land of small days. It is really wonderful. Jiang Nanzhou did not expect these two people to be so good at playing, but it is the old man's time is a little too fast. Obviously Zhou Tianhong is still a little bit unfulfilled, and her small hands are still wandering around the old man's body. That old man said as he directly took the small hand that was still making a mess. "Didn't you even cook for me? I'll like you later after dinner." Zhou Tianhong, who was lying in the old man's arms, couldn't help but roll her eyes. What about finishing the meal later? It's probably after finishing the medicine later. Okay, let's hurry up and go eat then, so that the food doesn't get cold in a while. After Zhou Tianhong said this, she got up from the old man's body and got out of the bathtub, and she had just finished her bath from the shower when she heard the old man's cell phone, which was placed on the sink, ringing. She was good and understanding of the cell phone to the old man's hands. The old man took the phone, took a look at the caller's number and made a wink at Zhou Tianhong. Zhou Tianhong with the old man's side is not a day or 2 days, seconds to understand the old man. What is the meaning of this? She understands that she went out of the bathroom, but also considerate of the bathroom door closed. Jiang Nanzhou listened very carefully to that old man on the phone and did not expect to really hear something very important. It's entirely possible to just get him out of office on the basis of that content, but I'm guessing it would involve a lot of people. Jiang Nanzhou directly recorded the screen and sent this video to his cell phone. This video should be more useful to Fatty's big brother. After all, Jiang Nanzhou heard Fatty's big brother's name from their conversation. This old man Jiang Nanzhou is not recognized. He did not pay much attention to those things in the political world, but Fatty will definitely know. When Fan Hongtao arrived at the hotel, the meal was not even ready yet, and Jiang Nanzhou made a point of showing him the replay from the bathroom in Zhou Tianhong's house just now. Fan Hongtao had just watched the beginning of one and was already blushing. Directly addressing Jiang Nanzhou, Big bro, it's better for you to see for yourself. I'm going to go back to my room and take a shower first. After saying this, Fan Hongtao ran straight back to his room. Jiang Nanzhou looked at the back of Fan Hongtao that fell away and laughed. Really young he just did not have a young suitable for marriage around the girl. If there is, High and Low have to introduce one to Fan Hongtao. Why don't you talk to his mom when you go home? They have a wide range of contacts. There must be a lot of suitable female children can be introduced to Fan Hongtao. Wait until the time to hold this young man back. It wasn't until Fan Hongtao came over from his shower that the waiter delivered the meal to Jiang Nanzhou's room. Jiang Nanzhou also deliberately let the waiter to send a box of beer over. After all, these days Comrade Fan is really hard work. Drink some wine to let him relieve his fatigue. The night can also let him sleep a good night. And the rest is Jiang Nanzhou will need to meet with Fatty to talk again. He decided to personally go to Fatty's house tomorrow, when he will show him this video. After all, now on the internet to Fatty to pass some video is still not safe. After dinner, Fan Hongtao helped Jiang Nanzhou to prepare all the relevant evidence he wanted. Fan Hongtao also deliberately prepared a few copies. He handed over one of the USB flash drives to Jiang Nanzhou and said, "In this USB flash drive is the evidence you want. It can directly make him go up in smoke, including the Sky Rainbow Group. I put all those tax certificates of the Sky Rainbow Group in here as well, and I have prepared many copies," Jiang Nanzhou said as he lit a cigarette for Fan Hongtao. "Tough on you, bro. There's nothing I can do to repay you. Wait to go back and let my mom introduce you to someone." Fan Hongtao, who heard this, almost didn't choke to death on the mouthful of smoke he had just inhaled into his mouth. Cough, cough. "I say, big brother, what ghost story are you telling? Please leave me alone. I don't want any dates." But when Fan Hongtao said this, his ears were already red, and he didn't know if it was from choking on the smoke just now or from shyness. Early the next morning, Jiang Nanzhou woke up after sleeping and directly sent a WeChat to Fan Hongtao and left the hotel. He called Fatty last night before he went to bed and briefly talked about the matter, saying that he'd talk about it in detail when they met today. Fat brother directly to the meeting place in their family's old mansion. Really just happened to be his big brother rest today at home. Anyway, their family, his big brother is his backbone. There is something he will not hide from his big brother. It is just as well to let his big brother to help him out. If other people's things, fat brother certainly will not involve his big brother. His big brother is not expected to care. But after Fatty and Jiang Nanzhou hung up the phone, they talked to his big brother on the phone, and his big brother directly said that they should go to the old mansion. Jiang Nanzhou went directly to the gift store on the way to buy a few bottles of wine, and there are some fruit. After all, the first door cannot be empty-handed. When Jiang Nanzhou arrived at the old mansion of Fat Brother's family, Fat Brother had come back a long time ago and had been waiting for Jiang Nanzhou in the living room. The old mansion of Fatty's family is in the town, but it is not too far away from the city. Jiang Nanzhou did not take long to arrive. He saw that the door of the old mansion was closed, and directly gave Fatty a call. The Fat Brother, who received the phone call from Jiang Nanzhou, went directly to open the gate, and the Fat Brother directly asked Jiang Nanzhou to drive the car to the yard. Jiang Nanzhou got down from the car and took out the prepared gifts and fruits and said to Fatty, "I thought I had the wrong door when I saw it closed." Fatty said with a grin, "It's not that, my big brother and they also live over here now, so there's always a visit to the door to disturb, so they just closed the gate." Fatty's old father and mother were all about the same age as Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang, and they were all already aware of the fact that Jiang Nanzhou had saved Fatty's life, so they were very enthusiastic when they saw Jiang Nanzhou. Chapter 287, Inspection Work. Jiang Nanzhou directly went up and handed over the things in his hand and said, "Hello uncle and auntie, I am Jiang Nanzhou. I'm really sorry for this hasty visit," the old lady said as she took the things in Jiang Nanzhou's hands. Good, good, good. I've often heard Lao Er talk about you, saying that you're young and talented, and I've long wanted him to ask you to come over for dinner," Fatty said with a smile when he saw Jiang Nanzhou holding something. "You say Lai's brother's house isn't an outsider's house. What else to buy?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. "It's not something expensive. Besides, it's not right for me to buy something to see my aunt and uncle," the old man said to Fatty. "You hurry up and go make Xiaojiang that tea you brought back for me last time." Your big brother went up to answer the phone. "I guess he'll be down in a while." A few of them were downstairs drinking tea and chattering about family matters. And in no time, Brother Sher came down from upstairs and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Xiaojiang came over. I heard Lao Er and I talk about you. Let's go to the study and talk." The old man who heard this said to them, "Why don't you guys go to the study and talk? I'll cook myself today and make you some of my specialties." Jiang Nanzhou said in a hurry, "Don't bother uncle. I'll leave in a bit," the old man said, pretending to be angry. "What's the point of leaving? If you want to leave, you'll have to finish your lunch or I won't let you." The old lady smiled back. "Xiaojiang, if you don't have anything to do, you can have lunch at our house before you leave. Your uncle's skills are still good. He loves to cook when he's not doing anything." but what he knows is just those few dishes. So give him face and let him show off his cooking skills. Because of the identity of the fat brother's big brother, their family is and some relatives are not to walk, for fear of causing some unnecessary trouble, so their family has not been lively for a long time. The old man's handiwork also have no place to show off. Jiang Nanzhou could also sense that they genuinely wanted to keep him here for dinner. That's fine. Then I'll trouble the aunt and uncle. He followed Brother Sher and Fatty to the upstairs study, and after Fatty closed the door to the study, Jiang Nanzhou took out the USB drive that Fan Hongtao had given him and said, "Big brother, see if what's in this helps you." Brother Sher took the USB flash drive handed over by Jiang Nanzhou and directly plugged it into the computer in his study. He did not look at the document and directly clicked on a video, resulting in an open screen storm. And that stereo on his computer was exceptionally loud, with some lewd and unpleasant sounds coming straight out of it. Brother Sher, who had always been unchanged in trouble, was obviously flustered, and he hurriedly paused the video, which he hadn't even looked at carefully. Fatty said with a hefty laugh out loud, "I'm going to go. I mean, old man, did you give the wrong USB drive?" Brother Sher also turned his gaze to Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanbo also did not expect Fan Hongtao that boy directly to give on the dry goods. That big brother. Take a closer look at that man in the video. Do you recognize him? That woman is the Zhou Tianhong of the Tianhong group. The duo who heard this had a surprised look on their faces, and Fatty ran straight to the computer and clicked on the video. Two more gasps came out of the stereo, and Sher directly grabbed the mouse from Fatty's hand to pull the volume down. Fatty is straight up nationalist out of the gate. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is so. That's a great little pose. Jiang Nanzhou had no big words. Is now the time to look at these? Shouldn't we be looking at who the old man really is? Only Brother Sher looked seriously at the old man in the video, the provincial party secretary inside their province. Brother Stone said to them after the video closed. It used to be said that this Zhou Tianhong had a backer behind him, but none of them knew who this person actually was, and I didn't realize that it was our provincial party committee lord, Wang Tianlai. Jiang Nanzhou said to Brother Sher, "Brother Stone, take another look at that video down there, the one where he's on the phone. He did mention your name." Hearing this, Brother Sher clicked on another video, not realizing that the content inside was exactly some of the things he had recently investigated. "Xiao Jiang, how did you get this video? Is it convenient to tell?" Solely Jiang Nanzhou directly said all the things with Fan Hongtao, but did not mention the name of Fan Hongtao. He was afraid of something again. To Fan Hongtao, are used in place of the word brother. After listening to Jiang Nanzhou's narration, Fatty gave a thumbs up and said, "That's awesome. There are really a lot of people who want to investigate the forces behind Zhou Tianhong for so many years. I didn't expect that you guys would be the ones to find out, and even capture such a powerful video." Jiang Nanzhou said with a bitter smile, "If I don't find out, I don't feel at ease. After all, after the last time I formed a bond with the Sky Rainbow Group, especially since they still want that island of mine, I'm just protecting myself." Brother Sher said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Xiao Jiang, if you believe in Big Brother, this USB drive will be given to me. When the time comes, I will directly make them step down, and by that time, Tianhong Group will also directly cool off." Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, said directly to them, "That would be a pleasure, Big Brother. Just as well I'm still worried about what I'm going to do about it." Fatty said, "What trouble are you in? My big brother has to thank you for getting this USB flash drive of yours. This will help him a lot." Brother Sher did not hide anything from Jiang Nanzhou and said directly as one of his own, "I want to move up the ladder now. It's all on this flash drive. Big brother is very grateful." After they chatted for a while longer, the old lady came upstairs to tell them to go down to dinner. At noon, the old man made 8 dishes for the old man, and Fatty looked at these dishes and smiled. "You really have a face, but our old man can cook all the dishes for you. You have to eat more." Looking at the dishes that were good, Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Thank you very much for your hospitality, uncle and auntie. I'll have to eat more today." At this time, Brother Sher took out a bottle of wine and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Xiao Jiang, today you not only have to eat more, you also have to drink more. This is the wine I've treasured for a long time. I'll bring it out for you to try today." Jiang Nanzhou also did not politely refuse. After all, it was Brother Sher who offered to drink, which if Fatty had said this he would have been able to directly refuse. "Well then, I'll accompany Big Brother to drink less today," the old man said to Brother Sher. "Pour me some too. I'll taste your good wine too. You didn't even let me open this bottle when I wanted to do so during the New Year's Eve. I'm only able to taste it today by Xiao Zhang's light." Fatty smiled and put his own glass in front of his big brother as well, but Sher didn't pour him a drink and said to Fatty, "You'd better not drink. It just so happens that Xiao Zhang drove here. He can't drive when he's going back. You can send him back after dinner." In fact, Brother Sher could have arranged for someone else to send Jiang Nanzhou back, but he had these 2 bottles of good wine left, And wouldn't it be bad if this brother of his, who can eat and drink, drank as well if he didn't have enough by then? Fatty said as he retrieved his glass. I'd better not drink then. You guys have more then. Even if Fatty had thought about it, he wouldn't necessarily have been able to think that his big brother was not willing to give him this drink. Today, Brother Sher and Jung Nanjo are drunk and high, and both bottles of wine are drunk. Jung Nanjo's drinking capacity itself is quite good. He is nothing, but Brother Sher has drunk too much. He is particularly relaxed today, and Jung Nanjo is happy to chat with him. After dinner Jung Nanjo drank some tea and said goodbye to them. Fat brother is very dutiful directly to Jung Nanjo to his store. Originally he still wanted to send him to the home, but Jung Nanjo said directly to him to the store on the line. He intends to live directly in the store today. It just so happened that Enlichu was also in town, so Enlichu also went to the store to accompany Jung Nanjo. Jung Nanjo and they said a little fan Hontao found evidence after their hearts were completely relaxed. And Nichu, who poured a cup of hot tea for Jung Nanjo, said, "Can we get this over with? I haven't been sleeping well lately." Jung Nanhai also said, "Ugh, I haven't been sleeping well lately either. I feel like my hair is going bald, but I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight." After hearing this, Jung Nanjo said to Jung Nanhai, "Then you can go back later if there's nothing else. I'm staying at the store today, so if there's anything else, have them come over to me." Jung Nanhai, who heard this all, felt like the sun had come out of the west today. "This is your own initiative. Then I can go back first. It just so happens that I'm going back early today. Then Dai you and I will go home for dinner. It just so happens that we haven't been back for a few days either." Jung Nanhai finished his speech fearing that Jung Nanjo would back out and hurriedly ran away. He called Dai Yu as he walked outside. Jung Nanjo saw that Jung Nanhai even thoughtfully closed the office door for him when he left and smiled at Enlichu. "Look how much my big brother understands. Come here and give him a hug." And Enlichu also did not make any pretense. These jumped into Jung Nanjo's arms and said to Jung Nanjo, "You'd better tell your aunt and uncle the news. They've been following the worry for the past few days." After Jung Nanjo touched Enlichu's hair, he took out his cell phone from his own pocket. He went straight to their family's WeChat group and briefly talked about this matter, so that they all don't follow and worry about it. "I'm done with them. I've been a bit busy lately. I never got around to asking you how things are packing up over there now. When are you planning to open?" And Enlichu took out her cell phone and said to Jung Nanjo, "I happened to call my aunt today, and by the way, I asked him to help me ask Grandpa what good days are suitable for opening recently. These 3 days were chosen for me by Grandpa, saying that all 3 days are quite good, so I can choose one myself, so you quickly help me see which one is better." After carefully looking at these days, Jung Nanjo selected a day and said to Enlichu again, "I feel like the first 8 days would be fine, so you can ask your uncle and uncle for their opinion then." And Nietzsche said with a smile, "I've asked them all, and they all feel that the 8th day is better, so since you're all in agreement, I'll set it for the 8th day. It just so happens that now there is still a week from the 8th day of the lunar calendar. Jung Nanjo can also prepare an opening gift for Enlichu. That is, he has not thought about what to give Enlichu now. In the aspect of giving gifts to girls, he still had to ask Zhang Yuan for advice, and then he would ask a few more people. After all, 3 ignorant cobblers topped 1 Zhuge, and giving an opening gift was different from other gifts, so he'd have to go back and study it. The two of them went to bed early in the evening. After all, they hadn't gotten a good night's rest in the past few days, but they did the exercise they were supposed to do before bed. Jung Nanjo was not going to miss any opportunity to do exercise now, probably because he had taken that medicine pill given by the system. Don't look at his age getting older, but his need for that area only increased, and the two of them decided at the end of the year when the wedding will be done. Early to do, late to do, all have to do. Anyway, Jung Nanjo's wedding are begging for the end of the year. Just the end of the year when father also returned to the country and they spend the new year together. Then there is no need to deliberately torture father to a trip. So the two of them had started to do nothing about it now. After all, that stuff affected their physical senses, and neither of them was comfortable with it. So they might as well start making kids now. Anyway, sooner or later we'll have to give birth. And Lichu is also so planned. After all, she is also almost to 30 years old. Early to have a child while young, by the time the recovery is also fast. Moreover, and Lichu still wanted to give Jung Nanjo a few more children, especially now that the national government was advocating for 3 children. So she wanted to respond to the country's call to have a few more children, and she also thought it was a bit too lonely for just one child, and that if they had any problems in the future, the siblings could still talk it over and help each other out. She and Minhui were both only children, although their relationship was very good. Just like last year when their two families spent New Year's Eve together, there were only 4 of them in total, so if they wanted to be lively, they simply couldn't be lively at all. And she grew up envying people with older siblings or younger siblings. Right after his dad and his mom divorced, She even advised his dad to get another one, even if she had a younger sibling for her by then, but her dad was busy with his career, and he was afraid that finding another stepmother would be bad for her. So over the years, her dad has been single, but if there is a chance, Enlichu still hopes that her dad can find a companion to retire with. In fact, before Enlichu also thought, is not her mother on her father's injury is too big to him out of the shadow, so he has not wanted to find. Enlichu also deliberately find her father to chat. The results did not expect to find a father feel too much trouble. He now feels that he is a person who is not in charge of the also quite good. The next morning the two got up early. After all, they were staying at the store. If they slept over here they would definitely be gossiped about. After the two people had washed up and dressed, they both went directly to the cafeteria for breakfast, just so Jiang Nanzhou could inspect their work. Chapter 288 Ancestral Recipes. When they finished breakfast, Enlichu drove off straight away because some decorations would be arriving at her store today, and she and Dayu had both made an appointment for them to go over and set up together today. Jiangnan both upstairs and downstairs after skating a big circle originally wanted to go directly back to Jiangjia village, but the results were Jiangnan Hai and Su Yawei pulled to the meeting. After two meetings have been in the afternoon, Jiangnan boat to the family when their family are at home. Usually this time they are still all in the back of the mountain is not yet back it. See them all in the living room, Jiangnan boat said. Why are you guys back so early today? Aren't you usually not back at this hour? Jiang mother was the first to speak. I'm back today because I don't have much to do. Your dad said he wants to raise some rabbits in the back of the mountain. He said you can buy rabbits on the internet now. We're here to help him choose. Jiang Nanzhou poured himself a glass of water and said, you can buy that rabbit stuff sparingly. It breeds so fast that when the time comes, there's no room for too many whole ones. Jiang father said with a smile, you draw me that piece of breeding place. There happens to be a vacant lot. I am going to suggest a rabbit hut there. The town now has a lot of people raising rabbits. There will be regular people over to collect rabbit hair. And the price of rabbit hair is quite expensive. But they sell that rabbit cubs are a little bit expensive. I look at the internet, then they are selling them cheaper than that. And also give a package of male dead to give, I'll give you a refund. Jiang Nanzhou has heard that a lot of people in the town have started to raise rabbits. And they are quite good. So since his father wants to raise them, they will raise it. Anyway, when the back of the mountainside have to hire people, and the back of the mountain, Jiang Nanzhou decided to raise a lot of livestock. Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and some peacocks and ostriches and so on, and he also asked Fatty to help him get a few alpacas over. After all, if you want the back mountain to look a little bit better ecologically, these creatures have to be a little bit more, and in time, it will also make the people who live on his side of the mountain feel better when they go to the back mountain to sneak around. And he also reclaimed some vegetable land in the back of the mountain. By the time they ate in the sanatorium, this was all their own grown-out vegetables and farmed meats, because Jiang Nanzhou recently discovered a magical use of nutrient solution. The water in the drinking fountain in his study is blended with nutrient solution, and sometimes he has some water left in his cup, and if he doesn't finish it, he pours it directly into the flower pot in his study, and he also pours it into the flower pot in the same pot, because that flower pot is right next to the drinking fountain. Jiang Nanzhou found that the pot of flowers is going to grow much better than the other flowers, and the other flowers are not going to grow flower bones, but the pot of flowers that he poured the nutrient solution has already bloomed. Jiang Nanzhou then did an experiment in their backyard vegetable field. There is a small piece of cilantro field as Jiang grandmother just sowed seeds, so Jiang Nanzhou only in a small corner poured a whole bottle of nutrient solution. The results of the next day he got up early to see was he poured on the nutrient solution of the place of the cilantro unexpectedly have been on the verge of maturity. Frightened Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly pulled out all those cilantro. While no one noticed, he hurriedly took it to his own that house. Jiang Nanzhou put the several cilantro after washing in a clean plate. Cilantro flavor is relatively strong, and growth is also particularly good. Jiang Nanzhou directly ate a cilantro raw. Cilantro after Jiang Nanzhou's body can feel a throw like drinking a nutrient liquid feeling. Jiang Nanzhou cannot help but sigh to the magic of the nutrient solution. I did not expect the nutrient solution also has this effect. Now it seems that his backyard can also be planted some more fruit trees. More reclaimed a little bit of vegetable land. Although the other people cannot drink the nutrient solution, but ate by the nutrient solution watered vegetables is also a little bit of the effect. It just so happens that they have quite a lot of places in the back of the mountain that can be reclaimed. And then they can also use these vegetables and birds to make a name for their sanatorium. And the climate of their island is particularly suitable for retirement. The winter is not so cold. The summer is not so hot. As long as a little more publicity, Jiangnan both feel certain that there will not be a shortage of people over to live. His livestock sheds are built particularly fast, because building those are relatively simple. So Jiang Nanzhou recent period of time every day also followed in the back of the mountain busy work. and Jiang Nanzhou also received a reply from the retired old professor who posted on the forum. And after they communicated on the phone, the old professor was also more interested in the project he wanted to do. So the old professor decided to come over in person to take a look at the environment of this side of the South Bay Island. For this old professor to personally come over this thing, Jiang Nanzhou was very welcome. But this old professor has to be busy with his side of things half a month before he can come over. So the Moon Island side of things, Jiang Nanzhou decided to wait for the old professor to arrive after the study. That's why he has time to follow his parents, and they are busy with the back of the mountain. There are 2 days and Lichu's side will be opened. Jiang Nanzhou has already chosen to give Lichu to send the opening gift, and now all have been sent over. He is the one who contracted all the greenery in Li Chow's store, and there is a particularly large fortune tree, or he used the nutrient solution to water it, looking vibrant, and it seems to be the kind that is very well fed. In fact, Jiang Nanzhou also asked a lot of people's opinions before, but they said that those things are flashy, and most of the suggestions to send are ornaments. And then Jiang Nanzhou decided that he was better to be realistic, directly contracted all the greenery in their store. It just so happens that today's purchase of those green plants big truck can be sent to Lichu's store. So Jiang Nanzhou from the back of the mountain back home to freshen up a bit, decided to go to Lichu's store this afternoon to help. Jiang Nanzhou to Lichu's store just when the truck unloading green plants there. Jiang Nanzhou directly parked the car to help. And Li Koro store now work post staff have arrived. She and Dayu also moved things over, decided to live in the store. After all, live in the store if there is something is also convenient to solve. Moreover, their side was very close to the pier of Jiangjia village, and if they stood on the upper floors, they could see the pink cruise ship parked on the pier. The signboard in front of their store has been hung up, but now with a piece of red cloth covered it. The name is called Homecoming B&B. This name or the two of them together. They want to let the tourists come over to live have a kind of feeling of being at home. Jiang Nanzhou came and started to work on his own accord. Yu whispered to Enri Chu. Your family's boss Jiang is now of this worth, but he really doesn't pretend to be a critic at all. He's still so grounded. And Nietzsche said as she smiled at Yu. That man of his? He's been that way since the day I met him, and he won't change, no matter what he is in the future. He is who he is. When Enlichu said this, there was love in her eyes. In fact, Enlichu had another sentence that she didn't say, which was that no matter what he became she would always love this man. After the unloading, some of the staff at the B&B went to set up, as they had already laid out where to put which plants long before. Enlichu said as she poured a cup of herbal tea for Jiang Nanzhou and put it in his hands, hurry up and take a break. Since you came have not been idle. See how my side of the arrangement. There is not that feeling of the years. Jiang Nanzhou also really seriously looked around. After all, these 2 days Enlichu and Dayu had been busy over here. The arrangement is really quite good. Looking at it is particularly comfortable. Or you girls have a better vision. When the time comes after my sanatorium is built, you can also help me to advise how to arrange how to be a little more cozy. Dayu smirked from the sidelines. Then we can't go over there and work for nothing. You'll have to cook us a big meal yourself then. Jiang Nanzhou directly gave an okay sign to Dayu. That's a must. Even if you guys don't work for me, just let me know when you want to eat. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Dayu said to Jiang Nanzhou, then why don't we choose a date and we'll organize it in the evening? It's just as well that I'll have Jiang Nanhai bring back some seafood and vegetables when he returns. Jiang Nanzhou thought for a moment. Just tonight there is no matter. And An's father and so Enlichu this side of the opening will be gone. He can be good to please his future father-in-law. That's fine. Then let big uncle and uncle come over here to eat tonight. I'll cook some more food, and accompany uncle and big uncle to drink more with them tonight. Otherwise, tonight Enlichu would like to let his father and his eldest uncle come to the store to eat. Since his elder brother married they went to the city to live. And Enlichu some time in the Jiangnan boat home to live, some time in the store to live. So they only have 2 old men at home. And after their side of the opening Ndebo will also move to the store to live. And Lichu also arranged a position for Ndebo, that is, the security team leader, so as to save him from being bored all day long, and when she and Dayu go out, Ndebo can also help them to watch the store. In fact, Enlichu is not assured that his eldest uncle is alone at home. After all, he is alone at home when he still have to cook, to this side of the group to eat together, but also can be lively. Originally, Minghui had wanted to let Daeboan go to live with them in the city, but Daeboan didn't want to disturb their newly married young couple and directly gave his refusal. Let him come to the B&B side or Enlichu and father 2 people to persuade to come. Enlichu said to Jiang Nanzhou after calling his dad, why don't you call your aunts too and ask them to come over here for dinner tonight as well? Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou went to make a call. After Jiang Nanzhou hung up the phone he said to Enrichu, they're not coming over tonight. There's an old man in the village who's no longer with us. It's a joyous funeral. They've all gone over to help out, and they're all eating over there tonight. And Nietzsche who heard this said, Do you need to go back then? Or we can just eat another day. Jong Nanjo put away his cell phone and said, I don't have to go back. Our elders can just go over there. Hearing this, Dayu then directly called Jong Nanhai and asked him to bring more seafood and dishes when he came back in the evening. And of course, the most indispensable thing was beer. And Lichu still had a few more things from their store that wouldn't be delivered until tomorrow. So these would have to work hard for Jong Nanhai. After all, buying it in town was not the same price as buying it on their side of town, which would be slightly more expensive. And Lichu their side of the kitchen are also particularly brand new. Their store chef are in the Jiangnan boat store to try the dishes. Did not expect their chef did not use their new kitchen was Jiangnan boat to use first. It just so happens that their store is not busy today. There is nothing to do. Jong Nanhai came back early. He came back but loaded a trunk full. After all, he also misses Jong Nanjo's craftsmanship very much, especially the lamb chops that Jong Nanjo stewed last time, so he also bought quite a lot of lamb chops back. Today is the ladies' rest. The kitchen is handed over to Jong Nanjo and Jong Nanhai, just as Jong Nanhai also wants to learn that one hand with Jong Nanjo. When there is an opportunity in the future he would like to cook and eat for his family and Dayu, and after a while Dayu's parents will come to visit her in China. At that time he can show them a hand as well. So when Jong Nanjo was cooking, Jong Nanhai directly took out his cell phone and started to videotape Jong Nanjo. Of course, what was filmed was not Jong Nanjo's handsome face but the steps of cooking. Nanjo when you're free write me a few more recipes. When the time comes I can practice at home first in advance. Jong Nanjo smiled and said to Jong Nanhai, what's the matter? You want to be a house husband too? Huh? Jong Nanhai said with a happy smile on his face. I actually feel pretty happy to be able to cook for my family and the people. I like that feeling. To be honest, Jong Nanjo also felt this way, but if he said that he should be a chef to cook every day then he would probably get annoyed. That's fine. I'll write you an exclusive secret in a couple of days. Even if all the chefs in our store run out by then, you can top them all after you learn it. Jong Nanhai said jokingly. That's fine. I'll keep it as an heirloom when the time comes. Just in case any of my offspring learns it particularly well and becomes a great chef. You'll have to do a good job of writing it for me when you do. Jong Nanjo, who was mixing down the wine on the side, heard this and said, then I'll have to go back and find you a better book, and preferably write it out for you again with a brush, so that when you have children later, you can say to your children that it was passed down from your ancestors. Jong Nanhai always felt that there was something wrong with Jong Nanjo's sentence somewhere, but he couldn't find what was wrong. Okay, I'll tell him that when I have a kid later, so don't you guys give me the slip then. Their dishes weren't all done yet when Uncle An and Father An came over, and Uncle An even brought a large pressure cooker straight over. Nanjo, I put this on the ground. When you walk pay attention, don't kick it. Looking at this cauldron, Jong Nanjo asked curiously, what's in here? Chapter 289, this is all my fault, Uncle An said as he opened the lid of the pot. This is a good one. It's a pig killed at my old brother's house, and they got me the ribs, and the offal, so I just put it all together and brined it. And I was going to call you guys at night and tell you to go back and eat it, but then I got a call from you guys so I just brought the pot right over here. The moment the lid was on the pot, the whole kitchen smelled like brined down goods. I just don't know if that rib skewer didn't skewer. Jong Nanhai fished out a piece of ribs from the pot and directly gnawed on it, saying, uncles can be good at this, and this smells too good. I declare that the new king of cooks is uncle. Looking at the juggling Jong Nanhai, an elder brother said with a smile, or you kid can talk but my handicraft I can know. That with Nanjo but cannot be compared. I all love to eat his cooking. If not that he personally cooked today I do not come over. Jong Nanjo said after turning down the fire of the stove where the lamb chops were stewing. I stewed a lamb chop, and fried little crispy pork, made boiled fish and hairy blood wonton, and steamed orchid crabs and big sea snails, garlic scallops. Big uncle, see what else you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Uncle An, who heard this, said in a hurry, it's so much food, what's left to do? I love anything your boy cooks. Just when the dishes are almost ready, Jong Nanhai directly carried a large table to the second floor of the open-air balcony. That area is for guests to rest and take pictures and look at the scenery, because standing on the top can directly see the sea view. The top also have a lot of umbrellas. The arrangement is very good. After setting up the tables and chairs, Jong Nanjo's side has already put out all the dishes. A few young people have gone to help serve the dishes, while the two little old men on this side began to give them from the freezer out of the wine. Jong Dabo said to Jong Father, it's a good thing I brought my own white wine. I drink beer up. After saying this, Uncle An even patted his big belly. Father An said to his big brother after opening a cold beer for himself first, you're just old and you don't exercise. Look at your big belly. You need to listen well to regular medical checkups. Uncle An said with a wave of his hand. You still don't blindly worry about me all day. Worry more about yourself. If there is a suitable quite, you also hurry to find a companion. This child is about to get married, also don't need to worry about you. You are all alone over there, older person is not a thing And father heard this quickly wanted to change the subject. This period of time they also have some relatives. Also always said that they want to introduce him to the object. He is so old, people still looking for what to find. I'm on my own, how good. Now living a particularly easy and happy. And so on another 2 years my side of the company, by the time of sale I'll go back to the country. Then I'll come back to retirement. To the two of them to bring children. This is not quite good. In fact, Uncle An is quite happy to hear this sentence of An's father. After all, outside these years, he has been following the worry. He also often pay attention to the news over there. They say that there is not very safe. There are often Chinese killed and so on. At the beginning of the time when his brother left the country, he often have nightmares. As soon as he saw the news of that kind of are afraid to hurry up to him to give him a phone call to know that he did not have anything. He is only assured. You're not too young. Why do business? Hurry to deal with that side to deal with. Come back. Come back early. We can still stay together for a few more years, brother. An's father couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken when he heard this. He went abroad at that time just to earn a little bit more money, so that his family can live a good life. But he also ignored his elder brother and some of the relatives who cared about him. Even when his old father and mother were gone, he only came back to stay for a few days. And he didn't come back in time to fulfill his filial piety at their bedside when they were seriously ill, which was also the biggest regret in his life. What with staying together for a few more years and netting that bad talk, you'll have no problem living another 30 years at all. Hearing this, Uncle An just smiled and shook his head, and didn't say anything. His body was getting worse by the day. What was the situation he himself knew? There are no major illnesses, but minor illnesses are constant. And now it's just a matter of what geriatric patients are finding their way as they get older. When the food was served they opened a bottle of wine each. Jiang Nanzhou decided that he could keep his future old husband company today. After all, the two of them, he and An Lichu, had set an approximate date for their wedding, but they hadn't yet spoken to his future father-in-law. So he wanted to take advantage of today's opportunity to just talk to An's father directly. Jiang Nanzhou in the seat, directly sat to the side of An's father, and Lichu also sit down to the side of Jiang Nanzhou. They clinked a cup. Jiang Nanzhou, this son-in-law, can really do a good job. He picked up An's father's plate to give him every kind of dish to pinch over a bit. Of course, Uncle and he hadn't forgotten. The tables they were sitting at today were all larger, so some of the dishes were far away from their reach, and An's father was very satisfied with Jiang Nanzhou's behavior. After all, nowadays such an attentive boy cannot be rare. And just look at Jiang Nanzhou to An Lichu, that meticulous care. He also felt very pleased. When eating crabs, Jiang Nanzhou always gave An Lichu the crabs after stealing them. And Jiang Nanhai also started to stake up the crabs for Dayu after seeing this action of Jiang Nanzhou. Dayu said to Jiang Nanhai with a smile, "You can't learn from Boss Jiang. I'd rather chew this crab myself. You eat more too. It's rare that Boss Jiang cooks today." After saying this, Dayu tried to take the crab in Jiang Nanhai's hand, but it was directly dodged by Jiang Nanhai, and he heard him say, "Just don't get on it. Just wait for the food. I need to learn how to treat my girlfriend with him, so I don't have to aggravate you then." Dayu said as she gave Jiang Nanhai a thumbs up. "It's really good. All the men in your old Jiang family are quite good. So at a glance, little pear and I have really good eyes too." And Nietzsche heard this and snickered from the sidelines. You, when your parents come over after a while, at that time you guys also mention the marriage matter, just so we can get married together." Hearing this, but with some embarrassment, he said, "In fact, there's too much going on during this period of time. There's something I forgot to tell you guys. That is, I've already agreed to Mr. Jiang Nanhai's proposal. My parents came over just to meet with him, and discuss about the wedding when the time comes." Hearing this, Enrichu was directly shocked. "We're together every day, such a big thing, but you didn't tell me." Well, so we're plastic sisters too." Looking at Enrichu, who was there pretending to look sad, Dayu crossed her arm and said, "What is this thing to hide from you? Is not he and I just proposed? Your family Jiang boss's store, there are people to make trouble, and then we are busy with the opening of the matter. I forgot to say, you mentioned the end of the year together to get married. I just thought of it." Jiang Nanhai also filled in Lichu's wine glass and raised it to her. "This matter is all on me. Xiaoyu's proposal ring, I still owe it. This period of time we are all quite busy to forget this. Come on. I'll toast you a cup. The adults do not count the small man. Thanks to the two of us, the beautiful red lady." After Jiang Nanhai said this, he directly downed the wine in his own glass in one go. Jiang Nanzhou, who was watching from the side, directly picked up the bottle of wine and filled it up for him again. "Don't do that. One glass won't do you any good. Have another." Jiang Nanhai was also not petty, directly picked up the wine glass and then dried another cup after saying to Jiang Nanzhou, "I've drunk 2 glasses in a row, so please let me go, and I'll definitely be the first to tell you if there's anything else in the future. And Lichu and Dai Yu were both amused by the two of them. And Dabuin interjected from the sidelines. The next time you guys are going to have something, isn't it that you're going to have a baby? You don't have to be the first to tell them at that moment. You have to be the first to tell your family at that moment and share the joy with them. Dai Yu said with a smile. If there really is, I won't even tell Jiang Nanhai. I'll tell Xiaoli how about the first time. Shouldn't our big beauty and be satisfied this time? And Lichu raised her haughty little face and said, that's more like it, and I'll be the first to tell you when the time comes. At this moment Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Nanhai have no right to speak. Anyway, if there are two of them will certainly be the first to know first. On the way to dinner, Jiang Nanzhou talked to An's father and An's eldest uncle about the fact that he and An Lichu were going to get married at the end of the year. Jiang father is both hands in favor. After all, after the two people proposed, both parents eat together, even if engaged. Drag too long is not good. The end of the year when their side of the travel also to the off-season, just as they can also all idle. And Jiang father's mood today is particularly good, especially also drunk. Pulling Jiang Nanzhou's hand one by one to say An Lichu so many years and he is abroad is how difficult. Let him in the future good to An Lichu. Jiang Nanzhou also repeatedly assured that he would definitely look at An Lichu as his eyeballs and treat her well. Uncle An felt that this scene of theirs was very interesting, and directly took out his cell phone to record it. And Father An saw that there was a cell phone pointed at them. So he said to Jiang Nanzhou, come on, say what you just said to me again. When the time comes I can keep a proof. If you are not good to Xiaoli, I will fly back from abroad to break your legs. Jiang Nanzhou directly said as he raised 3 fingers to the cell phone lens of Uncle An. I, Jiang Nanzhou, swear in front of all of you that in this life I will absolutely be good to An Lichu and treat her as my eyeballs. And if I do something wrong to An Lichu one day, I'll be 5 thunderbolts away, and I'll abolish my own legs without my uncle's personal hands. Hearing that Jiang Nanzhou even swore, and Richu took Jiang Nanzhou's hand and said, don't talk nonsense, what 5 thunderbolts? I believe you, I don't need you to swear, Jiang Nanzhou said as he looked deeply at An Lichu. Pair, believe me, I'm going to be very, very good to you, and I'm completely planted in your hands for the rest of my life. And Lichu said as she looked at Jiang Nanzhou who was a bit drunk. Fine, fine, I believe you, eat something. After saying this An Lichu served him a bowl of lamb chop soup and a small lamb chop. Today, Jiang Nanzhou just focused on drinking. Press simply did not eat anything. Originally An Lichu still want to let Jiang Nanzhou less drink a little bit, but look at his happy look, she did not say that spoiled the fun words, or let him how to come. By the time they finished drinking, it was already late at night, and today there were only 2 people, An Lichu and Dai Yu, who didn't drink much, so the 2 of them had to clean up the battlefield. And Dabo and An father 2 little old man after drinking wine even want to go home to live. Directly by An Lichu stopped. She this so many rooms, still cannot live in the 2 of them and she has long ago in the backyard for them to leave a private room. The backyard is An Lichu's own contribution to the construction, is to give An father after the old age. That side is not open to the public, but An Lichu has not yet said it with her father. What a wait for him to wake up when he gave him a surprise. After sending them all back to their rooms the 2 of them, An Lichu and Dai Yu, looked at the mess on the table and smiled at each other. You, I'll let you choose first today. Are you coming to clean up this side of the house or to brush the dishes? If you choose to brush the dishes then you don't even have to do anything on this side, Dai Yu said to An Richu with a bad smile. Why don't you choose to do the dishes and I'll cover breakfast tomorrow? Both of them do not like to brush the dishes so their side also gave the staff customized dishwasher. The dishwasher has not yet arrived. Now have to hand wash. Not being able to cook is An Lichu's heart injury now. People have raised the bar to make breakfast tomorrow morning. She still can only resign herself to go and brush the dishes. We had a deal, but now you're the one who cleans up everything on the table, and I'll clear the table for you if you help me with the dishes. Dai Yu, trash bag in hand, said directly, I don't need your help, just do the dishes. And hey, I'm not doing the dishes, or else I've been working on my hand masks all this time for nothing. And Lichu can only look at the sky speechlessly. She has also recently been doing hand masks. That hand mask is still particularly expensive. Then hurry up and clean up. I'm waiting to do the dishes. I'll go rummage around and see where I can get some rubber gloves for the dishes. After saying this An Lichu turned around and walked away. Dai Yu shouted from behind. There are no new rubber gloves left. You don't want to mess with other rubber gloves, in case you use them to brush the toilet. Hearing the words coming from behind her An Lichu could only resign herself to her fate. Jiang Nanzhou originally went back to his room to fall asleep, but was woken up by the urge to urinate. He let the water out and his mind cleared up a lot. As a result, he looked towards the bed. Good guy. The house was all by himself. He pushed open the door of the room, just walked to the second floor when he heard Enlichu and Daiyu's conversation. Enlichu stood in the doorway of the kitchen, is secretly sad. Suddenly heard Jiang Nanzhou's voice. Does our little pair student need someone to do your dishes? Chapter 290, receiving telephone calls and losing my voice. Thank you very much Mr. Jiang for your great kindness. It's better if I do it myself. So hurry back to bed. Although Enlichu was more distressed about these white and tender little hands of hers, she was more distressed about Jiang Nanzhou. Jiang Nanzhou walked to Enlichu's side and hugged her from behind, whispering in her ear with a low voice. I'm all sober now. I'll help you with the dishes. Why don't you go to your room and take a shower? And be a good boy and wait for me in bed then. He even kissed Enlichu on the cheek after saying this. A scene that was just seen by Daiyu, who was carrying a large tray of plates and bowls to be brushed. Daiyu teased. Can you two go back to your room later before you get mushy? Pay attention to the occasion. This would not be good if Big Uncle and saw it. Enlichu was a little embarrassed to come out from Jiang Nanzhou's arms and took the tray in Daiyu's hand and went into the kitchen. Looking at the shy and Enlichu, Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said, why don't you hurry back to your room and rest too? You can leave the dining table over there if it's not finished. I'll clean it up later. Daiyu said in a hurry. I'm almost done on my end. So you'd better go and help pair with the dishes. And go back to bed in your room early after you're done. Jiang Nanzhou entered the kitchen when Enlichu was still there to put water. He directly pulled Enlichu to the side. He stood in front of the sink. You'd better go back to your room and take a shower. By the time you're done, my side of the dishes will be done. Enlichu said as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Nanzhou's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Then it's hard for our Mr. Jiang. Wash the dishes properly. I'll go back to my room and wait for you. After saying this, Enlichu went out of the kitchen as if she was running away. Jiang Nanzhou looked at Enlichu's back and laughed silently. This little woman is also too cute. Jiang Nanzhou finished washing dishes back to Enlichu's room when I did not expect to see is wearing a very that what the maid outfit of Enlichu. Jiang Nanzhou see his blood spurting. If not his good stamina, it is estimated that this will have to spray nosebleed. And Nicha, who saw Jiang Nanzhou enter the door, blushed a little red and said, Master, will I serve you tonight? Jiang Nanzhou's entire body crisped up when he heard Enlichu's delicate voice. And he said with a somewhat hoarse voice, yes, how would you like to serve me? Enlichu twisted her slender waist and walked to Jiang Nanzhou's side, pulling Jiang Nanzhou's hand into the bathroom and closing the door. Tonight's Jiang Nan boat is at the mercy of Enlichu, being served by all sorts of things. The two people who were tired of playing early the next morning were woken up by the ringing of Enlichu's cell phone, which Enlichu picked up in a daze. Hey! Daiyu's voice came from the other end of the line. Oh my good sisters, you have hastened to get up and come to the dining room for breakfast. There is still quite a lot to be done today. Hearing Daiyu's words, Enrichu instantly sobered up. Okay, we'll get breakfast after we wash up, so you guys go ahead and eat without us. Jiang Nanzhou woke up when the phone rang, but his hands were also moving around under the covers in an unfaithful manner. Enricho said as she pulled the big hands that were making a mess on her body. Hurry up and get up. There's still quite a bit to do today. We're opening tomorrow and we have to prepare quite a bit today. Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, said as he placed a kiss on an Enrichu's forehead. Okay then, I'll let you off the hook this morning, but you'll have to make it up to me when you're done with your opening, just like you did last night. Jiang Nanzhou finished this sentence on the bed first, went to the bathroom, and Lichu looked at Jiang Nanzhou's strong and powerful body, recalling last night or some shyness. But I did not expect Jiang Nanzhou also like. She looked at the small sweet potato above. Someone said to give their loved ones a bit of freshness, so the relationship will be stable. So she ordered several sets of that kind of clothes online. I did not think it was really like the internet said. Jiang Nanzhou last night was very excited. And Lichu can also feel that he is very much like. She herself also feel is good. It seems that in the future I will have to go online and see what others are sharing and learn more from those who are online now. By the time they got to the restaurant and father and Dayu they had all finished eating. Jiang Nanhai had all gone to the store in town early. After all, he had a job. Unlike Jiang Nanzhou, who was the boss. Jiang Nanzhou is planning to stay over here for the next 2 days. And so are father and uncle, and because it's a B&B style hotel, the staff on their side isn't too much, and they can help out over here. And the front desk of the few little girls just came to report today, but also Hu Mingzhu to introduce to. Today and Li Chu will teach them how to use the front desk of the room system, and then give them a shift. Dai Yu, on the other hand, was leading the cleaning sisters to clean up, and they had also developed a set of hygiene standards on their side. And Dayu would be responsible for inspecting them when the time came. Their division of labor is relatively clear. Jiang Nanzhou today is to help that engineer in their store to check all kinds of equipment to see if the air conditioner in each room is working well. They're all on board anyway, and it'll be easier when it's time to get everything on track. Originally, Enlichu taught those front desk girls to go home and rest, but those girls liked the atmosphere here and took the initiative to stay and help. And Lichu they studied before. Each place of service personnel only responsible for their own things on the line. After all, their store is not fascist. The island's wages are not so high. When the time to let people do too much and then they are tired to run, that would not be good. So when Lichu saw them stay to help, directly invited them to drink afternoon tea. This afternoon tea or Jiangnanzhou personally to do. It was busy on their end until late in the evening, and with reservations already available on all the major booking platforms, it didn't take long for them to get several bookings just on the link. In the evening, Barry and Zhang Yuan also came over to mingle, and Barry, a professional shop hunting anchor, also made a very professional shop hunting video. It hadn't been long since that video of hers had been sent out, and in Lichu's phone at their front desk was on the verge of being blown up. Jiangnanzhou looked at the effect as good, also gave to shoot a video posted on his Douyin account. Not long he that video below the comments over 10,000. His brother fisherman simply unable to remember that he has a Douyin account without doing publicity for his sister-in-law. The environment is really nice. I like it so much. I just don't know if it's expensive. Upstairs, if you book a room now with the opening discount is not expensive at all. I just finished calling. Or sister-in-law answered. He. I'm going to call and book a room too. I'm staying in town today, but the environment of this hotel can't be compared to my sister-in-law's place. Are you all on the phone? I can't even get through. Luckily, the quality of these netizens is still very good. Basically call to inquire about the room to ask where to book, and there is no intentional disruption. Jiangnanzhou also all kept looking at his comment section, but simply could not finish reading it. It was too much, and he did feel a little guilty about the netizens. And of course there's Li Dapeng, who hasn't been on the air for a while, and there's no urging for him there. So many people were asking questions. He directly opened his live stream and said to Enrichu, "Pair, do you have a cell phone holder on your side? I'll broadcast it straight away." And Lichu took out a cell phone from the drawer of the bar and handed it directly to Jiangnanzhou and said, "Do you want to go back to your room and live stream? Does it bother you if the phone keeps ringing over here?" They had a total of 2 landlines at the front desk, and now both Barry and Yu were there answering the phone, and Barry was new to all of this, and she was feeling kind of fun. Jiangnanzhou said, "It doesn't matter, you go about your business." The netizens in the live broadcast room saw that Jiangnanzhou had finally stubbed out his cell phone, and the footage just now was shaking them to vomit. "Brother fisherman, don't just talk to your sister-in-law. Look at us. And I don't know when the sea will open up. I miss the sea. I can't even watch it without going out to sea live and slipping away." Brother fisherman's eyes are all about his sister-in-law. Pressing us to death. Wobbling to death. Sister-in-law store how to book a room. The day after tomorrow's air ticket. The evening can be to the island. This booking phone has been occupied, line I cannot call. Jiangnanzhou saw that there were several who said that they couldn't get through on the phone, so he just flipped the camera to show them the girls who were answering the phone. "My brothers, they can't answer their phones. If you want to ask anything, ask me on the public screen. I'll see it and give you an answer. And if you want to book a room, go to those big booking platforms and look around. Search for Homecoming B&B, and it'll come right out." Some want to book a room, netizens heard Jiangnanzhou said, in the booking of the platform can be booked to the room. They all cut the screen to see. There are some netizens are just to go to make a fuss to see the room in the end expensive or not, and so on the future they go to live in the sister-in-law's bed and breakfast. It's time to say no. This B&B is a real treat. It was only over 200 a night, cheaper even than the hotels in town, and I decidedly booked it for a week. Ugh. I can only book for tomorrow so I can stay the night. When I go in the future, high and low to live for a month. Hey. The environment is really good. And also with the test report of the hotel environment, sister-in-law is also too conscientious. Guys, I'll be there tomorrow. Follow me and I'll show you the realest scenes then. And Lichu, this side of the B&B only has a total of 50 rooms, but a variety of room types are available. I did not expect just this one night, the next day's rooms are booked. She also made it clear on the store's bulletin that due to room constraints it would be a matter of fate if the room was renewed. Jiangnanzhou said to the live camera after hearing them say that tomorrow's rooms are full. Tomorrow's rooms are all full. So if you, Barry, or my fans come in at that time and say something to the front desk, I'll send you some of our side's special snacks then. Barry, who was resting on the side, said after hearing Jiangnanzhou's words, that I also say thank you on behalf of my fan babies and brother fisherman. Brother fisherman atmosphere. But seeing as I'm working so hard today, isn't it also necessary to send me some snacks? Jiangnanzhou said with a smile. You've got enough snacks to manage, and I'll send a big box over to you when tomorrow night comes. The netizens in the live stream were also laughing. Our Barry is so cute too. Now she's an islander. Thanks, brother fisherman. Go over for a snack tomorrow. I even bought quite a few at the store today. What an atmosphere. Brother fisherman is really not disappointing. It's a pity. It's a pity. My evil boss won't give us a vacation either. I've applied for my annual leave for half a month and still won't grant it to me. I want to go and play too. What a pity. I just left from South Bay Island. That place is so wonderful. Even the islanders are very nice. If I wasn't so poor and still had to earn money, I would want to go over and settle down. Jiangnanzhou really rarely see people say that they want to come over here to settle down. This is also a good thing, proving that their island's tourism board is getting better and better. Thinking back to when he first came back, there weren't many people left on their island. Even the stores in the town had a lot of them empty, and the ones that were open for business one by one were like they wanted to go out of business. But now the island is really very lively, and the smiles on the faces of the islanders are also more up. The island's economy is also much better. Even the town has now begun to repair the road. The pedestrian side of the street are also paved with the same side of the village and the Jiangjia stone plate, and along the streets of the house have been repainted, looking at a kind of old town feeling. And there are some people who decorate the store directly are decorated with antique color. Look is very good, Jiangnanzhou said to the live camera. In fact, for some people who do not have any financial pressure, come to this side of the settlement is really a good choice, especially some friends who like to eat seafood. Our side of the seafood is a lot better than the outside to sell. The key is also very cheap. Before Jiangnanzhou in the Magic City is very want to go home. On the one hand want a family, on the other hand is more want to this side of the seafood. That will be he has no money. In that side to buy seafood is very expensive. He simply do not want to spend money to buy. Occasionally to eat sea crabs in the season will still buy on too, but then he will not want to. After all, his family's condition was not good at that time, and he still wanted to earn more money to build a house for his family. If he knew that he would activate the system when he returned to the island, he would have come back a long time ago, but it is estimated that he came back earlier may not have this opportunity. Everything is about a destiny. For example, once again encountered in Lichu, Jiangnanzhou looked at the phone's gaze shifted to the small woman who was answering the phone. His gaze could not help but become soft and deep. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also discovering the slipping fisherman brother, and they all teased on the public screen. Chapter 291 Internet Dating, Be Careful. Brother Fisherman is also too funny. Is he looking straight at his sister-in-law? I can only blame my sister-in-law for being so beautiful. Every time my sister-in-law appears inside the camera of the live broadcast it makes my iron heart tremble. I'm a female or very eat sister-in-law's face value is really too beautiful, not to mention the fisherman brother will look straight eyes. Just I look at me also straight Hey. I work right here in Brother Fisherman's store, and I often see my sister-in-law. You guys are envious. Sister-in-law can still talk softly. Brother Fisherman wake up. Seriously live. Really beauty is a mistake. The key you do not show us. It was Barry who couldn't look away and spoke up. I said big brother. You look at my little pair sister every day you haven't seen enough There are so many people waiting in your live room. Jiangnanzhou who heard this only came back to his senses and cleared his throat. Don't be ridiculous. I was lost in thought about something. Barry directly sent Jiangnanzhou a big blank stare with his eyes open. He looked to his cell phone screen to see that there were a lot of netizens teasing him as well. What are you looking at for you guys? You're done looking at me. What the hell? Brother isn't handsome enough. Live on the public screen. Honestly, I've been watching our fisherman brother for too long, and now I'm immune to handsome men. Handsome. I can't imagine how good looking your and your sister-in-law's child is. I really don't know what to say about you narcissistic man. When are you going to put us on welfare? It's been a long time since we've drawn a lucky bag. I really miss my fisherman brother at sea. It's kind of hard to get used to it now that I don't look so brown. Brother Fisherman, can you introduce the sisters in the live broadcast room to the single handsome men on your boat? I can remember that there are quite a few handsome men on your boat. Jiangnanzhou laughed at the words on the public screen. You guys worry about quite a lot a day. This is if positive and negative. Our children do not look good. I will have to be sad at that time. The lucky bag a little while before the next broadcast I'll send you guys. Give you to smoke some prawns. In the end, Jiangnanzhou saw the one who said that he would let him introduce handsome men to him and instantly thought of Fan Hongtao. Just now that netizen said quite good. We ship not much else on the handsome men. Especially or single handsome men. How old are there? And so on the sea after I show you a day a single handsome men. They can work hard to earn a day. And now a year is also not a lot of earning. If you really want to get married I'll give you an introduction. One by one. The female netizens in the live broadcast room were recommending themselves, while the male netizens were saying that Brother Fisherman was biased. Big brother, you do not just say to the female netizens to introduce the object I am still the mother of the singlet. When will also give buddies to introduce the introduction of the girl That's right. I still want to find a girlfriend. The live broadcast of the girl has no relationship. Look at the brother Brother Fisherman. I'm a boy. Can you introduce me to a muscle-bound man? I don't have a good opinion of anyone else. I just feel that the little assistant is good. Does the fisherman brother's little assistant have a girlfriend? Yes, yes, yes. I feel that the little assistant is not bad. Or a chef. The character is okay. Quickly introduce us to the little assistant. Jiang Nanzhou was really surprised that they were really thinking about the people on his boat, especially since there were quite a few people who looked favorably on Jiang Wei. All of you don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to go back and ask Jiang Wei's to see if he has any idea of wanting to find a girlfriend, just in case people have a girl of their choice. In fact, he really wanted to ask. Originally Jiang Nanzhou also thought that Jiang Wei could be with that female classmate Yu Lily in their class. That would be the reunion when he still felt that they could have a drama. But people Yu Lily just a few days ago in the circle of friends official announcement and boyfriend photo. Jiang Wei is still there below the blessing it. He will be too busy yet to have time to nag Jiang Wei it. When the time comes, you can also let him have a network marriage. That is also good. But as Jiang Wei once went in, this thing is not good to tidy up. And now there are still a lot of people on this kind of thing is still quite taboo. Before his mother also wanted to introduce Jiang Wei an object, but the female side heard the ex-convicts on the direct refusal. Although Jiang mother also on the other side of the explanation clear, but the female family is how to do not agree with their own girls and an ex-convicts matchmaking, are afraid to spread out to make a fool of people. Jiang mother also said that later there is a suitable and then introduce it to Jiang Wei. After all, Jiang Wei's family conditions are not bad now. Their family's big house is also well built. The fate has not yet arrived. Slowly and surely we'll meet the right encounter. But Jiang Wei's these things he is quasi-determined not to say again in the live broadcast, so he just gave a direct digression. I just saw some of you in the live broadcast to find objects. Now online dating cannot be reliable. You pay attention to yourselves. Especially the girls must be cautious and cautious. Now the online liars are too much. Live on the public screen. Brother fisherman, you're wrong to say that. It's not just girls who fall for scams nowadays. Boys do too. Okay. That's right. I was just cheated by my online girlfriend more than $200,000. After I called the police uncle and I said that the other party is a 50-something older woman. Upstairs, I've got my eye on you. Give me a good rundown on the habitat situation. Hey, I'm following along and trying to eat my melon online. I was also cheated by the game girl tens of thousands of dollars. The key is that we only voice over the video, have not seen the photo to see a lot but are not her own. And then I found out directly pulled me black. To now I do not dare in home to say. Jiang Nanzhou had seen a lot of this kind of news on the internet before, and he really didn't understand it anymore. No, just now that are not video over the brother. You have not seen the person to transfer money. How do you think? Money more burning. That netizen is also a thief who is holding back, and is directly hammering away on the public screen. That is not immersed in her tenderness. It. Everyday husband baby called. Said she was sick, no money to do surgery. When she is good to return my money in person. Just that period of time I'm abroad to exchange studies cannot come back. I did not think much about it. And then brushed the video only to find out that the photo was not her. I just realized that I'd been fooled and cheated. I let her pay back the money when she directly to the eye pulled black. Everyone online dating need to be careful. Some netizens asked if he reported it to the police. But the man said, not bad enough to report it to the police. After all, love. Jiang Nanzhou cannot help but praise for him. Really love brain. Can go abroad to exchange study, education should be not low, but on this kind of man is good to cheat it. Zhang Yuan, the melon eaters are down. He really cannot see. Before he muted in the Jiangnan boat's live room brush gift to him to increase the popularity to come, but see this kind of are hateful. I say, that big brother you can be a real talent. Just like that you still do not call the police. Although there is not much money, but also cannot let her take you as a little cute play. Maybe she tasted sweet on you will go to cheat others. I advise you to save the evidence to go to the police. Live on the public screen. Still rich. No one cheats a poor lot like me. Zhang Gongzi said this is right. Now that kind of cheater is too shameful. My ex, a male college student. I am a few years older than him. He took the initiative to chase me, and then also cheated money to get girls in me. I directly sued the investigation only to find out that he also cheated another sister's money. It's really disgusting. And the whole thing is that I don't even believe in love anymore. The richer the big young masters and young ladies are, the more simple they are. Like us poor people with that little money, people can't look at them and no one comes to cheat them. There's so much of this kind of news nowadays. I mean, why are you still falling for it? Big brother. Officials should also be rectified. And now there are people to steal my circle of friends' photos to build a microblogging trumpet to cheat people. Microblogging the name of the avatar, and I hold the same. I directly alarmed the police, but half a month has not yet given me an answer. Jiang Nanzhou felt it was still necessary to talk to them. Whether it is you boys or girls, love can talk about, but don't brainlessly go to borrow money, and give people to do security and so on. I've seen a news a girl was a boyfriend fooled that is entrepreneurial, so that she is from a variety of platforms on the internet loans, and sets of credit cards, and finally owed hundreds of thousands of them, and then sued her boyfriend. The results: the man's name does not have any property. There is no way to enforce. The girl can only do all kinds of part-time work every day to repay the debt. Zhang Yuan, who was at the side, said, South Boat Brothers said this news. I have an impression, as if that girl originally had a very good unit, but her address book was exploded. The phone is called to her leadership and relatives that she was directly fired, and the new year she did not dare to go home for fear of debt door to door. The whole of quite poor. You must not be stupid what others say all believe. Zhang Nanzhou and Zhang Yuan are still on this side of the rambling to give the netizens of the live broadcast some knowledge of fraud prevention, while in Lichu and the three of them received a phone call to receive the collapse. In the end it was Daiyu who received the phone call and her voice was muffled. She really couldn't take it before she said to Zhang Nanzhou and their side, you guys talk to the people on the air. Those who want to ask for advice, do it tomorrow morning after 9 a.m. My voice is failing me. I'm going to unplug the phone line. Zhang Nanzhou gave an okay gesture to Daiyu and said to the camera of the live broadcast, guys on the air, you just heard what our big beautiful girl said just now. It's almost 9 o'clock now, so don't even call for advice. Wait until after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you can call again, live on the public screen. Yeah, you guys won't have to call because I just went to the booking platform and all the rooms for the next half month are booked out. There's no room available. A direct phone call is really tired. I just listened to the beautiful sister's voice is dumb, really heartbreaking. Barry's voice is also muffled, as she informed the fanbase a long time ago. You all don't call. Want to book a room directly on the internet, can't book it. Why do you have to call? Don't understand. Upstairs is pretty much right. When I booked online I saw that it was very clear what everything was on there. I didn't even know what all the stuff they were asking for on the phone. In fact, Zhang Nanzhou was not sure what questions they all wanted to ask. The phone calls over there were one after another. He saw that Enlichu had already drank several cups of water. He was a little heartbroken. It looked like he'd have to find a way to give the three of them some nutrient fluid at night, or he'd have to say more on their side of the opening tomorrow. He looked at the time and directly sent out the lucky bags. After sending out the lucky bags, Zhang Nanzhou said to the netizens inside the live broadcast room, the lucky bag is sent out to you. I'll get off the air after opening the lucky bag later. You all take an early rest today as well. Don't stay up all the time, or you'll easily go bald. Zhang Nanzhou was chatting with them until it was time to open the lucky bag. After the lucky bag was opened he said good night to the netizens and went off the air. After taking the cell phone and putting it in his pocket, Zhang Nanzhou said to Enrichu and the girls, you guys are really working hard. I think we need to get 2 more phone answering attendants from time to time to save the constant calls for inquiries. An's father also said with more heartache for his own daughter. I feel that Nanzhou said this method is good. Just now to my anxious I want to go to help you guys answer the phone, but I also asked 3. This job I cannot do. And Nietzsche said with a laugh in her hoarse voice, you don't have to get specialized to answer the phone. It's just a little more phone calls when it first opened. I guess it'll be better when it's later. I'll have someone rip over 2 more extensions tomorrow. Listening to Enlichu's hoarse voice, Zhang Nanzhou said with heartache, I saw the fat C in the back kitchen today. You wait here for a while first. I'll go and cook some herbal tea for you guys to drink, so your throats will be more comfortable by then. Barry said breathlessly to Zhang Nanzhou when he heard this. Brother Nanzhou, you are so kind. You must cook more. I feel like I can drink so much herbal tea now. Daiyu was feeling the same way right now, but she pressed on, not even wanting to open her mouth to speak. Zhang Nanzhou happened to take advantage of the kung fu to cook herbal tea for them to exchange a bottle of nutrient solution from the system. Out of this big pot of herbal tea can only pour half a bottle of nutrient solution. If he poured a bottle of it, he was horribly ineffective, too much to make them think about it more. But pour half a bottle of them to drink a little more tomorrow morning time can also be almost good. And Zhang Nanzhou deliberately cooked a big pot. That is, the tomorrows also prepared out. Then put in the freezer so that they drink can also be a little more comfortable. Icy cold. Taking advantage of this effort to cook the herbal tea, Zhang Nanzhou also cooked them a midnight snack to eat. And only the 2 old men ate a few bites of rice during the night. So Zhang Nanzhou cooked a big bowl of cold noodles for each of them. Even the soup with the noodles was ice cold, and it was more comfortable to eat. Originally, Enlichu and the others were still waiting for the herbal tea, but then they saw Zhang Nanzhou bring out cold noodles for them. Chapter 292, Is this ear drooping a disability? Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan. Yuan Ba, you go to the kitchen and bring out all the chopsticks and soup spoons. The big cold noodles from the north are 1 bowl for each person. I don't know if you guys can get used to eating them. After Zhang Yuan went to the kitchen, An's father followed him over. The 2 of them then went straight to the remaining bowls of big cold noodles. Barry said as she got straight up from the couch and sat down at the table. The big cold noodles are so delicious. How can you not be used to eating them? No, I'll have a mouthful of soup first. Berry took a big gulp of her soup straight from the bowl of cold noodles after saying this. Difficult this still have to be you this craft is too cow. This is the most delicious big cold noodles I've ever eaten. Thieves la authentic. A few of them were full of praise for the northern great cold noodles made by Jiangnan Zhou. And the one Jiangnan Zhou gave to Dabo and was deliberately cooked for a while longer. Otherwise he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat it. Daboan said as he gave Jiangnan Zhou a thumbs up. Not to mention, you make this stuff weirdly delicious. This is the first time I've eaten this cold noodles. Is it not even sold on our side? Fatherin said as he finished eating and wiped his mouth with a paper napkin. In the past when this side did not sell, but now should be where there are sold it. I first ate this, or in Chinatown to eat it. That do can really not do as good as the South boat to do good. But I see their side of the signboard there said that it is the northern cold noodles. And then there are some said that it is the fresh nation cold noodles. And said that it is the cold noodles of the kimchi country. The thing in the end, what is the place of the This question really stumped Jiangnan Zhou. I don't know where this originated, but the north loves this flavor. So I make the great northern cold noodle. Zhang Yuan ate and drank his fill and said with a belch. Since then I fell in love with this northern big cold noodles made by brother Nanzhou. This can be more fragrant than eating meat. This hot day eating is really comfortable. And Li Chu's bowl still has a few ice cubes that haven't melted away yet. She doesn't care about it. She finishes her noodles and has a mouthful of soup, with a piece of ice cube in her mouth, cooling her throat quite a bit more comfortably. Why don't you all put an ice cube in your mouth? I feel extra cozy. Hearing what Nietzsche said, the two of them, Dai Yu and Berry, directly added an ice cube each from the ice bucket placed on the side and placed it in their mouths. Berry said excitedly, not to mention, it's really not bad to be this whole. It's quite comfortable, said Uncle and who saw them there frantically containing ice cubes. You guys can take it easy. Don't get a tummy ache from too much ice by then. Jiangnan Zhou was directly up to take away the ice bucket and said, I've made you all some herbal tea. It's there to cool you down. It's much more comfortable to drink that later than to eat ice. After saying that, Jiangnan Zhou took the ice bucket and went to the kitchen, and Li Chu and the girls started to get balloons in the hall. And Su Yawei, who had just finished working overtime, went directly to their store and brought them a cake for tomorrow's opening. Hurry up and put the cake in the fridge so it doesn't spoil tomorrow. And Li Chu said as she took the cake from Su Yawei, why are you coming over so late? Your little doodle is asleep? Su Yawei said with a sigh, I've just finished working overtime. I haven't gone home yet. This will go back to Dudu or asleep. Just as I rest tomorrow and plan to come over to help. You're opening tomorrow to prepare for the things quasi-determined quite a lot. Daya said hoarsely as she took Su Yawei's hand. And Junior, you're just in time. The waiters had the balloon ribbons and everything ready before they got off work. They just haven't set it up yet. Listening to a few of their muffled voices, Su Yawei said with a smile, what did you three do today? Your voices are hoarse like this. Hearing that, Berry, the one who came to help, was the most vocal. Our voices are answering the phone to answer the phone. The booking phone has been busted. Some people's side of the signal is still not good. Talk basically by yelling. It is really exhausting. Berry was now leaning back on the couch pressed up against the ground, no longer wanting to move. It just so happened that the herbal tea was now all dried and cooled. Jiangnan Zhou served them a cup each, and Daiyu directly dried the cup of herbal tea that had just arrived. Boss Jiang, can you give me another cup? Originally I thought this would have a herbal flavor, but I didn't expect it to be quite tasty. When Berry heard Daiyu say that she wanted another cup, she also hurriedly drank the half cup of herbal tea she had left and raised her empty cup to Jiangnan Zhou. I'll have another one, too. Jiangnan Zhou directly went to the kitchen and brought out a pot of herbal tea and said to them, there's quite a bit left, pour yourselves out. For An's father, who has pharyngitis, this herbal tea is much more comfortable for him to drink. Nan Zhou, what have you put here? How do you cook this herbal tea? This is especially comfortable for my old pharyngitis throat after drinking it. Jiangnan Zhou took out his cell phone and directly edited a message and sent it to An's father's WeChat. Uncle, I sent you a tutorial for this herbal tea, so you can try cooking some while you're abroad. He directly ignored the step of putting in the nutrient solution. In fact, even if he didn't put in the nutrient solution to drink this herbal tea alone, it was still effective. Zhang Yuan saw that Berry liked to drink, said to Jiangnan Zhou, you send me one too, and I'll go back and cook it for Berry when the time comes. Jiangnan Zhou said as he teased Zhang Yuan, your boy is also going in the direction of a home cook now. The flirtatious Duke Zhang we used to have no longer exists. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan said to Jiangnan Zhou, keep your voice down. What once was a flirt? If Berry hears that, she'll have to mess with me again. I wasn't a flirt before either. If there is no online those lace news, Jiangnan Zhou believed those ghost words said by Zhang Yuan. The key light news is not enough. He is very high profile every time. Often photographed, although Zhang Yuan does not respond, but he has girlfriends in the social account to send those things directly. Also Stone Hammer. Luckily, Su Yawei was here tonight. She was very handy with these scene setting, and her aesthetics were exceptionally good. Busy finished almost 12 o'clock, and Li Chu originally wanted to let them all live in this side, but Zhang Yuan and Barry and Su Yawei have to go back, but fortunately are not far away, driving a few minutes to the home. They all got up early the next morning, and although the opening ceremony for their store wasn't that big of a deal, there were quite a few friends and family members who came. Zhang father, Zhang mother, they also came over early. Zhang Wei came today is not to act as a chef role, but he still cannot help but go to the kitchen to see. Fatty and Boss Wang also arrived early, all with congratulatory gifts and flower baskets. 9:18 when the firecrackers were lit, signifying that it is going to be hair. Firecrackers ring gold 10,000 taels. The tourists who booked the room also came over early to do the check-in, and they were also unanimous in their praise for the environment and service of the homecoming B&B. Zhang Nanzhou is also said to do early in the morning to let the workers send several large boxes of snacks. A total of 50 packages are given to the tourists who came to check in today. The two of them, and Li Chu and Dai Yu, were busy on their feet, but Anne's father was also very happy to see the scene and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "In fact, I just started to hear the small pair and I said this idea when the pressure is not optimistic. After all, this side is where I grew up. What kind of I still know. I did not expect in just half a year's time this island changes so fast. Can have so many tourists to come over to play? You kid is really powerful. See, you know, when you quasi definitely will be a big job." Zhang Nanzhou was a little embarrassed by his future father-in-law's compliments. "It's a good thing you don't feel that I'm not productive by staying cooped up on the island all day." Anne's father felt that he had probably been out on the road for too long, and he thought it would be very nice to be on this island on his side of the family, and that gold shines wherever it's found. It was not until the afternoon after the delivery of the guests that Li Chu had time to rest. She and Zhang Nanzhou returned to the room and nestled in Zhang Nanzhou's arms and said, "It's exhausting. My face hurts from smiling today." Zhang Nanzhou said heartily, "Tomorrow will be good. You open a lot of people seem to be noisy, and so are on track by then there is nothing you need to worry about. Really cannot directly hire a hotel management personnel. By then you and Dai you will be able to be the boss." Hearing Zhang Nanzhou's proposal and Li Chu hastily refused. "It's better for the two of us, you and I, to manage it. If we hire a professional manager we'll all have nothing to do again. And besides, that's a lot of money to spend. Now their B&B is still in the beginning. Can do full room is already very good. Their initial investment is not small, or can save a little bit of it." As Zhang Nanzhou said, and so on later into the right track is also good. Tonight time is still in Li Chu side of the stay. After all, the first day of their hotel received so many tourists. Something what he is here can also be more at ease. Zhang Nanzhou wanted to go home after breakfast the next morning, but he received a call from Zhang's father before he even moved. "Xiao Zhou, if you're not busy come back here. The batch of rabbits I bought online arrived, but how can I see it's not right? It feels different from what I saw online." Listening to the tone of Zhang father on the other end of the phone, some anxious Zhang Nanzhou said, "Hold your horses. I'll be right back." Hearing Zhang Nanzhou say this, Zhang father was busy saying, "Then you'll come straight to the back of the hill. I transported this batch of rabbits to the rabbitry." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Nanzhou and Li Chu said hello and drove directly to the back of the mountain. He pushed open the door of the rabbit hut to see, and the rabbit is wide-eyed to small eyes of the father of the river. Zhang Nanzhou walked to the side of the father of the river, also followed the serious look up after opening his mouth. "You're not the same breed of rabbit as the one you showed me." Zhang father, who was watching seriously, suddenly heard Zhang Nanzhou's voice and was directly startled. Zhang father patted his chest and said to Zhang Nanzhou in a good humor, "What the hell are you doing? Coming without making any noise? Don't you know that people can be scared to death?" "What the hell did you just say? You're saying this isn't the same breed I showed you? I thought there was a possibility that it was the disabled rabbit that was sent to me." Zhang Nanzhou said as he took out the picture of that brat that Zhang father had sent him directly. "Look at the one you sent me. The bunny's ears are standing up. The one over here has droopy ears. This kind is the kind of pet rabbit that so many people have on the internet. I think it's called some kind of droopy-eared rabbit." Zhang father directly exploded with anger when he heard Zhang Nanzhou's words. "I said this thing looks wrong, right? Just now I asked that customer service. That customer service said that the rabbit is too small. Long a period of time the ears will stand up. What the hell? That delivery also only sent me to the bottom of the mountain. I wasted half a day's effort to transport these rabbits up. No, I'll go to call that boss." After saying this sentence, Zhang father took the phone and went out in a rage. Zhang Nanzhou looked at these small droopy-eared rabbits in the cage that were not yet as big as the palm of his hand and snapped a few pictures for Li Chu to go over. Soon Li Chu sent a video call directly to Zhang Nanzhou. "Wow, where did you shoot such a small droopy-eared rabbit? Didn't you say your uncle was looking for you for something? Did you go out on your own? Jang Nanjo smiled and said as he flipped the lens of his cell phone. You don't want to accuse me. Look, I was in the rabbit hutches in the back of the mountain. My dad was buying the kind of rabbit cubs that can be sheared on the internet. And the merchant ended up sending 100 pendant-eared rabbit cubs straight away. And my dad went to call the merchant. So I'll just take the time to give you a look. And see if you like it. And Lichu said as she looked at the bunny with a soft heart. I like it. But I like it so much. It's just that we're not in a position to keep such little things on our side right now. Hearing this, Jang Nanjo said with a smile. Then I'll catch the family pair when the time comes. And I'll keep them for you. Hearing Jang Nanzo's words, and Lichu was very moved. So can the grandparents, aunts and uncles agree? But I don't see you keeping anything in your house. It's all kept in the backwoods. Jang Nanjo said with a smile. What's not to agree with? Then, don't worry about it. He also made a special effort to let Lichu choose 2 rabbits to take straight away when he came home at that time. After choosing the rabbit, and Lichu was called by someone on her side and hung up the video in a hurry. Looking at the 2 selected rabbit cubs, Jang Nanjo thought of the fact that their family used to have a pet. Is a large civet cat. Are free range, to the point to go home to eat, but one day after going out and then never came back. That while Jang Nanjo is still in elementary school, can be sad to him bad. Their family hasn't had any pets in the house since then. No, they have 8 pets in the house now. It's the 8 koi carp in the pond in the yard. Those koi carp are Grandpa Jang's beloved favorites, finely raised. And now Dudu is one of the members who go to their house every day to feed the koi carp. When Jiang's father came in from outside, his anger completely subsided. And he even had some smiles on his face. Jang Nanjo asked curiously, how did you talk to the seller? Did they send you the wrong one on their end? Chapter 293 Marine Environmental Public Goods. Jiang's father said smilingly to Jang Nanjo, the price of this rabbit is a lot more expensive than the price of the rabbit I bought. The boss said that the cost of transportation of this live body is a little big. If I do not return the rabbit, he will give me this batch of rabbits directly without me to make up for the difference in price. Said that this rabbit, if the rabbits are good quality, can be sold for a few hundred it. And breeding is also fast. Good to live. Which is not better than to raise that still have to shear the fur of the. It's a lot better than raising that rabbit that has to be sheared. Jang Nanjo heard Jiang's father's this, also searched the internet. This pet rabbit is sell 200 or 300 is also able to sell. Look at his father's appearance as the boss of the people to persuade now want to raise this kind of rabbit. He is nothing to say. As long as his father is happy on the good. I searched the internet. This kind of rabbit is still good. It's better to raise. And it's not so delicate. If you want to raise it, then you can raise it. Raising rabbits is not a problem. But how to talk to his daughter-in-law at home is a problem. Jiang's father scratched his head and said to Jang Nanjo, what do you think about this? Can your mom agree? She's the one who said she wanted to keep that sheared rabbit after seeing other people's families making money from it. Jiang's father is a little worried. Who let him at home cannot make the decision. Jang Nanjo feels that his father is quite interesting at times, although the goat is a little goatish, but to his mom and family are very good, no matter what is going on. His first consideration is also his mom. Since you want to keep it, then go home and I'll talk to my mom about this for you. In fact, just be honest, it's not like you're placing an order for the wrong one. Hearing Jang Nanjo's words, Jiang's father instantly felt hardened again. Yes, you don't need to say anything about this. I'll go and talk to your mom. It's not like I placed the wrong order. According to that boss, we even took advantage of others. He didn't have this price. Sold this droopy-eared bunny. Just as Jiang's father's words fell, Jiang's mother pushed the door open. And Jiang's father instantly lost the courage he had earlier. Why did you come over here? Didn't you say you'd come to the back of the mountain this afternoon? And weren't you going to give yourself a half-day's vacation today? Jiang's mother took off her sun hat and fanned it in front of her and said, I heard the workers working below say that the rabbits to send over. I came to take a look. I did not expect you all here. How are those little rabbits? Stay lively not? Jiang's father hurriedly said with a smile. The state of one is pretty good. Go ahead and check it out. Hearing Jiang's father's words, Jiang's mother walked inside and took a closer look at these brats. The more she looked, the tighter her brows frowned. This isn't right. It doesn't seem to be the same rabbit that was sheared. Isn't it the wrong one to send us? Jiang's father whispered the whole story to Jiang's mother. Jiang's mother, who heard this, did not get angry, pressed Jiang's father's own. Scaring himself, Jiang's mother asked Jang Nanjo, is it true what your father says about this? Don't let him be fooled when the time comes. Jang Nanjo smiled and said to his mom, I just searched the internet. This rabbit well raised also quite a lot to earn it. Many people like this kind of cute drop-eared rabbits. And this kind of rabbit is also relatively easy to raise. Our family to raise some of this kind of rabbit is also quite good. Anyway, better than the kind of shearing. That kind of still have to be regularly sheared. This kind of save a lot of things. Jiang's mother was relieved to hear this from Jang Nanjo. Okay, then let's keep it. It's just like keeping anything anyway. This little rabbit looks quite rare. Later I'll catch one and send it to Dudu. He'll surely like it too. Jiang Nanzhou pointed at the 2 rabbit cubs on the ground and said, "That's just right. You pick one for him, I'll give it to him when I get back. Those 2 on the ground are the ones I'm taking home. Little pear likes these soft and cuddly bunnies too." Jiang mother said when she heard this from Jiang Nanzhou, "The 2 you chose are quite good looking. Since Shaoli likes it, then go to the pet stores to buy that kind of good looking rabbit hutch. And then you have to raise it carefully." Jiang Nanzhou helped them lay some bedding grass in the rabbit cages before they went home after feeding the rabbits. When they arrived home, Grandma Jiang had already prepared lunch. Jiang Bashan maneuvered his wheelchair to skate around the yard. Seeing Jiang Nanzhou brought back 3 little rabbits, he also curiously looked at the side of the rabbit cage. After lunch, Jiang Nanzhou went back to his room and took a short nap. Glancing at the time, at this moment Dudu should have woken up from his nap as well. Today happens to be Sunday. Tootsie is at home on vacation. Zhang Bei went to the city to meet a friend, so Tootsie is at home with his grandma today. His mom explained to him before she went to work that his grandma is old and he has to listen to her at home. So Dudu didn't ask to go out to play today. So he brought the little Bianmu to play with the sand in the yard. He was just bored when he saw Jiang Nanzhou carrying a small cage. Dudu happily ran to Jiang Nanzhou's side and hugged his thigh and said, Brother, Dodo misses you." Jiang Nanzhou had been quite busy during this period of time, so he also hadn't seen little Dudu for a long time. Jiang Nanzhou stroked Dudu's head and said, "Brother also misses Dudu. I have heard your mom and dad say, Dudu's progress in this period of time is very big. Said Dudu now can say a lot of words, also learned to express. So what? Brother to give Dudu to send rewards to come." Jiang de Granny saw Jiang Nanzhou come over and poured him a bowl of tea and said, "You guys come inside and say, the house is cool. This also has a big watermelon that your second uncle bought today to send over. Especially sweet. Come and eat a piece." Jiang Nanzhou arrived at his great-grandmother's house. Just like arriving at his own home also did not see the foreigners. Directly picked up a large piece of watermelon and nibbled. He held the melon in one hand and put the cage on the ground with one hand, and said to Dudu, "Dodo, recognize what critters are packed in here." Dodo wowed outright when he crouched down to see what was inside. "Wow, it's a bunny. I like it so much. Thank you, brother." Grandma Jiang also took a carrot and cut it into strips for Dudu, so that Dudu could squat there and feed it to the little rabbit. Originally, Dudu's eyes were filled with Jiang Nanboat, but ever since he played with the bunny, his eyes have been filled with the bunny. The little border collie was also very happy and kept circling around Tootsie and the bunny. His little paws kept trying to pet the bunny but were stopped by Tootsie. "Doggy boy. No petting, the bunny is too small." Dudu was also afraid that the little rabbit would be mistakenly injured by the little border collie. After all, this rabbit was really extraordinarily small. And Jiang Nanzhou had just said to Dudu that rabbits were very timid. So Dodo hadn't even gotten up to touch it herself, and had always stood at the side of the bunny dutifully edging it and feeding it carrots. Jiang Nanzhou asked Dudu after seeing that the sun wasn't as poisonous as before, "Dudu, go to the beach or not? Brother will take you for a walk." Dudu heard this from Jiang Nanzhou, got up and looked at his grandmother, and great-grandma Jiang smiled. "You can go if you want to, but make sure you listen to your brother and follow him while you can't wander off, do you know?" Dodo said with a happy nod after hearing her grandmother's agreement. "I'll listen to my brother, and I want to go to my brother's house to feed the fish." Jiang Nanzhou said to great-grandma Jiang, "Great-grandma, then I'll send Dodo back to you during the evening so he can have dinner at our house." Hearing this, great-grandma Jiang said, "Okay, then you guys go have fun, and I'll just wander over to your second aunt's store." Dodo said to the little sidewinder and the bunny on her way out the door, "Y'all be good at home, yo. No fighting. Fighting is not good behavior." Jiang Nanzhou was noticing that Dudu's speech was more than smooth since she drank the nutrient solution, and now she was more talkative. Before Su Yawei said to him, "Before the child does not speak she worried. Now the child speaks she also worried." One day she took Dudu to the small wontons. The next seat someone smoked. Su Yawei choked and coughed. Dudu asked her what happened. She whispered to Dudu said choked by the smoke. As a result, Dodo spoke directly and loudly to the one who was smoking. "Uncle, you're choking my mom with your smoking, and my dad goes outside for all his smoking at home." Su Yawei was all embarrassed at that time, hurriedly covered her small mouth that was tooting as she hurriedly said to the man, "Sorry." Luckily the man was of a decent caliber and just put out his cigarette. Jiang Nanboat, they listened to Su Yawei that day when they all laughed to death. "I did not expect this soft little guy so just, this nature so look, and Jiang Bei is still more like." He took Dudu to the beach. This will be a lot of tourists on the beach. And this side of the night now there are carts selling snacks. And the big night market cannot be compared to, but the variety is also quite a lot. Bought Toots a fresh milk ice cream and then took Toots to see the baby seals. Not sure if eggs was over there. During the daytime there are also their village staff patrolling. in order to prevent seals from hurting people, but in reality, they are protecting those seals, so the staff over there don't let the tourists get too close at all. When they got to the area where the seals were living, the seals, who were all laying on the beach, all approached them when they saw them coming. The staff didn't even stop them. After all, they knew that Jiang Nanzhou wouldn't hurt those seals, and those seals were also very friendly to Jiang Nanzhou and Dudu. They all love to stick it to Gangnam boat, and the seal pups love to play with Tootsie, who comes over here to play in the sand with the pups when she's not at school. Jiang Nanzhou is also often late at night to this side of the seals to drink marine life nutrient solution by the way to give them a body check. Jiang Nanzhou came before that several times, did not see the egg. This time or did not see it. I do not know where it ran to play. But Jiang Nanzhou wasn't worried about Egg at all because Egg had no more opponents in the sea. After playing with Dudu on the beach for a while, he took Dudu to go home. They walked slowly on the beach blowing the sea breeze cozy. Dudu see some garbage will also go over to pick up and throw to the trash can, which makes Jiang Nanzhou is immensely gratified. Dodo is awesome. So young to know that you need to protect the environment. Dudu tilted her little head and said to Jiang Nanzhou, Niani, our kindergarten teacher, said that we have to protect our home so that we can have a better living environment. Jiang Nanzhou really couldn't believe that Dudu could understand these words at this age when she was still wearing diapers and would go ahead and do as she was told. He was just about to open his mouth to praise him some more when Jiang Nanzhou suddenly heard the system beep. System mission. Ask the host to organize a public service activity to protect the marine environment. The number of participants should be at least 50. It is necessary that all these people participate voluntarily. Successful mission rewards lottery X2. It should have been Dudu's behavior just now that triggered the system mission. But Jiang Nanzhou was not resistant to this mission at all. It just so happens that their foundation has also applied for a marine environmental protection project, so they can use the name of the foundation to organize this charity event. And now the system released the task are unlimited. So Jiang Nanzhou want to organize public welfare activities on the day set in the weekend, so that it will not affect some people at work. And Jiang Nanzhou also hope that some of the children are involved. Dudu bounced in front of the running. Now he is very familiar with the village, and just arrived in Jiangjia village when the judgment is like 2 people. Now Dudu all day lively is really good. Jiang Bei before and Su Yaowei also took him to the military region. More famous treatment of autism experts have seen. And read Dudu's previous examination report. If not to find him, that person is Jiang Bei. Press the root of the report is not believe that the report is Dudu. But after listening to Tootsie's experience, he gave the conclusion that the little child had perhaps been stimulated straight away, or else he really couldn't find any reason for it. Jiang Bei and Su Yaowei weren't here to find out what caused their son to recover. They only cared about whether or not Dudu was completely recovered. The evening Jiang grandmother specially to do a steamed yellowtail. This yellowtail, or before Jiang Nan boat back, has been in the freezer frozen to come, although still just out of the water fresh delicious, but frozen is also okay. After all, the quality of this wild yellowtail in that. There was also a cassoulet of prawns, and fried little crispy pork, all of which little Toots loved, especially since Toots felt that his brother's family's meals were better than theirs, and that his grandma's cooking wasn't as good as his third grandma's. But Toots knew that this couldn't be said out loud because Toots would be sad if she said it out loud. Dudu now eating pressure do not need to worry. Eat by themselves especially happy. And after eating can also in Zhang Baoshan 2 people together to watch cartoons. Su Yaowei and Jiang Bei have arrived home. Heard that Dudu went to Jiang Nanzhou's home for dinner, they also all ignore. They finished eating, they intend to walk just to go to pick up the child back. They didn't expect to see Jiang Nanzhou walking out with Dudu just as they entered the courtyard of Jiang Nanzhou's house. Chapter 294, Going to work at a construction site. 4th Uncle, Little Auntie 4, why are you guys still coming over? I was just about to send Dudu back to you. Tootsie saw his mom and dad coming and jumped right into his mom's arms. Jiang Bei smiled and said as he stroked Dudu's small curly hair, we just happened to come out for a walk after dinner to save you from going that way again. It just so happens that Jiang Nanzhou still has to go to Su Yaowei, and it just so happens that they are all here. So let us talk over here. 4th Uncle, Little Auntie 4, come inside and sit down for a while. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with Little Auntie 4. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Su Yaowei flirted. I'm off duty. You'll have to pay me extra if we talk business. Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou directly said in an atmospheric manner, no problem. High or low, you'll have to give my Little Auntie 4 an extra raise. When Dudu heard them say they were going to talk about things, he just thumped right into Zhang Baoshan's room again, just so the commercials would be over and he could watch another episode of the cartoon. Grandma Jiang, they are in the living room watching TV. Heard Jiang Nanzhou said to talk to Su Yaowei about official business, also went back to their respective rooms to watch TV. Anyway, they are here to listen to but also cannot understand. Jiang Nanzhou said to Su Yaowei, and Junior, I want to organize a charity event on the day of next Saturday, which is to protect the marine ecosystem. How about using the name of the foundation? Su Yawei thought about next week's work schedule. If the organization of a public service activities will be fine, just can publicize the promotion of their foundation. Okay, that's a good idea. Especially if it's held on the island, which is also full of tourists now, and you can also invite all the tourists to participate. Hearing this good idea of inviting tourists to participate, Jiang Nanzhou said, "Isn't there someone in the foundation who does the appointment applet?" Su Yawei knew what Jiang Nanzhou wanted to do and said directly, "Yeah, I'll talk to him tomorrow about getting him to make an appointment applet, and there's going to be some publicity on it for this charity event, so I'll have to borrow your fame then." Jiang Nanzhou said, "What do you mean borrow? Feel free to use it. You guys can also mark that I'll be on the air the whole time one day. Let's do this tomorrow, and print a little bit more flyers and stuff. By then we'll put some in our store, as well as my aunt's store, my second aunt's store, and that B&B that little pair and the girls have will put some in." Jiang Bei said to them, "Arrange something for me to do too. I don't know what to do these days. I want to go work on the construction site with them." "Your fourth aunt doesn't agree," Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. "That's my fourth aunt feeling sorry for you. How tiring it is to be on a construction site in this heat." Su Yawei said to Jiang Bei, "Don't say. There really is work for you to do. When the time comes to go to print leaflets and deliver leaflets, the work will be given to you guys. Right, Nanzhou? When the time comes, do we still have to print some clothes and souvenirs and so on?" Jiang Nanzhou pondered for a moment before saying, "Yes, these things can't be missing. Print a batch of white t-shirts. The words on them have to be blue, like the color of the sea. Just print South Bay Merchants Love Foundation. Preferably something with some design. Don't ever just print those big words straight on. It won't look at all high class when the time comes. And we need every size because there will be little kids involved as well. Just like Dodo that big can wear. Or even a little smaller. And make sure to print more. We'd rather have leftovers than not enough." Su Yawei said, "These you can rest assured. By the time I personally gatekeeper clothes, I let people print more. After all, this is our foundation's first time to do public service activities. I get up early tomorrow morning to go to the newspaper to go. Half of this kind of public service activities are approved quite fast. The main thing is a souvenir. How about sending a keychain?" Jiang Nanzhou said, "I was thinking of a keychain as well, but make sure you pay attention to the quality and never make it too inferior." Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Su Yawei did not have the good sense to say, "Don't worry about that. I'm not that cheap. I'll make sure it's good quality." Jiang Nanzhou touched his nose and said, "I'm not saying that you stingy adjourn. Although this time the time is tight, the task is heavy, and shall see you guys cheer." After sending them away, Jiang Nanzhou remembered the words just now. He still learned from the mouth of Jiang Nanhai's small assistant. That is, Su Yawei and their departments are particularly good at living, and then PXX on the cheap to buy a lot of office supplies are not very good with the kind. One by one, they are all particularly money-saving, so it drove their side up. The girls in their official finance department used to change their bags and carry them every day, and now they go to work every day with bags for milk tea. All because they learned it from the people at the foundation. Jiang Nanzhou had to feel that he treated them harshly at times, and then it was Jiang Nanhai who told him that many of the staff in the foundation were not poor, but they all wanted to use all the money in the foundation on the needy, and over time they all developed a good habit of being thrifty. In fact, Jiang Nanzhou is really quite admire them, but he certainly cannot do that. He's so hard to make money as to want to go on a good day to enjoy life, so do not be too difficult for yourself. The next morning when Jiang Nanzhou woke up from his sleep, it was almost 9 o'clock, but he hadn't slept in a long time, so he purposely turned off the alarm clocks he usually set before going to sleep. This is not held by the urine woke up. He estimates that he can continue to sleep again. Just went to the bathroom to drain the water. He received a phone call. It is the logistics of the phone call to him, said that the living things let him go to pick up the goods. He hurriedly washed up and went to pick up the shipment, not realizing that he was receiving not just 2 alpacas, but 2 ponies with bangs. Jiang Nanzhou asked that logistics staff, "Bro, did you send this to the wrong person? I don't remember ordering a dwarf horse either." And Jiang Nanzhou also deliberately looked at the chat records of him and Fatty. At that time he was letting Fatty directly help him buy. The money is also transferred to Fatty. It happens to be Fatty's friend is selling alpacas. The logistics staff took out the logistics list and said to Jiang Nanzhou with a smile, "Look at what's written on this. It's your name. And look at this one with a 48 tail number. Is it your cell phone number?" Jiang Nanzhou took the logistics list handed over in the hands of the staff, and carefully read it, which was really written on his name and his cell phone number. That staff member answered a phone call and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "It's yours." "That's right, so hurry up and sign it for me. I've got other work over there." After Jiang Nanzhou signed the certificate on the logistics list, the logistics staff directly to the 2 alpacas and 2 ponies to him down. but also to move down some grass and other things on the drive away. Some of the people working on the construction site were curious when they saw Jiang Nanzhou, surrounded by these 4 divine beasts. Jiang, what kind of horse is this? Why is it so big? Ugh, isn't that one the same straw horse the internet is talking about? Yeah, that's the thing. I even took my daughter to the zoo to see it. And that's the thing, you don't want to mess with him. He can spit on you then. Jiang Nanzhou said to the men. That horse is a small dwarf horse, will be able to grow so big. Is a foreign species. And these 2 called alpaca. You guys, this grass mud horse, how bad to hear. They helped Jiang Nanzhou lead these 4 divine beasts to the back of the mountain. And Jiang Nanzhou directly tried to put them in an empty chicken coop. Since he didn't know how to raise this thing, he called Fatty after he got out of the coop. Fatty was drinking tea with a few buddies, and when he saw that it was a call from Jiang Nanzhou, he answered it directly. Hey, old buddy, what made you think of calling me today? Fatty, it's like this. Those 2 alpacas I ordered arrived, but how come this gave me 2 extra ponies? You do not mention, I have forgotten, only to deliver you. I thought it has long been delivered to you. Those 2 ponies are I send you. I can see how attractive that little thing so I ordered 2 directly for you. Fatty, those 2 aren't cheap. How much is the total? I'll transfer them to you. You and I are still polite. You cannot give me a turn or you as for me to raise. And so on the weekend I take the children over to play. Look at the 2 ponies. Not to say for the time being hang up. Fatty hung up the phone directly after saying that sentence. Jiang Nanzhou listened to the busy tone coming from the phone and smiled helplessly. He'll thank him properly some other day. And it's just as well that he'll call his hardened brother who's in the hospital then. And he'll thank him one by one then. At lunchtime, Jiang Nanzhou, Jiang father and mother, they said in the back of the empty chicken coop there are 2 alpacas. There are 2 ponies. At that time they do not forget to feed some food. Food is also placed at the door in the small storehouse. Jiang father is more interested in those things. Especially also learned that the 4 beasts of the value of the thief high. He began to watch all kinds of online breeding dwarf horses, as well as alpaca video. He also made a note, but the one he made was only readable by him. Jiang Nanzhou is actually quite interested in horses, but what he is interested in is not this kind of pony. What he really likes is that kind of sweat-blooded BMW, the tall, handsome kind. So he decided to build a horse farm in that clearing at the foot of the mountain, and it just so happened that the clearing there was bigger than enough for a small horse farm. He had this idea. He directly informed Jiang Tianxiang. Jiang Tianxiang, their engineering team now belongs to the all-round, was trained by Jiang Nanzhou. Some will not do, they also deliberately go out to learn. Anyway, in the end is sure to do to make Jiang Nanzhou very satisfied. In the afternoon, Jiang Nanzhou received a phone call from Enlichu. Said that the evening so that their families go to his uncle's house for dinner. His father will be leaving tomorrow, and want to get together with the group in the evening. This meal came quite suddenly. Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly notified his parents the evening Jiang grandpa Jiang grandma they did not go over. After all, the family still have to stay to Jiang Baoshan cooking. Jiang father and mother at home also packed a pile of local specialties that can be taken on the plane for and father to take away. Jiang Nanzhou and their arrival at Uncle N's house when the eldest uncle had already made the meal. And Minghui, 2 families have also come back a long time ago. An's father said as he looked at them bringing over so many things. What do you think you guys are doing with so much stuff? I asked you to come for dinner and not to give gifts. Jiang father said smilingly to An father. Today Shaoli notice is too sudden. There are still a lot of things are not ready. These are for you to bring to foreign countries. I can all inquire in advance. These things can be brought on the plane. In fact, An's father was quite touched when he heard this. At the same time he was a little reluctant to leave. His big brother also prepared quite a lot of things for him, and Enlichu also prepared quite a lot for him. Looks like he's going to need an extra big suitcase when he leaves, or he won't be able to carry so much stuff with him. Old Jiang, the ones you haven't prepared will wait for me to come back next time. I'll be back when it's time for Xiaozhou and Xiaoli, the girl, to get married, and I'm very grateful to you all for preparing so many things for me. Jiang father said with a feigned stern face. You can be really. What are you still polite with us? You and I are in-laws in the future. At the same time, it is also our family boat's other father. No matter how to count, we are not a family in the future. If you are so polite with me in the future, I will turn my face with you. An's father, who heard this, said with a smile, okay, I'll never be polite to you two again. You don't have to be polite to me either. Hurry up and fill up the wine. Let's brother and sister dry one first. Today Jiang Nanzhou can also let go and drink, because his mom did not drink. So let his mom drive just right when going back. He said that he was liberalizing his drinking, but in reality, Jiang Nanzhou didn't drink too much tonight because he and Xiaoli were going to send father into the airport tomorrow. Originally, An's father had already inquired about a cab to the airport. After all, They were all pretty busy right now, and he didn't have too much luggage, so he could go by himself. But Enlichu no, simply not let him take a cab. She had to personally go to Send. After all, the next time to see her dad will have to the end of the year. She is still a little reluctant to her father to go. She now hopes that her father hurry to deal with the business over there. Back to the country it. Enlichu even went to talk to her dad. But listening to that meaning of her dad is to wait until she has a child in the future. He will come back to help her bring up the child. Hearing about bringing up a child, Enlichu thought to herself, that's soon enough. They haven't taken any measures during this period of time. If they are really having a baby, then they will get married a little earlier. And she will give birth if she has a baby anyway. So her father can come back to bring up a baby for him then. The next morning Jiang Nanzhou at home after breakfast. Early drive to the home of Uncle An. When he arrived at the home of Uncle An, he saw them all sitting in the living room. The only thing that did not see Xiaoli. Jiang Nanzhou greeted them, and when he heard them say that Xiaoli was in the kitchen, he consciously took off his jacket and went to the kitchen to help. Anne's father had packed all the luggage already, but just didn't have much spirit today because his head really hurt too much. Anne's eldest uncle's state could be so much better than Anne's father's. Of course, it could only be said to be so much better. Chapter 295, Enlichu cries. Enlichu specially boiled sobering soup for them all last night, but neither of them drank it, and in the end it was Minghui who couldn't stand to watch and drank a bowl. When I was still in the kitchen struggling with how many degrees of water to use to make honey water, I saw Jiang Nanzhou come in. Why are you here so early? Have you had breakfast? Jiang Nanzhou said as he looked at Enlichu who was holding the jar of honey. I came over after eating. What are you doing with the whole thing? Making breakfast? Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Enricha shook the jar of honey in his hand for him and said, do what breakfast? We have also long finished eating. Is my father and my eldest uncle yesterday night drank too much now as a headache? I am thinking to give them to brew some honey water to drink. You quickly come to help me look at the temperature of the water now cannot. Jiang Nanzhou put his hand on the cup of water that Enlichu had finished pouring and felt the temperature and said, that's fine. This is just the right temperature. Enlichu directly put 2 big spoons of honey in each cup after getting the answer. Even if Jiang Nanzhou liked to drink sweet things, but seeing such 2 big spoons of honey made his throat feel snoozy. Enlichu thought that Jiang Nanzhou also drank last night and asked, I'll pass. My head doesn't hurt, and besides I didn't drink too much last night. And father finished drinking the honey water. They are about to leave. Every parting is very sentimental, but every time Ndabo is smiling to send and father out the door, and when they walk away after he closed the door before sighing, Anne's father said to Enlichu while he was in the car, although in the future, your eldest uncle will spend most of the time together with you living in the B&B, but you also need to care more about him. After all, now that your brother he's far away and quite busy with his work, so you'll just do your filial piety more. Pay more attention to his health and remind him to take his medication every day. His blood pressure is too high right now, and Nichu said with a good-natured nod. Dad, just don't worry. I will definitely take good care of my eldest uncle. You should also take good care of yourself when you go back. Come back as early as you can. Don't work so hard. I still very much hope that you will be by my side every day. And Lichu playing small is particularly obedient and understanding. Know that he is a person with her in the foreign fight is not easy. Never asked him what. This is still the first time in her mouth out to say that he wants to this old man accompanied by her. And father felt his eyes are hot. Good. Then dad will come back as early as possible. When the time comes to bring you the child, you don't mind it is. No. When the time comes can I line up the number to bring you the child? Jiang Nanzhou, who was driving, said with a smile. Uncle, you love to take the kids, that's great. I'll make you a schedule when the time comes. Pear and I don't take them anyway. Hearing this from Jiang Nanzhou, father and said with a smile, your idea is good. If there is a house for sale near your home you will help me keep an eye on it then. Living close to the time to retire is also convenient. And Nietzsche said, Dad, didn't you say that you'd live in a B&B when you retire in the future? And that backyard was specially designed for you by someone, I asked. Father and also decided on a whim that he wanted to live near Jiang Nanzhou's house. Your place is fine for me to stay there with all the people coming and going, but it won't be appropriate for me to stay there later if I'm bringing you kids. Jiang Nanzhou said after driving the car onto the ferry. Uncle, also by what house? I packed that back of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain over there I made a sanatorium, now still in construction, and that there are several sets of unique house. When I leave you a set, later that side of the scenery is also very good. The top of the back of the mountain there is also a viewing platform. Hearing this from Jiang Nanzhou's father was more interested. Then how much is a set of houses on your side? Leave me a set of lines. How much I will transfer to you? Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. I'll leave you a set of the best when the time comes. Besides, what money do I need to give my old man to live in? You'd better save your money to spend on your grandchildren and granddaughters in the future. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, father and ha laughed. Well, when I have all my money to spend on them later, and on you too, I have money anyway. In fact, An's father was not joking when he said he was rich. In fact, not only to get a logistics company abroad, he also has a research on stocks. Now he bought stocks in that card. Exactly how much money he forgot. But surely, that amount of money is definitely not less. And Li Chu was also chatting with An's father all the way. She felt how the journey to the airport was so fast this time, and how the time passed quickly. To the airport after, and Li Chu suddenly a little emotionally taut. See Jiang father into the gate after hugging Jiang Nanzhou began to cry. Jiang Nanzhou gently soothing. Good boy. Don't cry. Just wait a few more months and uncle will be back. And a few months can go by very fast. And Li Chu sobbed in Jiang Nanzhou's arms. I know, but I just can't control my tears. After slowing down for a while and Li Chu's tears stopped, Jiang Nanzhou took her to eat a big meal in the city. Her mood got better. Originally in the afternoon Jiang Nanzhou wanted Li Chu to take a day off today. But when Li Chu thought that the store was also full today, she let it go and didn't rest. Straight away, she asked Jiang Nanzhou to send her to the store, and in the evening she would go to Jiang Nanzhou's house to see the bunny. When Jiang Nanzhou sent Li Chu to the store, he went to the store in town as well to see the progress of work on Su Yue's side. Su Yue and their foundation in the past 2 days are working overtime to busy themselves. Fortunately Jiang Nanzhou also brought them coffee when they went, not empty-handed. Otherwise, they are on Jiang Nanzhou's resentment is a little big. After all, other organizations are preparing for public welfare activities or at least have a month's time. And their side because Jiang Nanzhou temporary decision only a short week. Moreover, this is the first charity event organized by their foundation. And all of them are very dedicated and serious. After handing out coffee to them all, Su Yue said to Jiang Nanzhou, I'll send you the little program first and you can see how it goes. Jiang Nanzhou took out his cell phone and clicked on Su Yue sent him that small program. Not to mention Do is really quite good. More official. There are no small advertisements on the top of the mess. And the interface is also more atmospheric and simple. This little program is really well done. Good. I like it. Jiang Nanzhou then tried to enroll again. And the operation was also very simple. Su Yue heard Jiang Nanzhou say it was good and said directly, since you say it's good, we're going to use this one without changing it. The chap in our operations department was up until the latter part of the night yesterday. Chapter 296, all signed up to participate. Hearing Su Yue say that she made it to the latter half of the night, Jiang Nanzhou said to the young man who was doing the publicity page on the side, Little one, hard work when the public service activities are over, brother treat you to a big meal. The flyers Jiang Bei have been sent to the various stores today. Jiang Nanzhou directly sent this public service activities to book the small program to his circle of friends, as well as his various group chat inside. After seeing it, Fatty and the rest of them made reservations for the whole family directly, just on the weekend as a way to take the children out to play. And he also forwarded this small program to his circle of friends. In the Jiangnan boat is still there to concentrate on forwarding the small program when Su Yue received a call from the township government propaganda office. The township government strongly support their public welfare activities, so the venue fee and stage construction, they are contracted this side of the whole security. Medical personnel side are also arranged. Will also arrange media interviews at that time. After hanging up the phone, Su Yue directly shared the good news and said to the girl in charge of publicity, you hurry up and come up with another copy and add the township's strong support and sponsorship when you do. Jiangnan boat was not expecting the town government will also come on afoot, but this is also considered a great thing. After all, there is official participation in the activities of the appeal will be a little bigger. Even Auntie Jiang they saw this activity are good. Also directly enrolled. Do public welfare is one aspect. Mainly also to Jiangnan boat support people went. And she gave Jiang father and mother and Jiang grandpa Jiang grandmother they have given the registration. Jiang grandpa at first did not understand is not to go to the beach to pick up garbage it. How to also have to sign up for what? This is too much trouble. And after noontime Jiang Nanzhou saw the number of enrollment more than 500 people. He was not afraid to participate in more people. After all, the more people involved in the better. And some of the online enrollment to the day of the event maybe something else will not be able to go. And the location of this event is their town pier below the beach. Along the beach can walk to Jiangjia village. The beach there is not yet developed. To go to the people are relatively few. Due to the reason that the wind blowing past the garbage is very much. So Jiangnanzhou public welfare routes selected in the side. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do on their side, he drove to the market intending to buy some vegetables and fruits to go back. He was choosing the fruits when he heard someone discussing about their public welfare activities. Although the market was noisy and the two people were talking in a relatively small voice, but it was also heard clearly by Jiang Nanzhou. A middle-aged woman said to a couple of women, have you guys seen that what ocean environmental public service that our town group posted today? Saying that it's for everyone in town to participate. You all go no ah. A woman who was counting the money over and over again said, I'm not going. I'm really fed up. I might as well go play a few rounds of mahjong if I have that kind of time. The others followed suit. That's it. I really don't know what to think. That side is now a garbage dump. Who's going to clean it up? Besides, there's no one there. What's the point of fixing him? Jiang Nanzhou smiled and shook his head and paid the money on the intention to go. After all, public welfare activities such things from the very beginning when someone does not understand. But now people's cognition a little bit of up. There are still a lot of people on the public welfare activities are still very supportive. At night when Jiang Nanzhou returned home, Grandma Jiang asked Jiang Nanzhou, your aunt signed us all up for that garbage pickup you're organizing as well. You don't mind us being old, do you? Jiang Nanzhou did not expect their family to be so supportive of him. He was still relatively happy. How could it be? I'm more than happy that you're all attending. How could it be too much? When the time comes, I'll take some pictures of all of you, so that we can save them for our foundation's publicity in the future. Hearing this, Grandma Jiang was a little embarrassed and quickly waved her hand. You poor time to take pictures, photo line. You cannot use this old face of mine to publicize. Go to publicize, shall not let the small pair to go ah. Looks so beautiful. Jiang Nanzhou put the washed fruits on the coffee table and said to his grandmother, I'll take pictures of all of you and have them put them in the publicity. Grandpa Jiang, who was on the sidelines, said, just shoot your grandma when the time comes, but don't shoot me. Your grandma was also a famous beauty on our island when she was young. Grandma Jiang, who heard this, said to Grandpa Jiang with glaring eyes, what are you talking about, you dead old man? I won't let him shoot either. Grandpa Jiang said as he took a sip of tea. Then when the time comes, you'll hide far away when you see their cameras. Won't it be over if you can't be photographed? Jiang Grandpa Jiang Grandma was fighting their Jiang father whispered to Jiang Nanzhou, you can take more pictures of me then. I'll be dapper that day. What do you think about me wearing the suit I wore when I married your mom? Jiang Nanzhou, who was drinking water, almost sprayed the water in his mouth when he heard his dad's. It's fine to take more pictures of you then, but you can't wear a suit that day. Hot, not to mention. It's not good to make people misunderstand for show when the time comes, and we will also agree to send out half sleeves on that day. Just wear what you are comfortable with. Jiang Nanzhou was really embarrassed and his dad said that suit is really too earthy. Now no one wears that kind of, but his dad has always kept that suit rare. Usually when there are occasions he only wear. But Jiang Nanzhou felt that it was really unattractive. It seemed that when he went back to his room at night he should go online and buy some better clothes for his dad. After dinner in the evening, Jiang Nanzhou went back to his room and started to buy clothes for his dad online. But he could only buy a few casual outfits first, and then customize a few suits when he took his dad to the city that day. He bought clothes and shoes for his family. Only he didn't buy them for himself, because his clothes are just a little bit worn out. And Lichu is very fond of online shopping, and often buys him clothes online. Even underwear, socks, he has a lot. Jiang Nanzhou originally wanted to buy something for Enlichu, but looked at a large circle, are not satisfied with him, and finally gave Enlichu in the official flagship store selected 2 sets of big brand lipstick. Those 2 sets of lipsticks are gift boxed. A box is 10 shades. He saw in the comments section is still very high praise. He bought 2 sets. He also made a point of asking customer service to make sure that both sets were different colors before ordering. Those colors Jiang Nanzhou feel which Enlichu painted are very good looking. Anyway, he looked at the comments section. There are a lot of people are given to their girlfriends, and their girlfriends also like very much. Then Enlichu should also like it. Jiang Nanzhou's first online purchase was so painful, and there were more than 30 pending shipments alone. Chapter 297, Delayed Period. Previously, Jiang Nanzhou can buy so many a year has been good. That will be in the Magic City when Jiang Nanzhou also dare not buy so many clothes, because buy also cannot put. He rarely bought anything then either. After all, he still had to think about the next move, but now the days are better. Their family, no matter who has a check room inside the room, used to live in the old house when Jiang mother still often complain. Their family closet is too small, can only put down a season of clothes. Every time the season changed she had to do a big toss, taking out the clothes she kept in her bed box and putting in the ones she couldn't wear in the new season. But now it's good. Jiang mother said a few days ago that this check room is really good for seasons of clothes can be put down, and not afraid of pressure out of the folds. And Lichu also bought a lot of good-looking dresses for Jiang mother, but usually Jiang mother is not willing to wear, can only hang in the check room, and in Lichu's vision is particularly good, to Jiang mother to buy dresses she likes. Jiang Nanzhou actually feel that his vision is also good, just do not know his mother will not like. Jiang Nanzhou fell asleep just thinking about it, but Jiang Nanzhou, who hadn't dreamed for a long time, had a dream that he didn't know if it was a beautiful dream or counted as a nightmare. Dream and Lichu gave him triplets, 2 boys and a girl. To Jiang Nanzhou happy smile, he especially liked that little cotton jacket, soft and sticky, but as the child grows up, that soft and sticky little girl, every day more than the boy to play crazy, climb the tree to pull out the bird's nest, in the sea riding eggs in motorboat races, even in boys about group fights, was called parents after or Jongnan boat to go. He was finally scolded by the teacher to wake up, said he just no make money to see fishing, do not care about the child, all because of him. Their families that soft and sticky little girl has become like this. Jong Nanjo, who opened his eyes, subconsciously looked at the surroundings in the room. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Jong Nanjo picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It was only a little after 1 o'clock, and he hadn't slept for long, but it felt like that dream was so long. He put his cell phone's resting screen on the nightstand, but he couldn't get back to sleep. I really don't understand why the soft and sticky little daughter has turned into a tomboy. Is it really because he didn't give the child a good company, as the teacher in the dream said? Jong Nanjo puzzled. Thinking about him actually have a feeling of self-blame. Feeling that he is sorry for the child. Give the child too good company. Just thinking about this, Jong Nanjo fell asleep, but then the sky outside had already dawned. When Jong Nanjo woke up from his sleep, it was almost noon. He lay on the bed and thought back to his previous self-condemnation of his behavior was a bit funny. After all, it was just a dream. By the time he went to Enlichu's store in the afternoon, he even told them about it. And Enlichu laughed at Jong Nanjo. So it seems you are more of a girl person. In the dream I clearly had 3 children. And you don't even know what those 2 sons were like afterward. Jong Nanjo said as he took Enlichu's hand. I do like both boys and girls, as long as they're born to you, and if you don't want to have them that's fine, I still prefer you. Dayu said as she looked on with goosebumps. Boss Jiang, how come I didn't realize you were so oily before? Jong Nanjo said with a smile. I'm just being oily. I can't compare to your family's Jiang Nanhai. Their family's Jiang Nanhai is not here also lying Dayu said with a smile. That's right too. Our family Jiang Nanhai and you are as one. Not ashamed to be brothers. Then Dayu thought of something and said it to Jong Nanjo and Enlichu. I've heard before that if a pregnant woman has this kind of dream, 9 times out of 10 it means she's pregnant. Shaoli, has your body reacted to it? Enlichu said as she thought about her body in the next few days. I can eat, drink and sleep these last few days, there is nothing abnormal but my period has indeed been delayed for 2 days. You cannot scare me. I have been drinking several times recently. Dayu said. Don't panic. Is there or isn't there not to be checked? Jong Nanjo at this time have not been calm. Directly took the car keys and walked outside. Enlichu asked when she saw Jong Nanjo in a hurry. What happened? What for? Jong Nanjo said as he walked outside. I'm going to go get you a pregnancy test. Enlichu is now really panicked. The last few days her wine is really not less drink. This if really pregnant cannot have an effect on the child She is anxious. Jong Nanjo said this and drove to the town. He went directly to the drugstore to buy a large box of pregnancy tests. That a large box of 50. Jong Nanjo thought of this thing more than the internet said that there are times when the use of 1 or 2 is not allowed. So he bought more. And all this way Jong Nanjo was thinking. If Enlichu is really pregnant then he will have to do the wedding in advance. And he will have to prepare a lot of things. His brain is a little messed up. When he went back with these 50 pregnancy tests, and Rishu said to Jong Nanjo with some disappointment. I can't use this thing right now. I'm on my period. Jong Nanjo said as he listened to Enlichu's lost tone. That's fine. After all, if we're pregnant now we'll have to get ready for the wedding. And uncle just left. So it would be too much of a toss-up to bring him back. In fact, Jong Nanjo was also a little lost, but he could not show it on his face. So as to save Enlichu from thinking too much at that time, Jong Nanjo pacified Enlichu after these pregnancy tests to their room. Although now cannot be used, but in the future will certainly be able to use. Eyes on the weekend. Jiangnan both these days also busy. Every day was Su Yawei called over to help. Souvenirs and t-shirts have also arrived, piled up a full storehouse, and all of the reservations on their small booking software are over 3,000. And there are a lot of parents who are willing to bring their kids. And the backstage side is now booked by more than just their islanders. There are more than enough people from the city. And there are quite a few tourists willing to get involved as well. And this charity event also received a lot of sponsors. Like drinking water our Jiang and their family supermarkets provide. The town dessert store also holds several ice cream machine over. There is a new fast food restaurant Hemorrhage. Directly brought a few chefs over. The scene to them to cook and eat. The noon fast food they are all wrapped up. All of these are free of charge. That's why the foundation side is also very grateful for their sponsorship. And they even made a special banner to thank these sponsors. Chapter 298, The Faithful Fans. The time of the public service activity was set at 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. But on that Saturday day Enlichu and Dayu they arrived early to help. The store has an uncle and they also feel relieved. Because the number of participants was relatively large. The town also attached more importance to it. So some of the staff of their town government were transferred over to the town. So that they could work as volunteers. and everything was subject to Su Yaoi's arrangements. Su Yaoi directly arranged these people to let them send clothes to go, a total of 30 channels to receive clothes and souvenirs, so that the big guys do not have to waste all the time in the queue of the above. The first to arrive are to receive the clothes are not lined up, but the card point over the people have to line up. But the order of the queue is very good. After all, today to maintain the order of all the hat uncle. There were also some small anchors that came over here to rub their noses in it, but Jiang Nanzhou was very welcoming. After all, it was a good thing to be able to publicize their event, and he made a point of taking the initiative to go up and greet them. You live, pay attention to safety. Today there are more small children. Do not just focus on the camera. When the time to look at the road, you return to this side at noon, there will be a free fast food. In our foundation under the blue tent there are free mineral water and ice cream. If it is too hot to go over there to rest, and also over there can be recharged. Those few small anchors who gathered together are still tuning their equipment. When they saw Jiang Nanzhou come over they were worried that he would not let them live. After all, Jiang Nanzhou is also going to live today. But they did not expect to come to let them pay attention to their safety. It is really touching. A few of them were busy saying, "Thanks brother fisherman. We'll take care of it. And thanks to brother fisherman for letting us go live. There are local events that won't let us go live." The other man said to the young lad who had just said this, "Man, the main thing is that you're a fake anchor. They wouldn't dare to let you broadcast. They're not as honorable as brother fisherman." Jiang Nanzhou chatted with them for a while and then left because he saw Fatty coming. Today the fat brother and his family are here, and also brought his elder brother's nephew who is studying in high school over. He saw Jiang Nanzhou and also made a special effort to introduce Jiang Nanzhou. "This is the child of my elder brother's family. A big fan of yours. It's almost time for the college entrance exams, so it's just right for me to bring him out to relax and unwind, so he can meet his idol." Jiang Nanzhou had not yet spoken. That big boy of more than 1 meter 8 spoke excitedly and said, "Brother fisherman, my name is Sure. How you? I'm a big fan of yours. Even though I watch your live replay most of the time, I'm going to conquer the sea like you in the future." Jiang Nanzhou patted Sure Haoyu's shoulder and said, "I can take you out on the sea when you finish your college entrance exams, but your priority right now is to face the entrance exams." The last time Jiang Nanzhou went to the Stone Big Brother's home, when I heard him mention their son, the child played small like ADHD. A moment cannot be idle, although learning, but the idea of politics is not at all, and do not want to live that kind of life from 8 to 5 in the morning. Said that later want to go to the kind of free and easy life to them can be worried about the bad. Sure Haoyu has been hooked on Jiangnan boat since he saw the video of Jiangnan boat diving in the sea on the internet. Anyway, he does not want to sit in the office in the future, and it is quite good to be a fisherman like the fisherman brother. Brother fisherman, let's make a deal then. I'll come to play with you after my high school exams, Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. Okay, then in a moment. Let brother Fatty push my WeChat to you. And you don't care about me calling brother fisherman. In terms of seniority I'll call you father and big brother, and you can just call me uncle. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Sure Haoyu was very happy. Directly to Jiang Nanzhou, calling you uncle makes you old, and calling you brother isn't appropriate, so I'll just call you Uncle Junior. On the sidelines, Fatty heard this and said, "It's good to call Uncle Junior. Just right." Little fat baby in the side has been listening to them talk to. His mother taught him adults speak when the children do not interrupt. This will see them finished rushed to open the door. Uncle Junior, where is Dodo's brother? I called him and he said he's here too, but he doesn't know where he is. Now learn to use. Just now on the side heard his brother said pipe called little uncle he remembered. Jiang Nanzhou picked up the little fat baby and said, "Come on, I'll take you to him." Fatty said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Why don't you take him over there and we'll go get our t-shirts?" Jiang Nanzhou said, "I have all yours for you, just come with me and be done with it." They had a circled area on this side that only the staff could come in, and it was still an hour before the start time, so he put their families on this side to rest. Su Yaowei was quite busy today, and Jiang Bei had gone to help, so Dudu was over here with Jiang Mother and the others. In this period of time living on this side, Su Yaowei is now also a little better. Not like before, so look at Dudu, but there are still as long as there is time to look at Dudu's positioning. Dodo, who had been playing under the awning, shouted happily when she saw the little fat baby coming. "Big brother, little brother, I'm over here." The little fat baby struggled to get down from Jiang Nanzhou's arms when he heard Dudu's voice, and while he ran his mouth also shouted, Dodo brother, I'm coming." The few of them were amused by the little fat baby pouting and running over like Tootsie's side. Jiang Nanzhou said to Fatty, "Has the little fat baby gained weight again in the meantime?" Fat sister-in-law, who heard this from the side, said to fat brother, "Did you take your son to eat junk food again? The boy has gained a whole 10 pounds in the time I've been back in the Northeast." Fatty said sheepishly, "No, I took him that one time and you found out." After that I didn't dare give him those even when he begged me. The fat sister-in-law was angry at the mention of that. If she hadn't come back early and wanted to give these two a surprise, she wouldn't have known that they were eating fried chicken behind her back, and the surprise for them had turned into a shock at that time. The last time you gave him a physical examination, you are not unaware that other doctors have said that your son's weight is now grossly overweight, and that it will affect his development if he is not controlled. Sure, how you, who was standing on the sidelines, said, "Auntie, when the time comes, just let my brother exercise and work out." When I was little I was the same as my brother. I was also particularly fat, and then my mom watched me run laps every day before I lost weight. Hearing Sure How You's words, fat sister-in-law said to fat brother, "Starting tomorrow, you'll be in charge of taking your son on weight loss laps, and I'll be there to supervise you then." Hearing this from his daughter-in-law, Fatty didn't dare to say anything. Anyway, he felt that his son was chubby and quite cute. Sure How You was chubby and cute when he was small, but he wasn't so appealing after he lost weight. Chapter 299, Maximum Size. And he is looking for a daughter-in-law is deliberately looking for meat. Skinny he cannot see. Feel pressure cannot be blessed. If not, the doctor always said that the body is too fat unhealthy. He cannot agree with his son to lose weight. Chubby and more fun. Do not look at the fat brother fat. In addition to the usual love of heat, walking slower, but his body is very good. The doctor said that he maintains a good, but still they all recommend that he lose weight. Just this time and his family's big fat son together, John Nanjo was very considerate to find a set of the largest size for Fatty, who wore them all very loose. Fatty smiled and said to John Nanjo, "That's a pretty good looking t-shirt you guys made, and this size can't be just for me." John Nanjo, who changed the little fat baby into a t-shirt, said with a smile, "That's not true. I am prepared for any size on my side. There are still a lot of people who need larger sizes." Little fat me and Dodo are wearing the same t-shirt and that happy pulling hands in circles. John Nanjo took out his cell phone to record this beautiful on. Su Yahweh came over, also deliberately urged the two little guys to act together with the adults. Today on this side of the people are not allowed to act alone to run around. John Mother said to Su Yahweh, "Just don't worry, I'm following them today. With so many of us watching, we can't let them wander off." John Mother looked at Su Yahweh was very relieved. "Then, sister-in-law, you'll take care of it. I'll go and get busy first," she said to John Nanjo as she was leaving. "I see that there are those who have started live streaming now, so you should hurry up and get it up too." John Nanjo said, "Okay, I'll make it whole." He live broadcast has not yet opened it. Received a call from Zhang Yuan, said that he and Barry also came over, just have not seen where they people. So John Nanjo directly let them come to this side of the rendezvous. He also went to come in the door over there and wait, otherwise they do not have a work permit, cannot come in at all. John Nanjo received them when they have finished receiving t-shirts and souvenirs. The public service activities of the souvenir is the little seal keychain. Do especially cute, buried directly on her crossbody bag hung on. After settling them all down, John Nanjo connected the drone's live broadcasting equipment and started today's live broadcast. And Li Dapeng also made him a promotional page for this charity event on the top of the homepage. And John Nanbo just opened, a lot of people came in. Good morning everyone. Today our live content, I believe that most of our partners are aware of it. I will not give you too much introduction. Don't look at today's public service activities, but I have also prepared a beautiful raffle prizes for you, to show you what it is. John Nanjo said this and picked up the t-shirt prepared in advance as well as the souvenir of a small dolphin keychain. It is our souvenirs of this public service activity. Although these things are not valuable, but they are very memorable. This is the first public service activity held by our foundation, but definitely not the last. We will prepare the souvenirs are not the same in the future. So like these small partners, don't miss out. Keep in the live broadcast room. You will have the opportunity to draw the lucky bag. Today's lucky bag is always constant. 10 minutes to open. A lucky bag has 10 places. The winning rate is still very high. And today Jiang Nanzhou contacted the live operation of their store and asked them to draw out a person to log into his backstage account to let him send out the lucky bags. After all, 10 minutes a hair. Jiang Nanzhou is still not convenient to operate. Live on the public screen. Brother Fisherman is fantastic. Great support. It's just that I'm too far away, I don't get to participate. I would have gone if I hadn't had to stay home to nurse my injured leg, but my in-laws took my son and said it was great that there were so many people and there was free fast food at noon and surprisingly, free ice cream. I'm just so far away. If I was closer I would go. Hey, I'm right here on the spot. Today's weather is good. The breeze is blowing and the sun isn't that strong. Brother Fisherman is really good at picking the day. I don't have to guard the lucky bags today yet, because I have all those. A group of netizens went to the scene of the people are really envious and jealous. Hate they still have to live again, bitterly guard the lucky bag. That keychain is really very cute. They cannot wait to grow a pair of wings, fly over. Jiang Nanzhou chatted with them for a while and looked at the preparations for the event on their side, until he hung up directly during the opening ceremony of this public service event. Today Jiangnan Boat is not on the stage of the link. The town arranged for them a professional host. The speech on the stage is Su Yawei. As the main manager of their foundation, this speech on the stage of the matter has to be her to do. Originally Su Yawei wanted Jiang Nanzhou to go on stage to say a few words, but Jiang Nanzhou was dead set against it, and had to say that he couldn't get away from people on the live side. Su Yawei didn't know much about this live streaming stuff, and she believed it. After the opening ceremony, they all went to get garbage bags and started their charity walk for the day. Jiangnan Boat with the drone live equipment looking at this group of voluminous people some relief. There are a lot of people also from home with gloves and pick up garbage clip over. Ready to do is very sufficient. Dudu and little fatty baby they started to move after Jiangnan Zhou's ass after seeing him as well. So Jiangnan Zhou moved with a group of people who all had a big black garbage bag in hand. The two little ones, Dudu and little fatty, were playing like they were on a beach treasure hunt. And every time they picked up garbage, they had to show it to Jiangnan Zhou. The two little guys directly melted the hearts of those netizens in Jiangnan Zhou's live broadcast. Little Dodo is so much better now than when he first appeared on Brother Fisherman's live, when he didn't even talk and was more introverted. It's so happy to have seen the two little babies. I followed the account of the little chubby mom. I found the little chubby too funny. I hope the little Curly's mom will post more of the little Curly's daily life as well. How nice for these two little dolls. Ours is still splattered on the floor right now. If I have a child in the future, I will take him to more of these kinds of charity events, so that they will know what it means to be environmentally friendly and also be more caring. I found that the fisherman brother to the marine environmental protection of this matter is more and more attentive. From the beginning to drive the village to pick up garbage, to now are starting to start public welfare activities. Really touching. Chapter 300, very proud. Jiang Nanzhou is also very proud to see so many people involved. This has nothing to do with whether or not the task can be completed. Although the task is completed, he is also happy. But not to see so many people are willing to devote themselves to the public good cause of happiness. He also believes that the future of their island is limitless. But there is really too much garbage over here, especially at a reef beach location. And you have to go into the water to clean up all the garbage over there. So Jiang Nanzhou organized a few old men to go down to the water to fish the garbage. Jiang grandfather after seeing also want to follow the water. But was Jiang Nanzhou to stop? Don't come over here if you're old. And ladies and children, this side is all reefs. And in some places it's covered in seaweed and stuff that's slippery, so you just clean up the beach side. They were all more than cooperative, too, and the two little ones, Tootsie and Chubby Boy, stood not far away cheering them on. Niini I go for it, Niini I go for it. The little fat baby will hear Duda shouting Jiangnan Zhou's brother, and naturally, he will follow suit and start shouting brother. Niini I go for it, Niini I go for it. Zhang Yuan said to Fatty with a smile, you'll have to keep an eye on your little fat kid from now on. It's too easy to get carried away. Fatty said carelessly, kids are like that. You'll see when you have kids later. Having a child is a pipe dream for Zhang Yuan. He and Barry have agreed not to have a child in the future. To have a child would bind them both. They are both free and accustomed to people. Neither of them like that feeling. And small children are such creatures that look at other people's families are very cute. If he raised his own, he was afraid that he could not stand the crying of small children. Sure, how you now came to join the ranks of Dudu and their two little followers of Jiangnan Boat. He saw Jiangnan went into the water, directly took off his shoes and socks, said to the two little guys, you two stay here and watch my shoes and socks so they don't get picked up as trash. He left after saying this, but Dudu shouted at sure how you's back. Big brother, my brother has said that children can't go over there. Why don't you listen? The little fat kid who heard this followed suit. My brother is so disobedient too. When I get back I'm going to tell my great uncle to spank him. Standing beside the two of them, fat sister-in-law said to the little chubby baby, I do not know who you learn a day and notice Sue. You forget your last Sue your brother beat you this time also Sue careful to go back to still be beaten. The little chubby baby tilted his head and said, then this time it's clearly my brother who didn't listen. Why don't you care if you're an adult? Dodo also raised his cute little head and looked at his fat sister-in-law. He also wanted to know why the beating didn't matter, and he thought to himself that he was speaking very quietly to the little fat baby. That big brother of yours still beats you. Ha, Fatty said for sadness. Well, there are times when he beats me and takes my goodies, but there are times when he's nice to me, and he buys me presents and goodies and takes me to cartoons. Dodo thought about it and decided that his brother was better. He didn't even beat him up and often made him good food. Sister Fatty rubbed her head and said to the two little ones, your big brother is graduating from high school soon. He's a college student. He's an adult. He's not considered a little kid. She also made a point of addressing the little chubby baby. Your brother is good to you. He thinks of you when he eats anything delicious, and buys you toys. and steals your food to tease you, and he'll be sad if you say he's bad and let him know. Dudo thought very carefully, although this big brother was a bit tall, but their kindergarten teacher had said that children had to go to school to learn knowledge, and this brother had clearly said before that he was also going to school. Does big brother have to go to school when he's an adult? The little fat baby spoke directly. Maybe it's because my brother is not good at studying. Old, let him study for a few more years. That mom said he is already an adult. We can't share our candies with him in a while. Sister Shioli said this candy is for the little potatoes. Some of the people passing by were amused by the childish talk of these two little dolls. Jiang Nanzhou, who was the first to enter the water, said to the others, "This side of the water is not deep, but the waves are a little big. You come down to pay attention to the safety of all. Wear jeans on, don't come down. Save your clothes, pants wet, that fabric dry especially slow. There is your cell phone, hold steady. Don't fall into the water." One of the men in shorts said as he handed his cell phone to a small, skinny man. "Dude, can you pick up the trash bags for us here and put all my cell phones in your backpack first?" That person is the town government staff. Wang Xiaoguang this year are more than 40, or an old bachelor, but he also do not want to find, because he feels that he is still quite good alone. He had always liked to participate in these kinds of charity events, and in the past he had always gone to the city for them because they didn't have this kind of organization on their island, but now he had found it for good. He also made it a point to find Su Yaowei to apply for a supernumerary staff member of their foundation. He would go to the foundation to help out if he had time in the future. He wasn't too busy with his work anyway, and they were all very welcoming of his joining. He opened his backpack to them. "You all put it in my bag. I'm a volunteer sent by our town government. My name is Wang Xiaoguang. Don't worry, I won't run away with your cell phones." Jiang Nanzhou took the lead and handed Wang Xiaoguang his cell phone and said, "Brother, I'll leave my cell phone at your place. The waves are too big over here." Sure, how you also put his cell phone directly in Wang Xiaoguang's backpack. "Hard work, uncle," Wang Xiaoguang said with a smile. "I'm just carrying a cell phone, what's so hard about it? If you want to say it's hard, it's you guys who have to work hard." A few other people also put their cell phones in Wang Xiaoguang's backpack. This is a little more secure, although it is said that the cell phones they use are not expensive, but now the phone into the water will be directly scrapped, and the phone is a little bit of information, photos and so on. Every time the waves hit the reef they would bring up some trash. Fortunately, Jiang Nanzhou also brought a plunge net over. They then worked against the waves for almost an hour to clean up the trash on the edge of this piece of reef beach. They stood on the reef looking at the now clean and dry reef beach, the clear water stirring up white waves crashing on the reef. And they, the people, were feeling very proud of themselves. Sure, Haoyu was also the first time to participate in this kind of public welfare activities. Although he is already soaked through, feet are also soaked and wrinkled, but he does not feel the slightest regret. Looking at the white waves, he seems to know what he wants in the future. Chapter 301, Watery Little Eyes. Jiang Nanzhou looked at the clean waves. His mind seemed to be washed as if he was also washed. He said to the camera in the live broadcast room, "You guys, doesn't it look a lot more comfortable? And I feel great about all of us who are involved in getting into this charity today. We're all guardians of the oceans." The netizens of the live broadcasting room are also to see like a garbage heap, like the reef beach was cleaned up. The inner feeling is also very much. They just started to see this side of the time. Think that this reef beach is dirty and no good looking scenery. But I did not think that the garbage was cleaned up after this side of the scenery is also very good. I felt like my heart was very clogged up when I first saw the side, but I fell in love with the way it looked after I saw the cleanup. I really don't understand what people who litter are thinking. A good ecosystem is destroyed. Living inland, I'm envious of people who grow up by the sea. And I don't know if I'll get a chance to attend one of these types of charity events in the future when I go to the South Bay Islands. Upstairs, you don't need to be organized when you want to do charity work. Jiang Nanzhou also deliberately picked up the two little ones, Dudu and little Fatty Wa, to let them look at this side of the reef beach that was cleaned up. You see how beautiful this sea is cleaned up by us. You have to remember that all of us can do a part of their own strength to protect our oceans. Although each of us out of just a little bit of modest efforts. But in the future there will be more people to join in the protection of the marine environment. So our power will be more and more. So we appeal together. Everyone, we work together to protect the marine ecosystem, but also the beautiful home of marine life. Jiang Nanzhou didn't know if the two little ones could understand the words he was saying, but he believed that most of the people inside his live broadcast room could understand. The two little ones shouted together, "Protection of the marine environment." Hearing the two babies' crispy little milky voice, Jiang Nanzhou is immensely gratified. He also believes that today, to participate in their public welfare activities, more or less people will have some insights, but also in the invisible change of view on some things. Jiang Nanzhou led them onward, but the garbage was basically cleaned up, and all these children who came today had worked very hard. Some parents said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Boss Jiang, you can in the future organize more of these public service activities on weekends. when we also bring our children to participate to volunteer. That's right. In the past, when we were on vacation, our child was playing with his cell phone at home, and his eyes were all played with, and he already wore glasses at a young age, and he would get angry if he wasn't allowed to play. But today, I see that he came to participate in this activity and worked quite hard, Zhang Nanzhou said to them with a smile. Then in the future we'll have more of these activities. When the time comes, you guys just pay attention to a small program. There are any activities, we'll post on it in advance, and we'll give souvenirs and certificates for every public service activity. There are a lot of parents, when they hear the certificate of the eyes are glowing, although they also know that this certificate is not useful now, but as a Chinese people are still more obsessive about the certificate. After all, you can also write in the resume for the child later, and this certificate is only given at the end of the day at 3 p.m. There is no such thing as a person who drops out in the middle of the day. Unbeknownst to them, this certificate is also very useful in their future development. When the event ended successfully, Zhang Nanzhou's live broadcast gifts were also constant, and Zhang Nanzhou said to the camera in the live broadcast room, "Today's, and even including the future of the live broadcast proceeds, I will be in the name of our live fans are donated to the foundation inside, to help more people in need. If you have people in need of help, you can send the information to our foundation's mailbox. If verified as a real need for help, the foundation quasi-definitely will be to give a helping hand. And their company's legal department is about to be perfected, when they will also give some people who need legal aid help." But these Zhang Nanzhou did not say in the live broadcast inside. Wait until the future of the legal aid interface will appear in the homepage of the foundation of the small program above. But it takes time to a little bit of perfection. Live on the public screen. Brother Fisherman really touched me hard again. I am really not the wrong person to fan. I really need help. But instead of applying for help at the foundation, I'll just apply for it on the air, which is that I'm in the bathroom in the parking lot of the mall in Chita, Kyoto, and I've been squatting for an hour now with no toilet paper. So can someone please send me some? Upstairs, although I don't have any toilet paper either. I'm in the parking lot of that mall you were talking about, and I'd like to see if you're really asking for help. Although I don't have the help that I need. I applied for the foundation's help on behalf of that old man in our village. And you can also see my work. It's all about that old man, who is really in need of help. Brother Fisherman's starting point is really very good. I just don't know if it will be exploited by some scammers. Zhang Nanzhou said to the live broadcast after seeing what the netizens said. Our foundation will also do a detailed investigation of the helpers. If the helpers do not authorize the words, we will not give assistance. Our side will also have the evaluation criteria, determined not to let some crooks drill the hole. Well, today are live here, but also thank you very much for the show. Let us work together to protect the marine ecological environment. Zhang Nanzhou down the live broadcast after seeing a lot of volunteers are on this side to help pack things, and Dudu and the little fat baby are nestled in the chair fell asleep. Today these two little guys followed them to run before and after is also exhausted. He decided to invite them to his home for a meal tonight. After all, Fatty had come all the way here too, and little fatty boy had quietly asked him today if he could stay at his house at night, and he still wanted to play with Dudu, and they wanted to stay together at night. So Zhang Nanzhou also promised the little guy to fight for him. Brother Fatty, sister-in-law, let's eat at my house tonight. I'll cook for you myself and we'll drink. Fatty said, let's just drink another day. You're tired enough today. Go back and get some rest. The little fat baby just woke up from sleep. With watery little eyes they're looking at Zhang Nanzhou. To Zhang Nanzhou, look at the heart is soft. It seems that today he is necessary to keep the two mouths. Chapter 302, I won't eat raw pork. I am not tired at all. And I didn't do any physical work today. It just so happens that some time ago Zhang Yuan got me a big ham from some foreign country. The boss won up, and I want to invite you all to savor it together. Zhang Yuan, who was playing with Dudu's little curly hair on the side, heard this and said, that one is also sent to me by my buddies. I haven't eaten it either. They all say that one is very tasty. It's still mail from abroad. It's just as well that we'll all go to Brother Nanzhou's house to try it at night. We have to take advantage of the opportunity for him to cook. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Fatty didn't insist anymore. He said to Sure How You, can you not go back tonight? Do you have class tonight? Sure How You said happily upon hearing this. Uncle, just don't worry. I don't have class until tomorrow afternoon, and I've finished all my homework, so it's okay if I don't go back today. I'll just give my grandmother a call in a little while. Sure How You is not in a hurry to go back and there is no matter, said Fatty to Zhang Nanzhou. That's fine. I'll stay at your place for the night. Hearing this, Tootsie and the little chubby baby both cheered very happily. Great! I'm going to sleep with my little brother again at night. The little fat baby said excitedly as well. I also want to sleep with my doodle brother. Don't forget to show me your bunny, Tootsie said as she took the chubby baby's hand. Well, It's just that he's so poopy that he poops when he walks a few steps, and we can only play with him in the yard. We can't bring him into the house. The little fat baby said thoughtfully. That's so dirty. I'll take you to my house later. I have kittens at home. They poop in their own litter box and lick their butts. They're so clean. Dodo said expectantly. That's good. I'll come over to your house later. When they went home, Dayu and Jiang Nanhai didn't participate. They both went to be busy, and Li Chu originally wanted to go back with Dayu as well, but Dayu said, you go get together with them. I'll just be at the store with my oldest. I'll give you the day off. And Nietzsche said, that's fine. I'll give you tomorrow off from work too, so you can go on a date with the one in your house then. In the evening, Jiang Nanzhou and the others ate inside the pavilion in the courtyard and had set up a kebab stand. This is a little fat baby specially ordered. Just want to eat the kebabs that Jiang Nanzhou made for them. And there are many of them. And the speed of the kebabs is also very fast. Both Barry and Li Chu were already very skillful at skewers. And sure Hao Yu, who was involved for the first time, wanted to worship Jiang Nanzhou. He also wanted to see what kind of seasonings Jiang Nanzhou used, so that when the time came, he could also show his family a hand after he finished his college entrance exams. Jiang Nanzhou knew his idea and then directly gave him a large bag of barbecue ingredients, so that he would not be able to grasp the proportion of the seasoning. After the kebabs were all served, Jiang Nanzhou took out the Iberian ham that Zhang Yuan had sent over earlier, and this was the main dish of the day. And Jiang Nanbo, in order to match this ham, also deliberately took out to open 2 bottles of white wine. Cups are poured on the wine after Jiang Nanbo will begin to move the knife. Golden appearance, exuding a tantalizingly unique fragrance. Jiang Nanzhou directly moved the blade out of a plate out. He first put this plate in front of Grandpa Jiang and the others. Grandpa, Grandma, second Grandpa, you guys taste how this tastes first. Grandma Jiang said as she looked at the reddish red meat. Doesn't this thing have to be baked on the stove? And Li Chu said to Grandma Jiang with a smile. Grandma, feel free to eat it. This doesn't need to be baked. It's ready to eat straight away. Hearing this, Grandma Jiang quickly waved her hand and said, then I won't eat this. Old man, will you eat it or not? If not, serve it to them over there. Grandpa Jiang said, raw seafood I dare to eat. This raw pork I am not eating. I am afraid of eating bad. Jiang Bashan also didn't dare to eat it because it didn't look good, and he still loved the skewers that Jiang Nanzhou had grilled. I don't eat either. I love skewers. Jiang Father a little stupidly reached out his chopsticks and took a piece, put it into his mouth and chewed it quickly, swallowed it down before he opened his mouth and said, it tastes okay, but I'm a little put off by it. I'm better off with cooked pork. Jiang Father also thoughtfully gave Jiang Mother a piece, and Jiang Mother put this piece directly into Jiang Father's bowl. I'm not eating it, whoever clips it. Jiang Father said, just take a bite. Chang said this stuff can be expensive. This little slice is quite a lot of money. Jiang Mother said with disgust, it's just that I wouldn't eat it even if I was paid. Jiang Nanzhou finished slicing that plate of meat and then quickly sliced another plate. Jiang Father's side of their side was no one's favorite, but Zhang Yuan's side of their side ate quite happily. Even the 2 little ones, Little Fatty and Little Dodo, were eating quite well. And Li Chu fed a piece of meat to Jiang Nanzhou, who was still slicing it to his mouth, and said, come on, our chef Jiang has worked hard, so hurry up and have a piece too. To be honest, Jiang Nanzhou was also eating this thing for the first time, but this thing was a lot more delicious than he had imagined, worthy of being one of the top 5 hams in the world. The meat is delicious and melts in your mouth, and you can feel its unique nutty aroma. Jiang Nanzhou still felt good, but Li Chu really couldn't fall in love with this thing. This flavor was a bit sour. She was not a fan at all. Fatty is even a particularly good eater among the people Jiang Nanzhou knows, but looking at Fatty but did not eat a few bites. Jiang Nanzhou asked curiously, Fatty, this isn't like your usual style. Why don't you eat? Fatty said as he took a sip of his drink. I have a Chinese stomach. I'm really not used to eating this foreigner's stuff. Zhang Yuan said as he looked at the little fat baby who was eating quite happily. Your stomach is a Chinese stomach. Your son's stomach doesn't follow you. Fatty said as he looked at his son, who was a fussy eater but was particularly savory when it came to what he wanted to eat. Let's keep him happy today with his last meal before he goes on a diet, and then we'll start him on a nutritious meal tomorrow when we get home. Sitting on the side of the little fat baby, sure how you looked at this gluttonous brother could not help but feel a little heartache for him. Starting tomorrow this little guy will not be able to eat anything delicious. It is really pathetic. Sure how you was very happy to go out with his uncle's family this time. No matter it's this event he attended today, or this big meal in the evening. And sure how you came to the village, Dudu and little Fatty Wa also took him out for a walk. He found that the people in this village are warm and simple. People are all very good to get along with. And there is a sense of looseness in all of them that he can't see in the city. Chapter 303, My brother is the best. He was a little envious of the people living in this village. and tomorrow morning when Jiang Nanzhou said that the tide was out, then take them together to catch the sea. Is to get up early, at 4 o'clock have to get up. Sure how you set his alarm clock directly after knowing that. Although he grew up in a city near the sea, he had not yet rushed to the sea. When Zhang Yuan and the others heard that they were going to get up early the next day to catch the sea, they were all going to follow, so they all didn't drink much during the night for fear that they wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. Although Zhang Yuan and the others had been living on the island recently, it didn't feel fun for them to go catching the sea on their own. He was still willing to go with more people. It was still more fun to do it as a group. They dispersed quite early in the evening, and the two little ones still wanted to spend the night with Jiang Nanzhou this evening, but they were directly stopped by the fat sister-in-law. If you guys sleep with me tonight, I can show you an episode of that Woofers cartoon. The two little ones were completely unable to resist a bit of temptation and were directly overwhelmed by their fat sister-in-law. The next morning Jiang Nanzhou thought he had to get up and call them, but he didn't realize that even the two little ones were already up. Jiang Nanzhou sent a message to Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan surprisingly replied in seconds, saying that it was all ready, just waiting for him to send a message to say that he was leaving. They had arranged to meet at the beach straight away, and Grandma Jiang was on her way to catch the sea today. She had already brought her scarf and a small bucket and tools to go. Jiang Nanzhou looked at the tools she was holding and knew that she was going to dig sea oysters, so she said to Grandma Jiang, "Grandma, be careful when you go digging for sea oysters on the reef. It's pretty full of seaweed right now." Grandma Jiang said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I know. I don't go anywhere too bad to walk. I'm so old I'll take care of myself." After saying this, Grandma Jiang left the gate with a small bucket on her arm. Seeing that Grandma Jiang had all left, Jiang Nanzhou said to them, "The tide isn't quite out yet, and the water's a little cold, so watch yourselves." Although Jiang Nanzhou's words were addressed to everyone, they were actually addressed to Enlichu. After all, Enlichu's great-aunt hadn't completely said goodbye yet. When they got to the beach, there were already quite a few people over here waiting for the tide to go out, and even though the tide was going out, they still had to get in the water to go down now. Some of those who didn't want to go into the water just waited by the stacks, and Enrichu took the initiative to address them. "You guys go on down. I'll stay here and play with the chubby baby and Tootsie." As a result, just as Enlichu finished saying this, the two little ones wearing beach socks had already gone into the water, and Jiang Nanzhou asked the two of them with a smile, "Is the sea cool?" The two little ones said in unison, "Not cool." Fatty also went into the water to feel it and said to them when he felt okay, "The water is okay. Not as cold as I thought it would be, so you can all come down." A few of them heard Fatty's words. In addition to Enlichu all went into the water. They also brought a number of nets over. This side of the seawater is very clear. If there are fish and shrimp or something swim through they can also see clearly. When the two little ones, Dudu and little Fatty baby, saw some small fish swimming by, they went straight after them with their little plunge nets, but they were still little kids after all, and by the time their nets went down the small fish had already swum away. Sure how you also took a plunge net to see a small school of fish, directly and quickly fished. This net went down and caught several small fish. He directly put these little fish into the little buckets of the two little ones, who were very cuddly and boasted at "Sure how you." Tootsie said as she wiggled her little curly head and clapped her little hands. "Big brother is so awesome, fantastic." The little chubby baby said proudly to Tootsie, "See, my brother is awesome, isn't he? My brother is the most awesome brother in the whole world." Dudu, who heard this, instantly became displeased and pouted. "My brother is the great one. He has lots and lots of big boats, and he can catch very big fish, bigger than your brother can net." Even Jiang Bei, who followed along, was shocked. This is still the longest paragraph he has ever heard Dudu say. He really regrets that he didn't record it just now. When the time comes, he will let his daughter-in-law take a look. The little chubby baby also got angry when he heard that from Tootsie, and said with his hand stuck in his little thick waist, "My brother is just the best. Your brother just isn't as good as my brother." The two little guys were still there arguing about whose brother was really powerful. Jiang Nanzhou came over to Jiang Bei's side and said, "That's the first time I've ever seen Tootsie so angry. It's kind of funny." Jiang Bei cried and laughed to Jiang Nanzhou. "My son's first fight with someone turned out to be about you." A few of them were amused. And finally Tootsie said to the chubby little baby, "Go play with your brother, then I'll go play with mine. I'm not playing with you." After saying this, Dudu went behind Jiang Nanzhou and hid himself. The little fat baby instantly broke his defenses when he heard this, and directly cried out with a wow sound, jumping onto his fat sister-in-law's lap and started crying. "Whoa, Tootsie's brother won't play with me." A few of them laughed unkindly, and the fat sister-in-law said to the little chubby baby, "Then go to your brother and make up. Say you're not fighting anymore and see if he wants to play with you." Hearing this from his fat sister-in-law, the little fat baby squirmed and walked over to Tootsie and said, "Dodo brother, let's not fight anymore. Okay, Little Tootsie turned her back on the chubby baby with a straight twist and just didn't say a word. Looking at the situation, the little chubby baby spoke directly and loudly to Tootsie. So is it okay if I admit that it's your brother who's the best? Your brother is the best. Can you just keep playing with me? It was only when she heard this from the little chubby baby that Dodo turned to the little chubby baby. Then your brother is awesome too. Let's make up. The two little ones made up again. Sure, how you carried the two of their little buckets and followed them. He deliberately teased the little fat baby and said, "Ugh, I'm so sad. My brother says I'm not good anymore." Hearing this, the little fat baby busied himself to Sure How You sighed and whispered to Sure How You, "Brother, my mom said you are already an adult. Don't bother with the little kids. Oh, you are the best in my heart. I just coaxed Dudu a little bit just now. Who let him be a little brother?" The little fat baby coaxed Sure How You in a small voice while observing Dudu, and he was relieved to see that Dudu was still earnestly searching for the little fish, and did not look over here at all. Jiang Nanzhou felt that these two little guys were really fun. He just wanted to tease them when he saw a little octopus. Chapter 304 Razor Clam Digging Competition. Jiang Nanzhou grabbed this little octopus into his hand as soon as he could, and the little octopus that felt the restraints used its own suction cups to tighten onto his hand. He raised his hand and shouted over to the two little ones, "Dodo, little fat baby, look at this. What is it?" The two little ones saw the things in Jiang Nanzhou's hands and also gave him a fancy quip. Fortunately this time there was no quarrel. Fat sister-in-law today is really awakened the bloodline of the northerners. See the green belt want to dig wild vegetables. This to the beach is no less. Just fresh kelp to pick up a lot. But also picked up several large cat's eye snails. She said to the fat brother, "This island is different. Just this kelp is more than the city's seashore. Look at this big cat's eye conch. How fat it is." Fatty said to this daughter-in-law with a smile, "Nanzhou, he is not a package of mountains. He is at the foot of the mountain hole of a sanatorium. Inside the hole of a lot of small yards, there is a building. I have been," and he said, "Well, let him leave me 2 yards." When the old man and old lady of our family set, and then to my old man old mother-in-law a set of, then we also often come to this side of the stay how. The fat sister-in-law went back this time because her father was old and had accidentally fallen some time ago, and her mother and her siblings were not on good terms. They often quarreled, and her brother was a wimp who listened to his daughter-in-law. So she came back this time and fat brother discussed, want to get her parents to this side to live. She originally wanted to give his parents in the city to buy a set of houses, although their home is also big enough, but she really also do not love and her mother-in alive. Her mother cleanliness, she really cannot stand. But I didn't expect the fat brother to think of all these. The fat sister-in-law is still very touched. She decided to go back to their family after the fat brother a little better. Pocket money can also be appropriate to give him a little more. "Honey, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. I love you." Fat brother heard the fat sister-in-law of this also feel a little embarrassed. Usually fat sister-in-law is a strong woman role, especially still typical of the Northeast China big girl. Speak are straight to the point. Sometimes good words will not be good to say, but also when they fell in love with his daughter-in-law can be gentle to him. To be honest, he was still a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to say this thought. After all, his daughter-in-law's hands are not small. Hitting people can hurt. Until the water has receded, and Lichu only came over. She just went to the side of the river. Grandmother accompanied her to dig a lot of sea oysters. Digging sea oysters is also very addictive. If not Jiangnan boat to call her, she had to dig to the high tide. Jiangnan Zhou asked her to come over is to pick up razor clams. In the beach with edible salt to catch razor clams is also very fun. Now the beach has a lot of people. Most of them are tourists. Now they, the owners of these BNBs, are very dedicated to making sure that tourists stay and play happily, and they bring their own tourists to catch the sea as soon as the tide goes out. Their Jiangjia village was getting more and more lively now. Most of the tourists were either holding a bag of edible salt in their hands or a screaming bottle, the one containing edible salt as well. It's just that it would be very handy in a screaming bottle, and a squeeze of the bottle against the razor clam hole would squirt out the cooking salt. Jiang Nanzhou and the others also brought several bottles of salt over, and the key salt was in the small basket that Enlichu was carrying. By the time Enlichu came over they were already standing in the ground Jiang Nanzhou had found, and right under their feet were all densely packed gourd-shaped air vents. Enlichu was already out of breath when she carried the small basket she took to Jiang Nanzhou's side, and now that the sun was fully out, it was so hot that she fanned herself with her hand while saying, "Oh my god. I was watching you guys over there and it didn't feel far at all. I didn't realize it would take me so long to walk here. I'm exhausted." Jiang Nanzhou thoughtfully unscrewed a bottle of mineral water for her and said to Enlichu, "Hurry up and drink some water to quench your thirst and rest." Enlichu took a small sip of the water Jiang Nanzhou handed over. Little Dodo was also particularly sweet in taking her own little hat and fanning Enlichu with it. Is it cooler? Sister pair. And Nietzsche said as she stroked Dudu's small curly hair after handing the water bottle to Jiang Nanzhou. Still our little doodle is good. Take a break. Put your hat on quickly. Your little face is red from the sun. Jiang Nanzhou put the mineral water into a clean bucket after he took Dudu's hat and put it on him and said, "You're not allowed to take your hat off anymore. Do you know that? If you get a little black ball of sunshine your little pair sister won't like you anymore." Dodo said obediently, "I'm not taking it off without turning into a little black ball." From the sidelines, the little chubby baby said to Tootsie, "Dodo brother, don't worry. I'll always like you even if you turn into a little black ball in the future." Little Dodo rolled her eyes directly at the little brother who spoke badly. "I'm not turning into a little black ball," the little chubby baby said directly following Dodo's words. "Yes, Tootsie's brother won't turn into a little black ball." Jiang Nanzhou saw that the two little guys didn't argue, feeling no more fun. He took a salt quill and said to them, "The kind of air holes I was telling you about are razor clam holes. So let's get started. Guys, let's race to see who catches the most razor clams." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Don't we have to have some color in our game? Let's bet on something." Fatty offered. "That's not easy. Whoever has the fewest razor clams gets the treat. And it has to be a big one too." Berry was not letting go of any opportunity to make Jiang Nanzhou cook as she held up her hand and said, "That's good. I'm all for it with both hands." Jiang Bei said as he looked at them all in pairs. "That's not fair. You're all in pairs. How am I supposed to compete with you on my own?" Fatty said to Jiang Bei, "How about sending you 3 little helpers, Hoyo and 2 other little ones to share?" The 3 of them are also very willing to team up with Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei said, "Those? So is our match starting now?" Jiang Nanzhou looked at the time and said, "We'll just limit it to an hour. Ah, and in an hour we'll meet on the trestle, at the gazebo where we met this morning." As soon as his words were out of his mouth, they all squatted right down. After all, right at their feet was a patch of razor clam breathing holes. Jiang Nanzhou said to Enlichu, "You put a salt sniffer against the breathing holes of these, spray more salt, and wait a little while for the razor clams to come out." Enlichu smiled and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Aren't you forgetting that I'm out of the island too?" Chapter 305 Gambling. Jiang Nanbo is indeed ignored. Enlichu was also born on the island. They were small. Time of vacation is often a good number of partners out to catch the sea. "You said our village is not far from each other. How come we haven't seen each other when we were in elementary school? I also went to your elementary school to sneak around." Enricha said as she sprayed salt into the razor clam holes. "That would probably be fate yet. Jiang Nanbo, think about it. They read the elementary school when the island is 2 elementary school and a secondary school. But now the 2 elementary school and secondary schools have moved to the new campus merged together. The learning environment is now also very good. Strong do not know how many times more than they will be. Born in this era of the child is happy and tired. He saw that some of the razor clam holes that Enlichu had sprinkled with salt were starting to sprout water and said to Enlichu, "The razor clams are coming out." Enlichu said as she handed the salt quill to Jiang Nanzhou, "You come to find holes to salt and I'll catch razor clams, or have fun catching razor clams." As soon as the razor clams showed their heads, Enlichu made a quick strike and pulled the newly exposed razor clams straight out. Enlichu took the razor clams and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Look, this razor clam is not small. I'll take it to the store for Xiaoyu to eat at lunch today." Jiang Nanzhou said to Enlichu, "Okay, let's get more whole." They said a couple of words of effort. All of a sudden came out a few razor clams. Enlichu, this is over the top. Just this side of their feet caught more than a dozen razor clams. Little Dodo didn't miss a beat on their end. And the 2 little guys were busy as hell. Jiang Nanzhou saw that there were no more razor clam breathing holes over here either, so he said to Enlichu, "Let's change places. Let them catch it over here. Let's find a place with fewer people and see if there is one." Jiang Nanzhou led Enlichu out quite a distance before discovering a place where razor clams were particularly abundant. "Let's just stay over here, all over this area." Enlichu also saw several small sandbags. She loved to find sandbags on the beach when she was small. This kind of sandbags are cat's eye snails underneath. She especially loved to eat her grandmother's spicy cat's eye snails. But unfortunately, since her grandmother passed away, she never ate cat's eye snails with the flavor that her grandmother made. "Why don't you salt here? And I'll collect these cat's eye snails as well." When Enlichu put this piece of cat's eye snail are collected. See, Jiang Nanbo have been in that pluck razor clams. Did not come in a hurry to pluck razor clams have escaped. There are some directly out of the hole, lying in the hole. The small bucket had been carried by Enlichu, and Jiang Nanzhou had just piled the plucked razor clams on the beach. Enrichu said after coming over to collect the razor clams he pulled out into a small bucket. "This door looks like we definitely weren't the ones who found the fewest razor clams today." Jiang Nanzhou said while plucking razor clams. "I'll give you a prediction. Today will definitely be the day that Zhang Yuan and Berry get the least of the whole thing. Do you believe me? And Nietzsche said with a smile. I have a feeling your hunch isn't always accurate. Uncle 4 is carrying 3 little ones. John Nanjo said, but my 4th uncle is just a very strong fighter on his own. I just saw them working quite well together. He was looking for razor clam holes to salt. Sure, how you was there to pluck them. And the 2 little guys were filling them into buckets. And just with that kind of cooperation they had, I feel like they can catch quite a few razor clams even now. And Li Chu said to Zhang Nanzhou, then let's make a bet too. If 4th uncle and the others catch more, they win. If Zhang Yuan and the others catch more, I win. How about whoever loses promises the other one thing? Zhang Nanzhou, who heard this, said with a smile, that's fine. Then if you lose, you can't cheat then. And Nietzsche said with a soft smile, don't be too confident. It's not certain who will win when we get there. Seeing that it was almost the hour mark, Zhang Nanzhou and the others had all headed back with their small buckets. The beach is getting more and more people, although the tide has not yet begun to rise it, but their today's catching the sea activities come to an end, because the fat brothers still have to send Hayu back, no matter what the delay, but also cannot delay the child's learning. Zhang Nanzhou said as he looked at Zhang Bei's bucket of water for them. You guys really didn't miss a whole lot. Zhang Bei said with a smile, the main thing is that my 3 little helpers are exceptionally good. And we could have gotten more if this hadn't come to a head. Fatty and the others didn't miss a whole lot. After all, Fatty's sister-in-law was a fan of catching the sea, and she was a good at catching the sea. Zhang Yuan and Berry didn't get less, but compared to Fatty and the others, they still caught the least. Zhang Yuan said as he looked at the half bucket of razor clams he had. Alas, it seems that ours is the least. Berry and I will be leaving tomorrow. Will Kyoto to do some things? Wait for some time after we come back, I'll treat you guys to dinner. Then I'll treat you to a big meal. Zhang Nanzhou raised his eyebrows and said to Zhang Yuan, just don't run away. You guys will eat your berries anyway, and then you'll have to fix something we haven't eaten before. Berry said with a smile, even though I can eat, I don't know how to cook, so I'll see if I can bring you back something tasty then. The little fat baby said to Berry, Berry's sister, I love whatever delicious food you bring, don't you forget it. Berry said as she pinched the little chubby baby's little cheeks. Just don't worry. I'm forgetting no one's. I'm not going to forget to bring you in little Tootsie goodies. Today their trophies are brought home by themselves. Zhang Bei dug those are also given to Hayu took away. After all, he wants to eat at any time can come to dig. When Enlichu was leaving, Zhang Nanzhou pulled open the door of Enlichu's driver's seat and whispered in her ear. I won our bet. You're not going to cheat, are you? And Richu, who heard this, said to Zhang Nanzhou without a trace of anger. Am I the kind of guy who would cheat? Why don't you just say what you want me to do? Zhang Nanzhou laughed badly. It's that maid's outfit you wore the other day wasn't bad. Why don't we change to something else when your period is over? Will you choose it yourself or I'll choose it for you? And Li Chu said with slightly red cheeks as she heard Zhang Nanzhou's words with some heat on her face. I choose myself. I don't trust your vision. After saying this, and Li Chu closed the car door and went straight to the store. Luckily for her, she was buying several sets of that kind of clothes at that meeting. After lunch, Zhang Nanzhou thought that there was nothing to do this afternoon anyway. So he directly drove a speedboat to Moon Island to explore some more. Although the planning of this island has made a rough drawing, but the island has not yet begun to start construction, and now it is still the same as the last time and Fat Brother they came together. Chapter 306 Eggs Harem. Zhang Nanzhou didn't hurry to get off the speedboat and go to the island, but drove the speedboat around this island. Little did he realize that he hadn't even finished his turn when he saw Egg following him around the speedboat. What have you been up to all this time, you troublemaker? The Egg is also very happy to meet Zhang Nanzhou. He can express the happiness is to turn around. Zhang Nanzhou found a place to park the speedboat after the cell phone received in the space directly jumped into the sea. With the Egg is directly on the island. After the Egg went to the island, it was sticking to the Zhang Nan boat. It had not seen its two-legged beast master for so long it also missed him very much. Although it was more thinking about that magical little drink in the hands of the two-legged beast master. Zhang Nanzhou also did not be stingy. Directly and generously gave the Egg from the system to change 2 bottles of marine life nutrient solution out. He just got in the hands of the Egg has begun to get excited. It is really a little tired this time. When the Egg drank these 2 bottles of marine biology nutrient solution, instantly felt the turtle's body was clear and the whole turtle was better. Zhang Nanzhou looked at the Egg's happy little look. No, it should be a big look. After all, the Egg is now growing up a lot again. The Egg used his big head to push Zhang Nanzhou forward. Zhang Nanzhou knew that the Egg wanted to take him somewhere, so he just sat on the Egg's turtle shell to see where the Egg wanted to take him. When arriving at his destination, Zhang Nanzhou was not expecting that there were a few more green sea turtles on this moon island of his, and these were all females. Originally the female green sea turtles were all lying on the beach, But when they saw Egg coming they all scrambled to come and stick with Egg. Jang Nanjo stood at the side with a complex expression as he looked at the eggs that were sticking to these female green sea turtles. What the? Is Egg starting a harem? In Jang Nanjo's perception, a female green sea turtle was able to mate with multiple males. And this was the first time he had seen a male green sea turtle with so many females. This is completely beyond Jang Nanjo's cognition. And Jang Nanjo seriously counted. There are a total of 7 female green sea turtles. This egg will not be the reincarnation of Wei Xiaobao. Egg also thoughtfully brought its 7 wives for Jang Nanjo to recognize. And recognizing Egg started rubbing Jang Nanjo's hand with his big head. Jang Nanjo this if he didn't understand what it meant. It would seem like he was a bit unintelligent. He directly exchanged another marine life nutrient solution from the system to give one to these 7 female turtles. Instantly these 7 female green sea turtles were conquered by Jang Nanjo. The egg was very happy to see that Jang Nanjo had given all his wives marine life nutrient solution to drink. He also started to dig up the sand on the side of Jang Nanjo. Jang Nanjo looked at Egg's behavior in disbelief, but it didn't take long for him to be dumbfounded. I didn't expect that underneath the sand that Egg had plowed through was an egg, or the egg of a particularly precious green sea turtle. Although Egg had abducted 7 female green sea turtles to come over and it had already surprised Jang Nanjo, but I didn't expect that they would actually breed on this moon island. The temperature was a bit high now. Jang Nanjo was still worried that the high temperature would be detrimental to hatching small green sea turtles, but there was no way for Jang Nanjo to get too involved in this kind of thing. Everything will depend on fate. He also really did not expect the egg to find 7 wives, not to mention that they are almost a father. And judging from the situation, there must be more than just these eggs on the beach here. And it's very possible for a prolific female turtle to lay up to 200 eggs at a time. Luckily, Egg had chosen Moon Island as the place to hatch his eggs, which would have made the eggs of these green sea turtles very easy to miss if they were on any other crowded beach. After all, green turtles are just too precious now, but they are relatively large. So some people are targeting the eggs of green turtles. Luckily, they have not yet started construction on this side. If they start construction, then the island is crowded in mixed hands. It is not good to have problems. Jiangnan boat to the eggs and its eggs and wives have taken photos and videos. These photos and videos Jiangnan boat is trying to keep as a souvenir, such as the small green sea turtles break the shell after Jiangnan boat and then study the matter of the report. After all, letting the relevant authorities know is a disguised form of protection for them. Jang Nanjo looked at the eggs and they were all lazily lying on the beach, so he went straight into the woods inside the island. He hadn't gone far before he heard the sound of rushing water. Jang Nanjo followed the sound of the water and didn't expect that the dried-up creek they saw last time had water in it. Jiangnan boat went directly upstream and didn't go for long before he saw that the spring that had dried up last time began to gush out clear fresh water. He is feeling very magical, but the nature of the matter who cannot say, cannot be said. He directly squatted down and cupped a handful of water and drank his belly. This stream is sweet. The flavor is surprisingly and nutrient solution is somewhat similar to the nutrient solution, but yet there is no nutrient solution effect. Jang Nanjo went down the stream again. He wanted to see where the end was. After all, he didn't go all the way when he was looking at it before, but he thought that this end would be in that big pit on the other side of this island. He walked for a while before arriving at the location of that pit. The water quality is very clear. Jang Nanjo took a branch of more than 2 meters to test the depth of the water. The location of the side is already close to 2 meters. The location of the middle must be almost 5 meters deep. This side is really good. That is, there is no creature in the water at all. Jang Nanjo feels that this place is very suitable for raising some freshwater fish, but he doesn't know anything about freshwater fish. It seems that he has to go back today and check some information. Jang Nanjo really did not expect just in a short period of time his moon island has changed so much. It seems that the old master is really too good to him. Looks like he's going to have to overhaul that plan he made for the island after all. This afternoon Jang Nanjo was thoroughly recognized this moon island. Until the sky is dark Jang Nanjo only hit the road back home. He ate dinner after returning to the room, has not yet washed it. Received a call from that old professor. He said that he would depart from home tomorrow, and would probably be able to arrive at the South Bay Island at noon the day after tomorrow. Jang Nanjo said that he was going to go to the airport to pick him up, but the old professor directly refused, saying that his son was also coming with him, and that his son's classmates would pick up the plane at that time, and that they would just meet on the island at that time. Jang Nanjo also made it a point to tell him that the rooms had all been arranged for them, so that they wouldn't have to book a hotel by then. Chapter 307, Professor Wan's Arrival. After hanging up the phone, Jang Nanjo sent a WeChat to Enlichu to see if the emergency rooms they left there were booked out. Not booked out by the time he arranged the old professor father and son to Enlichu's side. After all, the environment over there can be a little better. Enlichu's side just happened to have these 2 emergency rooms left, and after receiving Jang Nanjo's message he reserved those 2 rooms for him. Jiang Nanzhou went to wash up after receiving the message because the old professor would arrive the day after tomorrow. He was now short on time and heavy on task. He had to hurry up and get the new planning map for Moon Island. This busy work is busy until the early hours of the morning. Jiang Nanzhou feels that his brain cells are dead quite a lot. Do that planning map now also have to consider the egg and its family members. When Jiang Nanzhou still have to put over there are circled. To save someone unintentionally go over to disturb them. There is also the recent emergence of that lake. Although he felt in the island farming freshwater fish is quite bull ********, but Jiang Nanzhou feel that the lake does not raise somewhat a pity, although not rely on that to earn money. That if the whole can go to that after fishing freshwater fish. Just think about it. Jiang Nanzhou feel interesting. In the island of freshwater fish fishing. How interesting He just does not know whether the water quality over there can be suitable for fish to survive. He bought some freshwater on the internet is better to live in the fish fry. He wanted to put in some first try. The planning map of the island on Moon Island was still finished the night before the old professor arrived. After all, he wasn't a professional, so the map he drew was rather rough, and by then, he hoped that the old professor would be able to read it, and he also marked all the equipment he wanted to purchase, so that it would be easier for the old professor to look at it. He was very hopeful that he could keep the old professor over here. After all, he still had to have a professional involved in his breeding base. Jiang Nanzhou chose the place to meet with the old professor in the town store, and he also had a table of specialties prepared. When he received the call from the old professor had already disembarked, and Jiang Nanzhou was waiting at the entrance of the store after telling him how to go. It was only 2 or 3 minutes after Jiang Nanzhou arrived at the entrance of his store. He saw a black sedan parked in front of his store. From the car came down 3 people, 2 men who looked about the same age as Jiang Nanzhou and a small old man with a head full of white hair. The small old man's height was only about 1.7 meters or so, but his posture was straight and full of vitality. Jiang Nanzhou said as he walked over to that little old man's side, "May I ask if you are Professor Wang?" The little old man said with a smile, "It's me, your boss Jiang, right? In person you can look even more handsome than on the video." Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "I didn't realize that Professor Wang had seen my video." Professor Wang took out his cell phone and gave it back to Jiang Nanzhou to look at and said, "My son had sent me a lot of videos about you before he came here. He said he had seen your live broadcast as well. Let me introduce you. This is my son, Wang Hui, and this is my son's classmate, Zhao Shicheng." Jiang Nanzhou always felt like he had heard this name of Wang Hui somewhere. Very familiar. Just couldn't remember where he had heard it. "Hello guys, I'm Jiang Nanzhou. Very welcome to our South Bay Island. Let's go inside and talk." After they went in, Jiang Nanzhou directly brought them to that special private room of his on the 3rd floor, and he also directly said to the service staff, "Prepare to serve." Today, Jiang Nanhai and Dayu went to the airport to pick up Dayu's parents, so Jiang Nanzhou just gave Jiang Nanhai a few days of vacation and told this side to just look for him directly if there was anything. But this side now each department's managers are more outstanding, and they also know that Jiang Nanzhou is not like to manage things, so basically it's not a big deal, their side solved it all by themselves. Professor Wang's impression of Jiang Nanzhou was very good, and from the several phone calls he had made with Jiang Nanzhou before, he could also hear that he was a person who was more interested in doing practical things. That's why he will come over here to personally investigate. Originally he wanted to come over by himself, but after all, the distance is relatively far. He is a person train and then take a plane or something more troublesome. Wang Hui is also not assured to let him go out of such a long distance by himself. It just so happens that he rested during this period of time. His mother went to his brother's home to bring the child to go. His father this out of his home left him alone. He also just take the opportunity of this time his father to visit this side of the opportunity to come with him to spend a vacation. And he is still curious about Jiang Nanzhou, this person. He often brushes to him on the internet. He has also seen some netizens have raked over his past, his history of making a fortune and so on. From a small social animal to the current big boss, his speed is really a bit fast. Professor Wang said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Just keep everything simple. A few of us won't be able to eat much, just a bowl of noodles each." Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Professor Wang, "It's your first time as a guest on our South Bay Island, so you have to have one of our local specialties, and our chef at the store makes some really good food." Zhao Shicheng, who had been over with them, said as he took a sip of tea, "I've long heard that the specialties of Jiang Boss's restaurant are very tasty, and the ingredients used are also very high-end. Jiang Boss is really broke. I'm opening a media company. I don't know if Jiang Boss has any intention of cooperating on the live bandwagon, and our media is full of sincerity to cooperate with Jiang Boss." Drinking tea on the side of Wang, we heard his old classmates this some unpleasant. He and this Zhao Shicheng is the university when living in a dormitory. On the university that will be the relationship is still good. That is, after graduation are all divided into things after the basic have no contact. This time or his good buddies in their group said that he will come to this side will be able to see the fisherman brother. This Xiao Shiqing only in the group and they talked about it. And he also very actively said to pick up the plane and send them over. In fact, Wang Hui has politely refused, but Zhao Shiqing is more insistent. He then shrugged it off that would not be good. After all, once a dormitory lived in the buddy. But Wang Hui felt that it was a bit rude for him to say this to Zhang Nanzhou now, and it was disrespectful to his father. Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile, "I'm sorry Mr. Zhao. We have a special carry department on our side that only sells our store's own stuff, and you would know if you've seen my live stream that I don't carry goods in my live room." Zhao Shiqing was a little disappointed when he heard Zhang Nanzhou's words, but he didn't want to give up easily. If he didn't know that Wang Hui's family's old man had a connection with Zhang Nanzhou, he definitely wouldn't have farted around and taken the initiative to say that he would go and be a driver for them. Chapter 308 I didn't expect Prof. Wang to be such a person, so he still wants to seize this opportunity. If he can take Zhang Nanzhou down, then there is endless money to be earned. Just as Zhao Shiqing was about to open his mouth to say something, Wang Hui said to them with a smile, "Boss Jiang, thank you very much for your hospitality. When you have the chance to visit our side in the future as well, I'll entertain you then." Zhang Nanzhou said, "Okay, I'll be there when I get a chance later." As Zhang Nanzhou's words fell, Zhao Shiqing still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted again just as he was about to open his mouth. It was the waiter who gave them already started to serve the food. Professor Wang looked at this table full of dishes and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "Xiao Jiang, the dishes on your side are really exquisite. None of these prices are cheap, right? Our arrival has really made you break the bank." Zhang Nanzhou said as he poured Professor Wang a cup of their side specialty tea. "Professor Wang, I'm very happy about your arrival. There's no such thing as breaking the bank by inviting you to dinner. If you're willing to stay on our side in the future, you can eat whatever you want with this side of the meal, or if you don't want to come over in person, I'll just send someone to send it over to you," Professor Wang said as he took a sip of tea. "Don't fool me you kid. I still have to check out that place of yours before I say anything, and now our university over there wants to rehire me, and I didn't even agree to go back because I just want to work on things that no one else can get done." Zhang Nanzhou was still quite impressed with this Professor Wang. After all, if he relied on himself to research these things, the expenses alone would have to be quite a lot. "Professor Wang, let's eat first, and after we finish eating I'll take you around our island." After eating the meal, Professor Wang and the others were full of praise for the meal prepared by Zhang Nanzhou's side. "Not only is the cooking on your side exquisite, the flavor is also very good," Wang Hui also said. "In the past few years I would take time to take my dad out for a walk, but when he went to that city he said that the food over there wasn't even as good as the food over there at home. And this is the first time I've ever heard him come out and say that the food was good. And it's true that your side cooks so well that I'm eating more than I should be." Zhang Nanzhou said to them with a smile, "In a while, I'll take you guys to our Jiangjia village's seaside for a stroll, just so you can consume your food." Just went to the restroom back. Zhao Shiqing received a phone call from another shareholder of their company, saying that the anchor woman with whom he had an affair had something happened that required him to go back in person, or a more urgent kind, so that he would go back immediately. Zhao Shiqing still wanted to tell that side that he would go back tomorrow, but before he could say anything, the phone there hung up. Zhao Shiqing he opened that media is actually two bosses. On the surface Zhao Shiqing is the boss, is actually he also have to listen to another shareholder. After all, people have invested a lot of money, and they still rely on people's connections for their media to get to where they are today. Zhao Shiqing walked to their side and said to Wang Hui, "Hui Zi, there's something going on in my company, so I'll go back first. Call me when you guys leave. I'll arrange for someone to come and pick you up." Zhang Nanzhou directly said to this Zhao Shiqing, "Don't bother so much when the time comes. I'll just arrange it." Wang Hui said to Zhao Shiqing, "If you have something to do you go ahead and get busy. I'll buy you dinner later when I get a chance." Before Zhao Shiqing left, he talked to Zhang Nanzhou again about the sincerity of their company wanting to cooperate with him, but Zhang Nanzhou still refused directly. After Zhao Shiqing's car drove away, Wang Hui said to Zhang Nanzhou, "I'm really sorry boss Zhang. I didn't know he was trying to work with you." Zhang Nanzhou waved his hand and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? It's not that big of a deal. Come on, put all your luggage in my car. I'll take you guys to check in first." He then drove them directly to the returning home B&B. Professor Wang and Wang Hui didn't expect there to be a B&B with such a good environment in the village. Especially the boss is still a big beauty. Professor Wang looked at the front desk of these girls are quite beautiful and asked Zhang Nanzhou, "Xiao Jiang, I see that you're quite familiar with that little boss and those girls. I'd like to ask if they're all single." Hearing Professor Wang's words, Zhang Nanzhou looked at Professor Wang with complicated eyes. Why is this Professor Wang asking this? Why is this Prof. Wang asking this? Does he have any unorthodox ideas? This doesn't look like that kind of person. Professor Wang, who felt Jiang Nanzhou's measuring gaze, said to Jiang Nanzhou with the corner of his eye twitching. Your kid, don't blindly think I just ask around. Wang Hui, which will soon be almost to 30 years old, but who introduces the object is not to see. He does not talk about his girlfriend. His brother's family's children are almost kindergarten. I'm not trying to let you introduce him to the introduction of the young people, in case by the time to play a good job on it, or else he hugged a broken computer every day also know what time is the end. He's a young man, but if he plays well, he'll be fine. Jiang Nanzhou was relieved when he heard Professor Wang's words as he said to Professor Wang, that lady boss is my girlfriend. We are engaged. The other few girls are all just in their early 20s, and Wang Hui is not a good match, right? Wang Hui, who came over after brushing his ID card, happened to hear Jiang Nanzhou's words and was busy saying to Jiang Nanzhou, sorry boss Jiang, don't listen to my dad. He's so close to putting me up on a dating site right now. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, I get it. It's just that Prof. Wang is too anxious. After all, that's what I've been through. But you still have to look for this when you're supposed to. Wang Hui smiled awkwardly. Thought you are over. Standing and talking, not waste pain. Find objects, which is so easy to get. He is not one to find. Is he really did not come across like? There are times when he saw other people or pairs. He is also very envious. But he is also a little afraid of encountering the inappropriate person. Moreover, Wang Hui was used to being free and didn't like the feeling of bondage. And he was also afraid of being governed after finding a date. After all, his brother was an example. Originally, his brother was the lead singer of a debauched and free-loving underground band, and since his marriage, he has been managed to death, with no private space at all, even if they have to make a report when rehearsing for that underground band. Thinking about all this, Wang Hui felt his scalp tingling. He turned his back to Jiang Nanzhou and whispered to Professor Wang, Dad, don't say anything nonsense. It won't be good to make people misunderstand when the time comes. Prof. Wang said to Wang Hui without a trace of anger. You think I want to be in your? You don't even know how much your mom had with you. To be honest, Professor Wang regretted when he passed by Jiang Nanzhou's eyes that looked at him like an old pervert. He was really almost late in the game. Fortunately, he explained clearly in time. He is now looking at Wang Hui are a little bit haunted by the eyes. How to look at him not good. Chapter 309, first time I heard of it. Jiang Nanzhou asked Professor Wang after taking them to put their luggage away. Do you guys want to take a break first? Professor Wang said to Jiang Nanzhou. I don't have a lunch break. Let's just go out and look around. If you have something to do, you go ahead and get busy. Wang Hui and I will just look around the neighborhood. Hearing Professor Wang say this, Jiang Nanzhou said directly, I'm not busy, so I'll walk you around this way, and when tomorrow rolls around I'll show you that island of mine. Prof. Wang felt that this was also quite good. Their side of the house also had the sea, but it was not as peaceful and clean as this side. So Prof. Wang's impression of this side was very good so far, especially this side of the climate. The breeding of some seafood is also more favorable. Anyway, I do not know how many times better than their side. Wang Hui's impression of this side is also very good, probably because of some of his habits. He especially likes to observe people, and he found that people over here treat tourists very sincerely as well. He'd still prefer to live over here for a while, and he'd be fine wherever his career took him anyway, as long as he had a computer and an internet connection. Now that he's on vacation, he's feeling bummed out about looking at his computer. So he didn't even take it with him on this trip out. Jiang Nanzhou led them along the seashore trestle in the direction of the Jiangjia village pier. Wang Hui said to Jiang Nanzhou, Boss Jiang, I read on the internet that you went to college and worked in Magic City before, and also stayed there for many years, so don't you miss the life in the big city now? Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, directly laughed out and said to Wang Hui, this I really do not want at all. The thought of the previous work and endless meetings, see endless customers on the headache. Do not look at our South Bay Island is not big. But the rhythm of life is relatively slow. Our island now, in addition to not be able to call takeout at any time, and shopping in big shopping malls, I feel that the quality of life is also considered quite high. Wang Hui thought about it also. Nowadays the countryside is not like before. Nowadays the living conditions are all better, especially this side of Jiangjia village, because Wang Hui realized that he could see the other side of Jiangjia village when he stood on the trestle. It's a flood of new homes over there, and they're all in the Neo-Chinese style, and wherever you are, building Neo-Chinese style homes is pretty expensive. The living conditions on your side are really quite good. I feel like it's better than the town we arrived in when we were here. Prof. Wang said with approval. Yes, you see, there are still quite a lot of houses being built in front of it, and all the houses being built over there are also civilian houses, right? Jiang Nanzhou introduced them. That's right, all the houses built over there are villagers' houses, And if you look at the site in front of you, over there is that exhibition hall I bid for. It was the first time that Wang Hui and Prof. Wang had heard that someone had built an exhibition hall inside the village. And this Jiang Nanzhou was really a wonderful person. Professor Wang asked curiously, "This is the first time I've seen someone put an exhibit in the village. May I ask what you're exhibiting here?" Wang Hui also looked curiously at Jiang Nanzhou. In fact, there are quite a few people who are curious about this question. Jiang Nanzhou said to the father and son duo of Professor Wang, "I want to make a shipwreck exhibition hall in our Jiangjia village, and put some valuable shipwrecks salvaged from the bottom of the sea into the hall for display, so that it will also attract some tourists, so that it won't make our Jiangjia village's tourism industry seem less homogenized." Professor Wang said as he gave Jiang Nanzhou a thumbs up. "In fact, at the very beginning, when you invited me over, I didn't want to come at all, but after Wang Hui showed me your information I decided to come. I actually quite admire you. You're not only rich yourself, you're also thinking about the villagers, bringing them together to get rich. Now such people are really rare. Give you kudos." Jiang Nanzhou didn't expect this little old man to know quite a bit and give him some praise, but he also very sincerely welcomed Professor Wang to come this once and give him this opportunity to be able to keep him. "I didn't think about it that much. People on our side of the world used to be so poor. Just when I first came back, there weren't many people in our village," Wang Hui said to Jiang Nanzhou. "Now your side is very lively. I see that there are a lot of people recommend to come to your side to travel it. Said that your side of the sea is said to have magic, so that everyone who has come will not want to leave." This was the first time Jiang Nanzhou had heard of this matter, but it really seemed to be just like that. Zhang Yuan and Berry had fallen in love with this side after they came here, and even wanted to settle here. Even Elder Zhang didn't want to leave now. He originally wanted to come over to stay for a while, and a few days ago Jiang Nanzhou heard him say that he was going to call his old buddies over to stay for a while. "We're actually settling quite comfortably over here. Slow life, prices aren't too high, just the occasional typhoon." When he arrived at the pier of Jiangjia village, Wang Hui saw a fishing boat docked over the pier and said, "I read online that you own all the fishing boats over here." Jiang Nanzhou said as he looked at his South Bay one. "These big ones over here are mine, and there are some speedboats and small fishing boats that belong to various BNBs in the village." Prof. Wang said, "You've got most of these fishing boats than I've ever seen at the city docks, or is it just your side that's bigger?" Jiang Nanzhou said to Professor Wang, "I guess these few fishing boats cannot compare with the cities. Their side is the fishing boats look small, but the number of and so on in the future our fleet will certainly be bigger and bigger." Looking at the sky darkening, Jiang Nanzhou took them directly to his home for dinner, and at night Jiang Nanzhou personally cooked for them. When Grandpa Jiang and the others heard Jiang Nanzhou say that he was going to invite the professor to have dinner at their house in the evening, they were very welcome. After all, he is a big professor. In the eyes of these old peasants of theirs, a professorial level figure is considered very powerful, and Grandpa Jiang even drank a little with Professor Wang in the evening. Prof. Wan's father and son were also completely conquered by Jiang Nanzhou's craftsmanship, and after dinner they walked back, and in the meantime, they also eliminated their food. Wang Hui said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Boss Jiang, originally thought that the dishes you made in your store were already amazing enough. I didn't realize that the dishes you made were also so delicious. If you go to participate in the cooking competition for this craft, the king of cooks is not yours." Jiang Nanzhou humbly said to Wang Hui, "You're praising me wrongly. It's not comparable to a professional chef. So don't call me Boss Jiang, just call me by my name." Wang Hui thought that he was a year older than Jiang Nanzhou, so there was no problem calling him by his first name directly. "Okay then, I'll just call you by your first name from now on, and you can just call me by my first name." Chapter 310, It's All Your Fault. After arriving at the BNB, Prof. Wang and the others went directly to their rooms to rest. Jiang Nanzhou also stayed over here tonight, and tomorrow it is just right to take Prof. Wang directly to the island to have a look. And Li Chu returned to the room when he saw Jiang Nanzhou holding a laptop still there reading information, poured him a cup of honey water and said, "It's been a long day out there. Take a break." Jiang Nanzhou took a sip of water and drank. "So sweet, and put honey in it for me." And Nietzsche sat on Jiang Nanzhou's lap and said, "I smelled the booze on you when you got back. Hurry up and drink all this." Jiang Nanzhou one hand around in Li Chu's slender waist, one hand holding a cup of water to drink water. After drinking all this honey water, Jiang Nanzhou's hand also began to be dishonest. He put the cup of water on the table. He began to Li Chu up and down, and Li Chu wore a long halter dress today that showed off her exquisite figure, and Jiang Nanzhou's other calf was out of control from the moment she sat on his lap. The shoulder strap that was originally on Li Chu's shoulder had slipped down to Li Chu's arm at some point. Jiang Nanzhou asked as he looked at Li Chu, who was panting from himself, "That should do it for today, right?" And Li Chu did not answer this question from Jiang Nanzhou and said with a delicate smile, "What? Can't hold it in? Jiang Nanzhou directly pulled in Lichu's soft and tender little hand and put it on his belly and said, "Can you feel how much I miss you, today?" And Lichu felt Jiang Nanzhou's muscles. She gently pinched them and said mischievously, "That's fine, but I still have to reconcile the accounts on my end, so just wait until I'm done." And Lichu said this and got up from Jiang Nanzhou's body. But Jiang Nanzhou directly followed and got up and picked in Lichu up horizontally and put her on the bed and said, "One time first, it's not out of the question for you guys to get that account right later. Who let you tease me?" This fire was started by Lichu, but Jiang Nanzhou would not let her go so easily. After they finished their work and Lichu was so exhausted that she didn't even want to reconcile the accounts. She just wanted to sleep now. "I blame you. I don't even want to move right now." Jiang Nanzhou kissed in Lichu's fragrant lips and said, "I'll reconcile that account of yours. I'll do it for you while you sleep." And Lichu heard Jiang Nanzhou say that he helped her reconcile the accounts and went to sleep with peace of mind. After all, she still has to pay her employees tomorrow. After Jiang Nanzhou finished reconciling the accounts, and Lichu was already asleep, and he slept with his arms around Lichu after turning off the computer. The next day Lichu was woken up by her alarm clock. Jiang Nanzhou had woken up when the alarm clock went off. He said to Lichu, "I've finished reconciling that account of yours for you. Check it later." And Lichu smiled and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "That's great. Our boss Jiang is really all around. He can do everything." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "After all, I've been a social animal for so many years. If I couldn't do this much I'd have been drinking the northwest wind a long time ago." When Jiang Nanzhou and Lichu finished washing up and went to the dining room, Professor Wang and Wang Hui were having breakfast, and Lichu also followed Jiang Nanzhou over to say hello. "Good morning, Professor Wang. Is breakfast still to your liking?" Prof. Wang looked at this pair of golden children as really envious. "Ah," he said with a smile, "good morning to you all as well. Breakfast is very good. I kinda love it." They all finished breakfast and Jiang Nanzhou said to Wang Hui who was wearing shorts, "Fai, are you going to the island with us today?" Wang Hui said when he heard this from Jiang Nanzhou, "I'd like to see it if I can." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Then go change your clothes, preferably into a pair of long pants, because there are bugs in the woods." Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Wang Hui hurriedly went back to his room to change his clothes. Jiang Nanzhou drove them to the pier of Jiangjia village. This time they were going to stay over there for a day, so Jiang Nanzhou went directly in the luxury yacht that Zhang Yuan had given him. After all, it's very convenient to take a break or cook there. Jiang Nanzhou said to them when they got on the yacht, "Make yourselves at home. There are drinks in the fridge and plenty of snacks in the coffee table drawer, so you don't have to be shy." Jiang Nanzhou went to the driver's side after saying this, and Wang Hui also followed Jiang Nanzhou to the driver's side. Wang Hui was relatively knowledgeable about these things, but all his knowledge was just some information from the internet. As they chatted, Jiang Nanzhou asked curiously, "What does Fai usually do? I see you're quite familiar with the equipment." Wang Hui said with a smile, "I write novels, and having written a novel about sailing before, I've been reading up on the subject." When Jiang Nanzhou heard Wang Hui's words, instantly he remembered where he had heard the name Wang Hui. Jiang Nanzhou said, "Is your pen name just Wang Hui?" Wang Hui nodded and said, "That's right. You read novels too?" Hearing this affirmative answer from Wang Hui, Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said, "I usually don't read it. It's that I have a friend who is your loyal reader. He even recommended the novel you wrote to my dad a while ago. He said that your update speed is too slow. I'll introduce you to you when I have the chance to get to know you, so that he can urge him to change it in person." Wang Hui really did not expect Jiang Nanzhou's friend is still his own readers, but to be honest, he is still more afraid to meet the readers, because he is often slagging more and leave. Fortunately, he finished that book before he left the house, which if you meet Jiang Nanzhou's friend to the time to be face to face to urge more bad okay, I'll send him a few more of his favorite books when the time comes. Jiang Nanzhou also did not expect Professor Wang's son as Zhang Yuan has always liked that author. Some time ago Zhang Yuan also said it, he likes the author is going to go to the father of the tomato-free novels to see that tomato-free novels to write a new book. He also want to download it. Jiang Nanzhou guaranteed that Zhang Yuan would be so excited if he knew that he and Wang Hui knew each other, because Zhang Yuan had given Wang Hui a lot of money for rewarding him on the platform where he wrote his novels. And anyway, a few million was there, and as a result, he hadn't even added people's penguin numbers, and online about Wang Hui's information is also particularly little. The current network are not a photo of Wang Hui. Wang Hui also do not go to participate in what activities. Regardless of online or offline he did not participate. On his fan group he did not enter. Jiang Nanzhou felt that this Wang Hui was also quite interesting. Fai, but I've heard that you don't even add your own fan base, and that you hide it quite well on the internet. But why are you still using your real name as a pen name? Chapter 311 Prof. Wang's decision. Wang Hui was also speechless. I was registering my account with a garbled pen name, and there was only one chance to change my pen name. I had chosen a lot of dangling pen names at the time, but they were all registered, so I tried Wang Hui, and the result directly showed that the name change had been successful, and I've been using it ever since. Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Wang Hui, "It's a good thing your name isn't a niche one. If it was a niche one would have checked out." Wang Hui said with a heated smile, "Not to mention, there are really quite a lot of people named Wang Hui. When we were in elementary school there were several in our school named Wang Hui. Now whoever asks me if that novel was written by me, I'll say that it's probably some other Wang Hui. It's just a rename." Hearing Wang Hui's words, Jiang Nanzhou said, "Then I'd better not tell Zhang Yuan that you're the Wang Hui who wrote the novel. I'm afraid he'll have a drink at some point and shake you out." Wang Hui said with a sigh, "Ugh, it's okay to talk about it. I'm signing tomato-free fiction next month, and the signing contract includes a live signing ceremony where I'll have to be on camera to attend." Jiang Nanzhou asked curiously, "You've been covering your vest for so long, and you're going to make it public like this, huh?" Wang Hui said helplessly, "Whoever made Papa Tomato gave way too much." Jiang Nanzhou couldn't refute when he heard this. After all, the money was all there, especially when Wang Hui said that he had given too much. When Jiang Nanzhou went to the island, he directly took Professor Wang and them to the island from the side where the eggs were hatched. Jiang Nanzhou was also trying to tell Professor Wang that the green turtles were able to reproduce over here, and that their future breeding bases would be very successful as well. And the egg was very happy when it saw Jiang Nanzhou's yacht driving towards their side, but it lost it when it saw that Jiang Nanzhou also brought two two-legged beasts over. One thing Egg has figured out now is that his two-legged master is especially generous with his magical little drink whenever he comes by himself, but if any other two legs come along, then his magical little drink goes out the window. When Jiang Nanzhou took the two people to the island, Professor Wang and Wang Hui had both been dumbfounded when they saw the three green sea turtles on the beach. Professor Wang said incredulously to Jiang Nanzhou, "Green turtles? I can't believe you have green turtles on your side." Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Professor Wang, "So it seems that I, FAI, have not done my homework for you. This largest green sea turtle was rescued by me while I was out at sea, and then it has been following me ever since." Wang Hui heard this and said, "But that's the only one I see in your live replay. What's with these over here?" Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou said awkwardly, "The rest of those are female green sea turtles, and the eggs they lay over here are all supposed to be egg wives." Professor Wang and Wang Hui heard this and both looked at Egg, who was at the side of Jiang Nan boat. "I didn't expect that the sea turtles are now playing harem. Professor Wang said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Isn't it the green sea turtles' habit to spend most of their time in the sea? Only when they lay their eggs do they come ashore, and they sleep in the sea. Ah, how come this is still sleeping on the beach? I have to go and see if they are sick." After Professor Wang finished speaking, he went to the side of the sleeping green sea turtles. In fact, Jiang Nanzhou was also curious. He wondered if it was the reason they were given the marine life nutrient solution they changed their habits. Professor Wang didn't see any problems even after he turned around at their side. He said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Doesn't this have to be checked out for them with a specialized instrument?" Just as Professor Wang's words fell, the green sea turtle sleeping next to him got up and slowly climbed into the sea. Jiang Nanzhou said as he stifled a laugh at this scene, "Professor Wang, you can see that they're still in good shape. It shouldn't be something wrong with them. It might just be a change in their habits." Wang Hui, who had been observing these green sea turtles, also said, "I'm with South Boat on this one, and they all look in pretty good shape to me. In fact, Prof. Wang saw this green sea turtle activity up after the state is also feel good. It seems that he has to study the green sea turtle habits on this moon island." Jiang Nanzhou led them into the woods, and he also brought over his planning drawings, talking to Professor Wang about the planning as he walked with them. Professor Wang also gave Jiang Nanbo a lot of professional advice. "Is this side of the estimated investment amount is more and more big?" Professor Wang, worried about Jiang Nanbo, said, "That's not a small amount of money. Are you sure you want to do it? And it could easily cost you a fortune." Jiang Nanzhou said very seriously to Professor Wang, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. You don't know until you try. I have a feeling that if we had you on board, we would have made it." Prof. Wang thought for a moment and said, "Good, I join, but I can put the ugly words in front. If you lose money I'm not responsible for. I cannot want to be paid before the profit. Manage me to eat and live on it." Jiang Nanzhou heard this and Professor Wang said with assurance, "Whether I make money or not, I won't lose a penny of what is due to you, and I will most assuredly not dump it on you." Professor Wang said with a smile when he heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, "So when will you be able to start construction on your side? I hope I've been following along because I'll have to make changes to the space left for the equipment when it's built." Jiang Nanzhou said, "I can start work on my side anytime. I haven't started before, just waiting for you to come." Professor Wang said to Wang Wei after hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words. I'll just stay over here. Then, and I'll make a trip back after I've had some time. Wang Hui had a feeling when he met Jiang Nanzhou that he would leave his dad over here. But he didn't expect his dad to want to stay here directly, not even discussing it with him going back to his mom. Dad, don't you need to talk to my mom about this whole staying over here thing? Hearing Wang Hui's words, Prof. Wang thought of his own old partner, and this was something he really needed to talk to her about. Then I'll call your mom tonight, just so she can mail me those materials from my study. If he thought to just bring his old partner along before, she'd have liked the living conditions, but now she still has to bring up the kids for her youngest son's family, and just gets to go home once in a while, so it's the same wherever he is now. Jiang Nanzhou took them all around this moon island today, and when they got to that lake, he talked to Prof. Wang about wanting to raise some freshwater fish on the island as well. Chapter 312, Taking a Short Vacation. Prof. Wang was also very interested in that idea of his, and he also felt that the water quality of this lake on the island was so good that it would be a bit of a pity if he didn't do something there. When they went back in the afternoon, Jiang Nanzhou directly contacted Jiang Tianxiang, and the issue of construction and building on the island side was left to him, and he also pushed Prof. Wang's WeChat to him, so that he could communicate with Prof. Wang in the future if he had anything. When Jiang Nanzhou sent them to the B&B, and Li Chu hurriedly told Jiang Nanzhou to take a shower and change his clothes because they were all going to go to Uncle Jiang Er's house for dinner tonight. Today Jiang Nanhai and their families and Daiyu and their families met, and the meeting set the marriage between the two of them. And in the evening, the second uncle of Jiang deliberately called Jiang Nanzhou, saying that their families have gone over, so that he was busy to go over with Xiao Li. And Li Chu was also very happy today, so she had changed her clothes early and had been waiting over here for Jiang Nanzhou to come back. When they arrived, Jiang mother and the girls were still busy in the kitchen. Jiang Nanzhou and they greeted and went to the kitchen to help. Today, the smile on the face of the second uncle Jiang is always hanging on his face. His son is finally going to marry his daughter-in-law, and their family is also very satisfied with Daiyu as their daughter-in-law. Originally in their return before the second uncle Jiang is still very apprehensive. After all, Daiyu's parents are back from abroad. People have seen the world. Unlike them, our rural people have not seen what the world. Also afraid that they do not see their family. Although Jiang Nanhai itself is very good, the ability to work is not bad, but also can make money. But people Daiyu is also very good. Jiang Ershu heard Jiang Nanhai before. People Daiyu family conditions are also very good. Jiang Ershu is also born into Jiang Nanhai dragged back. But I didn't expect Daiyu's family not only didn't dislike them, they were also very nice to them, and even brought them a lot of gifts from abroad. Moreover, Daiyu's family members were all very good to get along with and did not have the feeling of being superior, which made Jiang Ershi a very happy man. But Daiyu's family can't stay here for a few days. They have to make a trip back to their hometown in Guangqing to visit their relatives, and Daiyu goes back with them. At the evening meal, Jiang Nanzhou said directly to Jiang Nanhai after knowing these things, "Just now I heard that meaning of Daiyu's parents that they also want you to follow along, so you should go, and I'll go to work at the store during this recent period." Jiang Nanhai said as he heard this from Jiang Nanzhou, "Aren't you going to start construction on your side of the island? Don't you have to be there?" Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said, "Just don't worry, there's Professor Wang to follow up on that side when the time comes. I won't be able to help much if I go." Jiang Nanhai said, "Then if you say so, I'll rest easy." Daiyu, who was sitting on the edge of Jiang Nanhai, was also very happy to hear this. She also wanted to bring Jiang Nanhai to her hometown and introduce him to her relatives. After dinner, and Li Chu and Jiang Nanzhou went back to their home to live. After washing up, and Li Chu was still in the middle of the excitement. "Nanzhou, how about we have a wedding with Xiao Yu and the others at that time? I feel that it will be very lively at that time," Jiang Nanzhou said as he wrapped his arms around Li Chu. "Sure, talk to them then and see what they are planning and when they want to get married." On their side, both parents can meet and have a meal together to finalize the marriage of the two children, even if it is an engagement. Unlike some places where there is still some kind of engagement ceremony that is more cumbersome, their next step was all about getting a license and getting married. Jiang Nanzhou was wanting to get married at the end of the year because everyone would not be that busy then, just wondering what kind of idea Jiang Nanhai had. In fact, on their side of the island, most of the fishermen would set the date of their marriage during the fishing moratorium because everyone would be a little bit more free then. But this year's fishing moratorium, they can't tie the knot. If they wait until next year's fishing moratorium is not impossible, but Jiang Nanzhou feels that that time is too long. He and Li Chu still want to have a child earlier. When he came back this evening, and Li Chu and Jiang Nanzhou said that she also dreamed when she napped, and in her dream she also gave birth to 3 children, and she didn't know if this was considered a fetal dream. So now Jiang Nanzhou is trying to work with Li Chu busy a little bit, but also a little tangled. This, if there is, because he is busy with this injury, is not good. If he didn't, then should he use the little umbrella or not? After all, it was 6 months before his wedding day. It really tangled him up. But in the end, Jiang Nanzhou endured it because Enlichu was already asleep. When Jiang Nanzhou sent Enlichu to the store early the next morning, Jiang Nanzhou whispered to Enlichu, "You'll use the pregnancy test later to see if it's there." Enlichu said as she rolled her eyes at Jiang Nanzhou, "What are you thinking? I've just finished my period. I can have a hair. And even if I did, I couldn't have measured it so quickly." After Enlichu finished speaking, she went to the front desk to reconcile the accounts. Professor Wang they went to catch the sea early in the morning, and he also sent a message to Jiang Nanzhou that he had an appointment with Jiang Tianxiang in the afternoon to ask if he would come. Jiang Nanzhou replied directly, "Let them meet at the store in town," and he arranged for someone to pick him up at that time. Prof. Wang was fine with it. After all, he could meet anywhere. They store Jiangnanxi also engaged in a what the membership day. Membership day people with their membership card as long as the store consumption are given a 20% discount. Whether it is to buy snacks or seafood, dinner are discounted. It just so happens that today is the membership day. So when Jiang Nanzhou arrived today, there were people downstairs, and there are not many of them on the island who do not recognize Jiang Nanzhou now. After all, Jiang Nanzhou can be considered a legend on their island now. So when they saw Jiang Nanzhou they would say a couple words to say hello or something. And Jiang Nanzhou's face hurt from smiling when he arrived at the office. Jiang Nanhai's little assistant gave Jiang Nanzhou a pot of tea and then went out to be busy. Jiang Nanzhou was looking at his own. This office feels like a bit of a waste of space. But Jiang Nanhai said, when the boss has to have a boss, like, whether it is this office he uses or not, but it has to be there. Jiang Nanzhou had just wanted to turn on the computer to do a few games when he received a call from Fatty. "Are you in town or in the village, old boy?" "I'm at the store. I just got out of the marina. Got some goodies for you. Wait for me. Be there in a bit." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nanzhou gave up playing the game. He made the somewhat bitter tea that Elder Zhang gave him. Although he didn't like tea, Fatty was quite knowledgeable about it. So give him a taste. Chapter 313, A Great Tonic. By the time Fatty arrived at Jiang Nanzhou's store, Jiang Nanzhou had already made the tea and was waiting for his arrival. Fatty entered Jiang Nanzhou's office with 2 large black plastic bags and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Guess what goodies I brought you, old buddy?" Jiang Nanzhou smelled a strong odor of blood from the time Fatty came in. He said directly, "I can't guess. It smells like blood, and it doesn't look like a pig's." Fatty said as he gave Jiang Nanzhou a thumbs up. "I wrapped so tightly you can still smell the smell of blood. Really powerful. First let people put in the refrigerator. So hot days I am afraid to put bad. This is my buddy's home deer farm newly killed deer. Got you some venison and deer whip. This thing can be a big tonic." Jiang Nanzhou directly called the small assistant to let him put things in the refrigerator first. His office refrigerator is put in the drinks and beer. "These cannot be put. Why are you bringing me all this? I don't have to make up for it," Fatty said with a hefty grin. "I have prepared it myself. And I have also organized some deer hearts and antlers for you. Those I will send over to you when the concoctions are ready over there. And then you will let the old people at home eat them all. And I will get them for you when they are finished." In fact, Jiang Nanzhou was not able to use any of these things. After all, he had the nutrient solution. But he couldn't refuse this intention of Fat Brother. "Okay, when I go back I'll have to talk to them about it. It's a special gift from Fatty. And then when you go next time, my mom will be able to kill a few more chickens for you," Fatty said with a smile. "Our family refrigerator now there are still chickens taken back from your house. Next time you have to stop auntie. Don't fix me so much. By the way, tell you another good news. The Tianhong collective is all settled. They all went in. And there are quite a lot of officials involved. And my big brother is going to be promoted." Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly said, "That's a real treat. Say congratulations to big brother for me." In fact, this result has long been expected in Jiang Nanzhou. It is the length of time. He also did not expect the results so soon. Jiang Nanzhou said as he poured a cup of tea for Fatty, "Try the tea that Elder Zhang brought me," saying that it's not even available on the market and that it's especially good for the body. Fatty took a sip of tea and carefully tasted it to ask Jiang Nanzhou, "Tea is a good tea. Is too bitter? I cannot drink. By the way, there is something else. Is the Sky Rainbow Group has been seized, declared bankruptcy. There is also that resort under their name and hotels and so on. After a while to be a public auction. You are interested in it?" Jiang Nanzhou said thoughtfully, "I'm not interested in their stuff at all. And that stuff is quasi-clean. And I don't want to take over troublesome things." Fatty had thought of that too. Said, "The main thing is that it's cheap. And it's profitable when you take it over. So you won't think about it?" Jiang Nanzhou said directly, "Don't think about it. I've got quite a bit of expenses on that island of mine as well as the nursing home. So I'll just get that straightened out first." Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Fatty didn't advise deeply. Well, you do have a lot of expenses on your side too, so if you need money talk to me directly. Fat brother, this person has always been very strict. Other people want to take money from his hands, that is impossible, but Jiang Nanzhou accept. As long as Jiang Nanzhou and he open their mouths, he could help him research for any amount of money. Jiang Nanzhou now also said as if Fatty was his own brother. You're the first person I think of if I need money. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Fatty said with a smile, okay, even if I don't have that money, I'll find a way to make it whole for you. At noon Jiang Nanzhou directly asked the kitchen to make a few dishes that he kept Fatty here to eat. Moreover, when Fatty left, Jiang Nanzhou also packed a few dishes for him to bring back to Fatty's wife and little Fatty baby. Fat brother also did not and look at Jiang Nanzhou polite. Directly take the dishes home. Their family big greedy boy saw the quasi will be very happy. He gave Jiang Tianxiang a call after he sent Fatty away and asked him to go directly to the homecoming B&B to bring Professor Wang over. Originally, Jiang Nanzhou wanted to let the little assistant drive there, but the little assistant went to the fire brigade for a meeting this afternoon, so he could only let Jiang Tianxiang make a trip. In fact, he would like to go back to pick up Professor Wang himself, but then he had to have a meeting with the live bandwagon side. It's really just a meeting every time he arrives at the store. An endless meeting. When he finished the meeting it was almost 2 o'clock. If he hadn't said that he was going to talk to Prof. Wang and Jiang Tianxiang about something in the afternoon, Su Yaowei would have wanted to find him to go to a meeting over at the foundation. He now really wanted to backtrack on letting Jiang Nanhai take a vacation. But people are not even out of the island yet. He backtracked, that would be a bit too inhuman. He wished now that the time would pass quickly. He missed being out at sea. Jiang Tianxiang and Professor Wang, they arrived at this side at less than 2:30. Jiang Nanzhou directly let them come to the office. He is now looking at the conference room a little confused. When they arrived at Jiang Nanzhou's office, Professor Wang smiled. That's a pretty big office you've got here. Almost as big as a residence. Jiang Nanzhou said as he poured them a cup of tea. The place on my side is big enough to basically take an office that's quite big. Wait until later on and also give Professor Wang a whole big office on the island. Professor Wang heard this and said, that's a good feeling. When the time comes, give me a whole one like yours too. I'll just live in the office, whether it's for work or lodging too. Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, don't tease me, I've arranged 2 places for you to live. I'll also build a dormitory building and cafeteria on the island, separate from the office and experiment building. And I've also arranged a courtyard for you in our Jiangjia village. You can live wherever you want to at that time. Professor Wang heard Jiang Nanzhou's words and said busily, no need to give me a whole separate place to live. I'll just stay on the island when I get there. Actually, Jiang Nanzhou was thinking of giving Professor Wang some benefits when he decided to stay. Professor Wang, this matter has been settled, so don't refuse, and when your family comes over you'll have a place to stay. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou this, when Professor Wang will not refuse. Just his old lady can come over next year. Next year his youngest son's mother-in-law is going to go to give to bring the child to go. Then their wives will be able to be idle. That's what their wife told him last night on the phone. And it would be nice to have her come over here and live with him when the time comes. Then I thank you. Do we have to sign a hiring contract or something? Jiang Nanzhou heard Professor Wang take the initiative to mention this, so he said directly, then I'll have the HR department draw up the contract first, and we'll discuss it if there's anything that needs to be changed at that time. Chapter 314, Old Man's Joy. Prof. Wang said, okay, then we'll start by looking at this plan I've finished changing. He spread the drawings on Jiang Nanzhou's desk and explained his changes in detail to Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Tianxiang. Listening to Professor Wang to explain, the two people are listening to a very good understanding. Jiang Tianxiang also took a small notebook to build. The time of the notes are also written down. Jiang Nanzhou is very admiring Professor Wang. Really, this professor is not anyone can be. After his refinement, this construction plan, originally some places of irrationalization, now also become very reasonable. The rest is Professor Wang and Jiang Nanzhou are discussing the equipment. These things Jiang Tianxiang cannot understand, so he left early. Jiang Nanzhou and Prof. Wang shopping for equipment are also all recommended by Prof. Wang, and they are all domestically produced. Professor Wang said to Jiang Nanzhou, now our domestic equipment are also doing all very well. Even some performance are far beyond some of the latest foreign equipment. You just all rest assured with it. Jiang Nanzhou said, well, I'm at your disposal for all of this. After all, you're the professional in this area. And Professor Wang learned that Jiang Nanzhou wanted to hire some professionals. He also recommended several of his own students to Jiang Nanzhou, but just still had to ask if they were all willing to come over. He called and asked when he went back at night. Jiang Nanzhou knows that this kind of thing is not in a hurry. After all, their side has not even begun to start construction. In the evening, Jiang Nanzhou directly stayed in the store to eat a meal. After dinner is also Jiang Nanzhou drove to send back to the B&B. He also lived directly over there at night. On the way back, Professor Wang said to Jiang Nanzhou, I asked Wang Hui to go car shopping for me today, and he messaged me to say he was done, and I don't know what kind. Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou said, even though our side of the island isn't big, it's still easier to have your own car. When they went to the parking lot of the B&B, Jiang Nanzhou saw at a glance the old man Lo who was parked at the very edge and had a big flower tied to it, and it looked like it was just lifted back. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself, this wouldn't be the car that Wang Hui bought for Professor Wang. As they passed by, Professor Wang said to Jiang Nanzhou when he saw this car, this should have been bought for me by Wang Hui. I'll call him and ask. Professor Wang hung up the phone and said to Jiang Nanzhou, you go in first, this is what Wang Hui bought for me. He's coming over to give me the key. I'll try it. Jiang Nanzhou said to Professor Wang, I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait here with you. I'll go back when Wang Hui comes over. How come you didn't buy a sedan? Used minivans don't cost much these days, and it's still easier to have a sedan. Prof. Wang said, I don't have a driver's license. I don't love to go to the test. I just quite like the electric car. I feel that this thing saves money and is also convenient. Look at this one that Wang Hui bought me, or the old man music with 4 wheels. This one can be so much better than the one at home with 2 wheels. You don't need a driver's license to drive this car either. And it's an exceptionally stable drive. Just right for an older person. Jiang Nanzhou saw Wang Hui come over, so he greeted him and went back. When he came back, he also brought back dinner for Enlichu and Ndebo, all of which the two of them loved to eat. As for the things that Fatty had brought him were still sitting inside the refrigerator. At that time, when Jiang Nanhai they came back to give them a welcome. Right. Then go to their home. He personally cook. The big guys can also taste fresh, although they also have a chef on this side, but compared to the Jiangnan boat store can be far worse. In the evening, Enlichu and Ndebo also both did not eat less. Ndebo said to Enlichu, why don't you two chat over here? I'll go to the backyard and bring in all those flowers. I saw the news that there's going to be another typhoon tomorrow. Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said busily, Uncle, I'll go with you. Uncle N said while wearing his gloves, I'll just go by myself. It just so happens that I just ate too much. I'm going to take the edge off. After saying this, Ndebo went to the backyard. The backyard is all those flowers that Jiang Nanzhou sent when the B&B opened. It has always been taken care of by Ndebo, and now all these flowers in the store are very well taken care of by Ndebo, and the blossoms are also very beautiful. Jiang Nanzhou heard Uncle N say that he didn't need him. He took out his cell phone to look at the weather online. Fortunately, this typhoon is not like the one before, but as long as it's a typhoon they have to be well protected on their side. After all, typhoon weather is more dangerous in terms of the islands. Jiang Nanzhou called Jiang father. The color ringer rang for a while and was answered. Dad, I saw on the news that there's going to be a typhoon tomorrow, and it can change in the middle of the night, so we need to be careful over there in the backcountry. Jiang father said, waiting for you to tell me the yellow flowers are cold. We just came back from over there, and Ren Tianxiang came in the evening, told the workers to put away the materials and stuff, and helped me to lock up the 2 alpacas and the horses. Jiang Nanzhou was relieved when he heard Jiang father say so. Otherwise he would have wanted to give Jiang Tianxiang a call just now. That's fine. Just put it all away. And if you don't have anything to do tomorrow you'll all stay out too. Jiang father said. Okay, just relax. Hang up. I'm going to read a novel. Before Jiang Nanzhou could speak, the phone was hung up on the other end. Jiang Nanzhou saw that their village group also sent a notice. He also forwarded a video to his account, so that tourists who come to play on the island of Nanwan should pay attention to safety, and try not to go out until the typhoon has passed. And Lichu's side is also calling and sending messages to the guests staying at the hotel to try not to go out tomorrow. Professor Wang and Wang Hui came back when Jiang Nanzhou also talked to them about the typhoon. Hearing what Jiang Nanzhou said, Wang Hui said, I saw it on the news, and it's already windy out there right now, so I'm guessing it's going to rain hard by the end of the day, said Uncle An, who had returned from carrying the flowers. The wind isn't too strong now. If a typhoon comes, the wind can be much stronger than now. You must close the windows when you sleep at night. Tonight is really like what Uncle An said. The wind started to blow in the middle of the night, and the storm was raging outside, while Enlichu's room was as passionate as fire, and the battle was very intense. Willing to gamble, Enlichu honored the promise that she lost the bet with Jiang Nanzhou that day. Today she took advantage of the time when Jiang Nanzhou and Wang Hui were chatting with them. She went back to her room to change into the nurse's uniform that she bought together with the maid's uniform. This nurse's uniform looks much more seductive than the maid's uniform. Chapter 315, Catching the Sea at Night. When Jiang Nanzhou returned to the room, he directly did not hold it, and the dry wood was burning. With the thunderstorm outside, everyone slept in early the next morning, and by the time Jiang Nanzhou and Enlichu got up it was almost noon. As they reached the hall, Uncle An spoke to them. There's still breakfast in the dining room. Not many of you have come for breakfast today, so why don't you guys hurry up and get something to eat? We won't be cooking for lunch. Luckily this time there were no water or power outages, unlike last time, and it wasn't as hard for visitors to stay out of the house. It was not until the evening after dinner that the rain outside stopped, and Lichu looked at the time of tomorrow's ebb tide. It was in the middle of the night. She also organized a midnight drive to the sea. After all, you can pick up a lot of good stuff on the beach after a typhoon, and they give free processing at the store. The number of people who signed up to participate in the number of people. John Nanzhou also participated in it. Due to the time to catch the sea is in the middle of the night, so John Nanzhou did not open the live broadcast, but let in Lichu as his small assistant, gave him a little material to shoot. By the time he was good to send a short video of catching the sea, he hadn't reached the standard for the length of his live broadcast this month, so he decided to find time for them to go fishing one day. Most of his fans in the live broadcast room still love to watch fishing and fishing. At night the wind on the beach is a bit strong. John Nanzhou deliberately reminded them to wear more. Professor Wang originally also signed up to want to go out fishing with them, but did not get up in the middle of the night. Wang Hui said to them with a small bucket, "My dad has had a few drinks in the night. I am not going to be able to wake him up by yelling, so just let him sleep." John Nanzhou laughed. "Okay, we have all the men with us. Let's go." The group of them, a total of 30 or so people in great numbers, took their gear and headed for the beach. And Lichu took John Nanzhou's cell phone to shoot material for him and kept following John Nanzhou. It's just a few minutes walk from the BNB to the beach, and there aren't many people on this side. But when you look over to Jiangjia village, you can see a little bit of light in the darkness of the night. They all come out at night to catch the sea with headlamps on their heads. So over there are all people already out catching the sea. The tide wasn't even low yet, so they all went straight into the water. Some of them picking up things even before they were in the water. John Nanzhou said to them, "You all need to be a little more careful when picking things up. We have blue-ringed octopus on our side as well, so don't touch them if you see them." Wang Hui said to John Nanzhou, "We all know it, just don't worry." Before we left, Boston specially gave us a pamphlet for catching the sea. It all says what we can pick up and what we can't. Hearing Wang Hui say this, John Nanzhou was relieved. "I didn't think that Lichu and the girls were so thoughtful and made a special pamphlet." John Nanzhou said as he gave a thumbs up to an Nichu. "Kudos to our boss An." And Nichu said smugly, "This is one that Dai Yu and I had to do a lot of strategizing to put together." John Nanzhou felt that this whole thing was quite good. "Is there an electronic version?" And Nichu said, "Yes, you want it?" John Nanzhou said as he pulled Lichu towards the sea. "Well, send a copy to our village group when the time comes, and when the time comes, have all the other family lodges send it out to the tourists as well, to avoid any problems." And Lichu smiled and said to John Nanzhou, "You don't have to worry about that. Our BNB owners have a separate group. I sent it out there a long time ago, and some of the BNBs have already printed it." John Nanzhou said, "I didn't realize you guys were all organized. Good, good, good." As soon as he finished saying this, he heard Lichu exclaim out in shock, "Look, there's a striped base in front of you." As Lichu said this and also stretched out her hand to point down to him, John Nanzhou's gaze followed the direction of Lichu's finger. Not far from John Nanzhou's side, there was a banded fish with a silver light all over its body floating there. And just as John Nanzhou was about to use his plunge net to pocket this banded fish, Rishu said, "Wait, I'll tape it for you." And Lichu whispered as she took her cell phone and aimed the camera at John Nanzhou's handsome face. "It's starting." John Nanzhou picked up a plunge net and directly scooped up this brightly glowing striped base wearing a stainless steel coat and said to the camera, "There's a lot of seafood blown onto the beach after a typhoon, and we pick up a lot of goodies when the tide goes out. And look, this is our first catch of the day, a scallop. And it's better to take it back to be braised or stewed in sauce." John Nanzhou put the striped base into the bucket and said to Lichu, "I'll make you scallops for dinner tomorrow." And Nietzsche said with a smile, "That's a little low for just one scallop. I have a feeling if you were to cook it yourself, it wouldn't be enough for me to eat by myself." John Nanzhou said to Lichu while continuing to look at the sea, "Not enough to eat? Then we'll have another one." John Nanzhou didn't expect so many striped base tonight because there were 3 more striped base just a short distance away from them. "But the water is a bit deep over there," he said to Richu. "Just stand over here. The water is a little deep over there. I see what looks like a couple of stripers over there. I'll go over and check it out." John Nanzhou walked directly towards the direction of those 3 banded fish after saying this, and the deeper he went over there the deeper the seawater became, especially when the waves hit. That would be when the seawater was almost up to John Nanzhou's chest. As he took the plunge net and caught all 3 striped base, he said to Richu as he lifted the net, "That's enough for you this time." And Lichu shouted over to John Nanboat, "You're too good. Enough to eat, come back here. You're soaking wet." Just as John Nanzhou was walking back, he saw a large cuttlefish swimming past him. Jiang Nanzhou directly reached out and grabbed this large cuttlefish out of instinctive reaction. He wasn't paying attention when he picked it up and got sprayed straight into big black face. In this dark night, and Li Chu saw Jiang Nanzhou's face that was sprayed black and laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Jiang Nanzhou looked at Enlicho smiling happily and said with a smile, "Is it that funny? Want some for your face too?" Jiang Nanzhou rushed over to Enlichu with this large cuttlefish after saying this, and Nietzsche said loudly as she hastily backed away, "Don't you come over here." Jiang Nanzhou said with a bad smile on his black face, "This is similar to that dark mask you usually put on your face. Granted it will be good for your skin too." And Nietzsche said to Jiang Nanzhou while running, "I was wrong. I won't laugh at you anymore. Leave me alone. Hurry up and wash your face too. It's a bit scary looking in the middle of the night." Chapter 316. Jiang Nanzhou put the hands of the cuttlefish and the scallop in the net directly to Enlichu took the small bucket inside. He directly bent down and cupped the seawater to wash his face. And Enlichu is now accustomed to the Jiang Nanzhou which is very brown side. She is really do not understand. Usually so brown man why the skin will be so good. Not at all like a fisherman. There were times when Enrichu would be very envious of Jiang Nanzhou's skin. Jiang Nanzhou said as he brought his face to Enrichu's face after washing it, "Is my face still black?" And Nietzsche said as she looked down carefully, "No more black. It's all washed up." Jiang Nanzhou said when he heard this, "Then let's continue." The tide was going out pretty fast by this point, and it didn't take long for the beach to be exposed on their side here. There will be very many small crabs on the beach, densely running on the beach. All of them are very small, just as big as the fingernail cap. They won't even catch such small crabs. After all, they can't eat them even if they are so small. Jiang Nanboat also picked up several pippin shrimp that did not have time to haul. Originally some people were sleepy when they came, but when they started to have a harvest one by one, their spirits were super full. Almost to the high tide Jiang Nanboat began to organize them to go back, but some people are still not finished. Ugh, I haven't even filled this bucket yet. It seems like I was very wise to stay over here for a few more days, and this sea catching is so much fun. Yeah, I'm so envious I'm starting to envy people who live by the sea. If I lived over here I'd come to catch the sea every day. Wang Hui also said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Although we also have the sea over there, but it is really not comparable to this island of yours. I really love this island so much that I want to stay over here with my father now." Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Wang Hui, "Then you can stay if you want to. Your work is very free anyway, and I feel that living on the island suits your profession." Jiang Nanzhou's words said Wang Hui is more heartfelt. His career is indeed very free. As long as there is a network where to work is the same. When they were all back at the B&B, and Richu addressed the tourists. "Now this time the chef are not working it. Just this time you pick up the shellfish are soaked in salt water to spit out the sand. Tomorrow morning after 9 o'clock you can queue up to find the chef to give you processing. If there is a little friend who cannot wait for now can also be in our first floor of that public kitchen to do it themselves." Most of the people had soaked all the shellfish they had picked up in salt water, as Ani Chu had said. But some of the young people were not sleepy now and went to the communal kitchen to do it themselves. Jiang Nanzhou looked at the time, it was now almost 5 o'clock. He then said to Enlichu, "Let's go back and get some sleep." And Enlichu said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Okay, then go back and take a shower. I'll go to the communal kitchen and see if they need any help. I'm afraid there are some things that they won't be able to find. I'll be back in a little while." Jiang Nanzhou not long after the bath and Enlichu also came back. The two people did sleep until more than 10 o'clock in the morning. If it wasn't for Jiang Nanzhou answering a phone call, it was estimated that the two of them would have continued to sleep. The phone call was made by Jiang father to Jiang Nanzhou, saying that Jiang Nanzhou's grandmother was gone and asked him to hurry back. And Lichu saw that after hanging up the phone got Jiang Nanzhou's face was a bit gloomy. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Jiang Nanzhou said with a sigh, "My dad said my grandmother is gone and told me to hurry back." Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, and Nichu was busy saying, "What are you waiting for then? I'll go back with you." Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou hurriedly said, "Those things at my grandmother's and their house are a little complicated, so you'd better not go. I'll go home and see what's going on." And Lichu didn't say anything more when she heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, so she urged Jiang Nanzhou to drive slowly when he was leaving. In fact, and Lichu had long discovered that Jiang Nanzhou's side of their family and his grandmother must have some problems, but Jiang Nanzhou did not say. Then she did not ask. When Jiang Nanzhou arrived home, she saw Jiang mother sitting in the living room silently shedding tears, and Jiang father was also smoking a cigarette with a sad face. Grandma Jiang said to Jiang Nanzhou when she saw him come back, "You go comfort your mom." Jiang Nanzhou walked to Jiang mother's side and sat down and said, "We'd better go and see. It's been so many years." Jiang mother heard this but did not respond, and Jiang Nanzhou knew that his mother was doing an internal struggle. Speaking of his grandmother's home and those broken things, but also from the mother and father of the river before the marriage. Mother's home is also a small village in the city. There is no sea, all rely on farming for a living. From their home to drive over about 4 hours. Young mother just 16 that year his parents wanted to give her a bride price of $50 to marry her. To marry her to an old crippled dead mother-in-law. Young mother refused to do. Directly ran away from home to the city to work. And then was introduced to work together with the people on the island of the South Bay tanning kelp. Although it does not earn a lot of money, but she was also quite happy. It was then that I met John's father. And it was only after the two decided to get married that John's mother took John's father back to his hometown. That was also the first time that John's mother had been home in 3 years from home. And although she didn't go home, she would send some of the money she earned back home. She thought that after all the money she had sent back, their family would treat her better. But she didn't expect them to ask her for money when they saw her. He also said that his brother is now married and in a bad condition, so she should take more money out. John's mother had no choice but to take out $100. Hoping that they could give her the account book. John's mother's father received the money directly after the change of heart. Said John's father wants to marry his daughter bride price money to $500. John's father which has so much money he thought that with $300 will be enough. This bride price money at that time in their side is not low. Later, they see John's father really cannot get the money. Only to stop. John's mother married. Her brother also often go to their home to beat the wind. Look at what to take home. The most hateful is the mother of Jong Nanjo when she gave birth to her mother and her elder brother and sister-in-law came together. A total of 10 eggs to her. When Jong mother gave birth to Jong Nanjo, she didn't have any milk. And Grandpa Jiang still asked someone to buy several bags of milk powder for Jong Nanjo, so he didn't starve to Jong Nanjo. Take 10 eggs even if, when they are leaving also want to give Jong Nanbo to buy milk powder also want to take away the matter to their own children's rations. That Jong mother can do, must be the bags of milk powder to keep. Chapter 317, Giving a Ride. Because of these bags of milk powder, Jong mother's mother and elder brother fought against Jong mother. This time, Jong father and Jong grandmother did not spoil them. Have long seen that they always come over here to beat the autumn wind is not good. Ever since that battle Jong mother had never had any contact with that side. After all, her mom had always favored her big brother and it did break her heart. It was one of her distant cousins who called her this time, saying that her brother wouldn't even let her know. Jong mother knew really angry and hate heart and difficult, although her mother later on her bad, but also pulled her to adults, before she was also good. Alas, no matter how that is also her mother, or go back to send her old man a ride. Jong mother wiped the tears on her face and said to Jong Nanjo, come on, give your grandmother a ride. Jong Nanjo heard his mother's words and said, then you go pack up and we'll leave. Jong mother said, there's nothing to clean up. I'm just going to go change into something black and be done with it. Jong father said as he extinguished his cigarette. Then I'll go change into a black one too. Jong Nanjo also went directly to his room to change into a black one. And when he changed after Jong father and mother were already waiting by his car. After departing, Jong Nanjo called Fatty and asked him to find a minivan to order a carload of wreaths and fake flowers and so on. When he arrived in the city he took the van directly with him to Jong mother's hometown. After all, you have to prepare. You can't go there empty-handed. At this point, John's mother had gotten her emotions under control and her tears had stopped. When Jong Nanjo arrived at the city, the minivan pulling funeral supplies was already waiting for Jong Nanjo at the city pier. Fat brother worked Jong Nan boat is very comfortable. Efficiency is bar. Jong Nanjo when they arrived at the entrance of Jong mother's old village. Jong mother could no longer control her emotions and let out a loud cry. Even if she hated it again, it was still her mother. John's mother never came back after that break with their family. Because her mother had said at the time that their family would never have this daughter again. Even if she was driven back by the old Jong family one day, they wouldn't let her in. Jong mother to the door of their home. They saw the spirit hall. The spirit hall put her mother's coffin. In their side of the countryside as long as you spend some money is all can use the coffin. You cannot go to the cremation. And in the old generation of people also very much do not like the cremation. Jong Nanjo's car had just parked. When he saw two people in mourning clothes coming over. One was a middle-aged man who looked a bit like Jong mother, and there was a young man whose age looked a bit older than Jong Nanjo. That middle-aged man directly cursed when he saw Jong mother who got off the bus. What are you doing back here you white-eyed wolf? Hurry thee up and leave. You old Jong family members are not welcome here in our old Song family. Some of the villagers who heard the commotion also gathered around. They also know that some of the old Song family's broken things are old sesame seeds, but their impression of Song Lian is still good. After all, their old Song family is out of a Song Lian good character. They wouldn't have wanted to come and help if they didn't all live in the same village and it wasn't nice not to come. Some of them couldn't look away and said, Song de donkey, this old lady of yours is gone. Isn't it proper for Lian to come back to offer incense to give your old lady a ride? That's right, Besides, people Lian came all the way back. It's not good for you as a brother to be like this. Song Lian's older brother Song Walin's nickname is Song de Donkey. Is a special donkey village people called him Song de Donkey? He huffed at the first opening of a middle-aged man said. It's not your turn to meddle in our family's affairs. You old boy, take it where it's cool. He continued after saying this to Jiang Mother. Hurry up or I'll smash your car. After he said this, he picked up a stone from the roadside and made a gesture to smash Jiang Nanzhou's car. Jiang Nanzhou said with a cold face. Smash it. My car is just over $1 million, so you can just watch the compensation when the time comes. Hearing this, Song de Donkey's heart is also guilty of mutiny. I did not expect this red flag is so expensive. It seems that the old Jiang family is now living a good life. Has not been on the sidelines did not say Song de Donkey's son. Song Changfeng secretly go online to check the Jiangnan boat to drive this car. Did not expect it is really special expensive. He said to Song de Donkey with sadness on his face. Dad, don't be like this. Auntie, she has a rare trip back. It's better to let Auntie and the others go in to burn incense first. Song de Donkey didn't say anything when he heard his son's words and said to Jiang Nanzhou and the others. Since Changfeng said so you guys can go in and burn incense. Jiang father and mother went into incense. Jiang Nanzhou and the driver of the minivan to unloading. The original more shabby without a few wreaths of the hearth placed on the wreaths Jiang Nanzhou they brought over to look at a little better. Jiang Nan boat is also the first time to see can have such a shabby spirit hall. Normal who the old man did not as children will be prepared for a lot of wreaths and fake flowers. Song Changfeng also went to help set up the wreath. And he came over to Jiang Nanzhou's side and said, Hello cousin, I'm your cousin Song Changfeng. Jiang Nanzhou just nodded with him and said to Song Changfeng, Cousin, you go ahead. I'll go burn some incense too. He was not a bit impressed with this cousin. Not a good person at first glance. After they had all finished offering incense Song Changfeng said to Jiang Mother, Auntie, let's go inside first. I'll have someone bring you some morning clothes. I've often heard my grandparents and my dad and the others talk about you. Don't look at their unpleasant words, but they've also been worried about how you're doing over there for so many years. Jiang Mother is now also not in the mood to catch up with this Song Changfeng. She came and did not see her father. She asked, Where's your grandfather? How's his health now? Song Changfeng sighed and said, My grandmother this did not. To my grandfather's blow is also very big. Directly to the sick cannot get up in bed. Now his mind is not very clear. I guess it is also soon. Just in the house it. You go to see him. Hearing this, Jiang Mother took them directly to her father's house. Jiang Nanzhou just went in and almost didn't vomit from the smell of the house. The smell of an urine mixing came over. Even Jiang Mother was dry retching when she smelled it. Looking at the withered old man, Jiang Mother's heart was very complicated. The old man lying on the bed lacks gaze. Came in people he did not know to see. Jiang Mother asked Song Changfeng, Why don't you take him to the hospital if he's like this? Song de Donkey, who had been following them, heard this and said without a trace of anger, It doesn't cost anything to get him to the hospital. If you get the money I'll send him today. Chapter 318, to our village. Jiang Mother who heard this was furious. Are you still talking like a human being? Song Changfeng saw that Jiang Mother's fire was coming back up and pacified her. Auntie, that man, my father, just won't say anything nicely. He pulled Jiang Mother aside and whispered, After my mom ran off with an old bachelor in the village a few years ago, my dad was very unstable. And the time my mom left she took all the family's money with her. And in the past few years when my grandparents got sick again, the family was left with no savings at all. And was left with nothing but a buttload of external debt. Jiang's father, who hadn't said anything, directly took $10,000 out of his pocket. And he said to Song Changfeng, This money is prepared by your aunt. So hurry up and arrange for someone to send the old man to the hospital. In fact, Jiang Mother didn't expect the usually petty and stingy Jiang father to bring so much money over. Song Changfeng's eyes lit up when he saw the $10,000 handed over by Jiang father and said to him, Thank you Auntie. Auntie, I'll get someone to take Grandpa to the hospital. Can I borrow my cousin's car? Hearing this Jiang Nanzhou directly said to him, I just called for an ambulance to come over. And using a private car Grandpa Quasi will be uncomfortable as well. Song Changfeng heard Jiang Nanzhou's words heartbroken to death. How can this cousin be so unable to live? Do not know to call an ambulance is also to spend money After all, people have paid so much money. This is something he can only think about in his heart. He can't say it out loud even if it doesn't hurt. It didn't take long for the ambulance to arrive. Song Changfeng found a few friends to help carry the old man into the ambulance. But the expressions of several of them were filled with disgust. Jiang Mother to report that cousin Lu Xiumei home is also in this village. She will be introduced to this village through the mother of Jiang Mother's mother, although married to a mute. But the mute is good for her. The two people have a normal daughter. When she learned that Jiang Mother had returned, she brought her daughter with her. This pair of cousins have not seen each other for many years. The last time they met was when Jiang Mother's sister-in-law was hospitalized. Jiang Mother's sister-in-law is Lu Xiaomei's mother. She is still relatively good to Jiang Mother, so the contact between them has not been broken. Lu Xiaomei said to her daughter Song Xiaoxia, "Kasumi, this is my cousin, the sister-in-law who bought you flower dresses when you were little, and that's your sister-in-law's husband and cousin." Song Xiaoxia coyly whispered a hello to them. "Hello sister-in-law, brother-in-law, and cousin," Jiang Mother said to Lu Xiaomei. "I haven't seen Xiaoxia for so many years. She's a big girl now. How old is she this year?" "I remember it's quite a bit younger than our family Nanzhou," Lu Xiaomei said. "Well, it's just 20 this year, and if she were in our day, she'd have had to have a friend by now," Jiang Mother said when she heard this. "It's still young. There's no rush for those. Kasumi's in college now, right?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaomei sighed and said, "She went to high school when learning can be good, but the eve of the college entrance examination cold and fever can be serious. Did not get into a good university." This girl said, "What also do not study? I said to review a year next year and then take the test. She did not do it. Want to go out to work to earn a little more money. Said that the cost of the review is too big to earn a little money or subsidized by the family now. All complained that I am not capable of her father and me." Dragging the girl's legs. Song Xiaoxia said directly when she heard her mom's words. "Mom, I told you not to let you think so much. I just simply don't like to study, and also I'm fine now." Hearing this, Zhang's mother also sighed and said, "You're a good girl. Where do you work now?" Song Xiaoxia said with some loss when she heard this. "Originally I had a whole fried skewer food cart in the city, but now the city police cracked down and said they wouldn't let me set up a stall. And some time ago I secretly set up a stall, and my food cart was directly impounded by the city police, who said to pay $5,000 before they would give me the food cart." Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, said, "Which district impounded your car?" Song Xiaoxia then directly gave Jiang Nanzhou which district and that brigade. And Jiang Nanzhou also sent a message to Fatty. "If you have the connections to fix it, get the car back. If you have to owe someone a favor, then don't. There's not a lot of money in the gizmo anyway." Jiang Nanzhou said to Song Xiaoxia, "So what do you want to do in the future? Do you still want to sell skewers or find a stable job?" Song Xiaoxia said without the slightest hesitation, "Of course I'm going to keep selling my kebabs, and I'll open a kebab store later when I've saved up enough money." Jiang Nanzhou heard this and said to Song Xiaoxia, "Then come and work at the dock in Jiangjia village on our island, and I'll arrange a place for you to stay when the time comes." Hearing this from Jiang Nanzhou, Song Xiaoxia said excitedly, "Is it really possible? I know that Jiangjia village is on fire right now, and I've seen your live broadcasts, cousin, and I even called your village department at the time to see if I could set up a stall on your side. But all the replies they gave me were that only people from this village were able to set up stalls in the village." This thing Jiang Nanzhou heard others mention before, but it is not a hard and fast rule. Now their village stalls, there are several, are relatives of the village. "I'll add you on WeChat and I'll set you up then." Song Xiaoxia was busy pulling out her cell phone and flashing her QR code when she heard this. In his excitement, he almost showed his QR code for payment. "Cousin, wait for me. I made a whole mistake." Jiang Nanzhou was almost amused by this little cousin. "There's no rush. You take your time with the whole thing." After the two people added their friends, Jiang Nanzhou said to Song Xiaoxia, "Don't tell anyone about this." Song Xiaoxia said busily, "Don't worry cousin. I'll definitely not let that tumor Song Changfeng know." In fact, Jiang Nanzhou said this is what he meant. He did not want to have any interactions with that person Song Changfeng at all. Hearing Song Xiaoxia's words, Jiang Mother asked Lu Xiaomei, "What the hell is going on in their house right now?" Lu Xiaomei said as she looked at Song de Donkey, who was standing with the others and bragging, "I actually didn't want to tell you this, but I'm afraid you'll blame me if you know. They say that your old lady was angered to death by Song de Donkey and Song Changfeng. Song de Donkey and a widow got involved and contracted a disease, which was spreading in the village, and Song Changfeng, who is a good gambler and owes a lot of money. You'd better stay away from them. You'd better stay away from them." Jiang Mother, who heard this, said to Lu Xiaomei, "Well, I know, and I don't know how they've managed to get their days in the shape they're in." At night when Jiang Mother and the others were giving the old lady a wake, Song de Donkey found Jiang Mother and said, "I see your family is doing quite well. Can you lend me some money?" Chapter 319, Do you still want to blackmail people? When Jiang Mother heard this, she really wanted to holler at this shameless thing with the bottom of her shoe. No money, no loan. Hearing this, Song de Donkey's fire came up again, but once he thought of his son's words, now that their family is developed, don't make a stalemate. He suppressed the fire and said with a pleasing smile on his face, "Sister, you're my own sister. Your family is all developed now. Your son drives a luxury car. You can't bear to see your big brother and your own nephew living a miserable day?" Jiang father said to Song de Donkey, "That are my son's own earned. You used to borrow with us, have not yet returned it. That will how must not have $500 put now say $5,000 is not excessive. Hearing this from Jiang father Song de Donkey said roguishly, I'll have my son come back later and I'll let him get you 500. We only borrowed 500 that time. You guys still want to blackmail people? Hearing this, Jiang mother said to Song de Donkey, we don't want that 500. And you don't have to pay it back, but we'll just be fine as we were before. And don't have any contact, and we don't have any money to lend you. Jiang Nanzhou is not convenient to interject, can only secretly think in his heart, this family is really the best of the best, really all shameless to the home. Song de Donkey said when he heard this from Jiang mother, I'm not the kind of person to play a scoundrel. I'll let Changfeng pay you the money I owe you when he comes back. It's not easy for Changfeng right now. Song de Donkey paused as he finished his sentence and said to Jiang Nanzhou, I see that my great-nephew is not an ordinary person. Can you help your cousin to arrange a job? A month to earn 10 or 20,000 on the line. If it is too little cannot be enough for our family expenses. Jiang Nanzhou also really did not expect this old guy to think of him. He directly rebuffed. I am a fisherman. All day long to go out to sea to fish. Although we earn a lot of that industry. But the risk is also big. If you fall into the sea but it is very easy to not come up. If my cousin is willing, I would introduce him to the sea work. Song de Donkey asked when he heard this. Isn't there any other safer work? Your cousin is a dry duck like me. And if he fell overboard he wouldn't be able to get up. Hearing this Jiang Nanzhou directly said. Then if that's the case, I can't help you. The work at sea is really too dangerous. When we go to the northern sea over there are all particularly extreme weather. And fall over there is simply can't come up. There are also typhoons and hailstones and whatnot. So every time we go out to sea is very careful. But also inevitably something goes wrong. When Song de Donkey heard this, and then thought of Song Changfeng's pissiness, the material that can't do anything well, it is better to forget about it. When the time comes, it's better to let Song Changfeng get along with his sister who doesn't have any affection. In case when the time comes, when this kid Jiang Nanzhou can't come back in the sea, it's the opportunity for their parent peak. At the evening wake Song de Donkey still hoped that the old lady of their family would take Jiang Nanzhou away. If Jiang's mother knew Song de Donkey's idea, she would have taken the bottom of a big shoe to call him, and not killed him, but his life is hard. After the old lady was buried the next day, Jiang Nanzhou and the others went home, and when they were leaving Song Changfeng shamelessly said that he wanted to go to their house to have some fun. Jiang mother directly scolded him, saying that the old man is still in the hospital, and he still wants to go out to play. Really heartless. Song de Donkey actually wanted Jiang mother to also stay over here to serve the old man with him, but Jiang mother directly refused. It would be nice if she could pay to send her to the hospital. Jiang Nanzhou also sent a message to Song Xiaoxia when she was leaving, and also sent her a phone number, saying that when she went to pick up the snack cart, she should directly call this number. Song Xiaoxia thanked Jiang Nanzhou again and again, and Jiang Nanzhou also told her that she could go to Jiangjia village to find him after picking up the snack cart. Before leaving, Song Changfeng insisted on adding Jiang Nanzhou's WeChat. Jiang Nanzhou deliberately said the wrong cell phone number, saying that his cell phone was out of battery, and he would wait for the power to be turned on before agreeing. He was pressed to have anything to do with them. After Jiang Nanzhou sent Jiang father and mother home, he took a shower and changed his clothes before going to Enlichu's store. Recently, he was not in the 2 days. Their store side or sales manager to help manage. Jiang Nanzhou see his management is good also did not give him a call, but also directly let his side for Jiang Nan C class. If there was something that was not well decided then call him. But Jiang Nanzhou had not received a call from him once. He even made a special trip to the town when he came back. And when he found that there was nothing wrong, he came straight back with a sense of relief. And Lichu saw Jiang Nanzhou come back. She asked, "Is everything taken care of over there?" Jiang Nanzhou said as he took in Lichu's hand. "Well, it's all done. How's it been over here the last couple days? How's business?" Mentioning this, and Nichu smiled and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Business has been off the charts lately. Even some appointments have been lined up for next month. And our store has a 100% favorable rating online. Not a single bad review." Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou stroked an Nichu's head and said, "Our bossin can be really powerful. Did not think that the positive feedback rate is so high. And I see that the promotional video on your website is also very good. At first glances from our boss's hand, right?" Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's praise, Enrichu smiled proudly and said, "I didn't expect our boss Jiang to have such a good eye. Isn't it a very nice shot? By the way, I've also cut out the video of the day we went to catch the sea. I'll send it to you right now." And Lichu directly sent that edited video to Jiang Nanzhou's mailbox. Jiang Nanzhou briefly watched it again. It is indeed very well edited. Anyway, it is very much better than his own editing. Jiang Nanzhou posted the video on his account and then pulled Lichu back to his room to catch up on his sleep. What he didn't know was that the comments section of his newly posted video had exploded. because Jung Nanjo said underneath that video he posted that he would draw 3 spots to give away a big gift. The first one to comment, as well as the 3 people who commented 666th and 6666, and that prize is actual RMB, $5,000 in travel money. Brother Fisherman is so real that he directly draws money. Believable that I'm not the first. I'll brush. I'll brush. I'll brush. I'll brush. If the first one didn't grab it, I'll grab the 666 one. I don't believe I'll keep brushing. I can't get a single spot. Brother Fisherman is actually good to make more of these videos when he's not live. I kinda like to watch them. Especially the black-faced Brother Fisherman is also handsome. Chapter 320, not accepted but respected. The quality of the video that Brother Fisherman posted today is really high. I heard the voice of Mrs. Fisherman's wife, so I guess it was filmed by Mrs. Fisherman's wife, and this wasn't edited by Brother Fisherman, because his own editing before was really too brown. Why don't you show the building number? I don't even know how many comments on the first. Brother Fisherman won't fake it, right? There were also hundreds of comments underneath that one, all in a wad of water reassuring him that the Fisherman brother Quasi wouldn't do that kind of thing, because Brother Fisherman doesn't care to do that kind of thing at all. This lucky draw by Jung Nanjo was just an impromptu idea, so he didn't talk to anyone when he sent it out, and only sent a Weibo message to the network operation of their store after it was released. And their store's network operation saw that video Jung Nanjo sent before he looked at his cell phone, and their boss Jiang also sent him a Weibo notification to inform him about it. Luckily it wasn't anything troublesome. It wasn't until the comments were over 666 that he used the store's official account to directly add out the 3 lucky winners. When Jung Nanjo woke up from his sleep there was only himself in the room, and Lichu would be playing mahjong with Wang Hui and 2 tourists. Jung Nanjo said when he came out after washing up and saw them playing quite happily. Who won? And Lichu said with a sad face when she saw Jung Nanjo come out. You woke up? Hurry up, you come and play with them for a while. I'd been giving them a little cannon. The only hand of who was still blowing who. After Lichu finished speaking, she directly got up to make room for Jung Nanjo, who smiled and said to Wang Hui and the others, you guys have such a good hand. Let me get you. Wang Hui smiled and said to Jung Nanjo, then hurry up and come. The 2 other beauties are about to win their room money back. A somewhat handsome girl with short hair said, Brother Fisherman, I've been watching your live broadcast. I knew you were lucky when you were fishing. I don't know if you have that kind of luck when you play cards. Jung Nanjo said with a smile, I'm not bluffing you guys on this one. I'm a little lucky at fishing, but I'm good at poker, and that's skill, not luck. The other beauty with a ponytail said to Jung Nanjo, hurry up. We all want to see how skilled Brother Fisherman is. Anri Chu said to them with a smile, you guys have fun then. I'm going to go set up dinner for you. It's on me tonight. These 2 girls have been living here since Li Chu's side started business to come. The 2 of them directly booked a month's room, and it is still a room. The 2 of them are still particularly close. She had a feeling they were more than just BFFs, and she was stoned anyway. These 2 sisters are also exceptionally good in character, so they all get along quite happily. So today when Wang Hui said that she wanted to play mahjong, she asked these 2 sisters first. Moreover, Lichu realized that Wang Hui seemed to have a bit of a crush on that short-haired girl. If it was really like what Lichu thought, Wang Hui was doomed to be disappointed. Jung Nanjo just played his first hand and won a big one, or a self-draw. He said to them, I'm really lucky with this one. I've got nothing to do with my brain yet and I'm hitting it. Wang Hui smiled and said to Jung Nanjo, haven't you heard the saying? 1,000 hoochies don't make a first hand, and this is the first one you've ever taken over. Hearing Wang Hui's words, Jung Nanjo raised his eyebrows and said, you're wrong about that. I feel like I'm having an exceptionally lucky day. Do you guys have enough money ready? Hearing Jang Nanjo's words, the short-haired beauty said, we should be able to. After all, we haven't touched any of our own money yet. Wang Hui picked up Windows money and said to Jung Nanjo, it's better to wait until you win back all this money that Bosson lost. The money that Lichu lost wasn't won back by Jung Nanjo in a long time, and the money in Wang Hui's money box is getting less and less. By the time Lichu's side came to call them for dinner, Wang Hui had $10 left. Come on. Stop playing, let's eat. Jung Nanjo said with a smile. No more handfuls. Ha, you've got $10 left. Wang Hui heard this and directly gave the $10 to Jung Nanjo and said, all for you. I'm not playing anymore. Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Jung Nanjo directly put the money into the pocket. The 2 girls left a total of more than $50. They didn't play much, and one person changed $300 in change. And although you can transfer money to each other on WeChat, it just doesn't have the same feel as using paper money. The ponytailed girl said to Anayachu, your fisherman brother is horrible. I haven't won a hand since he's been playing. It's awesome. Anichu smiled at her and said, maybe it's just his lucky day? I did hear that people who haven't played in a while have extraordinarily punchy hands. The time of the last typhoon was played by Enlichu, and Jiang Nanzhou had been waiting for the bureau to come alongside. A few of them had a few drinks during the night and the girl had made it clear that they were a couple, and now there were a lot of people who couldn't take it. Jiang Nanzhou and Enlichu both felt that there was nothing unacceptable about this thing, and the only one who couldn't accept it was Wang Hui. After all, it's rare to meet a girl with more favorable feelings, and he's still very sad when people come out of the closet before he even makes contact. Though he's a little sad not so accepting anymore. He gives respect. It was until midnight when both girls also drank a little too much and went back to their rooms to rest. And Lichu said to the two men who were still drinking, "You two take your time drinking, I'm going to go back to my room and sleep. I won't be able to keep you two company." After Enlichu left, Wang Hui said to Jiang Nanzhou, "It's rare that all my years have allowed me to meet a girl who makes my heart beat faster, and it's over before it starts, or the kind where there's no possibility at all." Jiang Nanzhou patted Wang Hui's shoulder and said, "Your just destiny hasn't arrived yet. When your destined destiny arrives it can't be stopped, just like Shaoli and I." Wang Hui always felt that Jiang Nanzhou was showing off when he listened to his comforting words. "I mean man, I'm already up on beer, and you're feeding me dog food. Are you trying to prop me up?" Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Wang Hui, "Hey, then I will not spread dog food. I feel that you still need to come out more to walk around. You right before are at home and do not go out. There is no opportunity to meet girls. What fate cannot be close to you ah?" Chapter 321, The Dog Author. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Wang Hui felt that what he said made sense. "So you're saying that my job is like that, and I don't have time to come out and travel if I'm rushing around every day?" Jiang Nanzhou said thoughtfully, "Isn't your usual job just to code? I feel that it's the same wherever you code. A whole laptop will do. In the future you go out with a laptop. Find a small cafe or library, in case you meet your right destiny by then." Wang Hui felt that Jiang Nanzhou said a little unreliable. If he went to the cafe simply cannot code out words. He code as a little sound cannot be heard. The library is not bad, but he felt in the go there are learning to read books. Hubo where to find a date ah? I still don't feel like those places are a good fit. I'll just work on my efforts when I'm not doing anything and go to more party events in general. Jiang Nanzhou who heard this said, "Otherwise, why don't you come and settle on the island in the future? And when you're not doing anything, come over to Little Pear's side as a volunteer or something, since you were able to meet the first person who made your heart pound here. It means that you'll also meet the next person who will make your heart pound." Wang Hui felt that what Jiang Nanzhou said this time was a bit reasonable. Anyway, his dad had decided to stay over here and work, so it was not bad for him to stay over here with his dad. Anyway, usually it was just the two of them at home in their house. "Are there any more rentals just around here in Little Pear?" Jiang Nanzhou took out his cell phone and looked at it and said, "This side of the rental house is a little expensive. Before this side of the tourist did not develop when the empty house a bunch of. Now basically do a little business what? To the outside of the rental house is less and less. If you want to stay on the island, you first in the small pair this side of the residence. And so a sanatorium side built after you go there to live. I have given Professor Wang to stay a courtyard. That courtyard has 2 rooms just you live together. I've already reserved a courtyard for Prof. Wang, and that one has 2 rooms, so it's just right for you to live together." Wang Hui raised his eyebrows jokingly and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Brother, I didn't realize that your side of the job is treated so well. See if there is any job you can arrange one for me too." Jiang Nanzhou knew that Wang Hui was joking. After all, people were not short of money now. "If you do come, you can have any job you want on my end." Wang Hui's day shift has not been on. He just do not want to go to work every day to punch the clock to work so hard to write a novel. "When I can't write a novel in the future, you can just give me a job as a gatekeeper," Jiang Nanzhou said as he filled Wang Hui's wineglass. "Hurry up and drink. I'll go back to bed afterward too." When Wang Hui heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, he directly picked up his wineglass and drained it all. Dismissed. Go back to bed. Don't delay your return to your daughter-in-law." Jiang Nanzhou heard Wang Hui's somewhat acidic tone and said, "You sound a little jealous, don't you? Or do you want me to stay over here with you and snuggle up at night?" Hearing this, Wang Hui winced and shook the goosebumps on his body and said, "You are so disgusting. It makes me want to throw up." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "I don't think you're sick of me wanting to throw up. It's your drinking that's not working, is it? Do you need me to walk you to your room?" Wang Hui directly refused. "Big brother, you'd better let me go. You hurry back to accompany your daughter-in-law. I'll go back to bed too." Wang Hui ran straight away after saying this. There were just a few empty wine bottles and a plate of peanuts left on the table, and everything else had been cleaned up by Enlichu before she went back to her room. Jiang Nanzhou sent the uneaten peanuts to their own kitchenette, and the beer bottles were all collected over before returning to the room. When he returned to the room, Enlichu had already fallen asleep. Jiang Nanzhou looked at her serene face inwardly was also very soft. I do not know what kind of beautiful dream Lichu was having. The corners of her mouth were always up. Jiang Nanzhou simply washed up and then lightly climbed into bed. But he didn't dare to touch Lichu for fear of waking her up and disturbing her beauty sleep. He had just laid down, and Lichu's soft body stuck over. Jiang Nanzhou thought that he accidentally woke her up. But when he took a closer look, he didn't realize that she was sleeping very soundly. Jiang Nanzhou didn't know if this was the body memory that the internet was talking about. The next day early in the morning Lichu's side ate breakfast and went home. Today he has a serious business, because it is almost to the end of the month. His live broadcast is still short of more than 10 hours. After all, it is a contract with the Douyin platform. So Jiang Nanzhou decided to make up for the live broadcast in the next 2 days to complete the length of the live broadcast. Wang Hui himself to stay in the Minshuku also feel no fun. So also with Jiang Nanzhou went home. He had just arrived home and wanted to change into a wetsuit when he received a call from Zhang Yuan, saying that he had returned last night, but on his own, and wanted to ask if he and Fatty had any time in the evening, and it just so happened that he had lost the last time, so he wanted to arrange for a game tonight, and it just so happened that Jiang Nanzhou wanted to introduce him and Wang Hui to each other. Jiang Nanzhou then called one by one to ask, in addition to Jiang Nanhai and Dai you are not in, the rest have time, so they just made an appointment to meet at 3:30 p.m. at Jiang Nanzhou's home. This time Berry didn't come back with Zhang Yuan. She still had to wait for half a month before she could come back. So when Zhang Yuan heard Jiang Nanzhou say that he was going to go live fishing, he just signed up and said that he wanted to go with him as well. Jiang Nanzhou told Zhang Yuan to go directly to the pier and wait, and they drove the yacht over there, so that lunch could be settled on the boat. It just so happened that Zhang Yuan was also going today, so Jiang Nanzhou directly brought him the set of customized sea rods for Zhang Yuan, and he also found a set of rods suitable for newbies for Wang Hui as well. When they arrived at the pier, Zhang Yuandu was already waiting over there, and the housekeeper had even brought him some cut fruits over specially. Jiang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan, how come you feel like you've gained weight after not seeing me for a few days? Zhang Yuan said bitterly, I go back to the last few days either a meeting or a dinner party. Give me eat a lot of fat, still have to drink, or in this side of the comfortable Jiang Nanzhou who heard this said with a smile, even though you say so, you have to give me a drink at night. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my friend Wang Hui. Zhang Yuan directly laughed out loud when he heard the name Wang Hui. Hello, I'm Zhang Yuan. You're a good name. One of my favorite dog authors also has a pen name called Wang Hui. I don't know if you read novels or not, and I don't know when I'm going to open a new book. This is something that I really want to directly tie him up in front of the computer if I meet him. Originally, Wang Hui did not want to hide from Zhang Yuan that he was the dog author he was talking about, but he felt that Zhang Yuan's idea was too dangerous. So it was better to wait until later. Chapter 322 Cash Bags. I'm a scum. I can't get into any books. Even novels I don't read much. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan sighed and said to Wang Hui, it's nice not to read novels. It's too hard to like an author who updates slowly. Jiang Nanzhou was having a hard time holding in his laughter as he said to the two of them, you two better go talk on the boat. How sunny it is over here. After they boarded the ship, Jiang Nanzhou directly connected the live drone equipment to his cell phone. The two of them, Zhang Yuan and Wang Hui, were chatting inside the cabin, and Jiang Nanzhou directly went to the cockpit with the drone equipment. Jiang Nanzhou wanted to take them to a place farther away today. Over there is the deep sea, and there are especially many grouper over there. The netizens who had just entered Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast room were surprised by his sudden opening of the live broadcast. I'm going, my luck is really good today. Casually swiping through the videos to Brother Fisherman's live room. Brother Fisherman. I'm finally sitting in the front row of Brother Fisherman's live broadcast. Why is Brother Fisherman live today? Yesterday, but we just finished drawing prizes for us. I didn't think we'd have a surprise today. I don't know if Brother Fisherman will surprise us again today. I'm so looking forward to it. I don't even want to go to work. Why don't Brother Fisherman give us a RMB draw in the live broadcast today? I want it so bad. It feels better than any prize. It was only when he reached his destination that Jiang Nanzhou took the time to look at the public screen of the live broadcast. I see there's quite a few of you wanting to draw cash, so if you guys want the fish, deduct 1 on the public screen, and if you want the cash, deduct 2. As a result, the public screen is a flood of deductions of 2. After all, now is the only real thing that is cash, but there are also a few people who are not bad to deduct 1. Jiang Nanzhou said directly to the live broadcast, I see there are quite a few peeps who want cash, so let's draw cash today. The netizens in the live broadcast room all directly boiled over when they heard Jiang Nanzhou say this. Jiang Nanzhou said as he looked at the public screen that was frantically scrolling with messages. This one will be the same old rules. Half an hour to open. A lucky bag 2 places. I'll place 5,000. How about it? The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more frantic. My goodness, is Brother Fisherman going to incarnate the god of wealth today? Brother Fisherman, this is too atmospheric. I hope I can win the lottery today. Buddha bless, Jesus bless, Ancestor bless, all bless me. I just did the math. Brother Fisherman just said half an hour to open 2 places in a lucky bag. That's $10,000. 1 hour is $20,000. If 5 hours is $100,000. Upstairs, you have to learn to be calm. In fact, in the past, when Brother Fisherman gave everyone a raffle draw, it was quite a lot of money each time down. You guys just haven't done the fine math, and it's even much more than that. It's useless to say anything today. I'm going to die in Brother Fisherman's live room today. I just got off the phone to my boss and he said that he deducted $200 from me. Can the $200 he deducted from me be as important as the $5,000 I have? Jang Nanjo saw that netizens' tart operation directly gave him a concern and said, the one called the strongest hitman just now. I'm concerned about you. If what you say is true, and there is something that can be proved, send me a private message. Today you took a leave of absence, was deducted money. I will directly send you 5,000. Hearing this, the strongest hitman called the strongest directly on his cell phone the company today's attendance sheet to Jang Nanjo, cut a picture and sent it over. Even his work number is not coded. Jang Nanjo looked at the picture and said to the live camera, that brother just now. I'll have our company staff contact you after I get off the air, and I also hope that you'll win in the lucky draw today. That was Jangnan Boatpoint and the brother are excited over. This is too exciting. Brother Fisherman is really atmosphere. He decided to powder him in this life. He also hurried to the Brother Fisherman's live room shared to the family group, as well as the circle of friends, classmates group, and even his work group he did not let go. And once again, the public screen in Jangnanjo's live broadcast exploded. Oh my god, that dude's life is too good to be true. Is it too late for me to take a vacation? Brother Fisherman is such a great guy. Look at the baby. I'm $5,000 away from my bank card deposit of $5,000. I want to win the lottery too. I'm so jealous of that guy. I'll have money for rent if I win. TSK. I didn't realize that you all were so short of money. Then I won't rob with you in a while. I'm not short of that money. Bitter, I have to go to class. For crying out loud. I'm not short of money either. I just simply want to participate. If I win this lottery, I'll swipe it all for Brother Fisherman today. Jang Nanjo said to the camera of the live broadcast. I hope you guys win the lottery. I'm going to hang up now. I'm going fishing. Jang Nanjo sent a message over to the store's network operation after saying this. And that network operation knew what to do when they saw Jang Nanjo's message. He pulled out his cell phone and booked alarms at both half past and full past. And he did this for several hours. When Jang Nanjo arrived inside the cabin, Zhang Yuan was giving Wang Hui a lecture on how to use the sea rod of this electric fishing wheel. And Jang Nanjo also put a brand new fishing gear bag directly in front of Zhang Yuan. This is the domestic fishing gear I said I'd give you earlier. And this is one I customized for you. I just don't know if you'll be able to use it. Hearing Jang Nanjo's words, Zhang Yuan directly threw the particularly expensive set of imported fishing gear he was holding aside. Zhang Yuan excitedly opened the black fishing gear bag in front of him. Inside was actually a set of golden-colored rods with pearlite. He said to Jang Nanjo while touching the rods, Brother Nanjo, it's still your good eye. The color of this rod is really beautiful. And the feel of it is also very good. I really like it. Thank you. Hearing this thank you from Zhang Yuan, Jang Nanjo said directly, you might as well not say thank you to me. Do we need to be so polite to each other? After all, Zhang Yuan is really very good to him. And Jang Nanjo also feels that Zhang Yuan is a person who is very worthy of deep friendship. He also said to Zhang Yuan before, he saved him at that time completely because his father gave too much. Of course, the system of that thing, he will not say anything. Wang Hui, who was listening to Zhang Yuan and him showing off on the side, was really envious. He said to Zhang Nanjo, even though we just met a short while ago, I hope our friendship will last, and you'll give me a set later. He. Chapter 323, Invitation to Dinner. Zhang Nanjo, who heard this, said with a smile, if you like fishing, I'll customize a set for you then too. Wang Hui really felt like he was flattered when he heard Zhang Nanjo's words, and he was busy saying, I'm just kidding you. I don't even have a whole lot of information on how to assemble this thing right now. Zhang Yuan, who was still in excitement, said to Wang Hui, big brother, I'm giving you these sets of rods. I haven't used the red one I just showed you. Try it out later. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Wang Hui hurriedly said, thank you first, Mr. Zhang. I'd better use the set that Nanjo got me today first. He said it's more suitable for newbies. Now Wang Hui feels that the better Zhang Yuan's attitude towards him he is, the more vain. They just chatted when Zhang Yuan also gave him a look at his own novel when he inadvertently saw Zhang Yuan's ID. It is called the Zhang Family Sun Online Urging More. This ID Wang Hui is very familiar with, because this ID has been in his sight from the time he wrote his second explosive book. After every chapter there will be a comment with this name, although every time it is hyped, and the words said are not so good, but a flash of time has also been many years, especially every time he was given a very large reward as well, and he had even been on the hot search before because he had received a huge reward from Zhang Yuan, and his book fans were all guessing which family's loser this was that could spend money so well, but how could they not expect this person to be Zhang Yuan? Even Wang Hui had never thought that this person would be Zhang Yuan, and he always had the feeling that he was the negative one. He always felt that he was the one who was negative to Zhang Yuan, and he didn't know how to face Zhang Yuan with that identity that he was the author of the web article. Wang Hui. Zhang Nanzhou said as he saw Wang Hui in a daze. What's FAI thinking? Let's go. Go out fishing. After Zhang Nanzhou taught Wang Hui some basic operations, he let him move freely. This place was purposely found by Zhang Nanzhou, and the big fish over here are especially abundant and treat newcomers very friendly. Zhang Nanzhou said to the camera of the live broadcast, if there are tourists who come to the island if they want a fish can also come to this side. Some time ago we have an Abe on the island. He fished on this side by himself for a day, and caught a total of several hundred pounds of fish. Zhang Yuan who was at the side heard this and said to Zhang Nanzhou, let's try and catch some more today too, and then we'll add a few more dishes to the evening. Live on the public screen, young Master Zhenpu is really hanging out on the island every day now, especially since he's been with Barry, and there's no gossip about him on the internet. Why haven't you seen Barry? Did you break up with Barry? Upstairs, I saw the marketing number saying that he and Barry broke up a long time ago, and young Master Yuan Bao has a new love now. Who is the other guy? Looks good too. Gentle feeling, looks like a very gentle person. Brother fisherman. Does this little brother have a girlfriend? Ah, you women, don't just focus on the men around brother fisherman every day. Look at us bachelors too. Luckily, Zhang Yuan was so focused on trying out the new fishing rod Zhang Nanzhou had given him right now that he didn't see what the netizens were saying. If he knew he'd be pissed off and would have to go online to tear him apart. After all, he can say anything, but saying he broke up with Barry and has a new love interest isn't going to cut it. This is if the Barry saw the quasi-determined will still be and he messed up. Just a while ago in his WeChat has not said anything to the person sent him a lot of photos and small video, but also are wearing a cooler. And even some are not even wearing the. It just so happened that he was seen by Barry when he was trying to see who this person was from the photo. And then he was interrogated and questioned by Barry in all kinds of interrogations, and his cell phone address book and all kinds of social networking accounts were cleaned and checked. The taste was horrible, and even though he hadn't gone out to flirt, he was now feeling weak from being flirted with. Now Zhang Yuan has Barry is enough, because he is now also promoted to a fishing man. Even if Zhang Nanzhou does not come to fish with him, he will take his own equipment to find a place to fish to go. Barry at the beginning of the time can accompany him to go, but after a few times to go to Barry will not go. Zhang Yuan hung up the bait and said to Zhang Nanzhou, I have a feeling I'll be the first one of us to catch a fish. Zhang Nanzhou who heard this raised an eyebrow and said, don't talk big, people FAI is fishing for the first time today. Haven't you heard that the novice stage is all about luck plus? Wang Hui, who had just hung up the bait, said to them indifferently, I can't beat you guys at fishing. After all, you're all experienced, so if I'm the first to catch a fish today, I'll give each of you a big red packet. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Wang Hui, you're not being sincere with this red packet. If you're the first to catch a fish you can buy us dinner next time. If I'm the first to catch one today, how about I buy you guys dinner today? Zhang Nanboat, who had just gotten off a shot, heard Zhang Yuan's remark in disgust. Duke Shang, more or less you're a bit shameless. No matter if you're the first to be transferred today, you'll have to treat yourself to dinner at night. Zhang Yuan, who heard this, said with a heated laugh, I can't run away from this meal at night anyway, so I might as well start a game. Wang Hui said to Zhang Yuan with a smile, anyway, if I'm the first to catch a fish today, I'll be sure to treat myself. Zhang Nanzhou said to them, then I'll say one too. If I'm the first one on the fish today I'll treat you too, or I'll cook it myself kind of thing. Zhang Yuan who heard this said, I'd better not be the first one to get on the fish then. I'd still rather you guys treat me. He. As a result, he had just finished saying this when he heard a gasp from Wang Hui. I think I got a fish. When Zhang Nanzhou and Zhang Yuan heard this, their sights went to Wang Hui's fishing rod, and they saw that Wang Hui's fishing rod had been bent, and his sights went to the sea, and at a glance, it was still a tiger spot that was not small. Zhang Nanzhou said to Wang Hui, you hurry up and let some thread go. It's easy to cut the thread if it stays so taut. After Zhang Yuan fixed his own fishing rod on the rod holder and locked it, he went to get a scribe and set it on Wang Hui's side. FAI, you're catching fish too fast. You really have a newbie aura. Wang Hui would have started sweating by now and said to Zhang Yuan, "Why does this feel so heavy to me? Do you think it's possible that it's fishing someone up? I read on the internet that fishing guys can easily run into corpses." Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes speechlessly. "What are you blindly looking at all day? That thing is not that easy to catch." Chapter 324, Gumdrops. Jiang Nan boat on the side cannot help but sigh. Wang Hui is really worthy of writing novels. On this brain circuit can be really different from the average person. FAI. Don't make up your mind. You've got a fish that's still pulling your line around. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also amused by Wang Hui. This little brother's brain hole is a bit big. It's killing me with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just now it all dried up, our Mr. Zhang speechless. This little brother is a bit cute. Honestly, as much as I love watching people fish, I'm just afraid to go, whether it's fishing on the beach or the river, and I'm afraid of catching something. As a fisherman, I'm responsible to tell you that it's okay at the beach, but if you're at the river it's really possible, especially if you're in the middle of nowhere and especially remote. Upstairs is right. My dad is extraordinarily fond of fishing, and goes out night fishing a lot, and hasn't gone fishing since he caught a giant's view, which scared him half to death. Zhang Yuan originally wanted to take his cell phone to help Wang Hui record this moment, but he happened to see what the netizens were saying on the public screen of Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast. The netizens on the air are really funny too. One said fishing and actually caught that. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile when he heard this, "I've seen people posting on the internet that they've caught them fishing, but there's a lot of them on the river, so we'll just feel free to fish them on our side. They're not easy to come across on the ocean." Hearing this from Jiang Nanzhou, Wang Hui was completely relieved, and when he saw that grouper surfacing, Wang Hui hurriedly said to Zhang Yuan, "Look, such a big fish. There's no one else for my luck. Zhang Yuan, help me take more pictures so I can send them to my friends to show off." Zhang Yuan said to Wang Hui, "You're collecting more threads. You don't have to keep so many now. I didn't just take pictures of you. I've got several little videos of you." Jiang Nanzhou said as he watched the two men straighten up the fish. "This fish has to be about 20 pounds. Awesome. Hurry up and put it in the live tank." Zhang Yuan helped Wang Hui to put this tiger spot away before he went back to continue fishing. Right after Jiang Nanzhou pulled up the fish he caught, Zhang Yuan said with some loss, "I've been putting this rod out for half a day and it hasn't moved, so it looks like I'm not going to have much luck today." Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Yuan, "What's the hurry? We're just getting started. The good stuff is usually behind us. You're just waiting for the big stuff." When Zhang Yuan heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, his heart, which was originally a bit tempted to close the pole, would regain its confidence. "Please God, I hope hurry up and put me on a fish." As a result, after Zhang Yuan said this, his fishing rod was bent and he cheered out directly in excitement. "My goodness, you let me get on the fish just as I finished. I love you." Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Wang Hui also fixed his own fishing rod and pulled out his cell phone and said to him, "I'll take pictures and record a little video for you too, so watch your expression management." Zhang Yuan said when he heard this from Wang Hui, "Okay, give me a handsome shot." Jiang Nanzhou looked at these two people in that busy work in full swing, then also followed Zhang Yuan's fishing line to look down. Jiang Nanzhou felt that Zhang Yuan's luck is really invincible. This ordinary people in the sea cannot meet this thing. Let's hope that Zhang Yuan doesn't get hit over the head when he pulls up. Jiang Nanzhou also fixed the fishing rod with the live drone equipment and walked to Zhang Yuan's side to watch the fun. Zhang Yuan also beautifully said to Wang Hui's cell phone lens, "With that pull, I feel like this fish has to be at least 50 pounds. I didn't think I'd be so lucky." Even the netizens in the broadcast room followed along in anticipation. "Wow wow wow wow. Mr. Zhang can be considered to have caught a fish. No need to watch the two of them catch a fish anymore. I wonder if this fish is as big as the one brother fisherman caught. Looking forward to it. Why do I feel something's wrong? How come this fish doesn't look like they were fishing so cheerfully before? Maybe it's too big. It'll be fine when it's pulled up. I don't know if this fish of Zhang Yuan's can be the biggest caught among the few of them today. Something's not right. Something's very wrong. I see fish a lot and I suspect it should have been something hooked on the hook, either that or a dead fish. But by the time Zhang Yuan wasted a bullseye to pull this thing he caught out of the water, Jiang Nanzhou felt that Zhang Yuan was about to break. When Zhang Yuan saw what it was, he directly screamed in fear. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is this? Should we call the police? The rod in Zhang Yuan's hand also spilled out, but fortunately Jiang Nanzhou, who was standing beside him, caught the rod with a quick eye. Even the netizens in the live stream had blown up. "I'm going. What the hell is going on here? The police have been called. This is horrible. Young Master Zhang probably won't be able to sleep tonight. This is too scary. I'd have fainted by now if I had." Brother Fisherman is really calm. 666. "It's all this time. Hurry up and call the police. Wang Hui was also directly stunned. This was his greatest fear, and he did not expect to be met by this unlucky bastard Zhang Yuan. Let's just call the police. Zhang Nanzhou looked at Wang Hui just finished saying this and was about to take his cell phone and make a call. He busily opened his mouth and said, "Don't call the police yet. This is a fake. I think it's one of those gumdrop dolls. Take a closer look." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was not courageous enough to look at it again. The glance he took when he first came out of the water almost sent him away. He said to Wang Hui, "Fai. Look. I am afraid to look." When Wang Hui heard this, he also had the courage to take a closer look, and he said with a sigh of relief after reading it, "It's really fake. Look at that foot. I was so nervous just now I didn't even dare to look closely." Zhang Nanzhou directly used the iron hook that hooked the fish to pull this rubber doll into the boat. When they pulled it down to the boat, the seawater flowed out of the holes in this gumdrop doll a bit, and it wasn't nearly as scary as it had looked to them before. Zhang Yuan looked at the thing in front of him and covered his face, saying, "Who the is so unethical? This playing with a bad girlfriend and throwing it into the sea. That's too unethical." Zhang Nanzhou had just unloaded Zhang Yuan's fishhook when he saw the marine police boat sail over. After Zhang Nanzhou's explanation, he knew it was a big oops before driving away. The netizens of the live broadcast room how did not expect to be of that thing. Alarmed, the netizens are also very speechless. It seems that in the future or do not hand too fast. Chapter 325, A Cute Goon. Live on the public screen. I just had a quick hand, so I hope my police uncle doesn't say I called in a false alarm. It's a good thing it's a gumdrop doll. I'd have to be in the shade if this was a real person. I didn't realize the marine police went over there so quickly, and I didn't even have time to call to stop them. Such a big oops. It's hilarious. I can think of tomorrow's hot topic. I just really want to interview Mr. Chang right now about how he's feeling, and I wonder if he's going to be adorable tomorrow when he's goose-stepping." Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Nanzhou's drone broadcasting equipment after he had slowed down and whispered to Zhang Nanzhou, "Brother Nanzhou, that look I had just now wouldn't have all been rumored on the internet, right?" Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile when he heard this. "Well, and it's still in HD and uncensored. I'm pretty sure someone inside my live room is quasi-recording the screen." Zhang Yuan held his head and looked up to the sky. I can't believe it's all been seen. This time the disgrace is a big one. If I had known I would have acted calmly just now." Wang Hui smiled and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and said, "Just don't think about it so much. Why don't you uninstall all your social apps? Out of sight, out of mind." Zhang Yuan also felt good when he heard this cover-up suggestion from Wang Hui, and he directly uninstalled all the various software on his phone. Even he loved to watch Douyin and uninstalled it, and he said to Zhang Nanzhou's drone live broadcasting equipment, "I'll see you in the jungle later. I'm getting out of the big muck that is the internet." Zhang Nanzhou's live streaming netizens also had to be teasing Zhang Yuan. "Mr. Zhang, don't go away. Who will send red packets to my scarf if you go away?" Laughing to death. I don't know how much money is left in Zhang Yuan's Douyin account, and he doesn't give all of them to Brother Fisherman or Berry all swiped before he leaves. Alas, we'll wait for you to come back. Our cyber judge has also bid farewell to the net world. There's no more hilarity to watch. My biggest hobby is watching Brother Fisherman live and brushing Mr. Zhang's scarf. The Zhang Gongzi just now was so cute. I made a lot more emoticons. Brothers who want them I'll send them to you in Brother Fisherman's fan group then. Help yourselves. Berry, who had been in Zhang Nanzhou's live broadcast room, also went to mix a set of Zhang Yuan's recently released emoticons. She directly sent it to that WeChat group of theirs. Zhang Yuan was posted by his girlfriend, face open big, helplessly said to Zhang Nanzhou, "Brother Nanzhou, let's just continue fishing. I don't want to look at my phone right now." Zhang Nanzhou forced a smile and said to Zhang Yuan, "It's not like your luck is something you'd normally come across, so think about it." Zhang Nanzhou took a big black garbage bag and put that gumdrop doll in it, waiting to send it directly to the garbage station when he got off the ship. Wang Hui took out his cell phone and tapped some words in the memo. He is planning to incorporate this matter in the bridge of his new book. This is too funny. When his next book is high or low, he has to arrange a role for Zhang Yuan, as if it is a benefit he gave to the fans of this book. Just don't know if Zhang Yuan is willing to want it. At noon, Zhang Nanzhou and they just all dealt with a bucket of instant noodles for one person. Or wait for the afternoon when they go back to eat a big meal. Zhang Yuan, maybe today's hand is too strong. The afternoon is a rod after a rod. Zhang Nan boat today fishing main a Buddhist. Did not choose the fish, but he did not catch less. Just Wang Hui fished a little less, but he had a great time. And he even made a date with Zhang Yuan to fish together the next day. Zhang Nanzhou waited until the netizens of the whole live broadcast finished opening the lucky bags before going off the air, because both Fatty and Zhang Bei had already arrived. Zhang Yuan went straight home with his loot and Wang Hui, while Zhang Nanzhou made a trip home first. Fatty and the others were waiting at his house. Jiang Nanzhou just entered the courtyard and saw Dudu and little Fatty were happily feeding the koi carp by the pond. Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Fatty, who was watching the two children, "Aren't these two little guys not out of school by now? Why are they back so early today?" Fatty said with a smile, "I picked it up early. Luckily it's kindergarten now. This wouldn't work in elementary school." Jiang Nanzhou looked at the yard just Fatty with two children and asked, "Where's my fourth uncle? Didn't he say he was there too? What did he do?" Fatty handed Jiang Nanzhou a cigarette and said, "He just answered a phone call and went to the supermarket to pick up a delivery. Said it looked like his former co-worker had mailed him the wine." Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou remembered that Zhang Bei had said to him before that his army had a comrade whose family owned a winery, so it should be that person who mailed it to him, and it seems that they will be able to drink a good wine in the evening. Jiang Nanzhou directly called Zhang Bei and asked him to go directly to Zhang Yuan's house after taking the wine, and they also went over now. Fatty shouted at the two little ones, "Come on, let's go eat something delicious." Neither of the two little ones who heard this had had enough of playing over here and neither wanted to leave yet. Just in time, Grandma Jiang also made dinner and said to them, "You guys go ahead and let the two kids eat over here." In the end, on the fat brother and Jiangnan boat, two of them went over. Today and Li Chu side a little busy did not come over. Su Yahweh today in the company overtime, so the last to participate in is a few of them. By the time they arrived at Zhang Yuan's house, Zhang Baidu had already arrived and was there chatting with Wang Hui and Zhang Yuan. Elder Zhang had already finished his dinner and went to the village entrance to find someone to play chess with. Zhang Nanzhou introduced Fatty and Wang Hui and quickly became familiar with them. Zhang Yuan said to Zhang Nanzhou and Fatty, "Just waiting for you two. Hurry up and go to the dining room. I specially let the butler prepare roasted whole sheep and quite a lot of hard dishes, and also prepare a lot of delicious desserts for the two little ones. By the way, where did the two little ones go?" Fatty said helplessly when he heard this. "The two of them are playing at Nanzhou's house, and no one wants to come over, so they're eating at their house." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan directly asked the butler to send over desserts and some snacks, and also packed a few dishes for Jiang Nanzhou's family to send over. Otherwise, just a few of them simply could not finish eating. Originally Zhang Yuan also wanted to let Jiang Nanzhou and Zhang Bei and their families come, but they both said let a few of their young people play here, so they all did not come over. After all, with elders here they would be unable to let go of their drinking. Although Jiang Bei was also older than them and an elder, but Fatty and Zhang Yuan also took him as a friend to get along with, and there was no generation gap between them. Looking at this table of sumptuous dishes, Zhang Bei opened the carton box of that express delivery and said to them, "Today you guys are blessed. This is the white wine that my comrade in arms mailed to me. This I personally feel is better than some of the special white wine." Chapter 326, Bald Old Liang. Hearing Zhang Bei's words, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, "I'll have to try it then. It just so happens that all I have over here is beer, and my dad and the guys won't even let white wine on this side of the house for fear of my grandfather's drinking." Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Yuan, "Let's all have a good taste of this white wine of my fourth uncle's together." Such a big case. Zhang Bei, who heard this, was busy saying, "You guys don't feel good and drink to death. Just taste it. Ah, this wine we have to drink slowly." Fatty directly came to Zhang Bei's side to take out a bottle of wine and said, "You've got so much here. We'll hold out for half of it, and then we'll give you half left over. And if it's good enough to drink it, buy some for us too." Zhang Bei said with a sigh, "This later, even if the money cannot buy. This is my comrade in arms, his father personally brewed, but last month his father died. Others brewed out of, although all a recipe, but the flavor taste are far worse." Hearing this, Zhang Nanzhou said to them, "Then we'll have half a bottle each. No one drinks more than one, and save the rest for later." Originally, Zhang Bei wanted to say that he agreed with Zhang Nanzhou's words, and when he reacted and said, "Don't you kid get any ideas about those drinks of mine? I'm just being generous today. I'll take the rest later when I'm done with the drinks." Luckily, he just carried over a case of wine. His comrade sent him a total of 5 cases of wine over. The rest of the wine he can have to hide when the time comes to sneak a drink for himself. By the time Fatty opened the wine, the scent of the wine wafted out instantly. Fatty sniffed the bottle and said to Zhang Bei, "This wine really does smell better than some of the specials, like you said. So hurry up and give me all the glasses and I'll pour it for all of you." Zhang Yuan directly took 5 wine glasses and put them in front of Fatty. "Hurry up. I'm getting anxious smelling this." Wang Hui originally wanted to say that he would just drink some beer if he didn't drink white wine, but now he smelled the liquor aroma of this white wine and was also stupidly excited. After filling several glasses with wine, Fatty said to them with his glass in hand, "Today I've come to raise this first cup of wine. First of all, thank you for our Duke Shang's hospitality, and also thank you to Comrade Zhang Bei for bringing out the good wine. I'll toast you all. I'll dry up as you please." Hearing this, Zhang Nanzhou hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. What, you did it first? We'll do it together. I can't wait." A cup of wine down. Jiang Nanzhou can feel out the delicate taste. Wine aroma is rich. Really good wine It seems that tonight you have to drink more. This wine is really exceptionally good. It's a pity that you just can't buy it anymore. Why don't you ask fourth uncle for me to see if they still have any stock at home? I'll buy it at a high price. When Fatty and Zhang Yuan and Wang Hui heard Jiang Nanzhou say this, they were all busy saying it as well. I want some too. Bring me some. As much as you want. We'll cover it. I want to get some for my dad too. Zhang Bei said to them when he heard this. Just forget about all of you. You can't even buy them anymore. The ones he has left over are reserved for gifts. And these are still tolerated for me. Hearing this they all stopped pushing. Zhang Yuan said with a lost voice. Alas. People that are not enough at quasi-fixed also cannot be sold. You all do not think about it. Hurry up and eat the food. A moment the food is cold. They just drank half a bottle of white wine each, which is half a pound each. And after that they started drinking beer. Zhang Bei looked at them and saw that they didn't hobo his wine. So he generously gave them a bottle each. Jiang Nanzhou saw that Zhang Bei was so generous and asked Zhang Bei in a low voice. Uncle 4, your comrades mailed you more than that, didn't they? Zhang Bei's eyelids jumped when he heard Jiang Nanzhou's words. What are you babbling about? That's all in all. I brought them all. Zhang Bei muttered in his heart. This kid is too slippery. Luckily he got it all back when he went to fetch the wine today, and the rest of those he sent home. Jiang Nanzhou skimmed his lips and said, I can tell by your expression that you must still have some in stock. If you don't give it to me, I'll ask my little fourth aunt for it someday. Zhang Bei heard this and whispered to Jiang Nanzhou. I don't have much left, so go up to my place tomorrow and move a case, and keep this quiet, and remember to be sneaky when you drink it. Jiang Nanzhou smiled when he heard this and whispered assurances to Zhang Bei. Fourth uncle, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this, and I won't give it to them to drink. I'll just sneak it in and drink it myself. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's assurance, Zhang Bei sighed helplessly. He was really heartbroken. Fatty thought of that hot search he saw this afternoon and asked Zhang Yuan, I heard you caught a big one fishing today. Ha! At the mention of this matter they turned all their eyes to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan said as he covered his face, has this matter fermented so quickly? You all even know about it. How am I supposed to mix in the Jianghu in the future? Wang Hui said as he poured a glass of beer for Zhang Yuan. Dude, just remember, it's not even a thing. As long as you're not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Zhang Yuan said after taking a sip of beer. I'm embarrassed. Zhang Bei, who usually didn't go online much, asked curiously, what the hell is going on? Hurry up and tell me. Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, we went fishing today, and Zhang Yuan's hand was particularly good, catching a big load straight away. Fatty searched directly on Douyin and found the wonderful replay of Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast that other netizens had posted. Zhang Bei was usually a pretty serious person, but at this moment, he was also amused. You've seen the world that time on the island. Mr. Zhang, why are you scared like this? Zhang Yuan whispered. That can be the same. I'm not afraid of encountering a Piao. I'm a person who played a little timid. I just see that dog author Wang Hui has a book written about water ghosts pulling people to find a double. That the double that was found by the water ghost is a fishing guy. I was thinking about that scene. Jiang Nanzhou, who had just taken a sip of wine, almost didn't spray it out, and he looked at that dog author Wang Hui and said to Zhang Yuan, your guts are too small. Reading a novel can make you remember so much. Wait for some other day, I'll take a look at that Wang Hui's novel too. Wang Hui was a bit tempted to run away now, and he was now a bit regretful that he did not directly confess his identity to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan directly pulled out his cell phone when he heard that from Jiang Nanzhou and said to Jiang Nanzhou, just read it. He wrote a novel as a look a squeaky clean, spiritual martial arts detective, and also thief brain burning. Often there is a big reversal. You can't think of, also don't know what he is. The brain can think of so many brilliant plot. We readers are guessing. He should be a bald old bright. On this plot we look at the person to be bald. Don't say that the person who writes it. This dog thing, also don't know whether to open a new book or not. Fatty listened to their words in the clouds as he pointed at Wang Hui. Why are you still scolding Wang Hui in front of him? Chapter 327, not enough to sell. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, it's not this Wang Hui that I'm scolding. I'm scolding that Wang Hui who writes online articles. His pen name is Wang Hui. I don't know if it's his real name or not. Wang Hui now felt weak as soon as he heard this. He'd better keep quiet. Now he was afraid of speaking out of turn. Jiang Nanzhou felt a little funny looking at Wang Hui like that as he laughed and said to Zhang Yuan, the name Wang Hui is really popular. I used to have a co-worker also named Wang Hui. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, that's not true. I also deliberately find a relationship to check this Wang Hui, but renamed too much. Simply cannot be found, and no one knows him. Even his editor said that they have not seen him in person. This old boy's vest is covered with a really tight I suspect that writing novels is his sideline. His main business should be a more sensitive kind of. He is not convenient to leak in the public's. He is not convenient to be exposed in the public's field of vision. Wang Hui muttered in his heart. The brain hole of his book fans is also not small. He saw that there were people who said that he was a civil servant before, and said that he was doing everything, but he is also about to be exposed to the public. And I hope that by the time Zhang Yuan knows that it is him, don't be true to his face. Zhang Nanzhou was actually very eager to see Zhang Yuan's expression later on when he knew that Wang Hui was that dog author he was talking about. They didn't drink too late today, and they broke up the game when Elder Zhang came back to bed around 9 o'clock. After all, they were also afraid of affecting Elder Zhang's rest. The time passed very quickly too, and in a flash it was almost time for the sea to open, and those who had signed up for the crew were already in place, with Jiangnan Boat and Jiangbei focusing on training during this time. But before the sea was opened, Jiangnanzhou's side of the sanatorium was completed, a total of 15 small homes. There are 2 small buildings. Now the small buildings of the room have been booked out half. Most of the people are out of town booking. They are not just recruiting some of the elderly. Is there a young people or children with mental illnesses as long as they want to come to live can be? But at least it's a half-year start to live in. And after Master Zhang went to see the environment of that small courtyard, he liked it. Directly, he looked for Jiang Nanzhou to book a small courtyard. He has moved over. His side of the courtyard is left for Zhang Yuan and Berry, 2 young people to live. Their sanatorium was equipped with a professional medical team, as well as a psychological counseling team, a professional nutritionist and a chef specially selected by Zhang Nanzhou. And the people who come to live over here are not bad. In fact, there are still vacant small yards on the Jiangnan boat side, but those small yards are not something you can live in if you want to. 2 were left for Fatty, 1 for Prof. 1, and 1 yard for Master Zhang. And 1 was an old friend of Master Zhang's. Now there are only these 5 courtyards that are inhabited. There are still 10 small courtyards left, and those Jiang Nanzhou is planning to keep them first. Even when someone offered a high price, Jiang Nanzhou didn't agree. The small buildings are built in apartment-style suites. There are some large areas or 2 rooms or 3 rooms. There are many old couple to live by themselves. They are living in a single room, so that the cost can be lower. There are also some grandparents who come over with their kids. So they all live in 2-bedroom apartments. Now most of the 3 rooms are empty. The body is empty, but Jiang Nanzhou is not in a hurry to recruit people. Jiang Nanzhou set the opening time at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and his opening is not very grand. He did not publicize. After all, his side of the nursing home fees are relatively high, and not the kind of people can live in. Fat Brother and Zhang Yuan and Wang Boss, they for Jiangnan Boat publicity is enough. They are also sent a circle of friends to let their good friends to help forward it just. Jiang Nanzhou originally thought that it would be nothing to come, but some of them know that Elder Zhang are living in this side, have been to help the elderly at home to make an appointment, although it is not a small yard, but they personally over to see that people feel that this environment are better than a very luxurious nursing home. You can come over and check in on the day Jiangnan Boat opens, and the front desk on this side of Jiangnan Boat has been receiving all kinds of couriers lately, and some of them are directly sending the old man's things over. The day of the opening is to choose an auspicious time to set off firecrackers to get done, and Jiangnan Boat side also received several children. Are some psychological problems, but are particularly well behaved. Some mothers brought. There are also grandparents or grandparents brought home, because Jiangnanzhou this side to hire a very powerful military retired psychiatrist. This doctor or Jiang Bei to the introduction. Originally the old man wanted to come over to live, but know that Jiangnanzhou this side in psychological counseling will directly stay as a doctor. And the conditions Jiang Nanzhou offered him were very good. Zhang Yuan is also running this way now when he has something to do, because Wang Hui is now living in the sanatorium and is a neighbor to Elder Zhang, and Professor Wang is now spending most of his time on the island. So this side of their home is only occupied by Wang Hui. Ever since Zhang Yuan watched the signing ceremony of his favorite dog author Wang Hui changing platforms, he knew that Wang Hui was that dog author. He would never go fishing with him again, no matter how Wang Hui called him. He didn't go and urged Wang Hui to write a new book every day. He hated that Wang Hui wrote a word and he read a word, and there were times when he really did it, and he had to beep twice to see Wang Hui writing slowly, and in the end, Wang Hui didn't even open the door for Zhang Yuan when he was coding, so he is now fine when he went to the back of the mountains of Jiangnan Boat Sanatorium sneaking around. Jiangnan Boat that into a number of good horses. He is fine when he went to ride 2 laps. Feel riding horses can be more cool than driving a sports car. Jiangnanzhou's backyard now also has a lot of workers, planting vegetables, farming. Zhang father and mother, which is not idle, followed every day to the backyard busy work. No matter how Jiang Nanzhou persuaded them it was useless, and then Jiang Nanzhou thought about it. Just go, just as exercise. Moreover, Jiang Nanzhou had made a particularly large cistern in the back of the mountain. The water for watering vegetables and giving livestock to drink was all from there. And Jiang Nanzhou would regularly pour some nutrient solution there, so it causes their livestock and vegetables grow very well. And the texture and flavor of the dishes made from these things are also very tasty. Jiang old man is now only eat vegetables and chicken pork and so on this side of Jiang Nanzhou. He feels that now he can't get used to eating the ones he bought elsewhere because he feels soothed after eating the vegetables from Jiang Nanzhou's house. Now Jiang Nanzhou their restaurants are used in their home back of the mountain ingredients. Some of the town's restaurants also want to purchase on their side. But Jiang Nanzhou pressure is not for sale. Chapter 328, The Sea is Open. Because right now the vegetables that their family grows are just barely enough for their own household. After the opening of the Jiangnan boat will not care about that side. The back of the mountainside are Jiang mother and father management. Sanatorium side Jiangnan boat directly hired a specialized management personnel. He also directly acted as a shirker and told them to go directly to Jiang Nanhai if they had anything as well. When the training given to the crew was over and all the equipment on the ship was equipped, Jiang Nanzhou and the others were preparing for the sea opening ceremony. The opening of the sea is on August 16th, with the official launching of the guns out at 8:18 a.m. This year's sea opening ceremony in Jiangjia village was not only Jiang Nanzhou's family of fishing boats, but also several fishing boats from outside villages, because their side is not by the sea, so they all stopped at the pier in Jiangjia village. So this year's opening ceremony is very lively. The village also arranged a dragon and lion dance, and some prayers for blessings. Jiangnan boat got up early in the morning to go to the Ama temple to worship Ama, praying for them to be safe and sound on the island, full of harvest. He arrived at the pier at 7 o'clock, and although these 10 fishing boats had been inspected many times by Uncle Jiang Er and his men, he still inspected them all. During the fishing moratorium period Jiang Nanzhou had saved up enough of the rewards from doing system tasks, as well as those fishing boat stabilizers and fish detectors drawn from the lottery, and they had all been arranged on these boats. Almost 8 o'clock. The dock has gathered a lot of tourists and the cruise families. The lively scene is not at all lose the town and the city. And today Jiang Nanzhou is the whole live broadcast. But the supervisor is his small assistant Zhang Wei. Since Song Xiaoxia came to Jiangjia village to sell fried skewers, Zhang Wei's figure is also often appear in Jiangjia village. In the beginning, Jiang Nanzhou just wanted Zhang Wei to help Song Xiaoxia pull goods a few times. Good guy. After that Jiang Nanzhou did not call him. He came over here every day to help. Song Xiaoxia's impression of Zhang Wei was also good. And now the two were still in contact with each other. Jiang Nanzhou was not expecting the two of them to be able to rub out sparks. It seems that this chef of his on the South Bay one moonlighting as his little assistant is going to become his cousin's husband in the future. But Jiang Nanzhou feels that both of them are still relatively suitable. Both belong to the kind of people who live honestly. Jiang Nanzhou watched Zhang Wei explaining to the netizens in the live broadcast room can be in a much better state than the time he just came back, waiting for the auspicious time to arrive when the firecrackers sounded in unison. Jiang Nan boat with the incense after the boat, and Li Chu and Jiang mother they are saying some auspicious words to him. This time Jiang Nan boat set the sea time is at least half a month. Just opened the sea. The sea resources are still relatively rich. Those big goods in their store were also sold out. So this time Jiang Nanzhou still had to get more big goods back. And several of the fishing boats were operating separately. Jiang Nanzhou had divided them all into groups, and only one of their fishing boats was going on a long voyage to the open sea. Jiang Nanzhou also had his own goals. This time he wanted to collect a little more abandoned ships in the sea. When the time came, he would directly exchange them for money from the system. His expenses have gotten a little high lately, so he still has to work hard to get money in order to have enough funds. He felt that the fastest way to get money was to collect ocean wrecks, in case it was best to have a little something else to harvest when the time came. So the place he's going to this time is Pearl Bay, which the internet says has the most shipwrecks, and as the name suggests, a lot of gold panning squads like to go over there. And some of them are lucky enough to pick up pearls, and they're all worth a lot of money. But that side is also particularly dangerous. Not that there are many islands there. It is the extreme climate and the dark currents in the sea there. Even the pirates who are always on the high seas to commit crimes and robberies will not go there. Those who go there are those who want to get rich overnight. But there are also a lot of people and ships who are buried at sea over there and never come back. So Jiang Nanzhou was planning to have South Bay 1 operate on the outskirts of Pearl Bay when the time came. And he would go around Pearl Bay himself when the time came. This time when they went out to sea, Zhang Yuan and Wang Hui both followed them. Wang Hui followed him because he wanted to find inspiration. That's what he told them. Zhang Yuan had come before. In fact, he didn't want to follow him this time, but he heard that Wang Hui was going to follow Jiang Nan boat to go out to sea, so he followed him to supervise him. Wang Hui, for this big fan brother of his, also really cannot do anything. On the one hand, he took Zhang Yuan as a friend. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan is his old book fan. Alas, Really want to steal a lazy cannot. Jiang Nanzhou's side was taking off the nets under his command, and there were quite a few new crew members on their fishing boat, so Jiang Nanzhou would have to keep an eye on them for the next 2 days. So they met mainly to talk about safety. Especially Jiang Nanzhou found that some of the old crew members often do not fasten the safety rope. So Jiang Nanzhou decided, this time, as long as it is for him to find the work of not fastening the safety rope crew, he deducted money. The first time deducted 100, the second time deducted 200 and so on. He did not believe that corrected these people's faults. Some of the new crew members were a little uncomfortable and even a little nervous to see Jiang Nanzhou here supervising the work. Uncle Jiang Er said to Jiang Nanzhou with a smile, they're a little nervous about seeing you right now, probably because you're too serious when you're giving them training, so I guess they'll be fine in a few days. Jiang Nanzhou, who heard this, said, it doesn't look that scary to me. You watch them a little more too, and tell them to keep their safety harnesses on when they're working. Uncle Jiang Ershi patted his chest and assured him, just don't worry, if any of them don't wear a safety harness this time, I'll take their names down and dock them when the time comes. After Uncle Jiang Er and Jiang Nanzhou finished speaking, they added to these crew members who were working, you don't take a chance, thinking that I can't see sometimes if you don't wear a safety rope. We have a lot of monitoring equipment on board. There are no dead corners. When the time comes, we can see everything from inside the cab, and then if any of you are caught by me, you'll be directly fined. Some of the older crew members led the way. Just don't worry, we'll be sure not to forget the safety harness this time, and I know you guys are doing this for our own good, so we'll be sure to have our safety harnesses tied on. Yeah, that whole not wearing a safety harness thing, we'll never do it again. Hearing their assurances, second Uncle Jiang said to Jiang Nanzhou, this time they can all remember. After all, like some of the old crew also know the importance of the safety rope, is that they sometimes can't think of it? This time you say deduction, they will be able to remember to death. Just as Jiang Nanzhou was about to enter the cabin, Jiang Wei came over with his live drone equipment and his cell phone. It's better if you come on air. I'll go do some work. After Jiang Wei said this, he directly put Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone into his hands. Chapter 329, What's going on? Jiang Nanzhou looked at Jiang Wei's back as he fled in a fog, and he said to the drone live broadcasting equipment, what's going on? What's happening? Jiang Nanzhou then looked at the public screen on the live broadcast. The netizens on the public screen of the live broadcast room explained it to Jiang Nanzhou. I didn't expect the little assistant to be so shy. Wasn't he just asking him if he was in love? How come it's still scared away? Brother fisherman, hurry up and get the little assistant back. I'm horribly strong right now. I just want to molest him. He's too cute too. We didn't say anything. Didn't we just say we wanted to see his abs? Even if it's just one piece, we want to see it. Although the young assistant is not so obviously handsome, he is particularly durable, and I am now in love with him. But he ran away, finally experiencing the joy of being a rogue for once. Little assistant as a reward. Jiang Nanzhou did not expect Jiang Wei to be scared away by these people in the live broadcast. The most hilarious thing is not only female netizens molesting Jiang Wei, but there are even some male netizens who are also involved in it. You guys enough a moment live room to me dry seal. You guys let go of the little assistant. He looked thick skin. The actual skin can be thin. If you do not help me in the future how to live the whole, who will give you a blessing bag at that time? Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, the public screen of the live broadcast could be considered much cleaner. Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to the live broadcast camera, seeing as you guys are so obedient today, the lucky bag is sent up. Give you more today. Or the old rules of half point and whole point to send the lucky bag. A lucky bag of 20 places. A place for one person, 5 pounds of small yellow fish it. Although this wave of trawl had just been put down, Jiang Nanzhou saw that the school of small yellowtail over here was particularly large. So let's smoke small yellowtail for them today. The netizens in the live broadcast room were already all pumping their fists when they heard Jiang Nanzhou say that there were actually 20 places in a lucky bag. And they all snapped words on the public screen to say so. I'm ready. It's 10 minutes until the first lucky bag. I don't believe I won't be able to draw today. Brother fisherman is so atmospheric. I've been craving this for a long time. I'm going to go shake people up and initiate the whole family. Mano life is life too. Why do I have to have a class later? For crying out loud. I want the little yellow fish too. Boing boing. Upstairs. Hurry up and get to class. Graduation's not the same for me. I've already collected the whole family's cell phones and I'm not going to stop until I draw today. Hey. I've started several minis myself, so I feel like I have to be able to have my share. Jiang Nanzhou looked at the live broadcast of the netizens are ready. He directly to the network operation of the young man sent a message. The young man saw Jiang Nanzhou live in his live broadcast waiting. Originally he thought that today is a part-time small assistant Jiang waited them to send the lucky bag without him anything. I did not expect that Jiang Wei this direct strike. It seems that it is necessary for him to go on the field. When he acquired to Jiang Nanzhou's WeChat, he directly replied that he had received it. Jiang Nanzhou thought to himself, this network operation of the young man now has to work part-time to help him send the lucky bag. It seems that he has to give him a salary. When he went back to implement this thing to go, the first wave of troll nets collected directly burst the net. Zhang Yuan said to Jiang Nanzhou with a smile, Brother Nanzhou, it seems like a good sign that this first net is bursting. Jiang Nanzhou said as he looked at the fish catch that was piled into a small mountain. Yes, it's a good sign. Jiang Nanzhou then said to the crew that was working, I'll give you a red packet this time back, so all do a good job. The crew heard Jiang Nanzhou's words and dried up even more, saying to Jiang Nanzhou one after another, thanks boss, we'll be sure to do a good job. How hard it is for them to meet a generous boss. The crews of other fleets are not as well treated as the Jiang boss's ship, and many of the city's crews actually wanted to come over when Jiang Nan boat was recruiting, but they all signed a contract, and they would have to pay a lot of liquidated damages for breaching the contract before it expired, so they can only have envy. Wang Hui asked Zhang Yuan in a low voice. I read online that the trawl doesn't take a day to pull, at least half a day? Zhang Yuan said smilingly to Wang Hui, a white boy who knew nothing. You said that is not someone else's boat. In the South Boat Brothers boat is now basically 2 hours a collection, and is every time the net burst. You do not know how many fishing boats envy. Wang Hui took out his cell phone and directly memorized it inside the memo. These are the materials for his new works. Zhang Yuan said when he saw Wang Hui's move. You're not doing much now that the trawl is all collected, so it's time to go back to your room and code, right? Jiang Nanzhou, who was standing on the side, all felt that Zhang Yuan was also too devilish now, because Zhang Yuan was now considered one of Wang Hui's bosses, and when he knew that Wang Hui had changed platforms now, he directly acquired the shares of that platform and made Wang Hui work for him. Wang Hui now dared to be angry, who made his deed of sale still clutched in Zhang Yuan's hands. I'm going back to my room to code. Don't follow me. I can't write at all with people around me when I code. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan said to Wang Hui, don't worry then, I won't follow you. There's a push from my side when you update. Hurry up and update. Wang Hui now has only that table lifting emoticon in his heart. He really wants to lift the table but he cannot do capital. Jiang Nanzhou saw Wang Hui like a little daughter-in-law grieved into the cabin and said to Zhang Yuan, you're too strict for a boss. Be careful of pushing FAI to give up and quit. Zhang Yuan said with a smile and waved his hand. I'm doing it for the good of his vast fanbase. What full-time author like him doesn't update that every day enough for me to go to the bathroom? Jiang Nanzhou said thoughtfully. Also, I didn't even finish going to the bathroom yesterday before I finished the little bit he updated, so I wonder if he'll add more today. When Wang Hui opened a new book, Jiang Nan Boat planned to give him a show to see. The result is directly on the head, and now he is also a member of the daily waiting for updates, but he doesn't have Zhang Yuan's spirit of urging for more work every day, and he's just going to pass the word to Zhang Yuan at the end of the day. Some of the netizens who watch Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast are also fans of Wang Hui's books, and as long as they see Wang Hui and Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast they also brush the screen, and by the way, they also give other netizens an amenable to Wang Hui's works. I didn't expect this little brother to be a novel writer. Should I say no? The circle of our fisherman brothers' socialization is really wide. Chapter 330, Forgetting Him. 10 years of Wang Hui's book fans. From the time he wrote the first book Into the Circle, I always thought he was a very experienced uncle. I did not expect that it is still a handsome man. Love, love, love. You guys have been streaming an author on Brother Fisherman's livestream, is that good? Some fans please behave themselves. Upstairs, we are also fans of Brother Fisherman at the same time. It's just that it's more of a surprise to see two of our favorites together. Don't overthink it. That's right, they're not a track either. If it wasn't for Wang Hui here I wouldn't have come here to watch the live broadcast. Gone. Jiang Nanzhou saw that the netizens in the live broadcast room actually engaged in confrontation. He said breathlessly, you guys don't argue. Wang Hui and I are good friends. Just like with Berry and Zhang Yuan, there's no relationship of interest, so it's okay to publicize it however you want over here. I'm also reading Wang Hui's new book, and I'm now successfully promoted to be a fan of his book. You guys all get along peacefully. If anyone else argues about this, I'll just let our little brother in operations send you guys out. Jiang Nanzhou's words are still more useful. Now his live broadcast on the public screen has too much harmony, but there are still fans there to say what off-powder words. But Jiang Nanzhou completely do not care. Like this kind of fans he does not deserve to have. They love to powder whoever will do. Don't come to powder him. He doesn't like to pull the stomping people's fans. At noon Jiang Nanzhou also took the live broadcast netizens to visit the cafeteria today. Today is the first meal on the first day of the opening of the sea, so today's lunch is more sumptuous, so that the live broadcast of the netizens envy. I went, and they had lamb chops for their lunchtime catered meal, and beef brisket stewed with tomatoes, and tears of envy ran down the corners of my mouth. Ugh, after seeing Brother Fisherman and their cafeteria, I feel like I'm feeding pigs when I look at our cafeteria's food. Really, the fisherman brother inappropriate. I look at my bubble noodles completely cannot eat. That's right, the food in our school cafeteria isn't good either, and we're not allowed to order takeout. So I'm drooling when I see what Brother Fisherman posted. I am really envious of the people who go to work on Brother Fisherman's boat, and how I can't learn to swim without fighting, and I can't wait to give myself a couple of slaps in the face. John Nanzhou also made a point of showing them a close-up of the dish, and now Zhang Wei's cooking skills had improved a lot under John Nanzhou's guidance, and the crew gave him unanimous praise. Looking at the crew eating very happily, Zhang Nanzhou was satisfied. Zhang Ershu this time has come down to eat. After seeing Zhang Nanzhou said, "I've just finished delivering food to your fourth uncle, so don't go and deliver it to him." Zhang Nanzhou said as he held a dinner plate. "That's fine. I'll stop after you give it to him." Zhang Nanzhou then just typed his own meal, and Zhang Yuan followed his lead and sat across from Zhang Nanzhou after typing his meal. Zhang Yuan said to Zhang Nanzhou when he was halfway through eating, "Now why's a good cook? Much better than the last time I was here with you guys." Zhang Nanzhou said with a smile, "Zhang Wei is gifted. With a little guidance he can understand and adapt." Just as they mentioned Zhang Wei came over with 3 bottles of soda and looked around and asked, "Where's Wang Hui? He's not eating?" Zhang Nanzhou, who heard this as well as Zhang Yuan, also froze. Zhang Nanzhou hurriedly said, "Zhang Yuan, hurry up and send a voice to Wang Hui to tell him to come down for dinner and forget about him." Zhang Yuan hurriedly sent a voice to Wang Hui to inform him that he had eaten. And when he hung up his voice, Zhang Yuan said to Zhang Nanzhou and Zhang Wei, "It's a good thing Viagra came in time, or I would have forgotten about our great writer." Zhang Nanzhou also really forgot about Wang Hui. What a sin. The live blogger snickered and snapped words on the public screen, laughing my ass off. I didn't realize that Wang Hui was the forgotten one. Brother Fisherman, did you forget that you said you're now a fan of Wang Hui's books too? Wang Hui, you guys really don't treat me like a human being, do you? Ha 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 ha. Wang Hui is also too miserable. Laugh to death. I really didn't expect him to be forgotten. You guys really don't do anything. Wang Hui is now starving upstairs. Rumor mongering starts with you and me. Brothers spread the word. Laughing to death. If it wasn't for the little assistant, I guess they couldn't even remember there was a Wang Hui after dinner. Is it true that you guys only think of him when you're urging for more work? Laughing to death. Heartbreaking Wang Hui for a minute. When Wang Hui came down from upstairs, he went straight to get his meal. He also didn't expect the food on Zhang Nanzhou's fishing boat to be so good. He came over with his dinner plate and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "Your food here is too good to be true. I haven't seen any place where the staff meals are this good." Zhang Wei said as he put the chilled soda on Wang Hui's side. "If it's good you can have more. These two are inappropriate. If it wasn't for me I don't think you'd even be able to eat lunch." Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Wei, "Why are you still picking on us? We're afraid of disturbing Hui's creation." Zhang Yuan also doggedly said, "That's just it. How bad it would be to interrupt his inspiration." Wang Hui said as he took a sip of his drink, "You guys forgot me, just say you forgot." "Alas, Wei, in a moment we will add a WeChat. You send me the schedule of the meal." "I do see. No one can be relied on when you go out," Zhang Nanzhou said after finishing the last bite of rice on his dinner plate. "You're right. How much have you written and when can you update?" Wang Hui is to write a chapter to update a chapter. Also, no matter what time. There is no fixed update time. All his fans will be fine to point into his novel to see if he updated. Wang Hui said as he ate. Soon. I'll be able to update a chapter at 3 p.m. sharp." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan said to the camera of the live drone broadcasting equipment, "Do you hear all the book fans in the live stream? If he doesn't update at 3 p.m., we'll all go to the bottom of his comments section to scold him." Zhang Nanzhou said to Zhang Yuan with a smile, "You're trying to turn into Wang Hui's black powder head." Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "I am this is to give him some pressure. Without pressure where is the motivation? FAI, do you think I'm right?" How would Wang Hui dare to say that this is not right? But he said it himself. Yeah, whatever you say. I'll try to finish early today. I still want to fish. Do you fish? It's a good thing that big guy you caught didn't cast a shadow over you. Zhang Nanzhou was dying of laughter. These two ingrates. Zhang Yuan said breathlessly to Wang Hui. Your which pot is not open to mention which pot. Nanzhou brother live broadcast it. Originally they forgot about it almost. You just have to remind this. It looks like it's intentional. Chapter 331. Wang Hui really did it on purpose this time. He. The netizens in the live room were also evoking dead memories by his words. If Wang Hui hadn't said this I would have forgotten about our Prince Shang's classic deeds. And looking at it this way, Wang Hui is also a belly knocker. What to do? I now see Wang Hui's bad smile have heart-touching feeling. His previous image in my heart is a fat house stingy man's. Sisters, who knows this feeling I have now? Brother fisherman, ask Wang Hui for us if he's single now. I want to marry him. It's not impossible for him to marry me if he can't, or if I can't I'll marry him. Upstairs, I'm having the same thoughts as you right now. Why don't we be sisters together? I don't care to share. It's a bit heartbreaking for Mr. Zhang, but I also want to ask, have you cheated on me or not? You and Barry haven't been together for a long time. Zhang Nanzhou saw what the netizens said on the public screen and said to the camera of the live broadcast, I didn't expect you guys to be so gossipy one day. People Zhang Yuan and Barry are good now. Don't believe whatever people's marketing number writes one day you guys. They're talking nonsense every day. Zhang Yuan, who heard Zhang Nanzhou's words, asked, they're cricketing me again aren't they? Is there a marketing number building old man remotes again? Wang Hui said to Zhang Yuan with a smile, you're not retiring from the network. The rumor-mongering marketing number is especially high. You'd better not look at it. I'm afraid your heart can't stand it after reading it. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan huffed. I'm not looking. What if I don't? I've got to hurry up and download the scarf and the doo-wop back. And my legal is not a freeloader. So let me get one to sue the other. Zhang Yuan picked up his cell phone and drummed on it after saying this. But he had always wanted to find an opportunity to return. Otherwise he was too bored for the day now. Wang Hui looked at Zhang Yuan with contempt. He had seen Zhang Yuan using a small number to brush his microblogging before. And he also said something about downloading back. This acting skill is really great. Squatting in the Jiangnan boat live room to collect information on the marketing number of the studio, people rushed to find the leadership of their family. Which if they are prosecuted, their studio will also have to change their name to lose money. The netizens in the live broadcast room were laughing at Zhang Yuan's maneuver. I wonder if Mr. Zhang has been waiting for a step? Now that Mr. Zhang has finally returned to the internet, I have to go under his scarf to welcome him. Haha, laughing my ass off. Did you guys see the way Wang Hui disliked Mr. Zhang's eyes just now? I don't even know how a couple of them can be best friends even if my head is spinning. Laughing my ass off. Brother fisherman, don't just help Zhang Yuan respond. Let me see our group of book fans who want to get into Wang Hui's harem. Zhang Nanzhou said when he saw the comment of the one who said he wanted to enter Wang Hui's harem. I can't really answer for Wang Hui on this matter, but there's one thing, he's single right now. Other than that, you guys better ask Wang Hui yourselves. I'll give him my cell phone. Wang Hui heard this from Zhang Nanzhou, all wanted to stop eating and hurriedly ran away. But Zhang Yuan was quite interested in what they said. What did they say? Show me. Zhang Nanzhou directly handed the cell phone to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan read a few articles on the ha 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 laugh. He put the phone in front of Wang Hui, said while laughing, ha ha ha, you laughed my ass off. Look at this guy saying he wants to keep him in his house. He's keeping you, just so you can code every day and he'll watch while you code. Wang Hui looked at the public screen on his phone and said to Zhang Yuan, he doesn't want me to live. And he's still giving me 1 bun a day. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Wang Hui, you see, so often you and I have said that perverts watch you write novels, and there are quite a few fans of the book who have the same idea. Wang Hui is really speechless, took Zhang Nanbo's cell phone back to him and said, just leave me alone guys. I'm going back to my room to code. Wang Hui, who hurriedly ate all the food on his dinner plate, directly ran away with his dinner plate. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to Zhang Wei, you remember to send me the time of the opening of the meal. I don't trust these two guys at all now, and I guess I'll still be forgotten at the dinner in the evening. Zhang Yuan whispered to Zhang Nanzhou, TSK, I didn't realize that FAI was even glassy-eyed. Hearing this, Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Yuan, he was teasing you on purpose. He's not glassy-eyed. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan said to the live camera, you guys see, I didn't expect Wang Hui to be a playwright too, even more so than me. After eating, Zhang Nanzhou stood on the deck and blew the sea breeze. The position they are now in has reached the open sea. The supplies of the open sea is more abundant. Now start his work. After Zhang Yuan stood with him for a while because the sun was too big, he went straight to his room to take a nap. Zhang Nanbo until found a crayfish group. This crayfish group inside the head are not very big, but look are also quite fat. Zhang Nan boat directly with the hand station notification Jiangbei to the direction of his command to open the boat. The fish detector on the north side of the river also showed a school of fish over there, and he was about to drive that way when he received a notification from Zhang Nanzhou. He initially thought it was a school of small fish, but he knew when he received Zhang Nanzhou's notification that it was bound to be a good batch. Their trawls had just taken in all these crayfish in their nets when Zhang Nan boat side had already begun to give notice to collect the nets. After all, these crayfish he still wants to bring back alive. Some fishing boats will also catch crayfish. but can make the crayfish to bring back alive is very few. But who let Jiang Nanzhou have a hangover? His marine life nutrient solution was completely capable of keeping these crayfish alive for quite a while. After this net was collected, the crew got busy. Jiang Nanzhou saw that there were still quite a lot of crayfish swarms over here. So I guess the crew will have to pick a fight tonight. Some of the living ones are categorized according to size and raised directly. And the dead ones are also categorized according to size and sent directly to the factory inside the cabin to be processed and packed directly. Some of the netizens who had been guarding Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast were already swiping the screen, saying that they wanted Jiang Nanzhou to smoke AO shrimp for them. Brother fisherman, smoke me some crayfish. A little less is fine. I'm a super lover. I want crayfish too. I wonder if brother fisherman can smoke them for us. Balls fisherman brother up, is to smoke AO shrimp dried. I really am not interested in fish. You guys are really, I don't know what to say about you guys. The fisherman brother is doing the welfare. What to draw counts. I still want it all. Who doesn't want Whether you can draw it or not is one thing. Brother fishermen now live online are already 150,000 people. Too bad to draw. Chapter 332 Acting Anchor. Jiang Nanzhou saw the words of some netizens directly to them. Why don't we do it like this? 1 for 1. Later on, after the small yellow fish's lucky bag is opened, it will be opened for you guys to open the AO shrimps. And the AO shrimp will just be given to you guys for a quota of 5 pounds. So that you guys can eat enough to snatch whatever you want to eat. There isn't a single netizen in the live broadcast room who doesn't praise Jiang Nanzhou's atmosphere. Families, I'm touched. I'm really the first time I've seen such a spoiled anchor. Love, love, love. In this life, as long as brother fisherman doesn't do anything illegal and disorderly, I've never taken off the powder. I came to brother fisherman's live room for the first time today, and I originally wanted to wool gather, but someone as sensible as me was actually enamored. Thank you so much, brother fisherman. I'm a long-time fan of brother fisherman. I've been lucky enough to draw the lucky bag a couple of times. I hope I'll win this time too. Upstairs, are you that lucky? I'm an old fan too, but I've never drawn anything. Ruthlessly envious. I don't even click on the lucky bag when I watch brother fisherman's live stream sometimes now, because even if I do, I can't draw it. Jiang Nanzhou said as he looked at the netizen on the public screen who said he wouldn't order the lucky bag. You should still order the lucky bag thing. It's mostly just for fun. In case you win. In a row they collected 5 or 6 nets of crayfish, and now those crayfish had piled up several small mountains on the deck. Jiang Nanzhou didn't expect to be able to connect and encounter many crayfish swarms today. Just as Jiang Nanzhou was about to go and help sort the crayfish as well, he saw that there were actually a lot of lobsters over the undersea reef swarms in the sea in front of him, and they were all not small in size. Jiang Nanzhou felt that the big ones were about to catch up with his arm. He directly let Jiang Bei drive forward and then stopped the boat under the shrimp cage. But Jiang Nan both see those big some headaches. That big pressure simply cannot drill in, or have to go down to see him personally. Jiang Nanzhou went back to his room and changed into a system-produced diving suit and said to the camera of the live broadcast, "Let's broadcast another dive for you. It's been a long time since I've dived, and it's just as well we're going down to see if there's any big stuff. This will wake up from his sleep." Zhang Yuan came out and saw that Jiang Nan boat was going down to the sea. He was really envious. "I'm so jealous of you guys with good water skills. When I practice my skills, then I'll go too and never snorkel again." Jiang Nanzhou saw Zhang Yuan come out and directly handed the phone to Zhang Yuan and said, "It's just as well you're out. Otherwise I'd be co-opted to hang out. So go live for me." Zhang Yuan said with a smile as he took the cell phone in Jiang Nanzhou's hand. "It's not impossible for me to do it. Get me more seafood when we get back." Hearing this, Jiang Nanzhou directly said with an okay gesture to Zhang Yuan, "When the time comes you'll move as much as you want to the house. Or if you can't, I'll get you a van." Zhang Yuan patted his chest at Jiang Nanzhou and said, "Then you leave the live room to me. You can rest assured that I must still raise you some powder when you return." Jiang Nan boat went down to the sea and dived directly downward. Zhang Yuan looked at the Jiang Nan boat that went down to the sea and said to the live drone equipment, "Good afternoon everyone. I'm your acting anchor Zhang Yuan. I'm taking over brother fisherman's live room now. So if you want to chat with me, just tap on the public screen. And if you want to see brother fisherman, just watch the split screen." The netizens in the live broadcast room were flirting with Zhang Yuan. "This will be the Fisherman Brothers live room. Is Zhang Gongzi in charge of the power? Is not quietly send me red packets. It's been a long time since we've seen Mr. Zhang. We've missed you to death. Really, don't randomly back out of the net in the future. That's just it. I don't feel like it's fun to go online now that I can't see you disliking people. Don't worry. I reported all the ones that said bad things about you in your comment section today. Us Iron fans, no matter how small your guts are, we won't mind you. We'll just laugh at you. Ha 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 ha." Zhang Yuan even saw someone spit out why they couldn't brush the emojis during the live broadcast. Zhang Yuan was really angry and he pretended to be sad. "You guys are really breaking my heart. Leave me alone. Don't ever stick your face on wide open. You guys might as well watch Brother Fisherman with me. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw that Zhang Yuan did not want to chat with them anymore. So they all concentrated on the diving screen on Zhang Nan boat's side. Zhang Nanzhou just dived to the bottom of the sea. He saw that there are all kinds of colorful small fish weaving in the coral reef. And at the edge of those shrimp cages are lobsters into the shrimp cage. And Zhang Nan boat in a coral reef of the big hole of the hole saw long whiskers. And look at the length of this whiskers are almost nearly a meter. Zhang Nan boat directly quickly swim over. But they have the courage to directly grasp the whiskers, because he was afraid to directly pull the whiskers to break. Zhang Nanzhou swam around this hole in the coral reef. He didn't expect that right at the other end of that hole was open. Zhang Nanzhou could see the lobster's body was naked, which gave him the opportunity. This time the big lobster hadn't realized its danger and was still eating something in the hole without a care in the world. The netizens in the live broadcast room held their breath along with Zhang Nanzhou as he quietly approached. I want to know if all the big lobsters this big in the deep sea are so stupid. If I eat them will I become stupid too? So torn whether I want to eat such a big lobster or not. Upstairs you're overthinking it. You can't even eat a jumbo lobster that big. So your worries are unwarranted. I'm a little worried about Brother Fisherman now. I feel like if I were, this big tail could slap me aside. Can't wait for me to get into the screen right now. I want to catch the jumbo lobster too. How much can a big guy like this sell for? I'm practicing my diving diligently right now. And when I can dive I'll apply for a job directly at Brother Fisherman's. This is too much. I just saw so many big lobsters. Go fisherman brother. Catch all these. Zhang Nan boat close to this big lobster. Directly on the steady and accurate to grab the big lobster. Although this big lobster's strength is big. But the pressure is not Zhang Nan boat's opponent. He two hands of force directly pull out this lobster. After subduing this big lobster he directly took this big lobster and went upstream. The netting he brought with him was not used at all. Because that netting was too small to fit this big guy. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw the fisherman brother directly and steadily subdued this big lobster, all followed with a sigh of relief. Chapter 333, Physical Strength is really good. When Zhang Nanzhou brought this big lobster out of the water, Zhang Yuan had been waiting there. Even the large live water tank was prepared. Zhang Bei helped Zhang Nanzhou pull that big lobster onto the boat and put it away. He also wanted to pull Zhang Nanzhou, but Zhang Nanzhou directly dived down again. Before he went down he threw up the net. After all, that thing isn't much use to hold right now. Zhang Bei brought back the large live water tank after sending that large lobster to the live water cabin. He came over to Zhang Yuan's side and said, "So is there another lobster this big down there?" Zhang Yuan told Zhang Bei to look at the live cell phone screen and said, "He hasn't reached the bottom of the sea yet, but I just saw that there were a lot of lobsters when the camera swung past him earlier, but it's still the biggest one that Brother Nanzhou just grabbed on." Zhang Bei watched here for a while. And when he saw that Zhang Nanzhou had caught another big lobster at the bottom of the sea, he said to Zhang Yuan, "I'm going to go change into my wetsuit too." Zhang Bei was really looking straight and itching. He just didn't know if he could catch one as big as Zhang Nanzhou when he went down. By the time Zhang Bei came out with the air cylinder and the diving equipment, Zhang Nanzhou was already out of the water with that big lobster. He saw that Zhang Bei had already put on his equipment and said to him, "Uncle Four, you'll follow me in a moment. There are several large lobsters in the place I just went to." Zhang Bei smiled when he heard this. "Okay then, we'll just take them all in. Do we need to call a few more people down?" Zhang Nanzhou said after thinking about it. "The two of us are enough. Let them work on the boat. With that many crayfish they'll be working until midnight." Zhang Bei thought about it. There is also a lack of manpower over there. Although they have a lot of people on board, but they can't help but have a lot of crayfish. After sending this big lobster to the live water cabin, Zhang Bei and Zhang Nan boat went down to the sea. Zhang Nanzhou took Zhang Bei to the big lobster nest he just found it. Zhang Bei went down were dumbfounded. A lot of holes in the reef over there are big lobsters, and even some of the big lobsters are not hidden in the holes. Zhang Bei was feeling the beginning of excitement as he directly stared at the large lobster that hadn't entered the hole. Zhang Nanzhou also picked a target. The two of them moved together. The big lobster struggled violently. Instantly the bottom of the sea became murky. They both grabbed a large lobster each and headed upstream. After they came out of the water, Zhang Yuan directly called out to the two old crew members, because he was afraid that he could not catch this thing and then give it a run. Zhang Nanzhou said as he looked at Zhang Yuan, who was already sweating from the heat, "You don't have to be live on this side all the time. You can go inside the cabin, here in the sun for a while and then sunstroke. It's really hard for you. I'll give you a big lobster in the evening. Pick a big one to eat." Zhang Yuan, who heard this, smiled and said to Zhang Nanzhou, "I don't have a hard time at all when I hear about the food. It's you guys who go down to the sea that have a hard time. I'll get more sun as a calcium supplement." And the netizens in the live broadcast room were now beginning to despise Zhang Yuan. This liar, he had been coming inside the cabin before. or he came out when he saw them almost out to sea. That's right. I can testify to that. I've just recorded the screen and he ate 2 ice creams and drank a bottle of Coke. It's a pity that brother fisherman can't see it. Otherwise I really want him to understand how Mr. Zhang sunbathes to replenish calcium. Wait for me to send the incriminating evidence of Mr. Zhang inside the various fan groups in a while. Mr. Zhang, if you don't give us some favors, we'll go and report you. Seeing what the netizens said on the public screen, Zhang Yuan felt a heart attack. A moment ago you guys were saying that I was the favorite and that most of you were my fans. How come this is going to turn so fast? It's making me so sad. In the end, Zhang Yuan was able to gag the netizens by sending them a big red packet from his account. Jiang Nanbo and Jiang Bei, 2 people one-on-one back and forth for 3 hours before they all get on the boat. Jiang Nanbo is a little bit did not gasp, but Jiang Bei is directly gasping for breath, leaning against the deck to rest. He saw that Jiang Nanbo did not change the look, said, "That's really good stamina you've got. I'm at the end of my rope in my old age." Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Jiang Bei, "Your physical fitness is also awesome. If it were someone else who would have died long ago, it's super impressive that you've been able to hold out for so long." Jiang Nanzhou's this is not in the intentionally complimentary Jiang Bei. He said the truth. After all, Jiang Bei's age in this although not too big, but also has passed the body's best age. Jiang Bei smiled and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "I can't do it now. I used to be a lot fiercer than I am now. Hurry up and go back to your room and take a shower. I'm starving to death, and it just so happens that dinner is about to be served after the shower." And Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast side also went off the air an hour ago. Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone that would have no power. And when Zhang Yuan found the charger, it had automatically shut down. And when it was turned on, it had to be a password. And then it didn't go on the air. When Jiang Nanzhou finished his bath and was going down to eat, he even made a special effort to knock on Wang Hui's room door to tell him to eat. But Wang Hui was now writing a very crucial plot and said directly to Jiang Nanzhou, "You guys go ahead and eat. Just save me a bite. I'll go down and eat after I finish this chapter." Jiang Nanzhou did not expect Wang Hui to work so hard today. He directly said to Wang Hui, "Just concentrate on your coding. And when you're done, I'll make you a late-night snack of jumbo lobster." Jiang Nanbo he will not delay Wang Hui's creation. He had just gone downstairs when he saw Zhang Yuan about to go upstairs. "What are you going to do? You're not eating either?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan said with a bit of anxiety, "I gave Wang Hui to call several voice, he did not answer. I went to see him. This to the point of eating did not come downstairs. Is not something wrong?" Zhang Yuan finished saying this on the way out. Jiang Nanzhou pulled Zhang Yuan's arm, pulled Zhang Yuan back and put his hand on Zhang Yuan's shoulder and said, "Let's go. Wang Hui is fine. He happens to be inspired right now. I guess his cell phone is muted. When he finishes writing, I'll make you guys a snack to eat. Less you eat less at night." Hearing that Wang Hui was fine, Zhang Yuan was relieved as he complained to Jiang Nanzhou. He writes, and his phone is muted. So he's really not letting anyone off the hook. Zhang Yuan didn't eat much during the night because he was also waiting for the night snack to eat the big lobster that Jiang Nanzhou had personally cooked. Jiang Bei was working the day shift today, and at nighttime he rested so a few of them could drink again. Wang Hui was out of the room until almost 10 o'clock, and when he came out, Zhang Yuan chased after him and asked about the plot. Chapter 334, PKPK. But Wang Hui is not revealing a single word to him. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at Wang Hui and said, "You're really cheap. What can you do if you just show me? It's not like I can tell anyone outside. I'll just sneak a peek." Wang Hui directly refused. "Just wait for tomorrow's update. And by the look of this out of you, I know I've left this hook very well." Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile, "You're just too good at keeping this." Giving Zhang Yuan all the fish to fish into a warbler. Zhang Yuan was now really being trolled by Wang Hui into warping his mouth. Alas, now it was only Jiang Nanbo's food that could comfort him. "Brother Nanzhou, Wang Hui has finished writing now. When are you going to make us a late-night snack? The wine I have prepared." Wang Hui, who heard this, said directly to them, "I'm going to go make you guys a late-night snack." After saying this, Jiang Nanzhou went straight to the living water cabin and caught a large lobster for them to make them a garlic fan steamed lobster tonight. They also made some dishes for drinks, the key one being fried peanuts and rice, essential for every drink they had. In the past, they used to eat what they bought outside, but this time Jiang Nanzhou directly asked Jiang Wei to buy raw peanut rice, and he felt that it was still fragrant when he fried it himself. Tonight the sea breeze was not too strong, blowing on the body was particularly comfortable, so Jiang Bei directly proposed, "Let's eat out on the deck tonight. It's pretty cool at this hour." They all voted unanimously, and Zhang Yuan directly carried all the cold beer out, and Jiang Nanzhou also directly brought all the dishes to the small round table under the parasol on the deck outside. The round table was a bit small, barely able to put down the dishes, but with just the 4 of them eating, the table would fit. Jiang Nanzhou also deliberately packed a large lobster to send over to the second Uncle Jiang. After all, this is his elder, even if others do not have. But he must have. Zhang Yuan said to them after opening a bottle of beer for each of them. I'm going to Wang Hui high and low tonight, and then I'll let him tell me about the next chapter of the plot. Hearing this, Wang Hui said with a raised eyebrow. Although my drinking capacity isn't very good and can't compare to Nanzhou's and fourth uncle's, I'm really not afraid to drink you. Zhang Nanzhou said there to fan the flames. So if you guys are comparing drinks, drinking beer would be no fun. I still have several bottles of white wine in my liquor cabinet that I stopped by Fatty's place. So are you guys going to drink it or not? Hearing this, Wang Hui said to Zhang Yuan. It just so happens that the weather is cooler tonight. Drinking white wine is also good. Drinking white wine is also not rising. Nanzhou, you hurriedly dedicate your bar. Zhang Nanzhou, who heard this, said to them. Then wait, I'll go get it for you. Zhang Nanzhou said this directly upstairs. He directly took 2 bottles of high number of white wine. This wine he took back from the fat brother that said, this special on the head. Half a bottle will be able to put the ordinary amount of alcohol people down. Originally Jiang Nanzhou wanted to give these 2 bottles of wine to Jiang Bei to keep. After all, when Jiang Bei drank wine, it was still more wine-intensive to drink to his heart's content. Jiang Nanzhou said as he poured a cup for a few of them. Come on, let's have a whole mouthful. Zhang Yuan hurriedly took a sip when he heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, but the wine spiced up his face and he spat out his tongue and said to Jiang Nanzhou, this wine is the spiciest I've ever had. This is a big mouthful. It's hot to the stomach. Are you sure you didn't give us straight alcohol? Jiang Nanzhou said with a smile. You still can't. You need to practice more. Jiang Bei said as he took a sip of wine. This wine is a real treat. It's strong enough. I like it. Wang Hui drank. The expression is the same as Zhang Yuan. This mother asterisk is too spicy. He hurriedly ate a bite of Jiang Nanbo mixed gazpacho. He directly clamped a large mouth to eat, but he did not notice the chili pepper in the gazpacho. I'm afraid they won't get on board when the time comes. Hearing Jiang Nanzhou's words, Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, you go by yourself. I still don't feel confident. Let them wait over here. I'll go with you. I've been an undercover agent. I've been out and about with my identity given to me. I'm quasi sure I can't show my face. Jiang Nanzhou heard Jiang Bei's words and thought about it. They both went straight to the deck, and when they got there, Jiang Wei had already gone out with his stir-fry spoon, and when he saw the 2 people who had stopped their boat, he simply broke into a rage. You guys don't want to die. Do you know that just now I poured half a bottle of soy sauce into the dish for fear of running you over? Jiang Nanzhou looked at this agitated appearance of Jiang Wei and followed up and pretended to be very angry at them. I don't care if you are compatriots or not. Hurry up and get out of my way. It's no big deal for you to get run over, but if you damage my ship, then can you afford to pay for it? Chapter 388, Bomb Vest. Those 2, hearing them, were pretending to look sad as they said to them, please, just take both of us brothers with you. We are thirsty and hungry now. Hearing this from them, Jiang Wei asked, what's the deal with you guys? Jiang Wei has been busy in the kitchen before. He is to what happened are not aware of. Just now, if not hear others say someone forced to stop their fishing boat. His cannot pour more than half a bottle of soy sauce. He wouldn't even be so angry if he poured regular soy sauce. The main thing was that he was pouring sriracha, and now his big pot of vegetables was salty, not to mention mostly black. What a slap in the face to him as a chef. The 2 men said to them with sad faces, your phones just hung up too fast, and we're really out of options. We're about to run out of fuel on our ship, and if we don't do this, we're all going to starve to death at sea. Jiang Wei looked at these 2 people who were really a bit pitiful. He said to Jiang Nanzhou with some hesitation, why don't we take them with us? If we don't help him, it's still not certain if we'll make it back alive here. Jiang Nanzhou heard Jiang Wei's words and raised an eyebrow at the 2 men. That's the head cook on our ship speaking for you. If he hadn't spoken for you, I wouldn't have let you on board even if you were about to starve to death. When Jiang Wei heard Jiang Nanzhou's words, he was just about to speak when he was pulled away by Jiang Bei. He was just asking Jiang Nanzhou's opinion. He wasn't speaking for them. It's clearly 2 concepts. Jiang Bei said loudly to Jiang Wei, you hurry back and cook. They're starving. Get on the boat and let them eat. After those 2 got on the boat, they had been giving Jiang Nanzhou thanks and were close to kneeling down. Brother, thank you so much. When we get back, we'll be sure to repay you properly. Jiang Nanzhou looked at those 2 people are wearing sunscreen jacket, and are very loose kind. I do not know if there is no hidden dick thing inside. Jiang Bei gave them all a bottle of mineral water and then said to Jiang Nanzhou, I'm going to take these 2 brothers to the cafeteria to eat first. After saying this, Jiang Bei directly took Wang He and Zhou Tianlong to the cafeteria. Jiang Nanzhou followed behind them and saw that these 2 people's gazes were also constantly surveying everything on the ship. By the time they got to the cafeteria to eat, they were still all acting up. eating with exceptional vigor and a wildly impressive meal. Jiang Nanzhou then saw that Jiang Bei's gaze as he watched the meat was tinged with some treacherous essence. At once he realized. No wonder Jiang Bei said directly after boarding the ship that they should eat first. Those two realized something was wrong as they ate, and they plopped right down on their dinner plates before they could get their hands inside their clothes. Their heads were sticky with soup from the dishes as well as rice grains, and Jiang Wei poked those two heads with disposable chopsticks on the side. TSK, 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 this food is really buried. How grown up to eat everywhere. Jiang Nanzhou's live drone equipment captured it all for him. Zhou Tianlong and Wang He, the two of them, didn't even think that Jiang Nanzhou was broadcasting live, and thought that it was just this young man who liked to play with these drones. Jiang Bei said to a few veterans, "Search them and tie them all up." Some of the netizens in Jiang Nanzhou's live broadcast room had already started calling the police. What the hell is going on with this fisherman brother? And he's not talking to us, and I've just seen people talking about calling the police. We don't know exactly what's going on, but I still believe in brother fisherman. There's got to be a reason why he's doing this. Upstairs, you young people nowadays shouldn't be blinded by the internet. He's a netizen who can even take a swing at an old man. There's something he can't do. All of you also polish your eyes. This anchor is not a good person, but even opened the live broadcast and dared to kidnap. It's really something. Why do I think that long-faced guy looks kind of familiar? But I just can't remember where I've seen him before. After Fan Hongtao pulled the clothes of those two people apart, what came into his eyes was actually a bomb vest. The detonator is a very thin kind, and this is timed on it. The display shows a countdown of 20 hours and 30 minutes to go. It's still got a combination lock on it, so it can't be removed from their bodies at all. Jiang Bei pulled the other man's clothes apart, and they were all the same, both wearing bomb vests, and they all have guns in their belts. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei after taking away all their guns, "Fourth uncle, can this bomb be defused?" Jiang Bei carefully studied it and said to them, "This should be the world's newest type of bomb. We should not have this side. This is a newly developed. This kind of cannot be remote controlled. Until the time to explode, or active pull open the safety to press the red button will also blow up. That you must not touch. I'm going to make a phone call." After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he took pictures and videos of the bomb vests on these two men and went to the captain's cab. Jiang Nanzhou directly removed the arms of these two people just to be on the safe side, and he also tied them both tightly. The netizens in the live broadcast room were incredulous to see this scene. This isn't going to be a movie, or some kind of documentary, is it? That's scary. Why don't we just throw these two in the ocean, so they don't blow up later? I have to go to work later, but I'm not in the least bit interested in going to work right now. This is too exciting, or I'll just pretend to be sick and take a vacation. Upstairs, that's a good idea. I'm going to pretend I'm sick and take a vacation too. It's not even a normal scene. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but this is going to be a lot of official accounts coming in. The Air Force, the Navy, and the police side of things, so I'm pretty sure this isn't a documentary. Jiang Nanzhou received a direct connection to the official Navy account. They want the precise coordinates of South Bay 1, and they want to come over and pick it up. Jiang Nanzhou didn't expect this point to alarm the Navy anyway. Just now, Jiang Bei said that this new type of bomb won't blow up at all as long as he doesn't press that red button or if it's not time. If this bomb isn't defused by the end of the hour, then he'll just throw them overboard. They're not good people anyway, so blow it up. It was that letting them die so painfully. Jiang Nanzhou was still just a bit upset. Chapter 389, Pervert. By the time Jiang Bei finished the call it was an hour later. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Let's get both of these guys on that ship they were on first, and I'll go up and defuse the bomb myself." Jiang Nanzhou was a little uneasy when she heard his words. "Are you sure?" Jiang Bei shook his head and said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Not much of a sure thing. Haven't worked on one of these, but I'd like to give it a try. This would also be a great help to the department above in R&D if it came apart." When he heard Jiang Bei say that there was nothing to be sure of, Jiang Nanzhou directly rejected Jiang Bei's words. "You're not even sure. That's no good. I can't let you take that risk. Besides, you're not even in the army anymore. You work on my ship, so you have to listen to me. If it does explode when it's time, just them throw it overboard." Fan Hongtao suddenly spoke out and said to them, "Actually, I've studied this bomb, but the ones I would have studied were half-baked, and I'm 70% sure that I want to try it." Hearing this, Jiang Bei said to Fan Hongtao in a deep voice, "Don't you fool around. This isn't a playground. You can get killed if you're not careful." Fan Hongtao also said very seriously to Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Bei, "I'm not going to blindly make a blind hole. I'm definitely not going to risk my life, and I'm telling the truth." Jiang Nanzhou said to Fan Hongtao, "Then since you want to go, I'll go with you." Hearing this, Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "Nonsense, all of you. Is this child's play? All of you stop." Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei. You're not even remotely sure. And you're the one who's fooling around if you want to take that risk. Jiang Bei was just about to refute Jiang Nanzhou's remark when his cell phone rang. It was a video request from his old leader. Jiang Bei took his cell phone and went to the bathroom to answer it. Just as Jiang Bei went to the bathroom, the one of them named Wang He woke up. After he shook his head, he realized that they had been exposed and viciously said to Jiang Nanzhou and the others, "You stinking hicks, how dare you drug me? Did you see the bomb on me? If I don't get back by the end of the day, you'll all be waiting to be buried with me." Hearing his words, Jiang Wei directly picked up the stir-fry spoon he had been carrying in his hand and directly gave this guy a blow to the head. "I advise you to speak cleaner. If your mouth gets any more disgusting, it's your mouth I'll be knocking on next time. I don't know if I'll be able to knock your teeth out." This one hit Wang He in the head. The netizens in the livestream were amused when they saw the words Jiang Wei said. "I didn't realize that our little assistant was also so violent. It's really hard to tell. Still, Brother Fisherman and the others had foresight. I didn't realize they were really bad guys. How come all the saintly ES who were barking at that dog just now are not talking anymore? Why don't you guys talk? Are you all dumb? This is too scary. There are even bombs. Brother Fisherman, why don't you guys just throw them all into the sea? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you how that guy looks a bit familiar. Isn't this the same guy from that little video of a wanted man I watched a while back? Said he killed a lot of people and just escaped back alone." Some of the netizens, after seeing that netizen's comment, they all went and searched for that little video, not realizing that it was really a wanted person. This would make Jiang Wei feel like they were all silent, so there was no point. He then took out his cell phone and went into Jiang Nanzhou's live room, and what he saw was the small video thing that the netizens in the live room were talking about. Curious, Jiang Wei also went to search for it, not realizing that there was really a video about this person, but by the time he finished reading it, he was even more pissed off. He took his cell phone and said to Jiang Nanzhou and the others, "Look at you guys, this is so bad. It is because of him. How many people's families are broken, and they can all kill their own brothers and co-workers. He is really not a person, and his old man and his old lady all drank medicine and committed suicide." Originally, Wang He still had a disdainful face, but after he heard Jiang Wei's last words, an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. He hissed at Jiang Wei, "You're just irritating me, right? You're telling a lie, right?" Jiang Nanzhou and none of them paid any attention to Wang He, but his yelling directly woke up Zhou Tianlong. Zhou Tianlong looked at the few of them with a dumbfounded look on his face. He slowed down for half a day before he could figure out what was going on. He also opened his mouth with a threat. "You'd better let us go. The bombs on us are with locator. Our bosses won't let you go. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and let us all go. Give us that jeweled ship, and I'll even plead on your behalf for the sake of us all being compatriots, so our bosses will let you live." Jiang Nanzhou pressed and did not want to pay attention to him, but Jiang Wei directly took out a large spoon and directly gave Zhou Tianlong a large spoon. It directly took out both of Zhou Tianlong's large front teeth. Jiang Nanzhou said to that Zhou Tianlong, "You just better keep your mouth shut for now. Zhou Tianlong, you're even more hateful than him." Jiang Wei asked when he heard Jiang Nanzhou's words. "What do you mean? He's more hateful than that Wang He guy? This guy you just said is called Zhou Tianlong, isn't it?" Jiang Nanzhou nodded and said to Jiang Wei, "All you have to do is Google his name and whatever he's done comes right out too." Hearing this, Jiang Wei directly took his cell phone and searched. And of course there were the netizens of the livestream who followed Jiang Wei's lead. At this point they have all been transformed into cyber judges. By the time Jiang Wei finished watching the video, he swung the big spoon to give Zhou Tianlong another blow. The netizens in the live broadcast room also had itchy teeth after watching this, itching to wear to the screen to beat the two of them. What a beast. This is still not a human being, Before it was said to be afraid of crime suicide. I did not expect that he is still alive. My goodness. So Brother Fisherman let them on board because he wanted to bring them back to justice. I'm so teary-eyed. It wouldn't be too much to make them die by 1,000 cuts. How did you go down on that little kid? He killed so many people. It's sick. This man is from our side. That would be incredible when we heard about it. I didn't think we had this kind of stuff on our side. I just saw that family photo when his lover leaned on him and smiled especially sweetly. I didn't realize it was so ironic. Just because of $1,000, he killed so many people. It's too sick. Chapter 390. Jiang Bei finally ended the video call and came out of the bathroom. A few of them wanted to go to the bathroom but didn't dare to go to that one. All of them went to other restrooms, fearing that they would delay Jiang Bei when the time came. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou and the others, "There's a specialist sent up there to give no to defuse this bomb. I'll just go then and take them to that speedboat." Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei, "I'll go with you. I have to guard you." Just now that Zhou Tianlong said that the bomb was with a locator on it. "I'm afraid they'll do a surprise attack then." Fan Hongtao followed suit. I'm going with you guys. I kind of know more about bomb disposal. That's true of Van Hunto. He's always been the one with the steadiest hands because of the scalpel he's holding, and he's very professional. Jiang Bei said after a moment of thought. Then Fan Hongtao and I will dismantle the bomb together. When the time comes, Nan Zhou, you will bring a few people to guard us. Lin Wei, you will also bring a few people on the South Bay. No. 1. I'm afraid that they will drill us when the time comes. We will have to keep people on board. Zhang Nanzhou was also very much in agreement with Jiang Bei's words, and after the personnel were assigned, Jiang Bei said to Zhang Nanzhou, this will require this high-definition live drone equipment of yours. The pixels of our cell phones are still not good. I'm afraid that some details won't be able to be captured when the time comes, and I'll have the bomb disposal expert connect with you when the time comes. Then they took Wang He and Zhou Tianlong and the two of them directly to the speedboat that they came on, but no matter how much the two of them resisted, it was useless, and they were taken directly. They could only rely on verbal output. They realized that threats were useless. Now they could only speak softly to Zhang Nanzhou and the others. Big brothers, I beg you. The bombs on us are specially made. Even that combination lock is a bomb that will explode if you lose the wrong code. So stop it. Yeah, we all just want to live before we take this mission. So just let us go. I know our boss is very rich. I can be your inside man. Jiang Bei and the rest of them didn't want to pay attention to these two things that weren't human beings. They all pretended that they couldn't hear them. But for Jiang Nanzhou's ears, it was noise, too torturous. So he just sent one of them a handful. It's all chopped up straight away. Jiang Bei felt that Zhang Nanzhou had just hit quite hard, and also secretly touched their pulse, and realized that they just fainted before they were relieved. After all, Zhang Nanzhou's live broadcast is still open now, which if they really split them out of a good or bad, by then Jiang Nanzhou quasi-definitely will be unable to eat and take a walk. I didn't realize this kid had learned to be so violent now. After they took the people to the speedboat and Jiang Nanzhou set up the drone broadcasting equipment, he received a contact request, or an official account. After they spoke, Jiang Nanzhou disembarked, and instead of getting on someone else's boat, he directly called for egg. He stood directly on the turtle shell of the egg. He still held his golden fish gun in his hand. At this moment, he was like a sea king, but unfortunately, the netizens of the live broadcast could not see it. A few other people were driving two speedboats, escorting them on the side of Jiang Bei and theirs, and there was a pistol on one of their boats, which had been seized from the bodies of these two men. In fact, Jiang Bei's body also had a pistol, which Zhang Nanzhou had secretly given him just now, but he wouldn't use it until he had to. When Zhang Nanzhou came to the speedboat, he also brought Zhang Wei's cell phone. After all, he also had to keep abreast of the situation over in Jiang Bei, and when he entered his live room, he realized that there were so many official accounts inside his live room. Just as Jiang Bei and the others wanted to make a move, Zhang Nanzhou suddenly heard the system's voice. System mission. Hand over the two red wanted persons alive to the police to bring them to justice. Mission completion rewards the opening of all levels of prestige value stores. Zhang Nanzhou felt bad when he heard about this mission. This mission should not be that good. After all, the rewards of this quest were very tempting, and if he couldn't finish this mission, if he let one of them hang, his system mission wouldn't proceed to the next one. So no matter what, this mission of his is something that must be accomplished. Zhang Nanzhou sighed and hoped that neither of these two people would get into trouble at sea. By the time he saw that Jiang Bei's side had already begun to move, his breath caught in his throat. Even if Zhang Nanzhou's usual mental quality was very good, but right now his heart could not be smoothed out. After all, if this went a little wrong, Jiang Bei and Fan Hongtao would all have to be buried with those two guys. Su Yawei was alone in the office watching and crying, but she didn't call Jiang Bei on voice and send him a WeChat for fear that he would be distracted. She could only pray with the netizens in the live broadcast that Jiang Bei and the others would successfully defuse the bomb and return safely. I hope God blesses it, and blesses Uncle Four and all of them with peace. My heart is beating out of my chest right now watching it. I'm so nervous. May the bad guys be brought to justice and the good guys be safe. Uncle Four really touched me very much. I knew he was a veteran, but I didn't realize something was wrong. He was really on it. It's hot to watch, and when I graduate from high school, I want to go into the military. Although the temperature on the ship wasn't high or hot right now, Jiang Bei and Fan Hongtao were both sweating profusely. They are also very nervous. After all, they too have families waiting for them to return. So for them, every time they cut a line, it's like they're cutting their own lifeline. Zhang Nanzhou watched as his heart shrunk hard with every thread they cut. They'd have to get that combination lock bomb down first. That one was an exquisite high explosive, and it would be very challenging to dismantle it. The threads in it are all very fine and all densely packed. They were very careful every time they laid the scissors down for fear that they might accidentally cut the other threads. Fan Hongtao is still cracking the code at the same time. This is not a professional who really cannot do such a professional thing. Jiang Nanzhou was originally watching the live broadcast and was mesmerized when the egg suddenly moved and was diving downwards. He quickly adjusted his stature on top of egg, which should have been egg's discovery of something. Otherwise egg would not have acted lightly after he gave the order. It was also fortunate that he had put Zhang Wei's cell phone away in space at the first opportunity, or else he would have had to compensate Zhang Wei for his cell phone. Chapter 391, They Don't Deserve to Be Soft. I didn't expect that the egg had really found something. Jiang Nanzhou saw that there was actually a submarine approaching this way under the deep sea. Are all pirates so powerful now? They even have submarines. Jiang Nanzhou quietly checked this submarine. Fortunately there was no launching device, just the most common kind of detection. Although Jiang Nanzhou had always acted very carefully, he was still exposed. Over there it was scanned straight away. There was a man and a turtle, but that side didn't even put them all in their eyes, and they felt that this one person didn't pose much of a threat to them either. Unfortunately, they thought wrong, especially since Jiang Nanzhou also saw that there was even a symbol of their pirates on top of their submarine. Jiang Nanzhou was not merciful. A bomb was sent directly and set to explode after 30 seconds. After posting it, Jiang Nanzhou went straight up to Egg's turtle shell. Directly after receiving the order, Egg took Jiang Nanzhou and quickly ran away. Waiting to run away, the bomb exploded. The key thing was that Jiang Nanzhou had posted a very powerful bomb this time. Straight up, the guys in the submarine were sent to their deaths. But this explosion was really very loud. Jiang Nanzhou was shocked by the tinnitus for a little while. Jiang Bei and Fan Hongtao and the two of them heard the explosion and knew that it should be the pirate side coming, but they're only halfway through defusing the bomb. Fan Hongtao was a bit anxious, and his gaze often flicked outside. Jiang Bei saw that Fan Hongtao was a bit distracted. He said seriously to Fan Hongtao, "Concentrate, there's South Boat and the others outside." Lin Weiye didn't see any changes in the sea even when they were on South Bay 1, but he did hear a very loud explosion. When they first heard it, their hearts fluttered with it. But when they saw that Jiang Bei and Fan Hongtao were still concentrating on dismantling the bombs in their cell phones, their hearts were completely relieved. On a deserted island a few nautical miles away from them, the bald black pirate leader saw the signal of the submarine he had sent out disappear, and angrily slammed the wineglass in his hand directly onto the ground. Those useless losers. Let them just pick up a signal. They can't even handle this. What useless things. A bearded white man said to the pirate leader. Our target is that jewel-encrusted ship. And I don't know if those two Chinese guys are mixed up on the ship or not, so I'd better go and find out why that submarine blew up, and if there's another team that's eyeing this fishing fleet. They also overheard it when the group of pirates fought with Jiang Nanzhou and their fishing boat before, especially knowing that Jiang Nanzhou and their fishing boat had water cannons on board. They had not acted rashly. In the end, it was decided to go with the old method. The two Chinese had been part of their team for quite some time, and they hadn't missed a beat so far. They often disguise shipwrecked people, especially ships from the country of China, all of whom are soft-hearted gods who can't see their compatriots shipwrecked, so none of them have missed a beat so far. They all have rules for fear of betrayal, so whoever is out on the move wears a bomb vest on their person. After all, they were all outlaws and didn't trust each other all that much. The bald pirate said to the bearded man, "You take the men and find out what's going on and what the hell is interfering with our operations." There was also a small device on their vest bombs that, if pressed, in the submarine they would receive a signal. And that one was the signal to start the operation. In time it was transmitted to the island by the submarine, but now the signal from their submarine had disappeared, especially since they had all heard the loud noise on this side of the island. So they concluded that the submarine was cool, but the signals from the bomb vests they saw on Zhou Tianlong and Wang He were still normal. If they don't send a signal back tonight, they'll slip back. But now the bald pirate leader was a little worried. After all, it wasn't easy to fight off a fishing fleet of pirates. They must have very powerful people on their fishing boats. This also directly aroused the belligerent and bloodthirsty nature of this bald man, who loved to engage in these high-level ones, especially since that one jewel ship alone would be enough for a very good future for their group. That's why they're all so desperate in this group. Knowing they have water cannons they still go hard. After all, this was something that could make them directly rich overnight, and it was even something that they could expand their ranks and become the most powerful pirates on this sea. The bearded man took a couple of minions with submachine guns and drove a speedboat directly to the side where the submarine had disappeared. But they came a bit late, because Jiang Nanzhou received that submarine directly into the recycling space and sold it for money. The egg wasn't even overly surprised anymore now that it saw this big iron lump suddenly just disappear in front of it. After all, it had seen it several times, and it was now a very experienced turtle. As Jiang Nanzhou rode egg and continued to patrol the sea, they spotted the speedboat, and the one man and one turtle hid directly in the sea. None of them found Jiang Nanzhou either, but when they waited to send people down to the sea, John Nanjo directly let all the people who went down to the sea have no return. He didn't treat these pirates with any mercy. After all, a soft heart is for treating people. Treating them directly with a hard heart is just fine. Mercy they don't deserve. Now there's only the bearded man and a junior on that speedboat. But they waited for more than 40 minutes without seeing them come up, and the bearded man hurriedly asked his boys to pull the safety ropes tied to them. When they pulled it up, they realized that it was indeed their bodies that they were pulling up. Seeing the bad situation, the bearded man directly threw all their corpses right into the sea, and he said to the little brother who drove the boat, "Let's go back and hurry." That little brother also hurriedly turned the boat around and headed back. John Nanjo watched these two people fall away. He also went back to Jiangbei and their side with Egg to continue the patrol. After 3 hours, Jiangbei and the others had also managed to undo the bomb vest on Wang He, and the countdown had all but stopped. Both of them were also relieved to see that by the time the countdown stopped, this one was successfully removed. Then the next one can be removed much more smoothly. The netizens in the live broadcast room all cheered along when they saw the successful dismantling of the bomb. And even Su Yaoi's heart that had been lifted all this time finally dropped a little. Chapter 392. Salute. The public screen of the live broadcast room would also float a lot of special effects gifts, and netizens could hear cheering sounds coming from the bomb disposal experts' side as well. They also gave a lot of gifts to their official account. I'm crying again. I'm so excited. I wasn't even this nervous the first time I opened someone up for surgery. All of a sudden I felt the strength of our country and was very touched by what was going on. Uncle Four and Fan are also too good to be veterans. Fan is single, I know. I have an urge to marry this man now. Upstairs. Why don't you wait first? Sis is older. Can we let Sis have this one first? Today I was watching a live stream in class and our teacher caught me, but when I finished talking to him about it, he actually asked me to cast the screen and we watched it together as a class, and he said that it meant something different, that we should learn. John Nanjo was also all very moved when he took Zhang Wei's cell phone and saw the words they said on the pop-up screen. In the old days, some of the things he did were for certain benefits other than to fulfill his mission, but he seemed to know what he wanted now. He also admired Jiang Bei and those spirits of Fan Hontao and those retired veterans on his ship. They're real men. If his son wanted to go into the military in the future, he would be very supportive and would be very proud of him. When the bearded pirate returned to the island, he said to the bald pirate leader, "Boss, their group is not simple. Just now Erickson and the four of them went down to the sea to try to check the situation on the submarine side. I waited for half a day and didn't see them come up, so I just pulled the rope to pull them up, but all that came up were their corpses." Hearing this, the bald pirate leader glared at the bearded man. "What? You're a waste too. Didn't you notice anything unusual about the safety rope when they were fighting in the sea?" That bearded man said to the bald pirate head with some aggression on his face because he was scolded. "Mario and I are not aware of it at all. I feel that they are definitely not some ordinary fishermen. I remember hearing someone say before that the fishing boats of the Chinese nation are the second navy. Could they really be the navy?" That bald pirate really almost died when he heard that. If it's really the navy, they're shooting the hell out of fish. Then they should be ordinary fishermen. I suspect it's the Franca guys. They've been working against us. Have you found any sign of their gang? Hearing this, the bearded man thought for a moment and said to the bald man, "Boss, maybe it's really their gang after all. I think I saw their boat." The bald pirate leader was really angry when he heard this from the bearded man, and he directly started to move his feet to kick. "I let you seem. You in the end is not to see. And give me a whole seam. You really a waste. What can do?" The bearded man was really a bit afraid of this bald one, although he was also considered to be the second in command within this pirate group of theirs. But this group of theirs had changed several second in command. The first few were given a straight crash because they didn't go along with this boss. He said very carefully to this bald boss, "I saw it, but the speedboat was going too fast and I didn't see the markings on their boat." In fact, he didn't know if he saw it or not. It was just a flash of light, and he didn't know if it was a real ship or just a hallucination, because he was on the up and up at that point. He hadn't had the kind of white granulated sugar he usually eats on him when he left the house, so he wasn't terribly sure if he saw it or not. Standing aside Mario, he was now afraid to speak, his legs a little weak with fear, because he would really just want to hurry back. Very concentrated on that boat, he didn't even see what boat the bearded man was talking about. The bald boss set his sights on Mario. "You went together, so you must have seen it, right?" Hearing this, Mario could only say what the bearded man had just said. "Saw it, but that boat was a bit far away, and going so fast I didn't get a good look at that sign he had." Hearing this, that bald boss didn't say anything, but just waved his hand to let them all out of the tent. When they were all gone, the bald boss lit a cigar. He thought for a moment and made a decision. He was going to see for himself and find out who was messing with him, or if the fishermen were really that good. Although they had water cannons, They were many and fast, and they got on their ships quickly. He said it and then started gathering his men. This island is just a temporary place for them to be stationed, but all their people are over here, with over 100 people in total. It was considered a relatively large pirate gang. Just as they were waiting to depart, Jiang Bei and Fan Hongtao also removed that bomb vest from Zhou Tianlong's body. But the group of pirates didn't even look at their instruments, because in their perception, that one can't be dismantled. It's all he paid a fortune for. He had only bought 5 pieces in total, but after blowing up 3 of them during the previous operation, he was now left with these 2. So he had been holding on to these 2 bomb vests as treasures. Unfortunately, he didn't know that 2 of his little darlings were now in someone else's hands. It was only after Jiang Bei and Fan Hongtao carefully put the 2 vests away that they both breathed a complete sigh of relief. The bomb disposal experts, and the staff in their offices, sent applause to the 2 veterans. For the first time, Fan Hongtao got so pretentious, and he even gave Jiang Bei a hug. They both also saluted the camera of the live drone equipment. Su Yawei originally wanted to wait for Jiang Bei to come back to give him a good talking to. How can he be so risky? But now that she saw Jiang Bei in this state, she understood Jiang Bei again. Both she and her son would be very proud of JNN. In an office in some military building they couldn't see, Jiang Bei's old head also stood up and gave Jiang Bei and the others a salute at the large screen in front of him. Live on the public screen. I'm still coming over here from seeing the news, and I can't believe this is a real live bomb disposal. Today my son had a fever and took a leave of absence from home and did not go to school. He watched the live broadcast with me and just now said to me that he wants to be as good as that uncle in the future and wants to be a soldier. Chapter 393. I'm also a veteran and will return when called upon. I'm almost 50 years old, but I still have regrets from time to time that I didn't go into the military. As a member of the military, I can't see that, and maybe I'm being selfish. I really don't want him to go on these adventures. After Jiang Nanzhou saw that they removed the bomb vest, he went directly onto the ship that Jiang Bei and the others were on, and at the same time, he also told the people on the 2 ships guarding the side to go back. He went back in his speedboat too. Jiang Bei said as he returned Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone to him. You're running out of battery on this phone, so you might as well turn off the live feed. Jiang Nanzhou saw that there was still half of the battery on his cell phone, so he knew that Jiang Bei had something that he didn't want others to know. Well, that's it for my broadcast today then. I'm off the air. After saying this, Jiang Nanzhou directly closed the live broadcast. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, the signal from the bombs over here has disappeared, so I guess they're about to kill them, and it's better for those scenes not to be seen by the netizens. Jiang Nanzhou smiled and said to Jiang Bei, listen to my 4th uncle. You and Van are so handsome today. Fan Hongtao said when he heard this from Jiang Nanzhou. What's so handsome? Those wires in the bomb are so thin. My hands were shaking for a while. If those former comrades of mine saw this, they'd all have to laugh at me. Jiang Bei said to the 2 of them, this is no place for idle chatter. Let's get back on South Bay 1 and continue on our way. When they got on the boat, Jiang Bei went straight to the bathroom. But suffocate him, those 2 drive over the boat bathroom door fell off. He is really cannot deal with. Especially since there was a live stream open on Jiang Nanzhou's cell phone at that meeting. There was nothing he could do to fix it. Jiang Nanzhou watched Jiang Bei go to the bathroom in a hurry. He smiled and said to Fan Hongtao, I guess it's holding it for your master. I haven't seen him go to the bathroom in such a hurry. After Lin Weiye led the men to straighten up both of those men, he directly tied them both to the posts on the deck. Zhang Wei gave Lin Weiye a nod. He should have bundled them outside a long time ago. Let them blow a Harry air conditioner in the house. They don't deserve it. It will be dark. But this place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Jiangnan boat directly notify down. They continue to return to the ship. That Jiangnan boat also did not have the slightest slack a little. He felt that the gang of pirates now should be anxious to jump over the wall. They are now what things can be done out. Jiang Nanzhou gave them another fresh squad. Each group was led by veterans. Moreover, Jiang Nanzhou had also given them the seriousness of this matter, so they were all pumped up 120%. He was also afraid that the gang of pirates were so numerous that they had only 1 water cannon on board, and if there were more people and more ships, they would not be able to keep busy with that 1 water cannon. Jiang Nanzhou and Jiang Erjuan and the 2 of them were in the captain's cockpit. Jiang Bei's detection ability was particularly strong, but he was able to detect the slightest breeze, so he's just straight up Van Hunto holding down that spot at the water turret. After all, that side was the highest place on several of their fishing boats. As the saying goes, stand tall and see far. This position is better for easy observation. Dinner was served up to them by Zhang Wei, and Zhang Wei was the one who sent more than just him. He also gave it to several people at the same time. In order not to delay them, Zhang Wei was about to leave after giving it to Jiang Nanzhou, but he was stopped by Jiang Nanzhou. Zhang Wei, you'll go and give those 2 some food later too. Just feed them, don't ever untie them. If they say they want to go to the toilet, just let them their pants. No matter what, don't untie them. After all, those two people were both ruthless characters, and there was no softness in their hands, so he had to tell Jiang Wei to be careful. Jiang Wei was busy saying when he heard Zhang Nanzhou say that he should feed those two people. Or do you give them the spiked kind? Zhang Nanzhou was speechless as he said to Jiang Wei, that material will be wasted if you give it to them again. Just give them 2 whole buns and some water. Just don't let them die. After all, Zhang Nanzhou still had to complete the mission. If these two guys hung up now, he would really be halfway there. Jiang Wei gave Zhang Nanzhou an okay and went out. After waiting for Jiang Wei to go out, second Uncle Jiang said to Zhang Nanzhou, just those 2 things. They should be starved and given nothing to eat. Hearing this, Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to second Uncle Jiang, this would still be cheap if we really starve them to death here. They should go to trial. We can't let them die so easily. After the sky had completely darkened, Zhang Bei's voice appeared in the middle of the handstand. Everyone brace yourselves. I can see boats following behind. There must be 20 speedboats, big and small. You must all keep watch so that no one touches the boat. When Zhang Nanzhou heard this, he said to the handstand, all be careful. The fish guns are all in good hands. And be careful too, the gang are all armed in their hands. And, Uncle 4, as soon as they come within strikeable range, fire straight away. Second Uncle John was very nervous and said to Zhang Nanzhou, they have a bit too many speedboats. Your second uncle said there are about 20. Then we have water cannons on the South Bay No. 1, which can't be attacked. Zhang Nanzhou said to Uncle Jiang Air, don't worry, Uncle 2, we'll all be fine. And waiting until they plop down toward the ship is a chance for us to attack. Fan Hongtao likes to study strange and weird medicinal powders when he is not doing anything. After dismantling the bomb, he took more than 10 pounds of that medicine face to Zhang Nanzhou. All it takes is one blast to the face of a person. Get a little bit inhaled, and you'll pass out. But this before Fan Hongtao is also not experimented. Zhang Nanzhou directly took that one he did an experiment. That thing worked very well, so Zhang Nanzhou gave it out to the crew. If you find someone climbing the boat, make them throw medicine face. In order to prevent the crew from inhaling it, Zhang Nanzhou also made them all wear masks. But after the last few days, the crew has gotten bolder and not as nervous as before. This could also be the reason why they won the battle before. Fan Hongtao said to Zhang Bei, Master, you'd better go down there and help. I'll be fine on my own over here. After all, now Fan Hongtao was very familiar with this water cannon. And besides, this side of the water cannon, Zhang Bei on this side is not much use of. Chapter 394. Zhang Bei came over here just for better reconnaissance. And now that the enemy had been spotted, it would be better for him to go to the fishing boat at the back for a little bit of insurance. Zhang Bei was not the only one who had this thought. Zhang Nanzhou also thought the same way. Zhang Nanzhou also notified the captains on several fishing boats. The fishing boats keep sailing at this current speed and no one can stop the boats without notice. Only after they all replied that they received it did Zhang Nanzhou say to second Uncle Zhang, second uncle, you just drive the boat here. But glass on the South Bay one is bulletproof. If there is a stopper you don't be afraid. Just ram it through. Uncle Jiang Air heard Zhang Nanzhou's nodded at Zhang Nanzhou. Although he usually really loved the South Bay one, touching off a piece of paint would hurt him for half a day. But there's no way out of this now. If there really was a boat stopper, he would have had to charge through it. An ordinary boat is no match for the South Bay one. Even Jiangnan Boat's other fishing boats are made of top quality materials, and Boss Wang asked for connections to get them for Jiangnan Boat, which are comparable to military ones. But Uncle Jiang Air is afraid that they also have some kind of rocket bombs or something. That stuff can be really scary. Now whatever they had in their hands, they couldn't back down. He felt that as long as Zhang Nanzhou and Zhang Bei were on the boat, they were certain that they would not let anything happen to them. After Zhang Nanzhou had finished arranging, he went out of the cabin. He also had his pistol on him and his golden harpoon in his hand. He also went straight to the boat that was at the very back. Zhang Bei said to Zhang Nanzhou after seeing him come, why did you come over here? Aren't you afraid someone will go up the front? Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Bei, Lin Weiye is in the front with his men. It's fine. Let's take care of this group in the back first. Zhang Bei said as he held the pistol at Zhang Nanzhou. Give me a whole sniper rifle sometime later. The kind with a magnifying glass. Zhang Nanzhou smiled and said to Zhang Bei, fourth uncle, you're making a mistake. Zhang Bei took aim with his pistol and fired a shot. This pistol still doesn't have the range. Although Zhang Bei said that it was not possible, Zhang Nanzhou did see clearly that Zhang Bei hit a person's arm. Zhang Nanzhou gave Zhang Bei a thumbs up. On their side, they were out of range of the water cannons that could attack, so this side would have to rely on them first. After all, there's a pirate shipwreck between them. Zhang Nanzhou saw that the eggs were down there and said to Zhang Bei, Uncle 4, wait here for me. I'll go see if I can get you something while I'm at it. Jiang Nanzhou jumped straight into the sea after saying this. The corners of Jiang Bei's mouth hooked into a smile. He knew that when Jiang Nanzhou returned later, he would bring him back what he wanted. This was the real reason why Jiang Bei didn't want Jiang Nanzhou to broadcast live. Because a lot of people are paying more attention to this side of the world right now. And even his old leaders have said they want him to give them real-time reports. But now he wouldn't have to listen to them. After all, how would he have time to give them a real-time report when he was fighting? Jiang Nanzhou took Dudu and quietly swam to the side of a speedboat, which had a total of just 2 people on it. And those 2 are none other than Mario and Beard. They were now in full pursuit of the fishing boat in front of them. And they had a big pocket of grenades with them. And they were all carrying submachine guns. Jiang Nanzhou was instantly interested. And he asked Egg to knock over their speedboat. By the time they reached the sea, Jiangnan boat would be able to take care of them very easily. After receiving Jiang Nanzhou's command, Egg directly knocked over the speedboat. The 2 men were also unsure of what had knocked over their speedboat. They were struggling in the sea. Jiang Nanzhou directly pulled their legs and swam towards the bottom of the sea. Just as they were holding their breath to shoot at Jiang Nanzhou, in an instant, they knew nothing else. And in Jiang Bei's perspective, he could only see that those 2 people had disappeared on the surface of the sea. They should have choked and sunk only. Jiang Nanzhou released the 2 after receiving them into space. He felt that his space was too powerful. He just didn't dare to expose it. If he could, he would just take care of them all. After Jiang Nanzhou released them from the space, they all directly floated in the sea. After taking all the guns off them, Jiang Nanzhou got on their boat. There was a bag of grenades on the boat, but there was no sniper rifle that Jiang Bei wanted. So he just took out a sniper rifle with a magnifying glass out of the space, and took a lot of bullets. Jiang Nan boat were riding Egg's back. He did not dare to open the boat. After all, Jiang Nan boat terrible fan Hongtao did not see that it was him. Directly to him. That would be interesting to see when the time came. Especially now that it was completely dark, which made it even more difficult to see. Jiang Nan boat went to the side of the boat of the South Bay 3. He saw that there were people on guard. He directly shouted out first, "I'm Jiang Nanzhou. I'm going to get on the boat now. You guys can hold the face of the medicine in your hands. Don't give me a whole face." The people on the boat only showed their heads when they heard Jiang Nanzhou's voice, and they also held a flashlight to illuminate Jiang Nanzhou. They were all unaware of when Jiang Nanzhou went down to the sea, and they saw that Jiang Nanzhou had not only come up by himself, he was also carrying a big bag. Jiang Nanzhou took out the sniper rifle and a submachine gun from inside, then handed that black bag to that veteran captain. "Li, keep the submachine gun and bullets inside for yourself, and split the rest of these grenades. Remember, no grenades for those who haven't used them, only for those who can." Some of the crew were looking at the grenades in the black bag with great envy. Nah, some of them had only ever thrown grenades inside the game. This is the first time in real life that I've seen a real grenade. Jiang Nanzhou walked over to Jiang Bei with that very heavy sniper rifle. When Jiang Bei saw the gun Jiang Nanzhou was holding, the smile on his face deepened. Jiang Nanzhou said to Jiang Bei, "My luck is real. There was a sniper rifle on that speedboat Egg get over, just in time for you to use it." In fact, he finished feeling that his remark was a bit redundant. It was assumed that Jiang Bei knew a bit about this matter of his space. Jiang Bei said to Jiang Nanzhou, "That's just right. Let you see your 4th uncle's marksmanship, and you learn a little, in case you can use it later." After Jiang Bei loaded the sniper rifle, he set it up. Jiang Nanzhou would feel that the current Jiang Bei was like a different person. The hunt is on. Jiang Bei directly aimed his gun at the one who was on the speedboat hitting their fishing boat with an assault rifle.